I was clearly a pure college boy, Xiao Chunan, but suddenly I had an adorable 3-year-old daughter. Daddy, please stop hitting mommy. Hearing the pitiful little voice, I froze completely. Where am I? Wasn't I just drinking at a banquet? Looking around carefully, a woman was huddled on the sofa with a child in her arms. The little girl clung tightly to the woman's clothes, shrinking back constantly. Despite being pale from hunger, she didn't dare make a sound. The woman wept silently, gently stroking the child, afraid of disturbing the man nearby. Seeing everything before me, I realized I had traveled through time and into the body of this alcoholic, abusive man. After absorbing his memories, I learned that this man had debuted after just 2.5 years of basketball training, married the popular star Xia Xiao, and had a lovely daughter. However, his poor singing and dancing skills got him fired by his company, leading him down a path of self-destruction, alcoholism, gambling, and domestic violence. Looking at the mess around me, I knew the original owner had just finished his violent outburst. My wife glanced at the mother and child curled up on the sofa with a complicated expression. Xia Xiao, noticing my stare, tensed up, instinctively pulling little Nai closer to her chest, biting her lip to hold back tears. She had thought about leaving with Nai, but as an orphan herself and with all the household money controlled by the original owner, she had no choice but to endure the beatings. I let out a deep sigh, convincing myself that my time travel was meant to save this mother and daughter from this bad man. First, I opened the windows to air out the room, then began cleaning up the empty liquor bottles scattered around. Xia Xiao remained curled up on the sofa with little Nai in her arms, unmoving, though a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. After all, the original version of me had never lifted a finger to clean. He would just drink and pass out. This was a first. It took considerable effort, but I finally gathered all the empty bottles, then grabbed a towel from the kitchen to wipe down the table until the entire room was spotless. Drenched in sweat, I grabbed clean clothes and headed into the bathroom. Xia Xiao watched the closed bathroom door, the tension in her body easing slightly as she exhaled. Her eyes swept over the now clean room, disbelief swirling in them. He'd even thrown away the remaining alcohol. Why? Had he lost his mind? Mommy, I'm hungry. 3-year-old Nai wasn't as noisy as other children her age, and she was noticeably smaller too. Even with her tiny stomach growling, she simply stared up at her mother with wide, round eyes. Xia Xiao gently stroked Nai's hair and whispered, "Be good, Nai. Mommy will make food for you soon." Normally, she had to wait for this monster to fall asleep before she could cook for herself and her child. Nai nodded obediently, her gaze joining her mother's on the bathroom door. She knew food would only come after Daddy was asleep. After a comfortable hot shower and changing into clean clothes, I pushed the door open. The mother and daughter on the sofa shrank back simultaneously. Xia Xiao's eyes were filled with despair. Was he going out to buy alcohol again? Hadn't he drunk enough tonight? She and little Nana would have to go hungry again. Xia Xiao bit her lip, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. "Mommy, don't cry. Nana isn't hungry anymore," little Nana said. Thinking her hunger had caused her mother's tears, she clumsily stretched out her tiny, delicate hands to wipe Xia Xiao's cheeks. "Be good, Nana. Let mommy sing you to sleep, okay? Once you fall asleep, you won't feel hungry anymore. Tomorrow morning, mommy will wake up early and make you something delicious, alright?" Xia Xiao held Nana and lay down on the bed, softly humming a lullaby to lull her to sleep. Watching little Nana slowly close her eyes, Xia Xiao thought about the hardships she had endured in the 2 years since her marriage, her heart aching with sorrow. She had finally made up her mind. Tomorrow, she would leave this hell. Even if she died outside, it would be better than being tormented to death by this demon. Before long, the sound of the door unlocking echoed from outside. Xia Xiao, still lost in her thoughts, couldn't help but tremble again. Instinctively, she covered Nai's ears and quietly listened to the commotion outside. As I pushed open the door, my gaze instinctively fell on the sofa, and I froze in surprise. The two of them had returned to the bedroom, but it seemed they hadn't eaten yet. After a moment's thought, I set the food on the table and headed toward the bedroom. Hearing my footsteps gradually approaching, Xia Xiao quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep, silently praying I wouldn't enter. But the next moment, a knock came at the door. "I bought food for you. If you're hungry, come out and eat. I'll sleep in the side room tonight." Xia Xiao listened as my footsteps faded into the distance, until the sound of the side room's door opening and closing left the house in silence once more, with only her nervous breathing echoing in the bedroom. Little Nai had unknowingly opened her eyes, curiously staring at the tightly shut door. That unpleasant father hadn't returned to the room to sleep and even seemed to have bought food for them. She swallowed hard, looking at her mother with hopeful eyes. The situation was so bizarre that Xia Xiao could hardly believe it. But seeing the anticipation in her daughter's eyes, she mustered the courage to walk to the bedroom door and open it. The aroma of food from the living room wafted through the air. Looking at the 2 steaming bowls of fragrant white rice and 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetable, on the table, Xia Xiao's eyes welled up with tears, and the food in the distance became blurry. He actually bought food for her and her daughter. Why would he do that? What else does he want from her? Little Nai toddled over on her short legs and peeked outside through the door crack. Then her eyes suddenly lit up, and drool unconsciously trickled down. But she didn't act on her own. Instead, she raised her head and stared unblinkingly at her mother with her big eyes. Seeing the anticipation in her daughter's eyes, Xia Xiao took a deep breath and forced a smile. Be good, Nai. Let's eat quietly. Little Nai's eyes sparkled even brighter as she frantically nodded her tiny head. Xia Xiao picked up little Nai and sat down at the dining table. The aroma of the food made her stomach growl uncontrollably. Little Nai quickly grabbed her chopsticks and scooped up a mouthful of rice, while her other tiny hand picked up a chicken drumstick and took a big bite. Clearly, she was starving. Xia Xiao watched with heartache. Gently stroking Nai's back, the little girl lifted her head, her big eyes curving into crescents, and mumbled through a mouthful of chicken. Mommy, eat, Mommy will eat too. There's more on the plate. Seeing her well-behaved and thoughtful daughter, Xia Xiao's eyes had long been moist with tears. Hearing the noise outside, I sighed deeply. I had just bought groceries, and now only 1,800 remained in savings. If I had traveled through time any later, this family would probably be unable to put food on the table. I need to make money. After pondering for a while, I suddenly realized this is a parallel world. Excited, I picked up my phone and started scrolling. Sure enough, this world was just as I remembered. Its cultural heritage and entertainment industry were completely different from my original world. Even low-quality, catchy tunes dominated the music charts here. Any of the classic hits from my previous life would likely be a game-changer in this world. My mind raced as one classic song after another from my past life slowly surfaced in my thoughts. As I kept thinking, I gradually couldn't hold on any longer and dragged my exhausted body into a deep slumber. The next morning at exactly 6 o'clock, my internal clock woke me up on time. I opened the door and stepped out of the bedroom to find the dining table and kitchen spotlessly clean. Xia Xiao must have tidied up after dinner last night. Xia Xiao was already awake, but she didn't dare go out after hearing the commotion outside. Why did this monster suddenly wake up so early today? What was he planning? Soon, the sounds of washing up faded, and the door opened and closed again. Xia Xiao pressed her lips together. Where had he gone this time? After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement outside. Xia Xiao mustered up the courage to step out. The smell of alcohol in the room had become faint, and fresh air drifted in through the window. This situation gave Xia Xiao an unreal feeling. She hadn't smelled such freshness in a long time. She walked to the window and looked outside, lost in thought until, at that moment, she suddenly remembered she was only 22 years old. After what felt like an eternity, the sound of the door opening startled Xia Xiao, making her tense up instinctively. I hadn't expected her to already be awake. After freshening up earlier, I realized there were no groceries at home, so I went out to buy some. Now, both of us stood frozen. Only then did I get a clear look at my wife, far more beautiful than any influencer or celebrity I'd seen before, though her face was excessively pale, likely from prolonged lack of sunlight and malnutrition. Seeing this, my heart ached with pain, regret, and embarrassment. The original version of me had been utterly despicable. How could anyone treat such a lovely wife so poorly? Good morning. I'll go cook first. I broke the awkward silence, quickly carrying the groceries into the kitchen. Xia Xiao was still in a daze, watching in disbelief as I skillfully washed vegetables and rinsed rice. He had actually greeted her, and since when did he know how to cook? His eyes even held shame and something like affection. A deep sense of grievance welled up in her, her eyes gradually moistening. What was this? Pity? A guilty conscience? Just then, little Nana ran out barefoot, her big eyes fixed on the kitchen. I grinned at the little one, only for her to shrink fearfully behind Xia Xiao. Gu Xingyi helplessly touched his nose, and immediately felt that his chest was suffocating, as if there was not enough oxygen. It was very difficult. Well, he's a relationship nerd, and coming up is hella hard, and he really doesn't know how to make little kids happy. In a short while, the meal was ready. Gu Xingyi took off his apron, washed his hands, looked towards the two who were still standing restrainedly at a distance, and said in a muffled voice, "Wash up and come over to eat." Little Nana was clearly already swallowing her saliva, but she still didn't move, just staring at the fragrant meal on the table with her big round eyes. Xia Xiao looked at the scene in front of her with some horror. He doesn't drink anymore? And asked us to come over for dinner with him? What should she do? Gu Xingyi had been somewhat looking forward to this, but when he saw this defensive appearance of the two, the anticipation in his heart couldn't help but sink to the bottom of the sea, and he was silent for a moment before sighing again. "You guys eat first." When he finished, he stood up and went into the side bedroom. Xia Xiao didn't move. She watched the door to the side bedroom being closed. then looked down at the expectation in her daughter's eyes, and sighed in her heart as well. Nana-chan, wash your hands and go eat. On the dining table was the millet porridge Gushingi had made, which was golden and tempting, as well as 2 small dishes, and a small bowl of stewed eggs. The moment she saw the stewed egg, little Nai-Nai's eyes instantly lit up, and a childish innocent smile surfaced on her face as she held the little spoon and turned her head to look at Xiaoshuryao. Mommy, did Daddy make this for Nana? Xiaoshuryao was a little speechless for a moment. Unable to speak, she looked at her daughter's expectant eyes and finally nodded. Seeing her mother's response, Nana's eyes suddenly lit up even brighter, and she couldn't wait to dig a spoonful of the egg custard into her mouth. The smile on her face even brighter. It's the first time Daddy's ever cooked for her. It's so good. Xiaoshuryao just ate her meal silently. The meal smelled good. Her heart was struggling and confused. Her gaze, unconsciously, shifted to the closed door of the side bedroom. Chapter 4, A Lifetime with You. Gushingi sat at the desk in the side bedroom. He was actually starving, but he knew that the twins out there couldn't make it to sit at the same table as himself for dinner right now. Alas, what a sin! Gushingi shook his head to shake this out of his head. He took out his cell phone and clicked on this world's Douyin platform, logging out of the original account that still had a few thousand followers left. Yesterday, he took a look at it, and this world's Douyin platform had become more and more perfect, with more and more users, equivalent to the original world's level around 2016. Gushingi re-registered a new number, and he thought about it for a little while before finally deciding on the name Xingyao, named after his daughter. This was the newborn he wanted to give the mother. Gushingi himself is not much of a pursuit. The original world he is already 30 years old, into the ranks of the middle-aged, should experience or almost experienced. Now that he's traveled over and is back to being 24 years old, he's looking at it as if it's a good thing. This life will be the mother and daughter settled. Give them a rich life. After the separation or divorce, he wanted to go out to travel, live for himself. From then on to chop wood and feed the horse, traveling around the world, facing the sea, spring flowers bloom. Thinking of this, Gushingi's face finally raised a smile as he habitually clicked on the hot search list above Douyin, and then the next moment, his brows furrowed. What kind of crap is this singing? When did such a mouthful of a song like Temporary Hugging of a Pig's Foot manage to dominate the hot searches? The constant loop of temporarily hugging a pig's foot seemed like a magical sound wrapped around the ears, leaving Gushingi speechless. But that's good, so that the song you take out can be a hit. Gushingi had a plan in his heart. He found a few pieces of curved manuscript paper from his desk that had been dusty for a long time. These were all left behind by Xiaoshuryao in the past. The original owner couldn't write songs, but he had a great voice and had covered so many mouth-watering songs when he debuted. Gushingi laid the manuscript paper flat on the desktop, gently humming a familiar tune under his breath as the pen in his hand flew to write the 6-line score on the manuscript paper. Gushingi in the original world was a lyricist. Now it was just a time and space transportation. This little thing was not difficult for him at all. Just a few moments of time, a complete song score appeared in front of him. Gushingi picked up the sheet music and nodded with satisfaction, spreading out another sheet of paper again, and the lyrics of the sheet music jumped out onto the paper. Great job! Gushingi couldn't wait to rummage out a guitar from a side closet, tuned it, and then sat in front of the desk with the guitar in his arms and brewed up some emotions. In the next moment, Gushingi closed his eyes and his fingers gently swept the strings of the zither. The melodious sound of the guitar rang out in the quiet room, and Gushingi's gentle voice followed. I woke up from crying because I dreamed you left. Look at the night wind blowing across the windowsill. Can you feel my love? The song slowly drifted. Gushingi immersed himself in it. This song was one of his favorites when he first went to school, and he really liked the concept of love within the lyrics. Unfortunately, he didn't meet such a love until he was 30 years old. As the sound of the guitar came out from inside the room, Xiaoshuryao, who was silently eating her meal, suddenly froze, and she turned her head again to look at the tightly closed door of the room with surprise in her eyes. And he knows the guitar? How is that possible? That guitar was his own. Xiaoshuryao knew it very well. He couldn't play the guitar, at least not before, and Xiaoshuryao knew it very well. But what's going on now? Accompanied by the sound of the guitar, Gushingi's song also came slowly, and Xiaoshuryao froze even more, her eyes filled with disbelief. Even Nana, who was merrily eating her meal, was captivated by the song and stopped her spoon in her hand to look at the closed door of the side bedroom. Wide-eyed and fluttering, Nina cocked her head and looked there, and Nina knew that it was the voice of her father, who was cooking for her for the first time. So gentle. It was the first time she had ever heard such a gentle dad. When the day comes to grow old, will you still be by my side? Watch those vows and lies drift away with the past. Even if Xiaoshuryao hadn't heard this song before, she could still feel how awesome it was. Such a beautiful melody, such moving lyrics. She had a hard time imagining it coming from the mouth of a demon. The sound of the guitar was still gentle, Gu Xingyi's singing voice was still floating in the ears, only that the big and small beauties sitting at the table had all froze. Until the next line of the song. How many people have adored your youthful looks, but no who is willing to bear the relentless change of the years? How many people have come and gone in your life, and know that I have been by your side all your life? Hearing this, Xia Shiyao couldn't stand it any longer. Her shoulders began to gently tremble, and her tears were falling down one by one. 2 years, 2 whole years. She hadn't listened to music in 2 years, hadn't left the house in 2 years of daily fear. Every day, she is confronted with a house full of woes and a man who is slowly turning into a demon. What did he mean by singing this now that he had managed to muster up the courage to try to escape? What does it mean that he has suddenly changed? Xia Shiyao broke down a bit. She was once again confused. The fear of the road ahead, as well as the fear of the transformation of this person now. She was afraid that this was a Shakti dream. Once the dream is shattered, everything is going back to square one. The singing also stopped at this moment. Little Nai Nai also noticed her mother's crying. She climbed onto Xia Shiyao's lap in some panic, and reached out her little hand to try to wipe her mother's tears. Mommy, don't cry, don't cry. Nai Nai hoo-hoo for you. Little Nai Nai thought that her mother's body was hurting again. She helped Xia Shiyao wipe her tears while raising her little face to peel off Xia Shiyao's collar and blow on it, only to see that underneath the collar, Xia Shiyao's back was strewn with scars. Gu Xingyi naturally didn't know what was happening between the mother and daughter outside because of one of his songs. He was currently opening Douyin and clicking on record video. In the video he doesn't show his face, but just below his nose, he cradled his guitar and cleared his throat. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. This time, Gu Xingyi was obviously much more formal, and he played and sang the song in its entirety again until the end of the song, when Gu Xingyi saved the recording and cut out the idle time between the beginning and the end. In the end, Gu Xingyi pulled out the audio, set the lyrics to it, and submitted the copyright ownership online. Once everything was done, he then edited a headline, "A Lifetime with You. I composed the lyrics and an original song, dedicated to you all. I hope you can enjoy it and support it with more likes." Click, upload, stick to a point. Video uploaded successfully. Gu Xingyi gently exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. Finally finished. Let's just wait for the crowd reaction next. This song is a king bomb in this day and age. Gu Xingyi didn't have the slightest doubt that the song could actually catch fire. He had confidence in the song, the existence of the song that won the Song Chart Golden Melody Award back then. It would be hard for the heavens not to catch fire. The original singer, Mizuki Ninja, had won the Best Newcomer Award for the song in the first place, and now as a newcomer himself, not to mention the Best Newcomer Award, emerging as a newcomer should still be able to do it. He put the guitar back in the closet, then rubbed his hungry, deflated stomach and scratched his hair. I wonder if the twins are done eating? Alas, so hungry. What a sin. Chapter 5 Gu Xingyi's Change. Gu Xingyi, who was rubbing his stomach, finally couldn't wait any longer. People are iron and rice is steel. A meal is not hungry. He gently pushed open the door of the room, revealing a crack, and looked out as if he were a thief. Just in time to see Xia Shiyao leaving the dining table with little Nai Nai in her arms. Her eyes were red as if she had just cried. She obviously saw herself as well, and after freezing in place for a moment, she quickly returned to the master bedroom with the baby in her arms. Gu Xingyi sighed in relief and pushed open the door to the room and walked to the dining table. Finally we can eat. Gu Xingyi looked at some of the meals that had obviously been left for him on the table and was a little happy. Then he picked up the millet porridge and swirled it in one big gulp. Perfect. Not bad for your own handiwork. It feels great when you're full. Clearing all the meals on the table, Gu Xingyi patted his bulging stomach and burped in satisfaction. After packing up the dishes, Gu Xingyi, who had nothing to do, turned around the room and looked at the layout of the home. It was a 2-room house, only 70 square meters, which the two of them had paid for together when they were married before, and the house was furnished then. In the past 2 years, no new things have been added to the house, and these things are already looking a little worn out. The house was already small and quiet, with only Gu Xingyi's footsteps ringing out from time to time, so it seemed a bit depressing. Gu Xingyi shook his head and went back to the sofa and sat down on his butt. It's hard to imagine how Xia Shiyao with a child lived in this atmosphere for 2 years without going out much. This feeling, it's like being in jail. Even Gu Xingyi, who had just crossed over, could not stand it a bit. It's mostly the atmosphere. Where's the little bit of home here? Gu Xingyi also knew that he couldn't change anything for a while, so he could only nestle on the small sofa and fiddle with his cell phone. He was inquiring about how to keep a home, how to make a child happy, how to be a good father. There were all kinds of answers on the internet, and Gu Xingyi was scratching his head, but Gu Xingyi insisted on reading it. After all, it was his first time to be a father, and he was very afraid that he would not do a good job. At this time, the door to the master bedroom was suddenly opened again, and Gu Xingyi followed the sound and saw a small head peeking out from there. the two crochets on its head swaying. It was little Nina, who cocked her head and stared at her with the same almond eyes as her mother, and was looking at herself curiously. The ignorance and clarity in these bright eyes made Gu Xingyi's heart melt away. It's just that little Nana's little face is too skinny, just like her mom's, and it would definitely look better if it was a little more rounded. It is also, before this mother and daughter can only eat leftovers a day, and mixed with wine dishes little one cannot eat. The original master and do not give this mother and daughter money. They can only starve a full meal. When Gu Xingyi saw little Nai, his face subconsciously wanted to show a smile, but before the corners of his mouth could be pulled away, he saw little Nai was so frightened that he hurriedly closed the door again and scurried back. Xia Shuriao's crisp voice also resounded within the room as she coaxed her child. The smile froze on his face, and Gu Xingyi innocently touched his nose. Looks like you have a lot of worrying to do in the future. Time quietly passed. This swipe of the phone is 4 hours past. During this period from time to time can hear Xia Shuriao coaxing the child's voice. Until noon, Gu Xingyi's head had been bristling with faintness and swelling. Filled with a jumble of parenting knowledge, he put the phone down, rubbed his temples, and stood up. Time to make lunch. Just at this moment, the bedroom door was opened, and the expressionless Xia Shuriao walked out of the bedroom holding a pile of clothes. As if she didn't see Gu Xingyi standing in front of the sofa, she walked straight to the bathroom. Gu Xingyi clearly saw her body stiffen as she came out. Is this her going to do the laundry? Gu Xingyi suddenly remembered that the clothes he changed out of yesterday were still in the washing machine and hadn't been taken out. Thinking of this, Gu Xingyi also quickly walked towards the bathroom. Xia Shuriao was nervous in her heart. She didn't expect Gu Xingyi to still be at home. Usually at this time, he would have gone out to drink with his fox friends. She heard Gu Xingyi's footsteps approaching her, and suddenly her heart became even more nervous, and her heartbeat began to accelerate, her body trembling slightly. So, my clothes are still in the washing machine. Can I take them out to dry first? Gu Xingyi's familiar voice sounded from behind. Xia Shuriao, who was bending over to open the washing machine door, was startled. Her body even stumbled a little, shrinking towards the inside of the bathroom. Be careful. Gu Xingyi couldn't stop himself from saying another sentence. Xia Shuriao then reacted. He was asking for his opinion? Her eyes dodged, not daring to look at him, but she said, okay, you take it first. Thanks. Gu Xingyi clenched his fists tightly. His hands also trembled a little, and it was even harder to hide the anger and heartache in his eyes. He had just clearly seen, underneath Xia Shuriao's neck, the trail of blood that glowed purple and red. Although with this memory, when he really witnessed it with his own eyes, he really could not imagine why there would be such beastly people in this world. It made him, who had never bullied a female, feel an overwhelming sense of anger and sadness in his heart. Gu Xingyi gathered the clothes in the washing machine. He didn't continue to look at her. At the moment his mind was racing with thoughts. I'll make lunch later. Remember to call Nana out for dinner. Little. Nana-chan's asleep. Wait, I'll wake her up later. Xia Shuriao shrank inward a bit more, her entire body looking unusually flustered. Even her speech was a bit incoherent. Gu Xingyi knew that he would only stress her out here. He helplessly rubbed his nose, picked up the clothes in the washing machine and quickly went to the balcony to hang them up, then walked into the kitchen. Xia Shuriao, who was holding her clothes inside the bathroom, was still frozen in place, and she didn't come back to her senses until the sound of smoke and fire rose from the kitchen. She shakily put the clothes in the washing machine, but her gaze drifted unconsciously toward the kitchen. What's wrong with him? Started cooking for himself and the kids again? Xia Shuriao subconsciously touched her nose, then suddenly froze again. When did he get this habit? Xia Shuriao stayed in front of the washing machine like this, listening to the sound of the drum turning, her heart unusually complicated, until the clothes were all washed and she took them out and walked out onto the balcony to start drying them up. The man had been hot and busy in the kitchen. Little Nai didn't wait for Xia Shuriao to call her. She woke up on her own, still pushing the door open with her little bare feet, both little hands still rubbing her big sleepy eyes. The next moment, when she saw the busy Gu Xingyi in the kitchen, there was an obvious light in her big, beautiful eyes. And then she curiously plopped down by the kitchen doorframe and looked at Gu Xingyi's back. Xia Shuriao saw this scene when she turned back after drying her clothes. Tiny Nai was full of anticipation as Gu Xingyi was busy in the kitchen. Xia Shuriao's spirit collapsed a bit at once. She turned around quickly and leaned her back against the wall, covered her face with both hands and slowly squatted her body. Tears fell silently. It was a scene she had dreamed of long ago. Chapter 6 First Interaction. Gu Xingyi still didn't eat at the same table with the two of their mothers, and after he served the meal on the table, he hurriedly walked out of the house. Hearing the sound of the room door slamming, Xia Shuriao haphazardly wiped the tear tracks on her face dry, bit her lip, and stood up to hug little Nai to the dining table. There were still 2 meat and 2 veggies on the table. as well as 2 bowls of rice and a bowl of steamed eggs that had already been served. Xia Shiyao looked at the colorful and fragrant meals on the table for a long time before slowly sitting down. No one knew what mixed feelings she was feeling right now. Even she didn't know what she was thinking. The food is still as good as it was for breakfast. The little one has long since had a beautiful egg custard, but this peaceful lunch for the 2 mothers was soon broken by the sound of the door opening. They subconsciously raised their heads, and saw Gu Xingyi carrying a large bag of things, pushing open the door and walking in. Little Nai Nai's body moved closer to Xia Shiyao. The little spoon she was digging into the steamed egg in her hand still in her mouth. Stilled, her pair of big eyes following Gu Xingyi's movements. Gu Xingyi's eyelids were lowered and he didn't dare to look at the frightened mother and daughter. He just walked to the sofa and put the bag in his hand down, then opened his mouth, his voice a bit muffled. I got you some ointment. Remember to use it. And I got a toy for the baby. I don't know if she likes it or not. I see that the other little girls have it. She should have it too. Xia Shiyao didn't respond. Gu Xingyi was silent for a moment after he finished speaking. He intertwined his 2 hands and secretly pinched his tiger's mouth. I know you won't believe me, but there's something I still have to say. I won't drink anymore and I won't hit you guys anymore. You and Nana are usually at home. You don't have to be so scared. The kid is still young and this atmosphere at home is not good for her. Gu Xingyi finished in one breath, only to feel the depression in his heart relieved. He also didn't wait for Xia Shiyao to respond and silently walked back into the side bedroom. Xia Shiyao watched his figure disappear, and seeing the door of that room being tightly closed, she was even more at a loss as to what to say. In just one day, she had never been able to let go of her defenses in the face of this man's sudden transformation. Gu Xingyi in the bedroom was in an even worse mood at this time. His eyes were red and he had obviously cried when he was outside. If he could, he would have preferred that he hadn't traveled over and didn't know what was going on here. But now it's already like this. Crossing this kind of thing he can't make the decision. For himself to cross into the scum he is also very difficult, and even have the idea of wanting to self-harm, especially when he saw the bruises on Xia Shiyao's body. Gu Xingyi's suppressed heart became even heavier. Who says a man can't shed tears? Just before he gets to the sad place, after just one short day in this home, his heart was crushed to the point of near collapse, and it was hard for him to understand how anyone could harbor so much malice towards his loved ones. Xia Shiyao ate her meal and still left some for Gu Xingyi. She scrubbed her and Nakina's dishes and looked at the bags on the table for a moment to think, but eventually led Nakina towards the master bedroom. It was hard for her to accept this sudden goodness. Who knew if it could be a trap he had set to paralyze himself, and she was long used to the pain in her body. I just don't know. What else does he have here that he's gone to great lengths to get? She was afraid that after accepting his favors, he would reveal his original horrible face. After a brief day of tenderness, she was incredibly afraid of the previous days coming again, even as she had so much as a hint of anticipation in her heart. Could it be that as long as he doesn't accept his goodness, he will remain as he is today? I just hope he stays like this today for one more day. One more day. Gu Xingyi heard the sound of the door closing in the bedroom next to him, and he knew that it was the pair of mothers who had finished their meal, so he got up and walked out of the room. Then he saw that the bag on the coffee table remained unopened and silent in its place. Gu Xingyi pursed her lips and let out a sigh. Not knowing what to do, she could only sit down and stuff her face to eat. At that moment the door to the master bedroom was unexpectedly opened again, and little Nai Nai poked out another little head that was staring curiously at her eating self. Gu Xingyi once again tried to grin at her. This time it finally worked out as expected. The little guy wasn't scared off and was still curiously surveying himself as he was eating. Gu Xingyi's heart slightly relaxed. A suppressed heart was also healed a lot by this soft little munchkin. He put down the chopsticks in his hand and shouted at little Nai Nai with the gentlest voice of his life. Nana-chan? Gu Xingyi's sudden opening of his mouth caused the little one's body to tremble gently in fear, but she still didn't shrink back, instead turning her head to look into the master bedroom. And then, as if she had been encouraged by something, she looked at Gu Xingyi again. A childish yet soft child's voice came from her mouth. Dad? Hearing this voice, Gu Xingyi was shaken, his eyes instantly moist, and the smile on his face as bright as a chrysanthemum. It was the most beautiful melody he had heard since he crossed over. Little Nana cocked her little head and looked at the crying and laughing daddy in confusion, as if wondering why anyone could still laugh and shed tears. Gu Xingyi gave a soft in response to the little one. Then he stood up and went to the couch and took out the doll he had just bought from the bag, holding it in his hand and shaking it gently at Nana. Little Nai Nai blinked her big eyes, seemingly a little intent. She looked at the doll in Gu Xingyi's hands, and then twisted her head to look into the master bedroom, and it was only after a long time that she wheedled her way towards Gu Xingyi's place. At this moment Gu Xingyi's heart was beating like a drum as he watched this little girl, who was like a little angel, stepping on her little bare feet and approaching herself step by step. He even stopped breathing for fear of scaring the little guy who was so easily taking steps toward him. All little Nai Nai knew was that her daddy would make her good food now. And now that she had her favorite toy in her hand, He didn't seem to be mean to her and her mother anymore. She walked over to Gu Xingyi's side, lifted her little face, and sniffled hard before revealing a happy smile. Dad doesn't stink anymore. Happy, little Nai Nai. Look at the doll in Daddy's hand. Does it look good? Look at her 2 pigtails. They look like Nai Nai's. And her little dress. Does Nai Nai like it? Looking at this tiny munchkin, Gu Xingyi's mind frantically searched for the parenting knowledge he had read from his cell phone, and he spoke extremely gently yet seriously to little Nai Nai. Little Nai Nai's small hand moved as if she wanted to take the doll from Gu Xingyi's hands, but she still didn't muster up the courage to reach out her hand, and just looked at Gu Xingyi closely with a pair of big black glowing eyes. Gu Xingyi's gaze had been on little Nai Nai, so he naturally saw this action of hers, so he slowly crouched down until he was level with little Nai Nai. Placing the toy gently in little Nai Nai's hand again, Gu Xingyi felt his entire body crumble as his fingers touched little Nai Nai's small hand. The munchkins are killing it. Gu Xingyi, who was a father for the first time, was quite satisfied with his performance. Chapter 7 Proliferation of Video. Little Nai Nai finally received her favorite toy. Her gaze moved from Gu Xingyi to the doll. Her little fingers ran over the doll's long, light skirt, and her eyes immediately curved into crescent moons. Following the first meal her dad cooked for her, she got her first gift. Gu Xingyi looked at the delighted look of the little one holding the toy in front of her, and her heart was full of mixed feelings, especially when she saw little Nana's dry, yellowish hair and thin little face up close, as well as this dress on her that had been washed and whitened and was obviously much smaller. Gu Xingyi's heart seemed to ache like pins and needles for a moment. She's only 3 years old, an age when she should be held in the palm of her hand, and now she's happy as can be over a tiny toy. Gu Xingyi gritted his teeth and wiped his eyes quickly, squeezing out a smile and just quietly watching little Nai Nai play by his side. The sunlight sprinkled through the curtains on little Nana's face. Her 2 round almond eyes were glowing under the fine bangs on her forehead. Her long eyelashes fluttered like a small fan, and her little pretty nose was slightly wrinkled from time to time because of the smile at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, there was nothing else in Gu Xingyi's eyes. Xia Shiyao inside the master bedroom was even more nervous at this time. She didn't know if this was right or wrong, but she agreed with what Gu Xingyi had said before. The child was still young. She shouldn't grow up in this atmosphere. And letting the child get close to Gu Xingyi was the best she could do right now. Outside, little Nai Nai let out a silver bell-like laughter from time to time. Xia Shiyao couldn't help but shed tears when she heard it. She just sat quietly on the bed and wiped her tears silently. It wasn't long before little Nana seemed to get sleepy from playing, and she clutched the doll tightly, glancing at her dad, who was still giggling at her, and the look on her little face was tangled for a moment before she turned and thumped her way back to her bedroom. Gu Xingyi just stared blankly at the little one's figure disappearing, touched his nose, and laughed silently. I guess I'll have to get the little guy a proper pair of slippers. It's not a good habit to be barefoot all the time. Time flows slowly. Dinner is still made by Gu Xingyi. 3 dishes and 1 soup. As usual, let the mother and daughter eat first, before Gu Xingyi went to carry out the CD-ROM action. Today's Gu Xingyi slept very early. He decided to start running in the morning from tomorrow. Otherwise this body really can't take it. And he was tired enough to go out to buy something in the afternoon. So it was only 8 o'clock in the evening when Gu Xingyi entered Dreamland. At 8 o'clock, which was the time when most people were relaxing, in a technology university in Zhangcheng, Xiao Ming was lying on his bed, brushing Douyin in a bored manner. Without brushing for a while, Ming yawned. It was really because all the videos pushed to him on Douyin were unpleasant to listen to. Ugh, boring, back and forth, nothing new at all. He continued to run his fingers over his phone, deciding to swipe 2 more and go play the game. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly a gentle guitar sound rang out from the phone, and Ming unconsciously stopped his scratching fingers and looked at the view screen, only to see that it was a slim boy with no face showing, holding a guitar and sweeping the strings. That's a nice melody. Ming nodded and continued to listen. I woke up from crying because I dreamed you left. Look at the night wind blowing across the windowsill. Can you feel my love? What the hell is an unexpectedly good sound? Ming rolled over and sat up, turning the volume up again. Gu Xingyi's clean and gentle singing voice echoed in his ears, causing Xiao Ming's eyes to light up. How many people have adored your youthful looks, but no who is willing to bear the relentless change of the years? How many people have come and gone in your life, and know that I have been by your side all your life? Wow! Treasure song. What was the name of this song? Ming gulped, sure that he had never heard the song before, so he clicked on the author's personal page. It's a newcomer. Her name is Xingyao. The song is still his original. A lifetime of you. What a life with you. Xiao Ming flew back to the video interface again, and listened to the whole song again. He once again immersed in the song, as if the girl beside him, from the youthful years to accompany his own slowly grow old, and she no matter how to change, he adored her, from young to old, from one to the other. Xiao Ming's whole being was infected by the song. He quickly clicked like and wrote a whole bunch of comments. then forwarded it to the girl he liked. The next moment, as if he thought of something, he clicked forward again and forwarded it to the class group. Such a great song, how can it be buried? What Ming doesn't realize is that there are many others who repeat this action of his. Wang Gang is a company white collar. He is currently nestled in his car brushing Douyin. Upstairs is his home, but he does not want to go home. Since getting married and having children, his wife has become particularly nagging. Whenever he worked hard all day outside and still couldn't get some leisure when he came back home, he could always hear his wife counting herself out while cooking. Something about how much money that man makes and how obedient that child is. It's true what they say, after a woman becomes a yellow face, how to look at how enough panic. So he would nestle in the car for a while every day after work, enjoying this moment of peace and quiet, swiping through the various beauties on Douyin. He often thought how nice it would be if his wife turned out to be like this. Wang Gang thought like this, his fingers gently stroked again. Suddenly a gentle guitar sound broke into his ears. He looked at the video. It was a boy holding a guitar and playing. He was going to just cross it over, but the next moment the boy spoke. I woke up from crying because I dreamed you left. The voice entered Wang Gang's mind from his ears, and he froze for a moment, his fingers unconsciously stopping. Until the song was finished, Wang Gang was silent. The guitar sounded again and the song was sung all over again. But Wang Gang's thoughts drifted far away. It was when he first met his wife, when her face gradually became clear in his mind, and she had been a being pursued by many, but she had chosen herself in the end. He remembered his wife's knitted brows and smile, her brightness like a flower, and his own vows when he first got married. For richer or for poorer, in health or in sickness, in beauty or in loss of color, in good times or in bad, henceforth he would love her, comfort her, honor her, and protect her. One life, till death do us part. He remembered again the cheerful expression, the encouraging look on his wife's face when she prepared little surprises for him from time to time when his work was not as good as he would have liked. And when did one start to get bored? From when she didn't care about her when she was addicted to her work every day? Or from when she gave her a couple words every time she came home drunk? Thinking about it, Wang Gang suddenly burst into tears. Since when on earth had I neglected the person I once loved the most? As the song continued, Wang Gang quickly tapped a like, then turned off his phone, started his car and left the parking lot, and when he came back again, he hurried up the stairs, open the door, close it, and see the familiar figure in the kitchen. Why are you back so late today? You didn't know to give me a call. The food is getting cold. Hearing this familiar nagging voice, Wang Gang smiled as he quickly walked into the kitchen, wrapped one hand around his wife's waist, and rested his face on her shoulder. Nasty. What are you doing? The kids are still at home. Wang Gang looked at the wrinkles at the corners of his wife's eyes, looked at her rough hands from doing housework for a long time, and suddenly smiled. Then he pulled out a bouquet of fiery red roses from behind him, a bouquet as dainty as she had been back then. Honey, I love you. It's so good to have you. Chapter 8, Changing Lives Slowly. In just one night, the song A Lifetime of You killed madness on doo-wop. Gu Xingyi's gentle voice with the gentle melody of the guitar captured one fan after another, and the number of likes and comments rose at a rocket-like rate. More and more people, either because they received a forward from a friend, or because of the recommendation of people around them, when they clicked on the video one by one with curiosity, they were instantly attracted to the song, and in turn became part of the recommendation army themselves. The heat continues to fester. By the end of the day it wasn't just the fighting sounds, but even the perimeter blogs were starting to be talked about. At 10 o'clock that night, this video managed to kill the 5th on the Doujang hot search list. At this point in time, the Douyin headquarters, the door to the office of the director of operations, Yang Lin's office was knocked on, and she, who had just finished her day's work, frowned as she looked at the visitor with a serious expression. Pushing the door in, the technician Li took the tablet in his hand and wiped the fine sweat on his forehead as he looked at the usually thunderous boss in front of him. Director Yang, I have a special situation to report. Just now a video on the platform has made it to the hot search list in just 2 hours, and is now at the 5th of the hot searches. Yang Lin was not impressed. She still frowned and waved her hand to take the tablet handed by Li. What's the point of panicking? It's not the first time this has happened. Say, what big internet star has posted a new video again? It's not a big internet star. It's a new number that just signed up today. And this video didn't go through our push stream. The video content is just a song, Xiao Li said carefully, while observing Director Yang's face. But he knew that Director Yang hated people disturbing her during her break time. He was also betting on the value of this video now, because he's just heard the song, and honestly, he's suckered by the video. Hearing Xiao Li's words, Yang Lin's face really became surprised. A new number? One song? Unpushed streams and it kills it at number 5 on the Hot 100? As she said that, she sat back down on her office chair and clicked on the Douyin hot search, and then the look of surprise in her eyes became even more intense. 4 on the Hot 100? I'd like to see what kind of song this is. After the song, Yang Lin was silent. This was the first time she had heard such a good song on here in all the time she had been working at Douyin. Yan K opening the author's homepage and looking at his name. Starry Yao, a very nice name. Little Lee, you've done a great job. Give me a hand in pushing the stream of this video, so that more people can brush up to it, and make sure that this video is #1 on the hot search list tomorrow. Also, you're responsible for keeping an eye on this account. If there's a similar song next time, there's no need to report to me, just push it out. Lee nodded vigorously and happily took the tablet and left the office. He knew, he had gambled right, still sounding so good. Yang Ne tapped her fingers on the table a few times, as if she was thinking about something. A moment later, she picked up her phone, edited the private message, and sent it. 6 o'clock the next morning. The number of likes on this video in Douyin has come to a horrifying 500,000, and the number of comments is up to more than 200,000. You know that some of the big online bloggers, when they receive hundreds of thousands of likes, it's already awesome to have tens of thousands of comments. So this review conversion rate is really ridiculously high. The number of Gu Xingyi's fans, moreover, broke 1 million in one night. Become a millionaire blogger and overnight sensation with just one song and one video. Of course, most of these fans were fans of this video, and if Gu Xingyi didn't follow up with a song of the same quality as this video, he would be quickly forgotten by most people. Gu Xingyi got up at 5 o'clock. He didn't know that his song had caught fire out of the sky. He hurriedly washed up and then walked out of the house for today's morning exercise. This body was even worse than he had imagined, and after just a short while of running, he was already panting with exhaustion. So much so that he could only run for 20 minutes at a time before having to stop and take a break. After an hour of running and stopping like that, he finally ran 5 kilometers, which was the plan he had set for himself for the day. After resting a little in place and doing a few sets of push-ups, Gu Xingyi slowly moved towards home. By the time I got home, the time had come to 7:40 in the morning. Gu Xingyi just pushed open the door of his house and Xia Shiyao, who was washing out from the bathroom. Xia Shiyao's hair in front of her forehead was stained with water droplets and was wiping it with a towel. She was startled when she saw Gu Xingyi and looked a bit panicked. She looked at the sweaty Gu Xingyi a bit at a loss, but was still a bit panicked. I didn't know you went out. I'll go make dinner now. Gu Xingyi froze for a moment, a little embarrassed in the face of this situation, but still answered quickly. Is Nana still asleep? Xia Shiyao pursed her lips, lowered her head and hummed, her heart beating faster. The sunshine sent on Gu Xingyi's body after the exercise made her uncomfortable. Used to seeing his disheveled and ugly appearance, suddenly this sunny Gu Xingyi made her heart panic. She subconsciously avoided Gu Xingyi and quickly walked towards the kitchen. You go keep an eye on Nana-chan. I'll cook after I've had a bath. Do you have any dishes you want to eat? Gu Xingyi's slightly ingratiating voice rang out from behind her, and Xia Shiyao's footsteps stuttered. A long time later with a soft trilling voice before it rang out from her mouth. No, feel free to do whatever you want. I'm going to go watch the kids. After saying that, Xia Shiyao's footsteps accelerated, escaping and drilling into the bedroom. Gu Xingyi looked at the bedroom door that was closed, shrugged helplessly, and hummed a comfortable hot bath. This morning's physical exertion was a bit big. After taking a bath, Gu Xingyi felt like he was starving to the point of panic, and the original body's alcohol addiction had kicked in. Gu Xingyi was having a hard time. His mouth kept secreting saliva, and he could only relieve himself by frantically drinking hot water while he cooked his meal. Little Nai Nai also got up at this time, and after Xia Shiyao washed her up, she peeled herself against the kitchen doorframe and watched Gu Xingyi cook, still holding the doll Gu Xingyi gave her yesterday in her arms. Gu Xingyi turned around and saw the little guy. He grinned an ant-like smile at little Nai Nai and softly asked, "What does little Nai Nai want to eat this morning? Daddy will make it for you." The two braids on little Nai Nai's head wiggled slightly, tilting her little head in serious thought for half a day before her large eyes curved up. Steamed eggs. Nana loves steamed eggs. Good. Steamed eggs then, Gu Xingyi replied dotingly. He reached out his hand to rub little Nai Nai's little brain, and then quietly retracted it. He was afraid of scaring this little angel in front of him. Take your time. There's no rush, Gu Xingyi thought in his mind. Little Nai Nai was obviously slowly accepting himself, which made Gu Xingyi see hope. He couldn't help but be in a good mood. At the moment even his alcohol addiction and hunger seemed to be far away from him. Breakfast was still plentiful. White porridge, rolls, 1 meat and 2 veggies, and of course the steamed eggs that Nana herself had ordered. Gu Xingyi returned to his small bedroom as usual, letting the mother and daughter eat first. But what was better than before was that the two outside were clearly laughing more as they ate. Chapter 9 Shopping. Side lying in. Gu Xingyi lay on the bed and picked up his cell phone, which he had set to mute, to see how effective the video had been. Just after unlocking the phone, Gu Xingyi was shocked. That's how many notices. Only to see that in the notification bar of the cell phone screen, the notification messages of video likes, retweets and comments had all reached 99 plus. Gu Xingyi crossed out all these notifications with some trembling. He had a feeling that his song would be fire, but he genuinely didn't expect it to be this hot. It's simply horrible as hell. Luckily, I turned on the mute last night, or else the notification beep alone would have kept me awake all night. Gu Xingyi gulped and clicked on Douyin to open his homepage. The number of more than 1 million fans on the page almost blinded him. Even though he had seen a lot of wind and waves, he could not help but want to exclaim at this moment. You have to know that this world's Douyin platform is not compared to the original world. Even if the original world that has been developed and matured Douyin one night, more than 1 million bloggers are not a few. With an excited heart, Gu Xingyi continued to click on the video. More than 2 million likes and close to 1 million comments also made Gu Xingyi unable to stop raising a smile on his face. A song that became famous. It seemed that no one in this world had ever reached this achievement except for himself. And Gu Xingyi read it. The comments section was clear of favorable comments. All praises. And more people were calling for 2 more such good songs for themselves. Sure enough, a good song knows no time and place. The original world's good songs, not buried in this world, blossomed into its own luster, and managed to kill the Douyin hot search list one. Gu Xingyi also saw that there were already quite a few big internet celebrities covering their own version of the song, and even a few cover videos had killed the hot search list. However, they both specified that the original was themselves, so Gu Xingyi didn't pay much attention to it. Returning to his personal homepage, Gu Xingyi took another look at his account's private chat interface, which was basically full of advertisers seeking cooperation as well as all sorts of guild recruitment. Gu Xingyi ignored them. It was impossible to bring goods. Not in this lifetime. He was a man with a world in his head. How could he possibly carry goods just to make money? He couldn't do such a stupid thing as drying up the fish. The next moment is to witness the gains. Gu Xingyi clicked on Douyin's backstage wallet, and the earnings that came into view made him grin. Without picking up any advertisements or pushing the stream of the video, in just one day, this video generated a horrifying $320,000 from traffic alone. That's still the proceeds after taxes have already been paid. And it's just nice. Exhale. Gu Xingyi, who saw the proceeds, sighed in relief. There's money to be had, and days don't have to be so tight at last. Before, when he was holding all his belongings of more than $1,000, he was even careful to buy a grocery, and he couldn't even dare to imagine what would happen if something happened to a family with only this much money left. Now with this first bucket of money, he was naturally in a much lighter mood. After transferring the proceeds to the bank card, Gu Xingyi waited until the 2 people outside had finished eating and the sound of the room door rang out before he hurriedly pushed the door out for breakfast. After his morning exercise, his appetite was obviously much larger, and he didn't feel much full even after finishing all the meals on the table. But fortunately it's an early breakfast and you shouldn't eat too much. After brushing the dishes, Gu Xingyi copied his cell phone and hurried out of the house. The neighborhood where he now lives is located within the old part of the city of Zhengcheng. This neighborhood is now on the older side. The reason why I would buy a house here, all because it is cheap. He and Xia Shiyao, 2 people did not work for a long time to get married in the first place. The 2 hands do not have a lot of money. When they got married, they also envisioned a better house later. But unfortunately, 2 years after the marriage, the original Gu Xingyi not only did not find another job, but also lost all the savings of the 2. Even Xia Shiyao's cell phone was taken out and sold for booze, and all the money in the house was controlled by him. Coming out of the dilapidated neighborhood and merging into the flow of people, Gu Xingyi walked straight towards the mall she remembered. The mall is not far from the neighborhood, only 2 blocks away. The name is Blue Sky Mall. Very cheesy, but the goods inside are everything. It was also Gu Xingyi's first time here, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw a large domestic branded cell phone franchise called Somewhere 4, probably because most people were at work right now. There weren't many customers in the store, and a young female clerk was boredly applying nail polish at the counter. Her eyes clearly lit up when she saw Gu Xingyi come in, and she quickly greeted her. She was even a little happier to see such a handsome little brother visit her early in the morning. Handsome guy, want to buy a cell phone? Aha! Gu Xingyi nodded in response and cruised around the counter before selecting an azure-colored phone. The shopgirl was busy picking up the cell phone Gu Xingyi had chosen, and the smile on her face grew even wider. Handsome good eye. You choose this as our store's latest products. Not only the appearance of the beautiful, and this phone has 100 times the zoom, but also the world's first cell phone to support satellite calls. Oh, Gu Xingyi nodded and thought for a moment before adding, there are cell phone cards for sale here, right? Sure. Are you using it yourself? If you use it yourself, just run a card here. We are now running a card to recharge 100, not only have $100 of phone bill, but also send you 600 minutes of free talk time, 100 free text messages, as well as 50 GB of exclusive traffic. The female clerk more enthusiastic introduction up, straight to say the mouth dry. She did not expect this handsome man not only want to buy a cell phone worth more than 6,000, but also to run a card here. This makes you happy when your own commission is going up again. Gu Xingyi didn't have the heart to interrupt her introduction until she finished. Then he spoke. It's not that I'm getting a card. It's for my wife. Eh? The shopgirl was stunned for a moment, then looked at Gu Xingyi, and was inexplicably a little disappointed in her heart. Alas! How can such a young guy step into the grave of marriage so early? It's true that all good men are from other families and buy their wives thousands of dollars in cell phones without batting an eye. The shopgirl thought so, but her mouth was not ambiguous, and continued. Handsome man's wife is really lucky. I think this cell phone your wife will like it, but to get a cell phone card, you still need your wife herself to come in person with her ID. Okay, then please just help me put this cell phone together. Gu Xingyi scratched his head. He didn't realize that this world also required real name authentication to purchase a cell phone card, so he could only let the clerk wrap the phone first. Not long after, the phone was wrapped. Gu Xingyi swept the code to pay the money, and then hurriedly left the cell phone store under the warm cheer of the female clerk. He still had a lot of shopping to do and had already wasted quite a bit of time here. Has been busy until 10:30 at noon, full of Gu Xingyi before following the shopping mall specializing in the delivery of goods in a large truck, joyfully back home. Sure enough, a rich man's day is all about buying. That feeling, it's just awesome. Chapter 10, A Little Home with a New Look. After Gu Xingyi left the house, Xia Shiyao took little Nai Nai out of the bedroom. After Xia Shiyao cleaned up her home up and down, she sat on the sofa and looked at the turquoise blue sky outside the window. After 2 days of ventilation, the house had long since lost the smell of alcohol, and the fresh air that blew in from time to time along the windows made her feel unusually comfortable. Little Nai Nai, lying beside Xia Shiyao, was fiddling with her newly obtained doll. A pair of big eyes had long been bent into a crescent moon. Her smile over the past 2 days had become more visible to the naked eye, and the person had become a lot more cheerful. This is placed in the past as Xia Shiyao do not even dare to think about. Looking at the playful little Nai Nai, Xia Shiyao's mouth unconsciously curved up a small arc. This kind of day, it's so nice. Immediately after that, Xia Shiyao suddenly froze. She touched the corner of her mouth incredulously. Then she saw the ointment that was still quietly staying on the coffee table. Is that a laugh on its own? So, one can still laugh. Xia Shiyao fell into deep thought, and the living room was suddenly left with the sound of little Nai Nai playing alone. Ka-ching! The sudden sound of the door lock turning woke Xia Shiyao from her contemplation, and little Nai Nai flew up, hugging the doll and burrowing into Xia Shiyao's arms. Noises came from outside, and Gu Xingyi's familiar voice rang out. Hey! Slowly, slowly, don't scrape it. It needs to be erected and moved inside. Xia Shiyao was a little flustered. She quickly picked up little Nai Nai and wanted to go back into the bedroom, but her gaze couldn't help but curiously look towards the door. The figures of Gu Xingyi and an unfamiliar man were the first to appear in her field of vision, and they were carrying a cream-colored cloud-style sofa towards the inside of the room. Gu Xingyi's eyes clearly lit up when he saw Xia Shiyao, and his face carried a cheerful and joyful expression. Please can you pour me a few cups of hot water? Let the masters rest their feet after the rush later. Oh, okay, I'll pour. Xia Shiyao, who hadn't been in contact with outsiders for a long time, was a bit overwhelmed, but she also quickly reacted, holding little Nai Nai and quickly walking into the kitchen. The smile on Gu Xingyi's face intensified, and although he was now covered in sweat, he was still energized. He and his masters moved the new sofas they had procured into the house, and then the old original sofas, and then the TV, the refrigerator, the greenery, one by one. As if he was tireless, he did the work himself and carried it with the masters. Home in this piece of new furniture after the entrance instantly changed. The original old look suddenly new, re-emitting a picture of vitality. Xia Shiyao was like a ghost standing in the kitchen looking at all of a sudden. The look in her eyes from shock to unbelievable, to bewilderment, her hands holding little Nai Nai unconsciously harder. Little Nai Nai was originally dripping with big eyes looking at the furniture in front of her. After being hugged more and more tightly by Xia Shiyao, her big eyes turned to look at her own mother. Her face appeared aggrieved, and her little mouth also deflated. Mommy bad. Hugging hurts. Fortunately, Xia Shiyao quickly reacted and reset to a comfortable hugging position, and kissed little Nai Nai's cheeks with an apologetic face. Then she coaxed little Nai Nai while looking at Gu Xingyi, who had just finished working in the living room. He was haggling with the masters, and the old furniture that had been eliminated ended up being sold by him for all of $800. Xia Shiyao has some meat pains. Those furniture is a little old, but they are all in good condition. 800 is really too much of a loss. But what she was more curious about now was where Gu Xingyi had gotten so much money. According to the calculations in her mind, the family should be almost unable to uncover the money by now. Sending the masters away, Gu Xingyi returned to the living room once again with a large bag, surveying the fruits of his labor with satisfaction. Cream-colored sofa, pure white coffee table, 75-inch UHD LCD TV, 1.8-meter stand-up air conditioner, 550L cross-door refrigerator, double-potted greenery in front of the balcony. The originally small living room was suddenly filled with what can only be described as a contrast to the previous humble living room with only a sofa and coffee table. Sky's the limit. That's what home tastes like. Gu Xingyi picked up a towel and wiped the sweat from his face, placing the bag in his hand on the new coffee table and sitting his butt down on the fluffy sofa. The two mothers in the kitchen were still standing over there stupidly. At this time, little Nai Nai had already been put down by Xia Shiyao. She hugged her mother's thighs, like a curious baby, looking left and right, obviously exploring all these new things in the house. Seeing the little guy like this, Gu Xingyi had a smile on his face and his eyes narrowed into slits, suddenly feeling very accomplished. He held out a large pink toy from the large bag on the coffee table and placed it on the coffee table while his eyes kept looking at little Nina. As expected, upon seeing the toy, Nana's eyes were instantly drawn to it and she couldn't take her eyes off of it. One of her little hands was still gripping the doll tightly, while her other little hand grasped the hem of Xia Shiyao's coat, her head slightly stretched forward, trying to get a good look at what kind of toy was in Gu Xingyi's hands. A small look of wanting to come over but not daring to do so made Gu Xingyi's nose sour. Other people's 3-year-olds would be jumping into their dad's arms with joy at this point, right? The original sense of accomplishment instantly disappeared. Gu Xingyi secretly clenched his own fists and then loosened them. He reached out his hand and beckoned to little Nai Nai, looking at little Nai Nai dotingly. Nai Nai, come over here and see what daddy got you? Little Nai Nai didn't run over immediately. She first raised her little face to look at her mother, seeing Xia Shiyao's lips move without saying anything. Then she walked over with the same steps. Gu Xingyi had already unpacked the toys at this time, revealing the real face inside. He looked at the little Nai Nai stopped in front of the coffee table and did not move, followed by, wow, it's a princess house. Hey, what should I do? The princess house is so messy. Little Nai Nai want to decorate her home for the little princess together with dad? Little Nai Nai heard Gu Xingyi's words, a pair of eyes shining brightly, eyes obviously with longing, her small body again to the front of the sofa, until it came to the side of Gu Xingyi's legs, holding onto the fluffy sofa to look at the pink princess house on the coffee table. Gu Xingyi at this time a gentle smile, picked up the princess house within the small princess. In the small Nai Nai's eyes shake, petulant sigh, the small princess has not been dressed up. Dad will not. Small Nai Nai to help dad will be the small princess dressed up beautifully. Okay, Gu Xingyi said while handing the little princess to little Nai Nai. Little Nai Nai blinked her big eyes, looked at Gu Xingyi, and then tentatively raised her little hand slowly until it touched the little princess in Gu Xingyi's hand. Not far away, Xia Shiyao stood there, unable to help but hold her breath, her gaze fixed on little Nai Nai's outstretched little hand. Gu Xingyi kept his smile as he placed the little princess into little Nai Nai's hand and tried to hold little Nai Nai's little hand with his own big hand, until the warm and soft little hand was held in his own. The corners of Gu Xingyi's lips rose slightly. Only then did he pick up the little princess's long pink dress once more, holding little Nai Nai's tiny hand in one hand and handing over the little dress with the other. Gentleness ringing once more from his mouth. Dressing the little princess is on little Nai Nai. Daddy is so stupid. Nai Nai teach daddy okay? Daddy's hand is so warm, even warmer than mommy's. Little Nai Nai looked at the little princess in front of her, and then looked at the aggrieved Gu Xingyi, and suddenly smiled. Cluck 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 cluck, daddy's so stupid. Nana come and teach daddy. The little one smiled with her little white teeth showing. Her almond eyes even turned into 2 curved crescent moons. She leaned on Gu Xingyi's lap and took the little dress Gu Xingyi handed her. Moving clumsily, she slipped it on the little princess. Gu Xingyi laughed along with him as he humbly accepted the little guy's teachings, learning how to dress the little princess. At this moment, the modest room suddenly brightened. Chapter 11, A Home with a Temperature. The sound of father-daughter laughter echoed through the living room, and for the first time since she was 3 years old, little Nana scrunched up in her daddy's arms to play and feel his unique warmth. This was also Gu Xingyi's first time bringing up a baby and enjoying the fun of having a cute baby at home. And for the 10,000-year-old single dog, this was definitely a good start. On one side, Xia Shiyao leaned on the doorframe, quietly watching this beautiful scene in front of her, her eyes moist. She didn't even dare to gasp aloud for fear of interrupting the dreamlike scene, and for the first time, that heart that had been so firmly set down appeared to falter. It would be nice, perhaps, if it could go on like this forever. The father-daughter duo didn't have long to play. Little Nai Nai was still decorating the princess house under Gu Xingyi's guidance, when Gu Xingyi looked up and saw Xia Shiyao, who was leaning against the kitchen doorframe in a daze. The sunlight outside happened to spill down the gap in the curtains onto her slim body, and her whitewashed light blue shirt was unusually blinding at this moment, making Gu Xingyi unable to stop squinting. Mother and daughter really do look alike, not only in their eyes, but also in the obviously smaller clothes they're wearing, which seems to be a parent-child outfit. Gu Xingyi was in a trance and suddenly remembered that this was indeed a parent-child outfit, which was secretly bought by Xia Shiyao behind his back on little Nai Nai's second birthday, and then discovered by the original owner. Xia Shiyao was beaten and her cell phone was sold by the original owner. The original owner also had one, but it had long since been used by him as a rag in some trash heap. Gu Xingyi, who remembered this, was silent. The next second Gu Xingyi staggered to his feet, covered his mouth and ran to the bathroom and started to vomit madly. Gu Xingyi now realized what kind of disgusting sense of anger would arise when a person with a conscience, reviewing such behavior from a first viewpoint. How can we know the pain of others without their suffering? This sudden turn of events scared the two mothers outside. Xia Shiyao was even more frightened and shivered, quickly walking to the front of the sofa to take little Nai Nai into her arms. Little Nai Nai vigorously burrowed into Xia Shiyao's arms, fearing that if he was a step late that father who had finished vomiting would suddenly come out and scold himself and his mother like before. Dad used to be as scary as a man-eating tiger after every time he made that kind of noise. Half a day later, Gu Xingyi walked out of the bathroom in a sorry state. His eyes were bloodshot and red. Looking at the frightened Xia Shiyao and little Nai Nai, his heart was even harder to bear, and his stomach couldn't stop churning. But he still held back his discomfort and spoke weakly to them. I'm sorry for scaring you guys. I'm just a little uncomfortable. He was uncomfortable, unusually uncomfortable. The memories in his mind, what the original owner did, made him unable to stop flooding with nausea, especially when he thought of himself now occupying his body. Gu Xingyi's whole body was as if there were millions of ants crawling on his body. Looking at Xia Shiyao and little Nai Nai still looking at themselves warily, Gu Xingyi sighed heavily, bypassing Xia Shiyao, who was holding the child and silently walking into the kitchen. He picked up the dishes and washed them. Nina probably hasn't had enough yet, so why don't you take her and play a little longer, and I'll make lunch. The sound of the water flowing was small, and Gu Xingyi was very serious. Xia Shiyao took a closer look at Gu Xingyi's side face, which was so familiar and yet so strange. Eventually she nodded and sat down where he had been sitting before with little Nana in her arms. Little Nana sneaked her little head out of her mom's arms, and after realizing that her dad was still the same gentle dad, a smile finally lifted up on her little face again. The unexpected end of a father-daughter bonding session turned into leisure time for mother and daughter. Smoke and fire in the kitchen, soft voices outside the kitchen, until lunch was ready and the smell of the meal wafted through the living room. When Xia Shiyao saw him silently return to the side bedroom after serving the meal on the table, the corners of her mouth moved slightly, but she was unable to utter a single word. As she ate her meal, little Nina, with her little spoon in her mouth, suddenly turned her head to look at her mom, her little brow furrowed and a puzzled expression on her face. Mommy, why doesn't Daddy eat with us anymore? Xia Shiyao was chewing on a piece of small fried meat in small bites. This was her favorite dish, no matter before or after marriage. She rarely ate it anymore because Gu Xingyi couldn't eat spicy food. Hearing her daughter's question, Xia Shiyao unconsciously turned her head to look in the direction of the side sleeper, and then turned back to look at her daughter with a puzzled face. She suddenly smiled a little. This smile was as beautiful as a spring flower in bloom. That's because Mom and Dad aren't ready, I guess. The little one didn't understand and her little brow furrowed even more as her tiny little brain didn't comprehend her mom's words at all. Gu Xingyi in the bedroom was fuming. He knew that his sudden vomiting was due to a heart problem, but he couldn't change anything. Even though he kept reassuring himself subconsciously that it wasn't his fault, it still didn't change the fact that he was who he was. The helpless Gu Xingyi could only take out his cell phone and flip through the Douyin videos to divert his attention. His own video was still high on the hot search list, and many of the comments below were urging him to come up with another new song. But he had no thoughts on that now. Making money was a means to an end, not an end in itself. The video is still slowly generating revenue right now, although that revenue will dwindle by the day, and within a few days there should even be no revenue at all. But now that he had exactly enough money for his family's daily life, he didn't need to release a new video just for the sake of money. At this time, the movement of washing dishes outside came. Gu Xingyi put down his cell phone, pushed open the bedroom door and walked out. There was still food left for him on the dining table. Xia Shiyao was in the kitchen washing dishes, while little Nai Nai ran to the sofa again, fiddling with her new toys. The doll that Gu Xingyi had given her earlier had also been put inside the princess house, lying side by side with the little princess on the small sofa inside the princess house. Seeing her father come out, little Nai Nai wasn't as scared as she was before. She just dripped big eyes and looked at Gu Xingyi, the anticipation in her eyes clear as day. The little guy is trying to continue to get his daddy to play with his toys. Gu Xingyi laughed a little and walked up to tenderly touch her little head. But he didn't play with the little one. Instead he sat on the sofa and turned his head in the direction of the kitchen. Seeing that her father had no intention of playing with her, little Nai Nai pouted her little lips in disappointment as she propped herself up on the edge of the sofa and sat on her butt, leaning against Gu Xingyi's side to play with herself. Xia Shiyao had just come out of the kitchen when she saw Gu Xingyi staring at her. Her heart couldn't help but feel a pang of nervousness, and she didn't know where to put her hands, so she could only pinch the corners of her clothes helplessly. Seeing Xia Shiyao in such a low-browed and submissive manner, Gu Xingyi couldn't help but frown, and in his heart, he silently sighed. It was because of this gentle and introverted nature of hers that she had emboldened the demon to bully her so much in the past. Thinking of this, Gu Xingyi's slightly furrowed brows loosened, took out the cell phone he had just bought from the coffee table and placed it on the table, still looking at Xia Shiyao with a soft tone. I bought you a cell phone. See if you like it, and there's something else I want to discuss with you. Can you sit over here? Xia Shiyao was originally keeping her head down, and it was only after she heard Gu Xingyi's words that she raised her head to look at Gu Xingyi. The first thing she met was Gu Xingyi's clean and clear eyes. Then she saw the brand new cell phone case on the table. Xia Shiyao hesitated for a moment, and only after a few moments did she let out a soft hum and slowly walked over to the sofa and sat down. There's something to discuss? Chapter 12, Getting Out of the House. The voice was so soft that Gu Xingyi had to strain his ears to hear it. Gu Xingyi didn't answer, but picked up the cell phone case on the table and unwrapped it for himself. The new azure-colored cell phone was taken out by him. Removing the protective cover and turning it on, the pleasant start-up ringtone sounded. Gu Xingyi simply set it up and handed it over to Xia Shiyao's face. Here's the phone for you. You need to get your own cell phone card. I've saved my number in there, so if I'm not home later, you can call me if anything happens. Gu Xingyi said while pulling out another pile of money from his pocket and placing it in front of her. This is the cash I just withdrew. It's okay to take the child out for a walk in the afternoon. It's not good to stay at home all the time. If there's anything you want to buy some, especially clothes. I see that both of you have much smaller clothes. And also, do a bank card. It's not safe or convenient to carry cash. Gu Xingyi shattered his words and said what was on his mind in one breath. Xia Shiyao raised her head, staring tightly at the man in front of her, listening to his broken chatter, her eyes slowly reddening. Gu Xingyi saw that Xia Shiyao was hesitant to take over her cell phone. He helplessly touched his nose. Is it because you don't like the phone? I bought it because I looked at the color and it was the newest model. So if you don't like it, you can go buy another one you like. Xia Shiyao shook her head and took another deep look at Gu Xingyi. No, I quite like it, thank you. Her voice was still soft, a little choked with a slight trill. The two men's eyes suddenly locked together, and Gu Xingyi glanced away unnaturally, but in his heart, he was relieved. If you like it, you're welcome. Well, I'm going to eat first. After saying that, Gu Xingyi stood up and quickly walked to the table to feast. In fact, Xia Shiyao was still wondering where Gu Xingyi got so much money to buy these things, but Gu Xingyi didn't say anything, so she naturally wouldn't take the initiative to ask. She picked up the new phone on the table and took a look at it. The azure-colored phone shell was very textured, and there was a special charger in the box. Even Gu Xingyi had bought the earphones and put them aside. A pure white in-ear headset. Little Nai Nai on one side also put down the toys in her hands at this time, and her little head came over to look curiously at the new cell phone in her mother's hand. Xia Shiyao obediently raised her hand and touched the little one's head, and the big one and the little one stared at the cell phone and started to study it, because he had sweated a lot all morning. After Gu Xingyi had eaten and brushed the dishes, he wanted to take a hot bath, but the two of them had actually stayed in the living room today, causing him to be embarrassed to take a bath at this time, so he could only go back to the side bedroom in a somewhat depressed manner. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky outside was finally no longer so hot. Xia Shiyao sat on the sofa and hesitated for a while, but still picked up the money on the table and led little Nai Nai out of the house. Nana hadn't been out for a long time. She loved to go out and play outside, but her mom never took her out before and her dad didn't allow them to go out, so she seemed unusually happy to go out this time. The little one held a doll in one hand and held his mom in the other, bouncing all the way, with a pair of big round eyes looking around. Everything out there was new to her. Just Xia Shiyao was a bit formal. Her walking steps did not feel faster. Looking at the pedestrians coming and going on the road, she inexplicably had some inferiority complex, especially with this ill-fitting clothes on her and Nikina. She always felt that other people's eyes would always look at her twice more without realizing it. The mall wasn't far. She vaguely remembered crossing 2 streets to get there. The place had changed a bit from the mall she remembered. In only 2 years, it seemed to be more elaborately decorated. As soon as she entered the door, she saw a cell phone store with a counter for cell phone cards. Xia Shiyao hesitated for a moment before leading the child inside. There were quite a lot of people in the store, and the clerks all looked busy. Xia Shiyao, who hadn't interacted with anyone for a long time, stood in place somewhat bewildered. Luckily, there was a female sales clerk who spotted her and little Nai Nai and took the initiative to walk up and touch little Nai Nai's head first. Then with a smile on her face, she said, "The little guy is so good. Is the pretty girl going to buy a cell phone?" Hearing someone praise little Nai Nai, Xia Shiyao's face also raised a smile as she shook her head. "No, I have a cell phone. I want a cell phone card. Can I get one now?" The female clerk still had a smile on her face, guiding Xia Shiyao to the counter as she spoke. "Yes, this way please. We have several packages for you to choose from here. But can I ask what brand of cell phone you have? If it is our store brand cell phone for cell phone card is a discount. Oh, Hearing the offer, Xia Shuriao's eyes lit up for a moment as she quickly took out her cell phone from her pocket and handed it to the female clerk, softly inquiring, "Is this okay? It seems like it's your brand, and it was just bought in the morning." The shopgirl's expression froze as she once again took a closer look at Xia Shuriao. There hadn't been two of the newest cell phones sold today, and they were here to apply for a cell phone card. So the female clerk naturally thought of Gu Xingyi in the morning. So this mother and daughter are the wife and child of that handsome guy in the morning? Just how come both of them are so skinny? And the clothes were obviously ill-fitting. That handsome guy doesn't look like he's bad to his wife and daughter, right? And the pair is so pretty. It shouldn't be. The shopgirl couldn't figure it out. But she didn't ask more questions and exclaimed with a smile on her face, "Wow, so the handsome man who came over to buy a cell phone this morning is your husband? You are really happy. This is our newest cell phone here. With this cell phone you can apply for this package. Recharge 100 get 100 free. Free to send 600 minutes of free talk time." It was still a passionate service. Only this time the object of service changed from Gu Xingyi to Xia Shuriao. Xia Shuriao was talked to in a daze and paid the money to successfully run the card, until she walked out of the cell phone store. Her mind still echoed with the enthusiastic voice of the female clerk. "It's horrible." However, she actually said that Gu Xingyi was a good man. Xia Shuriao really wanted to tell him, "Why don't you take such a good man home?" After buying a cell phone card, Xia Shuriao did a bank card to deposit all the money in her hand. In addition to the money left to do a cell phone card 4,009, Gu Xingyi this time to give her a whole 5,000. Walking out of the bank with her cell phone and bank card, Xia Shuriao looked around at the skyscrapers and suddenly felt alive. Now she can leave with her children, get a job to support herself and her children with this money in her hand, and even go back to pursuing her dreams. The sudden freedom made Xia Shuriao stand still for a long time in a daze, until a tender childish voice rang in her ears. "Mommy, Mommy, can Nana have an ice cream?" She instantly snapped back to her senses, and beside her, Nana was still holding her hand, her round eyes staring straight at the ice cream parlor not far away, her mouth watering from the corners of her mouth. Xia Shuriao smiled, smiling so brightly and brilliantly. "Yes, but only one is allowed, or your belly will hurt." "Good. Nana loves Mommy the most." Chapter 13, Coaxing the Little One to Sleep. The pair finally went out. Gu Xingyi took a beautiful shower. He didn't have the slightest idea that there was a possibility that Xia Shuriao outside might not come back. After taking a bath, Gu Xingyi began to prepare up today's dinner. 2 meat and 2 veggies on a daily basis. And for the main course he was going to make some soup noodles tonight. But since he didn't know when they would be back, Gu Xingyi was afraid that the noodles would be lumpy and not tasty. So he didn't make them now. After bringing the dishes to the table and cutting the noodles and placing them on the counter, Gu Xingyi returned to the living room, collapsed on the sofa, and picked up his cell phone to brush up on his parenting scriptures. What if the child doesn't eat? Just give them a beating. That's not good enough. Cross out, cross out. Little Nai Nai was so good. How could she not eat? Besides such a cute little one, he couldn't afford to touch a single finger of her. Until Gu Xingyi was a little sleepy from all the brushing. He yawned and looked at the time in the upper right corner. It's 7 p.m. Why aren't they back yet? Gu Xingyi suddenly sat up straight. No way. Nothing could have happened to them, could it? Gu Xingyi was a little nervous, busy standing up and putting on his shoes to go out to look for the two of them, but he just opened the door to his room, but he happened to run into them coming back from outside. A fragrant breeze blew in through the doorway. Gu Xingyi completely froze. At this moment, Xia Shuriao's mouth was humming an unknown ditty. Her gait relaxed. The corners of her mouth curled up to indicate that she was in a good mood right now. She was holding a couple of handbags in her hand, and Nana was holding her by the corner of her coat in one hand, and in the other hand was still the doll he had given her. The reason that made Gu Xingyi freeze the most was that the two of them had already changed into new clothes that fit. The same white shirt printed with small flowers underneath a pleated long skirt dancing gently in the wind. It's true that a man is only as good as his clothes. A small group of people went out as if they had suddenly changed their appearance, and Gu Xingyi didn't dare to look at them directly. Although he didn't dare to look at her directly in the first place, the two pairs of agile and lovely almond eyes obviously froze for a moment when they saw Gu Xingyi, and the next moment, little Nai Nai sweetly leaned up and called out to her father. Obviously little Nai Nai, who went out to play today and changed into new clothes, was in an extremely pleasant mood. This cry of daddy almost made Gu Xingyi's soul fly, and he even answered with a tremor in his voice before squatting down and rubbing little Nai Nai's hair. Munchkins are so foul. Key at the moment. Nana was cute in her adorableness, and cute with the quirkiness of a small child. This made Gu Xingyi instantly defeated, and his original nervousness instantly relaxed. He took the cute little guy in his arms and led the way into the house. Daddy's going to make you noodles for dinner today. Okay, the kind with 2 eggs. Good. Nina likes eggs. Nina loves daddy the most. Outside the door, Xia Shuriao and the wind messy. The little guy just said that he loves his mom the most. Turn this on, mutiny? Nana didn't have to wait long. The noodles with eggs were soon ready. Gu Xingyi brought the noodles to her and scratched her little nose before habitually turning around and walking towards the bedroom. Gu Xingyi had just turned around, but he didn't want to be suddenly tugged by the little guy on his coat. Daddy, can you eat with Nana? The soft voice sounded again. Gu Xingyi turned his head back to meet little Nai Nai's expectant gaze. He hesitated a little and stole a glance at Xia Shiyao who was sitting next to him. Xia Shiyao didn't speak or look at him, as if she didn't hear little Nai Nai's words, shivering the noodles in front of her. Gu Xingyi seemed speechless. In front of this situation is really difficult to deal with. To kill to death to give a quick word this is not speak has a few meanings? Gu Xingyi, who was a single dog for 10,000 years, really couldn't figure out what the woman in front of him meant, so he could only try and test the waters. Then I'll stay and eat with little Nai Nai? Yay! Daddy, sit next to Nina. He was answered by Nana happily patting the chair on the other side of the room. Gu Xingyi rubbed his nose, and with an unnatural expression, he brought another bowl of noodles from the kitchen and sat down next to little Nai Nai. Mom sat on the left-hand side. Dad sat on the right-hand side. In the middle of the little Nai Nai for the first time being surrounded by Mom and Dad. The smile on his face has not been broken. Even eating are extra hard to get up. Directly will be full of a bowl of noodles eaten clean. In the end, Xia Shiyao was afraid that the little one would not be allowed to eat anymore for fear that she would eat too much. And only then did the little one give up. Just after the meal, Xiao Nai Nai's wish for her mom and dad to play Princess House with her was defeated. And in the end, only Gu Xingyi was left to play with Xiao Nai Nai alone. And Xia Shiyao returned to the master bedroom alone after having dinner. Gu Xingyi could understand this. To be able to allow herself to eat together at the table, Xia Shiyao must have already done a tremendous amount of mental struggle. Gu Xingyi put himself into Xia Shiyao's position and thought about it. If it was himself trying to get along with his enemies after the kind of treatment he had suffered in the past, he certainly couldn't do it himself. It's not right. If it was himself, then the original Gu Xingyi must not even be able to find his body now. The kind you chop up and feed to the dogs. After playing with Nana until 9 p.m., Nana was so sleepy that she was nodding her little head from time to time, but she still didn't want to go to bed. During this time Gu Xingyi also discovered a very serious problem. That was that little Nai Nai was now 3 years old. But the little guy couldn't even take off his shoes by himself until now. You should know that normal 3-year-olds are at the age where they go to kindergarten. In this regard, Gu Xingyi also knows that this is the result of the previous dysfunctional family environment. Cannot be rushed, but he still felt incomparably disturbed. It was at this moment that Xia Shiyao walked out from the bedroom. She didn't speak. She just silently gazed at Gu Xingyi and little Nai Nai on the sofa, the meaning in her eyes clear and unambiguous. Gu Xingyi understood in a second. He picked little Nai Nai up from the sofa and kissed her on her little face before saying with a smile in his eyes, "Little Nai Nai, it's time to go to bed. Tomorrow, Daddy will play with you again, okay?" Little Nai Nai's eyes that were originally about to squint opened slightly. She looked at Gu Xingyi's face and then twisted her head to look at Xia Shiyao. Then her little head suddenly buried itself between her father's neck. "Nana wants to sleep with Daddy tonight." The sudden words caused Gu Xingyi to be somewhat at a loss for words, and also caused Xia Shiyao's face to darken slightly. Feared the sudden quietness of the air. Gu Xingyi looked at Xia Shiyao with an innocent face. This was the little guy's own idea. It really wasn't him flirting. Xia Shiyao secretly clenched her fists. This little white-eyed wolf. In vain she took care of her for so long. It's only been 2 days before she was corrupted by the enemy's sugarcoating. In the end, the little one got her way. Xia Shiyao simply gave her a wash. The little one beautifully drilled into her father's nest. Little Nai Nai, like a wombat, hugged Gu Xingyi's neck, unwilling to let go. And Gu Xingyi let her hold herself like this. This was Gu Xingyi's first time putting a baby to bed, and he remembered his online parenting experience. So he gently told little Nai Nai a bedtime story. Today Daddy is telling the story of the Snow Queen. Once upon a time, a long, long time ago, there was a beautiful land where the king had 2 very lovely daughters, one of whom was called Elsa. It was also the first time little Nai Nai had slept in her daddy's white arms and the first time he had read her a bedtime story. From the first time Dad cooked for her, the first time he bought her a gift, and now 2 more firsts. With immense contentment in her heart, Nakina fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 14 Dorothy. Early the next morning, little Nai Nai was still asleep. Gu Xingyi still got up early. He gingerly pushed open his bedroom door and made his way to the living room, ready to go out for his morning run. The next moment, he rubbed his eyes as if he couldn't believe it. The ointment on the coffee table in the living room was surprisingly gone. Gu Xingyi's eyes gradually glowed, and his face even pulled out a knowing smile. It was with pleasure that he left the house today. Morning jogging and bathing plus cooking, Gu Xingyi spent a total of more than 2 hours. After making breakfast, he had one more task for the day, getting his daughter out of bed. Little Nai Nai was awakened by Gu Xingyi's gentle voice. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, and the first time she saw Gu Xingyi, A cute and delicate smile gradually bloomed on her face. The little guy stretched out his two soft arms in a gesture of wanting his daddy to hug him. Gu Xingyi immediately reached out and gently picked her up, putting on the new clothes she had just bought yesterday for her. Before carrying her out the door to wash up, Gu Xingyi had learned how to take care of small children on video. But theory was still theory, and now once he practiced it, he realized how difficult it was. The little one's body was too delicate. He didn't dare to exert himself, so the whole process seemed clumsy, especially when tying the little one's hair. He was even more overwhelmed, busy half a day, and in the end, he could only tie it up in a crooked way. Daddy's a big dummy. Seeing her crooked hair in the mirror, little Nai Nai pouted and mocked Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi pinched her little nose, causing little Nai Nai to giggle and giggle, also reaching out her little hand to pinch his nose. Xia Shiyao came out from the bedroom and saw this cozy scene between father and daughter. She didn't say anything, just silently walked into the kitchen to bring out the breakfast. Perhaps even she hadn't realized that the corners of her mouth had long since quirked up slightly without her realizing it. After the family of three had a simple breakfast, Gu Xingyi didn't return little Nai Nai back to Xia Shiyao, but continued to bring little Nai Nai to the sofa to play Princess House. Only this time, Gu Xingyi had inadvertently instilled some very simple numbers, from 1 to 10, into little Nai Nai's little head during her playtime with her. After discovering little Nai Nai's problem, Gu Xingyi secretly formulated a plan to cultivate the little one's independent learning in the midst of his usual playfulness. Starting from simple numbers to some general knowledge of life, he would slowly teach Nana. Obviously this wasn't going to work overnight, but it was good that little Nai Nai was very smart. It was just that no one had taught her any of this before, and now under Gu Xingyi's unconscious guidance, she quickly remembered some of this knowledge. Moreover, Gu Xingyi realized that since Xia Shiyao came back yesterday, it seemed like she had suddenly changed into a different person, though she was still as silent as ever. There was clearly more of a glow in her brow that hadn't been there in the past. As it was, she didn't go back to her bedroom at this point, but sat on the other side of the couch fiddling with her cell phone, looking over at herself and her children from time to time. This was a good sign, making Gu Xingyi feel much more comfortable in his heart. Xia Shiyao downloaded WeChat, Weibo, Douyin and other software while observing the interaction between the father and daughter. At this time, she also discovered that Gu Xingyi was subliminally teaching little Nai Nai, and as she watched without moving, a hint of sweetness flooded her heart. She had wanted to teach her children for a long time, but it was just that their lives had been hard enough in their previous home environment, so how could she afford to teach little Nana like a normal mother? Xia Shiyao withdrew her gaze and looked at the cell phone screen. This is worthy of the newest phone. The software download speed is very fast, just a few seconds. Several software has been downloaded. The moment Xia Shiyao boarded her WeChat, an unread message popped up. It was the little assistant who had been with her for 2 years before, Dorothy. Her WeChat was only those few people in total. In addition to Gu Xingyi, there were also a few from her previous company. Dorothy's messages had been non-stop from the time she'd gotten married until 2 days ago, mostly asking how she was doing, only she hadn't been able to reply. Looking at this series of messages, Xia Shiyao's heart warmed slightly, and she immediately replied back, "I'm sorry, Joy. I haven't been able to return your messages before. I'm fine now. Don't worry." Not 2 seconds after the message was sent, the message from the other side came back in seconds. "Sister Shiyao, you're finally alive. I thought you wouldn't bother with me after you got married. Woohoo! Sister Shiyao, you don't know, since you disappeared, the company has been full of gossip, especially that nasty Lu Qian, who has been arrogant for the past 2 years. She's been saying bad things about you, that you deserve it, and it's really pissing me off." Seeing Leilei's message, Xia Shiyao's small mouth pursed up slightly. Lu Qian was right. She did deserve it. Previously, when he was in the company, he had always pressed Lu Qian, and it was reasonable that Lu Qian would be like this after retiring from the circle. But his own little assistant was as perky as ever. "Happy, how have you been? How's life?" Xia Shiyao didn't respond to Leilei's words, but instead asked about her recent situation. "I'm fine, don't worry, Sister Shioyo. I'm a strong man who can't be defeated. It's just that I miss Sister Shioyo. Oh, Sister Shioyo, will you still make a comeback?" Xia Shiyao was stunned for a moment, and a trace of longing passed through her eyes. Will he make a comeback himself? She twisted her head to look at Gu Xingyi and then at little Nai Nai, and after a moment, the longing in her eyes slowly faded. "It should. It won't. But if Lok Lok misses me, we can go out sometime to see each other." At this time in the Tianmei Entertainment Building in the center of Jiangqing City, a small girl with a height of about 1.6 m put down the weight on her shoulders. Her small face with a slight baby fat was flushed, and there were 2 dimples hanging on both sides of her cheeks. At the moment she couldn't wait to jump up and down with excitement, and her hands were even more excited as she kept tapping away on her cell phone. But soon, a sharp female voice roused her from her enlightenment. "Dorothy, are you slacking off? Hurry up and work. Do you still think you're the assistant of the previous popular young flower? Get lost if you don't want to work. Dorothy looked up. The owner of the voice was a woman with a foxy face. Her face raised upwards, her slender willow eyes filled with disdain. What are you looking at? Why don't you carry the equipment to the studio? Can you afford to pay for delaying my recording? Dorothy gave the woman a blank look and a dark twit, but still shouldered the equipment on the floor and headed for the recording studio. Okay, Shioyo. I'm on vacation this Saturday. Call me when you're free. Xia Shuriao looked at such a message and a smile finally hung on her face. She scrolled through WeChat again, saw that there was nothing else to be found, and then switched back to Siege, on which her last update was still 2 years ago, a statement announcing her retirement from the circle. The original hundreds of thousands of fans has now become a few thousand. In addition to zombie fans, surprisingly, there are some old fans often leave messages concerned about their own. Randomly scrolling through the peripatetic hotspots, they're all about the latest frills, but surprisingly a couple of them are talking about a song that's recently exploded in popularity. A Lifetime with You. A divine song. Mysterious singer breaks 1 million fans overnight with just one video. Xing Yao? Who the hell is he? An in-depth analysis that takes you through a recent treasure of a song. The song that soared to #1 on the Douyo Hot 100 overnight. Listen to it. Xia Shuriao was quite curious about what the recently exploded song was like, so she searched for the title and clicked in. The inside of the post is sprawled with a large comment from the blogger, all words praising the song, with a link attached below. Xia Shuriao tapped the link, and the phone screen automatically jumped to a video interface of Douyin. A familiar figure appears on the screen and a familiar guitar melody plays. Then the familiar song echoed through the living room. I woke up from crying because I dreamed you left. Chapter 15, Courageous Outburst. The living room was steeply silent, with only the sound of the song echoing in the ears of the three. Gu Xingyi awkwardly twisted his head, and little Nai Nai's big eyes fluttered into Xia Shuriao's arms as she looked at the cell phone screen. Xia Shuriao completely froze. This familiar song. Wasn't it the song that came out of the room 2 days ago? So Gu Xingyi was recording a video that day? It was still little Nai Nai who was the first to speak out. She stretched out her little finger towards the cell phone screen and looked up at Xia Shuriao, her big eyes full of curiosity. It's Daddy. Daddy's on the phone. Well, it's Daddy then. Xia Shuriao responded by stroking the little one's head. She now realized why Gu Xingyi would have so much money to replace the furniture for her family. The number of likes was several million. Could she not have money? She twisted her head to look at Gu Xingyi's well-defined side face, her eyes complex and inexplicable. Little Nai Nai got his mom's answer. Even happier, pounced back into Xingyi's arms again, 2 little short hands holding his dad's face, big eyes full of bright light, milky voice. Daddy is so gentle. Nana wants to sing and get into the phone too, with 2 soft little hands pressed against his face. Gu Xingyi's eyes gradually melted as he similarly cupped his daughter's little face with his 2 big hands and asked in a soft voice, Does Nai Nai also like to sing? Love it, Nana replied without hesitation as she curled her big eyes. Gu Xingyi's smile grew even wider. Okay, then Daddy teach little Nai Nai to sing, and when Nai Nai learns how to do it, she'll sing it in her cell phone, okay? Little Nai Nai kept nodding her little head, then happily gave Gu Xingyi a hard kiss on the side of his face. 3-0. Gu Xingyi, who had been rewarded, was instantly beaming with joy, and darted back to the side bedroom to take the guitar out under the little one's eyes full of adoration. Back on the couch, Gu Xingyi hugged his guitar and tuned the strings. He turned his head and saw Xia Shuriao and little Nai Nai both looking at him with unblinking eyes. Gu Xingyi's face reddened for a rare moment. Then he stroked the strings of the zither. Today Daddy created a children's song that belongs to little Nai Nai. Daddy will sing it once for Nai Nai to listen to, and the next time Daddy will sing one line, Nai Nai will sing one line after him. Okay? Aha! Little Nana nodded cheerfully, her little face filled with anticipation. This song is called Courage Busters. Listen up, Nana. After saying that, Gu Xingyi gently swept the strings of the zither, and a light melody then resounded in the living room. Nana's sense of rhythm was surprisingly good as she bobbed her head and gently swayed to the melody. Gu Xingyi couldn't help but swing his body along with the little one. Looking at this pair of father and daughter who were moving at the same frequency, Xia Shuriao's eyes gradually softened. A smile quietly surfaced on her face. She actually joined their rhythm. Here we go. As the intro ended, Gu Xingyi was busy informing little Nai Nai with a sound, and then the cheerful song sang out from his mouth. A seed was planted in my heart, da-da-dee-da-da-da. It's got the magic to grant little wishes. I hear every kid wants it. Ready? Oh, yeah, let's explore. The cheerful sound of the guitar and Gu Xingyi's cheerful singing resounded through the living room. The little one was indeed a musical performer, and she kept doing her movements in time with Gu Xingyi's song. Her big eyes lit up, matching Mo's movements. It was about to sprout Gu Xingyi's heart. Xia Shuriao's almond eyes completely fell on Gu Xingyi's body when the song started. Those eyes, as if they wanted to see through Gu Xingyi, flickered with a strange light. Gu Xingyi didn't notice, He just smiled and looked at the little one, rocking his body after her movements. The song continues. This seed is about to germinate in my heart. Every day I work harder for it. Mom and dad say every dream is great. Brothers and sisters charge together. For the first time, the family was all immersed in a sea of joy. And for a moment, even the living room was bright. Gu Xingyi's voice was light this time, like a naughty child frolicking and playing in the room. It was as if the song was going to take away all their worries and leave only joy. Okay, go, come on, come on. Okay, go, come on, we'll stick with us for the moment. Okay, go, come on, come on. Okay, go, come on, courageous outburst. Following the song, Nana clenched her little fists and made a superhero gesture of puncha. Gu Xingyi also put down the guitar in his hands at this time, and followed the little one's gestures, then stretched out his fingers to gently point on little Nai Nai's pretty nose. Eyes full of favor, voice gentle. Nana, do you know what okay go is? Okay go is the courage to go forward. Aha! Little Nai Nai jumped into Gu Xingyi's arms, her two little short hands tightly wrapped around his neck. Daddy, Nana loves this song. Nana loves this daddy. Daddy, don't go back to the way you were before, okay? Little Nai Nai's soft voice rang in her ears, and Gu Xingyi opened her mouth slightly, her eyes suddenly misting with water. He held Nakina tightly in his arms, his face buried deep under Nakina's clothes, smelling her milky scent. Aha! Daddy will never do that again. The voice was husky and firm. Xia Shiyao couldn't see Gu Xingyi's expression at this moment. She was long in tears by now, but she had a smile on her face. She knew that the old days would never come back. Never again. It was Gu Xingyi who was the first to adjust his emotions back as he placed his guitar by his side and carried little Nai Nai on his lap. Nai Nai, let's learn a song now. I'll sing one line and you sing one line after Daddy. Okay? Ta-da! Nana agreed very quickly. The rest of the day turned into teaching time for the father-daughter duo, with Gu Xingyi slowly singing one line and little Nai Nai following behind and learning one line. Children's songs really need to be sung by children. The lyrics from little Nai Nai's mouth, much more flavorful than Gu Xingyi, that tender and soft children's voices who listen to Who Shall Not Be Confused? Perhaps it was because she inherited her parents' excellent musical genes. Little Nai Nai learned it with style, and even though she was only singing along for the first time, her tune was not wrong at all, only that the lyrics were still a little off. Little Nai Nai obviously loved to sing. Gu Xingyi patiently taught and she patiently learned. The whole morning, the living room echoed with the two singing. Seeing the two immersed in learning the song, Xia Shiyao silently made lunch. It's just that what she did obviously wasn't as good as Gu Xingyi's handiwork, causing little Nai Nai to keep yelling during the meal that she'd always want to eat her dad's cooking in the future. This caused Xia Shiyao to give the little guy a jealous blank look, her heart even more indignant. Little heartless, it's only been 2 days and you've been bought off. This kind of family atmosphere was very comforting to Gu Xingyi. Although the atmosphere was something that could not be seen or touched, Gu Xingyi could feel it clearly. This atmosphere in the house now is what a real family should look like. Before that depressing environment, I'm afraid a dog wouldn't want to spend much time there. Chapter 16, I won't allow any yellow hairs in 100 miles. Little Nai Nai was a fast learner and sang the song Courageous Outburst in its entirety in just 3 days. And the little guy sang the best version Gu Xingyi had ever heard. Perhaps it was the reason why a loving father's eyes were able to see the West. Gu Xingyi felt that little Nai Nai's singing was even much better than the original song. Under little Nai Nai's strong request, Gu Xingyi also made a video for little Nai Nai and sent it to Douyin. In the video, little Nana is wearing a pink princess dress with a bow on her head, and her tiny body is swaying to the music, which is adorable. Gu Xingyi's face was all smiles during the shoot, filled with the arrogant expression of "This is my daughter I'm proud of." Xia Shiyao, who was watching from the side, inadvertently saw Gu Xingyi's face and almost stifled her laughter until she turned off. It was the first time she had seen him even look like this. In these 3 days, because of Gu Xingyi's good behavior, Xia Shiyao's relationship with him had eased quite a bit. At least Xia Shiyao would now take the initiative to say a few words to Gu Xingyi. No one had expected that the second video from this account of Xingyao would be a children's song. The song was still original and still so good. Douyin HQ. Li found the video in the first place, and after watching the whole video, he gave it the biggest push stream without even thinking about it. Such a cute milk ball. Such a nice song. Li had an anti-smile on her face, her whole mouth grinning up to her cheeks. This video is not Fire God cannot be forgiven. He is specifically responsible for this account. He can foresee his commission this month is going to rise upward significantly again. Just be happy. Immediately after that, the Duyo heat search blew up again. Before the storm of a lifetime had completely settled, the storm of a great outburst of courage had already blown up. The heat for the video came even faster this time. In just one afternoon, the number of likes came to 5 million, and the number of comments was even more outrageous. This also led to the evening. Gu Xingyi had to mute his cell phone once again, sitting on the sofa with little Nai Nai in his arms happily brushing the comment section. The comment section is talented and speaks well. And Gu Xingyi can't stop brushing. If I were to have such a daughter, I wouldn't allow a yellow hair for 100 miles. This is one of the most liked comments. The father starts with a song about having you in his life, and the daughter starts with a song about her courage. So is it time for the mom to appear in the following video? This was one of the most replied to comments. If I had a daughter like that, I'd eat. This was the third of the hot comments. A comment that Gu Xingyi himself had liked. Naturally, the song has caught fire on doo-wop, with countless parents showing their precious daughters out in the sun, as they learn to bob their heads and sing about their courageous outbursts like little nine eyes. In an instant, Douyin was completely taken over by the Munchkins. It also became a night of revelry for the Munchkins. The one who started it all, little Nai Nai, had long been sound asleep in Gu Xingyi's arms. Children's world is always so pure. You are so good to her a little bit. She can throw away all your previous bad. Except you. The following day, Saturday, Gu Xingyi had just finished his morning run and wiped his sweat as he pushed open the door to his home. When he saw Xia Shiyao coming out of the bathroom in her newly purchased halter nightgown, she had obviously just finished her shower and was blow-drying her hair. Her pretty face was slightly red from the heat. Beads of water were dripping from the ends of her hair, and the two straps were hanging loosely on her snow-white shoulders. The nightgown seemed to be a bit too big, and Gu Xingyi could vaguely catch a glimpse of the whiteness inside. This was the second time Gu Xingyi had bumped into her after bathing, and it was a bit awkward. The two of them stared wide-eyed. Gu Xingyi's mind suddenly popped up a poem. Natural yuan is not clear water out of hibiscus, which is used at this time. Xia Shiyao's body is just right. Seeing Gu Xingyi staring intently at herself like a dullard, Xia Shiyao subconsciously covered her chest, her face gradually filling with blood. Even her earlobes began to redden. Obviously the two have been married for more than 2 years, and now this feels as if they have just been together as a young couple. Morning. Good morning. Xia Shiyao tried her best to calm herself down and greeted Gu Xingyi, but her steps towards the bedroom couldn't help but quicken. Morning. Gu Xingyi simply replied back. Xia Shiyao didn't say anything else and ran back to the bedroom as if she was escaping. Gu Xingyi smiled helplessly. Just now he was also quite confused. After all, he was a single dog. Early in the morning to see such a light, I have to say the impact is still quite big. However, he wouldn't have anything against Xia Shiyao, even though they had children. Gu Xingyi knew his own business. On the one hand, he had always been serious about love, or else he wouldn't have been so old in his previous life and still not been in love. On the second hand, Xia Shiyao surely hated him too much, so how could she be interested in him? You have to be in love with each other for something like this to work. Gu Xingyi shook his head to get rid of the nonsense in his head and walked into the bathroom humming, bathing, cooking, and waking up little Nana, a three-piece daily routine. When Gu Xingyi pushed open the bedroom door, little Nai Nai was still asleep, her little mouth slightly open, lying on all fours on Gu Xingyi's big bed. After these few days of normal diet and sleep, little Nai Nai's face was much more hydrated, and although she was still so thin, her mental outlook was much better to the naked eye. Gu Xingyi sat on the edge of the bed and watched for a while, then leaned down and gently pinched the little one's nose. Nai Nai, get up and eat rice. The little guy lying on the bed pouted his little lips and slightly opened his eyes, and when he saw Gu Xingyi, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising on both sides. Then she slowly reached out her small short hands and hugged Gu Xingyi's neck. Daddy! Milked with pettiness, Gu Xingyi smiled and reached out to pick her up, walking out the bedroom door and placing her on the stool in front of the sink. The little one has been washing her face and brushing her teeth by herself for the past 2 days, with Gu Xingyi holding her up next to her, squeezing toothpaste for her and taking towels and whatnot. Little Nai Nai was very smart. Gu Xingyi only taught her for 2 days before she learned the skill. Xia Shiyao also walked out of the bedroom door at this time. She had already changed her clothes, a white shirt with small flowers printed on it and a pleated long skirt that she had just bought 2 days ago. The long hair behind her was also coiled up high and tied into a small pill head, and her youthful and beautiful appearance made people not see that she was the mother of a 3-year-old child in the slightest. This appearance of Xia Shiyao made Gu Xingyi's eyes stop lighting up, and he secretly nodded. That's the kind of energy you should have in your 20s. It's just still too skinny, and it would definitely look better if it was more rounded. Xia Shiyao was still a little nervous in her heart. Her cheeks were slightly red. This was her first time dressing up like this at home. She didn't know if it was good. She looked up at Gu Xingyi, who was still taking care of little Nai Nai, and without moving, she walked over to the table to take her seat. Did his eyes seem to light up just now? That means it still looks good, right? Wait, why should one care what he thinks? Xia Shiyao puffed out her cheeks in anger, her chopsticks stirring twice in the bowl without thinking. She was angry at herself for not being able to compete. Gu Xingyi also landed in his seat at this time holding the washed-up little Nai Nai. Little Nina sweetly called out to her mommy before picking up her own special little spoon and scooping up the golden millet porridge in front of her. Today, can you go out with us? Ha, me, Gu Xingyi, who was enjoying his food with his head down, suddenly heard Xia Shuriao's words. He looked up at Xia Shuriao before pointing at his nose with a puzzled face and asked. Xia Shuriao nodded without looking at him. Only her earlobes were already freshly colored. Yeah, Gu Xingyi agreed very quickly. Chapter 17 Meeting with Joy. Little Nai Nai changed into a small shirt and skirt of the same style as Xia Shuriao, while Gu Xingyi was dressed in a decent casual suit. A family of 3 walks down the street from their neighborhood and the turnaround rate soars to 100%. Everyone was attracted by the face value of this family of 3. And at the same time they were wondering why they hadn't seen this kind of divine face value neighbors living in the neighborhood once. Little Nai Nai was holding her dad in one hand and her mom in the other, jumping around with a smile on her little face. She never imagined that one day she would be able to go out the door holding both her mom and dad's hands like other little kids. At this moment Nana felt as if her happiness couldn't fit in that big princess house. Although the weather outside was a bit hot, this family of 3 didn't seem to feel it, and from the corners of their mouths that were curled up, it was clear that they were all in a pretty good mood at the moment. On the road, Gu Xingyi stopped a cab. He first carried the little one into the back seat, then very gentlemanly let Xia Shuriao sit on the back seat and closed the door for her. He himself, on the other hand, sat in the passenger seat. They were going to the Yida Plaza in the city center today, and Xia Shuriao had arranged to meet with her former little assistant, Tao Lele, at a milk tea store there. The reason why they had to bring Gu Xingyi and little Nai Nai with them was purely because Tao Lele wanted to meet the little guy. And the little guy had become Gu Xingyi's little tail in the past 2 days, and was inseparable from him, so Gu Xingyi had purely dipped into the little guy's light. The car was driving down the road, a good 40 minutes or so from here to the center of town. Little Nai Nai kept wrapping her arms around Xia Shuriao's neck and looked at the scenery flashing by outside. For the little one, this was her first time to go out of town, and everything she looked at was new. The driver uncle first marveled at the family's face value, then suddenly felt that the little guy in the back row looked a bit familiar. Only he couldn't recall exactly where he'd seen him before, so he spoke to Gu Xingyi from time to time. Gu Xingyi was also very comfortable chatting with the older man, and the atmosphere in the car was not so dull. The car quickly reached its destination, and it wasn't until all 3 members of the family disappeared from view and the driver's uncle, who was parked on the side of the road waiting for his next order, was bored and clicked on the doujinshi, that it dawned on him. That little milk groupie just now seems to be the munchkin that exploded in popularity on Douyin recently. This discovery immediately let the driver uncle pound at his chest. His own daughter is a big fan of this munchkin. Since the video came out, his own daughter watched 10 times a day. The song does not leave the kind of mouth. I can't believe I didn't ask for a group photo just now. If this was known by his daughter, he would definitely lose a few more hairs. Yida Plaza was the busiest place in the center of Jiangqing City, and it wasn't even very far away from Tao Lele's work residence. After 2 years, she was able to see Sister Xiaodio again. Tao Lele was in an excited mood. She bought a few cups of milk tea in advance, and sat on her seat, staring at the door of the milk tea store all the time, so to speak. She used to work with Xia Shuriao for a year and a half. The 2 of them were like sisters, and Xia Shuriao was really good to her. It's just a pity that after that, Xia Shuriao got together with Gu Xingyi. She also did not understand why Shuriao's sister had to be with the man who seemed to be useless. She could not figure out, but also persuaded. When Xia Shuriao seems to have an iron heart, simply cannot listen to persuasion. Dorothy's mind was wandering when she suddenly saw that familiar figure walking in through the front of the store holding a bouncing little milk ball. Her eyes lit up and she sprang to her feet, waving her hands. Sister Xiaoyo, here. When Xia Shuriao heard the voice, she looked up and saw Tao Lele's waving hand. Her face couldn't help but overflow with a smile. Lele really hasn't changed, still so lively and cheerful. Walking close to the front, the 2 eyes in addition to the joy, are a little wet. A long time apart sisters meet, they are a little unable to suppress their feelings. Taluola carefully scrutinized Xia Shuriao. Her eyes reddened even more. Her little mouth deflated as she pulled Xia Shuriao's hand. Sister Xiaoyo, you've lost a lot of weight. Is that man treating you badly? Where is he? I'll help you teach him a lesson. Xia Shuriao pursed her lips and shook her head, sitting down with Tao Lele and holding little Nai Nai by her side before speaking. Lele doesn't need to worry. I'm fine now. Gu Xingyi, he's treating me quite well now too. What about you? Did you have a good job after I left? I'm pretty good too. Sister Xiaoyo, you don't even know how much I've missed you. The 2 asked each other how they were doing, and little Nina's big eyes were dripping with curiosity as she looked across the room at her little aunt. Sisters have not seen for a long time, naturally have a lot of topics. Chat for a while. Taluo Lele will only move the line of sight to the little one. The little one has just been obedient in the side. Taluo Lele is only concerned about catching up with Xia Shuriao, has not been careful to look at her. And now take a closer look. The eyes immediately brightened up. Wow, she looks just like Xiaoyo, simply carved from the same mold, especially with those big soulful eyes. One glance could make one fall in love with this little guy. In particular, little Nai even smiled sweetly at Mamoru at this time. And this time Mamoru was instantly captured by the little one. Wow, Shioyo-san, is this Nana-chan? It looks like you. So cute, Tao Lele said while leaving her seat, squatting in front of the little one with a light in her eyes, reaching out to touch the little one's little face. Then her brow furrowed slightly again. The little one was just as skinny as Shioyo-san. Tao Lele is now incomparably angry in her heart. She is sure that good-for-nothing man is definitely not good for Sister Shiryao and the child. Think back then. Sister Shiryao was raised round for herself. Where would it be like this now? The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. She now couldn't wait to question that man face to face. So she raised her head and looked at Xia Shiryao. Sister Shioyo, didn't you say he'd come too? Where is everyone? Xia Shiryao could also feel Tao Lele's hostility towards Guxingyi, only she didn't know what to say. Saying that he had changed? Isn't that the same as telling Tao Lele that Guxingyi treated her badly in the past? It was the kind of thing she didn't want anyone else to know, especially Dorothy, who was like a sister to her, and she could only smile awkwardly. Nina wanted ice cream and he went to get the kid in line for ice cream. Tao Lele naturally saw the look on Xia Shiryao's face. She was instantly more angry in her heart. Her sister Shiryao was originally a gentle and cool nature, and now there was more cowardice in this gentle and cool nature. She could feel it. Afraid of scaring the child, Tao Lele could only snort coldly and return to her seat, while secretly gritting her teeth and wanting to get Guxingyi killed. Sister Shioyo, Dorothy was just about to speak, but then suddenly paused, and her eyes gradually sharpened as she looked towards the entrance of the milk tea store. Xia Shiryao froze. The expression on her face became even more awkward. She thought it was Guxingyi's arrival that caused Lele's hostility, and just as she wanted to turn around to look, a slightly shrill voice rang out from behind her. Dorothy, you still have time to drink milk tea. Have you finished the job I gave you? Chapter 18, Conflicts. Lu Qian. You're finished. Today is a day off. Tao Lele blushed hard and stared dead at the person who spoke like a fried kitten. Xia Shiryao turned around. Only then did she see the visitor. A woman with a slender figure. She wore a duck-tongued cap and a mask on her face. A hint of essence flashed through her slender willow eyes, and she unexpectedly raised an eyebrow when she saw herself. It was Lu Qian. Xia Shiryao froze slightly. The popular young flower who was previously in the same company as herself, and who also took the route of a powerhouse singer. Only at that time in the beginning, Lu Qian had been pressed by Xia Shiryao, and when Xia Shiryao was in the company, she had even been called Sister Shiryao with a mouthful of Shiryao. People go away and tea is cold. Xia Shiryao understood this, so she didn't care about it ever. Yo, isn't this Sister Shiryao? Sister Shiryao isn't at home to teach her children. Why did she come out to find Lele? Lu Qian's eyes were smiling, but the words coming out of her mouth were full of mockery. She just came out to go shopping. She didn't expect to meet Tao Luo Lele meeting with Xia Shiryao. Before Xia Shiryao could say anything, Tao Lele at her side became angry first. Lu Qian, mind your own business. It's not a working day now, so don't be so gloomy here. Sister Shiryao, let's go. There's a mad dog barking here. It'll only affect our mood. After Tao Lele finished speaking, she picked up little Nai and pulled Xia Shiryao's hand to leave. But she didn't want Lu Qian to step in front of them first. Her eyes were a bit gloomy. She looked at Xia Shiryao with her eyebrows raised lightly and smiled again. Alas, Sister Shiryao, why are you so thin? Are you having a hard time? If you don't have a good time, tell me and I'll give you a hand. I'm a good person. Look at Lele. He's working under me now. Isn't it a good life? Don't you think so, Lele? Tao Lele looked at Lu Qian with an iron face, not saying a word. Xia Shiryao violently turned her head and looked at Tao Lele, her eyes full of unbelief. Lok is working under Lu Qian as an odd job man? Didn't she tell herself that she was still working as an assistant for someone else and that her work was going well? You know that doing odd jobs is selling labor. How can the company let Lele do this? Just now is obviously not the time to ask. Xia Shiryao turned her head. Looking at Lu Qian's gaze also took on anger. Fists clenched tightly. Bullying herself, she endures and passes. Bullying Lele makes it hard for her to accept. Just as she was about to speak, Dorothy was the first to speak up. The contract I signed with the company will expire at the end of the month. I will naturally resign at that time. I just hope that someone don't climb higher and fall harder. If Sister Shioyo makes a comeback, I'm afraid that someone will wake up scared even in their dreams. Lu Qian froze at her words. She did have some shadows on Xia Shiryao. After all, in the past, Xia Shiryao had suppressed her for a whole year and a half. Who knew herself during the time she was there? However, Lu Qian quickly laughed as she looked at Xia Shiryao with a defiant look. A comeback? Ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Would any company dare to sign such an over-the-top artist with a child? Speaking of children, Xia Shiryao, your child is pretty good looking. You can consider thinking about raising her to become a new generation of popular young flower. Lu Qian spoke with a face full of disdain, even as she obliviously tried to pinch Nai Nai's little face. Stop! Stop it! Get your filthy hands off me! I promise if you touch her, I'll give you nowhere to cry. Two voices sounded at the same time. One was Xia Shuriao's. Little Nai Nai was her scales. Even if she had a gentle nature, she would not allow anyone to hurt little Nai Nai a single hair in front of her. For a mother, even the Guxingyi of the past hadn't been able to touch little Nai Nai for a moment, all of which she had kept the damage to herself. Another muffled male voice came from the entrance of the milk tea store. It was Guxingyi. He had a fierce gaze and was holding 3 ice creams in his hands, bought for the 3 Xia Shuriao. Guxingyi walked quickly to Xia Shuriao, handing the ice cream in his hand to the 3 of them, then faced Lu Qian, blocking Xia Shuriao and little Nai Nai behind him, his voice cold. Which one are you? Lu Qian was startled and her body involuntarily took 2 steps backward. The angry Guxingyi gave a strong sense of oppression. Only when she fixed her mind and looked closely at Guxingyi, she suddenly laughed. So it was this little white boy. Useless trash. I wondered who it was. So it's you. What? Do you still want to hit people in public? Guxingyi frowned and turned back to look at Xia Shuriao, his eyes carrying a question, clearly inquiring where the shrew Xia Shuriao came from. It's a singer from a previous company, and I didn't expect to meet her here. The angry Guxingyi might not be afraid of others, but Xia Shuriao was a bit scared. Seeing Guxingyi looking at her, she lowered her head slightly. Seeing Xia Shuriao like this, Guxingyi's brows frowned even tighter, and he sighed even more in his heart. He didn't question Xia Shuriao anymore and turned his head to stare condescendingly at Lu Qian. Singer? I'm sorry, I haven't heard of you and I don't know you. All I know is that you're in our way right now, so please get out of the way. Guxingyi said seriously. His words couldn't pick a single fault, only in Lu Qian's ears. It was so harsh, so her voice became even more shrill. Ha! Being a man is about seeing your own weight. You think I don't know? You flattered Gao Chang and Su Bin and the Flower Boys every day, bought them drinks every day, and now you're here pretending to be a big-tail wolf with me. Gao Chang? Su Bin? Guxingyi thought carefully about these 2 names and finally remembered who these 2 were. The members of the boy band that the original owner was in before. The original owner wanted to make a comeback after he retired from the circle. He did often buy them drinks and flattered them, just that they didn't even give a damn about him. However, this was all done by Guxingyi before. What does it have to do with me, Guxingyi? I'm not familiar with the duo you mentioned either. Thanks. Good dogs don't get in the way. If you keep pestering me like this, don't blame me for calling security. Yida Plaza, as the largest commercial plaza in Jiangqing City, would certainly not allow anyone to find trouble here. Lu Qian was choked. She cut a vicious glance at Guxingyi, and in her heart, she kept cursing him, but she still obediently let go of her body. Guxingyi pulled up Xia Shuriao behind him, and signaled Tao Lele to follow, heading straight outside. Just as she brushed past Lu Qian turned to Xia Shuriao but then suddenly opened her mouth. Alas, it's a pity that someone can't sing anymore. Xia Shuriao, my new song will be released at the end of this month in Huaino. Ha ha. After saying that, Lu Qian actually laughed happily. How can you, Xia Shuriao, compare with me? Lu Qian's voice echoed in the ears of several people. Tao Lele couldn't wait to rush up and slap her right now, knowing that Sister Shuriao likes to sing and now she can't. For her to say that is just murderous. Guxingyi's footsteps also lurched for it, and he looked deeply at Lu Qian before continuing to walk out with an expressionless face. Xia Shuriao didn't say anything, just gently pursed her lips. However, at this time a tender childish voice suddenly rang out, clear and firm. Mommy sings better than you. You're a bad aunt. Chapter 19, Amusement Park. It was little Nana, waving her little hands, her mouth pouting, her face full of angry little expressions. Mom was supposed to sing beautifully. Nina had heard it. When Mommy sang lullabies to herself, she sang them better than Daddy ever did. The crowd was stunned. No one expected the little one to speak up for his mom at this point. Guxingyi only froze for a second, then rubbed the little one's head with a smile on his face. Awesome. It's true that she's her own daughter, much more powerful than her mom's aggravated ass. Guxingyi had some gas in his heart, but as soon as little Nai Nai made a sound, the gas in his heart was immediately thrown out of the sky, and his eyes and heart were full of this little guy. Ignoring Lu Qian's reaction, the several people left this place of wrongdoing. By noon, a group of 3 people with a little munchkin came to a restaurant, and Guxingyi held the child and took the lead in the waiter's welcome. The 2 of them, Xia Shuriao and Tao Lele, had been chatting in the back. Taluola obviously didn't like Guxingyi, and along the way, she turned her nose not her nose, her eyes not her eyes, and would roll her eyes at him if nothing else. If Guxingyi hadn't behaved quite well just now, she wouldn't even want to care about this man. Several people were seated. Guxingyi handed the menu to Xia Shuriao and Tao Lele, and after they simply ordered a few dishes. Guxingyi ordered some of little Nai Nai's favorite dishes before returning the menu to the waiter. Little Nai Nai was still a bit scared of being a baby, and although she had opened up quite a bit over the past few days and had gotten much closer to Gu Xingyi, she still behaved very well when facing outsiders. This was quite similar to Xia Shuriyao's nature, but somewhat different. The little one obviously had a more lively personality. A child's nature is to love to play and want to communicate with others, so her eyes treated all these unfamiliar people and things with curiosity and inquiry. It's just that her experiences 2 years earlier have made her more understanding than the average child, and it's heartbreaking to see how much she understands. This situation Gu Xingyi knew, but there was nothing he could do about it. The little one still lacked self-confidence and needed more time to let her recover her nature. It's a long way to go. Xia Shuriyao was still chatting with Tao Lele before she had been walking on the road. There were some things that she was worried about in her heart but didn't ask. Now that she finally sat down and there were no outsiders around, she took Tao Lele's hand and finally asked the question that she had been wanting to ask. Lele, how come you're doing odd jobs for Lu Qian? Also, where's Sister Yun? What is she doing now? Sister Yun was Xia Shuriyao's previous agent, almost 40 years old, and had always treated her very well, like a daughter. Previously when Sister Yun was around, work matters had always been held by Sister Yun for her, and had dealt with a lot of trouble for Xia Shuriyao, such as attending certain receptions and whatnot, all of which Sister Yun had forcefully refused for her, especially when Xia Shuriyao and Gu Xingyi fell in love. Sister Yun had warned Xia Shuriyao many times that she was not allowed to fall in love with him, but unfortunately, only that time Xia Shuriyao didn't listen to her, and after that, she was even more dissuaded from getting married to Gu Xingyi. I don't know how many times Yun was angry about it, but in the end, she had no choice but to agree. Hearing Xia Shuriyao's question, Tao Lele's complexion could not hide her downcast. After you left, Sister Yun was sacked not long after. She looked for a job for a long time but couldn't find one, and then her mother even got sick and was hospitalized. She needed to be in the hospital all the time to take care of her mother, so she just looked for a job as a nanny. Xia Shuriyao did not think that Jun's sister was now reduced to such a state. She was in a trance in front of her eyes, and she could vaguely see the dry look of Yun's sister when she was doing things at that time. Both of them fell silent. Xia Shuriyao pursed her lips. She knew that she was to blame for all of this. If it wasn't for her own willfulness, Sister Yun wouldn't be like this. She has blocked so many storms for herself, defied the company's orders for herself so many times. When she had money on the way, the company naturally would not say anything. After she patted her ass and said she was retiring, it can be imagined what kind of treatment Sister Yun will encounter. The atmosphere was a bit dull. After talking about Sister Yun, Xia Shuriyao and Taluo Lele didn't even have much appetite for dinner. After eating hastily, Taluo Lele talked with Xia Shuriyao for a while, and then left in a hurry. Xia Shuriyao's mood had been very low. Originally the family had arranged to accompany little Nai Nai to the amusement park in the afternoon, but she was now not even in the mood to play. Gu Xingyi could naturally feel her mood, and he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. In fact, he didn't understand why Xia Shuriyao wanted to marry herself in the first place, as if she had been drugged. The original owner didn't know, and he knew even less. Xia Shuriyao wanted to go home. She wanted to be alone. Only when she saw little Nai Nai's expectant eyes, she was a little too impatient. In order not to disappoint Nana, the family ended up going to the amusement park. I don't know if it was because it was a Saturday, but the entrance to the amusement park was filled with a steady stream of visitors. The little one is very happy. She is the first time to come to the amusement park. Pulling Gu Xingyi's hand is going to rush in. Tugging cannot drag the kind. Xia Shuriyao also barely managed to raise her spirits at this time. She didn't want to be sad when Nai Nai recalled her first trip to the amusement park later on. The amusement park here, adult ticket 200 children half price. Some of the entertainment inside the ticket can be free to experience. It is quite cost effective. After checking the tickets, the family got inside the amusement park without any problem. Little Nai Nai, holding her daddy with one hand and waving the ticket in her hand, was grinning like a tiny cutie as she looked ahead at all the entertainment being held by little Nana all the time. The family was the first to experience the carousel. With the melodious sound of music, the lifelike white pony rose and fell up and down, and little Nai Nai was secured in Gu Xingyi's arms, with silver bell laughter ringing out of her mouth from time to time. Xia Shuriyao also temporarily put down the worries in her heart and sat on the other small wooden horse beside them, holding little Nai Nai's hand and teasing little Nai Nai happily from time to time. Gu Xingyi protected little Nai Nai, and a rare cheerful smile appeared on his face. This moment should be indulged in play. Those bad things should not be brought into this sea of joy. The family of three complimented each other and became the envy of others, especially some of the young couples. When they saw this family of three, the look in their eyes obviously carried expectations. They were looking forward to getting married and having children in the future, and they could also be like this family. After the merry-go-round, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriyao took little Nai Nai to play snail secret service, sitting on a snail warship with everyone else, shooting water jets with a snail gun to shoot the legions of insects. Whenever those insects are shot, they immediately make their unique cheerful sounds and quirky sound effects. This kept little Nai Nai entertained, from time to time learning the animals' cries and calling out to her mom and dad to shoot her designated animals. After the family played a few more projects, the sky is also unknowingly dark. The playground is also lit up with colorful lights, in the darkness of the night beautiful, so that people like being in a fairy tale world. At this moment, Guxingyi was taking little Nai Nai on a flying chair, slowly ascending into the air, the 7 colored lights lingering around them. A castle that would only appear in a fairy tale slowly appeared in front of their eyes. The appearance of this castle instantly caught little Nai Nai's gaze, and she gazed at it with unblinking eyes, her big eyes filled with excitement. Maybe she's also wondering if she'll be able to live in a castle like a princess someday. Chapter 20, A Wife in the Arms. The last program is the Ferris wheel, which can be shared by 2 people in one cabin or 3 people in one cabin. By the time Guxingyi held little Nai Nai and sat inside with Xiaoshirya with the door open, little Nai Nai had already fallen asleep in Guxingyi's arms. After playing all afternoon, and after seeing the castle, the little one's spirits finally ran out, and at that moment she was dreaming of some beautiful dream, with a light smile on her face. If it wasn't for the fireworks show, Guxingyi and Xiaoshirya would have taken the little one home by now. The Ferris wheel slowly rises. The ground flashes with colorful light of the building gradually shrinks. Guxingyi does not know is that Xiaoshirya is also the first time to play in the amusement park, but also the first time to sit on the Ferris wheel. One of her almond eyes looked out of the cockpit curiously, the inside of her eyes sparkling. She looked out the window when Guxingyi looked at her. Perhaps sensing Guxingyi's gaze, her earlobes slowly reddened, and she poutingly blanked Guxingyi. It was the first time Guxingyi had seen this kind of gaze, and was a bit overwhelmed. The light that came with the Ferris wheel shone on her thin face, and Guxingyi suddenly felt a little shaky yet. The Ferris wheel was still slowly rising. Guxingyi tightened the little Nai Nai in his arms and turned his eyes to look outside with some inexplicable meaning in his eyes. There were already a number of people down there with fluorescent lights and others with brilliant fireworks shaking as they all looked up at the sky. Next moment, 4 places inside the castle released fireworks into the air at the same time almost instantly, and the sky instantly blossomed with colorful fireworks. At this moment when the fireworks bloomed, Guxingyi clearly saw that Xiaoshirya's face revealed a smile that was pouring out of her heart. Guxingyi was a bit dumbfounded. The Ferris wheel slowly rose to its highest point at this time. The fireworks became clearer, and Xiaoshirya's pretty face became more charming. You don't have to be as scared as you were before. Amidst the sound of fireworks, Guxingyi's voice was a bit soft, so Xiaoshirya didn't hear it. She turned her face to look at him with a question. Guxingyi didn't look at her and continued to look at the gorgeous fireworks in the air. You're too gentle. That's not good. You'll get bullied. You don't have to be scared like you used to be. I know it, you want to sing, and I know it, you have a lot of things you want to do, so don't worry about going. I've got Nana to take care of. When Xiaoshirya didn't respond, Guxingyi turned his face and saw that there were already 2 lines of crystals on her face. She pursed her lips and looked at herself with unblinking eyes. The intense aggression and complexity in her eyes looked like it was going to drown Guxingyi. Guxingyi tensed up at once. He didn't understand. How did he suddenly cry in a good reason? Who are you? Xiaoshirya had been staring closely at Guxingyi. Those almond eyes were already misting with water. Her crisp voice was not loud, but it fell so loudly in Guxingyi's heart. Guxingyi was silent. The air grew silent, as if even the sound of the fireworks had disappeared, and it was only after a long time that Guxingyi smiled gently at her. Then he opened his mouth, his voice suddenly a little hoarse. I'm Guxingyi. Xiaoshirya continued to look at Guxingyi. Guxingyi's smile made her feel like her heartbeat was suddenly messed up, like a deer in headlights. His answer was even more unexpected. She sniffled and looked at Guxingyi's clear to glowing eyes, her tears suddenly falling faster. She hugged her legs and buried her head in a soft sob before speaking. Yeah, you're Guxingyi. Who else could you be if not him? Let me tell you a story. A very cheesy one. There used to be a little girl in the orphanage who was very timid, but there was always a brother in the orphanage who was a year older than her to protect her. And one day she was bullied by a group of older boys, and that brother held her back, never letting her get hurt a bit. At that time, in her eyes, that brother, who was a year older than her, was her heaven. But after that, he disappeared. Until later, when she grew up and saw that brother again, and married him as she wished. It was a very cheesy story, but Guxingyi was a bit dumbfounded after hearing it, and he finally understood something now. Xiaoshirya raised her head, her eyes misty with tears. Her whole person looked so lonely and pitiful. She finally spills the beans on her heartfelt secret. No one understands her stubbornness. Everyone is unworthy of her, and she's the only one who is convinced she's worth it. But it turned out to be so bad, and she had regretted it countless times until Guxingyi appeared now. She asks who he is, and he says he's Guxingyi, and that's enough. Guxingyi lowered his head and rubbed little Nai Nai's hair. The little guy was not honest and squeezed into his arms again. And when Guxingyi raised his head again to look at Xiaoshirya, the softness in his eyes overflowed. He could suddenly understand Xia Shiyao's feelings. Seeing the tenderness and love in Gu Xingyi's eyes, Xia Shiyao couldn't hold back any longer. She directly jumped into Gu Xingyi's arms, grabbing the position in her arms with little Nai Nai, sobbing in a small voice. Nana was awakened and watched with confused eyes in disbelief as her mom took her place. The little guy just froze for a moment, then joyfully wrapped one arm around his dad and the other around his mom, bearing 2 kisses on their cheeks. Today was the best day of Nana's life. Gu Xingyi looked at the big and small beauties in his arms and was dumbfounded. At the moment he was like a big winner in life, with a naive expression on his face. He raised his hand and gently patted Xia Shiyao's back, and kissed Nai Nai's little face again. Looking at the bright fireworks outside, his heart was unusually relaxed. Life's trajectory is moving in a good direction, and that's enough. Some plans, though, are going to have to make some changes. The fireworks gradually came to an end and the Ferris wheel slowly descended to the ground. Xia Shiyao held little Nai Nai. Walking in front, little Nai Nai fell asleep again. Small children have so much energy. Today the day is used up. Gu Xingyi followed behind, looking at the fit as a fiddle Xia Shiyao, rubbing his nose. After coming down from the Ferris wheel, Xia Shiyao left from his arms. The whole person seemed to have returned to her previous indifferent attitude towards him in an instant. Could the one who just jumped into his arms and cried be a ghost? Xia Shiyao was so nervous in her heart that even her hand holding little Nai Nai was tight. She felt her earlobes and cheeks getting a little hot. Just now she had actually stayed in Gu Xingyi's arms for so long, and rubbed herself in his arms like a little girl. It's killing me. Gu Xingyi must be secretly laughing at herself in her heart. She had just seen it when she came out of the Ferris wheel, saw the hidden smile on that man's face. Thinking of this, Xia Shiyao couldn't help but step even more sharply, as if she was racing. Gu Xingyi didn't know why this woman was suddenly so energetic. He had to jog to keep up with her, until they were out of the amusement park's gate. Seeing that Xia Shiyao still had no intention of stopping, Gu Xingyi had to call out to stop her. Hey, is it hard for you to walk home? Just take a cab here. Only then did Xia Shiyao stop, standing on the side of the road but not looking at him. She felt more than ever that the man must be laughing at her again back there. Abominable. More disgrace. Chapter 21, Someone's losing sleep. Too many people coming home from the amusement park in the evening. After waiting for a long time, Gu Xingyi finally got a cab, which gave Gu Xingyi the idea of buying a car for the first time. Gu Xingyi was worried that Xia Shiyao had been holding the child and was tired, and had carried Nai Nai into his arms early. At this time he was sitting carefully in the back row. The Nai Nai in his arms was still sleeping very sweetly. Xia Shiyao also sat at the back, because Gu Xingyi was holding little Nai Nai. The two of them were a little close to each other. Xia Shiyao glanced at Gu Xingyi beside her, thinking about what happened this evening. Her pretty face was a little hot again. Gu Xingyi, however, yawned at that moment, startling her, and she hurriedly turned her head to the other side, pretending to be looking out the window. The scenery outside the window changed rapidly. Without realizing it, the car drove out of the city center and came to the old town. Gu Xingyi looked at the time, 9:30 p.m. Dinner hadn't been eaten yet, and judging by the way the little one was sleeping, dinner shouldn't be eaten. Gu Xingyi was also a bit sleepy. If they were at home, they would have fallen asleep at this time. Thinking of this, Gu Xingyi suddenly laughed a little. Himself and Xia Shiyao are not at all like young people in their 20s. Nowadays there are young people who don't stay up all night. They're both rather like middle-aged people who go to bed early and get up early. The cab stopped smoothly at the entrance of the neighborhood. Gu Xingyi paid the fare, hugged Nai Nai and stepped out of the car gently, and returned home with Xia Shiyao accompanied by the night. The house was still quiet under the warm orange light. Only this time it was much different than before. Gu Xingyi carried Nai Nai back to her room and settled down. When she came out, Xia Shiyao was already in the bathroom washing up. Gu Xingyi didn't stop and walked straight into the kitchen. She hadn't eaten much down at lunch today, so she must be hungry now. Gu Xingyi thought this and rummaged around in the refrigerator for a bit before finally deciding to keep it simple and just make some noodles. Xia Shiyao was indeed very hungry. She was not in the mood to eat at noon. She played for so long in the afternoon, and cried at night. Now she was already hungry. She just simply washed up and thought of coming out to make something to eat. Pushing open the bathroom door, Xia Shiyao saw that Gu Xingyi was already busy in the kitchen. Xia Shiyao's heart instantly warmed. She walked to the sofa and sat down as if nothing had happened, but her eyes kept following the slender back in the kitchen. Oddly good looking. Xia Shiyao suddenly thought this in her heart, and the next moment she covered her face, not daring to look again. What's wrong with myself today? Obviously you're a mom. Why are you still acting like a young girl who's pining for spring? Xia Shiyao, you're really getting more and more humiliated. Dinner. When Gu Xingyi brought out the finished noodles, he saw her on the couch all twisted up into a ball of noodles. He didn't think much of it, just a soft greeting. Hearing Gu Xingyi's voice, Xia Shiyao's body visibly tensed for a moment. Then she didn't move to remove the hand covering her face and nodded her head as she walked to the dining table. Thanks. Her pretty face was slightly red, but she looked down and dried her meal as if nothing had happened. Xia Shuyao ate quickly. For the first time she knew that simple noodles could be made so delicious. Half a bowl of noodles with 2 fried eggs was quickly swallowed into her stomach. Gu Xingyi smiled slightly at the sight and put another fried egg from his bowl into hers. Xia Shuyao, who was taking a big swirling mouthful of rice, froze. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at him, only her cheeks became even more flushed. Although she couldn't help herself from jumping into Gu Xingyi's arms before, she was still a bit uncomfortable with the two of them acting in such an intimate manner now that she had reacted. I ate a lot for lunch. You eat more. Gu Xingyi's voice came. Xia Shuyao nodded her head imperceptibly and gave a sound. Her voice as thin as a mosquito fly. In just a moment, Xia Shuyao shivered all the noodles in the bowl. Not even the soup was left. She put down the chopsticks in her hand and didn't get up. She just sat quietly on the chair. It wasn't until Gu Xingyi finished eating and stood up to prepare to clean up the dishes that she got up in a bit of a panic and grabbed the dishes on the table first. I'll clean it up. The voice was still soft, but nice, and it turned out she had been waiting all along. Gu Xingyi didn't argue with her. They were all family. He didn't feel the need to be so polite. When Gu Xingyi comfortably came out of the hot shower, Xia Shuyao had already gone back to the bedroom. Gu Xingyi turned off the living room lights and also walked quickly towards the bedroom. Today was the latest he had ever slept in this world. All he wanted to do now was sleep. He had a morning run tomorrow and his dog's life depended on it. Lightly and quietly getting into bed, Gu Xingyi quickly entered dreamland. In contrast to Gu Xingyi's sound sleep, Xia Shuyao was tossing and turning a bit, as she lay on the bed, and as soon as she closed her eyes, her mind unconsciously floated back to today's scene at the amusement park. Xia Shuyao somewhat exasperatedly pulled over the quilt and covered her face, wanting to force herself to fall asleep. But her constantly blinking eyelashes were all the time displaying how unsettled her heart was at the moment. It wasn't until the sky was slightly lightened that Xia Shuyao finally couldn't resist her sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. 6 a.m. Early risers start a new day's journey. Gu Xingyi woke up on time as usual. Morning jogging, washing, cooking and shouting at little Nai Nai to get up a dragon end, but did not see Xia Shuyao come out of the room. Looking at the closed door of the master bedroom, Gu Xingyi scratched his head. It seemed that he did come back a little late last night, and she actually slept until now. Gu Xingyi didn't have the idea to call her either, and it would be good to leave her a breakfast. After the meal, Gu Xingyi washed and put away the used dishes, and when he came out of the kitchen, he saw little Nai Nai singing a children's song and playing a puzzle game. Seeing her father, the corners of little Nai Nai's mouth grinned, revealing a mouthful of small white teeth as she smiled sweetly at Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi immediately came to her side and rubbed her little head. Nana, sing na. Aha, Daddy. By the way, Daddy, I'll tell you secretly, Mommy sings beautifully. She sings me a lullaby every night. Little Nai Nai was rubbed on her head by her big hands and suddenly tilted her little face up and said mysteriously to Gu Xingyi, so Mommy sings better than Daddy? Gu Xingyi smiled and sent out a soul torture question. Immediately, little Nana was in a tangle, her little brow furrowed and pouting as if she was considering whether or not to strike her father. Gu Xingyi could see the little one's difficulty and smiled to ease her frown away. Ha ha, Daddy knows that Mommy sure sings better than Daddy. It was only then that little Nai Nai regained her joyful smile, as she took Gu Xingyi by the small hand and shook him from side to side. Encouragingly, Daddy sings beautifully too. Gu Xingyi nodded and suddenly asked again, then you know that Mommy still wants to sing? The little guy tilted his little face up and fought hard, then said seriously, Mommy did say when she was asleep. Singing? Like what da? Gu Xingyi nodded and rubbed the little one's head again to let her play by herself first. Like Xia Shuyao's gentle character, she would definitely never take the initiative to tell herself that she wanted to sing, right? Chapter 22, Sound Sea Entertainment. Nana obeyed and played the game alone. Xia Shuyao also got up at this time, her pretty face slightly red as she walked through the living room to the bathroom to wash up. You want to keep singing? Hearing Gu Xingyi's voice, Xia Shuyao froze slightly, not reacting for half a day. Gu Xingyi leaned against the bathroom doorframe with his cell phone, quietly waiting for her answer. It took a moment for her soft voice to ring in his ears. Think. There was only one word, without too much of an answer. In Xia Shuyao's heart, the current day was already a life she didn't dare to imagine in these 2 years. Singing, on the other hand, is a very distant dream that can only be buried in the heart. Gu Xingyi didn't ask again, just nodded, and then took his cell phone back to the side bedroom and opened the Douyin background private messages to rummage around. His backstage private messages had long since exploded, and since the first video was posted, he had only roughly swiped through it, and hadn't looked at the back, and now it was difficult to rummage through it again. But Gu Xingyi was still silently paddling the screen, patiently filtering through it one by one. Finally, his eyes steeply lit up, and then he clicked on one of the private messages. Looking at the contents of the private message, Gu Xingyi unconsciously tapped his finger on the screen, making certain considerations. His original intention of posting the video was only to make money, and when he made enough money to settle Nai Nai and Xia Shiyao down, he would then retire after his success. But after the last few days together, and especially after what happened yesterday, he changed his mind. The content of this private message was simple. Sound C Entertainment invites you to join our team. With your musical talent, we will make you a super tier 1 superstar in the fastest time possible. At the end of the private message is the contact number for Sound and C Entertainment. The three companies, Sound C Entertainment, Tianmei Entertainment, and Shengshi Entertainment, were the three giants of China's entertainment companies, and this world's Douyin platform was a subsidiary of Sound C Entertainment, with 2 videos and 2 originals in a row by himself, both on the Douyin platform. It wasn't unreasonable that Sound C Entertainment would send an invitation to him. After just a moment's thought, Gu Xingyi didn't hesitate any longer as he typed in the contact number for Sound and C Entertainment and dialed it. The phone was answered after only a few rings, and a royal voice came from the receiver. Hello, who is this? Hello, my doujinshi account name is Xingyao. I received a private message with an offer from your company. Is it convenient to chat now? The moment. Far away in the Magic City, at the Douyin headquarters, Yang Lin received the phone call and looked slightly dazed. She didn't think that this creator named Xingyao would actually call her. After all, a few days had passed since she had sent a private message inviting the other party, and she had assumed that the other party would not be involved in the entertainment industry. Hello? Still there? The nice male voice on the other end of the phone came. Yang Lin steeply reacted, and then she couldn't stop a joyful color from surfacing on her face. It was important to realize that she was not only the director of Douyin's operations department, but also the vice minister of human resources and administration for Sound C Entertainment. As the director of Douyin, she is able to reach out and scout for new talent more quickly. It's not Starry Yao called herself. You know that these days to say the hottest thing on the internet is undoubtedly this mysterious guy. Hello, Mr. Xingyao. I'm Yang Lin, the Vice Minister of Human Resources and Administration Department of Sound and C Entertainment. Now that I have the time, may I ask if you're joining us at Sound and C Entertainment? Yang Lin was secretly happy in her heart, but still quickly replied. However, Gu Xingyi's reply caused Yang Lin to be a bit stunned again. Hello, Minister Yang. I'm sorry, I don't have any thoughts of getting involved in the entertainment industry for the time being, but I'd like to recommend a singer to you. I wonder if your company has the will to do so. What? I can't believe it's not him? He's just here for a recommendation? Yang Lin couldn't help but be a little disappointed and shook her head with a bitter smile. What she wanted was Xingyao, the guy who brought his own fame and 2 songs that set the whole internet on fire. Mr. Xingyao, it's like this. I'm only the vice minister. If it's you who wants to come, with your fame, I can completely make my own decision. But if it's someone else, I'm afraid I don't have the right to directly agree to you. Even though there was some reluctance in her heart, Yang Lin still explained seriously to Gu Xingyi. I can give you a guarantee. She is a very powerful singer, and I will write songs for her. In addition, your company in the future, if there is a need for a song, I can be the musician of your Sound and C Entertainment, but there are certainly conditions. Do not what peoples come to me to write songs. I do not see the I do not write. If you agree, we can talk about the specifics. What do you think? On the other end of the phone, Gu Xingyi spoke in a light tone. Yang Lin gradually fell silent. At the moment her mind was spinning rapidly, pondering the benefits here. After a few moments, Jan admitted that her heart was moved. However, the company is not her own. She still has to reflect it to the next level. Mr. Xingyao, this isn't something I can decide alone. Is this okay? I'll discuss it with the company on my side and give you an answer. Whether it's a success or not, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Good, then I look forward to your reply. The phone hung up. Yang Lin did not hesitate any longer. She picked up her cell phone and pushed the door with a hurried step. Gu Xingyi sighed. He put down the phone, thought for a moment, or decided to wait for the other side of the reply. After all, the Sound of the Sea Entertainment is one of the 3 giants of China. The start is higher than other companies. If not, he will find a way to find the next one. Sort of completing a matter of the heart, Gu Xingyi breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door to the room to walk out from the side bedroom. Little Nana was still playing with her toys in a well-behaved manner, muttering something from time to time. Xia Shiyao had already washed up and was sitting at the dining table eating her meal. When she heard the door open, she raised her head and glanced at Gu Xingyi, and then pretended to eat with her head down as if nothing had happened. Only the shyness on her face fell right into Gu Xingyi's eyes, as well as those panda eyes. Hell, I don't know what the hell she was thinking last night that she lost sleep. Gu Xingyi was even more confused. He didn't know what she was shy about. He didn't talk to Xia Shiyao about the entertainment company, something that wasn't in the cards yet. It was useless to talk about it now. Without looking at her again, Gu Xingyi continued to sit back on the sofa to accompany little Nai Nai. What Gu Xingyi didn't expect was that the little one could completely count from 1 to 10. Knowing that before yesterday, she would have forgotten 1 or 2 numbers in between. After being out all day yesterday, it's amazing that little Nana can do this after only playing by herself for a short while today. This discovery made Gu Xingyi happy and proud that it only took him about a week to make little Nai Nai succeed in being indistinguishable from other 3-year-olds. Could it be that he was born suitable to be a father? Gu Xingyi thought proudly. Just as Gu Xingyi fell into self-expansion, the door of the room was suddenly knocked at this time. Gu Xingyi, who heard the ringing sound, looked towards Xia Shiyao in confusion, only to find that Xia Shiyao looked towards herself with the same puzzled face. This made Gu Xingyi even more puzzled. He and Xia Shiyao were both orphans. No one had been a guest in their own home for 10,000 years. Who could this be? The door to the room continued to slam and grew louder and louder, and it was obvious that the person outside was not getting a response for a moment and was pushing harder. Gu Xingyi frowned. This person is so rude. Just for a moment no one answered with so much force. Gu Xingyi didn't wait any longer, and with a slightly cold face, he got up and walked quickly towards the gate. But I didn't want the people outside to suddenly shout at that moment. Gu, open the door. I know you're home. I'm your brother Gao. Didn't you send us messages every day to buy us drinks? Look, we're here. And me, Yu Su, open the door. Hearing these two whooshing voices, Gu Xingyi's face completely darkened. Xia Shiyao even changed her face, frowning with a disgusted look at the door of the room. Little Nai Nai had long since put down her toys and ran into Xia Shiyao's arms. The violent knocking on the door startled her. Gu Xingyi happened to see this scene when he turned his head, and his face became even darker, even with a silky murderous aura. What the hell? After so many days of coaxing her little baby, these two dare to scare her like this. Unforgivable. Chapter 23, The Joker. Gu Xingyi opened the door, and what met his eyes was none other than Gao Chang and Su Bin from the boys' group he was in before, with derisive smiles on their faces as they tried to look past Gu Xingyi into the house. However, he didn't want the view inside the house to be blocked by Gu Xingyi. Yo, Xiao Gu, why did you open the door so late? Are you not welcoming us? Seeing this face of theirs, Gu Xingyi really wanted to shove a fist in his face. Both of them were older than Gu Xingyi, but when they used to be combined together, on weekdays these two called out to each other with a mouthful of brother Gu. It's all because the original body was the face of the previous boy group, and it was the original body that was the hottest in the beginning that drove this boy group to debut. When Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao were in love, they were all incredibly envious, but when the two later retired from the circle and became obscure, their faces changed, and they were extremely mocking with a mouthful of Xiao Gu. It's hilarious that such a person's original body would even think of browbeating them. Gu Xingyi wasn't the sizable cutie of the original body. Naturally, he wouldn't give the two of them a good look. Why do you ask if you know? You two are not welcome here. Go back where you came from. Gu Xingyi was angry at the sight of these two. He narrowed his eyes, his face cold, a look of rejection. Gao Chang on the right, however, licked his chops and stepped forward. Gu is in a bad mood today? Didn't you always want to see us before? Why do you have such an attitude when we're here? Oh, I see. Have you not been drinking? Come on, brother Gao will drink with you. If Gu Xingyi had been before, he would have happily welcomed a few people in for a drink, but he wasn't. Gu Xingyi slammed the door shut in passing, sidestepping Gao Chang's outstretched hand, his expression still cold. I quit drinking, and I won't drink again, and I don't want to see you guys again, so don't ever come back to me. Gao Chang's footsteps as he went forward were lurched, and he fixed his eyes on Gu Xingyi, then turned his head to look at Su Bin, and both of them laughed. Bin, did I hear him right? He said he didn't want to see us? Gao Chang pulled out his ears and pretended to look incredulous. Su Bin similarly smiled. Brother Gao, you heard it right. People are giving an expulsion order. Awesome. Sister Qian really wasn't wrong. Someone's got a brain problem and still thinks he's as honorable as he used to be. Gao Chang instantly changed his face and turned cold. What? Getting in your face? Forget how you begged us before? Gu Xingyi looked at the clownish two in front of her and was filled with speechlessness. They're doing a Sichuan opera? And they're singing in unison? It's a waste of talent to be idle boys. They should be in comedy. Gu Xingyi subconsciously turned his head to look at the closed door of the room, thinking that Nai Nai and Xia Shiyao were still in the house, and that quarreling here would scare both mother and daughter. He raised his hand and slapped Gao Chang's shoulder, waving his hand in a repellent gesture. Come on, we'll talk about it outside. After saying that, he didn't wait for the Gao Chang duo to react, pulling one of them with one hand and heading outside. When Gao Chang and Su Bin reacted, they wanted to break away from Gu Xingyi's hand, but they found that his strength was surprisingly large, and they couldn't break free from his grip. All the way to the outside of the floor, on the cell aisle, Gu Xingyi let go of them. Go back where you came from. I don't want to say it a second time. Gao Chang and Su Bin's faces had turned red. They had made a promise with Sister Qian. They didn't expect to be defeated. But just now Gu Xingyi's strength scared them. They were a little afraid to move for a moment. Don't you want to know what we're here for? After Gao Chang finished speaking, Su Bin seemed to be afraid that Gu Xingyi would refuse again, and busily followed Gao Chang's words. We're here to invite you back to the male group. Haven't you always wanted to come back? Oh, Gu Xingyi squinted at them, wanting to hear what dirty water they were holding back. When Gao Chang and Su Bin saw that Gu Xingyi seemed to be somewhat moved, the two of them glanced at each other with a hint of smugness in their eyes. It was as if the look said, "See, he's still not heartbroken when it comes to this." Gao Chang reverted back to his previous haughty appearance, looking at Gu Xingyi with disdain and said, "Haven't you always wanted to come back? You also said that it was Xia Shiyao who ruined your future. Now we can help you come back. But you have to divorce Xia Shiyao. How about that? Simple, right?" Gu Xingyi still squinted. These two people are when they finished? Finish up and get lost. It's bad luck to see you two. I'm going to throw up my breakfast. Gu Xingyi, don't you give your face away. You're the ones who give a. Gu Xingyi didn't wimp out at all and directly disliked him back. These two goods across the street had been soaking in wine and meat pools and forests for years, while he was obviously much better after a week of exercise, and he didn't know if it was because of the crossing over, but he felt that his strength was greater than that of his previous life. Looking at the two men's red faces that looked like they wanted to move but didn't dare to, Gu Xingyi reached out and took the initiative to pat Gao Chang's shoulder, startling him. "I know why you guys came. Go back and tell your master to keep her away from touching Xia Shiyao, or else." Oh, after Gu Xingyi finished speaking, he ignored the two douchebags and turned around to walk back. Looking at Gu Xingyi's back as he left, Gao Chang and Su Bin's faces were green and red, their eyes staring at him in death. Originally thought a piece of cake. I did not expect to do a bad job, but the two of them have received benefits. Su Bin was still a bit reluctant. Gao, just let him go? Gao Chang bared his teeth and rubbed his shoulder that was hurt by Gu Xingyi's slap, and returned without any good humor. Or else, strange, why does it seem like he's suddenly changed into a different person, with so much strength? Go back, since things didn't work out, you'll just have to think of any other tricks later. Su Bin gave a deflated and the two of them turned around and left. Gu Xingyi, on the other hand, returned home with light steps, and the big and small babies in the house were relieved when they saw him, with a slightly relaxed look in their eyes. Little Nai Nai was still in Xia Shiyao's arms and didn't bother to continue playing the game, his big black eyes staring at Gu Xingyi's face until he saw that familiar smile. The little guy left his mom's arms and pounced over to hug his dad's legs. Xia Shiyao, too, hadn't finished her meal yet, and sat at the table looking at Gu Xingyi with a questioning expression. There, gone? Well, send it away and it won't come back, Gu Xingyi said lightly, reaching out to pick up little Nai Nai and walk over to the sofa to sit down. Watching Gu Xingyi play with little Nai Nai's toys as if nothing had happened, Xia Shiyao then turned around and lowered her head to continue eating. The home returned to its previous coziness, and this little episode was soon forgotten by the three. Unlike Gu Xingyi's side, Gao Chang, Su Bin and the two of them were embarrassed. They had just been humiliated by Gu Xingyi, and then they were ruthlessly humiliated by Lu Qian. The two of them had made a promise to Lu Qian that they would be able to convince Gu Xingyi, but they didn't want to be kicked out straight away. This made the two hate Gu Xingyi even more. Chapter 24, Preparing to leave Mordor. The sun was setting in the evening and it was getting cooler outside. Xia Shiyao changed her clothes and took little Nai Nai out to buy food, and Gu Xingyi, who was alone at home, just picked up his cell phone and prepared to brush the douyin, just in time to receive a call from Yang Lin. The phone had just been connected, and the nice imperial voice on the other side immediately rang out. "Mr. Xingyao, is that you?" "It's me." After Gu Xingyi returned, another voice immediately came from the receiver. "Mr. Xingyao, we've already discussed the possibility of letting the person you recommended join the company. However, what the above means is that at the moment, you only have 2 songs in existence, and one of them is a children's song. Don't get me wrong, both of them are great, but the above still wants to take another look at your composing ability. I don't know if it's convenient or not." Sure enough, with just 2 songs, the other guy doesn't believe in his abilities. Gu Xingyi didn't think much about it. He could understand that capitalism always prioritizes profit. Surely he wouldn't let him send people into the company with his 2 songs. Composing a song, is it? Yes. Gu Xingyi's answer was simple and straightforward. His head was filled with the culture of a world, so naturally he wouldn't be afraid of the other party giving him questions. Yang Lin's heart was originally quite bumpy, but when she heard Xingyao agree so dryly, her heart couldn't help but rise with some relief. She had been running around for a long time today for this. She liked the 2 songs he composed. She believed in Xingyao's talent, but there was still some skepticism up there. After all, who knows how long it took him to compose these 2 songs? Maybe he prepared for a long long time before holding back such two songs and releasing them together? In fact, Yang Lin was also a little bit anxious inside. She also had a little bit of worry inside, but in the end, she still chose to believe in her own vision. She felt that the other party was definitely not bad if he could make two songs about having you in his life and courageous outbursts. In the end, the company still agreed to give Xingyao a chance, and it just so happened that Wayne had recently given a hard time to a few entertainment companies, and they had recently invited many lyricists because of this problem, but unfortunately none of them were able to catch the eye, and they were all passed in the end. If Starry Yao can solve this dilemma, the company will never suspect him again. Mr. Xingyao, can we meet and talk about the specifics? This site still needs you to come over for live lyrics and music. Yang Lin said very sincerely. She also want to see this mysterious guy. What exactly looks like? Shoot video without showing his face. Gu Xingyi thought about it for a moment. He didn't have much else to do at home other than bring up the kids, so he agreed readily. Okay, what time? Where? Mordor. It would be best to come over tomorrow if you can. After all, the sooner the better for you, the better to reflect your value. Hearing Yang Lin say this, Gu Xingyi couldn't help but feel better about this imperial sister in his heart. After all, very few people would be so considerate of others, and most people would prioritize the company's interests. Good. Tomorrow then. Seeing Xingyao agree so readily, Yang Lin also let out a deep breath, followed by a tone of voice that was noticeably lighter, then set a specific time. Text me and let me know. It's this number, and I'll come by tomorrow and pick you up on time. Okay, text me then. Bye. Gu Xingyi agreed, and the phone hung up. Then he researched the flights to Mordor, and finally booked a ticket for tomorrow at 10 a.m. After texting the time to finish with Yang Lin, Gu Xingyi closed his eyes and took a nap, as if he wasn't the least bit concerned about the upcoming dilemma. Not long after, Gu Xingyi actually fell into a deep sleep. When Xia Shiyao led little Nai back, she saw the sleeping Gu Xingyi. She was busy putting her finger on her mouth and gently shushed at little Nai. Little Nai blinked her big eyes and similarly shushed Xia Shiyao, and the mother and daughter shared a heartfelt smile. Xia Shiyao quietly entered the kitchen carrying the dishes, and little Nai walked over to the sofa and gently snuggled into Gu Xingyi's arms. In his dream, Gu Xingyi only felt that a kitten had been rubbing his face, and that soft little paw rubbing on his face, not to mention how comfortable it was. Suddenly, the kitten covered her nose with her two small paws, and Gu Xingyi gasped a little as he struggled a little and jerked awake. Cluck cluck cluck. Nana's cheerful laughter echoed in his ears. Gu Xingyi lowered his head, and only then did he realize that it was his own precious daughter who had pinched his nose with her warm, soft little hand. Daddy, let's eat. Yes, Gu Xingyi would smile, suddenly feeling that this kind of day was very good, much better than every time he woke up alone in his previous life. The aroma of the meal also drifted over from the dining room at this time, making Gu Xingyi feel a little hungry. He looked up. On the table was a plate of baby crisps, a plate of shredded potatoes and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. It looked so inviting. Xia Shiyao's figure then walked out from the kitchen with 2 bowls of rice in her hands. She glanced at Gu Xingyi and softly said, "Seeing that you haven't woken up, I made rice, and even though it wasn't as good as the one you made, I tasted it, and it still tasted good." Gu Xingyi stood up as he picked up little Nai. "I think it's great. The colors and flavors make me hungry just watching it. I'll take Nana to wash her hands and be right over." Hearing Gu Xingyi's praise, Xia Shiyao was a bit shy. She nodded and returned to the kitchen to bring another bowl of rice to the table. As the family ate their meal, Gu Xingyi chucked a piece of small crispy pork into Nai's bowl, turned his head to Xia Shiyao and said, "By the way, I'm going out tomorrow, and I don't know how many days I'll be back for the time being." Xia Shiyao was sipping her soup when she suddenly heard Gu Xingyi's words, and was instantly choked, unable to stop coughing. Gu Xingyi was busy handing over tissues with a worried face. Xia Shiyao took the tissue and turned her back to wipe her mouth. Hearing that Gu Xingyi was suddenly going out, she did get a little flustered, and her subconscious reaction was that his sudden going out had something to do with those 2 people who came to the door today. But now that I think about it, I don't think it is, and if it is, then he should have invited those 2 into his home today, right? After packing up, Xia Shiyao then turned back around. She didn't know if she should go and ask Gu Xingyi where she was going, and there was some inexplicable panic in her heart. She who clearly wanted to escape a week ago, now that she heard that Gu Xingyi was going out, she was subconsciously somewhat reluctant. It was Nana who asked. She didn't know why her mom suddenly coughed, but she heard that her dad was going out for a few days. The thought of not being able to see her daddy for days made Nana a little lost. "Where's daddy going?" Little Nai didn't even pick at her favorite egg custard, pouting her little lips full of reluctance. "Daddy's going to find mommy a job, so you can hear mommy sing more often. Aren't you happy?" Nina was still young enough that she didn't really know what work was, and as far as she could remember, her parents seemed to be home all the time, but she was happy to hear that she could hear her mom sing more often. so she was happy, so happy that she was clapping her little hands. Little does she know now that she will be seeing her mom a lot more often in the future, and I don't know if she will still be so happy then. Mommy's going to sing to Nana more often. Yay! Gu Xingyi rubbed her little head, then his gaze went to Xiao Shiyao. I'm sorry for deciding for you without asking your opinion. It's just that Nana said you like to sing, so I guess you do, right? Before things were not ready, so I didn't tell you. Now other people's companies asked me to go over to talk about it. This time the talk came to fruition. You can make a bright comeback. Continue to go singing, sound and see entertainment. It should still be good. He asked himself to sing? Xiao Shiyao subconsciously looked at him. Gu Xingyi was serious. The two of them stared at each other, and Xiao Shiyao's almond eyes suddenly filled with watery mist, their eyes slightly reddening. A pair of beautiful eyes were suddenly as gentle as water, which made Gu Xingyi a bit overwhelmed, and he lowered his head to pick up his food. Xiao Shiyao didn't think that she would actually be able to continue singing one day, and it was still this man who took the initiative to choose for himself. Thank you, Gu Xingyi. I love to sing. Love it so much. Xiao Shiyao spoke softly, her voice getting firmer and firmer. She loved to sing, and she also wanted to make Lei and Sister Yun better. No more bullying. She'd been worried about them ever since she'd met with Dorothy. No need to thank you. You like it, that's enough. Gu Xingyi looked up with a gentle smile. Chapter 25. The following morning, after the meal. You guys go on back. I figure it'll be a day or two at the most before I'm back. Don't worry. Gu Xingyi hailed a cab to the airport and turned to Xiao Shiyao. Xiao Shiyao nodded her head, and there was actually a look of reluctance in her eyes. It was clear that she had hated running away from him before, and she hadn't expected that in just a few days she would feel bad about him leaving. Little Nai Nai snuggled in Xiao Shiyao's thigh side, but also do not want to Gu Xingyi out. Her little mouth pouted high. The look in her eyes let a person pity. See, Gu Xingyi are eager to tie the little one in their own body. We went out for 2 days. Why did we make it look like we were leaving for life and death? Gu Xingyi ruthlessly stopped looking at her, waved his hand and turned around to sit inside the cab. The car drove away. The two figures in the rearview mirror gradually became smaller. Gu Xingyi closed his eyes. His heart could not tell what it felt like. It's the first time I've ever been sent away from home. At 9:30, the car arrived at the airport, and Gu Xingyi waited for another 20 minutes before taking the plane to Magic City. Magic City, an inch of gold. Most of the headquarters of the entertainment company stands in this. People here for the stars have basically become accustomed to. Usually shopping can meet so one or two. There has been a saying circulating on the internet that the Magic City, that is a place where stars walk everywhere and netizens are as numerous as dogs. At 12:20 minutes past noon, the plane arrived at Mordor on time, and Gu Xingyi just got off the plane and felt the warmth of Mordor. There are so many people here compared to River City. Following the surging crowds, Gu Xingyi moved her body with difficulty and walked until she reached exit 5, only to breathe a little sigh of relief. Standing in front of the exit, Gu Xingyi looked out at the large group of people holding signs, looking for the name that belonged to him. Before he came, he had made an appointment with Yang Lin, and she would pick him up here at the exit. There were too many people holding up signs at the scene, so many of them were fans picking up, which made Gu Xingyi look for a long time before she finally saw a tall woman wearing a professional suit, and what she was holding up in her hand was clearly Xingyao's sign. Sure enough, it's a Mikado. Let's just say the voice is as good as the person. This woman and Xiao Shiyao were two completely different styles. If Xiao Shiyao was as gentle as water, then she was competent and spontaneous, her whole body exuding an intellectual beauty. Gu Xingyi walked up quickly and waved at her. Hello, are you Minister Yang? I'm Xingyao. Reality name is Gu Xingyi. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yang Lin looked at the person in front of her. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she hid it well. I knew that Gu Xingyi was young, but I didn't expect it to be just that young, like fresh out of college and with a face perfectly suited for stardom. Yang can help but feel a little sorry for him. If only I could sign him up, that would be great. Hello, I'm Yang Lin. I just arrived not long ago too. Mr. Xingyao is really young. With a professional smile on her face, Yang Lin spoke and shook Gu Xingyi's hand gently before letting go. Let's go this way. There are too many people here. My car is parked in the underground parking lot. It's dinner time. Let's find a place to eat first and then we'll talk about it in detail. Yes. Gu Xingyi nodded and walked outside side by side with Yang Lin. Yang Lin was really someone who had been in the workplace for a long time, and as she walked, she looked for topics to chat with Gu Xingyi. She had thought that a youngster like Gu Xingyi wouldn't be much of a chatterbox, but after contact, she realized that the other party could actually keep up with her own conversation eloquently, and wasn't shy at all like the other youngsters. This made Yang Jianlin not help but to look at him again. It is true that excellent people can eat everywhere. Gu Xingyi doesn't know that Yang Lin has another high opinion of him. If he knows, he must be speechless. He has the memories of 2 lifetimes, adding up to more than 50 years of age. If this point of emotional quotient is not there, then he can directly find a rope. The two got into the car. Gu Xingyi looked out the window at the bustling magic city. Yang Lin from time to time to introduce him to the local specialties. Only a moment, the two arrived at a special restaurant. The place is not big, but it is said that the taste is very authentic. The two of them sat down, and as Yang Lin finished ordering and waited for the food to be served, that's when she got down to business. I'll call you Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, I wonder who you're recommending this time, a vegetarian or a professional singer? I wonder if Minister Yang has heard of Xia Shiyao. She used to be a singer, but then she retired from the industry, and now she's kind of making a comeback. Talking about business, Gu Xingyi's expression also became serious. Yang frowned. She had heard Xia Shiyao's songs 2 years ago. The popular Little Flower singing is really good, but the reason she frowned is that in the beginning Xia Shiyao was forced to withdraw from the circle because of the exposure of the romance, and the object of the relationship seems to be a white boy who has done nothing. This would be hard to handle. Yang Lin pondered for a moment, skimming a strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear, before she fixed her eyes on Gu Xingyi. I know her. I wonder what Mr. Gu's relationship with her is? Do you know why she retired from the circle before? Gu Xingyi looked at Yang Lin's eyes and faintly said, husband and wife. She is my wife. Even the long-experienced Yang Lin couldn't help but have her jaw dropped when she heard Gu Xingyi's reply. Couple? He's the rumored gigolo? What a joke. Can't it be that Xia Shiyao divorced that one and found another one? Seeing Yang Lin's expression, Gu Xingyi guessed what she was thinking and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. You're right in thinking that I'm the one who retreated from the circle together with her when their romance was exposed. Yang Lin suddenly didn't know what to say. She had heard of Xia Shiyao but didn't know who she was with, and she naturally wouldn't pay attention to idol boy bands that relied on their faces like Gu Xingyi in the past. She was now a little skeptical that he hadn't written those 2 songs. Gu Xingyi didn't give her much time to think about it, and continued to speak when he saw her face torn. Is it hard to get her to join your company? If it's really hard, I'll think of something else, and I'm asking for more than just for her to join your company. I want her to have the top resources and freedom in your company, and her contract can't be stuck. In the end, it's still a matter of interest. I believe that with my help, Sound and Sea Entertainment will go to the next level. I still hope that you can consider it carefully. Gu Xingyi finished in one breath and picked up the water cup to take a calm sip of water. Yang Lin's face was grave, obviously in some difficulty, as she opened her mouth. In the end we haven't worked together. Just with those 2 songs you released on Douyin, it's not that valuable. I recognize Xia Shiyao's singing ability, but the entertainment industry is about more than just singing. I believe you are also clear. It's not difficult to make her come back, but you want top-level resources. Freedom of contract. We basically haven't signed this kind. Let us discuss this matter a little more. It is not a small matter. Although Yang didn't explicitly reject it, but everything in her words revealed that it was basically impossible. Not to mention the top resources. Really give her top resources will be hard to cultivate her into a first-tier or super first-tier superstar. The contract and to be free, then directly out of the company. What about the company? Who will cry? You guys can discuss it, and I'm here to express my attitude. Not only the difficulties you encountered this time, but in the future, if you need songs, or even scripts, no matter what genre, if you ask, I can give it to you. I still very much hope that we can successfully work together. Didn't you guys ask me to come here this time just to see what I can do? I'm here, so why don't you make a decision after you've seen it? Gu Xingyi said lightly, with an air of confidence. Yang Lin gave him a deep look. It was the first time she had seen such a confident person. Is this the legendary white boy? The world is foolish. Chapter 26 The Game. In the end, Yang Lin hurriedly left after dinner. She had to go and discuss with the company, and on her way out, she gave Gu Xingyi a room card. She had booked the hotel in advance. It was right next to the restaurant. Wait for my message. Those were the last words she said on her way out. She was impressed by Gu Xingyi's self-confidence, and she couldn't believe that such a self-confident person would say that he didn't have some skills. Gu Xingyi came to the hotel room and simply washed up before lying on the bed thinking, if Inhai didn't work, he would go to other companies. It's always possible, right? If none of them work, the big deal is that he'll make more money, tire himself out and start a company, and take Xia Shiyao with him to develop obscenely. Gu Xingyi hadn't noticed in the slightest that his thoughts had unconsciously changed, from just wanting to be a salted fish in the beginning, to now going on the run for Xia Shiyao. In his short time together, he was becoming more and more considerate of them, and even more unconsciously integrated into the little family. Yang Lin's call came at 3 in the afternoon, and she had already arrived downstairs, stating that Gu Xingyi needed to make a trip with her to the Sound and Sea mansion. Gu Xingyi didn't say anything more and went straight downstairs to meet up with Yang Lin. The company of Sound and Sea Entertainment was located in the busiest area of Magic City, and an entire building was full of Sound and Sea Entertainment's properties. At this moment, on the 18th floor of the Sonic C mansion. Inside the parlor, the company's chairman, Yang Xian, the head of the Human Resources Department, Zhang Chao, and a few other managers from Sound and C Entertainment were all there. Zhang Chao's face was ugly, and he was currently speaking to Yang Xian. Chairman, I have nothing to say about Vice Minister Yang's business ability, but this time I think she's paying too much attention to this Guxingyi. He used to be a trifling artist, and now he's even making such outrageous demands of us. Those 2 songs on Duyo are good, but who knows where he got them from. I think we're just wasting our time. In response to Zhang Chao's complaints, Yang Xian waved his hand with a kind smile on his face. We still need to give the young people some opportunities. This time let's see how talented he is first. If it doesn't work, I'm sure Shaolin won't say anything more. Looking at the chairman's amiable demeanor, Zhang Chao could only hold his breath, but in his heart, he was constantly bellyaching. It's not because it's your daughter. You're biased. Yang Xian saw Zhang Chao's look of being aggravated and laughed again. As the chairman of the company, he naturally would not say what his daughter said. In fact, he had also heard those 2 songs, which could only be described as perfect. However, he didn't need to explain anything to Zhang Chao. As for whether those 2 songs were made by the person himself, whether it was a mule or a horse, it would be known if he pulled it out for a walk. Moreover, he was still interested in Guxingyi, a former unknown artist, but now he was so confident that he dared to put forward that kind of condition. In the end, he didn't believe that he didn't have some real talent. This concept Yang Envy and Yang Lin the same. In the end is a father and daughter. Not a family does not enter a door. Yang Lin led Guxingyi to the parlor at this time. Guxingyi had seen quite a few of the stars that had burst onto the scene in this world from the moment she entered, each of them being the best in their respective fields. Sure enough, it is one of the 3 giants. This degree of luxury, this big names gathered, looking at it makes people have a feeling of high class. What a row! As soon as he entered the parlor, Guxingyi felt that the gazes of everyone present were directed at him, their eyes showing various colors. There was skepticism, surprise, disdain, and probing. Guxingyi naturally settled into the guest seat, one to a group, his expression bland and generous. Yang Xian couldn't stop a trace of appreciation from rising in his heart. Good first impression for such a young guy to show such generosity in the face of such a situation. Well, since the main man has arrived, let's get started. Mr. Gu, right? We had a meeting to discuss your request. Xia Shuyao, right? The contract can be signed. Resources can also be given at the top level. However, the contract can't be free. We really can't give this. It's not signed like this. You should be able to understand what I mean, right? Guxingyi nodded his head. He naturally knows, but cooperation, certainly to talk, not talk about how to know what their bottom line is. Understood. So how long is the contract for? Yang Xian laughed and looked straight at Guxingyi. 5 years. We train her with the top resources and we don't limit what songs she wants to release or what activity she wants to participate in, but the contract has to be for 5 years, which is the standard contract for all the company's top artists. Guxingyi frowned slightly, not in the least bit afraid of his gaze, and looked at him equally straight. 5 years is too long. I believe in my ability, your resources plus my talent. Within a year she will be the top stream, maybe not even a year, so the most I can promise is 2 years, the remaining year to bring enough benefits to your company. It can be, in these 2 years, Xia Shuyao songs don't need you to worry about them, and I can write songs for you Sound C for free, but the number is limited. Ha! Who wouldn't say big words? Become a top stream within a year. Are you dreaming? Guxingyi had just finished speaking when he saw a balding man sitting next to Yang Lin snort a little, looking at himself with contempt in his eyes and said. Guxingyi only glanced at him and ignored him, continuing to stare at Yang Xian. As for this baldy, this kind of person will just use his strength to hit him in the face. It's useless to say more. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes, his fingers gently tapping the desktop as the smile on his face became more and more obvious. It's good for young people to be confident, and 2 years isn't out of the question, but it all depends on your strength. This time I invited you over, on the one hand, to talk about cooperation, on the other hand, recently Wain issued a universal activity, requiring every company to participate, but only one song can be elected. I want to take it. I wonder if you have the strength to do so. Guxingyi nodded slightly. Isn't this the event I came for? So crazy. It has character. I love it. Let Vice Minister Yang hand over the details of the event to you. Then I'll wait for your good news. As long as your song is recognized, I can sign the contract right away from my side. Yang Xian smiled gently and made his final decision. Everything was negotiated and Guxingyi relaxed. He stood up and shook Yang Xian's hand, then left the parlor with Yang Lin, taking the elevator down 2 floors. He reached the 16th floor inside Yang Lin's office. Yang Lin sighed. She did not expect her father would agree to such an outrageous condition, but this event is indeed very important. The official down to hold the event when the company that won the elected song will naturally get the official favor. The benefits of this are self-evident. Businessmen seek profit, and my father is obviously not in the business of taking losses. Yang Lin's eyes were a little complicated when she looked at Gu Xingyi again. She quite hoped that Gu Xingyi would be a hit, which would mean that her vision was right. Then some of the company's gossip will naturally go away. Take a look. Here's the fine print for this campaign. Only 3 days for you to create. I hope you get what you want. I also hope we can work together successfully. Yang Lin took out a file bag from the drawer and handed it to Gu Xingyi and said, Chapter 27, Heroes. Gu Xingyi opened the file bag, and what met his eyes was a large headline, Ordinary Heroes. Seeing these few large words, Gu Xingyi's complexion immediately became serious as he continued to look down. Heroes are ordinary, yet extraordinary. They don't have the power of a god, yet they do what no god can do. There have never been gods that came down from heaven, only mortals willing to step up to the plate. In this chaotic world, it is the silent and nameless heroes who are working hard to maintain this pure land, and they have been passed on from generation to generation. My country is a great country, not to mention the lack of these ordinary heroes, just that they are rarely known. Now Huayin joins hands with many departments to solicit response songs from all major entertainment companies, with the theme of ordinary heroes, to promote the culture of the country of China and erect a new social atmosphere. The office was quiet, with only the sound of Gu Xingyi flipping through papers. Gu Xingyi's expression was the most serious since crossing over. He flipped through the file and there were a couple of photos underneath. In the first one, a group of doctors and nurses in protective suits, in the background in the middle of the night, under dimmed lights, who are paralyzed with exhaustion outside the operating room without even being able to take off their clothes. The second one, it's 3 firefighters, covered in wreckage, with the extinguished fire behind them, and the one in the forefront, with a bright smile on his face despite the ashes, all because in his arms, he's holding a child still swaddled in his arms. In the third one, there were several warriors with only their backs, their faces could not be seen, only the clothes behind them could be seen, with the word narcotics written in large letters, while in front of them, they were facing a group of vicious criminals. In the fourth, a classroom that is about to collapse, 2 teachers are clustered around children running toward the door, and another teacher, who is holding a child and handing it to someone outside. And behind her, there is no one left, and she is the last one. There were many similar photos. Gu Xingyi looked at them carefully one by one. His heart trembled slightly, and when he saw one, he couldn't help but rub his fingers together. That's the soul of China. Gu Xingyi suddenly felt that even if Soundsea Entertainment hadn't agreed to his terms, he would have written the song down. It's his honor. No interests involved, no gains or losses. These people in the photo, they deserve it. After reading all the documents, Gu Xingyi organized them one by one and put them away. Taking a deep breath, Yang Nei also broke the silence in the office at that moment. Shocking, isn't it? To be honest, if I had the ability, I would compose a good song to accompany them even if I had to pay money backwards. But unfortunately, I can't. Even the huge Soundsea Entertainment doesn't have a single person who can come up with a satisfactory composition. Well, are you okay with this? You only have 3 days, and in 3 days Huayin is going to end this audition. Gu Xingyi nodded. As a Chinese, how can I not be shocked? Don't worry, leave it to me. Within 3 days, I'll definitely give you guys a satisfactory answer to them. After saying that, Gu Xingyi put the documents away and stood up. That's it then. You get me some songwriting paper and I'll go back to the hotel and work on it slowly. Okay, I'll walk you. Now that time was running out. She didn't say anything more and was busy standing up to go downstairs with Gu Xingyi. In the evening, in the hotel, Gu Xingyi took a shower and came to his desk. He laid the curved manuscript paper flat on the table and lifted his pen to think silently. He had 2 songs in his head as soon as he read the document. Both songs fit this theme well. One is about nobody and the other is about just being ordinary. Gu Xingyi thought for a long time before deciding that it was it. As long as it's ordinary. The theme song of the original World I'm Not a Drugstore. It was later used as a song for the anti-epidemic theme song by Hua Yang, which fit the theme of this time. Ordinary heroes. Silent. Don't want God's halo. Just your ordinariness. The whole piece is very simple, but the simple melody reveals a hint of sadness up front, followed by a gradual shift from sadness to faith. Gu Xingyi put pen to paper to compose the tune, and as each musical note leaped onto the paper, Gu Xingyi seemed to have returned to the time when the epidemic broke out in the original world. Everyone, though trapped in their homes, always believed that we would beat the epidemic, always sure that we would win. He thought of that great academician Zhong, and of the countless most beautiful retrograde travelers. It's like that quote, the world is broken, but there is always someone to mend it. No one is born a hero, but there is always someone to carry the weight. These are the ordinary heroes. After the sheet music was written, Gu Xingyi rubbed his slightly sore eyes, took out another piece of paper, and solemnly wrote down the title of the song. When they were all written, Gu Xingyi put them together and hummed softly. He didn't allow the song to make the slightest mistake in his hands, and he hummed it over and over again several times to make sure there was no mistake at all before he finally lay down on his bed contentedly. He was suddenly looking forward to the look on their faces when they saw the song tomorrow. The next day, Gu Xingyi simply ate breakfast without informing Yang Lin, and took a taxi alone to Sound Sea Entertainment. Yang Lin was still busy with her work in the office, and she was surprised to suddenly see Gu Xingyi visiting her. "You still have time to come to my place? It's only 3 days. Big brother, why don't you go and think of a song?" "Writing what song? It's finished." Gu Xingyi smiled, handing the manuscript paper to Yang Lin under her face full of shock. "Let's see it first. I think this one should work, right?" Yang Lin looked at Gu Xingyi like she was looking at a monster, and the dry imperial sister's rare emotions were a bit out of control. "Are you kidding me? 1 night? What great songs can you write in 1 night? He's not just going to muddle through, is he?" Yang Lin frowned and took the curved manuscript paper. She thought that this young man was stable and excellent yesterday, and today the other party came to hit his own face. She'd like to see what he wrote in 1 night. Yang Lin put her eyes on the song script paper. When she saw the title of the song she was still calm, but next, when she slowly read the lyrics, her whole body was stunned. What kind of fairy lyrics are these? Everywhere written ordinary but everywhere reveals the extraordinary. Throughout the whole article did not mention a hero but every sentence is a hero. This lyric is straight to the point. Yang Lin then couldn't wait to look at the sheet music again, and after a few moments, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Gu Xingyi, her eyes glowing. Did you really write this in 1 night?" Gu Xingyi touched his nose and said calmly, "What else? I stayed up all night to make it." "Well, is this song any good?" Gu Xingyi deliberately asked again. In fact, he knew in his heart, this song, if it does not work, then there is no line. Yang Lin's eyes became more and more radiant as she stared closely at Gu Xingyi. "You are so awesome. I made the right choice. Can you sing it for me? I want to hear it sung." Chapter 28, As Long as It's Ordinary. 1 night. Yang can't even imagine how much talent it would take to create such a complete lyric in this short period of time. She couldn't wait to hear what the song was like being sung now. "Yes." Gu Xingyi nodded his head. He closed his eyes for a moment to brew his emotions, thinking about how he felt when he first heard the song in the first place. Yang Lin immediately sat up like a devout listener. Only the dazzling light in her beautiful eyes grew brighter and brighter. The serious Gu Xingyi is really a sight for sore eyes. Gu Xingyi opened his eyes to see the scene. He coughed and skimmed his eyes slightly, taking a deep breath before singing softly. "Maybe far away or yesterday, here or across the river, a long road of sorrows and sorrows, people gathering and people scattering, letting go of right and wrong to know the answer, living bravely, without the aura of God. You and I were born ordinary." Gu Xingyi's face was serious and pious looking. His voice was gentle, and with the tune, it was as if he was slowly telling something mundane and unforgettable. The summer sunlight shone in through the window, shining on Gu Xingyi's serious face. This kind of scene made Yang Lin seem to be in a trance, as if she saw a beam of light from the darkness, shining into the earth. Recognize regret in heartbreak. Life is long and short. The beating heart grows vines, willing to fight for danger. Falling into the grayness, falling into the abyss with a dirt-stained face. There is no aura of God. Hold the mundane in your hands. This heart has no regrets in this life. The fire of life has been lit. That was the feeling. Yang Lin's heart had begun to tremble slightly at this moment, and that was the first thing she felt when she saw the document. Heartbroken, lamenting life, honoring them yet heartbroken. She now finally understood what was meant by a gap. A gap was something that everyone else could feel but couldn't express. Gu Xingyi, on the other hand, was able to express this emotion in his entirety in one song. Right, because of these lovely heroes who defied the odds and set the fire of life ablaze, so many miracles have happened on earth. Yang Lin looked at the young man in front of her with some fascination, immersed in his song. Someday it may be far away, and maybe we'll see each other again, whether in the crowd in the sky. Let me see your face again. Let the tears spread over your eyes, though there are no words for the tears. Don't want God's halo, just your ordinariness. When Gu Xingyi sang this, his eyes became a little moist, and it was as if the faces that had angelic faces but were blurred appeared in front of him again. It was as if he stood there and just watched, as those who had been saved bowed to them. And Gu Xingyi's opposite. Tears had long since slipped from Yang Lin's eyes, and she didn't even seem to be aware of it, just staring at Gu Xingyi in a daze. Before, in her mind, he was just a talented but bullying person. But now, the image of him in her mind became clearer and clearer. Not only was he talented, he had a delicate heart, and he had qualities that others did not have. He possessed a heart that was always grateful. There's no such thing as a good time, just someone carrying your weight. This heart has no regrets in this life. The fire of life has been kindled. When the song ended, Yang Lin was still immersed in the song and couldn't help herself until Gu Xingyi gently coughed twice, and only then did she suddenly come back to her senses. Panicked, she wiped the tear tracks on her face. Yang Lin stood up violently, her eyes becoming more and more radiant, so radiant that Gu Xingyi was too embarrassed to look directly at her anymore. May I? Pa. It's too okay, little friend Gu. I really didn't expect you to give us such a big surprise. Just as Yang Qianlin was about to open her mouth, the door to the office was suddenly pushed open, and Yang Envy walked in while clapping her hands, speaking with a look on her face that was clearly caught by surprise. Behind him, followed by the head of the Human Resources Department, Zhang Chao. At this moment Zhang Chao obviously with a face full of vegetables. He could not believe it. This is only how long? Gu Xingyi really made a song? Or such a perfect song? Dad, why did you come in without knocking? Seeing the visitor, Yang Lin looked a little flustered. She secretly wiped the tear stains on her face again, and with a disgruntled face, she shouted at Yang Xian. Yang Envy, however, did not have the slightest intention of repentance, still smiling and laughing, only looking at his own baby daughter's eyes somewhat strange. How long had it been since he'd seen his daughter in this little womanly pose? If I don't come, how can I know that Gu Xiaoyu has composed such a good song? Okay. Gu Xingyi was speechless. This went straight from Mr. Gu to Gu Xiaoyu. As expected, he's a businessman, and those who can bring him benefits are his relatives. I'm flattered, Chairman Yang, as long as you're satisfied. Satisfied, very satisfied, little friend Gu. Now that the song is available, then as long as this song is chosen by Hua Yin, we'll sign the contract with Xia Shiyao immediately. Now I'll sign a cooperation agreement with little friend Gu first, right? It'll save you from worrying, won't it? Yang Xian smiled and nodded his head, and at the same time, his efficiency was also very quick, and he directly clapped things down. Gu Xingyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this was sort of 8 or 9. The group signed a cooperation agreement on the spot, and as long as the song was selected, then the cooperation Gu Xingyi had previously mentioned with Soundsea Entertainment would begin immediately. After signing, Gu Xingyi excused himself to Yang Xian. Chairman Yang, since the matter is settled, the kid will leave first. Good, and I hope we'll work well together in the future. Gu Xingyi nodded slightly and took the cooperation agreement and turned toward the office door. I'll give you a ride. Seeing that Gu Xingyi was about to leave, Yang Lin suddenly said. She had just been a little afraid to look at Gu Xingyi. She had actually looked at him like a fangirl before. That's just shameful for a royal girl. It was just that now that Gu Xingyi was leaving, her heart was suddenly inexplicably a little reluctant. Ahem, Shaolin ah. Don't I remember that you still have work left to do? Xiao Gu wouldn't be a child. Where would he need you to send him around? Before Gu Xingyi turned his head and spoke, Yang Xian on the opposite side suddenly spoke first. Seeing this, Gu Xingyi smiled at Yang Lin with gratitude. Thank you Minister Yang for your kindness. I'll just take a taxi back myself. After saying that, Gu Xingyi turned around and walked out of the office, gently closing the door behind him and passing before striding away. As for Yang Lin in the office, at this moment, like a furious kitten, she suddenly exploded. Dad, what do you mean? They just sent us a song and you let them go. You're not like that. When Zhang Chao, who was still in the room, saw this scene, he suddenly became furious, gulped, and hurriedly said, that, I still have some work left to take care of. I'll take my leave first. Farewell. Without waiting for Yang Xian to speak, Zhang Chao scurried out in a puff of smoke, shutting the door tightly in the process. It wasn't until he was out the door that he wiped the fine sweat from his head and left quickly. He couldn't be there to get in the way of other people's father-daughter affairs. Yang Xian looked at his daughter's appearance, and did not get angry, but only a little speech. Shaolin ah, you're not so young anymore. It's time to find a date. Kid Gu is pretty good, but don't forget, he has a wife, and as far as I know, he has a daughter, right? Yang Lin suddenly fell silent for a moment before coldly saying, of course I know, I only sent him because he was invited here by me. It's as simple as that. The imperial sister was back to being high and cold, an aura that made even her father, Yang Xian, a little frightened. Okay, it's good that you know. I suddenly remembered I have work to do too. Let's go. Yang Xian pulled his legs out and left, only to just walk out the door and suddenly poked his head in again. I mean it, good daughter, you're 26 now. It's time to find someone. Get out. Okay Lu, no more rushing, I'll get out now. Chapter 29, Time to Wait. Walking out of the Sound and Sea Mansion, Gu Xingyi waited by the side of the road for a long time before finally stopping a cab. Gu Xingyi got into the car. The driver master also flirted with the fact that those who work here are rich. Usually cabs do not come here. Gu Xingyi is good luck to get a taxi. Gu Xingyi spread his hands. He was also helpless. He was here to ask for a favor, but this also strengthened the idea of Gu Xingyi to buy a car. It is too inconvenient to go out, waiting for a car to waste half a day. The car was traveling on the way to the hotel. Gu Xingyi inquired about his ticket home. He was going to go back to the hotel to simply pack up, have lunch and leave. It was clear that he had only left home early yesterday morning, and now he was actually a little homesick. Gu Xingyi wasn't sure what was wrong with him. In the original world he had gone out for so long, he wouldn't even have thoughts of homesickness, but when he came to this world, he changed. I hadn't even chosen a ticket yet, but Yang Lin's phone call came in. Hey, Mr. Gu, that's so mean. My dad didn't sound too good. I apologize on his behalf. On the phone, Yang Lin expressed her apologies, her tone a little cold, as if she was still angry with someone. Gu Xingyi was a bit surprised. He didn't take this matter to heart, and Yang Xian had expressed it very politely. As a capitalist he had already given his face. As to whether there is any unloading, it doesn't exist. It's just a fair trade. Used to seeing all kinds of people in the capital market. Gu Xingyi has long been aware of this. Ha, it's okay, I didn't feel anything wrong. You don't have to take it to heart. Hearing Gu Xingyi say this, Yang Lin's tone eased slightly. It's good that you don't care. By the way, are you on your way back to the hotel now? Right, already in the car. I'm going back to the hotel to pack up and head back to Jiangcheng, Gu Xingyi said, but the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, followed by Yang Lin's voice. It's like this, Mr. Gu, you'd better wait for 2 more days. If your lyrics are chosen, I guess why inside will still need your assistance. After all, you did all the lyrics in music. You have the deepest understanding of the song. I've booked you a few extra days at the hotel, so you don't have to worry. Hearing Yang Lin's words, Gu Xingyi's plan to go home fell through, and he was left with an empty heart. But they're right. If there's anything else at a later stage, it wouldn't be a good idea to fly back and forth between the two cities. Okay, I know. I'll stay a few more days then. Thanks for letting me know. You're welcome. The phone call with Yang Lin hung up. Gu Xingyi regretfully put down his cell phone and turned his head to look out the car window at the scenery flying by. He missed the little one at home a little. Thinking of little Nai Nai, Gu Xingyi himself didn't even realize that a smile inexplicably raised on his face, as if his heart was in the right place. Gu Xingyi had just returned to the hotel and took out his cell phone in boredom when Xia Shuriao's call came in. Gu Xingyi picked up the phone, and little Nai Nai's voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Crooked? Is it Daddy? It's the little one AC. Even though he couldn't see little Nai Nai's appearance, Gu Xingyi's ant-like smile still rose on his face. It's Daddy. Nina, is this missing Daddy? Think. Dad. Mommy asks when you're coming back. At this time at home, little Nai Nai held her cell phone in both hands and nestled sweetly in Xia Shuriao's arms. Xia Shuriao's pretty face immediately climbed red. Helplessly blanked the little one a glance. Obviously she was the one who clamored to call her father. Why did she involve herself now? Didn't ask for that myself. Then tell Mom, oh, Dad won't be back for a few more days. Gu Xingyi snickered. He guessed it must have been the little guy who wanted to go back on his own but moved out Xia Shuriao. Nana was visibly upset to hear this and grunted over the phone. The corner of Gu Xingyi's mouth curled up slightly as he changed to a comfortable position on the bed. Did Nina eat properly today, Na? Hearing that, little Nina immediately looked up at her mom, then lowered her head like a thief and whispered, there is but Nai wants to eat Daddy's cooking more. The little guy's tone was extremely serious, so serious that the eavesdropping Xia Shuriao was angry and laughed. You're a tattletale at such a young age, aren't you? You're saying you're not a good cook? Then Xia Shuriao heard Gu Xingyi's harumphing laughter on the other end of the phone. In an instant Xia Shuriao's face turned even redder as she snatched the phone. Okay, that's enough chatting with Dad for today. Hey, that's not what I asked. I know. How's the family? Hearing Gu Xingyi's reply, Xia Shuriao only felt even more angry. Was he holding back his laughter? Very well. You've only been out for a day. What can be the matter? Okay, enough talk. Hang up. I'm going to make lunch. Hey, you can't. I haven't talked to the little guy enough. Bye. Xia Shuriao, however, didn't give Gu Xingyi this opportunity and directly hung up the phone. Her face was rolling now, and if she kept talking, she was afraid she'd want to punch someone. Seeing that little Nai Nai was still staring at her phone with a face full of regret, Xia Shuriao decided to make little Nai Nai's least favorite small green vegetables for lunch today. Right, kids can't be picky eaters. Gu Xingyi heard the blind voice coming from the earpiece and regretted it while still having a smile on his face. This was the first time he had ever seen Xia Shuriao in such a small mood, and it was just great. Before, she always gave him an indescribably depressing feeling, the kind of depressing that was as if she had no self-emotions and was gentle to the point of weakness. How can I put it? Gu Xingyi called it someone who lacked a solitary soul, and right now, that's slowly getting better. She's changing back into herself, and that's just fine. The wait is long. Before we know it, we have reached the end of July, and in a few days we will be in the month of August. Gu Xingyi had already spent 2 days in Magic City, during which time he had spoken to Yang Lin on the phone a few times, and their relationship was no longer so rusty. At least now Yang Lin wouldn't be calling out with a mouthful of Mr. making Gu Xingyi sound awkward. I'm obviously a youngster myself, and I'm calling myself old. Gu Xingyi still woke up early and ran in the morning for the past 2 days, and everything seemed to be calm and quiet, and the news from Hua Yin's side hadn't come yet, so Gu Xingyi could only wait slowly. On the evening of the third day, Gu Xingyi, however, received an unfamiliar yet familiar phone call. Hello, is that old Gu? It's Chen Feng. Chen Feng? Gu Xingyi didn't expect to receive this call either, and he quickly combed through the original owner's memories. A moment later, he remembered that this was the original owner's former dead friend when he was in college. The two go their separate ways after graduation, with the original owner taking part in a boy band talent show, while his nemesis Chen Feng is forced to go home and inherit his family's mini-mart. Going home was not Chen Feng's intention. His ambition was not there. Gu Xingyi remembered that he had always wanted to enter the animation industry. After all, they had graduated from the University of Communication, and Chen Feng had studied animation production and the like. Front, crazy? Long time no see. Thinking of the two hooking up in college, Gu Xingyi smiled and opened his mouth to ask. He didn't have any friends in this world yet. Thinking of Chen Feng's character and personality in the original owner's memories, Gu Xingyi's smile grew even wider. It's nice to have a genuine friend. It seems, too. Chapter 30, A Visit from the Brothers. Old Gu, what's the situation after you got married? You don't answer your phone. You don't answer your messages. You don't see me as a brother? On the other end of the phone, Chen Feng's reproachful voice came, but the tone of concern hidden inside made Gu Xingyi unable to stop her heart from warming up. It's just that the original owner always wanted to flatter both Gao and Su after she got married, so she didn't even have time to take care of this best brother. Hi, it was my fault before, so please spare me this time, and I'll treat you to dinner later to make amends, okay? Gu Xingyi said in reparation, while in his heart, he secretly scolded the original owner again. You can't even tell if you're a human or a ghost. It's a disgrace to me. Gu Xingyi, haha, you said it. No need to wait for later then, just today. Brother, I'm coming to Jiangcheng. Chen Feng's tone was excited, and his proud tone could be heard through the phone receiver. Crazy, it's not that I don't want to invite you. I'm not in Jiangcheng right now. I'm here in Magic City on business, and I won't be able to go back until a few days later. Gu Xingyi was embarrassed, not expecting Chen Feng to run away to Jiangcheng and pounce. Why did you kid run away to Mordor again? No, wait, I'll fly to Magic City right now. You won't get away with this. I'm the one who ran away from home with great difficulty to prepare for great things. This kind of good deed should be shared with you. Okay, I'll wait for you in Magic City. I'm not going anywhere. I'll send you the location on WeChat. I can afford a meal. Haha, Gu Xingyi agreed with alacrity. He also wanted to meet this dead friend he hadn't seen in years. Then it's a deal. I'm booking the tickets now, and I'm going to have to rip you off this time. I'm hanging up. Let's go. Chen Feng was very efficient, and after hanging up the phone, it didn't take long before he sent Gu Xingyi a message on WeChat about the airfare. It arrives at 10 p.m. and is still a couple hours away. Gu Xingyi was also in a happy mood. Even the sadness of days of waiting disappeared, humming a song and swiping her cell phone as she waited for his arrival. Not long after, Gu Xingyi saw that it was about time, so he went downstairs to the door. A cab stopped in front of the hotel. From the car down two people, one of them 1.7 or so chubby boy's face all the excitement. A car to the hotel to look at. The other one was a girl, a secondary costume, petite and delicate looking, getting off the bus and slightly impatiently following behind the slightly chubby boy, until Gu Xingyi and this boy saw each other. Both of them froze for a moment before a smile rose on their faces at the same time. Lao Gu, crazy. The slightly chubby boy in front of him was none other than Chen Feng. Chen Feng sprinted forward, not to mention the excitement in his eyes as he heavily hugged Gu Xingyi. You brat, you haven't changed a bit, and you've gotten much more handsome. I don't even dare to recognize you. Gu Xingyi smiled and sized him up. Haha, you've gained weight. I remember how good that body of yours used to be. You had muscles. Now you've gotten so fat. Haha, it's not that there's a mom at home who thinks you're skinny. I can't get out of the house anymore. Chen Feng laughed playfully. He really was not fat before. His body is also good. With a country face, quite a kind of not angry and authoritative image. But since he came home from graduation, he's been captive to this, and his country face has turned into a round, chubby face with an extra round of fat. It's hard to blame, but it's nice like this. It's more comfortable to look at. That's right. Chen Feng stepped forward and took Gu Xingyi's shoulder, turned around and pointed at the secondary girl and said, "Let me introduce you. My girlfriend, Ruan Chang." Gu Xingyi glanced at Ruan Chang and bumped Chen Feng's waist with his elbow, whispering, "Okay, crazy guy, good job finding a girlfriend." After saying that, Gu Xingyi nodded at Ruan Chang again. "Hello, I'm Chen Feng's good buddy, Gu Xingyi." "Hello, I've been hearing about you from Feng. I didn't realize that reality grows so handsome. Ruanqing's eyes clearly lit up for a moment when she saw Gu Xingyi, but she quickly collected herself and smiled back. Don't even look at who it is, buddy, Chen Feng said immediately afterward, a smile overflowing on his face, which was rewarded with a pair of blank stares from Ruanqing. It's not you. What are you so proud of? Ha ha, my buddy and I don't share the same thing. Go go go. I've flown all this way to slaughter you, kid. I can't let you get away today. Chen Feng hooked up with Gu Xingyi and walked forward. Slaughter all you want today. I recognize the punishment. The three of them walked all the way, and in the end, Chen Feng surprisingly just found a roadside stall selling barbecue and pulled Gu Xingyi to sit down. Gu Xingyi snickered in his heart, saying that he wanted to slaughter himself, but he still couldn't give it up. I didn't see that this fatty was quite arrogant. The three of them sat down and Chen Feng shouted at the boss to order skewers. Gu Xingyi, however, noticed that Ruanqing seemed a bit reluctant, but she still took out a tissue and carefully wiped the stool before sitting down. The big-hearted Chen Feng did not notice this scene in the slightest. Seeing this, Gu Xingyi patted Chen Feng's shoulder and deliberately said, "Crazy man, why don't you change the house? Aren't you going to slaughter me? How much can you slaughter here?" Unexpectedly, Chen Feng squinted and glanced at Gu Xingyi. "What? I don't like street stalls. I used to come here in college. This is it. Let's get drunk today. There you go. Good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. This guy is still so straight." Gu Xingyi smiled bitterly. Okay, just here. What you say counts. But drinking is out of the question. I quit drinking. Chen Feng frowned slightly. He did not understand what Gu Xingyi really meant. One moment he disliked the roadside stalls, the next moment he quit drinking. Gu Xingyi hastily patted his shoulder and explained. "Bro, really quit. I made a lot of mistakes before because of drinking, and then I changed. So I don't drink anymore." Seeing Gu Xingyi's sincere tone, Chen Feng relieved himself and said with slight regret, "Okay, it's good to quit, so we don't have to miss anything. So let's just have enough today. Right, where's my star sister-in-law? She didn't come with you to Magic City?" Chen Feng was a year younger than Gu Xingyi, so he had always addressed Xia Shiyao as sister-in-law. Gu Xingyi shook his head. "No, I'm here for a bit. She's at home with the kids. It's you. How can your family let you out?" Speaking of this, Chen Feng, obviously a face of complacency, mysteriously close to Gu Xingyi, said, "That is naturally in my efforts to come out. I'm not going back to inherit the family's small supermarket? Exempt." Not long after going back, I realized, that which is what small supermarket? It is a national supermarket chain. You say angry or not, my family kept me in the dark for so long, and only in the end did I realize that I'm a rich second-generation mother ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** cannot less rub their meals. His monthly living expenses are extremely small. Hate a penny pick into two halves with the kind of. I didn't expect to be transformed into a rich second generation now. I can only say that his family really knows how to play. Gu Xingyi gave a thumbs up. You cow! Now that you know you're the second generation of the rich, why don't you come out if you're not waiting for death at home? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dude is a man of thought and ambition. How can I be a riceworm? It took a lot of persuasion to get my family to let me out. Chen Feng's face was full of displeasure, with the arrogant look of I am a warrior with dreams, not a salted fish. Chapter 31, a good traditional girl. Can. Very thoughtful. Gu Xingyi liked Chen Feng's character and immediately expressed his approval. The kebabs were served just in time, so the three of them ate and talked. Right, old Gu, what are you doing now? Do you want to work with me? I've opened a studio over in Jiangcheng. Gu Xingyi was busy waving his hand and refused. When Xia Shiyao came out to work, he still had to bring up his own child, and he didn't have a dream. He just wanted to be a salted fish. No, I'm going to be a full-time baby daddy at home. What? That's a lofty enough ideal, isn't it? Chen Feng was shocked. Sublime. It's sublime. You're going to be a gigolo and a soft touch. Cough. Gu Xingyi was choked and coughed violently for a few moments. Who said that being a baby daddy means eating soft food? However, it seems that eating Xia Shiyao's soft rice is also quite fragrant. Gu Xingyi fell into deep thought. Chen Feng was even more shocked when he saw that Gu Xingyi didn't say anything. Holy, you don't really want to eat soft food, do you? But the way you look, it does fit, ha. Asterisk Q. Who says being a full-time baby daddy means you have to be a soft touch? It's not like you can't make money at home. Gu Xingyi wryly said. He even saw that Wan Qing was casting a strange look at him when he said that he was going to eat soft food. Chen Feng, however, patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone, I'm serious. Why don't you come and work with me? I'll give you half of my share. As you know, my dream is to make anime, to produce anime that belongs to our Chinese country's specialties. So I came out and found a partner with my girlfriend and opened a studio. No, my girlfriend is the dubbing. And when the time is right, I'm going to open a company. You also graduated from the University of Communication and have the right major. How about that? Gu Xingyi listened and pondered for a while. He can see that Chen Feng is sincere for his good. And Chen Feng has always wanted to do animation. From the university that will study very hard. But his parents do not approve. I didn't expect Chen Feng to actually obtain his parents' consent to run out now. It's also persistent enough. After thinking about it, Gu Xingyi still shook his head. Crazy man. I appreciate the gesture. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. But don't bother doing it together. I'm really planning on being a baby daddy at home. Gu Xingyi patted Chen Feng's shoulder in encouragement. Cheer up. I'm sure you'll make it. Alright then. I'm not going to persuade you. Whenever you want to come, I'm always happy to meet you. But as usual, we'll split it in half. If I succeed this time, I'll be able to fulfill my dream. Remember to watch my debut movie. Seeing that Gu Xingyi's mind was made up, Chen Feng also stopped persuading and smiled boldly at Gu Xingyi. The two didn't continue to talk about the subject, but instead ate their kebabs while reminiscing about the fun times they used to have in college. Most of the time it was Chen Feng talking and Gu Xingyi listening. While he was talking, he also brought Wan Qing the skewers she loved to eat from time to time, and Wan Qing interjected every now and then and said something about Chen Feng. Although no one was drinking, the table was lively for a while, waiting until the skewers on the table were pretty much wiped out. Gu Xingyi looked at the time, and it was already close to 12 o'clock midnight. The three had also stopped talking long ago before Gu Xingyi said, "It's almost time for us to go back. That hotel I'm staying at should still have rooms, just so you guys can check in." Chen Feng and Wan Qing nodded at the same time, and the three of them hit the road. On the way, Gu Xingyi and Chen Feng were chatting. Wan Qing didn't know who was calling. She walked to the side. Her voice was quite small. Gu Xingyi and Chen Feng couldn't hear what she was saying. For a while, the phone hung up. Wan Qing followed, and Chen Feng twisted his head and asked strangely, "Who?" "Wang Jun. There's a bit of a problem there at the studio. Calling to talk about the situation." Wan Qing returned. "Huh? What's the problem?" Chen Feng's face was a bit tense, obviously attaching great importance to this studio. "Just some equipment issues. It's taken care of. It's fine. You guys keep talking." Only then did Chen Feng let out a sigh of relief and turned his head to continue chatting with Gu Xingyi. "Alas, this studio, it's taken a lot out of me. When I was at home in the early days, I spent half a year working all night on the script and editing the video." Gu Xingyi nodded her head. It seemed that Chen Feng really wasn't going into this blindly, surprisingly preparing for so long and starting to work on it when she was still at home. "Don't worry, madman. I think you'll definitely succeed this time. But who is this Wang Jun?" "Hi, my partner. Also an anime guy. I met Haru and him at an anime festival. We were chatting quite a bit. He. So one became a girlfriend and one became a partner? Ha ha, yeah, so I'm still pretty lucky, I guess." Gu Xingyi didn't reply, but instead looked at Wan Qing, who at the moment didn't have much expression on her face, as if she hadn't heard what Chen Feng had said. Gu Xingyi was puzzled. He was quite puzzled why the lunatic's partner called in the middle of the night not to him but to Wan Qing, but he couldn't say this. Even if his relationship with Chen Feng was as good as it was, he couldn't take the liberty of meddling in these issues. Hopefully, I'm overthinking it. Chen Feng's heart was big, and he would not notice many things, but Gu Xingyi, who had been a man for 2 lives, was different, and through this night's contact, he had a vague feeling that this Wan Qing seemed to have a bit of a problem. On the surface, she looked close to Chen Feng, but Gu Xingyi always felt that she was far away from him. The three of them returned to the hotel. And what Gu Xingyi didn't expect even more was that they had asked for 2 rooms. Seeing that Gu Xingyi's eyes were a bit strange, and his face reddened, Chen Feng pulled Gu Xingyi to the side and stammered, "Xiao Chang, she's a traditional person, not married. So, I understand." Gu Xingyi gave Chen Feng a knowing look before continuing to ask, "How long have you been dating her?" Chen Feng just thought about it for a little while. "It's been almost a year and a half. Haru is a good girl. And it was only because she gave me great encouragement to come out and open a studio this time that I made up my mind to come out." "Alright, good old-fashioned girl." Gu Xingyi patted Chen Feng's shoulder. "Crazy, watch things carefully from now on. Just don't worry about it." "I know. I've watched this anime over and over again to make sure it's right." "There you go, donkey's head." Gu Xingyi could only pat him on the shoulder once again and speak in a serious tone. "It's good that you're happy." Due to the late hour, the three of them went upstairs. And Chen Feng didn't go back to Gu Xingyi's room to catch up with him, and each went back to their own rooms. The next day, Gu Xingyi had just finished her morning run and was ready to call Chen Feng up to have breakfast together, only to see that they had already packed up and walked out of the room. "Old Gu, something happened at the studio. I have to hurry back." "In such a hurry? And no breakfast?" Gu Xingyi was a little surprised. "Yesterday was fine. How did something happen today?" Seeing Chen Feng's anxious look, "The matter wasn't small? I won't eat breakfast." when it's taken care of, we'll go directly to your house as a guest next time. By the way, taste sister-in-law's handiwork. Well, without further ado, I have to rush over now, or I won't make the plane. Chen Feng was still pressing the elevator in his hand as he spoke. Alright, I'll see you downstairs then. The trio hurried out of the hotel, and fortunately didn't have to wait long for a cab to arrive. Chen Feng sat in the car and waved at Gu Xingyi. Old Gu, go back. See you sometime. Good. And, crazy. Always remember to contact me if there's really any big problems. Chen Feng nodded as the car started and slowly disappeared from Gu Xingyi's view, until she couldn't see the cab. Gu Xingyi sighed, hoping that everything would go well for the madman. Chapter 32 Going to Huayin. Gu Xingyi was originally an orphan, in both worlds, but here, he had family and friends, so in contrast to others, he cherished this hard-won relationship even more. Those who hurt their family and friends, Gu Xingyi would naturally find a way to help them get it back. Chen Feng went back. Gu Xingyi suddenly felt a little lonely. Obviously the first 2 days are all alone over. He came to the lively after this loneliness is highlighted. But fortunately, this loneliness didn't last long, and just after 9 a.m., Gu Xingyi received a call from Yang Lin. His song was picked up by Wahini. According to Yang, the guys over there just took one look and chose the song out of thousands of submissions. Yang Lin Tone is very excited. She called Gu Xingyi. People have arrived at the hotel downstairs. Huayin side is ready to shoot AMV. Need lyricist Gu Xingyi to go to the scene to guide a little. To say that it's guidance is to give advice. After all, he composed the song, so he has a better sense of how the music video should be shot and how the song should be sung. That's Huayin's subordinate department. Gu Xingyi organized himself properly and washed up before going downstairs. Outside the hotel, Yang Lin is still driving that gray Mercedes-Benz. Don't know also thought it was an old man driving. The preferences of the imperial sister and other little girls is different. When Yang Lin saw Gu Xingyi, she stroked the broken hair in front of her forehead, and her eyes glowed a little. Didn't realize. You look like you're dressed for the occasion. Gu Xingyi rubbed his nose and automatically ignored Yang Lin's eyes. Let's go. It's getting late. Bigger S break up early and we can still make it to lunch. Gu Xingyi got into the back seat without saying a word. Yang Lin rolled her eyes. The front so big co-pilot cannot sit him? As they got into the car, Yang Jianlin drove and said, the director of Huayin who is responsible for filming the music video has been praising you. How's it going? Do you have any ideas for the music video and lead singer? Don't go there and fall off the wagon. Yang Lin is obviously more worried that Gu Xingxing is young and hasn't experienced this kind of situation, worrying that he will get stage fright, so she told him some matters in advance. Don't worry, I've got the numbers. Gu Xingyi was old-fashioned and didn't look nervous in the slightest. Instead, it was Yang Lin, who appeared to be a little more nervous than him, the rightful owner. 9:40. The car parked in front of a building parking lot. Gu Xingyi and Yang Lin got off the car one after another. Gu Xingyi looked up and saw the building on the large signboard. CCTV. There's a small row of letters underneath. Wahini Headquarters. Bullying. Gu Xingyi didn't realize that he hadn't even been in Huayin in his original life. But in this life, he had actually come, or had been invited. Yang Qianlin walked ahead, urging Gu Xingyi who was still stopping. The two of them walked into the building side by side together. It should have been Yang Qianlin's prior appointment with someone else. Just as they entered the building, they were immediately greeted by a crowd of people. At the head of the group was an old man with gray hair. The old man, despite his age, had a robust body and still looked radiant, and his eyes were even more refined. This old man was not like other old men at all. There was no trace of cloudiness in his eyes, followed by a group of middle-aged people, all in their mid to late 40s. This appeared to make Yang Lin and Gu Xingyi very special. Not only were they exceptionally young, but a bunch of older people actually came to greet two youngsters. The other staff members in the building cast their eyes here from time to time, looking at Gu Xingyi and the two of them with a probing look on their faces. Grandpa Lin, why did you come down in person? If my father knew about this, he'd scold me to death. Yang Lin quickly stepped forward and pulled the old man's hand and pampered him. This action startled Gu Xingyi. Even the gods can't stand up to an imperial sister who's pampered. As expected, a smile bloomed on the face of the old man at the head, full of favor. Lin girl, you don't have to do this. How dare your father scold you? He's lucky you don't beat him up. Ha ha, Grandpa Lin. The imperial sister blushed a rare blush and pouted. Alright, let's get down to business. This is young friend Gu, right? He's really a hero, a talented man. Good day old man. Thanks for the compliment haha. I'm Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi politely nodded at the old man. Good, and talented and polite enough to write this song. I'm the director in charge of this music video. Lin Guodong, if you don't mind, just call me Grandpa Lin along with Lin girl as well. Seeing that Gu Xingyi was both polite and unpretentious, with a look of favor and disdain, Lin Guodong was even happier. He imagined Gu Xingyi to be like this. with a groove in his heart, talent in his belly, and knowing how to be thankful. And there aren't many young people like this nowadays. Grandpa Lin, then the kid will do the honors. Gu Xingyi always had a faint smile on his face, giving off a warm and sunny feeling. Good. Xiao Gu ah, let's go upstairs then. Lin Guodong was so happy that he even changed his address. He directly took Gu Xingyi's hand and walked towards the elevator, without the slightest idea of introducing the others behind him. Gu Xingyi could only be forced to follow, but he still nodded with those middle-aged men. The elevator rose directly to the 20th floor, and just after exiting the elevator, Lin pulled Gu Xingyi into the recording studio. Xiao Gu, I heard Lin girl say that you sing very well. Is it okay if you sing it first? We received the song and haven't heard it until now? The lead singer hasn't been finalized either. Okay. Gu Xingyi nodded in agreement. Gu, clean singing or? Piano it is. Just use the piano accompaniment for this song. Yes. When it came to business, Lin was obviously much more serious, and he put Gu Xingyi alone in the recording studio while everyone else was taken out. As the crew turned the microphone on, a group of middle-aged men also looked forward to watching Gu Xingyi sit down in the recording studio, brewing their emotions. Gu Xingyi, who had entered the work state, was very serious, and it appeared to people outside that Gu Xingyi's expression inside the recording studio had changed with the naked eye. Lin nodded at this. This was pure musicianship. When a musician sings, they should give the song emotion first, not just ghost the song. Inside, Gu Xingyi began to play the piano. As long as the plaintive intro played along, the crowd outside held their breath for a moment, listening to the sound of the piano and looking inside without blinking, maybe far away or yesterday, here or on the other side. A long road of sorrows and sorrows, people coming together and people going apart. Lin had only heard one sentence before his eyes widened abruptly. That's right. That's the kind of look he wanted to present in his mind. He knew the song when he saw it, and now that he's heard it, he feels it even more. Those few middle-aged men also looked at me, their eyes full of incredulity. They didn't expect that the song was really sung, but it was like this. As for Yang Lin, even though it was the second time she had heard Gu Xingyi sing this song, she couldn't stop her eyes from shining as she stared intently at Gu Xingyi inside. Such Gu Xingyi was just too charming. Gu Xingyi was completely unaware of this. He was already immersed in the song and only wanted to sing him better. The best. No regrets. One day may be far away. Maybe we'll meet again. Whether in a crowd in the sky. Let me see your face again. Let the tears spread over your eyes. Though there are no words for tears. Don't want God's halo. Just your ordinariness. The song gradually came to an end. Lin Guodong's eyes were already slightly red at this point. He used to be a soldier and could feel the meaning of the lyrics even more. Often those hidden behind the scenes in obscurity, the most ordinary people, is the greatest, should be the most contemporary young people to pursue. But, of all the stargazers, how many will follow them? It wasn't just Lin Guodong. Everyone outside was deeply touched, and they were in the same state as Gu Xingyi at the moment. Turns out, it's true that a good song can infect everyone. Chapter 33 Co-Creation. As the song ended, Gu Xingyi took a deep breath and calmed his emotions before standing up and walking out of the recording studio. The group outside was still staring at him in bewilderment. Next moment, everyone couldn't help but applaud for Gu Xingyi, and Lin Guodong was even more excited to go forward and hold Gu Xingyi's hand, his eyes fiery. Gu ah, that's the feeling. I don't think the lead singer needs to be replaced, so you're on. I have a feeling that this song will take the internet by storm in terms of focusing on ordinary heroes. This is exactly the effect we want to see. Those heroes who usually give quietly deserve it. Hearing such a compliment from the old man, even the long-experienced Gu Xingyi couldn't help but blush a little. However, he still shook his head and said to Lin Guodong with a sincere face, Grandpa Lin, I won't be the lead singer. I have a better idea. Why don't you listen to it? Lin frowned. Is there a better vocalist than the song's lyricist? There were plenty of people who could sing well, but he believed that no one could understand the meaning of the song better than Gu Xingyi. Seeing that Lin Guodong was obviously a bit reluctant, Gu Xingyi also stopped selling the idea and flew out his thoughts. It's like this, Grandpa Lin, I think this song is more suitable for children to sing. On the one hand, children's voices are more crisp and ethereal. On the other hand, it's more penetrating to the hearts of the people when the flowers of the motherland sing about the nameless heroes. Hearing Gu Xingyi's explanation, Lin Guodong couldn't help but widen his eyes. Oh, my God, this guy is a ghostwriter, right? Yeah, why didn't he think of that? The children themselves came with the attribute of making people friendly, and with them singing, and with all that material they had filmed, it would definitely reach the hearts of the people. Absolute. It's true that he is the young man he has been looking at. Now Lin Guodong's eyes became even more eager, and even those middle-aged men behind him, as if they were suddenly enlightened, all looked at Gu Xingyi incredulously. They had selected these materials out of thousands to go along with the duration of the song, but they just couldn't settle on a vocalist. and they didn't expect Gu Xingyi to solve it with a single sentence. Xiao Gu, you're really a wunderkind. Are you interested in working at Huayin? Don't worry, your talent won't be buried in Huayin. Lin Guodong rose in love with talent. He wanted to pull Gu Xingyi to his side. It was too much of a waste to put such a talent outside. Don't, Grandpa Lin. I'm just a salted fish. I'm already satisfied that I can help you this time. Gu Xingyi waved his hand and refused. Joking, he himself has a few kilograms he can still distinguish. He is just standing on the shoulders of giants to give advice. After all, what had given Gu Xingyi the deepest impression in her previous life was the song sung by the group of children. Lin was speechless. Are all salted fish like this now? But he didn't force himself. Anyway, Gu Xingyi was here and couldn't run away, and he would find him again later when he really had such an opportunity. Alright, people have their own aspirations. Then Xiao Gu must make more effort this time. Let's talk about it when there are opportunities for cooperation in the future. Come with me. Let's look at our footage first and see if you have any good comments on this material. Lin greeted Gu Xingyi and brought him to another working room. This was where the footage was edited. All the footage would go through layers and layers of selection here before being edited into this music video. After entering the room, those intermediaries also began to introduce themselves in a variety of ways. And Gu Xingyi looked at the computer in front of him, with a variety of shots flashing on top of the screen, each of which featured those silent and unsung heroes. Gu Xingyi was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be so many shots and that many of these shots would end up being eliminated, which made Gu Xingyi a little sad. In his opinion, everyone on the material here deserves to be honored and known by the world. As if Lin Guodong knew what Gu Xingyi was thinking, he patted Gu Xingyi's shoulder. Xiao Gu, there is no need to feel sad. In itself this is their responsibility, and no one will remember which one of them is in this propaganda video. They represent a group. As long as people can be grateful to these groups, and subconsciously remember that there are still these lovely people in this society. Speaking of which, they should also thank you. As long as the song Ordinary not only suits the tastes of most young people nowadays, but also promotes these energies. We old guys wouldn't have been able to make this kind of song that suits the young people, but we're afraid that people will forget about them. That's why we thought of soliciting for the song. Lin sighed with emotion and smiled at Gu Xingyi again. Luckily you made what we wanted and showed me the blazing hearts of today's youth. And that's good. Gu Xingyi looked at Elder Lin, and then looked at these people who were constantly flashing on the screen, and was really touched by them. And it was true that no matter what world they were in, there was such a lovely group of people. Grandpa Lin, I don't have any of these materials, as well as the production of the video. I'm not an expert in this area. This still needs to be done by you and the others. I honestly can't wait to see the finished video now. Gu Xingyi said very sincerely. He felt that after this group of people's hands to make the finished video out, it must be even more in-depth than the original world. Good. We'll definitely make it as soon as possible. By the end of July at the latest. By then this wind will surely blow through the streets of China. Hearing Gu Xingyi say this, Lin nodded his head cheerfully. By the way, I heard from Lin girl that you also have a doujinshi, right? 10 million fans? And you even posted 2 songs? By the time this promotional video is launched, and you Douyin account co-create it. After all, you're also the main force behind this video. Gu Xingyi was confused. Why was there still something about himself? He thought that he would just write his name on the lyrics and music column, but he didn't realize that he would have to co-create or even the doujinshi, which was obviously the old man lifting his own love. To know that the video launched by Huayin, that the number of views needless to say, at that time, the earnings of the traffic alone can make themselves eat 7 full. Gu Xingyi naturally would not refuse this, and in his heart, he also became more grateful to Elder Lin. Then I'll thank Grandpa Lin. Gu Xingyi thanked Lin Guodong, his tone sincere. Lin waved his hand, indicating that this was all Gu Xingyi's due. Ending this topic, the people in the room discussed the details of the follow-up work, which involved a lot of specialized knowledge, and Gu Xingyi didn't say any more, just listened silently. By the time Gu Xingyi walked out of the Huayin mansion, the time had unexpectedly come to 1 in the afternoon. Now his whole brain was bloated, and when those guys talked about work, one of them was so positive that it was comparable to a workaholic. In the end, the two escaped out only when Young spilled the beans and said she had to go for lunch. Lin had also wanted Gu Xingyi to join the group to dabble in a meal at Wei Yin's cafeteria and continue to participate in the discussion in the afternoon, but Gu Xingyi got out of it with the excuse that his head was already empty. Those expertise he, a layman, really couldn't intervene and didn't need to continue to stay much longer. The two of them walked out of Wei Yin side by side. The weather was fine when they arrived, but now it was actually drizzling. Gu Xingyi, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Create something with Wei Yin. We're going to be rich. The two of them headed for the parking in a light drizzle, and Yang Lin gave a rare playful pout, spitting out her tongue and snickering. This Mikado was becoming less and less of a Mikado. Gu Xingyi raised his eyebrows. You're a big man with a big family and you want to kill me. A commoner. How dare you? Chapter 34, Homecoming. Cut. Cheap. Yang Lin blankly glanced at him, her footsteps accelerated, and she huffed and puffed as she got into the car first. Gu Xingyi smiled and hurriedly followed. The more familiar he became with this imperial sister, the more he could feel that she had a really good personality, and didn't have the slightest sense of oppression that he felt when he first met her. Typical cold outside and hot inside. In the end, Gu Xingyi still didn't manage to escape the meal, allowing Yang Lin to beautifully dabble in a big meal. After dinner, Yang Lin drove Gu Xingyi to Soundsea Entertainment, this time here to pick up the contract, Gu Xingyi's initial goal, Xia Shiyao's signing contract. The two rode on the elevator. I do not know why. Gu Xingyi suddenly felt that Yang interest seems to be not too high. The whole person wilted. Obviously the goods just rubbed a big meal. Gu Xingyi didn't understand that a woman's mind was too difficult to understand. It's like this day. It changes at the drop of a hat. Out of the elevator, straight to Yang Xian's office. He had been waiting in the office for a long time, and the contract was ready on the table. He had a perpetual smile on his face as he looked at Gu Xingyi, who pushed the door open. Little friend Gu, happy cooperation. The contract is here. See if there's anything else you need to add? Gu Xingyi nodded and sat down in front of the desk, reading the contract in person. The contract was very formal, in triplicate. As long as Xia Shiyao signed it would take effect immediately, and the content of the contract was the same as what was said before. Soundsea Entertainment would give Xia Shiyao the top-level resources and the maximum degree of freedom. Just one sentence. Xia Shiyao did whatever she wanted to do on her own. No one could force her. This is what Gu Xingyi wants to see. The cycle of the contract is 2 years, after which the contract will not be renewed. All depends on Xia Shiyao's own meaning. After reading the contract in its entirety, Gu Xingyi put it away and stood up, extending his hand to shake Yang Xian's. Thank you, Chairman Yang. Happy cooperation. Being able to give such a contract, Gu Xingyi's feeling towards him was also a lot better. At least he wouldn't be like other black-hearted capitalists, who open contracts with traps everywhere. No need to thank you. I see your talent. You see our company's resources. It's just a mutual benefit. Also, you once promised to write songs for our company, which I won't create a separate contract for you. I believe in Gu Xiaoyao's character. Yang Xian also stood up and shook hands with Gu Xingyi and said. Gu Xingyi naturally wouldn't push back, but likewise stated his point of view. Don't worry, but I can say yes on the premise. I'll only write hit songs, and it's all up to me who I write for. So don't come to me to write songs for any cats or dogs. I don't have time. There was a temper, and the talent to back up this temper. Yang Xian's feeling towards Gu Xingyi was getting better and better. Only when he saw his daughter's appearance on one side, he secretly sighed again in his heart. It's a pity. What's the point of getting married so early at such a young age? With Gu Xiaoyao's talent, not the company's top stream singer's lack of songs, I will not invite you. After all, I also know that in the future, with your fame, written will be a fine product. The general public does not have that qualification. The cooperation between the two parties was happily concluded. Yang Xian suddenly turned his words at this time. Now that the contract has been obtained, when is young friend Gu ready to go back? Gu Xingyi didn't know what he meant by asking this, but still answered immediately. I'm going to go back to the hotel now to pack up and book a flight, and I'll be leaving in a while. After all, I'm no longer needed for things here. Is there anything else Chairman Yang would like to explain? No. Nope. Then I wish you a good homecoming, Yang Xian said with a busy smile. Only the smile looked in Gu Xingyi's eyes. How come he was suddenly so happy when he heard he was leaving? Without doing much thinking, Gu Xingyi got up to take his leave. Yang Lin sent Gu Xingyi all the way to the entrance of the hotel without following her, and from the time she entered the Sound and Sea Entertainment, it seemed that her excitement had never been too high. Gu Xingyi, I'm not going to see you off to the airport. You go by yourself. I still have some things to do, so I'll go first. Gu Xingyi turned his head and waved his hand. Good. Be careful on the road. Then he turned his head and headed for the hotel. Yang Lin looked at Gu Xingyi's back, inexplicably a little angry, and left the place with a foot of gas. Finally, I can go home. Missed my little baby. This is Gu Xingyi at the moment. From the heart of the idea, he quickly packed up his belongings. There is nothing much, just 2 change of clothes, book a flight, check out, get a cab, all in one go. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiangcheng, Gu Xingyi hand carrying a full of gifts, stepped into the familiar shabby neighborhood. Footsteps actually more brisk. In his eyes, even the mottled walls around him seemed to be cordial at the moment, until he pushed open the door of his long-lost room. The house was still spotless, and the air was filled with a nice fresh scent. Gu Xingyi took a hard breath of air before striding into the living room. The living room was quiet. Xia Shiyao and little Nai Nai didn't seem to be at home. Without immediately seeing the person they met, Gu Xingyi was vaguely lost in his heart. However, the next moment, the door of the master bedroom was suddenly pushed open. and Xia Shiyao rubbed her misty eyes and walked out playfully. At the first sight of Gu Xingyi, she jolted awake and unconsciously looked at him with wide eyes. She was wearing a halter nightgown at the moment, one of the halter straps falling off to the arm, her hair in a sleepy mess, and her mouth slightly open, in the pose of a sleeping beauty. Both of them froze at the same time, just quietly looking at each other under the afterglow of the setting sun, and then Gu Xingyi's face gradually brightened up with a big smile. "I'm back." Xia Shiyao's face slowly rose red, standing in place not knowing what to do. Her heart was a little flustered, yet there was such a hint of sweetness coming up. She lowered her head and responded softly, not forgetting to subconsciously pull the sling that had fallen down her arm quietly over her shoulder. "Right, this is for you. I happened to see someone selling them on the side of the road when I came back. They smelled pretty good, so I just stopped by and bought a bunch." Gu Xingyi suddenly took out a bouquet of lavender from behind his back. The small purple flowers were in full bloom, and the light of the setting sun draped it in a light golden color, which was very pretty. Xia Shiyao pursed her lips as she stepped forward to gently receive the bouquet of lavender from Gu Xingyi's hands, her face already crawling with a blush. It was the first bouquet of flowers she had ever received from him. Lavender, the language of salvation and hope, and she loved it. "Thanks." Xia Shiyao gathered her courage and raised her head, looking straight into Gu Xingyi's eyes, her eyelashes gently blinking. Have you eaten?" Gu Xingyi smiled abruptly. "Nope, I'm sure you guys haven't eaten either, right? I'll make dinner and you go wake up Nina." Xia Shiyao's intention was to do it herself. He had just come back from being outside and must have been tired all day, but seeing the persistence in Gu Xingyi's eyes, and thinking that his cooking was indeed too much better than her own, she finally nodded her head. "I'll go get Nina. She'll be so happy to know you're back. She's been asking me about it for the past 2 days." Xia Shiyao said and turned around to return to the master bedroom. This time she didn't close the door behind her, but just left it open. Gu Xingyi looked inside, only to see that today's master bedroom was very different from the one he remembered long ago, with little Nai Nai lying on her back on all fours, sleeping soundly. Xia Shiyao gently picked her up and she didn't even react. It wasn't until Xia Shiyao carried the little one to Gu Xingyi, kissed her little face, and whispered in her ear, "Nana, wake up. Daddy's home." Nana suddenly made a move. She slowly opened those cute almond eyes and looked around in confusion. Then there was a sudden look of God in the little guy's eyes, and his 2 little short hands reached out and waved at Gu Xingyi. "It's Daddy. Daddy hug. Nana missed you so much." Chapter 35, The Full-Time Nurse. The little guy was like a wombat, and after being hugged by Gu Xingyi, he wrapped his arms around his neck and didn't want to let go, hanging on all the time. Even when Gu Xingyi went to the kitchen to cook, she was unwilling to spill down. In the end, it was Xia Shiyao's stern face, plus the temptation with Gu Xingyi's newly purchased toys, that finally removed the little guy and put him on the sofa. Little Nai Nai was playing with her toys while her big eyes were still looking towards the kitchen from time to time, fearing that Gu Xingyi's figure would disappear again. After a few moments of work, the meal was served. 3 bowls of steaming noodles with 2 small dishes, 1 meat and 1 veggie, and the family sat happily at the table. Xia Shiyao looked down. The noodles in the bowl were paired with 2 bok choy, and as usual there were 2 fried eggs, which were golden and very tempting. She gently picked one up and put it in her mouth, and her eyes narrowed in enjoyment. "I have to say, Gu Xingyi's cooking is really delicious. He went out for the past few days, and he already didn't want to take a bite when he ate his own cooking again." Little Nai Nai had already taken her little chopsticks and sucked them up. A noodle was sucked down by her in an instant. At the same time her pair of eyes had turned into a crescent moon. This way of eating was like Xia Shiyao had starved her for days, making Xia Shiyao angry and helpless. The technology is not as good as it should be. What else can I say? This also made Xia Shiyao speed up her eating. For some reason, when the 2 of them were at home, they didn't seem to have this appetite. And once Gu Xingyi came back, their entire body inexplicably relaxed. Xia Shiyao ate while rambling. It was scary to think about it. In the past they hated to stay away from this man. Just a short time down the line, they were actually corrupted by him subconsciously. The only sound left on the table was the sound of sucking, until Xia Shiyao finished eating, only to find that Gu Xingyi and Xia Nai Nai had finished eating at some point, and the 2 of them were actually synchronized to make a salute to her. Xia Shiyao's pretty face could not help but be red again, busy wiping her mouth and standing up to hide her embarrassment, and putting away the dishes on the table. "I'm going to do the dishes while you spend more time with Nina." She folded the bowl in front of Gu Xingyi as well and picked it up to head towards the kitchen. Looking at Xia Shiyao like a gust of wind generally floated to the kitchen. Gu Xingyi shook his head. He really did not want to grab with her this time. What, she panicked. "Daddy, come build blocks with Nana." "Yes." Little Nai Nai jumped down from the stool and pulled Gu Xingyi's hand towards the front of the sofa, where there were the new toy blocks Gu Xingyi had bought for her today, which could be matched into the shapes of various items. The previous princess house, which had already been packed up by little Nai Nai, was now erected in the master bedroom in its entirety. And Xia Shiyao would still take it out from time to time to play house games with the little one. Now that there are new toys, the princess house is definitely going to be cold for a while with this little guy. With Gu Xingyi's help, little Nai Nai was building blocks and putting together the shape of a small house while giggling in a milky voice. Gu Xingyi deliberately asked about the recent developments at home at this point. The little guy was even more knowledgeable, especially when it came to Xia Shiyao. The little guy even sold his mom short. Mommy will miss daddy too. Oh, I can see that. Mommy would often watch videos of daddy singing and sneer. Gu Xingyi secretly covered his mouth and laughed. He really didn't mean to ask about this. The key was that little Nai Nai was still talking very loudly, not realizing in the slightest that Xia Shiyao had already killed her way out of the kitchen. At this moment, Xia Shiyao's pretty face was as red as a ripe apple, but her eyes were full of coldness, staring condescendingly at this little traitor who was selling her mom for her dad's pleasure. Noticing that her dad had suddenly stopped talking, Nana looked up in confusion and saw a big red face on her mom. She hid in Gu Xingyi's arms with a cry, mumbling, "I can't see. Mommy can't see." Xia Shiyao couldn't help but laugh in exasperation, reaching out to pat the little ones, but that was exposed outside of Gu Xingyi's arm while her eyes were fixed on Gu Xingyi's snickering face as she explained. "Don't you listen to Nina's nonsense. I didn't. There it is. Mommy cheated. It's not good to lie." Little Nai Nai's small face was buried deep in Gu Xingyi's arms, shouting in a muffled voice. Xia Shiyao's eyes were about to explode, and Gu Xingyi immediately threw up his hands in surrender, revealing the little one completely. No, I believe you. The one who knows the time is a handsome man. It was just that little Nai Nai was miserable, immediately being fished over and ravaged by Xia Shiyao. The little guy's big eyes were starry as he reached out to look at his dad, who was sitting upright in the distance, not at all expecting his dad to turn around and sell himself to his mom. Gu Xingyi watched his eyes and nose. In order to be able to make Xia Shiyao smooth, in order for this family to prosper, he could only let his little baby condescend a little. The family hangs out for a while. Little Nai Nai eventually commiserated and took it all by herself, building blocks there alone. Gu Xingyi rubbed her little head before he stood up and took out a paper file bag from his suitcase, placing it in front of Xia Shiyao. Successful completion of the mission. Look at this. It's a contract from Sound and Sea Entertainment. Xia Shiyao glanced at Gu Xingyi, who looked serious, her eyelashes blinking slightly, signaling her inner unrest. He was out there for just a couple days and literally got himself a contract. Xia Shiyao lowered her head, picked up the file bag and unwrapped it, flipping through the contract inside. Until she saw the end, her hand began to tremble slightly. It was a contract she had never even dreamed of having. Top-notch treatment. The perfect level of freedom. Even if she had never retired before and continued to sing until now, she would never have had such a contract. Xia Shiyao didn't know how he did it. Just a few days. What he went through. How much did he pay to be able to exchange for such a signing contract that one wouldn't even dare to think about? Xia Shiyao raised her head and looked at Gu Xingyi in a daze, tears in her eyes, pursing her small lips and just staring at him. He still had a gentle smile on his face, as if it was all so cloudy. Only after a long time did Xia Shiyao gently speak. Gu Xingyi, actually, I'm fine without singing. The voice was small, but it was very firm without any hesitation. Gu Xingyi then frowned slightly in disbelief. Clearly she liked to sing. Clearly she wanted to sing. Now what did this mean? Somewhat inexplicably, he couldn't understand what was going on in this woman's head. Why? Haven't you always wanted to sing? Why are you backing out now that the opportunity is there? Gu Xingyi's tone intensified a bit. This was the first time he had come here to talk to her like this. After a lifetime of being a single dog, he naturally wouldn't understand. Xia Shiyao's heart was in turmoil at this time. She suddenly felt that it was quite good to live like this. When she did go to sing, she was afraid of the changes that would come afterward, afraid that she would never live again, never to be like she was now. Xia Shiyao's small mouth pursed gently again, looking straight at Gu Xingyi, teardrops slipping down one by one. After a few moments, she said quietly, I'm afraid of the bad changes that will come later. This was the first time Xia Shiyao had directly told Gu Xingyi about the fear in her heart. Gu Xingyi froze for a moment, then his slightly furrowed brows instantly stretched, and he suddenly smiled a warm smile. He picked up a tissue and raised his hand to gently wipe the tear stains that Xia Shiyao had slid down her face. Xia Shiyao, what do you take me for? I'm telling you very seriously. Feel free to go. No matter what happens, none of this will change. I'm staying home with the kids. After all, I'm ready to be a full-time baby daddy. Chapter 36, Into the Master Bedroom. Xia Shiyao completely didn't expect Gu Xingyi to say this, and even went straight to her hands to dry her tears. Xia Shiyao, who had not encountered this level of intimacy for too long, instantly lowered her head shyly. Her originally slightly red face instantly flushed, not even having the time to think about her previous chaotic thoughts. Gu Xingyi thought that she was still afraid of all this mess. He knew that now. and knew that Xia Shiryao should be afraid of making changes. After all, people who have been at home for too long without ever going out will always have that mentality. So he spoke again. I mean it, just leave Nana-chan to me. I'll take good care of her, and as you can see, you have a lot of freedom with that contract. You can come back whenever you want. Don't worry about home, just take care of yourself out there. Gu Xingyi spoke, but Xia Shiryao didn't listen to a single word. Her head was still filled with the scene where Gu Xingyi had just gently caressed her face. Little Nana on the couch had long since begun to sneak a peek at her mom and dad's interactions. She could clearly see that the corners of her mouth had curled up slightly on her mom's face with her head down. Dad, on the other hand, was still there, nagging all the time. The little one had no idea what was going on, only that her mom should be happy right now, and Dad still worried about mom. So she jumped onto Gu Xingyi's lap, tilted her face up, blinked her big eyes, and said out of the blue, Daddy, Nana is going to sleep with Mommy and Daddy tonight. When these words came out, Gu Xingyi was instantly petrified, and Xia Shiryao even looked up with stunned eyes at the little guy, a heart that was about to jump out of her heart with a poof. Okay, Daddy. Seeing that Gu Xingyi didn't agree, little Nai turned on her pampering technique and rolled on Gu Xingyi's lap. Gu Xingyi gulped, turning his head to look at Xia Shiryao, who had turned red even on her neck, his eyes dodging. You'll have to ask your mom if she agrees. How was this going to make herself answer? Xia Shiryao was so shy that she broke down a bit. She stood up in a panic and walked towards the bathroom. I'm sleepy, so I'm going to go wash up and get ready for bed. Xia Shiryao hurriedly escaped, leaving Gu Xingyi and little Nai wide-eyed in the living room. Gu Xingyi had already numbed his claws and was completely at a loss as to what to do, but it was little Nai, who jumped up from Gu Xingyi's lap and hugged his neck. Mom said just as soon as Dad's ready. Xia Shiryao had said that? Gu Xingyi turned his head to look at the closed bathroom door, vaguely able to hear the sound of washing inside. That's okay, right? Gu Xingyi took a deep breath of the milky scent of the little one and braced himself. He was totally doing it for little Nai, not because of anything else. After a while, Xia Shiryao came out of the bathroom and went back to the bedroom without moving, and didn't even glance over to the sofa when she passed by the living room. Only then did Gu Xingyi stand up with little Nai in his arms, and came to the bathroom to help the little one finish washing up, and then briefly washed himself before coming out with the little one in his arms. It wasn't until this moment that his heart began to race. The short distance from the living room to the master bedroom seemed like a long time to him, until his feet were completely in the bedroom and his head had gone blank. A light, fresh scent wafted through the room, nice and inviting. Gu Xingyi had never experienced this in his 2 lifetimes. He wanted to ask for help at the moment. What should he do? What should he do? Xia Shiryao had already burrowed into the quilt as if she was asleep, facing in sideways, unable to see her exact appearance at this time. Only her crystal red earlobes showed her current state. Gu Xingyi closed the door gently behind her. The sound of the door closing caused Xia Shiryao's body to shake a small amount, but she still didn't get up. Gu Xingyi has now completely swung for the fences. It's all like this. It's useless to be nervous. Just lie flat. Thinking this way, his mind did lighten up a lot. Placing little Nene in the center, he sat down on the other side of the bed and wrapped his arms around little Nene and began to read her a bedtime story. Today Daddy told Nina the story of Snow White. Once upon a time, there was a lovely little princess like Nai, whose skin was as white as snow and as rosy as a red apple, and whose hair was as black and shiny as the night sky. So her mommy named her Snow White. Gu Xingyi's gentle words echoed in the room. Xia Shiryao's eyelashes moved slightly, and that violent heart slowly calmed down as the story unfolded. In the end, she actually fell asleep without realizing it. And like her, little Nai also slowly fell asleep during Gu Xingyi's story. The night was already deep, and Gu Xingyi saw their breathing slowly calming down before he turned off the light and got under the covers to lie down. The pillows were all filled with that familiar light fragrance, and Gu Xingyi knew for the first time that the original girl's pillow was so fragrant. Cuddling the little Nai beside him, along with the scent, Gu Xingyi also quickly fell asleep. There was no talk all night. The next day, Gu Xingyi's biological clock was still on time, and he woke up at 6 a.m. Just after dawn. He subconsciously wrapped his arms around the soft, delicate body in his arms and then froze violently. When did little Nana get so big? Gulp. Gu Xingyi gulped, his eyes looking towards the quilt. Where was little Nai's figure in his arms? It wasn't the little guy, but Xia Shiryao. Gu Xingyi was completely dumbfounded. When did it happen? How did she drill her own arms? The faint fragrance lingered on the tip of his nose. The delicate body in his arms was soft and warm, and Gu Xingyi's Dao heart instantly shattered. Gu Xingyi unconsciously leaned down until he was so close to Xia Shiryao's pretty face that he could feel her warm breath hitting his face. Scratchy, with only a stone's throw between them, he could make out the flush beneath her delicate skin. Gu Xingyi just stopped, doing a drastic mental struggle. Then he saw her long eyelashes blink gently. Frightened, Gu Xingyi hurriedly sat up straight again. quietly drew back the arm she had pressed under her neck, arched his back, carefully got off the bed, and scurried out of the bedroom. Gu Xingyi, who had reached the bathroom to wash up, was filled with frustration. This early in the morning, it's too torturous too. What Gu Xingyi didn't know was that he had just walked out of the bedroom, and Xia Shiyao on the bed actually opened her nice almond eyes and let out a slight sigh of relief. She covered her burning face and shrank back under the covers, looking like she couldn't be seen. Just as Gu Xingyi sat up, Xia Shiyao woke up. She didn't know when she ran into Gu Xingyi's arms and even used his arm as a pillow. It was just humiliating. It wasn't until she noticed Gu Xingyi's breath hitting her face that she felt some panic in her heart. What does he want? Trying to kiss himself on the sly? What should I do? Xia Shiyao panicked to death at that time, and did not dare to wake up. Can only continue to pretend to be asleep? Fortunately Gu Xingyi stopped in time, otherwise she really do not know how to face him. It was only when Gu Xingyi really drew away that she vaguely felt a little lost again. Xia Shiyao didn't know if she was ready or not. She only knew that her heart was in turmoil. After a long time, Xia Shiyao, who had burrowed into the quilt, exhaled deeply. Let nature take its course. After nesting until 8 o'clock, Xia Shiyao heard the commotion of the door opening again outside before she climbed up from the bed and cleaned up and walked out of the room. Gu Xingyi had already arrived in the kitchen to prepare for cooking, and when he saw Xia Shiyao come out, his expression was a bit unnatural as he greeted her. Morning. Xia Shiyao's expression was also a bit unnatural. She didn't even raise her eyes to look at him. She just gave a soft response. Morning. After that, he went into the bathroom to wash up. Gu Xingyi didn't think much about it and continued to turn around to make breakfast, not realizing that Xia Shiyao quickly washed up and came straight to the kitchen. I'll help you along. With a natural expression, Xia Shiyao skillfully took the basin in Gu Xingyi's hands and helped Gu Xingyi pan the rice. Gu Xingyi was only slightly stunned for a moment, and quickly reacted, readily accepting the kindness and turning sideways to start washing the vegetables. The two were in tune, like a couple who had lived together for years. The small kitchen was extraordinarily cozy at the moment. 20 minutes later, the golden millet porridge with 2 plates of small dishes came out smoothly. Gu Xingyi took off his apron, washed his hands, and naturally walked into the master bedroom, waking up the little Nai, who had already slept in the corner of the bed, to fish for it. The family had a pleasant breakfast. After the meal, Xia Shiyao saw a very beautiful hairstyle that was perfect for little Nai, and it just so happened that the little guy's hair had grown quite a bit lately, so she cajoled and tricked him into taking little Nai out for a haircut, and Gu Xingyi skillfully nestled onto the sofa, took out his cell phone, opened Douyin and swiped the video. Summer, air conditioning, Wi-Fi, watermelon, wife and kids not at home. This day, Gu Xingyi felt that life had reached its peak at the moment. Just after swiping no more than 2 videos, Gu Xingyi saw that the teaser trailer for As Long As It's Ordinary had actually appeared. Wahini speed is efficiency. The video comes out at the end of the month, and it's only the 26th, and the teaser is already online. The teaser for As Long As It Takes to Be Ordinary was simple. A couple of video clips paired with 2 lines of a song that whetted the audience's appetite. Gu Xingyi had just clicked on the teaser video when his voice unexpectedly came out of his cell phone. Falling into the gray, falling into the abyss. Stained face of dirt. There is no halo of God. Hold the mundane in your hands. They were followed by 3 firefighters with extinguishing guns, facing the blazing fire. Their faces smeared with ash and their eyes unusually resolute. The video came to an abrupt halt at this point, with only a low voice ringing out. Them. Nameless. Them. Ordinary. Them. But worth remembering. Chapter 37. Gu Xingyi was puzzled as to why the trailer featured his own voice when Lin had clearly said that he would use the children as lead singers, but that doesn't take away from the fact that this trailer has been a hit online. A clip, a lyric, a statement. It's brief but deep enough that the teaser has only been out for only 2 hours and it's already killing it at number 10 on the Hot 100. This was also helped by the fact that one mainstream media outlet after another was scrambling to cover it, and they were heavily publicizing the trailer with various headlines, as well as getting the trailer into the sites of all the major online bloggers. Anyone with a discerning eye knows what kind of heat it's going to be when this main movie comes out, so they're starting to retweet it as well. The teaser heat has intensified as major online bloggers have retweeted it, and comments from all over the world have been rocketing in and out. Hats off to the heroes. One line of the lyrics and I got goosebumps. Ordinary reveals touching hearts. The uncooled fervor engraved in the blood of the Chinese people. Looking forward to the main movie. Definitely the first to watch it. Support the unsung heroes. Have forwarded. Let more people see the romance that is uniquely our country of China. I just want to say, why does singing this voice sound so familiar? Where have I heard it before? And I can't remember. Whatever. Let's like and favorite it first. I cried when I saw these 3 young firefighters. My son is a firefighter and our family is scared every time we go out on a mission. They stand up to everyone, only sorry for their loved ones. Auntie, I can understand you. In fact, it's not just firefighters. I'm a nurse and my mom has been secretly wiping her tears at home every time she collapses from exhaustion outside the operating room. Sister nurse upstairs. So heartbreaking. So want to hug you. Are you serious with this hug? Sister nurse, don't let him fool you. Let me do it. I'm serious. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I was going to cry. You two bastards made me laugh again. Now I'm crying and laughing at the same time. Various comments appeared in the comments section, but none of them were looking forward to the appearance of the main movie. And the fervor engraved in everyone's bones guided them to start paying attention to these silent and unsung heroes. Gu Xingyi, who was brushing the comments, was relieved that this video, the old man's efforts were not in vain, and everyone saw and felt it. It's good that the feelings and ideas they were trying to convey weren't buried, and that the one touching story that wasn't ever known was competing for attention in the comments section. The door opened. Gu Xingyi put down his cell phone and looked toward the door. It was Xia Shiyao holding little Nai Nai, who came back from outside to get a haircut, and seeing little Nai Nai's new hairstyle, Gu Xingyi only felt his eyes light up. The original little guy's two little crochets have been balled up into two small pulls, tied with two beautiful big red ribbons. The forehead's thin chi bangs have been left to the eyebrows, and the original thin broken hair on the ear side has also been gathered behind the ear. Living a little fairy out of the fairy tale world. Looking at Gu Xingyi's heart is going to melt away. Gu Xingyi was busy holding out his hands. Whose little fairy is this? Come here, give me a hug. The little guy immediately smiled to see the teeth. Even some twisted ran to Xia Shiyao behind, hold her thighs, small face buried deep. Xia Shiyao was all amused by little Nai Nai's actions, watching the interaction between this father and daughter pair with amusement. Hi. The little guy's still shy. Gu Xingyi wasn't going to spoil her. He only wanted to hug his cute daughter now. He stood up, walked over to Xia Shiyao and squatted down beside her, pretending to be surprised. This little fairy turns out to be my precious daughter. Saying that, and ignoring little Nai Nai's struggles, he picked her up from the ground in one hand, and looked at the little one's slightly reddened little face up close. Lingering big eyes. Pink little face now also has a little meat on it. Gu Xingyi is how to see how to like. He unconsciously reached out and lightly scraped his fingers over the bridge of the little one's delicate, smooth little nose. Nana doesn't want daddy to hold her? Then daddy will be sad. Think, daddy's not allowed to be sad. The little guy immediately wrapped his arms around Gu Xingyi's neck and arched in his arms, afraid that his refusal would strike his father. Gu Xingyi happily kissed little Nai Nai's delicate face. 3-0. The little guy's pampering is too foul. Will Gu Xingyi completely adorable? Even the bottom of the heart is like eating sugar sweet. It's true what they say about daughters being their father's coats. Alright, don't get tired of being at the door. Get in there. Xia Shiyao laughed and closed the gate behind her, pushing these two bottomless show of love father and daughter towards the house. Gu Xingyi cheerfully hugged the little one and sat back on the sofa, digging a mouthful of watermelon into his daughter's mouth, then turned his head to look at Xia Shiyao and said, by the way, are you reporting for work at Sound and Sea Entertainment at the beginning of August? At those words, Xia Shiyao also sat down on the sofa, a pair of beautiful eyes blinking lightly. Well, before that, I'm going to pick up Lele and then go find Sister Yun. They'll be very happy if they know I can make a comeback, Xia Shiyao said, a smile on her face from the bottom of her heart. Before she hastily retreated from the circle, she was most sorry for these two people. Now even if not for her own dream, for the sake of the two of them, she has to work hard to be right. Aha! Gu Xingyi nodded and rubbed little Nai Nai's hair, but in his heart he was pondering what song he should write for Xia Shiyao when the time came. This was the first battle of her comeback. She had to play it beautifully. Xia Shiyao's tone was very good. Whether it was a sweet song or a sad song she could handle. So there were so many to choose from that Gu Xingyi was a bit indecisive for a moment. After pondering for a moment to no avail, Gu Xingyi thought of something else. Right, go buy a car in the next few days. No, buy two. In another month, Nai Nai should be in kindergarten. It's convenient to transport her back and forth. In addition, although Sonic Sea Entertainment will give you a nanny car, you still need a car when you go out during your usual leisure time. Xia Shiyao pondered for a while. Also think can buy a car. Before has been at home, do not go out. There is no car does not matter. Now have to often go out. No car is really inconvenient. But she was worried that Gu Xingyi didn't have enough money on her. After all, the proceeds from the first two videos were used to buy a lot of furniture. And Gu Xingyi went out on another trip, so she didn't know how much was left. Although before Gu Xingyi went out last time, he tied his bank card to Xia Shiyao's WeChat, but Xia Shiyao didn't know exactly how much money was in it. Nai Nai is going to start kindergarten again soon, and then it will be another expense. After contemplating, Xia Shiyao raised her head, a hint of worry showing in her brows. Let's buy one first. It's convenient for you to go out and pick up the kids at home. I have a company-issued car outside for now, so I shouldn't need it too much. and I'll think about buying a car when I've made some money. Xia Shurya thought that she would consider these issues when she released her songs, made an album, and had earnings. Thinking about this, Xia Shurya was a little sad again. She herself wasn't sure when she could have a singing, although the contract from Sound C Entertainment was a top-notch resource. There was also a clause attached to it that the songs were self-prepared. She didn't know how Gu Xingyi talked to the company. The resources were given to the top, so why didn't he help himself with song appointments? She was a bit puzzled. After all, she didn't know a few songwriters herself. Thinking of the lyricist, Xia Shurya suddenly froze, then looked at Gu Xingyi, who had a calm face. It seemed like he could write songs, although he didn't know when he had learned it himself. One of those 2 songs on Douyin was still one that he had taught to Nana on the spot. Gu Xingyi naturally knew Xia Shurya's worries about not buying a car, and he calmly waved his hand. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about not having enough money at home. Let the bullets fly for a while. There will be money in a few days. Chapter 38, The Positive Movie goes live. July 30th, just in time for Sunday. The music video for As Long as It's Ordinary went online at 8 a.m. Right on time, and was co-creatively launched by Huayin and Xingyao's account, with Huayang joining forces with multiple other departments to forward it at the same time, in a lineup that could be described as unprecedentedly luxurious. Of course, as luxurious as the lineup is, what the audience wants to see is still the quality, and only when the quality is over the top will people buy it and pay attention to the story behind the music video. But there's a saying that's been circulating on the internet now, that when Star Yao produces something, it's a masterpiece. Although Gu Xingyi had only uploaded 2 songs, he had captured the ears of countless fans, and everyone was satisfied with the quality of the songs he had created. Now that we see that the lyrics and music of this music video are actually both Xingyao, everyone is also instantly interested. If this mysterious guy doesn't make a move, it's bound to be amazing. So the viewers clicked on the music video to get a glimpse of the spectacle. In the old neighborhood of Jiangchang, Gu Xingyi's family of 3 also nestled into the sofa early, and Gu Xingyi cast his cell phone to the TV and tapped on Douyin. Xia Shurya and little Nai Nai were still in the dark. They only knew that Gu Xingyi had dragged them up early in the morning and said that he was showing them something good. They didn't know what it was. Gu Xingyi clicked the music video of the song on, and the family looked at the TV at the same time. In the moment when the music video image just came out, Xia Shurya and little Nai Nai quieted down at the same time. They were a bit surprised, only to see the title As Long as Ordinary appear in 4 big words on the TV screen, and the lyricist underneath was clear as Xingyao, and the music video was 7 minutes long. Even Gu Xingyi was confused and didn't know where he got such a long duration. Lin Guodong was trying to show him the finished movie when he contacted him earlier, but he didn't agree. He wanted to share this moment with his family, and he had immense faith in Lin's expertise. Xia Shurya turned her head to look at Gu Xingyi, a strange color in her almond eyes. She was surprised. He wrote another song, and it's still co-written with Hua Yin. Just horrible. So he went out and did all that before? Didn't even know it himself. Xia Shurya shifted her gaze to the TV once again, wanting to see just what he had done behind his mother's back. As soon as the title ends in the music video, a group of energetic children around the age of 10 appear on the screen, uniformly dressed in black short sleeves, and in their midst is a middle-aged teacher playing the piano. The piano plays and the camera pans out, giving a close-up to the first little girl, who opens her mouth to sing with deep emotion in her eyes and a hand outstretched as if gently summoning something, maybe far away or yesterday, here or across the river. The scene shifts to a group of firefighters in orange uniforms with tough faces, carrying various rescue supplies and using their bodies as bridges to cross the river. The camera panned again, switching to another little girl, who was already slightly red-eyed, lowering her brow and murmuring softly, "A long road of sorrows and sorrows, people coming together and people coming apart." The little girl's figure gradually blurred into a family sitting around the table, eating dumplings, watching TV, which should be a joyous reunion, but the place is quiet. Only the grandmother sitting on the first seat to hold back tears watching the TV. On the TV was a report of his grandson's heroic death. 2 more little girl figures appeared one after the other, singing softly, "Letting go of right and wrong is the answer. Living bravely, without the halo of God. You and I were born ordinary." 2 lines into the song, the figure disappeared and turned into an unassuming-looking man whose eyes were glittering, staring at the thief who was stealing from the bus. The moment the thief got his hands on him, he yanked the thief, but the nearby onlookers were scared and hid far away, and they all watched with cold eyes. In an instant, 2 more thieves surrounded the man, and the situation was momentarily unfavorable for the man. Countless people who are watching this video, at this time cannot help but seize the heart, fists clenched tightly, eyes with tears, itching to drill into the video to help him subdue the thief. But the video footage was hidden at that point, and the teacher just played the piano silently as one of the little girls sang again, recognizing regret and heartbreak. Life is long and short. The scene abruptly comes to a hospital, where a tired doctor hands over a newborn baby to a pair of elderly people, who cry tears of joy on the spot and keep thanking the doctor. Beating hearts grow vines, willing to fight for danger. The baby grew up to be no other than the man who had caught the thieves, and at the moment he was facing the three thieves head on, yet his face remained unafraid. The camera switches again and two more little girls appear, their hands open and calling out, down into the grayness, into the abyss, with a face covered in mud, without the halo of God. Hold the mundane in your hands. Moved. One of those onlookers, a grizzled migrant worker, took a firm step forward and stepped in front of the man, facing the thief. His furrowed face was so determined at the moment, and as he did, one commoner after another took a step forward to confront the three thieves. A look of horror visibly spread across the faces of those three thieves, who seemed to be in disbelief as to how these ordinary to the dusters dared to take this step. Just then, the camera shows a young boy with a hopeful light on his face, humming softly, "This heart has no regrets in this life. The fire of life has been kindled." As it played, all the viewers who were watching the video couldn't help but cry tears of joy as they saw the three thieves being subdued by a combined effort. This heart has no regrets. No regrets in this life. The fire of life is lit. The piano music continues. The images continue, but the fire in everyone's heart is lit. This sadness, this touch, this little bit from the side. They noticed. Another little boy appeared, and the corners of his mouth flicked up. One day it may be far away, and maybe we'll see each other again. The scene shifts to the group of firefighters who have trickled across the river, at the moment covered in mud but full of joy, as countless people clip-clop and wave. Whether in the crowd in the sky, "Let me see your face again." The camera draws closer. These firefighters are only about 20. Their faces of childishness has not yet completely faded, but this one, a childish face at the moment, is remembered by countless people, those who were entwined in the road to see them off. Although there was not a word in their mouths, but all kinds of things in their hands were stuffed into their arms, and the hot tears with smiles were spread all over their faces. At this time there is no sound. At this time there are no words but tears. The figure of a little girl also appeared at that moment, singing softly in a clean and pure voice, "Let the tears spread over your eyes," though there are no words for the tears. In the next scene, an unseen image emerges of ordinary people, who at the moment are so extraordinary in the eyes of the audience. Don't want God's aura, just your ordinariness. The piano continued to play, and everyone was infected by the deeply moving music and images, and they just hated that they hadn't realized earlier that there were so many lovely people around them. Throughout the music video so far, the heroes appearing in this have not said a single word, but what they have done has been memorized by all the viewers. The scene continues as a chorus of all the children begins, rocking the crowd, the innocent voices singing the tear-jerking story that brought everyone to silence. They usually stargaze and frolic online, and for the first time, some kind of fire was lit in their hearts. The song ends with a picture of all the children singing in unison. This trip has no regrets in this life. The fire of life has been lit. The screen fell into darkness and a male voice suddenly sounded. "We're not heroes. We're just doing what we're supposed to do." Gu Xingyi nestled in the sofa, rubbing his glazed eyes. He had thought that this video would be very insightful, and he didn't realize that actually shooting it was so shocking. Xia Shiya was already sobbing uncontrollably, nestled in Gu Xingyi's arms, her eyes full of crystal and teardrops continuously dripping down, like a broken bead curtain, wetting Gu Xingyi's clothes continuously. Little Nai Nai at this moment is also deflated little mouth. Little golden beans from time to time slipped from the face. The little one has already had the initial view of good and evil. She saw these kind brothers and sisters so hard. The heart is also very aggrieved. People are emotional. And this video has by now brought all the countless netizens watching the music video to tears and broken their collective defenses. And at this point no one is paying attention to the length of the video anymore. They just watched silently heartbroken, silently weeping. Chapter 39, the whole internet is buzzing. After the man's words ended, a line of dialogue rang out again from the darkened screen. "Gu, clean singing or piano it is. Just use the piano accompaniment for this song." "Yes." Simple one-by-one question and answer. Just the male voice of this conversation. Many netizens feel familiar. They listen carefully, and then suddenly realize that this is not Xingyao, that unique gentle voice. So the back is an egg? Starry Yao himself will appear? Sure enough, a sheet of illuminated material flew across the screen behind it, and Gu Xingyi's unique gentle voice rang out, matching the material, once again making the majority of netizens break their defenses. This then, have to cheat myself out of another wave of tears. I'm crying my eyes out, until the last piece of material disappeared. Xingyao's figure didn't even appear. He was still so mysterious, but all were satisfied. And this material, one of the figures in this video, seared into the hearts of all. They will never forget what they saw and heard today for a long time to come. Even the main movie was sent out for a long time. Not a single person liked it. Not a single person commented on it. Everyone seemed to have disappeared en masse. At this moment in Wei-Yin's conference room, Lin Guodong had been looking at the real-time data on the internet, and he couldn't understand why there were more than 100 million people watching at the same time, but not a single nod of approval. Don't people recognize this video? Lin was a little lost, and he wiped his slightly red eyes, having some difficulty accepting the situation. However, the next moment, only to see the data of this video, suddenly took off, and the number of likes and comments even exploded like a flood. One shot. This is the first time in the history of Douyin. In such a short period of time, the data has risen in just a few breaths. The number of likes from 100,000 soared to 5 million, then 10 million, 20 million. The Fighting Sound platform had its first ever jam screen. Even so, it seemed as if it couldn't stop the majority of netizens from liking and commenting in the slightest. They were curious about this music video released by Hua-yin from the beginning, and then they were looking forward to it when they saw that it was composed by Xingyao. But now that they've seen it completely, they're completely moved by it. Empathy is the most intuitive feeling in every heart right now. This video, too, rushed straight up the hot search from the end, firmly occupying the first place on the Douyin hot search list, and right after that, the following 5 hot searches were all about the music video of As Long as It's Ordinary. A violent burst of cheers erupted from Hua-yin's conference room. Lin also clenched his fists in excitement, speechlessly watching the rapidly rising data. It turns out that it's not that people don't feel it. They haven't had time to digest the feeling. Another half hour passed. This heat is not only Douyin, and even spread to Weibo. Weibo hot search is clear of the topic of this MV. The majority of netizens are constantly discussing. I don't know which netizen was the first to see that the Hua-yin platform had uploaded the music of the pure version of As Long as It's Ordinary, and it's set to be free. He informed the crowd with a mere post on the Huddle blog. At this time, everyone who had seen the music video rushed to the bottom of the Wahini platform and scored it. Download. Favorites. One key triplet. The storm of As Long as Ordinary just swept across the internet, blowing up so quickly that the knowledgeable Lin didn't even expect it, and he was now incredibly glad that he had chosen this song by Gu Xingyi. This is material that, if it were any other mediocre song, would certainly not be as hot as it is. After just 1 hour, the number of plays of the single song on the Hua-yin platform had broken through 100 million, while Douyin had even broken through to 200 million plays. What a terrifying figure this was. This has also led to the entire network now. The hottest topic is today's music video. No matter which social media platform, this topic is firmly occupying the top one. No one can shake the first big brother on the list. The whole audience was commenting on it, and those figures were deeply imprinted in their minds, and they couldn't calm down for a long time in their hearts, and they needed to let it out. They shouldn't just be buried, to be hidden. We should remember the scene we saw today and pass on the spirit. This one figure set to a song like this and then sung by these kids. I literally cried my eyes out. They are also the children of their parents. Some of them don't even look older than me, but watching them use their bodies to build bridges across the river, I really couldn't hold it together. Don't want God's aura, just your ordinariness. This trip is not regrettable in this life. The fire of life has been lit. I'll see who dares to smack bully them later. I'll go up there and do a sliding shovel. Without their contribution, how can we have a stable life? I've really seen it today. When I grow up, I want to be like them. Be one of those people. Never fails to touch an honor. How many unsung heroes have given so that we are now prosperous? Thank you Wahini. Thank you Star Yao. Let us hear and see such a deep and good work. Xing Yao Ah. I'll be your biggest fan from now on. I love every song of yours. I can't listen to any other songs since you appeared. I'm a diehard Star Yao fan. From the moment his first video appeared, I knew it. This, van, no, one, normal. Oh, I'm still touched. It's just a shame. He still hasn't shown his face. It's a no-show. But I got it. His last name is Gu Xingyao? And why is it like a girl's name? The comments section is basically full of compliments and feelings. Only a small number of brainless black people just said a word and were immediately drowned out by the army. This kind of what? No one will spoil them. There was also a portion of people who were Gu Xingyao's fans themselves, and after seeing this video, they directly turned into die-hard fans, and they felt happy at this moment that they could fan such a person. Within this day, the entire Chinese entertainment industry was shaken up. No matter which entertainment company or individual, all silently retweeted the video after seeing it. Such heat, they are incomparably envious. But they can't envy it. They can only follow the silent rubbing of heat and forcefully sell a wave of persona. It was noon, and at the moment, Gu Xingyi was wrapping his arms around the big and small beauties, tenderly rubbing one's head and patting one's back. He wanted to open his mouth, but he didn't know what to say, because he himself was touched. And although he had given the song to Lin, the entire video was a creation of the Hua-yin film crew, and he hadn't gone through it in advance. Let's just say that Wahini gave the song a perfect home. Nestled in Gu Xingyi's arms sobbing lowly, Xia Shuriao took Gu Xingyi's corner of the coat. The tears and snot will be wiped on it. A grieved little poor look caused Gu Xingyi a burst of heartache. It's not just watching a video. Just cry. Why are you still aggravated? Xia Shuriao finally realized what he was busy with outside the other day. Creating such a song, cooperating with Hua Yin, helping himself to get that unrealistic contract. What exactly he went through, he didn't even know. She was aggrieved that Gu Xingyi had done so much outside and came back without telling herself. Had he suffered outside because of this? Did he give anyone a hard time? And how much energy it took to create such a song? She knew nothing but to sit contentedly at home, even as he returned with a bouquet of flowers representing salvation and hope. All right, don't cry. Want some lunch? I'm going to go make you something nice to eat. Will you hold Nina? Gu Xingyi gently patted her back again. The little guy was tired of crying and had long since fallen asleep under Gu Xingyi's soothing presence. No, got it, you go blah. Xia Shuriao forcefully wiped the tears on her own face once again on his clothes and got out of his arms, pouting her little lips and taking Nai Nai into her own arms. The voice is soft and melodious. Chapter 40, Purchase of a Car. Meanwhile, in the center of Jiangcheng City, the Tianmei Entertainment branch, Lu Qian's face was gloomy as if it could drip water. Her agent, Sister Yuan, was equally pale, and the atmosphere in the room was sullen. Only Dorothy was snickering not far away, gloating. Lu Qian glanced at her agent. The more she felt that this aged woman was really useless. Sister Hope, wasn't my song originally scheduled to go live on Hua Yin at the end of July? What's going on now? The song has been jacked down and I'm supposed to put it back online at the beginning of August? The company's doing all the publicity. I just bought the hot search. They're good. Not only did they postpone my song without a word, they dominated all the hot searches. Sister Yuan, you've been in charge of this. You have to give me an explanation. Sister Yuan's face became even more gloomy. She was already in a bad mood after such an incident, and now Lu Qian was still yelling at herself. For a while she was even more furious in her heart. Explanation? You want an explanation from me? Why don't you go to Hua Yin if you have the guts? Why are you so angry with me? Originally, this activity over there was scheduled to end in mid-August, but who knows where a Xingyao came from, and one song froze Wei Yin's music video to go online earlier. If she didn't still have to rely on Lu Qian for food, Yuan didn't even want to pay attention to her. So what now? Lu Qian's tone was still very strong. Yuan frowned. They are now a grasshopper on a rope. They can't turn the other cheek yet. They can only take a deep breath and patiently said, what can we do? We can only wait for this wind to blow over, and then let your album go online. But this time the company's resources definitely won't give too much. We can only rely on ourselves to find a way. Lu Qian also knows that it can only be so. Just that she is really angry in her heart. She could only secretly curse Xingyao in her heart. It was all because of him, snatching away the heat that originally belonged to her. When Lu Qian turned her face and saw Tao Lele, who was covering her mouth and snickering not far away, she became even more furious. Dorothy, can't you see what a mess this site is in? Why don't you come over here and clean it up? The sound was sharp and shrill, causing Dorothy to pull out her ears. Sorry about that. My contract expired today and I've already submitted my separation paperwork. I'm not serving, Dorothy said, grinning broadly, sitting back in her chair with her legs crossed, sipping her tea leisurely. Anyway, they were leaving, so they were giving back a about face. Tao Lele's heart was extremely pleasant at the moment. Lu Qian stood up with a swish, pointing at Tao Lele. Her face flushed green and white for a while, and she couldn't utter a word for half a day. Some people rejoice, others rejoice even more. Gu Xingyi had lunch, and the family happily took a taxi out. They are going to buy a car at a 4S store today. The proceeds from the music video co-created with Hua Yin hadn't arrived yet, but the savings Gu Xingyi had on him were more than enough to buy a replacement car. Their home was an hour's drive from the nearest 4S store, and at 2:20 p.m., the family arrived at the 4S store on time. Welcome, do you have a preferred model, ma'am or sir? The salesman in charge of the reception of the eyes shine. He has several years of sales experience. Such a family of 3 to see the car. 80% can be sold. Gu Xingyi nodded. When he was at home, he and Xia Shuriao both researched ahead of time and finally chose a model before coming over. Got an H9? Top of the line. Yes. Once you hear Gu Xingyi really have a favorite model, the salesman's eyes are brighter. H9, the top of the line. The cheapest landed down to have to be more than 30W. The salesman's eyes are brighter. Sir, we happen to have a current car for the H9 top end over here. And it's 2 of them. One quicksand gold, one gentian purple. Which one do you think you should look at first? The salesman said as he led Gu Xingyi and the 3 of them inside the store. He was worthy of having several years of sales experience, and what he said was very knowledgeable. He did not ask Gu Xingyi which one to look at. but asked him which one to look at first, which makes people comfortable when they hear it, as if saying that people like you, no matter which one that is not all randomly selected. This is the art of language. Gentian purple it is. It looks a little deeper. This is also what the two agreed on at home a long time ago. Gentian purple is more noble, and Xiaoshiriao won't lose too much face when she goes out. Monsieur is so discerning. Gentian violet is indeed more suitable for your wife's temperament, the salesman said as he led Gu Xingyi to the front of the car and introduced. This is the H9. Gentian purple, top of the line with a HUD head-up display, panoramic sunroof, steering wheel electric memory seats, rear boss key adjustment, heated seats and many other features. And the ambient lighting inside the car is very beautiful. Sir, try sitting in it? Gu Xingyi shook his head and let out a laugh. I won't sit down. Xia Shuriao. Nai will hold it for me. Try it. He saw Xia Shuriao's eyes clearly light up when she saw the car. Obviously she was quite satisfied with it. Xia Shuriao was a little shy. Her cheeks were all slightly reddened, but she still mustered up the courage to hand little Nai to Gu Xingyi and sat in. She had fantasized before that she would have a car of her own, and she didn't expect it to come true today. The car is very good. The lines are beautiful and not overbearing. It feels good on the hand. The engine sound is also great, especially this car interior. Xia Shuriao very much like. Seeing that Xia Shuriao was a bit in love, Gu Xingyi was even happier. He boldly pulled out his bank card and driver's license and handed them to the salesman. This is the one. Full payment. Swipe the card. The corners of the salesman's mouth were grinning up to his ears, but he asked professionally, Sir, won't you ask the price? No need. I've been inquiring about the price. You just watch and give a discount. As long as it doesn't exceed the price I inquired about, I'll settle for this car today. Hearing this, the salesman's heart thumped. Well, this handsome man in front of him is also a smart person, not telling himself his consultation price, which makes his room for maneuver much less. Okay, sir, I'll definitely give you the best deal. Wait, I'll go prepare the materials. If it's suitable, we'll make a deal. After that, the salesman left with his bank card and driver's license to prepare various documents. Gu Xingyi didn't wait long before the salesman came back with the purchase contract and various materials, and the few people walked over to the lounge area table and sat down. Sir, if you pay in full, we can give you 38.5W. Insurance and license plate are all inclusive, and send you a full set of car seat cover and car coat. You can pick up the car tomorrow. Gu Xingyi nodded. The price was similar to what he had inquired about, and the salesman was quite to his liking, so without saying a word, he entered his PIN and swiped his card to pay. All the formalities are over. Gu Xingyi made an appointment with the salesman to come over tomorrow morning to pick up the car, and then happily left the 4S store. When I got home, it was 5 in the afternoon. Gu Xingyi, who had just arrived home, received a call from Yang Lin. Hey, big talent, congratulations, now the internet is full of news about that music video and you're totally on fire. Good day, good day. I don't want to be famous that much, but it's your company. You must have gained a lot of benefits this time. Gu Xingyi laughed. His song was sent to Huayin on behalf of Soundsea Entertainment, and their company must have gained a lot of benefits. These benefits may not be seen for a while, but they will slowly appear in the future, and Huayin will definitely be the first to think of them when she has any benefits in the future. That's not thanks to the blessing of you. A great talent. Down to business. When will Xia Shuriao come over to report for duty? On the other end of the phone, Yang Lin flirted with Gu Xingyi, then asked with a smile. Gu Xingyi looked at Xia Shuriao on the sofa, who was stubbing out her ears and quietly eavesdropping on her phone call, and smiled. In a couple of days, the 3rd at the latest, there's some family stuff going on, so I'll go over there after I take care of it. Good, then I'll be waiting for her here. Yang Lin was curious in her heart about what kind of character a woman who could make Gu Xingyi run around for her like this would have. Chapter 41. Lei and Sister Yun. The efficiency of the 4S store is very fast. The next day at 10 o'clock in the morning, the salesman called to inform that the car has been on the license plate to do a good job of insurance. You can pick up the car at any time. The task of picking up the car was given to Xia Shuriao. Gu Xingyi didn't go with her but stayed at home to look after little Nai. Xia Shuriao had driven a car before, so Gu Xingyi wasn't worried. Arriving all the way to the 4S store, Xia Shuriao managed to mention the car, and after trying to drive it for a while, she drove to the city. She was going to find Lei and Sister Yun and bring them along to Soundsea Entertainment tomorrow. Xia Shuriao had already made plans to report to Soundsea Entertainment tomorrow, and although Gu Xingyi said she could go later, she didn't want to. She also had her own little mind. Besides singing being her dream, she didn't want to be like a vase that would only rely on Gu Xingyi. At the moment, Xia Shuriao didn't know that Tao Lei had already left her job. She drove to the Tianmei Entertainment building not far away before she called Tao Lei. She wanted to give her a surprise. The phone was quickly picked up. Xia Shuriao had a smile on her face. Even her voice was much brighter. Joy, guess where I am? Tao Lele was packing up her things in her rented house. After leaving her job she planned to hit the road back to her hometown. She had already thought about it. Here is no place to stay. There is a place to stay. Can she, Dorothy, still not find a job? It was also at this time that she received a call from Xia Shuriao. Sister Shioyo, where else would you be if you weren't at home? Idiot. I'm downstairs in your office. Come on down. I have something to tell you. Ha? Then Sister Shioyo, wait for a while. I'll be right there. Tao Lele was a bit flustered all of a sudden. Why did Sister Shuriao run downstairs of her company? For a moment, she was a little unsure of how to tell Xia Shuriao that she was leaving her job to go back to her hometown. Fortunately, the house that Tao Lele rented was not far from the Tianmei Entertainment Mansion, and in a short while, she ran downstairs out of breath, looking around, until she heard a joy. I'm here. She turned her head to look, only to see Xia Shuriao getting out of a brand new car and waving at herself. Sister Shioyo. Tao Luoli's eyes narrowed into a nice arc as she quickly walked over to Xia Shuriao. Sister Shioyo, you bought a car? Tao Lele looked at the brand new car next to Xia Shuriao with an unbelievable face. That man would even buy a car for Sister Shuriao? Isn't he not good to Sister Shuriao? Xia Shuriao smiled and nodded, taking Tao Lele's hand. Yeah, I just bought it. I have something to discuss with you today. Are you free? Xia Shuriao's almond eyes curved up slightly, a happy expression leaping out on her face. It was only then that Tao Lulu realized that the Xia Shuriao this time seemed to be a bit different again from the last time she saw her. Her skin was quite a bit more hydrated, her face was a bit more rounded, and her complexion was obviously much better. And most of all, it was the confidence in her that seemed to have returned. Seeing Xia Shuriao like this, Tao Lele's eyes were a little bright. Her sister Shuriao had returned. Sister Shioyo, I'm free, more than enough. Tell me what's up. Joy, come back as my assistant again. Let's get Sister Yun together. I'm making a comeback. Xia Shuriao took Tao Lele's hand with a longing light in her eyes. Dorothy froze. She couldn't believe her ears. It took her a long time to come back to her senses, and she couldn't help but grip Xia Shuriao's hand even harder. Really? Sister Shuriao, you're not lying to me, right? You're making a comeback? Really? Xia Shuriao gave an affirmative answer. Yay! I knew it. There's no such thing as the path of joy in heaven. Ha 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 ha. Sister Shioyo, what a coincidence. I just quit my job. We can be together again. Tao Lele jumped up all of a sudden and danced happily. She dreamed of continuing to fight side by side with her Shioyo sister. Xia Shuriao froze for a moment. She then realized that Lele had all left her job. Joy, I'm sorry, I was too willful in the past. It won't happen again. It's all because of herself that Lele and Sister Yun are like this. When she thought of this, Xia Shuriao blamed herself and felt sad. Even her previous cheerfulness dissipated a bit. Hey Sister Shioyo. People have the right to make their own choices. I don't blame you. I'm sure Sister Yun won't blame you either. And you're making a comeback now. We have to look towards the future. As soon as Tao Lulu looked at Xia Shuriao falling into self-blame again, she was busy stabilizing herself and hugging her to comfort her. Aha, Lele, you know where Sister Yun is, right? Then let's go find her now. I know. She's definitely at the Qingpu District People's Hospital right now taking care of her mom. Every day, except for the 4 hours she's at work. Sister Yun will be there. Good. Then let's go now. Xia Shuriao didn't waste any time, directly letting Tao Lele get on the car. The two of them rushed towards the hospital. In the car, Tao Lele curiously looked at this brand new interior inside the car, and then looked at Xia Shuriao who was focused on driving. Sister Shioyo, does he know about your comeback? Xia Shuriao nodded, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curling up gently. I know, he was the one who went to negotiate my contract for this comeback. And the car, he bought it for me. Tao Lele's small mouth slightly opened in shock as she exclaimed out in disbelief. He negotiated the contract for you? How can that be? Sister Shuriao, you won't lie to me. Xia Shuriao shook her head and said seriously. It's true. He helped me negotiate the contract of Sound Sea Entertainment, and it's the top kind. Tao Lele didn't know what to say. She couldn't figure out how she could negotiate a top contract with just Gu Xingyi's kind. Seeing that Tao Lele didn't reply, Xia Shuriao continued to speak. Gu Xingyi, he's really quite good to me now. So don't treat him with that attitude anymore. Oh Sister Shuriao, domineering husband protector, oh, I'm jealous, the kind that can't be coaxed well. Tao Luolu pouted her lips and pulled a very long coda, poking fun at Xia Shuriao. Xia Shuriao's pretty face steeply flushed red, but she did not retort. The car quickly arrived at the hospital as the two chatted. Xia Shuriao and Tao Lele carried the fruits they bought on the way all the way to the hospital's inpatient department. Third floor of the inpatient unit, room 302. Xia Shuriao knocked on the door with apprehension in her heart, and the moment she saw Sister Yun, she nearly cried out. Originally a head of green silk, Yun surprisingly gave birth to some white hair. tough face is now also full of vicissitudes. Haggard, wearing a plain cloth clothes, washed to the white kind. This appearance was the same as the previous Xia Shiyao, and it could be seen that she was having a bad time as well. Upon seeing Xia Shiyao, Sister Yin completely froze and stared at her in a daze. Xia Shiyao didn't know what to say. The two of them stared at each other, speechless for a moment. It was Dorothy who was the first to run in and take Sister Yun's hand. Sister Yun, Sister Shiyao and I have come to look for you. How is Auntie's health? It was then that Yun reacted, a little panicked. Her two hands tangled together. Why didn't you tell me in advance when you came? Look at me like this. Shioyo, come in and sit down. I just put my mom to sleep. She's okay, she can eat and drink, and she'll heal with another surgery. Speaking of her mother, only then did a hint of a smile appear on Yun's face. Only the smile hid a hint of bitterness. She is at the end of her tether. She still owes 100,000 or so outside. Her relatives and friends at home have all borrowed. And the next operation, what will she take to pay for it? Xia Shiyao walked into the hospital room and sat down. She lowered her head and bit her lip, like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to look at Sister Yun again. Tao Lele patted Sister Yun's hand and her gaze went to Xia Shiyao. Sister Yun also looked at Xia Shiyao, looking carefully, and a moment later a smile of relief appeared on her face. She approached her and sat beside her, taking her hand. Shiyao, I'm happy that you came to see me. I'm even happier to see you like this now. It means that you're doing well. In the past, Sister Yun stopped you. It was for your own good. Don't take it personally. Sister Yun, I'm sorry. Xia Shiyao couldn't hold herself together any longer and directly jumped into Sister Yun's arms, tears sliding down her face like raindrops. Sister Yun gently patted Xia Shiyao's back and said softly, no need to apologize. What kind of mother blames her child? I really do treat you like my daughter. Well, don't cry. You'll turn ugly if you do. Chapter 42 Sister Yun's Rejection. Xia Shiyao was an orphan, but she had been taken care of by Sister Yun since she graduated from college. From the time she was unknown, to the time she became popular by participating in a singing competition, to the time she retired. At all times, Sister Yun was by her side. So when Yun said what kind of mom would blame her child, Xia Shiyao cried even more fiercely. Sister Yun was guarding her step by step. It was really like a mother caring for her own child. That's why it wasn't her who was hurt the most when she willfully retired from the circle, but Sister Yun. Sister Yun gently patted Xia Shiyao like this, until she was tired of crying and raised her already red and swollen eyes to look at herself. Only then did Sister Yun smile gently at her. Xia Shiyao pursed her lips. Sister Yun, I'm going to make a comeback. Will you still come and be my manager? Hearing Xia Shiyao say that, Sister Yun froze for a moment, then frowned her good-looking eyebrows. Let's not talk about the comeback. What about your child? Are you comfortable with that Gu Xingyi kid taking her? Compared to Tao Lulu, Yun was more sensible. She clearly remembered that the kid looked less honest and didn't look like someone who would bring up a child. But Xia Shiyao nodded her head. Gu Xingyi is Nai Nai's father. He'll take care of Nai Nai. I trust him. Sister Yun rubbed her temples, not knowing what had happened in it, but looking at Xia Shiyao's look of determination. Well, even if he can take care of the kids, you have to realize that a comeback is not an easy task. Do you have a company you can sign with now? Even after signing, what kind of resources will the company give you? Sister Yun, look, this is the contract for Sound and Sea Entertainment. Xia Shiyao was busy taking the contract out of her bag and handing it to Sister Yun, fearing that if she was a little late she wouldn't believe her. When she saw the contract, Sister Yun froze. It was actually the Three Giants of China. Sound Sea Entertainment? Okay, let's see. Saying that, Sister Yun took the contract and carefully looked through it. Then the more she looked at it, the more shocked she became. And when she saw the back of it, her hands had begun to shake slightly. What kind of divine contract is this? Xia Shiyao kidnapped the owner of Sound and Sea Entertainment? This is a completely unequal contract. To the entertainment company? So many of these looked like overbearing clauses that Xia Shiyao had given to Sound Sea Entertainment. Like top-of-the-line resources. Like unrestricted freedom. Like 2-year contracts. Yun snapped her head up. It's true. Really. Sister Yun. Look, there's even a chapter from Sound and Sea Entertainment on it. How could it be fake? Xia Shiyao hurriedly explained. Sister Yun was completely dumbfounded. Looking straight at Xia Shiyao. This contract, the articles inside she as an agent had never seen in her life. Outrageous. Sonic Sea Entertainment went crazy. Sister Yun. It's true. I'm going to report to Sound Sea Entertainment tomorrow. Seeing that Sister Yun was still a bit unconvinced, Xia Shiyao busily continued to explain. And only then did Sister Yun believe it. Only that her face was still full of shock. It's this. Xia Shiyao, tell me honestly, how did you sign this contract? Seeing that Sister Yun finally believed in herself, Xia Shiyao was relieved and her face blushed slightly. It's Gu Xingyi who went to Magic City to help me bring it. He wrote a song for Sound and Sea Entertainment. Gu Xingyi. Sister Yun simply doubted her ears. Gu Xingyi negotiated a contract for Xia Shiyao? And writing songs? Isn't that a pipe dream? Away from the great spectrum of the world. Xiaoyo. Never mind that Sister Yun doesn't believe him. He can write songs? Fine. Even if he can write songs, what kind of song would be worth such a contract? Xiaoyo. Don't let him fool you. Sister Yun. He really wrote a song. Seeing that Sister Yun didn't believe Gu Xingyi, Xia Shiyao hurriedly took out her cell phone and opened Douyin to tap Xingyao's account and handed it to Sister Yun. Sister Yun half-heartedly took the cell phone. Even Tao Lele on the side also came over. She also didn't believe that man could still write songs. Yet the next second, oh my god, over 100 million likes, Dorothy exclaimed exaggeratedly, then suddenly scowled again with an apologetic smile. It's a hospital room, and yelling so much on your own will affect the patients. Sister Yun was also dumbfounded. What video over 100 million likes? Then she saw the name of the account. Star Yao, followed by Wain co-creator. Star Yao, Wain. So it is. Sister Yun did not click on the video, because this video they have seen. Yun looked up blankly. Xingyao is Gu Xingyi? Dorothy exclaimed in return, but this time with a suppressed voice. Xingyao ah, the hottest and most mysterious guy on the whole internet right now. Right. It seems like his last name is really Gu. The shocked looks of the two made Xia Shiyao blush again, and she was happy that Gu Xingyi could be recognized. She said with a flourish, that's right, Gu Xingyao, my daughter's big name. Geez, Big Brother is right around the corner. What was he like before? Was he just pretending to be a tiger? Damn it. Sister Yun also slowed down at this time. She raised her head and returned the cell phone to Xia Shiyao. Her eyes somewhat complicated. Xia Shiyao was able to live a good life with a bright future, so of course she was happy. Just, Xiaoyo, with your qualifications, you can definitely find a better agent. I'll just forget about it. No, Sister Yun. You, Sister Cloud. Why, don't you want me anymore? Tao Lele and Xia Shiyao spoke out at the same time, and Xia Shiyao even had an aggrieved look on her face. Yun sighed and looked into the hospital room. As you can see, I'm in this situation. My mother needs to be taken care of and I really can't leave. You can hire a nanny. Technology is so advanced nowadays. You can watch the situation remotely at any time. Tao Lele said directly, and Xia Shiyao also looked at Sister Yun with a hopeful expression. Sister Yun was in a difficult situation, where she didn't know that she could hire a nanny, but how could her current financial situation allow her to do so? And being like this, following Xia Shiyao would only drag her down. Xiaoyo, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I want to keep my mother. You guys go back. Sister Yun, go back. Xiaoyo, such a good opportunity. You must cherish it. Don't be so capricious in the future. Sister Yun rubbed Xia Shiyao's hair and ruthlessly twisted her head to stop looking at her. Xia Shiyao bit her lip. She didn't understand why Sister Yun wasn't willing to go with her, coming over with hope and going back with disappointment. Xia Shiyao and Tao Lele were silent on the way. Xia Shiyao sent Tao Lele back and drove home alone again. The door to the room opened and Gu Xingyi was playing a game with little Nai Nai and couldn't help but freeze when he saw Xia Shiyao. She's crying? What is it? Back? Did things go well? If you don't understand, ask, Gu Xingyi asked directly. Xia Shiyao deflated her mouth and sat down on the sofa. The moment she saw Gu Xingyi it was like she saw a dependence and she wanted to cry a little. Yun doesn't want to go with me. Why? Gu Xingyi scratched his head. From memory that stern woman should have favored Xia Shiyao very much. How could she be unwilling? Xia Shiyao told Gu Xingyi all about what she had seen and heard in the hospital today. She spoke accusingly, and Gu Xingyi listened silently, until he listened to the entire process. Gu Xingyi nodded thoughtfully. I know. You, just stupid. You stay home with Nina. I'm going out. Ha? Where are you going? Xia Shiyao deflated her mouth with a displeased look on her face. She didn't know if she wasn't happy that Gu Xingyi was calling her stupid, or if she wasn't happy that Gu Xingyi wasn't there for her at this time. I'm going to retrieve someone who is important to you. Idiot. Chapter 43 Abba Abba. Gu Xingyi first found a housekeeping company. Afterwards, he drove to the hospital that Xia Shiyao had mentioned, and instead of going directly to Sister Yun, he took the lead in finding the doctor. He learned the details of Sister Yun's mother at the doctor's place before he ascended to the inpatient section and came to the door of ward number 302. In front of the hospital room, Gu Xingyi organized his mood and tried to make a cold expression on his face as he gently knocked on the door of the room a few times. Footsteps came from inside, and the next moment the door of the room opened. Sister Yun, whose eyes were slightly red, appeared in front of Gu Xingyi. When she saw Gu Xingyi, Sister Yun couldn't help but stare, wondering what he was doing over. Sister Yun? Won't you let me in first? Gu Xingyi's voice was calm, and being a head taller than Sister Yun, he looked imposing. Sister Yun narrowed her brows, but still sidestepped and allowed Gu Xingyi to enter the room. Yun, is this your friend? Gu Xingyi had just entered the hospital room when he saw an old man with white hair and skinny, bone-thin cheeks, sitting prone on the bed and looking at himself. Before Yun could reply, she saw Gu Xingyi walk quickly to the hospital bed and hold her mother's hand. Auntie, my wife is a friend of Sister Yun's. My wife made a trip here earlier and you were sleeping so I didn't bother you. So you're Xiao Yun's friends. Young man, you've got a heart. It's a blessing for my Xiao Yun to have friends like you. Sister Yun's mother patted Gu Xingyi's hand with a kind face. Only her thin, bony body looked so heartbreaking. Auntie, look at what you're saying. We're lucky to have Sister Yun as a friend. My wife talks about Sister Yun's good qualities every day at home, and my ears are getting calloused. It's just a pity that my wife wanted to go with Sister Yun on this job, but she didn't want to go because she was worried about your health. So you don't know that my wife went home sad. While Gu Xingyi was shattering his words, Sister Yun, who was behind him, changed her face violently. This guy turned out to be hired by Xia Shiyao to be a lobbyist? What work? Yun, what's going on? Sister Yun's mother didn't know her exact job, and now that she heard Gu Xingyi say that, her florid white eyebrows immediately furrowed. Mom, don't listen to him, there's nothing working, I have a good job. Sister Yun glared at Gu Xingyi and hurriedly explained to her own mother. Sister Yun's mother is nearly 70 years old, but she is not stupid. She knows that she must have let her daughter worry, which delayed the work. At that moment, she held Gu Xingyi's hands back with both hands and inquired, Young man, Xiao Yun let you guys take the trouble. This kid is just stubborn. Tell me, what kind of work? Gu Xingyi showed a difficult face, looked at Sister Yun, before saying, Auntie, you see my mouth. There is no gate. Mainly this work requires travel. Would have liked to hire a nanny for you to take care of you. Sister Yun cannot rest assured that she wants to personally take care of you. Xiao Yun, you kid, why don't you talk to me about this kind of thing? Since work requires you to go on a business trip, go. Sister Yun's mother turned her head to look at her daughter when she heard Gu Xingyi's words. Mom, Sister Yun was anxious, and in her heart, she hated Gu Xingyi even more. She did want to stay here and take care of her mother, but the underlying reason was that she simply couldn't leave. And where would she get the money to hire a babysitter? Even the money for her next surgery was draining her right now. Sister Cloud, let's go out and talk? Gu Xingyi's face remained calm, as if he didn't care at all about Sister Yun's angry glare. He shook Sister Yun's mother's hand and said cordially again, Auntie, don't be anxious, this is something that I'll just have a chat with Sister Yun. After saying that, Gu Xingyi got up and left the hospital room. Yun gritted her teeth, looked at her mother, and followed. Inside the corridor, Sister Yun glared up at Gu Xingyi. What the hell do you want? Just take me as the bad guy. I just don't want to upset Xia Shiyao. I know her. If you don't go with her, she'll be thinking about you all the time, and by then it'll be good to have 5 out of 10 points of enthusiasm. Right. I've paid for Auntie's next operation, and I've contacted the nanny, so I'll give you the phone number for you to choose your own person. Gu Xingyi returned indifferently, the height difference between the two giving him a somewhat condescending air. Ha, Gu Xingyi, you're giving me a handout? Sister Yun laughed angrily. You're overthinking it. It's going to be paid back. In the future, it will be deducted from the salary Xia Shiyao pays you. You and Lele were brought there by Xia Shiyao this time. It has nothing to do with Sound Sea Entertainment. I don't care how much she pays you. It's my money anyway. You have to pay me back. Gu Xingyi shrugged with the look of a landlubber. Anyway, I've paid for both the surgery and the hiring of the nanny, and they won't give me a refund. So I don't care what you do next. After Gu Xingyi finished speaking, he didn't give Sister Yun time to react. Turning around and striding towards the exit. Gu Xingyi, don't talk to Xiaoyo. When he was about to reach the door, Sister Yun's voice came, and Gu Xingyi didn't turn his head back, just waved his hand. Sister Yun just watched as Gu Xingyi's figure disappeared out the door, her eyes complex, before returning to the ward after half a day. Yun, that young man went back? Seeing her coming alone, Yun's mother patted the side of the bed and told Yun to sit down. Don't blame the lad, he's a nice guy. Mom's seen enough people to see what kind of guy he is in his eyes. Mom also knows that you are filial, but daughter, there are many paths for people. If you choose the wrong one, you will regret it later. Isn't Mom's body fine now? One more surgery and it will be completely cured. And the other doctor also said that the risk is not too big. So don't worry about Mom's health. Go ahead. If it's really because Mom causes you to regret it later, Mom's heart will be really sad. Sister Yun lowered her head, silently listening to her mother's instructions, and after a long period of silence, she finally nodded her head gently. On this side, Gu Xingyi had just returned home, when Xia Shiyao came over, her little face full of curiosity. Gu Xingyi purposely didn't look at her, but instead cheerfully picked up little Nai Nai. Nana, what do you want for dinner? Xia Shuriao's expression was completely frozen in disbelief as she looked towards Gu Xingyi who walked past her. Daddy loves everything he makes, the little one said with great hilarity, not paying any attention to the fact that his mom was crumpling her little face at that moment. Good, then Daddy will do it now, said Gu Xingyi as he kissed the little one on the cheek and headed for the kitchen. Gu Xingyi, I'm angry. Xia Shuriao deflated her mouth, her face full of aggression. This person even turned a blind eye to herself. I don't know how anxious she is waiting at home. Ha, what is it? Gu Xingyi turned around with an innocent expression that made Xia Shuriao even more angry. When she went out she was still calling people idiots with a gentle face, but when she came back she was playing dumb. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Xia Shuriao sat on her butt on the sofa, hugging her chest and skimming her face to stop looking at him, a little temper to see the end of it. Not bad. Gu Xingyi laughed and decided not to tease her anymore. Remember to bring your 2 loyal bodyguards with you when you go out tomorrow. With your temper, if you don't bring them along, you'll be bullied to death when you go out. Xia Shuriao turned her head violently, light flashing in her eyes. The speed of this face change made Gu Xingyi marvel. Sister Yun agreed? What do you say? Okay, I'm going to cook. Please leave me alone. Gu Xingyi, how did you do it? ABA. Chapter 44 Arrival at Sound and Sea Entertainment. Xia Shuriao ultimately didn't ask how he did it, playing dumb as soon as he did, but that didn't stop her from looking at him with a light in her eyes. It seemed like there wasn't anything he couldn't do since he'd changed. Gu Xingyi frankly enjoyed Xia Shuriao's adoring gaze. He was a big dog now. Any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem, and the proceeds from co-creating with Wahini made his wallet bulge and swell to the brim. Let's just say that this matter of Sister Yun, after Xia Shuriao told him about it, he probably guessed the reason. People can't even eat. What dreams to follow with you? This also makes Gu Xingyi sigh. Men and women look at things and deal with them in a really different way. Women are mostly emotional. Men are mostly rational. Early the next morning, Xia Shuriao climbed up. Gu Xingyi also rarely went out for a run today, and the two of them tacitly stayed in the kitchen, cooking breakfast together. Xia Shuriao's luggage had already been packed and placed in the living room. Little Nai Nai was still sleeping. She wasn't going to wait for little Nai Nai to wake up before leaving. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to part with it by then. Breakfast was quickly made, and Xia Shuriao quietly ate her breakfast. Gu Xingyi sat beside her, having a chat. They were just like a normal family. The wife was going out to work, the husband nagging and nagging. Go over there and remember to call often. Otherwise Nai Nai will miss you. I've already talked to that side. You'll go over there today, and Mordor isn't far away. So come back when you're free. Remember to talk to me about anything out there. Don't be a little cutie yourself, like to hide it inside. Xia Shuriao ate her porridge while listening to Gu Xingyi speak. She was suddenly a little frustrated inside and kind of didn't want to leave the house. Xia Shuriao ate this meal very slowly, until the kanji was at the bottom and her phone rang. She was still a bit dazed. It was only when Gu Xingyi reminded her that she reacted and picked up the phone. Hey, Sister Shioyo. I'm ready. Sister Yun is with me. When are you coming over? I'll be there later. You guys wait a little longer. Okay, then later, downstairs at my house. I won't see you there. As the phone hung up, Xia Shuriao raised her head and looked at Gu Xingyi, the look in her almond eyes causing Gu Xingyi's heart to tremble. Xia Shuriao looked really good. At least among the people Gu Xingyi had seen in his 2 lives, there were few existences that could match her. It was just her character that Gu Xingyi felt was too gentle. This is also related to her experience, right? Gu Xingyi, who grew up in an orphanage, is also clear that people who have had such an experience are either paranoid or have a pleasing personality. Gu Xingyi in his original life was like this. Since he was a child, he would look at other people's faces and act. He knew the heartache of it, so he didn't want Xia Shuriao to be like this all the time. At the very least, it would be nice to be a little more confident. Gu Xingyi turned his head and looked at his luggage, not daring to meet her eyes. Time to get going. Don't keep people waiting. Well, I'm going to go check on Nene and then I'll go. Xia Shuriao retracted her gaze and said softly. She felt that looking at him like this was already the boldest thing she had ever done. Gu Xingyi gave a and walked with her to the bedroom. Little Nana was still sleeping on all fours, completely unaware that her mom would soon be leaving her. Xia Shuriao kissed her intimately on her little face, and buried her face deep in the little one's neck and rubbed it, before she reluctantly got up and walked out of the bedroom with a step and 3 turns back. Gu Xingyi followed her, helped her take her luggage to the car, and watched her get into the driver's seat before closing the door and walking to the side. I'm leaving. Xia Shuriao twisted her head to look at him. Aha! Remember to come home often, or the little one will definitely cry. Aha! As the car started, Xia Shuriao suddenly turned her head again with a serious expression. Gu Xingyi, thank you. Without waiting for Gu Xingyi to reply, the car drove off. Gu Xingyi smiled. Hey, we're all family, so what are you thanking me for? The car drove all the way to the center of the city. Tao Lele has long been looking forward to, standing downstairs waiting. Her side, Sister Yun shook her head. This little girl worked for so long, the character is still so impatient. Sister Xiaoyo is here. Xia Shiyao's car slowly drove up. Tao Lele hurriedly waved her hand until Xia Shiyao got down from the car. Tao Lele walked up and cheerfully called out, Sister Xiaoyo, Lele, Sister Yun, you've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? Xia Shiyao pulled Tao Lele's hand and looked at Sister Yun again, saying with some apologies, not for a long time, it's mainly because Lele, the little girl, is too impatient. Yun had a smile on her face. She didn't think that the three of them would have the day to reunite and work together. Thinking of this, Yun remembered the man who looked like a gigolo, and now it was actually because of him that she was where she was today. Sister Cloud, thank you for coming. Xia Shiyao walked over to Sister Yun again and took her hands, shaking them as if she was pampered. Joy, and I don't know what we'd do without you. Okay, you're a mom now, still acting like a little kid. You should be thanking your man. No more talk, go get your bags. The working state of Sister Yun appeared to be still competent. Only her words made Xia Shiyao make a big red face. She still didn't know how Gu Xingyi convinced Sister Yun. None of the three had a lot of luggage, just the essentials. The car was easily loaded with all the luggage, and as the three got in, Dorothy waved her hand. Let's go. The bright road ahead. Here we go. What a crazy girl. Sister Yun snickered, and Xia Shiyao's face was covered in smiles. The car went all the way to Magic City. Magic City. Sound and Sea Entertainment Mansion. Yang Lin came to the office early in the morning, only she was always distracted at work today. It was hard to get through until noon. Counting the time, Yang Lin went downstairs and came to the entrance of the building. The guy's wife is coming today. She wanted to see what kind of person the wife she spoiled so much was. After waiting for only a short time, Yang Lin saw that a car with a Zhangchang license plate drove into the parking lot in front of the building. Yang Lin's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked closely. Three people came down from the car. A chirpy, youthful girl with boundless energy, and another older one, with gray hair already on her head, looking at the other two the whole time with a doting smile on her face. Seeing the slightest thing, she knew that Xia Shiyao's character must be very good when she saw these two friends of hers. She turned her gaze to the girl walking in the center. Her googly-eyed face was white and red, her almond eyes were like water, her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she had a gentle smile on her face. The woman who was like water. Looking at her made people's hearts ache. No wonder that guy Gu Xingyi would be so. Yang Lin gathered her emotions and quickly stepped forward. Hello, you are Xia Shiyao, right? I'm the Vice Minister of Human Resource Department of Sound and Sea Entertainment. Yang Lin, on behalf of Sound and Sea Entertainment, I welcome you to join us. Yang Lin smiled and extended her hand, her eyes looking straight at Xia Shiyao. Hello, I'm Xia Shiyao. Xia Shiyao's voice was soft and gentle. She said softly, she was also looking at this imperial sister. The aura on this imperial sister made her envious yet. Chapter 45, Someone's Jealous. The voice was unexpectedly good. The people were also unexpectedly clean and pure. Such a woman, how was she abducted by Gu Xingyi that then in the past? The imperial sister thought in her mind, and there was a hint of complexity in her eyes. It is also, such a person would have the vision to pick up Gu Xingyi, who was useless at that time, right? And these two are? The imperial sister was the first to take the rare step of averting her gaze, and her sights turned to Dorothy and Sister Yun. Dorothy, my assistant, and this is Sister Yun, my agent. Xia Shiyao seriously replied back. This imperial sister in front of her was very polite to her, but there was something strange about her reaction. Xia Shiyao tilted her head in some confusion. Then as if she suddenly thought of something, her eyes dimmed a bit. It's a self-contained class, but that's good. It saves time. Yang Lin nodded her head with Dorothy and Yun respectively before turning her face back again. Then let me show you around the place. After all, you'll be working here for the next 2 years. The sooner you familiarize yourselves with it the better. And after the tour I'll take you to the artist's apartment. Good. Thanks. Xia Shiyao nodded her head and thanked her. A few people followed Yang Lin into the building. Along the way, Tao Lele was simply shocked. This place was far too luxurious than the Tianmei entertainment branch there in Jiangcheng. And anytime you see celebrities who are constantly on the hot seat, this would not be comparable to the Tianmei branch. You know, over in Jiangcheng, a second-tier singer, Lu Qian, was able to reign supreme. Yang Lin took them up to the 11th floor in the elevator and enthusiastically introduced them. This floor is all recording studios, with all kinds of professional equipment inside. Saying that, he pushed open an unused recording studio to show Xia Shiyao and the girls. The floors we use for singers are 3 main levels. The 11th floor is all recording studios, and below that we go to the 12th floor, where the singers have their lounges, and generally they stay in the lounges. whether it's to create a song or to receive announcements. And each of the rooms is an exclusive, personal room. Coming out of the recording studio, Yang Jianlin brought Xia Shiyao all the way to the 12th floor, during which there were many people who greeted Yang Jianlin, all of them with a strange look of flattery on their faces. Xia Shiyao was quite curious. They clearly had jealousy in their eyes when they saw themselves. She didn't understand. Wasn't Yang Lin the Vice Minister of Human Resources? Why was everyone looking at her with such eyes? And what made Xia Shiyao even more strange was that she also saw a balding middle-aged man with the sign of the Minister of Human Resources, actively stopping to greet Yang Lin, and even greeted himself. Xia Shiyao was somewhat flattered and returned. This minister called Zhang Chao was so good-tempered that he was even so polite to himself. You know, when you're at the Tianmei branch, whatever leaders there are, they all look like they have their noses in the air when they see people. At this time, Yang Qianlin stopped when she was at the end of the corridor. She pointed to the lounge in front of her and said to Xia Shiyao, "This will be your exclusive lounge from now on. Usually there are no announcements in the company, and when you're not busy, you can stay here all the time to rest." Xia Shiyao looked up and saw that the door to this lounge room was tightly closed, with a combination lock planted on it, and her name was indeed written on the doorplate. Yang Lin introduced Xia Shiyao as she lost her password. These combination locks all have an initial code of 6 sixes. After that you just change the code. Well, come and see your lounge. The door to the room was opened and the group entered the room. Dorothy was the first to wow. The lounge was so big and lavishly decorated. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows provide a complete view of the bustling downtown of Magic City. The light gray curtains are tucked away on both sides and can be lowered at any time. And the fluffy, oversized sofa has no problem with 3 Dorothys sleeping on it. TV, refrigerator, air conditioning are all available. The main thing, surprisingly, there is a leisure area. There is a tea bar. There are tables. Usually completely relax and entertain here. Other than Sister Yun, who was a bit more calm, even Xia Shiyao was shocked. She had never seen such a luxurious lounge before. Dorothy was even happier and on the verge of fainting, remembering that when she was in Tammy, well, their dogs don't even stay. It's almost like there's no harm without comparison. If it weren't for the presence of outsiders, Dorothy would even want to flop onto the couch and roll around. Yang Lin looked at the surprise of several people and smiled back. Not everyone has this treatment. The top resources. That lounge must also be according to the top. Hear that? Momentarily, Tao Lele felt that Gu Xingyi wasn't so detestable anymore. Until they came out from the lounge, Tao Lele was still immersed in happiness, when the door of the room next to them suddenly opened, and a graceful woman stepped on her high heels and walked out from inside, and she was followed by a small assistant wearing glasses. The woman's face flashed with surprise when she saw them come out of the side room, and then she greeted Yang Lin. "Sister Yang, you personally brought someone to see the room? Lena, is this going out?" Yang nay back, her expression flat. "Well, there's a meetup this afternoon and I have to go out, so you get busy." "Sister Yang, I'll go first." After Lena finished speaking, she glanced at Xia Shiyao and the others and didn't greet them as she stepped on her high heels and elegantly left. "Let's go too. It's noon." Upstairs are all conference rooms, usually except for company meetings to go, other times basically useless. There I will not take you to visit. Let's go straight to the artist's apartment. You guys drop off your bags and then we'll go to dinner. I'll be the host. Yang Lin turned back to Xia Shiyao with another smile on her face. Xia Shiyao only felt that she was overzealous. Xia Shiyao had a pretty good impression of this company today. It was just a little strange that some people were obviously much warmer to her. Sitting on the elevator, Xia Shiyao suddenly asked softly, "Minister Yang, are you familiar with Gu Xingyi?" After asking this, she clearly saw that the smile on Yang Lin's face was suddenly stunned for a moment. "Is it really like this?" Xia Shiyao's eyes slightly converged, and more difficult to understand flavors flooded in her heart. "It's okay, I was also the one who received him when he came over, and I've always been the one to follow up on collaborations, so I'm a little more familiar with it," Yang quickly said. "Aha." Xia Shiyao just gave a soft reply back and stopped talking. A group of people went downstairs. Yang Lin still drove her gray Mercedes in the front. Xia Shiyao slowly followed behind. As soon as Tao Lele got on the bus, she was mindlessly talking about how nice it was here, until Sister Yun passed her a wink, and it dawned on her that Sister Shioyo seemed to be in a somewhat bad mood. "Obviously, I was quite happy before." "Sister Shioyo, what's wrong with you?" Dorothy asked curiously, picking at the front seat. "Ha, I'm fine, Joy, go ahead." "This is still called nothing?" Tao Lele puzzled and turned her head to seek Sister Yun's help. Sister Yun smiled and didn't say anything. She could tell at a glance that someone was falling in jealousy. Chapter 46, The Star Song Festival comes to town. "Nai good boy, Daddy will play a tiger for you. Let's not cry anymore, okay?" Gu Xingyi at home is now ahead of Too Big. Since the little Nai woke up, noisy to find his mother. Gu Xingyi good talk. The result is that Nai Nai cried even worse. Yesterday, he had assured Xia Shiyao that he would take care of Nai Nai. As a result, Gu Xingyi now only wanted to say, I can't do it. Obviously when Xia Shiyao was at home before, little Nai Nai had been clinging to herself and hadn't cried. Now what was going on? In the face of this situation, Gu Xingyi also wanted to cry. He thought he was a king, but now it turned out that he was a bronze. Gu Xingyi bared his teeth and played the tiger. Nai Nai's little pearls still falling down drop by drop. Daddy's bad. Hiding mommy. I want mommy. Woo woo. Nana sat on the couch with both feet stomping, looking like she wouldn't rest until she saw her mom today. Gu Xingyi squatted in front of the sofa and scratched his head. What can be done about this? Xia Shiyao had only just left for half a day, so he couldn't just call her back now. Could he? Then she'll laugh at herself. No, no, no. Gu Xingyi fell into a struggle, the tiger image on his face instantly collapsing. At this time the cell phone on the table rang. Gu Xingyi glanced at it with a diffuse gaze, and in the next second a light of surprise was abruptly released in his eyes. Here comes the savior. Want to cry? Gu Xingyi hurriedly picked up his cell phone. It was a WeChat from Xia Shiyao. Only 2 simple words. Gu Xingyi sent the message in a hurry. In. That must be in. Aren't you busy? Xia Shiyao, who had already finished her lunch and was resting in her apartment, looked at the message on her cell phone with a flat expression that seemed to carry so much of a murderous aura. I had lunch with Minister Yang today. What? What the hell is this? If you're having dinner with Minister Yang, just have dinner. You still need to tell me? Gu Xingyi scratched his head and didn't care to think too much. Hurriedly clicking on the video screen call, Xia Shiyao's cool and pretty face appeared on the screen, and Gu Xingyi let out a fawning laugh as he aimed his cell phone at little Nai Nai. Ahem. Nana misses you. Gu Xingyi, this is what you said about taking care of Nai Nai. Gu Xingyi pretended that he couldn't hear and had an innocent look on his face. I just saw the little guy crying his eyes out, and now that he finally saw his mom and his cell phone, he wiped his tears vigorously with his 2 little hands. Aggravated. Mommy, are you being hidden by daddy? Don't you want Nina anymore? Nana, be good. Mommy is just going out to work and will be home soon. Be good and don't cry. Xia Shiyao softly coaxed over there. The little guy actually really slowly stopped the tears, hands holding the phone. Want to get closer to Xia Shiyao. Gu Xingyi only felt that her heart had suffered a 10,000 ton blast at the moment. I've been coaxing myself for a long time, making faces again, and pretending to be a tiger, but not as effective as Xia Shiyao's words. Life is really lonely as snow. Xia Shiyao coaxed a few more sentences, and little Nai Nai finally stopped crying completely. Gu Xingyi let out a long sigh of relief, coaxing the little guy. Gu Xingyi faced the phone towards himself, his eyes fluttering like a thief, just not daring to look at Xia Shiyao. Gu Xingyi, can you really bring up a child well? Xia Shiyao's questioning words came out from the cell phone. Gu Xingyi was instantly anxious. Who are you looking down on? Today was just an accident. If I had gone out, you'd have been just as bad at coaxing Nana. Gu Xingyi's face was full of defiance. Xia Shiyao gave him a deep look. Doesn't this person have any points in his heart? That's not true. That's not what she called about. The man is changing the subject. Xia Shiyao's eyes slightly converged, pretending to be unconcerned as she asked, You know Minister Yang quite well? Not bad. Gu Xingyi casually replied back, not the slightest bit aware that he was already on the brink of death in a frantic tryst. Not bad. Xia Shiyao looked at Gu Xingyi with ghostly eyes and repeated. Gu Xingyi inexplicably felt a cool air coming. He wrapped his clothes. Strange, the day was so hot. Could it be that he had a cold? Well, it's okay. Are you used to it over there? Not used to it. I have to go now. Xia Shiyao blankly glanced at him and decided not to pay any more attention to him. The video screen was abruptly hung up, and only then did Gu Xingyi feel, as an afterthought, that she was angry? Inexplicable. Gu Xingyi, who was lying down, put his cell phone down and looked at his daughter, who had stopped crying and had become adorable again, who was shrinking on the sofa, and laughed ha ha. For the next 2 consecutive days, Xia Shiyao called home 1 phone call a day, which saved Gu Xingyi a lot of heartache, but he was surprised that the woman was talking to her daughter every time she called. As soon as she came to herself, it was as if she owed her $8 million. Nothing good. Gu Xingyi could only comfort herself that there were always so many days in a month for women. Just bear with it and it will pass. Xia Shiyao was very idle these 2 days, either in the apartment or in the lounge. The company didn't give her any notices. Sister Yun had been contacting outside lyricists, but unfortunately there was no luck either. This left Dorothy bemoaning the fact that she had nothing to do all day. As of this moment, for example, she was sprawled out on the couch, cuddling with a pillow and complaining. Sister Shiyao, what do you think of Sound C Entertainment? Not giving any activities, not even releasing a single comeback news. What's the difference between this and no comeback? Sister Yun was also filled with sadness. In the past 2 days she contacted quite a few lyricists and composers from the previous industry, but once they heard that it was Xia Shiyao who wanted to make a comeback, they all politely refused. After all, no one is stupid. A person who has been out of the circle for more than 2 years. Who wants popularity but no popularity? Who wants resources but no resources? Write a song for her? That's not just a shot in the dark. Just be patient again. There's always a way. Xia Shiyao comforted Tao Lele. She had also been trying to compose a song in the past 2 days, only that she always lacked so much inspiration and had been stuck not being able to do it. It reminded her of Gu Xingyi. If it was him, surely he would be able to make a better song than this, right? Thinking of this, Xia Shiyao couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. She seemed to be inferior to him everywhere now. Shall we? You go ask Gu Xingyi? Dorothy suddenly rolled over and sat up at that moment and snapped. Xia Shiyao was a bit hesitant. Her intention of coming out was that she didn't want to rely on him that much. She considered it carefully for a moment before saying, let's wait 2 more days, and if that doesn't work, I'll call him. Okay. Dorothy hugged the pillow in her hands with a slightly frustrated expression. She didn't understand. That Gu Xingyi guy was Sister Shiriao's husband. Why can't Sister Shiriao just ask him for the song? What Xia Shiriao and the others didn't know was that at this moment, in the conference room of Sound Sea Entertainment, Yang Xian and a group of leaders were having a meeting, and an invitation document was placed in front of them. Yang Xian pressed his hand, and the noisy conference room immediately quieted down. As you can see, Star Song Exchange, the most famous star-making program in China. The singers who have made their mark on Star Song Exchange in the past are now basically in the top tier. Now that the column is about to start, we have 2 slots on our side, so let's discuss which 2 we should let go. After Yang Xian finished speaking, the conference room immediately whispered again, and within a short time, a man aged about 30, wearing gold-framed glasses and a gentlemanly manner took the lead in speaking. I think Chang Di can. Sweet-looking, good popularity, good singing, now located in the second tier of singers. If she can get a ranking in the Star Song Festival, there is a high chance of being promoted to the first tier. As soon as the man finished speaking, most of the people in the room began to nod in agreement. When Yang Xian saw this, he decided to come down. Then there's one for Chang Di, and 1 more spot. Who do you think is better? As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw Zhang Chao stand up and spoke. Chairman, I think Xia Shiyao can do it too. Chapter 47, Notification. Xia Shiyao? Yang Xian suddenly remembered. Isn't this the person recommended by that Gu Xingyi kid? She has already come to the company? I've been so busy these days that I forgot about it for a while. Zhang Chao had just finished speaking, only to see the svelte man speak again. Minister Zhang, I don't think Xia Shiyao can do it. Even a vegetarian is a bit better than her. Not to mention that she wants popularity but no popularity and no works. But let's just say that she retired from the industry in the first place because she got married, which doesn't give the audience a good impression. Zhang Chao, however, waved his hand without caring and argued with reason. That's exactly why we should pick her all the more. Since she's making a comeback in our company, we need to give her a stage. I've heard Xia Shiriao's previous songs and she sings very well, and Xia Shiriao's looks are not bad at all. Since that's the case, why can't we pick her? The svelte man sniffed and frowned. Minister Zhang, you're in charge of manpower. I'm in charge of operations. Compared to you, I know more about what a singer needs most is popularity. It's not like we're a charity company. Just because she's in the company should we give her the stage? Minister Yun, you're telling me about popularity? Then you don't know who recommended Xia Shiyao, do you? Dare I ask Minister Yin, how popular is Xingyao? What if he's the one who writes songs for Xia Shiyao? In the face of Yin Ping's words, Zhang Chao still responded strongly, only his face at the moment was filled with smugness. You little bastard, fight me, eat for a few more years. Zhang Chao had never been able to get used to Yin Ping, who had always acted as an authority in the company on the basis of being the Minister of Operations on weekdays, and would even molest female singers, and quite a few of the young singers that he had recruited had spat at him. Simply Sven scum. Zhang Chao abhorred this. Star, Xingyao? Even Yin Ping was somewhat dumbfounded when he heard Xingyao's name. He dares to say that Starry Yao is not popular? He wouldn't dare. That music video created with Wayne has hundreds of millions of likes, and it's rumored that all of his fans have reached 50 million. Yin Ping held the gold-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose and looked at the smug Zhang Chao with gloomy eyes. Are you just sure that Xingyao will write a song for Xia Shiyao? Alright, don't make any noise. That I can determine. Yang Xian pressed his hand, signaling them to stop. In that case, the candidates will be Chang Di and Xia Shiyao. Notify down. Seeing the chairman put words in his mouth, Yin Ping could only nod his head unwillingly. There was another candidate in his heart, but unfortunately it was finalized before he had the chance to say anything. The meeting dispersed, and Zhang Chao stroked his smooth head happily. This was the first time he had ever pressed Yin Ping in such a matter. Just be happy. Meanwhile, the same scene was playing out in Shangshur Entertainment, Tianmei Entertainment, and other small entertainment companies. Zhangcheng Tianmei Entertainment Branch. Sister Yuan ran all the way, panting, to the lounge, where Lu Qian was fiddling with her red nails in front of the makeup table. Lu Qian. Good news. This time it's a blessing in disguise. Lu Qian frowned as she painted one of her nails because of Hope's sudden yelling. What good news? With a grumbling tone, Lu Qian wiped the nail polish clean and reapplied it carefully. Hot face meets cold ass. Yuan's excitement is also doused. She looks at Lu Qian, but the more she looks, the more bored she gets. The two of them are now really looking at each other. But in the case that Lu Qian didn't fall, she still had to serve this ancestor. Star Song Exchange. The company decided to put you on it, and it's hired a famous lyricist to write a song for you. This is a way for the company to make up for your loss last time. Stargazer? Lu Qian froze, and her nails were immediately painted again, but this time she didn't care, instead turning her head to look at Sister Yuan to reconfirm. Is that the Star Song Festival where you can be among the top-tier singers if you get a ranking? Yeah, it's hard to believe that there are two more stargazers. Si Yat-sing, this time is your chance. You must grasp it well. I've gone to great lengths to help you get this chance. Seeing Lu Qian get serious, Yuan was slightly relieved, and even her address changed. Ah, Star Song Exchange, I'm gonna be on fire. Lu Qian then reacted, jumping up from her chair, overflowing with joy. She didn't hear Hope taking credit at all, only the news that she was going to be on fire. Shu Xin, there are still 3 days to go before it starts. Let's hold steady. This time it's the famous lyricist Wu Fan who wrote your song. You must sing well. Yuan persuaded Lu Qian not to get too excited. After all, Lu Qian can only share more money herself if she's on fire. And this time, Yuan hopes she'll get a good ranking. Lu Qian, on the other hand, was unimpressed and became even more agitated after hearing about Wu Fan. It's that Wu Fan who is known as the godfather of music. Isn't that stable? What's there to worry about? Me and him, that's a strong combination. Ha ha, Sister Yuan sighed. But on second thought, it's true. Although Lu Qian's character is not good, but her singing skills are really online, and there is a song by the godfather of music, Wu Fan, so she will definitely be able to sprint to the top 3 this time. In Magic City, in the artist's apartment, Xia Shiyao received a call from the operations department informing her to prepare for the Star Song Festival in 3 days. After hanging up the phone, Xia Shiyao's entire body was confused. Just now they were still discussing what kind of method should be used to make a comeback, but I didn't expect the company to send a pillow here. Seeing Xia Shiyao's dumbfounded face after answering the phone, Tao Lele couldn't stop herself from asking curiously, Sister Shiyao, who is it? Company operations? Inform me to participate in the Star Song Festival in 3 days. Stargazer? Star Songway. Really? Sister Shioyo, are you serious? Taluolu was just stunned for a moment, and in the next second, she directly climbed up and grabbed Xia Shiyao's shoulders and swayed back and forth, excited to no end. Joy, I'm going to be shaken by you. Xia Shiyao peeled Tao Lele's fat hand away, her face full of disgust. Shioyo, did the company really let you participate in the Star Song Festival? Sister Yun sat on the side and asked carefully. Aha, operations has just been notified down. Xia Shiyao nodded in confirmation, and Sister Yun couldn't hide the joy on her face, using the Star Song Exchange as a stage to announce her strong return. This was great. It's just that the priority now is to find a suitable lyricist. I'll get in touch with the lyricists I used to know. Shioyo, you try to write a song yourself again. In the next 3 days, we must find a good song for the first shot of our comeback. Aha! Xia Shiyao nodded seriously. Dorothy raises her hand. I'll mix and match nutritious meals. Follow the previous way. As soon as possible, I'll nourish Sister Shioyo and mellow her out. The 3 of them divided the work clearly. Taluola began to pick the ingredients for today's lunch. Sister Yun picked up her cell phone and began to contact the lyricist. Xia Shiyao picked up the song manuscript paper and laid it flat on the table, looking at her brows and thought. And at that moment, Gu Xingyi was teaching little Nai Nai the second children's song. Little Nai Nai was very well behaved in the past 2 days, and although this could possibly be the reason why Xia Shiyao called back every day, Gu Xingyi felt that he deserved a great deal of credit as well. At least now, he was fully familiar with the process of coaxing a baby. Little Nai Nai clapped her little hands and accompanied Gu Xingyi, who wore a big gray wolf headdress and pretended to be ferocious, while her mouth sang the budding lyrics. Good little white rabbit, open the door, open it quickly. I want to come in. Chapter 48, Love Talk. Late afternoon, after dinner, after playing all day, Nina couldn't stop sleeping and her little head went down a little bit from time to time. With that, she still steeled herself and insisted on hearing Gu Xingyi tell her a bedtime story before she drifted off to sleep. Gu Xingyi smiled, tucked the quilt over the little one, kissed her forehead, and tiptoed to the living room. It was just 7 o'clock in the evening now. Gu Xingyi had been thinking about what kind of song to prepare for Xia Shiyao for the past 2 days. Only so far he didn't have a clue. There were so many songs from the original world that for a while it made him cut his teeth. And on Xia Shiyao's side, there didn't seem to be any movement coming back from arriving at Sound Sea Entertainment. Gu Xingyi thought for a moment and still didn't have a clue. So he opened Douyin and prepared to brush the video for a while before going to bed. The heat of as long as it's ordinary on the internet still hasn't dissipated, and Gu Xingyi swipes 3 or 4 times to basically get a related video. Many netizens exclaimed that after listening to Xingyao songs, their ears could not tolerate any other songs, and they even formed a spontaneous Xingyao fan support club, with their avatars being the expressions of Xiao Nai Nai when she sings about courageous outbursts. Gu Xingyi then realized that at some point, they had actually made little Nai Nai's expression into an emoticon frame by frame, and were using it with great joy. Luckily, most of the netizens' focus was on Xingyao, and only a small number of mom fans and kid fans were Nai Nai's fans, or else the little one would have to wear a mask when he went out in the future, and that would be troublesome. Aside from just plain hot, the hottest topic on the internet right now is the upcoming star songs. Once a year, the Star Song Exchange, every time there can be so 1 or 2 burst of fire singers, which makes a lot of people have been talking about. And the fans of the singers who participated in this Star Song Exchange, they are even more actively pulling the votes for their own little masters. The previous Star Song Festival was conducted in the form of a full live broadcast, with a total of 4 famous veteran mentors voting, and there was no vote tie, as there was still one more vote, which would be cast in real time by the vast majority of netizens. This also pulls the audience's participation right up to the fullest, and sometimes a vote in the hands of the audience will directly determine whether a contestant stays or goes. The schedule of the Star Song Festival is also very simple, with a total of 16 contestants competing in a 2x2 duel, with opponents determined by drawing lots, and no resurrection matches, with the winner advancing and the loser eliminated. Superiority is cruel and realistic. Until the final 4, it was still a 2x2 draw, with the winners advancing to the finals and the losers only fighting for 3rd or 4th place. Only the final, which will be contested in 3 matches, will be held with the organizers providing the keywords of the songs and the singers coming up with the corresponding original songs with the keywords. It's worth mentioning that for the second game of the final, you can also invite guests to help sing. It's a test not only of the contestant's own playing, but also of the ability of the songwriters behind the contestant, and their connections. That's why after every Star Song Festival, there are many popular original songs appearing online, which greatly satisfies the ears of the general public. Gu Xingyi just slightly looked at it and scratched it. The reason why he knows so much is entirely because of the original owner's memories. There are not many people who mix with the entertainment industry who do not know the Star Song Exchange. It was just that the current Gu Xingyi wasn't very interested in it. Gu Xingyi proceeded to row many times in succession and realized that this big data was really outrageous. He himself had just stopped by for a little while, and now all that was being pushed to him was a video as long as Pinky was with Stargazer. Gu Xingyi, who was tired of brushing, could only turn his cell phone off and gently return to the bedroom again. Sleep. Have to go out and walk the baby tomorrow. Early the next morning, Gu Xingyi was woken up by the ringing of the phone, and beside her, little Nai Nai had long since woken up, and was counting her eyelashes with her big black eyes open. But the little one will only count to 50 now, and every time he finishes counting to 50, he starts all over again from 1. I don't know how long the little one had been playing, but Gu Xingyi only saw her having fun, patting Nai Nai's little head. Gu Xingyi copied his cell phone in his hand, and the caller displayed on it was actually that little girl Tao Lele. Hello? It's early in the morning. What's going on? Gu Xingyi yawned and asked. Hey, Gu Xingyi, you quickly control Sister Shiyao. She's bewitched, hasn't slept since last night, as if she were a thief. Tao Lele whispered that she had made this call to Gu Xingyi behind Xia Shiyao's back. What happened? Gu Xingyi frowned. How can this person be so uncaring of his body? He took the trouble to just put on a little weight. Don't lose it back again. Sister Shiyao is participating in the Star Song Festival, but we don't have a song, and Sister Shiyao has been possessed trying to create a song out of it. Gu Xingyi scratched his head. He didn't expect that Xia Shiyao was going to participate in the competition only a few days after this. Originally, inside the Treaty of Cooperation with Sound and Sea Entertainment, it was himself who wrote her songs, which was indeed his own negligence. He was still thinking of a song here for a long time, but it turned out that there was already a fire on the other side. Got it. I'll call her, Joy, and thanks for taking care of her for me. Cut. Who's helping you? It's only natural for me to take care of Sister Shiyao. Okay, no more talking. Sister Shiyao is coming out. Taluolo was busy hanging up the phone, and glanced at Xia Shiyao with a bit of a thief's heart. It was good that Xia Shiyao hadn't slept for a night and was in poor spirits at this time, and didn't notice her small movements. Xia Shiyao was now very irritable. She felt like she was about to catch that melody, but every time she was a little bit short. She didn't understand where the shortfall was, so naturally her mood wasn't very good. Also at that moment, Gu Xingyi's phone call came in. Xia Shiyao was busy gathering herself and picked up the phone. Hello? Is it Nina who misses me? Can't I call you if Nina doesn't miss you? I'm your husband. Gu Xingyi's voice came from the phone. Xia Shiyao blushed slightly. This was the first time Gu Xingyi claimed to be her husband. Xia Shiyao did not reply, and for a moment both of them were somewhat silent. After a while, Gu Xingyi's voice sighed from the phone. Why didn't you tell me when you were on Star Song? Why tire yourself out when you can solve things easily? If you really suffer, how sad would Nai be? Gu Xingyi spoke helplessly. In his opinion, this was clearly something that could be easily accomplished. Xia Shiyao could have told him directly, but she didn't say anything. Xia Shiyao had stayed up all night. Her spirit was already on the verge of collapse, and now that she heard Gu Xingyi's question, Xia Shiyao felt like he was questioning herself. She suddenly felt a great aggravation strike her. She subconsciously bit her lip. A hint of stubbornness flashed across her face as tears gradually filled her eyes. Xia Shiyao didn't speak. She was afraid that her voice would reveal her current state. She didn't want him to see her embarrassed. Gu Xingyi couldn't see her expression and subconsciously frowned. A moment later, he suddenly heard sobbing over there. She's crying? What happened? Gu Xingyi then felt outrageous. He didn't seem to have said anything? Big head. This emotion thing, it's kind of hard to get it right. Hey, why are you crying for a good reason? She still didn't hold back herself. Xia Shiyao felt so useless. Gu Xingyi. Xia Shiyao spoke out with a sobbing voice. A loud voice that sounded somewhat annoyed to Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi was stunned. It was the first time he heard Xia Shiyao talk to him like this, with a trilling voice and full of aggression. He could suddenly think of her little expression right now. Xia Shiyao pursed her small lips, tears still in her eyes. She also realized that she was out of line. It was just that there were some words that she didn't say. She was so uncomfortable in her heart. Gu Xingyi, do you think I'm not useful at all and will only rely on you? I don't want to be like this. I'm sorry. I'm not blaming you. I'm just worried about your health. And the matter of forgetting to write a song was indeed an oversight on my part. So she was thinking about this? There was indeed something wrong with what he had just said. Gu Xingyi reacted with hindsight and busily compensated with a smile. Before Xia Shiyao finished her words, she was interrupted by Gu Xingyi. Over there he laughed a little happily? He's so aggravated. He can't even see and he's laughing. Xia Shiyao was even more aggravated. After meeting Yang Lin, that imperial sister, she suddenly felt as if she was useless compared to her. That imperial sister had a figure, a temperament, and good talent, and from her eyes, Xia Shiyao saw how much she appreciated Gu Xingyi. While Xia Shiyao was ruminating on the phone, Gu Xingyi's voice continued to come through. But Xia Shiyao, I really want to crack open your little head to see what's inside. For me, you and Nai are the best gifts from heaven. Don't you think anything nonsense? I'm telling you very seriously. You, Xia Shiyao, are my wife. Unique. No one can replace her. Gu Xingyi spoke aloud. His voice was so firm. From the moment he came to this home and was accepted by Xia Shiyao and Nai, they were family. There is nothing in a family about who depends on who, only about holding each other up. Xia Shiyao was shocked by Gu Xingyi's words. She didn't expect him to say that. What a wife. What unique. These words made Xia Shiyao's originally rosy pretty face instantly turn red, and her big watery eyes flashed with crystal light. It was the first time she had ever heard him say such domineering words of love. Chapter 49, Love Rises with the Wind. Xia Shiyao softly hummed. Her mood obviously improved a bit, and her petulant look made Tao Lele, who was peeping from the sidelines, itching to rush over and ravage her a bit. Such a Shiodo-san is simply invincible. I don't know what Gu Xingyi did over there. One phone call and Sister Shiyao was taken to death. Okay, no more messed up thoughts like that, okay? I'll pass the song to you at night. Take advantage of these 2 days to practice a little more. If you die before you're ready to go, that's not a slap in my goose face. Put. Gu Xingyi's voice continued to come from the receiver, and Xia Shiyao snorted out a laugh as she listened to the bullish words. Gu, those who don't know think he's some kind of historical figure, but the saying about dying before one's master is so good, and I don't know how Gu Xingyi is suddenly so cultured. Good, then I'll see what kind of song you, Mr. Gu, can actually write. Xia Shiyao, who had been talked through by Gu Xingyi, swung for the fences, burrowed out of the previous bull's eye, and no longer bothered to dwell on the question of who depended on whom. Once the taut string was relaxed, Xia Shiyao was immediately sleepy. She was now like a lazy kitten. Her voice was delicate and with an inexplicable playful flavor. The voice was so lethal that Gu Xingyi's scalp went numb when he heard it. Ahem, go to bed. You can't practice your songs until you're refreshed. Gu Xingyi couldn't take it and just wanted her to hang up quickly. Xia Shiyao grunted, before she yawned and walked into the bedroom. saying goodbye to Gu Xingyi and hanging up the phone. Gu Xingyi heard the blind voice on the phone, which was a relief. Coaxing his wife felt even tougher than coaxing a baby. But fortunately, it wasn't even hard for him. Gu Xingyi glanced in the direction of the living room. Nai Nai was still watching her favorite cartoon and didn't need his company for the time being. Then get to work on the song. Gu Xingyi took out a pen and song script paper from the drawer and agonized over which song would be appropriate. If others were to know Gu Xingyi's current entanglement, they would probably be so angry that they would spit out blood. People had to exhaust their minds to create a song. But he didn't know which one to choose among the thousands of songs. Let's just say that all of the hangers-on deserve to be euthanized. After half a day of agonizing, Gu Xingyi still couldn't decide. There were too many good songs in his heart, all of them crowded in his head at once to compete for favor, making his thoughts very confusing. Gu Xingyi opened the window with some annoyance, and a cool breeze blew in, lowering the annoyance in Gu Xingyi's heart a bit. Downstairs in the small area, a small couple is being separated. The boy dragged a large suitcase, full of reluctance, the girl tearful eyes. Goodbye. Seeing this scene, Gu Xingyi suddenly remembered a sentence. Love rises with the wind, and the wind stops. They part now. Will the boy return and the two be together again? Unknown number, but the boy is still going out into the wider world to see it. Thinking of this, Gu Xingyi couldn't help but be stunned. Then he quickly walked to his desk and lifted his pen to write on the curved manuscript paper. The wind is blowing. Youth is the string. Love is the wind. A wind that rises, blows in youth and blows her away. Gu Xingyi is now full of this familiar melody. When this song came out, is how many people in the youth of the intention of the difficult. Spreading out the manuscript paper, Gu Xingyi's eyes were flooded with memories, and bit by bit, he wrote various notes on it, and slowly, he was completely immersed in this wonderful music, and his mouth couldn't help but start humming along. I don't know how long it was until little Nai Nai's childish voice rang out, and Gu Xingyi suddenly came back to his senses. Daddy, hungry, rice, rice. I don't know what kind of poison Nai Nai is suffering from. These 2 days the exit is superimposed words. Listening to Gu Xingyi's ears are soft. The key is the tender childish voice to say this kind of superimposed words. The gods can't carry it even if they come. Gu Xingyi immediately revealed an ant-like smile. Are you hungry, little baby? Daddy will prepare lunch right away. Daughter's words are holy orders. As a daughter's slave, Gu Xingyi did not dare to delay for a moment, threw the pen away and turned to go to the kitchen. As for the song, it was written a long time ago. As for those memories, let them all go with the wind. 2 hours later, the well-fed father and daughter were paralyzed on the couch, their sizes uniformly posed in a kudzu position. Hiccup. Gu Xingyi burped and Nai Nai smiled cheekily, not forgetting to rub her daddy's little tummy. Then she burped herself, and father and daughter burst into a playful tizzy. Xia Shuriya's video also called right on time at this moment. Her eyes still had large dark circles hanging over them, obviously not having slept enough. Seeing this father and daughter in this lazy posture, Xia Shuriya was envious in her heart. Alas, people work hard outside. You guys share the joy of family at home. A small and large are all heartless. Xia Shuriya rarely made a pitiful appearance, a pair of almond eyes watery and accusing. That one phone call seemed to take her defenses completely off, restoring her to her little woman-like stance and bringing the two of them much closer together. Where could Gu Xingyi withstand this kind of test? And immediately raised his hands in surrender. I haven't been idle. The song is written. I'll send it to you later. Little Nai Nai also came over, similarly following Gu Xingyi's example of raising her hands, her pair of identical almond eyes just as watery, as if she was competing with Xia Shuriya to see who was more pitiful. Nana didn't have any time to spare. Nana watched 2 less cartoon episodes today, learned 5 more numbers. Xia Shuriya immediately couldn't tense up and instantly broke. She admitted that she couldn't compare to this little goblin. Good. Our Nana works the hardest. Hurry up and let mommy give you a kiss. Trojan. The little guy immediately happily sent his little mouth up and similarly rewarded Xia Shuriya with a wooden horse. Ahem. Don't you want to reward me? Gu Xingyi coughed and shamelessly brought his face in front of the phone as well, causing Xia Shuriya's pretty face to evenly redden at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bottom line is that the little guy was cajoling for mommy to reward daddy with one too. In the end, Xia Shuriya really couldn't resist the little guy's enthusiasm, nor could she resist Gu Xingyi's thick skin, pouting her lips and giving a symbolic kiss, just without making a Trojan horse sound. The rewarded Gu Xingyi's face was all smiles as he quickly ran to the bedroom and handed the written piece of paper to the cell phone camera. See, I didn't lie. The song is really written. You kisser didn't waste it. Xia Shuriya blankly glanced at him in a flirtatious manner, but in her heart, she was shocked beyond words. It's only been a few hours? He wrote a song? There's struck. He had thought about it for so many days, and there was a bit of a melody but he couldn't catch it. But Gu Xingyi had a finished song out in just a few hours. The man is a demon. The family talked for a while longer before hanging up the phone. Gu Xingyi photographed the sheet music and lyrics in their entirety and sent it to Xia Shiyao, before throwing his cell phone onto the table and continuing to accompany little Nai Nai to lie down on her back. Xia Shiyao received WeChat and clicked on the picture above with some anticipation. A large headline caught her eye. The wind is picking up. Chapter 50, Song Practice. What kind of divine song is this? After Xia Shiyao finished reading the lyrics and the music score, she only felt her heartbeat accelerate slightly. She now finally understood the gold of those online comments. What do you mean Starry Yao's product? Must be a fine product. That's what it is. And the scariest part is that it only took him a few hours just to create such a song. Xia Shiyao was a little impatient to ask Gu Xingyi how much he had hidden behind his back in his head. Thinking of this, Xia Shiyao took a deep breath and picked up the phone. Gu Xingyi had just changed little Nai Nai's clothes at the moment and was about to go out to walk her baby when she saw Xia Shiyao's video screen hit again. Anything else? Gu Xingyi was puzzled. Hadn't he just hung up not long ago? Why is it coming back? In the video, Xia Shiyao's eyes were hot, looking straight at herself, making Gu Xingyi a little overwhelmed. What? Gu Xingyi's voice stuttered and his eyes flickered. This woman, what does she mean? Showing off her eyes? Can't I call you on video if there's nothing wrong? Nice guy, now you're learning. She had just disliked her with this reasoning herself earlier, and she had returned it immediately. Not only was this woman beautiful, she also held a grudge. Gu Xingyi thought darkly, but his mouth snorted. That must be. Gu Xingyi, what the hell are you hiding behind my back? What? Where did that come from? How could she have slandered a man's innocence for nothing? Gu Xingyi scratched his hair and frowned in confusion. Seeing Gu Xingyi in such a state, Xia Shiyao's pretty face reddened, a little ashamed, and her voice unconsciously grew louder. These songs of yours, would you believe me when I say I suddenly got the hang of it one day? Ha ha ha, it was pretty sudden, wasn't it? Gu Xingyi didn't know how to explain, and could only rub his nose and try to muddle through. Xia Shiyao looked deeply at Gu Xingyi and didn't pursue the question, but instead looked down at the lyrics, half a day before she suddenly opened her mouth, her voice soft and sticky. Thanks. Gu Xingyi was completely confused by her sudden sentence and could only nod. You have a good time practicing your song. Nana and I will be there to cheer you on. Yes. Xia Shiyao's voice was small, and when she looked up again her face was already wearing a smile. I won't let you bury the song. Gu Xingyi nodded and took little Nai Nai's hand and shook it in front of the camera. I'm going out with Nana. The video screen hung up. Xia Shiyao picked up her cell phone and knocked on Tao Leilei's room door. Joy, get ready. We're going to the office. Shioyo-san, are we going to the office? Tao Leilei walked out from her room. She didn't understand why Xia Shiyao suddenly wanted to go to the company. Xia Shiyao raised the cell phone in her hand, a smile on her face. Go practice. We have a song. Really? Did Gu Xingyi give it to you? I knew he wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. Tao Luolo got excited, with a face of surprise, directly grabbing Xia Shiyao's hand and shaking it, not realizing in the slightest that she had spoken out of turn. Xia Shiyao blushed slightly and glanced at Tao Leilei, only then realizing that it was this guy who had betrayed her. Next, Sister Yun was also called back by Xia Shiyao. She was still out contacting the lyricist, and after hearing that Xia Shiyao had a song, there was excitement in her tone. She had been bumping into walls everywhere for the past few days, and now that she finally didn't have to look at other people's faces, she was naturally very happy. The three drove to Sound Sea Entertainment and went up to the 11th floor, where there was a special recording studio. Xia Shiyao was going to stay here for the next 2 days until she was satisfied with the song. She didn't realize how good the song was until she actually sang the wind-up, especially Tao Leilei and Sister Yun. After hearing Xia Shiyao's clean singing, their eyes widened, completely not expecting the song to be so stunning. For a while, the girls became even more excited about this Star Song Festival. After trying to sing a few times, Xia Shiyao also slowly found the feeling. She sang more and more calmly. If Gu Xingyi was here, he would have marveled out loud. This is not far from the original song he heard in the original world. The time for practicing passed quickly. Time unknowingly came to the afternoon. Xia Shiyao had already rewritten the manuscript paper Gu Xingyi had shot down on the song manuscript paper, and Tao Leilei went to contact the company's recording team to record the background music of the song and register the copyright. The company's team was very professional. Like these original songs, none of them needed Xia Shiyao to bother much. They would naturally do everything right, and the manuscript paper Gu Xingyi had given her was complete. Even which instrument to use was clearly labeled. Xia Shiyao was surprised when she first saw it before she contacted Gu Xingyi because it was something that a fully fledged lyricist could do. Only after Tao Leilei returned did Xia Shiyao finally come out of the recording studio. She was ready to continue practicing after dinner. There was still one more day tomorrow, and the day after that she would be going to participate in the Star Song Festival. Time was running out. She would not allow Gu Xingyi's song to falter in her mouth. As the three of them came out of the recording studio, the door to the opposite room also happened to open. and a cute girl with a baby face happened to come out of it at that moment. She froze for a moment when she saw Xia Shiyao, but still nodded to Xia Shiyao in a friendly manner. Xia Shiyao returned a smile, in the face of goodwill. She had always held greater goodwill. It was just that the man with the golden eye sockets standing behind her had his nostrils turned skyward, and didn't give Xia Shiyao the slightest bit of good looks. Xia Shiyao didn't recognize him either, so naturally she didn't greet him and turned around to leave the place with Tao Lele and Sister Yun. After Xia Shiyao left, the man let out a cold snort. Really have no eyesight, don't know how to greet the leaders when you see them, don't know how the company chose her. Uncle, people just came to the company, it's only a problem if they can recognize you. You must sing well this time, okay? You're the one I elected, don't lose uncle's face. Got it. This girl was none other than Chang Di, who was going to participate in the Star Song exchange with Xia Shiyao, and her uncle, who was no other than Yin Ping. After Chang Di finished speaking, he glanced at the already closed elevator place, pondering. She naturally learned from Yin Ping how Xia Shiyao was selected, so she was also curious as to what kind of song Xia Shiyao would come up with. After all, it's written by Starry Yao, it shouldn't be bad, right? She's a fan of Starry Yao's too. As for what kind of person her uncle was, Cheng Di naturally knew that if Yin Ping wasn't her own uncle, she wouldn't want to pay much attention to him. In the next few days, Xia Shiyao went out early and came back late every day, practicing very hard. This effort made Tao Lele's heart ache, so much so that the nutritious meals she made became even more generous. Sister Yun wasn't idle as she picked up Xia Shiyao's roundup blog back up and released a comeback statement. Hello everyone, I'm Xia Shiyao. On August 7th, on the Star Song Festival, I'll be starting over. The Sound and Sea Entertainment singer Xia Shiyao is on the way. I hope you can take care of me more in the future, and I hope that you can interact with me more at the bottom of my Siege blog. Thank you all. The statement is very short. Xia Shiyao's remaining fans are only a few thousand. Most of them are still zombie fans, so after the statement was sent out, it also seems to be like a stone sinking into the sea, and did not set off any wind and waves. Only a handful of old former fans and a few smaller marketing numbers found the statement. Although Xia Shiyao retired for more than 2 years, she couldn't help but have enough traffic from Star Song Exchange, so these small marketing numbers started editing. Through these small marketing numbers, many people vaguely remembered this former hitlet. They didn't take it seriously though. It's old news. Who cares? Chapter 51, Breaking into Your Smile. On August 7th, the Magic City Stadium, the Star Song Festival officially opens. It's just that Ren Chao, the director of Star Song Exchange, was very worried this time, because one of Xing Yao's songs had been hogging the hot searches, so the traffic of their Star Song Exchange was completely incomparable to before. But the annual Star Song Festival couldn't be postponed because of one person, and he could only start the session with a stiff upper lip. It was a pity that he couldn't contact Xing Yao. If he could be allowed to come and sit as a mentor at Star Song Hui, wouldn't the traffic explode? Ren Chao had also sent private messages to Xing Yao's account many times, but unfortunately they were all stone silent without a single response. Luckily, however, Star Yao didn't release any new works during this period, and the influence of his last work had been reduced quite a bit, and apart from his videos, the highest traffic on the internet now was the Star Song Exchange. At this moment, Gu Xingyi, who didn't know the slightest bit about this, was leading little Nai Nai, walking in a long line towards the gymnasium. Yes, he had Xia Shiyao's arrival in the Magic City after lunch. Since we're cheering her on, it must be a live cheer. Little Nai Nai was also excited in Gu Xingyi's arms. She came on a big airplane today, and she heard her dad say that she would be able to see her mom soon. She misses her mom. The atmosphere of the scene was very warm. Gu Xingyi looked around. Basically everyone was holding a support stick in their hands, and there were also people holding up support signs for the singers they supported and waving them around, cheering endlessly. Gu Xingyi was considered an anomaly. Only he looked like a thief, holding only a Nai Nai in his hands, quietly looking for his seat in the arena. Gu Xingyi was lucky that his seat was still relatively forward. The official opening time of the Star Song Festival is 8 p.m. Which makes it easy for people who are off work and bored at home to watch the voting via live streaming. At this time, the Star Song Exchange's live broadcasting room, which was already open and the competition had not yet started, was showing various sponsors' advertisements and the participants' profiles. The pop-ups on the air were sending viewers their own opinions in due course. Gu Xingyi looked so slightly. There didn't seem to be a single person supporting Xia Shiyao on the pop-up screen, and there were 4 favorites to win the championship: Chang Di, Lu Qian, Xiao Feibai, and Miao Ankuan. Gu Xingyi only knew one of them, Lu Qian, the woman who had dared to extend her claws to Nai Nai, and he hadn't heard of the other 3, so he didn't pay much attention to them. The match is about to start and backstage it's very uneventful at the moment. Xia Shiyao, why are you here? Lu Qian's face was so blue that she couldn't believe her eyes. She actually saw Xia Shiyao backstage. You can even be in. Why can't our sister Xiaodio be in? Tao Lele directly rolled her eyes and choked back. That look of disdain made Lu Qian even more annoyed. Lu Qian's eyes were cloudy. How could she not expect Xia Shiyao to show up? And Tao Lele and Sister Yun were still by her side. This feeling reminded her of the Xia Shiyao who had always pressed her head back then. The old Xia Shiyao seemed to have returned, especially with Xia Shiyao's outfit today. It made her face even more ugly. He looks like a clown in front of her. I can't compete with her anywhere. Cowardice before battle, said Lu Qian's mood at this moment. Xia Shiyao is wearing a sky blue dress today. The edge of the skirt is embellished with light green 5-leaf clover. Her hair has been pulled up, tied into a lovely pill head. Slightly powdered pretty face is letting her exude youthful charm. She just raised her head and glanced at Lu Qian, making Lu Qian feel a sudden pressure. Seeing this, Sister Yuan hurriedly pulled Lu Qian away, looked around at the gazes cast by the other contestants, and whispered in her ear to persuade her. Xiao Qian, this is backstage. Don't make jokes. A Xia Shiyao is just a Xia Shiyao. She wants nothing nowadays. It's not worth it for you to lower yourself. Lu Qian's face was much better after hearing Yuan's words. That's right. Today's Xia Shiyao is not the same popular young flower. What can she compete with herself? Besides, she has a song by the godfather of music, Wu Fan. There's even less reason to be afraid. Thinking this way, Lu Qian regained her composure and glanced disdainfully at Xia Shiyao. What's the use of singing well? What's the use of being good-looking? What good song can a married man like you come up with? What happened backstage is naturally unknown to the program team. Outside on the stage, the host has already taken the microphone to the stage. She simply said a few words, and then invited the 4 judges and mentors to take their seats. With the thunderous applause from the audience, for spotlights shone down from the roof of the shed, and several veteran mentors who had been in the music scene for many years entered, and with a wave to the audience, they took their seats as mentors. The 4 mentors took their seats and the competition officially began. The rules of the star singing competition are overbearing, with photos of the 16 contestants scrolling across the big screen in order, with the audience calling for a stop to determine the contestants' number. No. 1 versus no. 2, and so on for 8 matches, which also eliminates the possibility of cheating in advance, because one never knows when the crowd will call a halt. The audience's favorite part of the show was also this part, where they were introduced to the PK candidates themselves, and the complete unknown outcome made them even more excited. Not long after, the 8 groups of candidates for the duel were successfully selected. Looking at the list of duels on the big screen, Gu Xingyi smiled, and that's when the host's voice rang through the room. Let's give a round of applause to welcome the 2 contestants of the first match to the stage. One of them is Xia Shiyao from Sound Sea Entertainment. One is Lu Qian from Tianmei Entertainment. 2 spotlights reappeared, and at the back of the stage, Xia Shiyao and Lu Qian slowly stepped onto the stage with the spotlights. It could be seen that Xia Shiyao was more or less a little nervous, and she was a little apprehensive when she went on stage for the first time after not having been on stage for many years. Lu Qian, on the other hand, sank a face. She also did not expect at all that the first match would be so dramatic. Piking with Xia Shiyao, the audience under the stage exclaimed in shock. There were quite a few people who didn't recognize Xia Shiyao. How come they hadn't heard of such a beautiful woman before? So they asked the people around them. Gu Xingyi could also see Xia Shiyao's nervousness. Her eyelashes would lightly blink when she was nervous, so he lifted Nakina high in the air and waved. At this moment, Nakina directly transformed into a support sign. Her big eyes curved into 2 crescent moons on her round little face, and she kept shouting under her breath for her mom to come on. Xia Shiyao, who was on the stage, suddenly saw this familiar figure. She violently covered her mouth and looked incredulously at the spot under the stage. The 2 lively figures dispelled the tension in her heart in an instant. In the next moment, an unprecedented luster suddenly bloomed in her eyes, and then her eyes suddenly curved up, forming the same crescent shape as little Nana's. The tenderness displayed in this moment melted the hearts of the audience in attendance. Daddy, Dad, Mommy sees us. Little Nai Nai's gaze locked with Xia Shiyao's, and her little short hand waved even faster. Gu Xingyi also looked at Xia Shiyao, a gentle smile on his face. Yeah, Mommy saw Nana. First match, Xia Shiyao PK Lu Qian. Xia Shiyao sings the first song. Let's give the stage to her. At this time, the host's voice once again resounded throughout the room, and then she walked backstage with Lu Qian. The lights gradually dimmed, and on the stage, there was only a spotlight hitting Xia Shiyao. Music played in the background, and Gu Xingyi cradled little Nai Nai in his arms, slowly closing his eyes to listen. For some reason, that pure smile that Xia Shiyao just wore had been imprinted in his mind. Lingering, Gu Xingyi suddenly thought of that one lyric. Now walk through this world, a million streams, turning over the years on different sides. I was caught off guard by breaking into your smile. Chapter 52, The Wind. The melody of the song rang out like a warm wind blowing in the face, gently brushing the audience's ears. the scene unconsciously quieted down, their mouths slightly open, quietly listening. The name of the song was also revealed on the big screen at this point. The Wind is Blowing. It was a simple name, but the lyricist that followed beneath it made everyone's eyes narrow slightly. Starry Yao. This strange singer was able to get the mysterious Starry Yao to write a song for her. Everyone unanimously perked up their ears. They now desperately wanted to hear Xing Yao's new song. What it was really like. Lu Qian in the background has long been dumbfounded, and if you are careful, you can find that her hands are constantly trembling. The intro was simple, yet it firmly gripped the ears of the crowd as Xia Shiyao's vocals followed. It's a long walk, following the trail of a teenager drifting away. The moment before I stepped out of the station, I was actually a little hesitant. I can't help but laugh at this nearness to the countryside that is still unavoidable, and the sky in Jiangcheng is still so warm, and the wind blows up the old days. Wind up, memories rise. The scene still became silent. They followed the music, as if they saw the footsteps of their youth from the past, never stopped. However, after half a lifetime, when they see their familiar hometown, the near hometown feeling engraved in their bones makes them vaguely excited again. Xia Shiyao had completely immersed herself in the song at this time. She had practiced this song countless times, only this time, she was the most committed. It was the kind of commitment that let go of her heart. Her gaze was brimming with joy as she looked down to the stage. There were the two people who meant the most to her there, and they were both there. Once upon a time, when I first knew this world, I lingered in all kinds of ways, looking at the sky as if it were in front of me, and I'm willing to go through fire to go through it again. Now walk through this world, a million streams, turning over the years on different sides, caught off guard, breaking into your smile, another divine song. Regardless of the audience at the scene, or those who were watching the live broadcast, they were all completely infected by the song at this moment, and their minds, flickering and flipping like a slideshow, coincidentally recalled countless familiar and unfamiliar side faces from the past, and finally settled on the smiling face of one person. It was the most memorable person of their youth. So that's what the wind is doing. The wind that is blowing is their wind that has long been buried in the bottom of their hearts and is called youth. Starry Yao. This then, came to tug at their heartstrings again to come. The song continued and the crowd was mesmerized. I have had a hard time extricating myself from the greatness of the world and indulging in its dreaming. No truth or falsehood, no struggle, no fear of jokes. I've tumbled my youth into her, and I've flicked my fingertips out of high summer. Let's just go with the flow, walk against the light and let the wind blow. The large stadium was silent as everyone fell into remembrance with the song. Lu Qian, who was at the back of the stage, sat on her butt on the ground, her face ashen, and the corners of her mouth couldn't stop trembling. She didn't have the courage to sing. Xia Shiyao came out with the brightest of appearances, the most perfect vocals, and with this near-invincible song that completely and utterly tore all of her courage to shreds. Yuan stood not far from Lu Qian, her eyes all confused. Who exactly is the godfather of music? She had heard the song that Wu Fan had written for Lu Qian, and now that she had heard this song by Xing Yao, she felt that that song was not even worthy of lifting her shoes for the song. Hope smiled miserably, less skilled than others. After all, they were crushed to death before, and now that they have returned strong, they are still crushed to death. Not only backstage, but even the mentors on the judges' table are infected by the song at the moment. As mentors and even more veteran singers, they were all vaguely envious of Xia Shiyao at the moment. If they had such a song to pave the way for them in the first place, they might have accomplished the achievements of a heavenly diva long ago. It's a pity there isn't a second Xing Yao in the world. The melody of youth continues. Xia Shiyao, dressed in a fluttering long dress, took a light step and walked forward gently for a few steps, like a butterfly spreading its wings, tracing out the trajectory of everyone's youth. The short road walk was a few moments away. I don't know if I'm stroking a story or a mood. Perhaps the expectation is nothing more than an enemy of time. Seeing you again in the cool morning light with a sweet smile. Obviously it seems to be talking about insignificant little things. Returning to see, it is still her. But the audience's hearts are welling up with infinite regrets. They also want to go away for half a lifetime, and return still the first heart. But regrets are regrets. And it was as if they saw the lightly smiling face in the cool morning light that was slowly blurring and disappearing. At this time on the live broadcast pop-up screen, I don't know who swiped a sentence. I said, why did we get separated? So it was the wind. The originally quiet pop-up screen exploded, and countless people swiped along with tears in their eyes. All the netizens are directly breaking defense at this moment. After listening to this song, their hearts are full of youthful regrets. They shed tears and swipe their pop-ups to tell the story of their youth. Eventually the uniform becomes, I said how to get separated. It turned out to be the wind. Love with the wind. The wind stops the intention is difficult to level. It was also at this time that Xia Shiyao's singing gradually came to an end. Her voice as deep and mellow as wine seemed to be soothing the crowd's mind, but also seemed to be giving an answer to youth. The evening breeze blows the gray hairs from your temples and smooths the scars left by memories. Your eyes are a mixture of light and darkness and a smile. Twilight obscures your hobbling steps into the paintings hidden above your bed. You in the painting, talking with your head down. The end of the song. Like in an account of themselves, all the people from the youthful dream of a big dream. Wake up, life is still going on. And those memories, just their own touch. Memories are regrettable. But how can youth without regrets be called youth? Youth should be the youth of flamboyant indulgence. Memories of regret, but make people infinite nostalgia. Exploded. At some point, the viewing figures in the background are exploding, far exceeding the ratings of previous years. Director Rin Chao wiped tears from the corners of his eyes. He was also infected by the song. After all, who has not had a youth? But he wanted to be happy again now, and to shout at the top of his lungs. This roller coaster of emotions made his heart beat faster, and he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. That's a starry Yao, the one who makes you cry and makes you laugh. What kind of god is this person, to be so charming? When Xia Shuyao first came, Ren Chao was still somewhat unable to look at her. Someone who wanted nothing, if not for the insistence of Sound and Sea Entertainment. He wanted to kick Xia Shuyao out of the program. He hadn't expected things to turn so quickly, and now he couldn't wait to offer up Xia Shuyao. Good song, good people, you can have anything you want. Ren Chao did not feel the slightest blush for the change in his attitude. Making money, not too shabby. The song was still playing on the stage, and Ren Chao put down the nonsense in his mind and continued to listen. I still marvel at the size of the world and revel in childhood love stories. No truth left, no struggle, no need for jokes. I finally returned my youth to her, along with the bloom of summer popping out of my fingertips. What you want to do, you can do with the wind. In the name of love, are you still willing? Everyone couldn't stop smiling when they heard this. The wind stops, memories go with the wind, the melody of youth falls, and the summer remains the same. Even the hardest of youths will eventually come to an end. Chapter 53. The music dropped and the lights turned on again. Xia Shuyao also slowly slowed down from the afterglow of the song and nervously looked at the stage. The silence from the stage overwhelmed her a bit. Gu Xingyi slowly opened his eyes and laughed out loud when he saw Xia Shuyao's nervous appearance. Xia Shuyao sang very well, comparable to the original song he heard in the original world. Nana looked around curiously at her uncles and aunts, wondering why they all had tears in their eyes. Obviously it's only right that mom sings beautifully. Little did she know that they were still remembering the past. But none of this affected little Nina, who reached out her little hand and applauded hard for her mom. The next moment, as if in a chain reaction, thunderous applause resounded throughout the room. Their eyes filled with tears as they offered their support for Xia Shuyao on the stage. The live broadcast of the Star Song Festival is even more pop-ups. It's true that Star Yao produces the best products. There's no disappointment. It's awesome. I cried. This is not a rising wind. This is clearly a tornado, completely lifting up memories that have been buried in my heart for years. It also can't be denied that Xia Shuyao sang the feelings contained in this song perfectly. From today onwards, I'm a fan of this singer. Woo woo, the song is beautiful. Beautiful people too. I'm in love with the whole thing. Brothers, I just stepped into society. Now want to be impulsive for once. Go back for her. I don't want to have regrets in my youth. Upstairs, support you. Go for it. I'm a little more fortunate. My wife is my childhood sweetheart. My youth has no regrets though, but still infected by this song. Xia Shuyao, Xing Yao, there can't be any story between them, right? Upstairs and dared to spoil my dawning. Woo woo, Xing Yao is mine. I've been his diehard fan since his first song. The song The Wind Rises managed to convince everyone, and at this moment, no one remembered that no one was optimistic about Xia Shuyao at all before. I thought I was here to make up the numbers, but it turned out to be a king's ransom in the opening round. As the lyrics go, caught off guard, it broke into the hearts of the crowd. It also stresses out everyone in the back. You're going to play the king's bomb right away? How can we play with 4 twos? Xia Shuyao on the stage bowed to the audience at this point, then glanced fondly at Gu Xingyi and little Nai Nai and retreated back to the back of the stage. The competition continues with Lu Qian's performance next. Lu Qian did not know when she had already climbed up from the ground. Looking at Xia Shuyao who had brushed past her, a deep sense of powerlessness inexplicably arose in her heart. She didn't know how she got on stage, even as the music started, and she froze for a moment before reacting. Unfortunately, it was still half a beat slow, and the opening was out of the question. The audience on stage booed in unison, which caused her to panic even more, and she couldn't help but sing the tune out of tune. After a muddled song, the sparse applause from the stage made her want to cover her face and run away. Backstage director Rin Chao looked at the real-time viewing rate, could not help but frown. This Lu Qian in the mess? She sings, he knows, has always been very good. How did she become like this today? However, Rin Chao was only slightly depressed for a moment before he stopped thinking about it. She's bound to lose anyway. What's there to think about? It's enough that the ratings have already exploded today. There is no doubt that the final vote, 5-0, was a crushing victory. Xia Shiyao's message also sent at this time, asking Gu Xingyi to meet at the backstage exit. When Gu Xingyi saw this, he didn't pay any more attention to the later matches and left the arena early with little Nai Nai in his arms. Xia Shiyao had just arrived backstage and was greeted with a big hug from Tao Lele. Dorothy's eyes were red with tears. Sister Yun behind her was also, her eyes slightly red. Looking at Xia Shiyao, the two of them smiled gently. After such a long time, seeing Xia Shiyao standing on the stage with infinite scenery again, they had indescribable excitement in their hearts. Well, don't cry. It'll get better from now on. Xia Shiyao took Tao Lele's hand and said seriously. Tao Lele gave a heavy and finally broke into a smile. She should be happy that Sister Xiaodio rubbed Lu Qian hard on the ground today. Let's go. Gu Xingyi is waiting for me at the door. Xia Shiyao didn't want to delay any longer. She just couldn't wait to see them now. She wanted to take Nai Nai into her arms and love her. It was the first time she'd been away from the little one for so long. And it wasn't just the little one who missed her. She was equally overwhelmed by the thought of little Nana. Ah, Gu Xingyi is here. Taluola was so surprised that her eyes widened. And now she didn't even know what kind of attitude she should take to meet Gu Xingyi. I used to hate him to death, but now I'm torn between feeling pretty good about him. Xia Shiyao didn't give her a chance to think more, pulling her towards the exit with quick steps. It was getting late outside, and the streetlights on both sides of the street had long been lit. As soon as Xia Shiyao came out, she saw Gu Xingyi holding Nai Nai from afar, standing straight below the streetlight. They were looking over here. The orange light pulled their shadows very long. Xia Shiyao's heart suddenly surged with a sense of happiness, the kind of happiness where a husband leads his children and waits under the light for his wife to come home from work. Plain and simple, but extremely warm. Gu Xingyi saw Xia Shiyao the moment she came out. She is very beautiful tonight, but at this moment the beauty is very different from the stage. On the stage she is like a fairy who falls into the mortal world, beautiful and dazzling so that people dare not get close to her easily. And at the moment she was like a summer breeze, making him feel warm and affectionate, so natural that he couldn't stop wanting to be close. Mom! Little Nai Nai couldn't wait to break free from Gu Xingyi's arms and ran towards Xia Shiyao with little steps and stomps. Hey! Xia Shiyao immediately squatted down, a bright smile blooming on her face as she embraced the pouncing Nai Nai into her arms. Gu Xingyi also approached at this time, greeting Tao Lele and Sister Yun with a smile on her face. Sister Yun nodded lightly in response, but there was a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Tao Lele's eyes dodged, but she also nodded her head gently in response. Ever since she realized that Gu Xingyi was Xingyao, she suddenly didn't feel so bad about him. After all, how bad can the mind of someone who can write about having you in their life and just being ordinary be? Xia Shiyao also hugged Nai Nai and stood up at this time. Nai Nai arched in her arms and kept rubbing herself, her little face unwilling to lift up. Gu Xingyi smiled and looked at Xia Shiyao. Well, this surprise is okay, right? A blush rose on Xia Shiyao's face, but she still looked straight at Gu Xingyi, her almond eyes curving up. Aha! Xia Shiyao replied softly, and immediately after that she lowered her head and looked at Nai Nai in her arms as she replied again. It's a surprise, so let's find a place to eat? Nina and I haven't even eaten dinner yet. It doesn't matter about me. Nina's little tummy has been rumbling for a long time. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Sister Yun walked forward at this time. Go back to the apartment. There's still ingredients there, and feel free to eat at home. Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi nodded in agreement at the same time, and the few of them walked side by side towards the parking lot. Just that they didn't know that at this moment, all of their actions had fallen in the eyes of Lu Qian and Sister Yuan, who had just come out from the backstage. Lu Qian was holding her cell phone at this moment, looking at Xia Shiyao's back as she left, a resentful light flooding her eyes. She suddenly thought of a good idea to make Xia Shiyao lose her reputation. Since she had lost completely, she was going to pull down Xia Shiyao in the same way. What she can't get, what makes Xia Shiyao able to get it? Chapter 54, Come Up for a Ride? Though the Stargazer competition is not over yet, but at this point, the internet had already exploded. For no other reason than the fact that the first round of the Star Song Festival featured a song that was so good that it exploded. The wind has picked up and swept across the internet in this mere hour's time. Not only the viewers who have seen the Star Song Festival, but also various media and marketing numbers have heard about it. And so, the huddle blogs were full of headlines with shockingly outrageous titles. Shocking! The biggest dark horse of this year's Star Song Festival is actually her? Invincible! A song that cries everyone and takes you to a different kind of youthful memories. Outrageous! Star Yao releases another new song and it's actually sung by her. Discuss the creative journey of mysterious lyricist Xing Yao. In addition to the various media marketing numbers, those who were watching the Star Song Festival, more people directly saved the recording and sent it directly to their friends and family. Star Yao's new song. Explosively good. Listen to it. As more and more people clicked on the video, Xia Shiyao also began to fully enter the public's view. People were curious as to who on earth and where Starry Yao had found such a singer who was not only stunningly beautiful, but also a great singer. Starry Yao's song coupled with Xia Shiyao's voice was a perfect match, but when they followed the trail and clicked on Xia Shiyao's siege blog, they only saw a comeback statement. That's when everyone realized that the singer had existed before. The internet has no memory, but it's incredibly powerful when you're in their field of vision. Xia Shiyao's past experiences are starting to be rummaged through and posted on the Roundup blog. A popular young flower 2 years ago? The love affair was exposed and retired from the circle? Once this hotspot came out, it was immediately smelled by some unscrupulous media, and they began to take this topic and hype it recklessly. For a while Xia Shiyao's topic got hotter and hotter, even somewhat overshadowing the Starlight Exchange. The internet is also polarized. A part of them felt that Xia Shiyao should not make a comeback since she retired from the industry because of all the romance revelations, and they could not fan a singer who was already married. There is also a part of people who feel that as long as they sing well, it is their freedom to fall in love or not. Who says singers can't fall in love? A strong singer doesn't need to be fancy. People on both sides of the aisle are arguing online. That last part of the group that feels that power singers don't need hype comes straight to a juggernaut. I'll just ask you if the song is good. Those face parties were instantly dumbfounded when this sentence came out. Is the song good? If it's not, why are they arguing here? It's just that they're still twisted in their minds and can only throw out a line. Starry Yao would have sung this song just as well if she had given it to someone else. That's when Sonic C Entertainment finally came down to speak. Congratulations to my division, Xia Shiyao, on her successful promotion. I hope everyone will support her more in the future. For the record, Xia Shiyao will still be back with her song in the next competition. In addition, Xia Shiyao's songs will be made into an album, which will be released on Hwayin after the Star Song Festival, with lossless sound quality. So please look forward to it. The internet was in an uproar when this announcement from Sound and C Entertainment came out. Xingyao didn't just write songs for Xia Shiyao. There's more than one song. Just outrageous. In an instant, Sound and C Entertainment's statement and Xia Shiyao's topic instantly killed the #1 spot on the hot search list. Even the song The Wind is Picking Up could only come in second place, and Star Song Exchange could only stand pathetically shivering in the third of the hot search. Gu Xingyi's few people were completely unaware of the online spectacle. At this time, Sister Yun was driving the car, and Tao Lele was sitting in the co-pilot, giving Gu Xingyi's family of three some space to get together. The family sat in the back row of the car. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao were very close to each other, and little Nai Nai was surrounded by the two in the middle. Xia Shiyao took the rare initiative to whisper with Gu Xingyi. Being so close, Gu Xingyi could smell the familiar fragrance of Xia Shiyao's body. It smelled good. Gu Xingyi unconsciously sniffed. This small action caused Xia Shiyao's pretty face to redden slightly. Gu Xingyi enjoyed this moment, once again smelling the nice fresh scent of Xia Shiyao's body and feeling her by his side. He was inexplicably grounded in his heart. The car quickly arrived at the artist's apartment and a few people got out. It was now 9:30 p.m. and little Nai Nai had long been hungry, and the group had just entered the apartment when Gu Xingyi fought with Tao Lele for the right to use the kitchen. Gu Xingyi squinted at her. Nina likes to eat my cooking, and steamed eggs. Sister Shioyo and Sister Yun like to eat the nutritious dinners I make. Dorothy huffed and puffed. This guy was going to take away her power as soon as she arrived. Oh, I don't believe it. Then ask Xia Shiyao whose cooking she likes to eat. Taluola twisted her head in aggravation and looked towards Xia Shiyao who was coaxing little Nai Nai in the living room. Xia Shiyao was helpless. These two were like little kids. This was all a fight. Especially Gu Xingyi. Xia Shiyao could tell at a glance that he was deliberately pissing off Lele. It was just that she really hadn't eaten Gu Xingyi's cooking in a long time. She didn't dare to look at Tao Lele's pitiful expression and lowered her head, blushing slightly. Joy, come on out. No more love. Tao Lele wanted to cry. Sister Shioyo was really still more of a woman than a friend. The kitchen was occupied by Gu Xingyi, and soon a table of delicacies was served to him in turn. When Tao Lele saw Xia Shiyao eating so flavorfully, she hatefully picked up a chopstick and put it in her mouth, wanting to see how Gu Xingyi was doing. As a result, with just one bite, Dorothy's eyes immediately turned into starry eyes. This is too delicious. She used to feel sorry for Xia Shiyao, but now she was suddenly a little envious of her. After the meal, Xia Shiyao sent Gu Xingyi back to the hotel alone, while little Nai Nai stayed at the apartment and joined her tonight. Ever since Gu Xingyi crossed over, he basically hadn't been alone with Xia Shiyao, and now that it was suddenly just the two of them in the car, the atmosphere was a bit silent for a moment. Gu Xingyi didn't know what to say and looked at Xia Shiyao who was driving, then turned his head to silently look at the night scene outside the car window. Xia Shiyao sensed his gaze and could not help but sneak a glance at him, but quickly turned back, a small heart beating a little sharply. Her earlobes flushed, forcing down the dissimilarity in her heart. She eyed ahead, pretending to be unconcerned. All the way to the hotel, The two surprisingly have not had a little exchange. If you let people who do not know to see, but also thought that these two people do not know each other. The car was parked in the hotel parking lot. Only then did Gu Xingyi turn his head and look at Xia Shiyao. Go back, be careful on the road, and call me when you get there. Xia Shiyao lowered her head and didn't agree. Instead she unbuckled her seatbelt and pushed open the door to get out of the car first. Gu Xingyi's heart fluttered as he looked straight at her standing beside the car. What did she mean? Gu Xingyi secretly gulped, pretending to be calm as he followed out of the car. Then go up and sit down? Gu Xingyi asked, his voice taking on a tremor, inexplicably feeling a sense of nervousness. Chapter 55, The Turmoil. Xia Shiyao was wearing a loose housecoat. Her pulled-up hair had been lowered at the moment, and she just walked into the hotel side by side with Gu Xingyi in a playful manner. The fluffy hair covered her face, making Gu Xingyi unable to see her expression at the moment. Gu Xingyi was now more nervous than ever, even more so than he had been at the time he realized he had crossed over. He felt like his heart couldn't take it now, and in the narrow elevator, he could clearly hear his plopping heartbeat. Xia Shiyao wasn't much better. She didn't know what had just happened to her. When she heard Gu Xingyi ask her to go back, she suddenly didn't want to go back so soon. Until now, the fiery heat emanating from Gu Xingyi's body next to her made her feel like she was going to suffocate. She didn't even need to touch her face to know that her face must be hotter than boiling water right now. Dying. Why didn't you just go yourself? What's next? The two were married to their children, and since marrying Gu Xingyi, she had never had skin-to-skin contact with him again. She was staring dead at her toes, afraid to look up and unsure of what to do. Ding! Without allowing the two to think any further, the elevator doors opened and the third floor arrived. Gu Xingyi had booked a room on this floor tonight. Gu Xingyi subconsciously walked out of the elevator, and Xia Shiyao dawdled after. Swiped the card, opened the door to the room. Gu Xingyi walked in, looked around. Standard single room, only one bed in the room. Xia Shiyao's entire body was now in a daze. She didn't even know how she entered the room and how Gu Xingyi closed the door behind her. The only sound left in the room was the breathing of the two men. What was going to happen next seemed to be predictable, but Xia Shiyao was suddenly a little terrified. She wasn't ready yet. She had only just somewhat accepted him. She couldn't do anything else yet. Gu Xingyi, however, didn't have the slightest idea of what Xia Shiyao was thinking, even if he was stupid. He knew what it meant for a woman to want to go and sit in a man's hotel room. Just because he's a millionaire bachelor doesn't mean he doesn't have emotional intelligence. If you've never eaten pork, you've never seen a pig run? For Xia Shiyao, Gu Xingyi asked himself many times in his heart, from the beginning of just to compensate her, to later slowly heartache her, to a little like, to appreciate, he clearly know his feelings. Gu Xingyi leaned over the bed and sat down, looking at Xia Shiyao who was still standing in place with her head down. He took a deep breath and took the initiative to pull up her hand, warm and soft like jade. This was the first feeling Xia Shiyao gave Gu Xingyi. Warm little hand in his hand. Gu Xingyi raised his head, which looked straight up into Xia Shiyao's eyes. However, in the next moment, the fire in his heart was abruptly extinguished. Her beautiful almond eyes were filled with panic, anxiety, and fear. Gu Xingyi let out a deep breath and slowly let go of Xia Shiyao's hand. I'll wash my face first. Voice hoarse. Xia Shiyao still kept her head lowered, and only gave a soft hum with a trembling voice. Gu Xingyi washed herself with cold water for a long time before she completely calmed down. He came out of the bathroom and suddenly smiled when he saw Xia Shiyao again. She still stood there with her head down, dumbfounded, like a quail. This idiot doesn't know it's a criminal offense. It's the most shameful behavior to know how to light a fire and not know how to put it out. Come on, I'll walk you down. Ha? Xia Shiyao jerked her head up and looked at Gu Xingyi. What? Move. Gu Xingyi angrily stretched out his hand and knocked her brain, which hurt Xia Shiyao covering her head, her watery apricot eyes looking straight at Gu Xingyi, and her small mouth deflated. It's almost as if he's imprinted from the same mold as Nana. It was just that Xia Shiyao was like this, showing more flavor. Ooh, that's a real leprechaun. Gu Xingyi couldn't stand it a bit. Didn't she know her own charm? Get out of here. If you don't go, you won't be able to leave tonight. You're still in trouble. Gu Xingyi opened the door and began to drive people away. Only then did Xia Shiyao hurriedly walk out, seeing Gu Xingyi close the door, and patting her chest in relief. Having been sending Xia Shiyao downstairs and watching her get into the car, Gu Xingyi quietly waited for her to drive the car away. Who knows that the car just started? Xia Shiyao suddenly lowered the window and looked straight at Gu Xingyi, her cheeks crimson. Gu Xingyi, why? Don't you want to? Gu Xingyi held his forehead inside longingly. Ugh, what do you say? It's just that this kind of thing has to be consensual. I'll be more than happy to do it when one day your wife is ready. Xia Shiyao's face instantly reddened to the root of her neck. Only her eyes, however, became more and more radiant. I'm outta here. Slow down on the road. Call me when you get home. As the car pulled away, Gu Xingyi smiled bitterly and turned to walk quickly towards the hotel. Another day of staying up late. Gotta get back in the shower and get to bed before I can. Save yourself from sudden death. Gu Xingyi returned to his room and had just finished showering when he received a call from Xia Shiyao, who had already arrived at the apartment. The two exchanged goodnights. Only they didn't know that a post about Xia Shiyao suddenly appeared on the Roundup blog, creeping up on the hot search slowly. It wasn't until the next day that the post had made it to Hot 10. Xia Shiyao's extramarital affair? Cheating on mysterious singer Xing Yao. The post swore, which mainly tells the story that Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi are married and have a daughter. But their relationship has not been very good. Xia Shiyao used her beauty to make a comeback and seduce Xing Yao so that Xing Yao would write songs for her. This post has a lot of good points, a lot of marketing reprints, and even more comments, so it managed to kill the buzz early in the morning. The netizens who saw it were a bit skeptical at first, but they couldn't help but comment lopsidedly under the post, and there were all kinds of marketing numbers that were forwarding it to publicize it. They went from skepticism to belief to verbally attacking Xia Shiyao. As more and more people woke up and saw this post caused an instant uproar. Countless people were commenting underneath, and Xia Shiyao's Roundup blog was blasted. Ha! I said how could I get Starry Yao's song? So it's by selling meat. Xing Yao isn't any good either. One can only say that it's a wolf's quarrel. I don't believe Xing Yao could do such a thing. You guys are just waiting for a punch in the face. Although I don't understand Xia Shiyao, but I believe in Xing Yao. Someone who can write those songs would cheat on a married woman? Grow a brain. Then how do you explain that Xing Yao only wrote songs for Xia Shiyao? And did you guys realize that Xing Yao co-created Just Plain with Hua Yin for Sound C Entertainment? And Xia Shiyao is the one who joined Sound C Entertainment later. It's definitely Xia Shiyao's fault. Anyway, Xing Yao, was definitely cheated. All sorts of eye-catching comments appeared underneath Xia Shiyao's newly posted peripatetic blog. And in just 1 hour, at 9 a.m., this post and Xia Shiyao's peripatetic blog were instantly brushed to the first and second on the hot search list. And at this moment, Gu Xingyi, who had only just finished his morning run, was completely unaware of this. Chapter 56, The Cleaner is Clearer. Xia Shiyao had insomnia last night. As soon as she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with the scene in the hotel where Gu Xingyi was holding her hand. So much so that when she got up in the morning, Yun and Dorothy were already up. Nai Nai was eating the breakfast that Mama Lele had made for her, and Xia Shiyao was yawning, wearing 2 large dark circles under her eyes. Listless, Sister Yun and Tao Lele looked at each other with a worried look in their eyes. They thought that Xia Shiyao saw the hot search and that's what caused them to stay up all night. Talua Lele had anxiety in her eyes as she walked over to Xia Shiyao who had just sat down at the dining table. Sister Shiyao, what did Gu Xingyi say? Aren't you going to come out and clarify? For this kind of thing, it was best for Gu Xingyi to personally come out and clarify. If Xia Shiyao released a statement, it would only draw backlash. Xia Shiyao was in a state of confusion, and when she heard Tao Lele's words, she was bewildered for a moment, not knowing what they meant. What clarification? Did something happen to Gu Xingyi again? Tao Lele was speechless, and only then did she realize that Xia Shiyao didn't even know what was going on. She was even more angry at Gu Xingyi, who hadn't come out to stand up for Sister Shiyao until now. And the gossip on the internet was about to flood Sister Shiyao's Weibo. Sister Shioyo, you're still thinking about him now. He's fine, but you're not. You'd better take a look at your gobo. Only then did Xia Shiyao realize from Tao Lele's tone that something was wrong. She took out her cell phone and opened the blog, and what came to her eyes was a dense stream of private messages and comment messages. Xia Shiyao clicked on it. Her hand involuntarily shook after seeing these private messages full of malice. She took a deep breath and continued to scratch down. Basically 9 out of 10 were private messages scolding her. Exiting the private message, she then saw the post, as well as several follow-up posts posted by marketing numbers. A moment later, Xia Shiyao put down her cell phone and continued to eat her breakfast with a calm expression, as if nothing had happened at all. Seeing Xia Shiyao like this, Tao Lele was even more worried. With such a big public opinion on the internet, would Sister Shiyao not be able to withstand it? Sister Shioyo, what should we do? Do we not care? Xia Shiyao patted Tao Lele's hand and comforted Tao Lele instead. Joy, clear the air, we just know. Seeing Xia Shiyao in this state, Tao Lele sighed in her heart. They say it's a clean slate, but public opinion never cares about you. Xia Shiyao's eyelashes blinked slightly. In fact, she was also very unsettled in her heart. But since Gu Xingyi had always posted his songs anonymously, it proved that he didn't really want others to know about him. Since this was the case, she couldn't expose Gu Xingyi's identity. At this time, the majority of netizens were still waiting for the main owner to come out and explain, but it turned out that they had been waiting for a long time, and finally waited for Xia Shiyao's Siege blog update. They couldn't wait to click on it, and then they all froze. They were expecting this to be a long-winded PR, but to their surprise, it was only 4 simple words. The clearer the clearer. What is this? That's how you want to get rid of them? As a result, the online discourse instantly became more radicalized. Jiangcheng Tianmei Entertainment Mansion. Lu Qian smiled happily, although she was scolded by the company when she came back from Mordor. It couldn't stop her current pleasant mood. Xia Shiyao was successfully pulled down by her. That would be nice. Seeing the clear comments online, she was now incredibly happy, although she knew that most of them were water armies that she had paid for, and there were a few other marketing numbers that she had paid people to post. But as long as she could bring Xia Shiyao down, she felt that the money she spent was worth it. Sister Yuan looked at the incomparably open-mouthed Lu Qian who was laughing on the side. She only felt that the woman in front of her had gone crazy. She also only knew this news this morning. Lu Qian do these things even she this agent are hidden. Lu Qian, do you know what you're doing? You are making false accusations. If Xingyao really pursues this, you'll be completely finished. Hearing Sister Yuan's words, Lu Qian just glanced at her with dissatisfaction, and in her heart, she even scoffed at her words. How did I make false accusations? Who knows if the two of them are okay or not? You said that if they were fine, with Xia Shiyao, a woman who wants nothing, how could she get Xingyao to write a song for her? I think 80% of them have a ghost in their hearts. Look, not even an explanation. Ha ha, and also the purist clears himself. False innocence. Hope remained somber and didn't say anything. She looked at the mad Lu Qian and could only expect that what Lu Qian said was true. Otherwise, she could only abandon Lu Qian. A dead friend is a dead friend. The next one might be better. Gu Xingyi in the hotel was taking a leisurely bath, but he didn't want the cell phone outside to ring incessantly like a call for help. Gu Xingyi could only act hastily, wearing a bath towel and wiping his hair before hurrying out. Seeing the name of the caller, Gu Xingyi was a bit surprised. What was she doing calling herself? Hello? Why is Minister Yang free today? Calling me, a loafer? Idler? You even have the face to say you're an idler. Do you know that ever since you appeared, the hot searches have almost been contracted by you? On the other end of the phone, Yang Lin said without any good humor. Gu Xingyi scratched his head and thought about it as if it was true. Ever since he had released his lifetime with you, the hot searches seemed to be all related to him, and it didn't stop. Ugh, who let me look too attractive? Ahem, getting down to business. What's the call about anyway? Gu Xingyi shamelessly boasted before getting serious. Yang Qianlin gritted her teeth. She really wanted to beat this man to death. What did she mean by calling in the end? What is the matter? Can't you call him if there's nothing wrong? Aren't they friends? Just get angry. Yang Lin's tone was even worse. Humph, you think I want to call you? It's still not about that family in your house. I say what's wrong with you? Xia Shiyao has been hacked like that and you're still sitting there? Xia Shiyao? Hacked? Gu Xingyi immediately became serious. What did you say happened to Xia Shiyao? The tone of voice was unprecedentedly serious. Hearing Yang Lin heart a little sour. It seemed as if this man became incredibly serious once Xia Shiyao's matter was involved. Hot search. Go see for yourself. Bye. The phone hung up directly, and Gu Xingyi frowned, not understanding what kind of nerve this woman was having. But now is also the time to think about this. Gu Xingyi hurriedly opened the Siege blog, and the first thing he saw was the first few posts of the hot search. The moment he saw the headline, Gu Xingyi's face darkened. When he finished reading all the post contents, and then read the messages and comments on Xia Shiyao's peripatetic blog, Gu Xingyi's face completely darkened, and he directly laughed in anger. Ha! Really think that labor's woman is easy to bully? And that stupid woman, what was she thinking not telling me about such a big deal? Carry it herself? Gu Xingyi just wanted to question that idiot to his face, whether or not he thought of him as his husband. But before he questioned her, he had something else to do. Since someone wants to play, let's have some fun. Chapter 57, Favored Wife Devil Gu Xingyi. How could Lu Qian have never imagined that the punch in the face would come so quickly and swiftly? So much so that she hadn't been happy for long before she was thrown into a state of trepidation. How could she not have expected that Xingyao would actually be that former gigolo? At 10 o'clock in the morning, people were still talking about Xia Shiyao's collapsed house incident when a short video of Xingyao on Douyin was swiped as the other protagonist of the incident, and the mysterious big shot sitting on tens of millions of followers. He has just released the video, which was very much seen by countless people. It didn't even need a dedicated push stream from Douyin. Fans spontaneously pushed the video up. Star Yao showed her face and testified against herself. This was a big event. Everyone didn't expect the mysterious Star Yao to step forward and release the video at this time without hesitation. He could have kept quiet. After all, he wasn't the main target of everyone's attack this time. But when everyone clicked on the video, they realized that it was not a self-evidence video. It was clearly a dog food plus crusade video. In the video, Gu Xingyi was dressed in a decent casual outfit, and even though his face was serious, he was still a sight to behold. I didn't realize the mysterious Xingyao was so handsome. Love it, love it. but the next words made the netizens feel like they had suffered a 10,000 point blitz. Hello everyone, I'm Xingyao. One just woke up from a nap and saw some very bad comments on the internet. Many people just questioned why I wrote a song for Xia Shiyao. Some people even rumored that Xia Shiyao had an extramarital affair. I just want to ask out loud here, what the is wrong with me writing songs for my wife? What's wrong with that? My wife doesn't want to talk to you, but I'm not going to spoil you. What's this about a clean slate? It doesn't exist. I was trying to get along with you guys as normal people, and all I got in return was alienation. Excuse me, I'm done pretending. I'm showing my cards. My name is Gu Xingyi. I'm sure you can search for me on the internet. When Xia Shiyao and I both retired from the industry because of our love, and then we got married, and we have been doing so until now. As for why I named it Xingyao, because our daughter is named Gu Xingyao. Now that you know the result, are you happy? I would also like to say to the person who posted that and those marketing numbers, sorry, I have already collected the relevant evidence and none of you can get away. That's right, and those water army, those teams behind you, there is one counting one, all waiting for a lawyer's letter. Well, that's all for today, and I advise those people to behave themselves. Dismissed. All those who saw this video were instantly shocked beyond words. They fought for so long, and it turns out they were supposed to be married? Everyone knows that Xingyao was supposed to be married. After all, Nana was the one who appeared on his doujinshi in the first place and looked quite similar to him. But no one expected that Xingyao was Gu Xingyi. Off the big spectrum, Gu Xingyi this video. In this moment crazy spread. His fans who have always believed in him, but also like crazy forwarded to the Roundup blog. Ha, I'll stand right here. Let's see who dares to spread rumors. I told you that Xingyao couldn't be such a person. See, they were originally a couple. A divine couple. Where are those jet-setters from this morning? Open your doggone eyes. Holy, I know him. He also bought a cell phone for her wife. I said, why does Xia Shiyao look so familiar? I didn't realize he was Xingyao. Woo, so spoiled. I love it. Fans spontaneously retweeted this video of Gu Xingyi, and just like that they didn't think it was enough. Since Gu Xingyi himself didn't have a Roundup blog, Xia Shiyao's Roundup blog was instantly reduced to a battleground for them. You all owe Xia Shiyao an apology. Shioyo, I should have guessed it long ago. Whoops, Xia Shiyao, I'm sorry. What more could you ask for in a husband like that? I adore it. Brothers, a perfect match. One writes songs invincibly. One sings beautifully. I'll be your CP fan from now on. Gu Xingyi is so young. Why did you have to step into the marriage grave so early? Woo, sure enough, all the good men are from other people's families. A clear man clears himself. Well said. The outcry was just an hour old, and there was an instant 2-level reversal. The comments section of Xia Shiyao's Weibo was once again blasted. Only this time, all positive remarks. Just as everyone was still discussing the video posted by Gu Xingyi, Sound and Sea Entertainment's Roundup blog immediately followed up with a notice. Hello everyone, this is the legal department of Sound and Sea Entertainment, entrusted by Mr. Gu. We will continue to follow up on the false statements and rumors on the internet. We have now submitted a lawyer's letter to the publisher of the previous post and the companies behind several marketing numbers. And as for the water armies, we will be verifying with the officials of Siege Blog, and the relevant accounts will be blocked in their entirety. If found behind a profit unit, we will also send a lawyer letter according to law. As soon as this announcement came out, the Huddle blogs were instantly abuzz. Sharp-eyed netizens suddenly realized that the few posts that were still on the hot search before had all been cleared out, and even the people who posted them had logged out of their accounts. It didn't take long for Gobo officials to step up to the plate. Good morning, fellow bloggers. After we have verified and checked, we have now blocked 1,500 accounts that have published untrue statements, and we would like to warn certain people that the internet is not a place outside the law. Those who spread rumors will regret it for the rest of their lives. As the official announcement from the Roundup came out, the video post Gu Xingyi had posted was topped as the #1 hot search. Xia Shiyao's newly released Siege blog also instantly took second place. Within a short period of time, the two buzzwords wife-favoring fiend and cleaner self-cleaning also came out one after another. The most popular thing that the melon eaters like to brush up on now is, my wife is not willing to take care of you. Gu Xingyi, the wife-favoring devil, is not going to spoil you. What a clearer person. Doesn't exist. In the Magic City artist's apartment, Xia Shiyao was still embracing little Nai Nai to watch cartoons, when Taluo Lele ran over with her cell phone like the wind, her face overflowing with bright smiles, and her entire body looking unusually excited. Sister Shioyo, look quickly. Gu Xingyi he sent a video. Xia Shiyao raised her head and looked at Tao Lele suspiciously. Taluola saw Xia Shiyao in this state with a hateful look on her face. She directly handed her cell phone to Xia Shiyao's face. Sister Shioyo, you're so gentle, what should you do in the future? Oh, you should really learn from Gu Xingyi. Look at him. Straight up hardcore. It's so cool. Hardcore? Xia Shiryao took the phone and tapped on the video. Gu Xingyi's voice then came out of the earpiece, and little Nai Nai also curiously came up, looking hard with wide eyes. It's Dad's voice. Daddy's in the cell phone again? Until Xia Shiryao had watched the video all the way through, her small mouth was slightly open, obviously surprised. Taluola was still continuing on the side. Sister Shiryao, do you know what people are saying about Gu Xingyi now? A wife-favoring fiend. Ha ha, it's so funny. Hearing Tao Leilei's words, Xia Shiryao's face quietly blushed, and a slight sense of sweetness rose in her heart. And who doesn't want to be spoiled? Thinking of this, Xia Shiryao directly left little Nai Nai behind and quickly walked back to her room. The only people left in the living room all of a sudden were Tao Leilei and little Nai Nai staring wide-eyed, not the least bit sure what was wrong with Xia Shiryao. Chapter 58 Warm Words and Soft Words. Xia Shiryao, who returned to her room, looked at the dialing interface and suddenly hesitated a little. She didn't know what to say when she called over. Why did you say that? Isn't that an admission that you're shy? Or is it a dislike? Deep in my heart? No, no, no. Then will he think he's a flawed meanie? Xia Shiryao flopped down on the soft bed, her face buried deep in the covers, kicking her legs like a little girl. In the end, she gathered her courage, picked up her cell phone, and directly typed WeChat voice. The phone was answered after a beep, and Gu Xingyi's nice voice came from the other side. Hello? Xia Shiryao's small face was still buried in the quilt, suffocating redness as she said in a muffled voice, Hey, what are you doing now? Xia Shiryao didn't wait for Gu Xingyi's reply, but first waited for Gu Xingyi's mocking voice. Ha, what are you doing? Acting like you're smothering yourself with a quilt? Ha? Xia Shiryao exclaimed out in shock, raising her reddened little face in panic. She was startled and wondered how Gu Xingyi knew what she was doing until she saw the phone interface and realized that she had accidentally clicked on a video call. The word social death is written on the face of the big one. Xia Shiryao slightly opened her small mouth, as if she was in a trance, blankly looking at Gu Xingyi at the other end of the video. Gu Xingyi touched his nose. Such a Xia Shiryao was unexpectedly cute. The next moment, Xia Shiryao gave a wooing cry and buried her face into the quilt again like an ostrich, never wanting to get up again. Shame on you. You're not allowed to laugh. A dull voice came from the quilt, and Gu Xingyi finally had the sense to stop laughing. Good. I'm not laughing. I was just getting ready to head out the door to my apartment. Are you going to pick me up? Then wait for me there. Only then did Xia Shiryao raise her head, a pair of watery almond eyes staring at Gu Xingyi at the end of the video screen. Her pretty face still red and flawless, only her voice was no longer dull. She still hadn't asked Gu Xingyi why she had sent that video. There were some things that seemed like they really didn't need to be asked. It was just that she didn't ask, but Gu Xingyi took the lead on the topic. However, there's something I still have to say. Xia Shiryao, how have you been hacked? Why didn't you tell me? What the hell do you think I am? Xia Shiryao pursed her lips. Some silence. She took him for what? In fact, Xia Shiryao was also a bit confused. Did she like Gu Xingyi? Xia Shiryao asked herself in her heart. Just as quickly, she got her answer, and it was a favorite. She loved the changed man, the one who took care of her mother and her children. Those delicate gestures of life that made her rejoice. The heartache and purity in his eyes when he looked at himself that could not be faked. It was hard not to like such Gu Xingyi. It was only the past experience that made Xia Shiryao somewhat afraid to let go of her heart. After waiting for a long time, Gu Xingyi didn't wait for Xia Shiryao's reply, and then he too fell silent. It was only after a long time that Gu Xingyi's voice sounded again. Only this time, his voice clearly carried some sense of loss. It's okay if you don't. I'm downstairs. You can pick me up. The video hung up before Xia Shiryao came back to her senses. Recalling Gu Xingyi's tone just now, her heart suddenly hurt like a pinprick. Had he let him down himself? Xia Shiryao was busy getting up from the bed. She suddenly wanted to see him quickly. Thinking like this, her footsteps couldn't help but speed up, running towards the door. Tao Leilei was still wondering what Xia Shiryao was doing in her room alone in the middle of the day, when the next moment, she saw Xia Shiryao stumbling out of her room, and then running out the door just like that. Tao Leilei frowned. Shioyo-san, seems to be crying? Xia Shiryao did cry. She didn't want to, but she just couldn't help the tears from welling up in her eyes. She was suddenly afraid that because she didn't answer, Gu Xingyi would be sad and leave them. All the bits and pieces of this time flashed through her mind, and she became even more afraid. It was obvious that he was trying very hard to get closer to himself, so why did he hesitate? It wasn't until the car arrived downstairs at the hotel and Xia Shiryao saw that upright figure standing in the sunlight that she finally let out a sigh of relief, followed by stretching out her fists as if cheering herself up. The car stopped beside Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi got on the car. He didn't seem to have any mood swings. He just quietly looked out the window after getting into the car. Xia Shiryao didn't start the car, so she just turned around and stared tightly at Gu Xingyi's side face. She took several deep breaths, then finally spoke. Gu Xingyi, I'm sorry. Only then did Gu Xingyi turn his head and looked at Xia Shiyao's slightly red eyes. In fact, when Xia Shiyao didn't give a clear answer, it was very hard for him in his heart. But when he saw Xia Shiyao like this, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He just never seemed to have it himself. No need to apologize, Xia Shiyao. Actually, I'm not the Gu Xingyi you think I am yet, so you don't have to feel guilty about anything. So are you Gu Xingyi? Xia Shiyao still looked straight into his eyes, her gaze still like water. Gu Xingyi suddenly remembered the conversation between Xia Shiyao and him at the playground, where Xia Shiyao asked him, "Who are you?" He replied, "I'm Gu Xingyi." Now that Xia Shiyao asked herself in return, Gu Xingyi scratched his head. I'm Gu Xingyi. Then you're the Gu Xingyi I thought you were. Hearing Xia Shiyao's firm reply, Gu Xingyi was suddenly stunned as he struggled to clench his somewhat trembling fists. But I'm a little scared. I'm afraid that one day, you won't need me anymore. Gu Xingyi. Xia Shiyao suddenly interrupted him. Looking at Gu Xingyi like this, she felt heartbroken. She reached out and held Gu Xingyi's somewhat trembling hand firmly, and gently leaned against him again. Gu Xingyi, you're Nai's father and my husband. No matter when or what happens, we won't leave you. And Nai and I don't want much. Those talents of yours Nai and I will only appreciate. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that you are by our side and treat us well. We are satisfied. With her body in her arms and warm words, nothing could put Gu Xingyi at ease more than this. Gu Xingyi embraced Xia Shiyao and suddenly smiled. He got the answer he wanted and that was enough. From then on, apart from Xia Shiyao and little Nai, nothing could shake his Dao heart. The two of them only warmed up for a few moments before Xia Shiyao scurried out of Gu Xingyi's arms in embarrassment, a small face parched with heat, and this was as far as she could go right now. Gu Xingyi didn't force himself, he just had a silly smile on his face, which made Xia Shiyao even more shy. She glanced at the giggling Gu Xingyi with a flare, and snorted and laughed out loud as well. This little cutie, so well satisfied? The car slowly pulled away from the hotel and traveled toward the apartment. It was just that the two men's state of mind had completely changed after this visit. Chapter 59, Fish Death. How is it possible? Impossible. How could Xingyao be that little white boy Gu Xingyi? Pop. Inside Jiangcheng Tianmei Entertainment's artist apartment, Lu Qian swept away the cosmetics on the table like a madman. The makeup fell heavily to the floor with a harsh cracking sound. Just like this, Lu Qian, as if not satisfied, as if to vent their anger in general, went up with their feet and stomped hard. And with the cosmetics along with the scrap, is a Sound and See Entertainment legal department sent a lawyer's letter. She was raked over the coals, and the guy who posted it immediately gave her up as the mastermind when he saw that things weren't right. As today's American Entertainment had ordered her to rest, she knew that she was done for. In a few days, she will surely be in the dock, not far away. Hope gloated at this scene, and as an old fox, she knew that it would not be that simple. Sure enough, things turned out to be more outrageous than she had expected. Gu Xingyi? Xingyao? Oh, what a deep hide. Sister Yuan sighed darkly. Of course she knew Gu Xingyi. 2 years ago that incident of Xia Shiyao made a big fuss in the company. No one looked favorably on that little white boy in the beginning. But I didn't expect that now the little white man had bared his fangs and steeped into an awakened tiger. The first one to suffer a backlash was Lu Qian. I have to say, Xia Shiyao's vision is really good. I'm not convinced. Sister Hope, give me the cell phone to use. Lu Qian was gasping for air. Both of her eyes were bloodshot. Her cell phone had been shattered by her in the first place. Sister Yuan just glanced at her slightly and said in a nonchalant manner, "What do you have against her? You can't sing as well as others. You don't look as good as others. Even finding a man is not as good as others. You're here to tell me you're not convinced?" Lu Qian steeply twisted her head and looked straight at Sister Yuan, who was not the least bit afraid and still glanced at her. "What? Am I wrong? When you're locked up, the contract between us will naturally end. And you should understand what the company means, right? What rest? They abandoned you a long time ago. Why?" Lu Qian gritted her teeth, still unable to believe that the company had abandoned her. "Why? You're still asking why? The company needs a cash cow. You have no value at all and are naturally cast aside. As a person who's been there, Sister Yuan said something to you from the bottom of her heart. You've got some good looks, so when you get out, find an honest man to marry. Don't toss and turn." "Ha! Oh, so should I thank you? My good Hope." Lu Qian gasped and laughed. This was the moment they finally tore their faces off. "In that case, can I borrow Hope's cell phone for a bit? Just for a little while. It'll count as a beginning and an end between us." Yuan looked at Lu Qian, who suddenly revealed a wry smile, and frowned again. "What else do you want?" Lu Qian was still smiling, only the smile was more or less oozing, causing goosebumps to rise on Yuan's body. "What do I want? Fished to death. Who is she? Xia Shiyao? She used to be on top of me at every turn. It was so hard to get rid of her. I didn't expect her to come out again. She's an orphan. How can she be better than me? even in the area of finding a man. She has to crush me, but since I know that Xingyao is Gu Xingyi, then I still have a killer weapon. If I can't move Xia Shiyao, then I'm going to make Gu Xingyi lose his reputation. Screw me over, then no one will be good enough. Sister Yuan narrowed her eyes and looked carefully at the maniacal Lu Qian. She's gone crazy. Yuan wanted to tell her, what's wrong with Xia Shiyao being an orphan? She's never fought with you. Her character and personality are also a million times better than yours. But Yuan couldn't say anything. She knew that Lu Qian was now at the point of dying and any blow would make her lose her mind. Good. The cell phone is for you. But you remember, what you're doing right now has nothing to do with me. I know. Sister Hope, are you scared? Ha ha. Lu Qian laughed out loud and added, don't worry, what I'm going to do this time. That's what really happened. There's nothing fake about it. Sister Hope, just wait and see. Sister Yuan looked deeply at Lu Qian, but still handed her cell phone over. Lu Qian took the cell phone and dialed a number under Yuan's gaze, and a man's voice came from the opposite side of the receiver. Hello? Who is it? Hello? Gao Chang. It's Lu Qian, Magic City. Gu Xingyi was currently eating lunch in his apartment. Only the atmosphere at the table seemed a bit different today. Little Nana hadn't changed much and was still eating happily. Sister Yin had an anti-smile on her face the entire time, slowly picking at the lobster, placing it in the water to wash it, and then feeding it to little Nai Nai's mouth. Taluola had a look of being shocked as she lowered her head and grubbed at her meal, sneaking a glance at the two Xia Shiyao sitting across from her every now and then. Xia Shiyao's pretty face and neck were all red. She couldn't wait to bury her head into the bowl and didn't dare to look at the several people on the table. What caused the crowd to be like this was all because of Gu Xingyi, who was giggling at the moment, helping Xia Shiyao pick at the crayfish and personally feeding it to her mouth with his chopsticks. Xia Shiyao felt that this person was not normal anymore. Since just getting out of the car, it's suddenly not normal. But Gu Xingyi didn't think there was anything wrong with being like this. Just now in the car, Xia Shiyao had admitted that she was her husband. Gu Xingyi, who had never been in love, could think of ways to get close was to hand feed her. What's wrong? There's nothing wrong with it. Xia Shiyao finally couldn't endure the crowd's strange gaze. She felt that her pretty face was just like this crayfish. It was all cooked. Can you stop that? I'll just do it myself. After she finished speaking, she looked up, her eyes glancing at Gu Xingyi with shyness, the pout in her eyes looking at Gu Xingyi for a moment. Original. Being watched by a girl with a pouty gaze is such a cool thing. Gu Xingyi felt completely enlightened. He used to think that love dogs don't even talk. Now he just wanted to say one thing. It's so fragrant. Good. Then you're on your own. Gu Xingyi stopped feeding his wife, turned around, and proceeded to start feeding little Nai Nai. Xia Shiyao helplessly blanked Gu Xingyi. Looks like this guy can't eat properly today. He wasn't like this before. But fortunately, after the meal, Gu Xingyi finally got normal. He sat down on his butt on the couch and began to think about what song to write for the next game. With only 3 days between each competition, the rules of Star Song have always been so brutal. 16-8. Xia Shiyao won easily. The next 8-4 match might not be so simple. As the elimination proceeds, the remaining contestants will only get stronger and stronger. Their singing skills are not inferior to Xia Shiyao's at all. The competition is all about the song and clinical play. Coming up with a great original song in 3 days is not easy for anyone. Even Gu Xingyi was beginning to fret. He was struggling with what kind of song to choose this time, to be sure to get the victory. And Xia Shiyao wasn't idle either. She was sitting right next to Gu Xingyi, and there were a few sheets of songwriting paper spread out on the table as well, as she perfected the song she had been thinking of all these days, the one that was always missing a bit of melody. But now, slowly, she seemed to be catching the tail end of that bit of melody. Xia Shiyao locked her brows tightly and kept humming in her mind. Chapter 60, Thunderbolt of the Past. This melody was like a cat's claw that kept scratching one's heart. Whenever Xia Shiyao tried to grab it, it always mischievously shrunk back. Until the evening, when Gu Xingyi had already left, she hadn't been able to completely make the song. Almost. So close. Xia Shiyao anxiously scratched her originally soft hair into a chicken nest. It was only when the night was finally late and little Nai Nai had long since gone to sleep that Xia Shiyao finally put down the half-finished sheet music and lyrics and helplessly lay down on her bed. Sometimes inspiration is something that can't be forced, not even a fraction of a mile, but only once you realize it, it will be as comforting as an enlightenment. After all, not everyone was like Gu Xingyi, who went straight to the field with a hangover. Early the next morning, Xia Shiyao had just woken up from her nap and hadn't had time to wash up when she realized that a big story about Gu Xingyi on the internet was once again on the hot search. The hot searches about Gu Xingyi and himself haven't stopped these days. Xia Shiyao didn't take it seriously at first, but as she saw the title of the post, her eyes instantly contracted. At this moment, her heart completely panicked. Netizens seemed to be used to it. Ever since the account Star Yao appeared in the public's view, they could see him on the topic every day. today as well. When the army of melon eaters once again saw a post with Gu Xingyi in the title, they weren't a bit surprised and naturally clicked on it. The only way to do this kind of thing is to be familiar with your hands. Right now, the day they didn't see Xingyao's name, they were all over the place. But this time was different. When the army of melon eaters clicked on the post, they actually froze collectively. They rubbed their eyes as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Starry Yao? Domestic violence man? Laughing. Yesterday they were all brushing off the wife-favoring devil Gu Xingyi. Today, you're telling us he's a domestic abuser? You have to find a better reason for making things up. Who's going to believe this? The army of melon eaters all couldn't help but laugh after they froze, and they eagerly clicked on the video in the post to see what the hell this thing was all about. Two men appear in the video with serious faces. Someone recognized them as members who used to be in the boy band with Gu Xingyi. One is called Gao Chang and the other is Su Bin. Seeing this, melon netizens will smile. These two out to brush the sense of existence? Can't see others well? That's when Gao Chang spoke up. Hello everyone. I'm Gao Chang from the Flower Boys. Some of you should recognize me. That's right. I'm the now popular lyricist Xingyao, Gu Xingyi's former friend. Why do you say former? Because later on, I was ashamed to be in the company of such people. I bet people hearing this don't believe me when I say he's so hot these days. Why do I still hate him so much? Everyone proceed to hear me out and you'll see. What I'm trying to say is that ever since he got married, he's been calling members in our boy band who want to make a comeback. We had given some thought to his request. After all, we were all friends before. But when he called, we knew one thing. So we turned him down decisively. That is, Gu Xingyi. He's a domestic abuser. I have the phone recording here as proof. Coincidentally, when he called about wanting to make a comeback, I happened to record it because of that, not realizing that it would now be an important piece of evidence to expose him as a hypocrite. I don't know how he released Xia Shiyao now and has the ability to keep Xia Shiyao from accusing him, but I assure you that all of what I said above is the truth. Since I, Gao Chang, dare to show my face, I'm not afraid to confront him face to face. When the melon netizens heard this, they were a bit silent for a moment, although they believed in Gu Xingyi and Xingyao's character, but this Gao Chang's words, with his real name and evidence, made them a little shaken for a moment. At that moment, Su Bin in the video also spoke, picking up his cell phone and shaking it in front of the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Su Bin. I can testify. What Gao Chang said is all true, and now I'm holding Gao Chang's cell phone in my hand. Now let's listen to the original recording together. After saying that, Su Bin unlocked his phone, and on the screen of the phone was a recording of a phone call. With a smile on his face, he casually clicked on the recording. The netizens all pricked up their ears at this point, wanting to listen carefully to what was inside. Hello, brother Gao? This is Gu Xingyi. Do you have time tonight? Buy you a drink. It was Gu Xingyi's voice. The netizens were immediately nonplussed and continued to listen. Gao Chang's faint tone followed. Hello, Gu, drinking is fine. Just tell me what's going on. Okay, thought you had time. Gao, it's like this. Do you think I can still go back to the company? Xiao Gu, it's not that I'm talking about you. You're married to a popular young flower. Why do you still think so much? Hey, brother Gao, women are just like clothes. I've figured it out now. It's still important to have a career. Then if you want to make a comeback, can she give it to Xia Shiyao? Didn't you guys just have a baby? Brother Gao, I won't lie to you. This family, I'm the boss. How dare she refuse? Just give her a beating. It's all about women. You can't spoil her. Upon hearing this, the general public could no longer listen. What the hell? Is he still a man? You're a panderer to the outside world, so you'll bully your own woman? Vomit. Disgusting. Hearing this is not only the majority of female netizens cannot stand. One by one all transformed into a god of war, began to spray up Gu Xingyi too. Even the male compatriots are filled with righteous indignation. It can't be called a man. The recording was all but over at this point as well, and Gao Chang continued to speak with an angry look on his face. Everyone heard it. This is the so-called wife-favoring fiend you all talk about. Gu Xingyi. I don't believe that a person can change that much in a short period of time, so please polish your eyes and don't be deceived by such a two-faced person. One last word. Gao Chang. I'm not going to be able to stand against this kind of domestic violence, man. The video comes to an abrupt end here, yet the anger of the general public couldn't be stopped, with a flood of comments appearing below the post. Labor is really blind. I'm the one who likes this kind of person. Vomit. I threw up when I heard the recording. It's so hard to imagine. What a filthy being he is behind his back. Gmaze, charge Xingyao's Douyin with me. Get a statement from him. How much I liked him before. How disgusting it is now. It's only people with no guts who go after their loved ones. Have the guts to come out and be cross. I'm angry too, but weakly. Is there any chance that this isn't Starry Yao? That's him. I can hear his voice with my eyes closed. I've got to go wash my ears. It's really dirtying my ears. Where's Xia Shiyao? Why doesn't she come out and sue him? This kind of scum. Keep him for the new year. The internet was abusive for a while. This behavior has touched everyone's bottom line. It's true what they say. How much people liked him before. How much they hated him after they found out about this. No one could have imagined that their favorite idol would be something like this. Gu Xingyi's douyin, even more so, was directly smashed, and countless people were cursing angrily below as they told Gu Xingyi to get out and speak. The online crowd was furious, and Gu Xingyi, at the moment, was also looking at this post on the Roundup blog. He listened quietly to the recording on the video. A few moments later, the familiar feeling of nausea came up again, and he once again ran to the bathroom and began to vomit. At this moment, it was as if he was back in that depressing atmosphere. Chapter 61 Redemption. For the past, Gu Xingyi could only have a hard time. He couldn't change anything, but he couldn't refute it, because all those things had actually existed, and the damage Xia Shiyao had once suffered would only be more. This moment for Xia Shiyao was also considered to be a vindication. Gu Xingyi just fumed. For the first time since crossing over, he couldn't do anything. The phone rang and rang by his side. He didn't bother to answer it or even look at it. He didn't know who was calling or how to answer it. Gu Xingyi chose to escape for the first time, and he blindfolded himself into the quilt, as if ignoring it wouldn't be so hard. What was hard for him was not being scolded. What was hard was that those memories came flooding back to his heart. Those sufferings that Xia Shiyao and Nai Nai had suffered surfaced again. What was hard was that in his heart, no matter how many times he came back again, he couldn't accept the mistakes that this body had made in the past. It was then that Gu Xingyi realized that she had never forgiven herself. Since crossing over, he had made up for their mother and father every moment, but it still didn't change the fact that it had been. When this bloody scar was revealed, he realized that the thing he couldn't get past was himself. Gu Xingyi was like this, like an ostrich, shrinking himself into a ball in this small space. The artist's apartment at the moment. On the sofa, Xia Shiyao, with an anxious face, called Gu Xingyi's phone over and over again. After seeing that post, she was incredibly worried, knowing that no one could understand the current Gu Xingyi better than herself. She watched him change, watched him redeem himself a little, and she understood it all. Now that this suddenly happened, Xia Shiyao didn't really feel anything. What was in the past would never be seen again. She was incomparably sure of that. But she knew Gu Xingyi, and now he definitely couldn't forgive himself. Sister Yun and Taoluo Lele beside her had a heartbroken look on their faces. The first time they saw the post, they were also both incredibly angry. Taoluo Lele even wanted to kill the hotel and question Gu Xingyi. Are those all true? Did you really hit Sister Shiyao? But when they saw this worried and anxious look on Xia Shiyao's face, they didn't know what to do. Even though those were true, Xia Shiyao was still anxious for his sake. The color of that heartache was almost overflowing, and even the girls were not feeling good in their hearts when they saw Xia Shiyao like this. The phone still didn't get through. Gu Xingyi looked like he had evaporated. Xia Shiyao's heart clenched. The little Nai Nai in her arms raised her eyes, looking at her mother's anxious appearance. She stretched out her two little hands to reach out and hug Xia Shiyao's hands. Mom, are you calling Dad? Looking at the understanding Nai Nai, Xia Shiyao gripped her cell phone hard and nodded. Then why doesn't Mommy go to Daddy? Little Nai Nai looked at Xia Shiyao suspiciously. Why would Xia Shiyao not want to go to him? Only, she was afraid that Gu Xingyi would be even more upset if he saw her at this time. But when she saw the look in little Nai Nai's eyes, Xia Shiyao could no longer sit still. Panicked, stood up and stumbled outside. She's going to find him. Sister Shioyo. Joy, let her go. Tao Lele anxiously tried to stop her. It was the first time she had seen Xia Shiyao so flustered. But Sister Yin shook her head and stopped her. Both of them looked toward the door with worried faces. Xia Shiyao's figure had already disappeared. Soon, Xia Shiyao arrived at the hotel, and after getting off the car, she jogged all the way, and by the time she reached the door of the room where Gu Xingyi was, she was already panting. After a moment's reprieve, she bit her lip and knocked gently on the door. There was no response from the door. Xia Shiyao did not hesitate and continued to knock. She must knock him out today. Gu Xingyi nestled in the quilt. He heard the knock on the door outside. He did not want to move. Now he felt like a walking corpse. But the knock on the door outside did not stop. Over and over again. Like it would not stop. Gu Xingyi eventually got up and dragged his heavy body to open the door. What came into his eyes was Xia Shiyao's pretty face with red eyes. Obviously yesterday, he still felt that being with Xia Shiyao was such a pleasant thing to do. Turning his eyes to just one day passed, and when he saw her again, he didn't even dare to look at her. Gu Xingyi's eyes dodged, and he was stuck in front of the door, not knowing what to do. She must have seen that post too. Is she remembering the old days again? Get out of the way. I'm going in. Xia Shiyao bit her lip and moved Gu Xingyi's arm away, walking into the room herself first. Gu Xingyi silently closed the door and followed her like a prisoner about to go to the torture chamber. You What do you think? Gu Xingyi's voice was a little hoarse, and her heart was even more terrified. Now that everyone knew, what would she do? Divorce? Divorce now. Everyone will be toward her. She will never have to suffer again. Gu Xingyi. Xia Shiyao knew what Gu Xingyi was thinking when she saw the look in his eyes. She was furious. She reached out and dragged Gu Xingyi to the bed, hugging his arm and biting down hard. Xia Shiyao was really down for it. It really hurts. Gu Xingyi ate the pain and felt his spirit all of a sudden clear up. He subconsciously wanted to retract his arm, but then he stopped it quickly. Let her vent and she'll feel better, right? Until Xia Shiyao reacted and let go of her mouth. Looking up at the still gentle Gu Xingyi, her tears could no longer be controlled. Are you stupid? She growled, then pulled Gu Xingyi's sleeve away. He already had a row of deep teeth marks above his arm that were glistening with blood. All right, that's even, Xia Shiyao said with a sobbing voice, her entire body flinging itself into Gu Xingyi's arms. I domesticated too. It's even. You're not allowed to be upset anymore. Feeling the fire-like petite body in his arms, Gu Xingyi completely froze, and after a long time, he couldn't believe that it was true when he touched Xia Shiyao's head. Gu Xingyi's mood seemed to go from hell to heaven at once. He grinned. It was true, Xia Shiyao said. Getting even. From the time he crossed over until now, he had been careful because he felt indebted, and although it could be argued that it hadn't been him before, who could know that it hadn't been him? It wasn't him, again, so Gu Xingyi had never been able to forgive himself. No matter how much more he gave for Xia Shiyao and Nai Nai, he felt it wasn't enough. Gu Xingyi had always felt this way, and he had always done the same. He has no ego because he loathes himself. Now, however, there was a man who told him to get even. That's so nice. Gu Xingyi couldn't stop his tears from falling. Not only was he redeeming them, he had been trying to redeem himself as well. Two people like little cuties, like, hugging and sobbing together. From now on, no more of this. Nana and I will worry about you. Slowly, Xia Shiyao stopped first, and the sound of her smothered in Gu Xingyi's arms came out. Gu Xingyi nodded, his voice still a bit hoarse. It won't. In fact, except for you guys, no one can shake my Taoist heart. Just know how to talk. Xia Shiyao raised her head. Her sultry red face and slightly red eyes made her look watery, as if she suddenly thought of something. Her eyes carried some hard-to-hide excitement. Right, I, thought of that melody. Chapter 62 Courage. What melody? Looking at the bird-like appearance of Xia Shiyao in her arms, Gu Xingyi couldn't help but get on and rub her head and ask. This authenticity gave him great satisfaction. Xia Shiyao struggled slightly and blankly glanced at him. The way he was acting, as if he was rubbing a dog's head? It's just that song I've been working on myself, and I was always missing a bit of inspiration before, and now it just came to me. Xia Shiyao still broke free from Gu Xingyi's embrace. She now wanted to perfect the song quickly while she was inspired. The warm and soft petite body left. Gu Xingyi had some regrets. He hadn't hugged enough. Scratching his head, he stood up and pulled the quill paper out of his own backpack and handed it to her. I was going to write a song tonight. I just didn't realize. Since you have a song, why don't you write it? Gu Xingyi put all the paper and pens away and stood by the bedside, looking at Xia Shiyao. He also wanted to see what song was troubling Xia Shiyao for so long. Xia Shiyao nodded vigorously with a red face. She thought for a moment and sat on the bed with her legs crossed, taking the pen and paper over. Ever since she came to Magic City, most of the song's melody had been echoing in her head, and she had been composing it all along, but she just couldn't always catch that little bit of melody, and now that she had caught it, the whole thing naturally fell into place. Writing the sheet music and humming a little tune, Xia Shiyao wrote very quickly, and in just a few moments of work, a complete tune appeared on the paper in leaps and bounds. She raised her eyes and looked straight at Gu Xingyi in the light, her eyes glowing with delight. It's finally made. I'm not a vase myself. Do you want to take a look? Xia Shiyao asked. Gu Xingyi had a smile on his face and shook his head gently. I'd rather you sing it to me. Xia Shiyao lowered her head. Her face turned even redder. She was a bit embarrassed. This song was completely written by her according to her state of mind. It was also considered an alternative confession. Sing? I don't think you've ever sung to me alone? Gu Xingyi prodded. And Xia Shiyao whispered with a red face. There are no lyrics yet. Humming is fine. Gu Xingyi laughed. Unable to withstand Gu Xingyi's request, Xia Shiyao shyly nodded her head. There was no accompaniment. Everything was so natural, and Xia Shiyao's humming sounded softly, as if it was a reflection of her mood at this moment. It's going to take some courage on her part and on his. The moment the melody sounded, Gu Xingyi directly froze in place as he looked at Xia Shiyao, his gaze slightly startled, for no other reason than this melody. He had heard it before, and in the original world. Just not sure yet. Gu Xingyi continued to listen attentively until Xia Shiyao's humming section ended and Gu Xingyi suddenly interrupted. Wait! After saying that, Gu Xingyi hurriedly picked up the pen and paper again and quickly wrote on the paper. Xia Shiyao was a bit confused, not knowing why he was interrupting when he was singing properly, but when she put her head together and saw what Gu Xingyi was writing, her eyes abruptly released a light. The paper had that big title, Courage, written on it. Are these lyrics? Gu Xingyi just listened to her humming and wrote the lyrics? As Xia Shiyao continued to look on, the two of their heads came together, reflected under the light like a divine couple. Seeing the lyrics, Xia Shiyao was even more pleasantly surprised. These were the kind of lyrics she had always wanted, even better than what she had thought. She had also written a little bit of lyrics, just a lot less than this. Xia Shiyao blushed and shifted her gaze to Gu Xingyi's serious side face. He really looked good when he was serious. And the lyrics, he does know what he's talking about. Thinking of this, Xia Shiyao was a bit mesmerized for a moment and couldn't help but gently kiss Gu Xingyi's side face. Gu Xingyi's hand, which was writing the lyrics, suddenly shook. The pen and ink fainted, and he froze, his eyes blank and unfocused, the whole person as petrified. The wetness on the right side of his face he could clearly feel, as well as that soft touch just now. Gu Xingyi looked down at the lyrics on the paper, and his heart exploded, only to feel that heaven and earth were upside down at this moment. This was the courage Xia Shiyao wanted to express, right? Xia Shiyao panicked after kissing Gu Xingyi. She lowered her face, wishing there was a crack in the ground right now for her to burrow into. Just now she didn't know what was wrong with her. Ghostly, she kissed him. Luckily Gu Xingyi didn't react too much, or else Xia Shiyao felt sure that she would have to run away in a mess. At this moment, Gu Xingyi was holding back a lot. He also knew that Xia Shiyao had a thin skin. He forced himself to hold back the throbbing in his heart and continued to write the lyrics, until he finished writing. He then breathed a sigh of relief and turned his face around and handed the lyrics to Xia Shiyao as if nothing had happened. Nah, look at that. You can sing it to me in full this time. Xia Shiyao still kept her head lowered, her voice as tiny as a mosquito fly. Only her small hand reached out and took the lyrics and put them on her lap. Seeing the complete lyrics, Xia Shiyao realized how good the song was. You follow the lyrics to the sheet music and sing it again? Gu Xingyi looked at Xia Shiyao with anticipation in his eyes. The humming he had just done had been amazing, and wouldn't it have been even better with lyrics? This song in the previous life, Don't Be Too Hot, was used by countless people to play Terrier Existence. Who gave you the courage? Gu Xingyi was a little excited at the thought of his heart. Then I'll sing, Xia Shiyao whispered. She also wanted to hear what her own tune would look like with these lyrics. The room quieted down, and Xia Shiyao spoke again, singing softly. Finally made that decision. I don't care what anyone else says, as long as you're just as sure. I'd go to the ends of the earth with you. I know it's not easy. My heart has been warming up to convince itself that it is most afraid that you will suddenly say that you want to give up. As soon as he opened his mouth, Gu Xingyi froze. He clenched his fists, a smile at the corner of his mouth as he stared tightly at Xia Shiyao. It was as if the song was tailor-made for Xia Shiyao, and it was worthy of being composed by her. At the same time, Gu Xingyi was surprised that two different worlds could rub the same sparks together. Love really needs courage to face gossip. Just one look of affirmation from you and my love will mean something. We all need the courage to believe that we will be together. I can feel you, in my hand, in the crowd, your heart. Singing this, Xia Shiyao was also completely immersed in the song, her mind walking around recalling bits and pieces of her relationship with Gu Xingyi. Love really takes courage. He made the change. She made a decision. From now on, one person holds an umbrella and two people walk. Do not care what others think. Bear those gossip. This was the courage she had been trying to express all this time. Xia Shiyao sang softly. Gu Xingyi listened quietly. He was not listening to a song now, but Xia Shiyao's heart. How could he not fall for such a treasure of a girl? The song continued, and Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao both had the courage to face the future at this point. If my strong caprice will accidentally hurt you, can you be a gentle reminder? I'm too anxious though, and more afraid of missing you. The lyrics made Xia Shiyao like it even more. It was as if Gu Xingyi was murmuring in her ear. It was as if he was telling himself that he was more afraid of missing himself. Xia Shiyao raised her head and met Gu Xingyi's gaze, the two of them looking at each other like this, the thoughts contained in their eyes clearly expressed. It's enough to have you. Inside the apartment at that moment, Nana sipped her yogurt and burped. She beamed in dissatisfaction and looked at Dorothy beside her. Aunt Joy, what's taking Mom and Dad so long? Did they forget about Nana? Chapter 63, Jealousy. After the song, the two of them slowed down and Gu Xingyi nodded to Xia Shiyao with a smile on his face. Very catchy. Next game. Solid. A touch of shyness rose on Xia Shiyao's face as she lowered her head, fiddling with the manuscript paper of the song in her hand. It's your lyrics that are good. No, I wouldn't have thought of such lyrics without my wife's honors tune. The two of them started the commercial mutual boast mode. Only Xia Shiyao obviously didn't have someone's thick skin. After hearing the 4 words of wife's honor, she was completely defeated, like an ostrich, burying her face into her arms and refusing to come out. This was the first time Gu Xingyi called her wife face to face. Xia Shiyao was shy and a little bit gorgeous in her heart. However, Gu Xingyi hadn't yet appreciated the beauty in front of him enough, when his cell phone unconsciously rang, interrupting the subtle atmosphere in the room. Gu Xingyi copied his cell phone, and Minister Yang's note was displayed on the screen. Gu Xingyi raised his eyebrows. It seems that Yang Jianlin also saw the post? What he didn't know was that Yang Jianlin hadn't seen the post. She was going crazy. She didn't believe the post when she saw it, but until Gu Xingyi's douyin was so washed out that it required the technical department to maintain it. He didn't even come out to clarify, which made Yang Lin's heart drum. Is it possible that what the internet says is true? Yang Lin couldn't believe it. When she thought of Gu Xingyi in her mind, it was a gentle and talented look. Would such a person commit domestic violence? She waited for a long time, but didn't wait for Gu Xingyi's clarification video, so she couldn't hold back any longer and made the call. The phone was connected, and Gu Xingyi's still gentle voice came through. Hello, can I help you? Yang Lin was stunned. Did he not know about this? No, nothing. It's just that there are some bad comments about you on the internet. Aren't you going to clarify it? Gu Xingyi scratched his head and subconsciously looked at Xia Shiyao. At this moment, Xia Shiyao was fiddling with the manuscript paper, pretending to have a serious look on her face. Only her gaze that was secretly cast from time to time and her obviously distracted appearance proved that her attention was not at all on the song at this moment. Gu Xingyi winked at her, and Xia Shiyao's small face abruptly reddened, busily glancing away from her gaze as a thief. No need to clarify. That's all true. Gu Xingyi answered Yang Jialin, and the phone call proceeded to fall into silence. Half a day later, Yang Jialin's voice came through. Why? I don't believe it. I was under the impression that you... Sorry to interrupt, Minister Yang. What I want to say is, how much does Minister Yang know about me? Those on the internet are true. There's nothing to clarify. If you do something wrong, you have to be punished. As for those remarks on the internet, let them say it. As long as the people I care about understand me, that's enough. Gu Xingyi interrupted Yang Lin and said calmly. His eyes kept looking at Xia Shiyao. He didn't care what people thought of him. He hadn't wanted to be liked by so many people. He just needed this person in front of him to like him. The phone fell silent again. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Yang Lin's heart felt bad. He only needed the people he cared about to understand him. What about himself? Okay, I was just asking about you. Nothing else. It's okay. I'm hanging up then. Yang Lin's voice is obviously not right. Gu Xingyi did not think too much. After the phone hung up. You're too cold. It's not good. Gu Xingyi had just put down the phone when Xia Shiyao's voice came from his side. Gu Xingyi's head was full of questions. Was he indifferent? It seems to be quite normal, right? He's telling the truth, and he's being polite? That Mikado should like you. Xia Shiyao said again. Only this time her eyes were slightly dark. Yang Jianlin, you like yourself? I don't think so. Gu Xingyi scratched his head, feeling a wave of headache, but he only treated her as a normal friend. Ahem, how did you know? Feelings. I trust my feelings. Xia Shiyao raised her head and stared at Gu Xingyi, her tone firm. You're feeling wrong. Also, it's all known that I'm a man with a wife and child, and I'm not going to get emotional on someone else. It's rude. Gu Xingyi continued to scratch his head and explained. The love he had in mind, that should be serious and exclusive. Otherwise it would be rude to anyone. Looking at Gu Xingyi's sincere gaze, Xia Shiyao let out a soft but there was still some sense of urgency in her heart. Gu Xingyi didn't like people, but it didn't mean that others wouldn't like him. That imperial sister was excellent, too much better than her. She knew that. Xia Shiyao continued to fiddle with the manuscript paper in her hands, as if there was a treasure there. Gu Xingyi looked at such Xia Shiyao suspiciously, thought carefully about the conversation he had with her, then suddenly figured out what was going on, and with a smile in his eyes, he pushed Xia Shiyao's arm. Is this jealousy? Xia Shiyao's entire body flustered, her face evenly red. Nope, no. The sound was quite loud, only this was a much bigger reaction. Case solved, just jealous. Gu Xingyi had a smile on his face as he continued to look at her. A jealous Xia Shiyao is also very pretty na. The more Xia Shiyao hit it, the more flustered she became. She could feel Gu Xingyi laughing at her. This feeling made her ashamed and annoyed. Finally, she could no longer resist Gu Xingyi's gaze and threw the manuscript paper in her hands onto the bed as if she were swinging. Right, I'm just jealous. Who let such a big beautiful girl like you? Gu Xingyi's smile grew more and more prevalent as he suddenly leaned down and approached her, his voice full of compulsion. So, why don't I give you a stamp so you won't be jealous? Gu Xingyi's face came so close that Xia Shiyao could feel his breath slapping against her face, a feeling that made her heart beat like a drum, faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. Then she slowly closed her eyes and her little mouth pouted slightly. In fact, Gu Xingyi was also tense. When he saw Xia Shiyao's eyes closed, his heart was happy. He secretly pinched his palms, closed his eyes and slowly came up. Far ahead, far ahead. Right at this critical moment, Gu Xingyi's cell phone once again rang indisputably, startling both of them. Xia Shiyao even directly flung herself onto the bed, covering her face with the quilt, never daring to come out again. Gu Xingyi's eyelids jumped slightly, and he picked up the phone with a murderous rage. Hello? Which one? If you don't have something big going on today, don't blame me for making you something big. Gu Xingyi now hated to kill the person who had called. No sound came from the phone. Gu Xingyi frowned and looked at the caller ID. Was it Chen Feng? Crazy? What are you doing? Not talking either? Gu Xingyi bared his teeth. This rebellious son had better not be okay, or else he would blame him for being righteous. It was only after waiting for another moment that Chen Feng's voice finally sounded, his tone filled with a shriveled air. Old Gu, what's going on online? Did you bully your sister-in-law? Holy, is that what you're calling about? No, I haven't even bullied yet. You called. With resentment in his voice, Gu Xingyi once again looked at Xia Shiyao, who was hiding under the covers, and sighed again, his face filled with regret. Forget that for a moment. What's wrong with your voice? Being taught a lesson by society? Chen Feng's voice was clearly not right, and Gu Xingyi came back to his senses after his anger subsided, and waited for a few more moments before Chen Feng's voice continued to come. Sort of. Been taught a hard lesson. Are you free now? Can you come over? Accompany me to drink 2 cups. You don't need to drink. Accompany on the line. I'm on the side, just you a friend. Gu Xingyi's eyes slightly converged. Last time he had vaguely sensed that something wasn't right. He didn't expect that something had really happened to Chen Feng now. Without hesitation, he directly said to Chen Feng on the phone, okay, send me the location. I'm in Magic City now. I'll be there in 3 hours. Yes, Chen Feng answered and the phone hung up. Chapter 64. After Gu Xingyi hung up the phone, he helplessly gently patted Xia Shiyao, who was still hiding under the covers. Wifey, get up a bit, will you? Take me to the high-speed train station. Xia Shiyao had just been listening to Gu Xingyi's phone call, and naturally knew that he had something to go on, although she didn't know what exactly, but she had just heard Gu Xingyi's words quite seriously. She didn't dilly-dally, and burrowed right out from under the covers, her smothered, reddened little face reappearing. Good, do you want to clean up? I just have a backpack. It's just that I don't know how long it'll take to get back from this trip, so Nana will have to leave it with you for now. Gu Xingyi put his carry-on luggage into his backpack and lifted it up to talk to Xia Shiyao. Xia Shiyao nodded. She had Sister Yin here, and Lele. They could both help carry Nai when she was on the show. It was convenient. After packing up, Gu Xingyi checked out of the room and the two of them got in the car. Because it was a temporary departure, I could only take the high-speed train, but this distance high-speed train is not much slower than the airplane. On the way to the high-speed train station, Xia Shiyao looked ahead and focused on driving the car. Gu Xingyi sat in the co-pilot and looked at the serious Xia Shiyao. This time I'm going is to find Chen Feng. You've seen him before, my college buddy. He seems to have encountered something and shouted for me to go over and accompany him for a while. Gu Xingyi told Xia Shiyao directly, saving her from worrying. Xia Shiyao softly humphed, and her heart relaxed. That Chen Feng, she had an impression. A very naive person. His character was still good. It took less than 20 minutes to get from the hotel to the high-speed train station. Now it was just noon. The high-speed train station was crowded. Gu Xingyi put on a mask and didn't let Xia Shiyao get off to see her off. The two of them were hot topics right now, especially Gu Xingyi, who was black and red, and wore a mask to prevent being recognized. I'm leaving. You don't have to see me off. Take care of yourself on the way back, and I'll be there to see you play if it's not too late. After Gu Xingyi finished, he smiled and rubbed Xia Shiyao's head. He suddenly liked rubbing her head now. Oh, Xia Shiyao's almond eyes flickered slightly, still somewhat unaccustomed to the emotions of parting. Okay, go back. Gu Xingyi got out of the car, closed the door behind him, and watched as Xia Shiyao drove slowly away from the high-speed train station. At 3:30 in the afternoon, half an hour later than Gu Xingyi expected, mainly because of the delay in waiting for the bus, Gu Xingyi arrived in Jiangcheng. When he was on the high-speed train, Xia Shiyao called to report his safety and told himself to go back early. Nai missed him. Gu Xingyi snickered when he saw the message and wondered if it was Nai who missed him or she who missed him. Stopping a cab, Gu Xingyi went straight to where Chen Fengfa was. It took another 10 minutes for the car to reach its destination. A dozen-story commercial building, and Chen Feng's rented studio was on the 6th floor above this. When Gu Xingyi arrived at the studio, the door to the place was unlocked, so he naturally walked in. The windows were closed, the room smelled of alcohol, and there were beer cans all over the place, as in that scene much like the one when he first crossed over. Chen Feng was sitting paralyzed on the ground, holding up a can of beer and just drinking it dry. Gu Xingyi first opened the window as soon as she could, allowing fresh air to circulate outside, before she walked over to him and sat down. removing her mask. Chen Feng burped, his face pale and bloodless, and when he saw Gu Xingyi, he raised the beer can in his hand in greeting, his eyes disheveled and disoriented. Coming? Good brother, you're the only one who won't abandon me. Gu Xingyi disgustedly fanned in front of his nose twice. The smell of this wine, he wanted to vomit when he smelled it, and it brought back bad memories. Tell me, what was the great blow that brought down a man as optimistic as you? Chen Feng was silent for a moment before he drank the beer in the can again, then pinched and flattened it hard and dropped it on the ground. I mostly just can't really figure it out. Why? What did I do wrong or what? Are they going to do this to me? Chen Feng gritted his teeth and said, casually copying another can of beer. Gu Xingyi didn't stop him. He knew that right now Chen Feng needed to vent. Double backstabbed? Chen Feng took another big gulp of beer and nodded. This pair of dogs. Old Gu. I really didn't expect it and can't figure it out. Nope. Old Gu. Did you guess this a long time ago? Chen Feng suddenly remembered what Gu Xingyi had said to him when they first met, telling him to look at things more carefully in the future. Gu Xingyi shrugged and patted Chen Feng's shoulder again. At first I was just suspicious. In the middle of the night whose girlfriend calls another man and it is your partner. Not to call you to call her instead. Just that this belongs to your personal emotional problems. I'm not good to interfere without authorization. Chen Feng's expression froze a bit, and only after half a day did he let out a bitter laugh. Yes, if Gu Xingyi had said it outright back then, maybe he would have gotten angry over it. So, what's the situation now? Gu Xingyi continued to ask. You also see, the whole studio, just this one empty shell. They have long been inside and outside the partnership. The studio hollowed out. My design is gone. Shares are gone. Ha, of course, my girlfriend is also gone. Chen Feng got disheveled again, his body completely loose, and once again tilted his head back to drink. Gu Xingyi frowned at his words. I can understand losing the girlfriend. How did the shares get snapped up? I transferred the shares to Ruan Chang. Chen Feng smiled sardonically. This kind of thing, indeed a little two strokes. Only blame Wan Qing acting skills are too high. He was momentarily mesmerized. Gu Xingyi sighed in his heart and could only accompany him silently. In his state, it seemed like it was useless for him to say anything. He could only wait until he was sober. After smothering 2 more cans, Chen Feng suddenly turned his head over. Right, I haven't asked you yet. What's going on with you? That post on the internet? Oh, that, it's a long story. So let's just leave it at that. You just need to know that the old me was an asshole. That's all, and by the way, it's because of those things that I quit drinking for good. In the past, Gu Xingyi didn't want to mention those broken things and simply skipped over them. Chen Feng nodded his head and didn't ask any more questions, but in turn patted Gu Xingyi's shoulder. So we belong together? Nonsense. Gu Xingyi was directly anxious. It's not like I'm like you. I'm fine with your sister-in-law and a baby girl. Don't live too comfortably. Asterisk. Are you here to comfort me or to discourage me? Chen Feng was struck down and once again smothered a sip, only because he had Gu Xingyi by his side. He was obviously in such a better state than before. Lao Gu, if only I had your talent and was as handsome as you, wouldn't she have abandoned me, and wouldn't have acted for so long? Now that I think about it, sometimes I really want to laugh. It's a good thing she was able to endure it for so long. Looking at Chen Feng's disheveled appearance, Gu Xingyi was a bit puzzled. Crazy? Is it necessary to be so sad? Chen Feng glanced at him with slanted eyes and suddenly asked, what do you think? We've known each other for 2 years, and we've been dating for almost a year and a half. I really like her. Old Gu, let me just ask you, if Xia Yao leaves you one day, won't you be sad? Gu Xingyi frowned. He hadn't thought about this. He thought hard about it and replied, somewhat less surely. I suppose it would. After all, from crossing over, one lives for them. Seeing this frowning and hesitating look on Gu Xingyi's face, Chen Feng suddenly gave Gu Xingyi a punch on the shoulder. Asterisk. What's the point of hesitating? Old Gu, do you know what love is or not? Gu Xingyi was suddenly bewildered and fell into deep thought. He had been a single dog before. How could he know what love meant? What is love? Did he really love Xia Yao? Gu Xingyi asked herself silently in her mind. Chapter 65. Damn it! What's the point of thinking about it? You think about love and who the first person that comes to mind is. That's not it. Chen Feng slapped Gu Xingyi's shoulder again. The whole person was completely speechless, letting him come to comfort himself. How did he now turn into himself enlightening him? Gu Xingyi was suddenly turned around by the slap. You're taking the bull by the horns. He was a man who had never been in love, and couldn't help but think a little more about it at first glance when it came to this kind of question. Do you love Xia Yao? Love. From the beginning when he just wanted to make it up to the two of them, to when he thought it would be nice to live like this, to when he saw it as a good thing, until the life of some small contact, let him slowly like her. Gu Xingyi was originally a very serious person, can impress him is never those sensational big things, but some plain and simple small things. As Chen Feng said this, it's whoever comes to your mind when you think of the word love. Gu Xingyi grinned and giggled a bit, and Chen Feng's heart was like a knife. It's like he somehow got a mouthful of dog food, and at the worst possible time for him. It was true that the best of brothers knew how to stimulate themselves the most. Chen Feng only felt that the depression in his heart had been washed away a lot at once, and he only wanted to jump up and violently whack this then. But, I guess, Ruan Qing doesn't know about your family history, right? Gu Xingyi was busy changing the topic. Only this topic obviously made Chen Feng even more disheveled as he shook his head. No, I always thought that she was too nice a girl to care about that. Ha, I just didn't expect it. The corner of Gu Xingyi's mouth involuntarily twitched. Who is a good girl like this? Yoho, isn't this the domestic violence guy from the internet? Chen Feng, Ruan Qing was right to leave you. You even made this kind of friend? Just as Gu Xingyi was about to speak again, a voice suddenly rang out from the studio door. Chen Feng's face steeply gloomy. Gu Xingyi twisted his head to look. The person who came was a fair and handsome-looking man. Only his face was too white and tender. So much so that Gu Xingyi felt that all those individuals who used to call themselves white boy, that was a slur. Now that's a real white boy. The female is naturally Ruan Chang, who has had a one-sided relationship with Gu Xingyi. She is still dressed in secondary dress, only this time the goodbye compared to the last time. The makeup is drawn more thickly, and the person is also more enchanting. Ha! It's none of your business if I make friends? Wang Jun, Ruan Chang, you guys have the nerve to come to my place. Do you want to take away this empty studio? Chen Feng said angrily. Gu Xingyi realized that this little white boy was Wang Jun. Chen Feng, you don't want to be like this. We're also doing this for your own good. Hearing Chen Feng's words, before Wang Jun could say anything, Ruan Chang beside him opened her mouth first, with a look of I'm doing it all for your own good. Groove, for my own good. You're ing hilarious. And doing me a favor means cuckolding me? Chen Feng, Wang Jun and I have always liked each other. Before you, we had a crush on each other. We just didn't realize it before. Chen Feng, we didn't come here this time to argue with you. It's hard for me to look at you when you're giving up on yourself like this. Why don't you join our studio? With your ability, you'll definitely be better off in the future. Wang Jun beside her also said in agreement. Right, at least we understand each other. You insisted on the animation dream for so long. Can't be so wasted, is not it? You and Xing Qing can't be a couple. Can still be friends. Gu Xingyi couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Put it this way, then who actually cuckolded who? But also today he realized. What is called woeful? What is called a nest of snakes and rats? What is called when they also want to set up a house of cards? These two people really embodied these words to the fullest. Chen Feng was even more furious when he heard the two men's words as he stretched out his finger to point at Wang Jun. Be your ing friend. What do you have besides this face? The design is mine. The money is mine. Even that woman beside you was mine before. What the hell were you thinking? Let me join you again? To be your friend? I, Chen Feng, don't have the habit of being a. Wang Jun on the opposite side frowned. Obviously Chen Feng's words had poked his heart, but he slowed down and still spoke with a smile. You take it easy. These are all mine now. That smile was indescribably. Chen Feng directly rose from the ground and tried to storm up, but was stopped by Gu Xingyi. Alright, try not to fight if you can. Wang Jun and Ruan Chang, right? You guys know me? Gu Xingyi asked smilingly, his face indescribably gentle. Wang Jun sneered. Even if he wasn't from the entertainment industry, he knew Gu Xingyi's big name. A regular on the hot search. Only now this big name was a notorious one. You know what? Domestic violence guy? He. Chen Feng was about to storm up again, but was stopped by Gu Xingyi, who nodded, still wearing a smile. This caused Chen Feng to feel somewhat stifled. Gu Xingyi blocked in front of Chen Feng and continued. Then you should also know that I'm a lyricist? Wang Jun and Ruan Qing snorted at the same time. What business do lyricists have with their anime industry? Gu Xingyi's identity was no good at all in his place. Chen Feng also felt that Gu Xingyi was talking. Who cares that you're a lyricist here? Wang Jun looked at Gu Xingyi playfully. Knowing that, what can I do? Oh, then you must not know that I know a little bit about anime as well. It's like knowing a little bit about words and music. Hearing this, Wang Jun suddenly had a bad feeling. He frowned and looked at the man in front of him who had a confident smile on his face, his eyes slightly austere. But then he laughed again, shaking his head to throw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. It was something completely in two directions. Unless he, Gu Xingyi, was a demon, how could he possibly threaten himself? Are you threatening me? Skimming is not good enough. Gu Xingyi suddenly stopped laughing and looked at the other party with pity on his face. A slight understanding is enough. My slight understanding coupled with the madman specialization. It's still perfectly fine to bully you two rookies. Wang Jun suddenly did not want to talk to Gu Xingyi again. This then always speaks softly with a thorn in the side. Not at all like Chen Feng. only knows to be reckless. And he, the most unafraid of his others, reckless. He then decided not to pay any more attention to Gu Xingyi and instead turned his gaze towards Chen Feng once more. Chen Feng, how's the consideration going? Do you want to join us? Or do you believe his words? Ruan Cheng also advised from the side, and there was even a false sense of reluctance in her eyes. Yeah, Chen Feng, this is really a chance to fulfill your anime dreams. Join us and tomorrow will be better. Chen Feng also calmed down at this time. He took a step forward and stood beside Gu Xingyi, letting out a cold smile, ignoring Wang Jun and looking at Ruan Cheng instead. Ruan Cheng, we've been together for a year and a half. I've never done anything wrong to you, and I've never had a single transgression in my behavior, and today you even said that. Well, then I'll tell you, friends and all, I'm not willing to do it with a dog. Chen Feng glanced his eyes toward Wang Jun again, and, listen carefully, Gu Xingyi is my brother. I believe in him, and you guys are worthy of comparing yourselves with him? When Chen Feng's words fell, it turned into Wang Jun and Ruan Cheng's faces grimacing as they took a dead look at Gu Xingyi and Chen Feng, twisting their heads and walking away. But Gu Xingyi and Chen Feng's voices still came from behind them. Ah, that's it? I still have one more thing to say? We have an old saying over there for you to hear. 30 years east of the river, 30 years to the west. Don't kid yourself. You're poor. Roll. Labor is not poor. I'm rich. Wang Jun and Ruan Cheng, who hadn't gone far yet, turned red in the face all of a sudden, especially Gu Xingyi, who added a sentence afterward, making Ruan Cheng's face even more unsightly. Hear that? Richie rich. Chapter 66, One Man Down. Wang Jun and Ruan Cheng walked away, leaving in a state of disarray. Their silhouettes had just disappeared. Chen Feng could no longer maintain his image and sat on his butt on the ground, his expression as difficult as it could be, tears streaming down his face unconsciously. Gu Xingyi knew that he had been toughing it out before. After all, he was the girlfriend he had been talking to for a year and a half, and just like that, it was already his limit. Old Gu, I really like her, Chen Feng shouted with a sobbing voice. Gu Xingyi didn't know how to comfort him. Comforting people like this was really hard for him. He only knew how to support him with his actions. After seeing Chen Feng like this, Gu Xingyi could only pat Chen Feng on the shoulder and hand him a can of beer. Go ahead and cry. Get drunk tonight. Start over tomorrow and show them that they are nothing without you. Chen Feng took the wine and muffled another mouthful. He didn't blush when he drank. He was just getting paler and paler. Lao Gu, how can it be that good to start over? The domestic animation that I designed in almost 2 years, it's gone. It was cheated away. In a short period of time, how can I come up with any good subject matter? The national anime market was already failing, and this time when they take away that anime, it's just two pigs coming in and catching fire. Gu Xingyi nodded. He knew that Chen Feng's talent for making anime was really high. Just look at the way those two shamelessly retained their presence. But Gu Xingyi wasn't bragging when he said earlier that he knew a little about anime. It was just that right now Chen Feng was obviously drunk and didn't have the heart to think about this. He decided to talk about it tomorrow. Chen Feng finished, and no more words, just immersed in grief. Beer is more cans and cans of drinking. Gu Xingyi silently accompanied him, watching him even end the hand of the wine or a little trembling. When Chen Feng was completely drunk, the lights were already on outside, and Gu Xingyi didn't know where he lived, so she could only drag him towards the nearest hotel. Chen Feng is quite honest, but his mouth kept muttering love, liar and so on, causing the hotel receptionist to look at them with strange eyes, which made Gu Xingyi a headache. After opening a double room, throwing Chen Feng onto the bed, and covering him with a blanket, Gu Xingyi wiped the sweat from his forehead. This then, grow fat on this bad. Meat are solid really heavy. Gu Xingyi went to take another shower within the bathroom and came out again refreshed. Chen Feng was still muttering, and Gu Xingyi gave him a blank look and ignored him, backtracking back to his side of the bed and taking out his cell phone. There was a WeChat on it, sent by Xia Shuriao in the afternoon, which he had never seen. How did it go? Gu Xingyi would smile. It's nothing big. Almost there. At this hour, Xia Shuriao should already be asleep. Gu Xingyi thought. The next second, the WeChat message sounded. Aha! Seconds back. Had she been looking at her cell phone, or had she been waiting to hear from herself? In the Magic City apartment, Xia Shuriao wrapped her arms around Nai Nai, who had long since fallen asleep, and looked at the message on her cell phone, pursing her lips slightly. I wonder what Gu Xingyi is busy with today. It's only now that he's returned the message. Is your wife worried that I've been up all this time? Gu Xingyi flew back, the smile on his face growing even wider. Nope, just happened to wake up. Just saw your message. Ha, woman, just hard-mouthed, soft everywhere else. Gu Xingyi smiled without saying anything. Then, your honorable wife, go to bed early. I'll be back tomorrow without any surprises. Aha! Xia Shuriao also unconsciously put a smile on her face and gently typed down a word. Right. Good night. Gu Xingyi's message came again, and Xia Shiyao blinked her pretty almond eyes. Good night. Xia Shiyao put down her cell phone, and only then was she contentedly burrowed into the quilt, cradling the milky, creamy little Nai happily as she slept. Gu Xingyi over here also put down his cell phone and glanced at Chen Feng, who had already slept like a dead pig, then sighed, found a pen and paper, and stayed up late to write something. It was only early the next morning, when Gu Xingyi finished his morning run and came back with some buns and donuts, that Chen Feng got up with puffy eyes. Gu Xingyi rushed him to finish washing up, and the two of them ate breakfast. Chen Feng stuffed his buns and looked at Gu Xingyi's two large dark circles under his eyes, a little puzzled as to how this was even worse for him than his own puffy eyes after drinking. Did you go stealing chickens and dogs last night? Chen Feng asked in a small voice. Gu Xingyi gritted her teeth and stared at Chen Feng unkindly. It's not because of you. Chen Feng was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly checked his body and felt that there was nothing strange before settling down a little. Then he looked at Gu Xingyi with a skeptical look. His body also slightly stepped backward. Ahem, old Gu. I like women. Asterisk. You. It's still not for you. Believe it or not, I'm going to tear this anime title up right now. This time, Chen Feng was even more shocked. His eyes widened as he looked at the book Gu Xingyi was holding up in his hands with some disbelief. What did you say? Anime? You mean you wrote an anime title overnight? Gu Xingyi's face was still unkind. And last night, for the sake of this anime, he had recalled his head bald. On one hand, it was for the sake of Chen Feng, and on the other hand, he wanted to go back earlier to accompany Xia Shiyao and Nai. You guess. What else could I do? Ahem. Don't be mad. Was what you said yesterday true? Chen Feng is still surprised to look at Gu Xingyi. He said yesterday that as with the lyrics and music, the anime is also a little bit of knowledge. He only thought at that time that Gu Xingyi was angry at Wang Jun and Ruan Chang. I did not expect tonight. Gu Xingyi really came up with a book of anime titles. Sure, dude never tells lies. Here's just a rough outline and characterization. So when I get back I'll slowly give you the whole thing in detail. Actually, Gu Xingyi wanted to write it out directly last night, but he didn't know exactly how anime was going to work, so he could only write a rough outline with the main character characterization. And when he went back he would search the internet and learn about anime scripts, and then give Chen Feng a complete anime script. Gu Xingyi said, throwing the book into Chen Feng's arms. Chen Feng stayed open Gu Xingyi's black eyes. His heart was even more moved. This is his brother. Although he didn't say anything with his mouth, he showed his feelings with his actions. Chen Feng opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. Then he lowered his head and opened the book, reading it carefully. Just above the front page, there was a big name written on it. One man down. Chen Feng froze. The national comic he designed was called Above All Beings, and this one Gu Xingyi gave him was called Under One Person. Was this a coincidence? Immediately afterward, he turned to the second page. It tells of a world of inhumans, and then Zhang Chulan appears, who has been careful to hide himself, until one day Sister Bauer appeared. From then on he is chased by walkers, hacked by freaks, and caught up in never-before-seen trouble. Not shaking Billy and Zhang Chulan, digging a pit to bury people. Bauer sister. As Gu Xingyi said, it's just a rough outline with characterization, but the more Chen Feng looked at it, the more he was shocked. It was so much better than the one he had designed. Just the brief outline made Chen Feng mesmerized by the ups and downs of the storyline. This profound characters. He now really wanted to crack Gu Xingyi's head open and see how this thin brain actually grew. Chen Feng's hands holding the book began to tremble. This is a ing treasure. Chapter 67. A good man in this life. Chen Feng raised his head violently and looked at Gu Xingyi, his voice trembling a little. Old Gu, did you really write this? For me? Or what? Gu Xingyi nodded calmly. In this world, this is what he wrote. One Man Down. The original world's explosive national manga, by Niji, once took the anime world by storm. He believed that nowadays, in this world, it could still bloom in its own splendor. Old Gu, do you know the value of this thing? You're just going to give it to me? Gu Xingyi put a smile on his face. There are some things between brothers that don't need to be said. Just like Chen Feng, he obviously knows that he is the online Xingyao, but he never mentioned it. He doesn't care about how famous he is, he just cares about all the bad things he said online. What? Crazy? Can't you see it? Then give it back to me and I'll tear it up? Gu Xingyi glanced at Chen Feng and said with a deliberate smirk, putting on the act of going to snatch the book back. No, what's given to me is mine. Chen Feng was busy protecting the book in his arms, like an old chicken protecting its young. Gu Xingyi laughed a little and patted Chen Feng's shoulder. Well, people, it's all about looking forward. We still have an old saying there. It's called a blessing in disguise. Crazy man, what's your next plan? Chen Feng looked at the smiling Gu Xingyi, and he too suddenly smiled. Although he didn't know why Gu Xingyi had suddenly changed so much, talking in a set way, writing songs in anime, he didn't really care about any of this. He cared about a phone call. Gu Xingyi would come running to this affection no matter how far it was. Good. Old Gu. I won't let you bury this anime. I'm going to find some more people and reopen this studio, so that the name One Man's Life will resound through the anime world. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Gu Xingyi's eyes revealed relief. He didn't care what Chen Feng could make of this anime. He saw that Chen Feng was able to regain his confidence, and that was enough. Then you should keep your eyes peeled this time when you look for someone. Ha ha, Gu Xingyi snickered, and Chen Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. It won't. How could I fall twice in one place? Trust me, the people I got this time are definitely professionals. I won't say much more then. When I get back, I'll send you the full anime design. Tart. Go for it. The two looked at each other and both laughed. After that, Gu Xingyi didn't stay in Jiangcheng any longer, and Chen Feng also started to continue to be busy, and he was going to go back to his family shamelessly to ask for investment, and then go to pull ahead. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Xingyi returned to Magic City on time. Tomorrow Xia Shiyao was going to participate in the 8-in-4 competition. She had been busy practicing her new song for the past 2 days, and when Gu Xingyi arrived at the apartment, only Sister Yun was at home with little Nai Nai in the apartment. Little Nai Nai hadn't seen her father for 2 days, and now that she suddenly did, she flew into Gu Xingyi's arms. Gu Xingyi picked her up in a hug before nodding in greeting to Sister Yun. Sister Yun, is your mother doing well? Sister Yun looked at Gu Xingyi with a complicated face and nodded her head in the same way. The last surgery has been done. It was successful, and she's already recovering, and the nanny is taking good care of her. For this matter, Sister Yun's heart is grateful to Gu Xingyi, and Xia Shiyao is also very good to her. Xia Shiyao will be all the activities in the future. 10% of the proceeds of the song are given to her. Talu Lele similarly, is also given 10%. That's why Sister Yun now has some mixed feelings towards Gu Xingyi. He helped himself. He's good to Xia Shiyao nowadays, but he bullied Xia Shiyao in the past. Gu Xingyi didn't think about it so much. He nodded his head when he heard Sister Yun's words. That's good. Then it'll be hard for Sister Yun to take care of Xia Shiyao more in the future. That's all as it should be. Sister Yun waved her hand. Even if there was no such thing, she would still take care of Xia Shiyao. But Sister Yun could understand. After all, Gu Xingyi, as Xia Shiyao's husband, it was reasonable to say this. After thinking for a moment, Sister Yun continued. Shiyao is practicing her song at the company right now. Aren't you going to visit? She'll definitely be happy if she knows you're back. Sister Yun, however, had long since discovered that since Gu Xingyi left yesterday, Xia Shiyao had been staring at her cell phone from time to time. At that Gu Xingyi's eyes lit up. Visiting? He liked it. It was just the right time to hear your wife's heavenly voice again. Gu Xingyi decisively agreed, and the three of them rushed towards Sound Sea Entertainment. At this time online, netizens still did not wait for any information about Gu Xingyi. Even the victim Xia Shiyao, there is no news. Everyone speculated if Xia Shiyao was discussing the divorce with Gu Xingyi. After all, now that this had come to light, the public pressure was favorable to Xia Shiyao, and whether she was under control or not, she could get rid of Gu Xingyi by virtue of this incident. There are even good netizens who have set up a special group to denounce Gu Xingyi and show solidarity with Xia Shiyao, and the group is updated with the latest news of the incident every day. The latest news from the group was that Xia Shiyao was seen appearing at Sound Sea Entertainment with only a small assistant by her side. Gu Xingyi's Douyin was still full of curses below, while right at this moment, Xia Shiyao's siege blog was suddenly updated with a top message. The first netizen who found this roundup blog a wit. He is a member of the vocal group. He did not even have time to click to see. He immediately ran to the group to report this latest news. Brothers, big event. Xia Shiyao's siege blog has been updated. There should be a result. This time, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone was all excited, began to call out all kinds of friends, and what's more, brushed the screen under Gu Xingyi's Douyin, and there are also some hidden in the group of entertainment media, but also smelled this time will be another hotspot. They released all sorts of news at the first opportunity. Everyone had been waiting for information for more than a day, and now that one of the parties involved had finally spoken out, there were countless people flocking to Xia Shiyao's siege blog account in an instant. However, when they clicked on the top message, the content of the 2 sentences inside the text made them immediately dumbfounded. How fortunate to have met a good man in this life. When a gentleman corrects his mistakes, everyone admires him, and so does my heart. This is? Netizens say they recognize every word here, but when they connect the dots, they're completely lost. They've been screaming for so long, and the victim gives them this? In an instant, the netizens' hearts hurt so much, as if they had received a backstabbing. They couldn't even believe that this was sent by Xia Shiyao. They certainly know what those 2 sentences mean, and that's why they're mentally fried. For a while, a flood of comments came in underneath this peripatetic blog. Basically everyone was suspecting this. Could it be that Gu Xingyi had taken control of Xia Shiyao's siege blog? but they have no way of getting an answer right now. Except to keep posting I don't believe it. Underneath this roundup, the netizens had no choice but to wait. They could only wait now for tomorrow's Starlight Festival. At that time, everything will be revealed. They're going to ask Xia Shiyao properly on the spot if this is true. Chapter 68, a little surprise. When Gu Xingyi and Sister Yun arrived at Soundsea Entertainment with Nai Nai, Xia Shiyao had just finished posting her siege blog not long ago and was practicing her song in the recording studio. That siege blog was something she thought about for a long time before she sent it out. And originally she didn't want to pay any attention to the online beats, but she couldn't help herself from wanting to defend Gu Xingyi when she saw all those people raging on and on about him. She blushed for a long time after sending it, and that bold statement was the best she could do. But after posting it, she was in a significantly better mood, and even her singing was much more natural. Gu Xingyi held little Nai Nai as Sister Yin guided him to take the elevator straight to the 11th floor, which was full of recording studios, and it was highly probable that Xia Shiyao was here now. They didn't call to tell Xia Shiyao in advance just to give her a surprise. Having just arrived at the 11th floor, Gu Xingyi and the others hadn't yet seen Xia Shiyao, but they happened to run into Cheng Di, who had come out of the recording studio. Her eyes clearly lit up when she saw Gu Xingyi and little Nai Nai. This is the first time Cheng Di has seen Gu Xingyi in person, and his first impression is that he looks very kind and is not as vicious as the internet says. She was one of Starry Yao's earliest batch of fans, and when she heard the song A Lifetime of You before that account of Starry Yao was completely on fire. The mysteriousness of Starry Yao holding her guitar and not showing her face attracted her, and she also particularly yearned for the love in that song. How many people had adored your youthful looks? Do you know who was willing to bear the relentless change of the years? Cheng Di had always thought that someone who could write and sing such a song had to be such a romantic person, and since then, she had been silently following Xingyao. This time, although she hadn't believed the online revelations, she had been silently paying attention to it, and the first time she saw the siege blog that Xia Shiyao had posted, she was so envious that the two of them could have such a long for love. One came to the Magic City alone for the sake of his wife, exhibiting his talent. What a blessing for one to meet the right person and be brave enough to speak out for love. She wanted this sweet love too. Gu Xingyi also noticed the sweet-looking girl who suddenly stopped, and he also recognized her. Cheng Di, one of the favorites to win the Star Song Festival this time. He smiled kindly at her and nodded, then carried Nana in his arms as he prepared to move on. You guys are here to find Xia Shiyao, right? She's in the front, second studio on the left. At that moment Cheng Di suddenly spoke. Gu Xingyi turned back curiously at the words and looked at Cheng Di, the little girl she had never met before, dressed in a long goose yellow dress, exuding a spiritual aura. Thanks. Gu Xingyi thanked him and was just about to turn his head and continue walking, but he didn't expect Cheng Di to suddenly open his mouth again. Star, Xingyao, can you sign an autograph for me? I'm a fan of yours. Cheng Di some squirming voice or stuttering up. That look, really like the average little girl to see the idol. Gu Xingyi was a bit surprised. His current online reputation could only be answered with bad, not expecting that this rather famous little girl would still graciously admit that she was her own fan. Gu Xingyi couldn't help but feel a little bit better about Cheng Di. He smiled and put the little Nai Nai in his arms down, holding her little hand as he walked over to Cheng Di. Good. I didn't realize I could have fans now, and a big singer. Cheng Di heard Gu Xingyi say this. Her face was a little even red, and she spat out her tongue in a slightly adorable manner. Then she actually took out a notebook with her and handed it to Gu Xingyi. Hello Starry Yao. My name is Cheng Di. Just sign this book. I really like those songs of yours. Okay, Cheng Di, thanks for liking it too. When Gu Xingyi took the book, he saw that all that was written in the book was actually the songs that he had written. Gu Xingyi touched his nose unnaturally, then signed his Xingyao's big name and returned the notebook to Cheng Di. He didn't think Cheng Di was still an avid fan? Gu Xingyi was a bit uncomfortable. You can just call me Di. Cheng Di beautifully took back the notebook, looked at the signature on it, and was full of joy. Di, what are you doing? At this moment, a male voice suddenly came from the elevator, and Gu Xingyi's line of sight crossed over to Handy to see a gentlemanly man with gold-framed glasses frowning as he walked towards the place. Nothing. Cheng Di hurriedly put away her notebook, looking good, and said to the Sven man, Uncle, what brings you here? The person who came was none other than Yin Ping. Yin Ping walked up to a few people. He naturally saw Gu Xingyi. His face was a little cold. He pulled Cheng Di's arm and led her towards the elevator entrance. While walking, he also lectured Cheng Di. Your mom asked me to bring you something. And, don't go to everyone you meet. You hear me? I know. Cheng Di kept nodding her head in agreement with her uncle, and secretly turned her head to spit out her tongue at Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi couldn't figure it out at all, not knowing how she had offended this man, but this was just a small episode. Gu Xingyi shook his head without thinking deeply about it and turned around to head towards the recording studio where Xia Shiyao was. Gu Xingyi knocked on the door. It was Tao Lele who opened the door. She was obviously a bit surprised when she saw Gu Xingyi. She was just about to call out to Xia Shiyao who was practicing her song inside, but she was quietly shushed by Gu Xingyi. Dorothy understood for a second and immediately closed her voice. Gu Xingyi led little Nai Nai in quietly, and Sister Yun closed the door behind her and stood in front of it with Tao Lele looking inside. This wasn't the first time Gu Xingyi had heard Xia Shiyao sing, but no matter how many times he watched her sing, Gu Xingyi felt that she treated the song with extreme seriousness, and her earnest and focused appearance was beautiful. Xia Shiyao was singing with her full attention, and didn't notice Gu Xingyi and little Nai Nai standing outside in the slightest. A smile rose from the corner of Gu Xingyi's mouth, and the song with the accompaniment sounded even better when sung from Xia Shiyao's mouth. Little Nai Nai snuggled up against Gu Xingyi's leg, her big eyes staring at her mother, and her cluelessness also liked this confident look of her mother. Xia Shiyao when she sang was like two people from her usual self. The kind of charm that emanated from her bones made people fall for her. When Xia Shiyao finished her song, and she habitually turned her head to look outside, she saw the figures of Gu Xingyi and little Nai Nai, and her eyes couldn't help but widen. Even with a bit of mo, Gu Xingyi had a gentle smile on his face, and little Nai Nai's pair of almond eyes curved into a crescent moon, and that smile was so bright that it seemed to light up the entire room. Seeing this cozy scene, Xia Shiyao suddenly smiled like a flower and walked over playfully. Whispered, "You're back." Xia Shiyao's nose tip is densely covered with points of fine sweat, appearing particularly playful and lively, which is what the 20 should look like. Gu Xingyi nodded, his eyes containing a smile that was hard to hide. "Well, my wife, what's the surprise?" Xia Shiyao's face flushed all of a sudden, and she saw Tao Lele and Sister Yun in front of the door covering their mouths and snickering. "How can this man do this? There's someone else here. Just call her your wife." Xia Shiyao lowered her head, no longer looking at him, and instead picked up little Nai Nai. Only the crystal-reddened earlobes and the lingering smile on that face betrayed her thoughts at this moment. It was a surprise that Gu Xingyi could suddenly appear in front of her. Chapter 69, Fate. The next day, the much-anticipated second installment of the Star Song contest arrived as promised. Originally, the heat of the first phase of the Star Song exchange reached anticlimactic heights because of Xia Shiyao's singing of a song called The Wind is Gathering, and in this phase, because of Gu Xingyi's incident, it led to several more platforms starting to live broadcast this competition in collaboration with the Star Song exchange. Sure enough, from early in the morning, there are countless netizens, squatting in the live broadcast of various platforms, waiting for the arrival of this game, and the Magic Stadium before, but also long ago converged a large number of people. Most of them are pure Eat Melon Army, which there are a lot of Xia Shiyao Solidarity group members. Then there are the mainstream entertainment media, who also want to get first-hand news and arrive early in front of the arena. This shows the pomp and circumstance brought about by this stargazer entirely due to one man's topic. Until 8 o'clock in the evening, the official live broadcasting room just opened, and the major platforms broadcasting also opened synchronously, and countless pop-ups flooded the screen of each live broadcasting room. Ren Chao, the director of Star Song Exchange, smiled from ear to ear when he saw the dense pop-ups. No matter how Gu Xingyi was, whether he was black or red, but the heat he triggered was real, and this was great news for Ren Chao. But at this moment, he also hoped that nothing would go wrong between Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao, and how good it would be to have peace and harmony, as long as the two of them didn't have any problems. The next installment, as long as Xia Shiyao was there, that meant Gu Xingyi was there, and if Gu Xingyi was there, that meant the traffic was there. After all, one meal to satiate and one meal to satiate Ren Chao could still distinguish, so he was sincerely praying that Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi could be good. Inside the Magic City Stadium, this time the scene is much more grandiose than last time. After all, the program group has made money, and the venue's set they are willing to invest. Gu Xingyi and little Nai Nai both wore masks this time and followed the crowd, quietly entering the scene. The sky inside the arena has turned starry, a Milky Way falling from the dome of the sky and laying straight above the stage, like a deep starry summer night shrouded overhead, mysterious in its desirability. And this time, the host was also changed to the famous host Chen Shuer, who was currently wearing a dress, stepping on the river of stars, and slowly walked onto the stage. Welcome everyone to Star Song Exchange. I'm the host, Cheryl Chen. It's a pleasure to meet you all in this grand program. Now that our competition has reached its second installment, only 8 of the original 16 contestants remain on stage, and today, there will be 4 singers left. This is the cruelty of the competition, but also the charm of the competition. At this moment, I believe that the audience present with the live broadcast is not nervous, are looking forward to their own support of the contestant can be successfully promoted. So, without further ado, let's start with the big screen and our 8 contestant profiles. Chen Shuer's words fell. turning her lithe body, and together they looked at the big screen, on which the profiles of the 8 contestants appeared one by one. It was only when the last player's information was revealed that Chen Shuer turned back to her body and picked up the topic to continue. Alright, our 8 contestants' profiles have been viewed. Next, welcome our 4 mentors to the stage. On the stage, the Milky Way suddenly split into 4 channels, and the 4 mentors bathed in the Milky Way, appearing one by one, all singing their hits as they appeared, until the last mentor finished, and they collectively waved to the audience. Thunderous cheers, applause and whistles erupted from the stage. With the audience cheering, the 4 mentors walked up to the judging table one by one and took their seats. Chen Shuer looked at the several mentors and smiled, then raised the microphone in her hand again. Backstage, Xia Shuyao has long since fallen into place. She is wearing a mask quietly from the staff channel in. The front of the people is too much, and a lot of them are holding up her sign. She is a little nervous, especially she saw. There are some people holding up signs against Gu Xingyi, against domestic violence. She saw that her heart is particularly difficult. She does not know if Gu Xingyi see. She is worried that if he sees, his heart will also be sad. Of course Gu Xingyi saw it. He wasn't blind. Such a big sign. It really shook his eyes. It was just that he didn't feel anything instead. It didn't matter. As long as it wasn't Xia Shuyao and Nai Nai, no one could break his defense. And this was something Gu Xingyi had done in the past. What did it have to do with him? Gu Xingyi, after getting even with Xia Shuyao, he had long since looked away. Gu Xingyi shifted her gaze to the stage, where the candidates for today's matches had already been randomly assigned by the audience. Xia Shuyao was the second to go on stage today, and her opponent was Shangshi Entertainment's Xiao Feibai, who was also the favorite to win the title. As if the heavens had deliberately arranged for Xia Shuyao to have to go through 5 hurdles and cut down 6 generals in order to win the championship. For 2 consecutive matches, they were all strong opponents. Lu Qian in the last game, if she hadn't had her Dao heart broken and only played out 40% of her 10% strength, she wouldn't have lost so badly. At this moment, Xiao Feibai in the background also received the news. His face was like a dish, and his heart was also surprised. Among these players, the one he wanted to face the most was Xia Shuyao. This woman has a bug behind her, the man who brings his own heat. Luckily, this time that man's image crumbled, and it's not known how Xia Shuyao and Gu Xingyi both really are. And this time the song is still not written by Gu Xingyi. This made Xiao Feibai feel much more comfortable in his heart. He recognized Xia Shuyao's singing ability, but he was not afraid of her. Unless Gu Xingyi struck again and wrote a treasure song, Xiao Feibai believed he could still put up a fight. The first match was with Cheng Di, who was up against the one remaining singer from Tammy Entertainment. Cheng Di's voice was very different from Xia Shuyao's. Her voice was born sweet, and with her petite body and that cute baby face, she sang little sweet songs that sweetened the hearts of the audience under the arena. It was also the first time Gu Xingyi had heard her sing. The last time she competed, Xia Shuyao was the first to appear, and Gu Xingyi left the arena after her competition. This time, Gu Xingyi did hear Cheng Di's song. He nodded his head. This song was really good, perfect for Cheng Di to sing. This little fan of his singing skills were really good too, worthy of being the favorite to win the title. Her opponent, who was not as strong as Lu Qian, naturally lost to Cheng Di in this match. In the second match, it was still Xia Shuyao who went on first. She wore a white shirt with a floral skirt today. Simple. Her hair is still cute pill head. This dress, compared to the last time, this time she is more youthful and beautiful. When she stood playfully on the stage, everyone seemed to see a young girl full of youthful vigor. At the first moment, Xia Shuyao searched for Gu Xingyi and little Nai Nai with her eyes, and when she saw their waving hands, the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. The spotlight hit her face, and she smiled a moving smile, pouring out her country and city, causing Gu Xingyi to look a little dumbfounded. Before the song even started, someone in the audience below yelled out, "Xia Shuyao, may I ask if you posted that bib? Xia Shuyao, do you really like Gu Xingyi, or is he coercing you?" For a time, the scene of the noise, Xia Shuyao gripped microphone. Looking at the stage, Gu Xingyi suddenly thought of when the first saw him, his eyes that pure, clear and that some love. Thinking of this, Xia Shuyao's pair of almond eyes grew brighter and brighter. Then, with a smile in her eyes, she raised the microphone. Loudly, he announced to the audience on stage and in the live stream, "Love it, I like Gu Xingyi. He's great. Some people, some likes. It's destiny." Chapter 70, They're spreading dog food. In the galactic brilliance, her eyes traveled through the sea of people and intertwined with Gu Xingyi's gaze. Gu Xingyi was in a bit of a trance, as if he saw the 9 heavenly maidens looking away from him across the river of stars. Destiny. And how is it not destiny? This is the point that Gu Xingyi feels the most. Fated that he crosses over, meets her, and falls in love with her. The scene also became pin-sharp all of a sudden due to Xia Shuyao's words. She said it was meant to be. The smile and happiness in her eyes could not be faked. She really liked him and she really felt happy. Only then would she say something like that. Whether it was the audience in the arena or the audience in the live broadcast room, they were all silent at this moment. This overflowing screen of joy wouldn't be something someone who's been subjected to chronic domestic abuse could fake. At that moment, the music also slowly started, and the title of a song called Courage slowly appeared on the big screen behind the stage. Written by Gu Xingyi, composed by Xia Shiyao, sung by Xia Shiyao. They collaborated on a song? Courage? The intro plays and one is unconsciously immersed in the music, slowly experiencing it as they follow the melody. Xia Shiyao also raised the microphone at this time, her gaze still locked with Gu Xingyi. The song was like she was telling Gu Xingyi, I now have the courage to love you. The intro ended, and Xia Shiyao's voice sounded softly, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. Finally made that decision. I don't care what anyone else says, as long as you're just as sure. I'd go to the ends of the earth with you. I know it's not easy. My heart has been warming up to convincing myself that I'm most afraid of you suddenly saying you're going to give up. Numb. Whether it was the audience at the scene, or the audience in the live broadcast room, they were all completely numb at this moment. That's a confession, isn't it? It's dog food, isn't it? Is this it? And that's why you say she's had a bad life? Domestic violence? I do. If this is called misfortune, then a single dog like me would like to try misfortune. At this moment, Gao Chang and Su Bin were similarly watching the live broadcast, their faces turning blue, as hard as if they had eaten 100 dead rats. Why? They just want to know why. Gu Xingyi treated you like that and you're not angry? And you're still confessing? Fortunately, Lu Qian has now gone in and can't see this scene. Otherwise, she would directly have to have her Tao broken and ascend to heaven in place. The next moment came that made everyone even more numb. Love really takes courage to face the gossip. All it takes is a look of affirmation from you. My love has meaning. Listen, is this human language? The netizens collectively vomited blood, hoping we're all gossip mongers. Yes, you're very courageous. We're convinced. No more spraying. People can determine love with just one look. The original owner of the family has come out to support Gu Xingyi unswervingly. So what are they, the gourd eaters, worrying about? Backstage in the guide room, Ren Xiao's mouth was already grinning up to both ears. Another great classic song. And the main thing is that the two of them, Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi, are still close. Ren Xiao was relieved, and happy as hell. At the moment, in his heart, Xia Shiyao was a treasure, and a big treasure with a bug. On the stage, Xia Shiyao's song was still ringing out, and the firm courage in her song made the crowd understand her meaning completely and thoroughly. We all need courage to believe that we will be together. I can feel you in the crowd. In my hand. Your heart. Got it. Got it. No more shows. We were wrong. Wha? I thought today was going to be a critique session. Turned out to be a dog food night. Nuts. But this song is really good. I want to forgive Xingyao too. In the future if I don't have his songs, I'm afraid how should I live? Forgive. It must be forgiven. Xia Shiyao has even come forward to speak out. What do we still have to worry about? You guys just forgive people like that? No way, no way? Upstairs. What? Why are you coming out at this time? Are you the original owner? Who gave you the courage? Xia Shiyao? Ha 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 ha. I laughed. Xia Shiyao gave me the courage. But this song is really good. It reminds me of the old days. It's a pity. At that time, if I could have been as courageous as Xia Shiyao, the ending might have been different. How rare it is to have such courage when love is in the air. May those who are brave enough to pursue love be happy forever. The online pop-ups, when Xia Shiyao sang the song, gradually calmed down. Although the netizens were still a little twisted in their hearts. But the original owner of the family was in love and even sprinkled dog food. So what else were they, the melon eaters, going to say? Is it possible that the emperor is in a hurry? They don't have such bad habits. Xia Shiyao's declaration of love and the song Courage completely overwhelmed the audience. And they were not only there because of the great song, but also because of her defiant courage. Backstage Xiao Fei Bai, face like vegetables, his heart at the moment but no courage at all. It's true that what you fear comes to you. Originally, she was praying that Gu Xingyi didn't write a song for her, but now it's good that they've co-written a song. He'd recognize it if it was just a good song. It's not like he wouldn't have one that way. But the problem now, is that not only is the song good, and the song is so appropriate, a song that was completely made for this situation, it was too in line with Xia Shiyao's current emotions. One song, one declaration, and it's straight up turning this night into a dog food night at the game. How do you win this? Xiao Feibai shook his head with a bitter smile. The song he prepared is a little worse than Courage. The atmosphere of the scene is worse even more. The generation of feelings and will not be more focused than Xia Shiyao, and only the singing can be compared with her 1 or 2. Before the match was over, Xiao Feibai knew the result. At this time, Xia Shiyao had already finished her song. She bowed to the audience and the tutors before slowly retreating from the stage. It was not until the music came to an end that the crowd suddenly realized that the song had already finished, and they had just been so immersed in the feelings that the song brought that they had not yet slowed down. Xia Shuriao's figure had already disappeared from the stage before the scene suddenly erupted into warm applause. They all admired Xia Shuriao. A person who dared to bravely pursue love deserved their support. Xiao Feibai's turn on the stage. He flew to organize his mood. No matter what, he has to go all out to do it. This has nothing to do with anything else. This is a singer's professionalism for the song. Xiao Feibai really deserves to be the favorite to win the title, and he quickly got into the groove as soon as the music started. His tone was good, crisp and bright, and he sang an upbeat song, and the atmosphere couldn't help but warm up, with the audience waving the glow sticks in their hands, swinging them rhythmically to the light-hearted music. The several mentors on stage also showed their approval. Although this song was not as good as Courage, it was already good that he could play so well after Xia Shuriao sang it. At least it's so much better than that Lu Qian who was also the favorite to win the last game. Xiao Feibai's fans were also slightly regretful. They also knew that their favorite being had tried his best. After all, there was only one Xing Yao in the world. Not everyone could create such a high-quality song in this short period of time. Gu Xingyi, who was off stage, was also listening carefully to his singing. Although they are rivals, music has no boundaries and good music should be taken seriously. Chapter 71 Gu Xingyi's self-redemption came from the courage given by Xia Shuriao. The results were unsurprising. Although this time there was no crushing of votes and outright zeros like in the first installment of the contest. But this time, Xia Shuriao still won easily with 4:1 votes. Xiao Feibai's vote, a mentor, preferred his voice and his serious attitude, gave a friendly vote. Xiao Feibai also gladly accepted this. He had expected this result. Can only say that the skills are not as good as others. More efforts in the future is. The second phase of the Star Song Festival competition also came to a close at 11 p.m. Xia Shuriao, Chang Di, Miao Ankuan and a contestant from a small entertainment company, Wang Chen, the four of them managed to advance to the quarterfinals. Among them, apart from the two dark horses Xia Shuriao and Wang Chen, the other two were the previous favorites to win the title. This makes the audience even more enthusiastic about the Star Song Festival. After all, it is only interesting when there are dark horses, and the championship is fought in a surprising way. Nowadays, the online clamor for Xia Shuriao to win the title was getting louder and louder, with 2 songs in a row, proving her individual ability as well as Xing Yao's perverted songwriting ability. These two are not a couple and now the internet is not buying it. Originally, before the netizens still think that Xia Shuriao is not worthy of Gu Xingyi. That's Xing Yao. You Xia Shuriao, what virtue and what ability to obtain his favor? To write songs for you? But slowly, everyone realized that things were not as simple as they thought, especially after the end of this period of Star Song exchange. Netizens suddenly felt that before they completely thought wrong. Not Xia Shuriao can't match you Gu Xingyi. It's you Gu Xingyi can't match Xia Shuriao. Wow. This kind of treasure goddess, who wouldn't treasure it? And so, after the Star Song Festival ended, a post on the topic just shot back up to the #1 spot on the Hot 100 list. Gu Xingyi's self-redemption comes from the courage given by Xia Shuriao. The original text simply means that you, Gu Xingyi, can be forgiven by us solely because you have a good wife. Be content with what you've got. And right at this moment, Sound and Sea Entertainment was not shy about rubbing off on this hot search, posting as Siege blog, and 8 Xia Shuriao. Congratulations to our divisions Xia Shuriao and Cheng Di for advancing to the top 4. Also to explain to everyone, Gu Xingyi is not as bad as the rumors. He and Xia Shuriao are running in both directions. Xia Shuriao was able to sign for our company solely because Gu Xingyi only came to Magic City in the first place and ran for her. Well, netizens saw this and realized that the two were making each other whole and running in both directions. Love it, love it. Such a relationship is too good for them to express admiration. A love that runs in both directions is already a joy to behold. And with this being a divine couple, people love it even more. Previously, the owners of Xia Shuriao's Solidarity Group and Gu Xingyi's Denunciation Group silently changed their group name to Xia Shuriao Gu Xingyi CP Group after the competition. The group chatted involuntarily as well. Those two better be together for the rest of their lives. I'll kowtow to death. Don't worry. I don't see Xing Yao as someone who doesn't know what's good for her. If the two of them dare to separate, I'll be the first to smash Xing Yao's douyin. Ahem. Actually, I'm a fan of Gu Xingyao. Ha ha, I also want to have such a daughter. Right. I forgot about it if you didn't tell me. This then is called Gu Xingyao. Xingyao is our favorite little princess. Ugh, you fake fan. Just now you said you forgot. The group owner silently dived in and watched these groupies chatting enthusiastically. Then with a slap of his head, the group name was changed again. Xia Shuriao Gu Xingyao Gu Xingyi Relatives Group. Don't ask why Gu Xingyi is at the end of the line. Ask is that he is the ugliest of the family in comparison. Oh, that's right. An ex-con. When Xia Shuriao came out from the backstage, Only Gu Xingyi was left outside waiting for her. Xia Shiyao blinked her eyes and wondered where Lei and the girls had all run off to. Even Nai Nai had been taken away. And Gu Xingyi's straight eyes made her blush a little. How bold she was just now on the stage. How shy Xia Shiyao was now. She lowered her head. Her originally pursed little mouth curled up lightly, and her flushed face grew scarlet. Xia Shiyao stared at her toes and didn't dare to look at him again. This man, on the main road, wasn't shy. Which one stares at a girl like this? Gu Xingyi didn't notice anything wrong in the slightest. Looking at his own wife by himself, the gods couldn't control it even if they came. He only felt that Xia Shiyao's words of fate today simply spoke to the tip of his heart, that it was fated that he would cross over and love her. Xia Shiyao could no longer stand this fiery gaze from Gu Xingyi. She raised her head and cut him a glance. With this one glance, Gu Xingyi panicked and took a step back, touching his nose in embarrassment. Such a Xia Shiyao was so invincible. The flavor of this glance was lethal. Seeing Gu Xingyi like this, Xia Shiyao snorted out a laugh and gave him a blank look as she asked, "Where's Nene?" Joy took it back with Sister Cloud. Gu Xingyi smiled awkwardly. He didn't know why. He suddenly wanted to spend time with Xia Shiyao alone. His heart was at peace when he was alone with her. Xia Shiyao let out a soft The blush on her cheeks never disappeared, obviously knowing Gu Xingyi's intentions. This little girl look of hers, don't mention how tempting it was. Anyway, Gu Xingyi had completely fallen. Gu Xingyi took a deep breath and managed to suppress his restless heart as he took the initiative to walk forward, taking Xia Shiyao's warm and soft little hand and walking forward. The two of them just walked quietly under the streetlight. Taking a walk, the streetlight lengthened their shadows, and in this moment, the hearts of the two men were separated and close together. Gulp! As they walked, the quiet atmosphere between the two was suddenly broken by a loud noise. Xia Shiyao's originally slightly arched little mouth slightly opened, looking at her stomach in disbelief, when her stomach indisputably rattled, making Xia Shiyao want to find a crack in the ground to go under. It's so embarrassing. Xia Shiyao lowered her head, her face flushed red. Gu Xingyi laughed out loud and clear, his laughter echoing in the night sky. It was only when Xia Shiyao squeezed his hand gradually harder that Gu Xingyi stifled his laughter, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Xia Shiyao. Such a Xia Shiyao was the most real. Ahem, I'm hungry. Let's go get some late-night snacks. Xia Shiyao didn't say anything, just nodded gently, then was led by Gu Xingyi all the way towards the snack street in this neighborhood. The night market at the end of summer is very lively, especially this kind of snack street, a small street crowded with people, the fragrance of all kinds of snacks wafting, so that both of them are a little bit of food fingers. Xia Shiyao hadn't eaten much at noon, and it was already past 11:40 at night, so she had been hungry for a long time. She couldn't help but gulp at the smell of so many snacks now. This scene naturally fell in Gu Xingyi's eyes. He snickered. I didn't think Xia Shiyao was still a snacker? That used to be really hard for her. How long has it been since I've tasted one of these snacks? Following the crowd, the two walked into the snack bar. At this moment, they were like an ordinary young couple in the marketplace. Gu Xingyi buying all sorts of snacks and feeding the snacker beside him. Chapter 72, Still a Snacker. Regardless of the original life or here, Gu Xingyi rarely shopped, and Xia Shiyao, the number of times she shopped was even more limited. She used to be an orphan, worked hard in school, and then went to work as a singer after she graduated, so she had even less time to shop. She'd forgotten the last time she'd been to a night market snack bar like this, but at the moment, she was really in love with a snack bar like this, mainly because it smelled really good. Right now, for example, before she spoke, just her almond eyes glowing, looking toward the street-side roasted chicken leg stand, Gu Xingyi would walk straight over, and when he came back again, he would inevitably have 2 skewers of roasted, fragrant chicken legs in his hands. Just this one simple thing. Xia Shiyao then knew that the original happiness had really come to her. The feeling kept the corners of her mouth up and her heart even warmer. Gu Xingyi also enjoyed this kind of time. This should be the so-called relationship. In the eyes of others, he and she are an old married couple who have been married for many years, and even have children. But in reality, they were like a young couple just getting together, experiencing many things for the first time. The two of them just strutted around the snack street. This time it was the time that Xia Shiyao ate the most. All kinds of snacks. She ate a little bit of everything. The bit she couldn't eat went into Gu Xingyi's stomach. Xia Shiyao. Gu Xingyi. Where? At this time, the originally noisy snack street, someone suddenly shrieked out in alarm. The people next to them immediately inquired, and at once the entire snack street most people looked left and right, until they saw the two familiar faces. They were immediately stunned. Holy, it's really Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi. Xia Shiyao looks just as good as on TV. This face, it's so stunningly good looking. How many blessings must Gu Xingyi have accumulated in his previous life? most people recognized them both at once. Even those who didn't recognize them were asking what was going on. The entire snack street immediately stirred up, and many people gathered towards the two. It was the first time they'd seen a living, breathing star in this noisy snack bar, without a mask, much less a bit of camouflage. Don't they realize how hot they are right now? Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao were also in a state of confusion. They did forget about this layer all of a sudden, mainly because both of them were not famous before. How could they have thought that this would happen? It was only now that the two of them reacted as an afterthought that the two of them were all over the hotspots these days, and it would be a hell of a thing if they weren't recognized. After being recognized, the whole snack bar was in chaos, completely messed up. Whether it was those who knew them, or those who were simply hilarious, they all crowded towards the place in an instant. Reacting, Gu Xingyi cursed in shock and pulled up Xia Shiyao, who was still naively holding up the snack, and fled. Fortunately, this snack street's roads are intricate and crowded. Gu Xingyi turned east and west, and in a short while, he got rid of the large group of people trailing behind him. The two had already turned from the center of the snack street to the edge by this time, putting on their masks as if they were thieves, and even Gu Xingyi bought a duck-tongue cap and covered Xia Shiyao's head. Gu Xingyi, who had settled down, wiped his sweat and looked breathlessly at Xia Shiyao, who hadn't completely come back to her senses. Being a star is trouble. It's so scary. Xia Shiyao's eyes blinked under her duck-tongue cap, touched the mask on her face, and raised the snack in her hand again. This is inedible. The voice was a little aggravated. Gu Xingyi sighed. How do I feel that this woman is getting stupider and stupider? Just this and still only thinking about eating. Why don't I wrap it up for you and we'll find a quiet place to eat? Xia Shiyao looked at the snack in her hand and thought for a moment before reluctantly handing it to Gu Xingyi. Her eyes kept on it, that way, as if she was afraid that if she didn't pay attention, Gu Xingyi would steal it. Gu Xingyi was speechless. He wrapped up the few remaining snacks and took napkins from his pocket, naturally pulling over Xia Shiyao's small hand to gently wipe the oil stains on her hand. Don't worry, it's all yours, Gu Xingyi said softly as he wiped it off. Xia Shiyao looked blankly at such a gentle Gu Xingyi, her eyes involuntarily moist, but in the depths of her eyes, a bright light that was hard to hide surged out. Go! Gu Xingyi surveyed for a moment, and when he saw that the delicate little hand had been wiped clean, he retracted his hand and said with a smile rising on his face. Xia Shiyao lowered her head and blindly followed Gu Xingyi forward. It wasn't until the two of them arrived at a square in front of a shopping center that Gu Xingyi pulled Xia Shiyao to sit on a bench, handing Xia Shiyao the still warm snacks in his hand. Now I can eat in peace. Xia Shiyao nodded her head and took the snack from Gu Xingyi's hands, removing her mask and taking small bites. Gu Xingyi tilted his head, hands holding the back of his head, looking at the starry sky in the sky. The starry sky in this world is so beautiful. The moon stars are sparse. Even if it is now the middle of the night, the moon in the sky still illuminates the earth with a bright piece. In just a moment, Xia Shiyao wiped out all the snacks, and Gu Xingyi handed over paper towels. Wipe your mouth. Xia Shiyao pursed her lips and took the tissue. She always felt like Gu Xingyi was taking care of herself like she was taking care of Nai Nai. After she wiped her mouth, when she looked up, she happened to see above the shopping mall, that big movie theater sign. Xia Shiyao's eyes suddenly brought brightness. Let's go to the movies, okay? Gu Xingyi scratched his head. It was this time of the day. Would it be bad if he didn't go back? But seeing the expectant light in Xia Shiyao's eyes, Gu Xingyi's heart immediately softened as he stood up and stretched out his hand to point in the direction of the movie theater. Walk! Xia Shiyao's face immediately opened up with a smile. She'd wanted to go to the movies once a long time ago, but she'd never had the chance, and now she could finally go. Still with him. When the two arrived at the movie theater, just when the last one was about to start, which made Xia Shiyao a burst of happiness, which if it came a little later, today will not be able to catch it. The two quickly bought tickets to enter. Probably because of the late night, there are not many people in the movie theater. Only 3 or 2 small couples, sitting in the place are still relatively remote. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao naturally bought the position directly in front of the screen, still in the center. Since there weren't many people, the two naturally took their masks off, and that's when the lights dimmed and the movie began. It's a youthful type of romance movie. Gu Xingyi watching is relatively boring. This kind of movie he basically never seen. Xia Shiyao is seriously watching. Gu Xingyi is more like to see Xia Shiyao's serious side face, especially when the movie reached the middle of the movie. The plot had the male and female leads flirting with each other, and Gu Xingyi could clearly see Xia Shiyao's pretty face gradually reddening, and her eyelashes fluttering unnaturally. Then she suddenly turned her head and looked at Gu Xingyi, just in time to catch him peeking at her. Xia Shiyao instantly flustered for a moment. Her pretty face reddened even more. This man, not watching a movie, what is he looking at her for? Gu Xingyi smiled. It was true that this type of movie was still suitable for girls. They were more easily impressed by movies, and Xia Shiyao was no exception. Domestic youthful romance movies always have a less than happy ending, and sure enough, by the end, the hero and heroine are still separated. When the movie ended and the cinema lights came on, Gu Xingyi could clearly see that Xia Shiyao's eyes were a little red. Women are just sensual. This kind of movie wasn't even as shocking to Gu Xingyi as a single look from Xia Shiyao. Chapter 73, The rest of my life is all about you. As Gu Xingyi held Xia Shiyao and got up to leave, they saw that the couple in the corner was still cuddling and getting tired of each other. Seeing this scene, Xia Shiyao's pretty face instantly filled with blood, while Gu Xingyi shamelessly also looked at one more glance. He quite envied this kind of young, passionate like fire. The two of them walked out of the movie theater, and Gu Xingyi could feel Xia Shiyao's hands getting a little sweaty. She was getting nervous. He didn't move to look at the side of her face, and sure enough, she was red right down to her ears. The two just strolled along in the moonlight without either of them taking the lead. Gu Xingyi was doing it because he was admiring Xia Shiyao's shy appearance at the moment, while Xia Shiyao, on the other hand, was simply being shy. In the end, it was Gu Xingyi who squeezed the soft, boneless little hand in his hand and took the lead. Don't be so nervous, it's not like I'm going to eat you. When Xia Shiyao heard that, she instantly became more nervous. What do you mean eat yourself? What does he want? She lifted her little face, her eyelashes fluttering, and there was some sense of panic in her eyes. This was overstimulation. Seeing her like this, Gu Xingyi suddenly wanted to tease her. Doing whatever he thought of, Gu Xingyi suddenly stopped and yanked Xia Shiyao, who was walking forward, towards himself. Xia Shiyao was suddenly staggered by this tug, and under panic, her hands held on Gu Xingyi's chest, lifting her face to look at him in disbelief. Next moment, Gu Xingyi's face suddenly came closer, and Xia Shiyao could feel his hot breath spraying on her small face. Xia Shiyao's eyes widened in dismay, and for a moment even her heart stopped half a beat. Gu Xingyi saw her white and translucent red face instantly turn red, saw the sudden flash of dismayed dorkiness in her eyes, saw her small mouth gently move, and gulped. It's so cute. It's also too foul. Gu Xingyi had only wanted to tease her, but this time the Taoist heart instantly collapsed and couldn't be guarded, so he chose to go with his heart all the way and just lowered his head and gently dropped a kiss on her cheek. Xia Shiyao had closed her eyes by now, then she felt a warm touch on her face. Then, waiting for half a day without a little movement, Xia Shiyao secretly opened her eyes. Gu Xingyi was looking at her with a narrow smile on his face. So angry. The bad guy. Xia Shiyao's hand propped up on Gu Xingyi's chest pushed him hard and huffed as she turned around and walked forward. Gu Xingyi was pushed and stumbled, scratching his head as he hurriedly followed. Xia Shiyao walked in front, her small steps a bit fast, and she had to take big steps before Gu Xingyi could catch up with her. I am angry? Teasing his wife for a moment, chasing his wife to the crematorium. Xia Shiyao did not pay attention to him. I really couldn't help myself. I didn't mean to. Gu Xingyi hurriedly explained that he really couldn't help himself before kissing up. Not on purpose. Xia Shiyao still ignored him, only her small steps became faster. Gu Xingyi could only keep following Xia Shiyao with a bitter face. The two of them walked forward and backward, and after walking for a long time, Xia Shiyao didn't see Gu Xingyi catching up and pulling herself back, and then she became even more furious. Why didn't I realize he was so stupid before? It's just stupid. All the way to the parking lot outside the stadium, Xia Shiyao pulled open the door and got into the car. Gu Xingyi hurriedly took 3 steps and followed into the passenger seat. Xia Shiyao's pretty face is still cool. Let go of the handbrake. Ignition. Start in one go. The car drove off and 20 minutes later it arrived at the apartment. Gu Xingyi watched as Xia Shiyao walked inside the apartment and turned him away. Tao Lele walked out of the apartment in disbelief as she saw her sister Shiyao's small face scarlet and huffed as she walked into the bedroom. Just as Tao Lele went out the door, she saw Gu Xingyi, who was wearing a mask of pain, and Tao Lele frowned. Are you bullying Sister Shiodio again? Gu Xingyi's eyes dodged. No. Seeing Gu Xingyi's thief-like appearance, Tao Lele was even more certain. Good. Sister Shiyao just finished confessing her love to you in front of everyone and you're bullying her. Are you still a human being? Tao Lele was obviously furious. Her sister Shiyao had defended him like that. Why did Gu Xingyi still want to bully people? It's not what you think. Gu Xingyi hurriedly waved his hand to explain, scratching his head and giving a rough idea of the situation. Tao Lele's eyes widened as she listened with an unbelievable look. But Gu Xingyi's expression didn't look like a fake, and Tao Lele remembered the redness on Xia Shiyao's face, which made her believe Gu Xingyi's words. Then she looked at Gu Xingyi with a complicated face. You're not good enough even if you're given a chance. I don't even know where the point of Shioyo-san's anger is. It's hopeless. Knowing the truth, Dorothy was a bit speechless and decided not to pay any more attention to this man who was as stupid as a pig, turned around and closed the door and walked in. Gu Xingyi looked at the closed door of the room in front of him and sighed. I should have known better than to tease her. This is so hard. Gu Xingyi turned around, hung his head, and was about to leave with a disappointed look on his face. The door to the apartment behind him suddenly rang again at this time, and then a car key was shoved into Gu Xingyi's hand. With some warm feelings still on the key, Gu Xingyi turned his head and saw Xia Shuriao's pretty face with its little mouth puckered up. Idiot! You want to walk back? Gu Xingyi smiled, his heart relieved. It was good to be able to care about himself. Then he carefully asked, not angry? Seeing Gu Xingyi like this, Xia Shuriao could no longer hold back and snorted out a laugh. Dumb and Dumber is kinda cute, just a little unsettling. It wasn't supposed to be angry. Xia Shuriao beamed and said with a blank look at Gu Xingyi, what? Are all women so fickle? Then who was the ghost who just got angry and ignored me? No matter how stupid Gu Xingyi was, he wouldn't have said those words out loud at this time, and he nodded sagely. Yeah, there was no anger. I was the one who read it wrong. Don't want to ignore him. Xia Shuriao glanced at him and turned back to the apartment again. Gu Xingyi smiled hee and swaggered away with the car keys, all the way to the hotel. Gu Xingyi, who had taken a shower, had just laid down on the bed when he received a WeChat from Xia Shuriao. Good night. The corners of Gu Xingyi's mouth gently rose and returned the same. Your wife. Good night. A night without words. Early the next morning, Gu Xingyi drove to the apartment. He's taking little Nai back to Jiangcheng today, and the return ticket he booked when he arrived is today. His life as a baby daddy was about to continue again, and Gu Xingyi was still looking forward to it. So after breakfast, the group came to the airport. Xia Shuriao was intimate with little Nai for a while, and waited until it was almost time before handing the little one over to Gu Xingyi, her eyes full of reluctance. Gu Xingyi was equally unwilling to let go, but he still took Xia Shuriao's small hand and said softly, go back, remember to call back often, and whatever's going on, tell me, no holding back, okay? Xia Shuriao nodded, and Gu Xingyi squeezed her small hand before reluctantly letting go. Let's go, Gu Xingyi said, hugged Nai, and turned around to walk inside the passageway. Wait! A sudden gust of fragrant wind hit Gu Xingyi, who had just turned around. He and little Nai reaped a fragrant kiss from Xia Shuriao right on their faces. Then Xia Shuriao took 2 steps backward and pursed her lips. Go back! Gu Xingyi laughed lightly, looking at Xia Shuriao's delicate face and waved his hand. From now on, the world, the mountains and the rivers are all you, and none of them are you. The river and the sea share the rest of their lives, and the rest of their lives are all about you. Chapter 74 Kindergarten Enrollment Controversy. The plane arrived in Jiangcheng at 11:10 past noon. Returning to his long-lost home, Gu Xingyi first cleaned up and down the house and made lunch before resting down. After eating and drinking, the father and daughter naturally lay down on the couch in a kudzu-like manner, as they always did. It can only be said that there is a father and a daughter. Gu Xingyi himself does not know when little Nai learned this lying posture of their own, and have modeled a perfect replica of it. Looking at little Nai who was studying after him, Gu Xingyi sat up straight again as he suddenly remembered something very important. That is that little Nana is now 3 years old and it's time to start kindergarten. And the kindergarten will start in September. There is still a month to go. Gu Xingyi must find a kindergarten to enroll in advance to be able to do so. Thinking of this, Gu Xingyi looked towards little Nai who had also sat up straight on the sofa. Nana, do you know about kindergarten? Nai blinked her big eyes, thought carefully, and nodded at Gu Xingyi. I know. Kindergarten is a place where lots and lots of kids are. Nana's seen it on TV. Gu Xingyi had a smile on his face and rubbed the little one's head. Nina is so smart. So does Nina want to go to kindergarten? This time Nai didn't answer immediately. She frowned her little brows and thought for a long time. Her big eyes kept staring tightly at Gu Xingyi. It wasn't until Gu Xingyi had thought that the little one was resistant to going to kindergarten that she opened her mouth. Nina wants to go, but Nina can't let go of daddy. Gu Xingyi took a serious look at little Nai and took her into his arms. After going to kindergarten, you can also see your daddy every day. Daddy will take Nai to school and pick up Nai from school every day. And there are many children in the kindergarten to play with Nai, and the teacher will teach Nai to sing children's songs. And if you behave well, you can also get a little red flower. Gu Xingyi spoke patiently. A large part of Nanai's current personality and habits came from her own words and those of Xia Shuriao, but Gu Xingyi knew that she had not received systematic education and training after all, and could not be compared to a school teacher. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Nai then nodded her little head. Then Nana is going to kindergarten. Good. Then daddy will find a very good kindergarten for Nana. Gu Xingyi smiled and stroked little Nai's head, placing her on the sofa again before picking up his phone and searching for a nearby kindergarten. Then, Gu Xingyi realized that kindergarten enrollment was over. Enrollment stopped in July. Gu Xingyi scratched his head. What can be done about it? He hadn't even crossed over then. And the original owner, that animal, hadn't thought about these problems before. There was no way around it. Gu Xingyi could only continue searching online for which kindergartens were better in the neighborhood. In the end, Gu Xingyi chose a nearby kindergarten named Manhwa, which had a high rating and good reputation online, especially among parents. With trepidation, Gu Xingyi brought all kinds of materials and led Nai to Manhwa kindergarten by car. This place is really not far from where they live. It's just a 10-minute ride, and as soon as they get off the bus, Gu Xingyi winds up asking the security guards in front of the door, and smoothly arrives at the enrollment office of the Manhwa kindergarten. There were only 2 female office workers aged around 40 sitting in the office chatting. When Gu Xingyi knocked on the door, they both turned their heads at the same time to look at Gu Xingyi at the front door. One of them immediately stood up and politely inquired, "Hello, what can I do for you?" The other stared at Gu Xingyi's face and frowned slightly. She always felt how this man was somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall who it was. Little Nai was still a bit scared at the moment, hugging Gu Xingyi's thigh and hiding behind him. Gu Xingyi responded politely as well, his face wearing a somewhat embarrassed look. "Hello, it's like this. I forgot to enroll my child in kindergarten in June due to a momentary lapse of attention. She's already 3 years old this year. Do you think there's still a spot on your side of the school?" The woman who stood up shook her head. She'd seen this kind of careless parent a lot. Not to mention kindergartens Kajunghua Kindergarten, which had a very good reputation. But now, I'm afraid that even the average kindergarten wouldn't have any more places. Although each kindergarten would reserve a few specific places for emergencies. But she could tell that Gu Xingyi was clearly not one of them. "I'm sorry sir, we're full up here," she said to Gu Xingyi with a slight expression of regret. Gu Xingyi was a little disappointed when he heard this. Behind him little Nai also poked her little head out at this time, her big eyes looking around in confusion. She had only seen this place on TV and was very curious about everything here. "Xingyao, you're little Princess Xingyao aren't you?" The staff member sitting there suddenly voiced out at the sight of Nakina, his tone overflowing with excitement. She had just seen Gu Xingyi and felt familiar but couldn't recall, but when she saw Nai, she immediately recognized her. She has a son and both she and her son are fans of Nina and she is a fan of Nina's mom. The staff member standing froze when he heard this and muttered under his breath, "Star, Xingyao?" Then she turned her gaze to the tiny Nai. Her eyes were also steeply lit. As moms they were not familiar with Gu Xingyi, but they could be too familiar with Gu Xingyao. "It's really little Princess Xingyao, my baby. Wow, just like online. So cute." Gu Xingyi was also taken aback by this sudden reaction from the two. He scratched his head. So these two were both fans of Nai. Gu Xingyi still knew more about Nai's mom fans online, who called Nai as little Princess Xingyao. When Nai saw the two men looking at her with glowing eyes and calling her name, she first timidly looked at Gu Xingyi, and after receiving Gu Xingyi's eyes of encouragement, she finally stepped out from behind Gu Xingyi. "Hey, hello aunts." This was what Gu Xingyi usually taught her, to greet people when she saw them. Hello, quickly let me touch it. Wow. I've actually met the real little Princess Xingyao. I'm so happy." Both squatted down, one stroking Nina's hair and the other pinching Nina's little face, causing Nina to furrow her pretty little brow. That's when one of them suddenly looked up. "Hello, Mr. Gu, can you wait here for a moment? I'll give our headmaster a call to inquire, and I think our headmaster will be happy to accept Gu Xingyao to attend our school. Is there such a thing as a good thing?" Gu Xingyi hurriedly nodded. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. So Nai was so powerful. Her mom's fans were even more enthusiastic than normal celebrity fans. So next, one staff member rushed off to the side and dialed up the gardener's number, while the other remained coaxing Nai, simply in love. Gu Xingyi, on the other hand, had become a complete outsider. Chapter 75 Ping Schemes. Not long after, the staff member finished his call and came over with a happy face. "Mr. Gu, do you have all the information with you? I'll enter the quota for you now. Thanks." "Trouble." Gu Xingyi nodded his head busily and said thank you. Handing her all the information in his hand, he had searched online before he came to find out exactly what information was needed. The quota was quickly entered successfully, and the staff returned all the information to Gu Xingyi, then rubbed little Nai's little head and said, "Well, the registration has been successful. Mr. Gu, the following to pay attention to keep the phone open. Our teachers will find time to go to the home visit, recognize the child, and by the way, convenient to understand the child's situation. Mr. Gu, patiently wait on it. Also our school's start date is September 1st. Mr. Gu mustn't forget this time." Gu Xingyi took the information and was busy shaking her hand again. "Okay, good. What a bother. I'll take care of it." Only after everything was taken care of did Gu Xingyi leave with Nai under the reluctant gaze of the two staff members. Out of the door of the kindergarten, Gu Xingyi then breathed a long sigh of relief. His intention to come was to try. I did not think it really came true, and there was even a home visit before kindergarten enrollment. Something Gu Xingyi didn't know before. At the thought of this Gu Xingyi felt a little nervous. First-time father, The child's first teacher is coming to home visits. He is a little numbclaws. But this was all a must for parents. So Gu Xingyi could only force down the tension in his heart and take Nai Nai back home. Gu Xingyi had a lot of tasks these days, things that Nai Nai needed to prepare for kindergarten, a song for Xia Shuriao's next match, and a complete title for an anime that Chen Feng needed. All of this required him to prepare, sparing Gu Xingyi, who had traveled over, a bit of a headache. Gu Xingyi was busy in a frenzy, but fortunately everything was still going well. And at this moment, the Magic City, the sky was drizzling. In the Sea Moon Hotel, Yin Ping was having a meal with a fashionably dressed woman. The woman had long, big wavy hair, and at the moment was very ladylike as she shook her glass of red wine, took a small sip, and gently placed it on the table again. Minister Yin, it's thanks to your promotion that I was able to catch fire in the first place, but this thing you're talking about now isn't easy to handle. Although she was in her mid-30s in age, her voice came out with a sweetness that was so sweet it was cloying. But Yin Ping clearly liked this whiny voice of hers, and even looked at her with an appreciative light in his eyes. Xiao, don't worry, I've already greeted Wang Bing. If Xia Shuriao's next match is really Chengdi, he'll vote for Chengdi. Coupled with your vote, we're all set. Yin Ping looked like he was confident. He was even a little smug in his heart. A wage earner will always be a wage earner. How can he fight against a capital like him? There were a total of 4 judge tutors in the Starsong summary. He had already convinced 2 of them. Now as long as Ran Xiaoxiao agreed, Xia Shuriao was bound to lose her next match. Ran Xiaoxiao narrowed her phoenix eyes when she saw Yin Ping's gesture. Oh, even if you convince Wang Bing, with my vote, it's still only 2 votes. How can you say it's stable? Yin Ping still had a smile on his face as he held up the gold-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose. What if we add Shui Xiaoqian's vote? Shui Xiaoqian? That upright man? How can that be? Ran Xiaoxiao frowned. If she said someone else, she might still believe it. But when it came to Shui Xiaoqian, she would never believe it. Yin Ping smiled mysteriously and poured Ran Xiaoxiao another glass of wine, snorting. There's nothing impossible. You don't have to care about that. You just have to say if you'll help me or not. Ran Xiaoxiao thought for a moment, and looking at Yin Ping's look of determination, she lifted the cup up again, and after taking a gentle sip, she said to Yin Ping, cheers. Immediately, Yin Ping's face broke into a smile. Cheers. After a meal, Yin Ping reluctantly sent Ran Xiaoxiao to the car and watched her go away. People were also popular actresses now and could no longer be manipulated at will like before, which made Yin Ping lose his mind a little slightly, but soon he hid the loss and a smile spread back across his face. Now that he has gotten through to 3 of the 4 mentors at Starsong Exchange, if Xia Shuriao meets Chengdi, what is she going to win with? Do you really think the showbiz world is that clean? Naive. Moreover, he had hired Wu Fan, the godfather of music, to write songs for Chengdi with all his might. There was no fear that the audience wouldn't buy it when the time came. As for Wu Fan's last loss to Gu Xingyi, he didn't care in the slightest. Wu Fan personally assured him this time that the song would be good this time, and that last time it was purely because Lu Qian was out of his depth. It didn't have much to do with Wu Fan. All the people and things were taken care of smoothly. Yin Ping got into the car with glee and drove towards Sound and Sea Entertainment. Gu Xingyi, of course, didn't know about any of this. He was currently checking the internet for ways to write manga titles while writing the plot of One Man's Life in a thick notebook. Even though he had a deep memory of the anime, he still felt tough when it came time to write it. He had to rack his brain a little bit to pick out the descriptions and transitions of the scenes that were the hardest for him, as well as the characterizations and dialogues. It was exceptionally hard on him, not being a writing major, and it took him ages to think of even one supporting character before he could paint him in words, but it was a lot quicker than normal. You know, it takes the average person at least years and years to get him to write about a subject. Building something from nothing and standing on the shoulders of giants are 2 completely different things, and this is not a rush. He writes it and has to have it drawn by a manga artist again before it can be made into an anime. At his current pace, he was confident that he would be able to narrate the first season of One Man's Life in its entirety in a month at the latest. As for Xia Shuriao's song, he also already had an idea. It was a song that suddenly came to his mind when he was playing a video with Xia Shuriao today, a song specifically written for long-distance relationships. Gu Xingyi knew that as the game progressed, it would get tougher and tougher at the back, and he was afraid that he would lose badly if he didn't come up with some king bombs. It was mainly because Xia Shuriao's base was too small, unlike other famous singers, whose fans had already taken shape and would only grow. Compared to other singers, Xia Shuriao's road to fame is short, with many controversies and few regular fans, which is also her disadvantage, and the only way to make up for it is to keep coming up with good works. He was busy until the evening, when Gu Xingyi put little Nai Nai to sleep. Before he re-entered the living room and sat down at the table, he laid the manuscript paper flat and didn't write right away, but silently beat the beat and hummed it in a whisper first. It's not just the lyrics that are unbeatable, it's also the song's tune. And it's intro that's most important. After humming it once, Gu Xingyi then put pen to paper and wrote down the tune in its entirety, then labeled all the instruments used in it. When the pen fell and the song was completed, Gu Xingyi picked up the song manuscript paper and read it again before a smile hung on his face. This intro, it's unbeatable. Chapter 76, the third phase arrives. 3 days passed quickly. These days Gu Xingyi in addition to Xia Shiyao wrote that one song, all immersed in the creation of one person. He felt that he must have owed Chen Feng in his past life, or how to give this than writing anime is more exhausting than writing songs for Xia Shiyao. But fortunately, Gu Xingyi was getting more and more skillful at writing, and now he didn't even have to deliberately focus on typography to smoothly get the formatting all right. It is true to the saying that where there is a will, there is a way, and there is nothing that hard work cannot solve. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Gu Xingyi brought little Nai Nai, punctually sat on the sofa, cast the screen of the phone, and watched the live broadcast in real time. Today was the third installment of the Star Song Exchange, 4 into 2, and he could not wait to hear how amazing that song was coming out of Xia Shiyao's mouth. Magic City Gym. Xia Shiyao was already on the stage and it was time for the draw. Only this time, before the draw, the show actually included an interactive session with the contestants. The host was still Chen Shuer in full dress, and as if she had the traffic code, she came up and took the lead in interacting with Xia Shiyao. Contestant Xia Shiyao, may I ask if your song this time is still composed by Gu Xingyi? Xia Shiyao had a smile on her face as she gently nodded her head, giving an affirmative answer. Yes. Chen Shuer smiled faintly with a look of anticipation, and followed up with a question. Can you tell us what the name of the song is this time? And who do you hope to draw the most for this draw? Killing to Kill. Gu Xingyi saw this. Straight away, he called out that this is more than unsuspicious. Asking like this, no matter which one Xia Shiyao answered, the other party would feel slighted, right? At this point, even the pop-ups on the live stream began to troll. Holy, the hosts are up to something. What are you afraid of? Having strength is not afraid of messing up. I believe that Gu Xingyi's song, which one is not a classic? Yeah, I've listened to a few songs, so good melody and lyrics. It's just awesome. It feels like Xia Shiyao doesn't panic when she meets anyone. Alas, the song is good. I just don't know when it's going to be online. I've listened to it over and over again with full lossy sound quality. It's so hard. Didn't you say you'd go online with Yin after the competition? The first album I'll absolutely buy the hell out of it. No more talk. No more talking. It's all the same. Let's see how Xia Shiyao answers. And on the scene, Xia Shiyao still had a smile on her face as she answered directly after just a brief thought. I won't tell you the title of the song. You'll see for yourselves later. The person I want to draw the most I haven't thought about. Hey, I think they're all very strong. So no matter who I draw, I'll give it my all. In front of the TV, Gu Xingyi heard Xia Shiyao's answer and also smiled. Xia Shiyao answered politely and skillfully, so as not to offend anyone, but also to show that she would try her best. Chen Shuer didn't ask anything. Her face looked a bit disappointed, but she quickly adjusted and continued to ask some small questions, all of which were answered by Xia Shiyao one by one. After that, Chen Shuer interacted with a few other contestants before starting the official draw. Backstage Run Chao. See the real-time online traffic data. Happy, like this kind of competition, after a few flow will always slowly go down. The main each phase is basically the same. Nothing innovative, completely relying on the singer's song to support the long time. The audience will naturally lose. But the Star Song Exchange is now the third period. The data flow is even higher than a period. This is Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao to bring the heat. Every period of a famous song. The gods came also cannot top wow. At this time on the stage, the draw had already ended, and Xia Shiyao's opponent for today's match had already been determined. It was Cheng Di. Cheng Di looked at Xia Shiyao's absolutely beautiful side face. Her mood was a little nervous and excited. She didn't know what song Gu Xingyi had written for Xia Shiyao this time, but she could guess that the song written by her idol was definitely better than the one she had in her hands. But she would also still give it her all, and she would be happy to be able to compete with Xia Shiyao on the same stage, even if she lost. Losing on Gu Xingyi's song is not a loss, and you get to listen to another great song. It'll be great. Next, for mentors, Gao Yu, Ran Xiao, Shui Xiaoqian, and Wang Bing sang each other's hit songs and took the stage in turn under the spotlight. The atmosphere was lit up as a result. After all, these veteran singers have countless streams of their own fans. In this installment, Xia Shiyao and Cheng Di were the second match. The first match was between Miao Anquan and Wang Chen. Miao Anjuan sang a passionate love song, and is dancing while singing. The opening is warm and extraordinary. It is really the new generation of the popular young flower. This strength, even Gu Xingyi secretly smacked his lips. None of these four players who were able to kill it were really fancy. Although Miao Anjuan sang well, Gu Xingyi still felt that her own Xia Shiyao was the eternal god. The next Wang Chen, he brought a rock, tearing music accompanied by Wang Chen's raspy unique voice. Another ruthless role. Even the audience was driven to sway their bodies. At the end of the first session, both Gao Yu and Wang Bing's votes went to Wang Chen, while Ran Xiaoxiao's and Xue Xiaoqian's votes went to Miao Anjuan. Both songs were great and they sang them very well. It's just that the mentors like different genres and everyone interprets them differently, so the votes achieved a tie. The final vote was decided by the audience, and in the end it was Miao Anqian who was slightly better and took the final vote from the audience. On the one hand, Miao Anjuan has a much larger fan base, and on the other hand, there really isn't much of an audience for rock and roll, and for the average viewer, love songs are really easier to get into their hearts. Miao Anjuan and Wang Chen slowly retreated off the stage. The host, Cheryl Chen, came on stage immediately afterward with a microphone. Next up is our final group of contestants today, and our contest for the biggest popularity king of this year's Star Song Festival. Let's first welcome contestant Xiaoshi. Chen Shuer said enthusiastically. Xiaoshi slowly walked from the backstage. Today she was dressed plainly, like a white-collar worker who had just gotten off work. White body shirt with blue jeans, and drew light makeup. It's just that this simple dress makes her more real than the previous two times, giving the audience the feeling that she seems to have stepped into the human world, and that plainness is real, and is more approachable. This one still had Xia Shiyao taking the lead and singing on stage. The host also retreated at this time, and the stage darkened, with only a beam of light hitting Xia Shiyao's body. The music started and the title of the song was slowly revealed on the big screen behind it. Sea of Flowers, written and composed by Gu Xingyi, singer Xia Shiyao. The audience was drawn in by the intro before they could even read the title of the song. In front of the TV, Gu Xingyi's face was even more intoxicated. This prelude, it is indeed invincible. You know it's an old weak song. It's a well-known fact that the intro to all those old weak songs is basically unbeatable. As soon as the intro kicks in, one is completely transported into the world of the music. Chapter 77, The Sea of Flowers. On the stage, the program group rarely used special effects. A sea of flowers bloomed open, and Xia Shiyao just bathed in a sea of flowers, walking slowly. Seeing this scene, the audience, however, closed their eyes at this time, following the music, as if they could feel themselves in the sunshine in the sea of flowers, soothing their bodies and minds. None of them marveled in their hearts. Gu Xingyi this time, the song's prelude alone made them sink ah. They didn't even have to think about the lyrics of what was to come. Just the intro. It had already finished off the two songs from the previous contest. Xia Shiyao's eyelashes lightly blinked, her hand holding the microphone a little nervous. This time, this song was harder than the previous ones. She had practiced for a long time, and in her heart, this song was better than the previous ones. She didn't even know how Gu Xingyi's brain grew to be able to write such a song. She could only do her best to live up to the song. Xia Shiyao fixed her heart and spoke softly. Be still, all the blossoms, distant, clear love. God is depressed and love is loving it. At that time I didn't understand that it was called love. The sound was soft, and all the audience with their eyes closed were plunged deeper into the world of music at this moment when the lyrics rang out. Their hearts softly filled with a light sadness and joy. Sadness is a melody, joy is a memory, paradoxical and not so paradoxical. You like, standing on that ledge. You've been a long time, and you haven't come back. Colored time stained blank, a swirl of tears you shed. The hearts of the audience suddenly trembled as they heard this, and the sea of flowers in their hearts suddenly went blank, and in the haze, a gentle rain fell from the sky. Everyone bathed in the drizzle, waiting for the end to come. Xia Shiyao on the stage, her eyes suddenly firm at this time, picked up the microphone, her gaze as if through time and space, saw Gu Xingyi's figure. Her song came out with it. Don't want you to leave. Distance can't separate. Thoughts turn into a sea that can't enter outside the window. Forgiveness said too soon. Love became a hindrance, and the kite in your hand flew too fast to return. Xia Shiyao's footsteps gently took a step forward with every line she sang, and it was as if her voice had penetrated space and time, entering the hearts of the audience, and even more so Gu Xingyi's heart. Gu Xingyi looked at Xia Shiyao who walked step by step to the very front of the stage, her eyes filled with tenderness. The mentors were also all composed at this time, not even daring to breathe loudly. Ran Xiao, in particular, wondered if she was wrong about the song, and if she didn't vote for it, she'd be cursed to death. This kind of divine song was the best song without a doubt in her opinion until now. Xia Shiyao was still singing, her hands slowly reaching out and waving. The audience at the scene also opened their eyes at this time, waving along. They heard this and had been shocked to the point of opening their eyes. Their eyes were all filled with Xia Shiyao who was waving her small hands on the stage. Backstage Ren Chao is even pressing his heart to prevent it from suddenly jumping out. Yeah, is this a contest? This is a solo concert, right? It's purely a solo show. Don't want you to leave. Memories can't be scratched. The favor I owe you. I'm waiting for a do-over. The sky is still brilliant and it loves the sea. Love songs are defeated. Love no longer exists. Wrapping up perfectly, Xia Shiyao gave the song its soul in this world, and Gu Xingyi couldn't help but lift little Nai Nai's palm and clap it. Xia Shiyao's singing was fantastic. Old Chao can be relieved now, can't he? One didn't let his songs get buried in this world. The accompaniment and the song gradually ended. Xia Shiyao gently exhaled a breath. Her face was a bit flushed. She had just been brought into the song without realizing it. She even waved her hands. Just shy. The scene erupted in applause. A burst, as if never-ending, more enthusiastic and long-lasting than any of the previous. That's what the audience has to say about the song Sea of Flowers, especially the live broadcast. Gu Xingyi wanted to turn off the pop-ups, but he couldn't. These then were all praising himself and his wife. I've never heard such a great song, especially the intro. Seal the deal. As soon as the intro to this song came on, I got pulled in. Ugh. First time I've ever felt that way. It's amazing. The lyrics are great, too. Just speechless. Another looped recording with full lossy sound quality? Woohoo! When will the copyright registration go live? This heck. Starry Yao this then songs. One song is more seductive than the other. I'm convinced. I have to wait for the Star Song Festival to end before the album will be released, and I can't wait any longer. Let's hurry up and finish the Star Song Festival. Upstairs. Can't. Just think of the next few songs Starry Yao will come up with and bear with it. I can. That seems right. The mentors on stage, especially Xue Xiaoqian, were also covering their hearts at the moment. His heart was aching as he couldn't cast his vote for this song. Unfortunately, he came here with a mission. So how come this kind of conscience-absorbing thing is his turn? It's hard. Want to cry. And Changdi in the background had long since turned starry-eyed at this moment. Sure enough, it's Gu Xingyi, and the song is awesome. Yeah, and Xia Shiyao. The singing is so good. Woohoo! These two will be her idols from now on. A song that successfully conquered Changdi's ears. Changdi already liked Gu Xingyi's songs, and now even Xia Shiyao, who was singing, she was pink. She felt like her song wasn't even half as good as Sea of Flowers, and that's all that's left who still calls himself the godfather of music. Changdi hadn't really liked Wu Fan's songs before, and if it wasn't for Yin Ping's strong request, this wasn't even the song she would have chosen. Xia Shiyao had already walked off the stage by this time, and came face to face with Changdi. The two nodded at each other in a friendly manner, and even Xia Shiyao raised a small fist in a cheering gesture. Changdi instantly liked Xia Shiyao even more. The two of them smiled at each other as the host's voice on stage sounded again. It was Changdi's turn to go on. Changdi sang still a small sweet song. With her sweet voice, Xia Shiyao's last song brought a little bit of the light sadness or washed away. This kind of sweetheart girl, deeply loved by the majority of male netizens. When the song ended, the audience also applauded, but the applause was obviously not as warm as when Xia Shiyao sang Sea of Flowers. This kind of song has been somewhat mediocre for the audience, mainly because Gu Xingyi that then pulled up their level of appreciation, and even pulled up the entire Chinese music scene by more than one level. In the old days, this song would have totally taken the country by storm, but alas, now it's a brother in a brother in a brother. When it came to the voting session, the first mentor to vote was Gao Yu, who first commented on the two songs and then unsurprisingly voted for Xia Shiyao. After that it was time for Xue Xiaoqian, only to see Xue Xiaoqian in a difficult situation. He very highly praised Xia Shiyao's song, but when it came to voting, he voted for Changdi. All the viewers will smile. It's obviously a friendly ticket. Just like last time, Xiao Feibai also got a friendly vote. However, the next thing that happened was out of their expectation, out of Xue Xiaoqian's expectation, and out of Changdi's expectation. No one had expected Wang Bing, whose vote had also gone to Changdi. Xue Xiaoqian's face became more and more ironic, and Changdi's eyes involuntarily widened. This time, the scene all instantly quieted down, and everyone looked at the last tutor, Ran Xiaoxiao. Her vote became a crucial one. Chapter 78. Ran Xiaoxiao became the center of attention in an instant, and she had long cursed Yin Ping 1,000 times inside. If there really wasn't much of a gap in the songs, she could still round it out a bit, but now this situation was definitely pushing her to the stove. She hesitated for a moment, struggling even more inside. This step, once she took the wrong one, she faced the possibility of losing her persona and all sorts of controversies behind her, and she weighed the pros and cons quickly in her mind. The audience had long been holding their breath, and the scene was becoming pin-sharp. No one expected things to turn out this way. As for the audience in the live broadcast, they were not at all spoiled, and one by one, the pop-ups had long been flying. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? I can understand Xue Xiaoqian's vote as a friendship vote. What's the deal with Wang Bing? Blind? Nope. Deaf? Can't you tell if it's good or bad? Is this a veteran top-quality singer? Shady. I'm through. Are the judges out of their minds? Or do they think we have an IQ problem? There's obviously something wrong with this ticket given. Take a look. Take it easy. Isn't there still one more vote? If it's a tie, the audience's vote will definitely be Xia Shiyao's, and she can still win. I feel that even if I go up there, I'm better than this judge. If Xia Shiyao is really eliminated, I'll become a land key immortal. I'm still waiting for Xia Shiyao's next few songs. Not only the netizens exploded, Gu Xingyi in front of the TV set, even more narrowed his eyes. He is now no longer concerned about how the number of votes. Little cute. It can also be seen that there is a problem. He is now only concerned about Xia Shiyao. At this time the camera happened to give the two people on the stage. Changdi's eyes were wide open, full of incredulity. As for Xia Shiyao, Gu Xingyi was relieved to see that she didn't seem to feel lost because of the number of votes given by the judges. Xia Shiyao was actually still a bit lost in her heart, but the reason she was lost was because she felt that Gu Xingyi's Sea of Flowers was really good, and it seemed like she was going to live up to the song. And at this moment backstage guide room, the program director Ren Chao has long been angry will be clanging on the table. What do they mean? How dare they? He asked this to the assistant on the side, who smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. He didn't know either. Ren Chao eyes glowing with hostility. This is someone wants to smash his rice bowl. This abnormal situation happened to the program and he, a director, didn't know about it? The audience wouldn't think so. The viewers would only think that the show's crew had done something shady. At that time, he, the director, won't be sprayed as a fool? The more Ren Chao thought about it, the angrier he got, and he made sure to bring out the person behind the scenes, messing around on his program. Eat the bear's heart and leopard's gall. But at the moment, he could only pin his hopes on Ran Xiaoxiao. All eyes are on us, and that says it all right now at this very moment. Ran Xiaoxiao vaguely felt that she had returned to the heyday of that year, and the audience on and off the stage at that time looked at herself in the same way. When she saw this scene, her heart was pounding and she already had an idea in her mind. If we can get another hit because of this, even if it's a black hit, that's still traffic. Anyway, even if things blow up later, they can still shift all the blame to Yingping, and it's not like they're the only ones. Shui Xiaoqian and Wang Bing didn't also vote the same way. Making up her mind, Ran Xiaoxiao opened her mouth slightly. Her voice was not loud, but it was deafening. I'm sorry, Xia Shiyao. I like Chengdi's song better, so this is my vote for Chengdi. Groove. Ren Chao, the director in the guide room, after hearing Ran Xiaoxiao's words, only felt his eyes go black, and the cup of water in his hand was dropped on the ground by him in response, spilling the water in the cup all over the place. The assistant beside him was trembling with fear. Even the whole guide room was quiet as a sheet. Host Chen Shuer is also a bit confused at the moment. She doesn't even know how to continue hosting. The votes have been decided. Is the next audience vote still meaningful? Moreover, the audience on the scene was now obviously a little restless, and the online curses were even more intense for a moment, with the pop-ups completely flooding the screen of the live broadcast room. I laughed. You're invincible. No one can do anything about the blackout, can they? Garbage show crew, garbage programs, garbage mentors, all garbage. Shady. If this isn't shady, I'll eat 10 pounds. Don't cheat on your food upstairs. Little cute. Can see it's shady too. Ha, I've been chasing you for so long. This ticket given makes people speechless. I liked Ran Xiaoxiao before. I didn't expect it. What a surprise. What's the point of just talking about a Xiaoxiao? Didn't Shui Xiaoqian and Wang Bing give their votes just the same? It's really exciting. It's like a roller coaster ride for me, and I'm falling off at the end of it. The internet exploded with either curses or skepticism. The scene was also agitated. Many people shouted shady, refund and so on. Chen Shuer on the stage side. Now that it was true, she could only announce it. Chen Shuer picked up the microphone and put a professional smile on her face again. Only it was more or less forced in this smile. Now that all four mentors have given their votes, it's time for Chengdi. Wait. Chen Shuer's words were suddenly interrupted, and the crowd looked at Shui Xiaoqian and Chengdi who had spoken. Shui Xiaoqian's face darkened, while Chengdi had an anxious look on his face. The guide also had the sense to focus the camera on the two. Chengdi saw that Shui Xiaoqian had also opened his mouth. She nodded her head and signaled for her mentor to speak first. Shui Xiaoqian picked up the microphone, his face heavy. Sorry, host, to interrupt. There's a problem with the tickets this time, and I'd like to apologize to Xia Shiyao, and to the audience. I'm sorry, I got a message from Yingping, the operations minister of Sound Sea Entertainment, earlier, and he told me that Chengdi and Xia Shiyao belong to the same Sound Sea Entertainment. So if the gap between the two sides was too big, he asked me to cast a friendly vote for Chengdi, so that she wouldn't lose too badly. But now it's letting Chengdi advance instead. I feel responsible. Today, because of me, it caused Xia Shiyao to be eliminated. I resign from this responsibility as a Star Song exchange mentor. Shui Xiaoqian's words echoed loudly in the arena. The audience offstage boiled over. They never expected that it wasn't the program, but Sound C Entertainment. They also didn't expect Shui Xiaoqian was so rigid that he would blow himself up over such an incident. Gu Xingyi in front of the TV raised an eyebrow when he saw this familiar scene. This Shui Xiaoqian, he's a bit interesting. His character is on par with the old Shui in the original world. On the other hand, Yin Ping, who saw this scene, pushed away the heavily made-up woman in his arms, his hands trembling slightly, his face full of horror. He couldn't believe how Shui Xiaoqian dared. Isn't he afraid of attracting scorn? But at this moment, he couldn't care less about Shui Xiaoqian. He knew that this time, he was finished. The woman next to her knew by then that something was wrong, and her voice trembled a little. Yin, this role, it's all you. If you hadn't been beside me all the time saying that Xia Shiyao had taken your spot and that you wanted to teach her a lesson, could this have happened? It's finished. It's all over now. Yin Ping growled, blaming the woman beside him for all the crimes. He still couldn't believe that Shui Xiaoqian would even jump out and voluntarily admit it after the vote results were out. No way. I can't stand still. Yin Ping wanted to struggle a little more, but at that moment, the phone rang violently, and the name of Chairman Yang Xian was displayed on it. Yin Ping's eyes were steeply lifeless as he trembled and picked up the phone. On the phone, Yang Envy's growl rang out. Yin Ping, you get your ass over here right now and explain yourself. Chapter 79 Results. Chang Di on the stage was dumbfounded. Although she didn't know the specifics, she could sense that the vote was not right. She had wanted to shout out that she had abstained, but Shui Xiaoqian's words made her completely dumbfounded. She had never expected that the instigator behind this matter would be her uncle. Her lips quivered twice, but she still couldn't get a word out. It didn't matter what the truth was now. What was the difference between what her uncle had done, and what she had done? And even if she went to explain it, none of them would probably believe it. At this time, the internet has exploded. Just after Shui Xiaoqian said this sentence, Weibo, Douyin is all the hot searches of this incident. Ren Xiao could not have imagined that the traffic explosion he was expecting would be in this way. Countless crowds swooped into the major live broadcasting rooms like waves, most of them rushing in search of hot searches. In an instant, the amount of pop-ups in the live broadcast room doubled several times from before. Heat-seeking. I hear there's something shady going on? Shui Xiaoqian's character can still be guaranteed. Those two just don't know what kind of goods they are. Xia Shiyao, let's not compare. Let Gu Xingyi write you a few more songs. Let's go play by ourselves. Go online to Huayin. We'll buy the album. In plain sight. How dare you play this? Think we, the audience, are cuties. A weak word. Chang Di does sing quite well. No one is saying she can't sing well. The key is to compare. No comparison. No harm. Understand? I just want to know if Chang Di knows about this. I kinda liked her before. Sweetheart girl, this he can not know? It's just a shady thing to make her win. The party doesn't know that I eat 10 pounds live. Another food cheat. Didn't Chang Di yell wait just now? I don't understand. It's all one company. Why do you have to do this? The netizens were fiercely passionate. Even the scene was noisy and they were whispering about it. How Xia Shiyao sang and how good the song was. They all knew in their hearts. They didn't expect this to happen. It was too much. The only calm one on the scene was Gao Yu, who looked at the iron-faced Wang Bing and ran Xiao Xiao with interest and snorted. These two are really out of their minds. They did such a stupid thing for the sake of a Yun Paiyang. He didn't know that Wang Bing was on the verge of cursing Yin Ping and ran Xiao Xiao at the moment. He had received favors from Yin Ping to let him vote for Chang Di, and he had hesitated when he had just voted. It's just that he can't afford to give up those favors. And there's still a Ran Xiao Xiao behind him. He thought that even if he voted for Chang Di, Ran Xiao Xiao only needs to vote for Xia Shiyao, and the final result will still be Xia Shiyao's victory, and then everything will be fine. After all, in that situation, he didn't believe Ran Xiao Xiao would vote for Chang Di again, but no one expected that Ran Xiao Xiao's sudden lust for profit would really give Chang Di another vote. Ran Xiao Xiao was even more completely flustered. She had wanted to use this to gain some attention and conversation, and then sell herself short afterward to push things onto Yin Ping. But after Shui Xiaoqian messed up like this, and she was the last person to vote, the traffic was gone, not to mention, the reputation was also completely finished. Shui Xiaoqian can still say that he was there because of the friendly votes, and that he himself, who voted at the end of the day, had absolutely nothing to wash his hands of. Ran Xiaoxiao's mind completely collapsed. The host Chen Shuer was completely embarrassed in place. She had been engaged in hosting for so many years. It was the first time she had seen this kind of situation. Even though she had a lot of experience, at this time, she didn't know how to round off the situation. Ren Chao is also suffering from a headache. This vote has been voted. Now what to do? Is it possible that the previous votes don't count and we have to vote again? But it seems like that's all that's left for now. It's hard to get. This kind of broadcasting accident was too much of a headache. If Yin Ping were here right now, Ren Xiao would hate to just strangle him to death. Ren Xiao had no choice but to sigh and prepare to personally step in to resolve this matter. Unexpectedly at this time, Cheng Di suddenly opened her mouth. She held the microphone. Her eyes were lifeless, but her voice was loud. I abstain. She knew that the show must be having a headache right now, and that the only best solution was for her to stand up for herself. Whether it's Xia Shiriao's performance, or the song Sea of Flowers, both are way better than mine. I'm equally unconvinced about the voting results, so I choose to abstain. The one who advances this time should be Xia Shiriao. She deserves it, Cheng Di said. She didn't explain about Yin Ping, she just said what she thought. The audience in the arena once again mingled, as did the internet, and they all talked about it. They didn't know whether Cheng Di's words were made out of sincerity or because of pressure, and for a while the internet was also a mess of noise. Various hot search topics still continue. This 10 minutes time, the previous things have been on the top 10 hot searches, and now Cheng Di's speech is followed by the hot searches. Hot 50, which is now basically the event of this year's Stargazer. Just then, Xia Shiriao moved. She had been subdued since the vote, but now she pursed her lips and walked over to Cheng Di, pulling her small hand. You're fine. The voice was not loud enough for only Cheng Di to hear. However, her actions made everyone understand that Xia Shiriao, she and Cheng Di had a good relationship, so Cheng Di should not know anything about this matter either? Otherwise, how could Xia Shiriao have such an attitude? The netizens thought about it carefully. After the voting ended, Cheng Di was standing out with Shui Xiaoqian. Only she let him speak first before she had a chance to speak. I think what she was trying to say at the time was abstain, right? The online clamor also stopped because of Xia Shiriao's action. Holding Xia Shiriao's warm and soft hand, Cheng Di turned her head. Then she saw Xia Shiriao's sincere gaze. At this moment she suddenly wanted to cry a little. Not to beat myself up, but to be happy that I can like someone like that. She really deserves it. Thinking this way, Cheng Di decided to go back and have her mom give her uncle a good beating and then ground him at home. It was too hard for her to have such an unconscious uncle. Ren Xiao also walked onto the stage at this time. He was quite grateful to Cheng Di, because Cheng Di's initiative to abstain saved him a lot of things. He took the microphone from the host. Hello everyone. I'm the General Director of Starsong Exchange, Ren Xiao, and I'm very saddened by the fact that something like this happened on our Starsong Exchange stage, and also very remorseful. Xia Shiriao's strength is obvious to all, and I won't allow her to quit the stage due to something like this. But luckily, Tutor Shui Xiaoqian and contestant Cheng Di came forward at the end and gave us the truth. I am now here to announce that I am removing the votes of Wang Bing and Ran Xiaoxiao, as well as terminating their contracts. They will not be employed from now on. Also, this match is now reopened for voting. We, Starsong Exchange, will never allow any injustice to exist. After finishing his speech, Ren Xiao bowed deeply to the audience before retreating from the stage. The host took over and the voting resumed. Only this time, Wang Bing and Ran Xiaoxiao were sitting on pins and needles in the mentor's seat. Chapter 80 Home Visits. The result of the revote was clear. Xia Shiriao advanced. Ren Xiao sighed in relief. Next he had to invite 2 more tutors. Luckily Wang Bing and Ran Xiaoxiao were the ones who broke the contract themselves, so naturally he didn't have to bother more on this matter. The 1-2 punch ended the game, but the online vitriol has just begun. Angry netizens went straight to the roundup blog of the entertainment company Ran Xiaoxiao and Wang Bing work for, questioning them on what to do with such a misbehaving entertainer. As for Yin Ping, who started it all, Soundsea Entertainment's roundup blog was blasted long before that. Finally, shortly after the contest ended, the official enclosure blog of Sound and Sea Entertainment officially responded to the incident and issued an apology. A letter of apology to the general public and Xia Shiriao. Due to the problem of our management system, Yin Ping, the former head of our operation department, utilized his position to bring serious injustice to our singer Xia Shiriao in the Starsong Festival competition. It's also a terrible viewing experience for the general public. After a meeting of the company's board of directors, Yin Ping has been dismissed from his position and will never be rehired. Finally affirmed. We Soundsea Entertainment has been upholding the principle of fair and just doing things, treating all kinds of fraudulent people by no means soft. Hope that the majority of netizens to supervise, and more support, to create a harmonious and stable entertainment posture. Shortly after Sound and Sea Entertainment's statement, Ran Xiaoxiao and Wang Bing's companies also spoke out in quick succession. The result that greeted the two was an apology to the public with Xia Shiriao and a promise that nothing like this would ever happen again. Once these two statements were made, everyone knew that this was the end of both of their careers. Because of these statements, the heat of this incident has slowly calmed down, and the netizens just want a result. And now that all is happy, they will naturally disperse individually. It's just that after this incident, Sea of Flowers is completely on fire. And even people who didn't pay much attention to Stargazer before know the song. In just one night, Sea of Flowers had more airplay than all previous songs, and even The Wind Rises had to settle for second place. On the internet now, Guxingyi's few songs were riding high, and the airplay left the other songs far behind. Realizing that these songs hadn't even made it onto the airplay platform yet, and were still in full lossy sound quality, one could imagine how hot these songs would be once Xiaoshirya went live with her album after the Star Song Festival ended. Currently, Guxingyi only has one song, as long as it's ordinary online on Wine, and it tops the Wine new songs chart, leaving other singers with nothing to look forward to. They were all lamenting the fact that someone who wasn't in the entertainment industry had hardened the Chinese entertainment industry to a height where it didn't belong. Guxingyi didn't care at all about the online fiasco at the moment, because he was facing something that was much more important to him. Little Nana's kindergarten teacher is coming for a home visit. The first morning of the next day, Guxingyi got up early, tidied up the house neatly, and placed fresh fruits on the coffee table. For the next 3 years, little Nai would be taught by these two teachers, and Guxingyi still valued this home visit. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Guxingyi brought little Nai downstairs on time and waited for the teacher to arrive. A short while later, 2 female teachers in uniform came up to meet her, and they instantly recognized Naya waiting downstairs. Guxingyi had a smile on his face and hurriedly walked up to shake their hands. Hello, hard work guys. The 2 female teachers, one younger, aged around 20, and the other older, around 40, were unified by their proper demeanor and very gentle smiles on their faces. This smile makes you look at it and you can't stop the feeling of closeness rising. Hello, Mr. Gu, my name is Su Ling. I'm the teacher of the primary 3 class at Manhwa Kindergarten, and I'm a fan of yours. Su Ling was relatively young and smiled with 2 dimples showing on her face, introducing herself to Guxingyi with a delighted face. Another teacher who was a bit older followed after Su Ling finished. Hello, my name is Lu Dan. I'm also the teacher of the primary 3 class at Manhwa Kindergarten. I'm different from Su Ling. I'm a fan of little Nai. After Lu Dan finished, he squatted down and rubbed little Nai's hair with a loving face. Rarely was Nana not afraid of being a student, and lifted her little face to gaze at the teacher who just seemed to be so nice. Guxingyi scratched his head with a silly smile. Why is this made to look like a fan meeting? 2 teachers? It's hot in here. Come into the house. With that said, Guxingyi led little Nai, leading the way for the 2 teachers in front, and the group arrived at the house. After greeting them and sitting down on the sofa, Su Ling and Lu Dan also took out the notebooks and pens they carried with them and began to ask about some of little Nai's basic situation. Guxingyi sat across from the 2 of them and answered questions like a schoolboy. Mr. Gu, I don't know who usually brings up the kids and who picks them up from school. Su Ling looked at the restrained Guxingyi and sneered. She didn't expect the famous Guxingyi to be this approachable. For the first 2 years Nina was brought up by her mom. Recently her mom has been busy with work and I'm the one who has been bringing her up, and when it's time to go to school, I'll be the one who will be picking her up and dropping her off. Guxingyi replied with some embarrassment. He, a full-time baby daddy, wondered what the 2 teachers on the other side thought? Su Ling nodded and continued to ask as she made notes into her book. There were a ton of questions after that. What kids usually like to eat? What are they allergic to? Favorite cartoon? Favorite toy? Lifestyle? Personality? And so on and so forth in a series of questions. Guxingyi answered in detail one by one. He was now incredibly impressed with these teachers. They really thought of everything they could think of and recorded it clearly. It would be extremely rare to realize that they have to take care of so many children. After asking Guxingyi questions, the 2 teachers magically pulled out small gifts they had prepared for Nai from their pockets. Nai glanced at Guxingyi, and only after Guxingyi nodded did she accept the gifts from the 2 teachers and said thank you. Su Ling and Lu Dan obviously loved little Nai, and they crouched down and talked to Nai. The Nai in their eyes at the moment was so well behaved, polite, and good-looking that it just melted their hearts. Su Ling interacted with Lu Dan and Nai for a while before sitting on the couch again with a big smile on her face. Mr. Gu, I wonder what Nai's usual interests are. After interacting with Nina for a while, they all learned Nina's nickname as well. Loves to sing. Nina takes after her mom and is more talented at music. Guxingyi said without even thinking. Nina loved to sing and had a good sense of pitch, something he had discovered early on. Chapter 81, 2 Children's Songs. Hearing Guxingyi's words, Su Ling and Lu Dan both crossed a trace of joy in their eyes. They knew that little Nai sang very well. They didn't realize that the child's hobby was also singing. Children whose hobbies and specialties are the same are the best to raise. So can Nina sing a song for the teachers now? Su Ling squatted down, gazed at little Nai, and asked with a smile. Aha! Nana had been interacting with the 2 teachers for a while and had become familiar with them, and now that she heard that the teachers wanted to hear her sing, she was busy nodding her little head vigorously. She loves to sing. Both daddy and mommy look good when they sing, and she wants to look as good as mommy and daddy. Then, under the watchful eyes of the 3 adults, Nai sang the song of the White Rabbit that Guxingyi had taught her in a tender childish voice. The 3 adults shook their bodies in a cooperative manner. giving Nina a beat. Nina sang beautifully, and the brand new children's song was a hit with both Su Ling and Lu Dan. As kindergarten teachers, they are pretty sharp judges of children's songs. If the previous online Nina song Courageous Outburst wasn't good enough for 3-year-olds to sing, this White Rabbit song will no doubt stick with the kids just fine. The song was short and Nina finished it quickly. The three of them applauded Nina's performance together, and Nina's big, happy eyes had narrowed into a crescent shape. She likes kindergarten even more now. Mr. Su and Mr. Lu are both very warm and fuzzy people. After that, Su Ling and Lu Dan chatted with Gu Xingyi for a while. They introduced Gu Xingyi to Jianghua Kindergarten's educational philosophy and educational content. Gu Xingyi listened attentively and nodded from time to time. After chatting, Lu Dan took out another home visit record sheet and asked Gu Xingyi to fill it out and put it away. This home visit was almost over by this point. Su Ling and Lu Dan put away their record sheets, but they didn't have the intention of leaving. Instead they looked at Gu Xingyi with another embarrassed face. Gu Xingyi scratched his head, not understanding why they suddenly looked this way. It was still Lu Dan who took the lead. Mr. Gu, it's like this. September 1st is not the beginning of the school year. Our school has prepared a welcome assembly, when all the parents and the newly enrolled children will attend. The director asked each classroom teacher to prepare 2 children's songs at the welcome assembly. The scene to teach the children songs and dances. In the past years, every year back and forth we teach the same 2 fixed children's songs. Those 2 songs are not very good even if, and also a little difficult for the children, resulting in a lot of children cannot learn, and we are very embarrassed. This year, Mrs. Su and I heard that your child happened to be entering our class, so we wanted to prepare 2 more innovative songs and dances. I wonder if Mr. Gu could try to compose 2 children's songs for us. Of course, this is just our personal request. If it's difficult then forget it. Lu Dan finished in one breath, with an embarrassed look on her face, and you could tell that she had also said it with the attitude of trying it out. Su Ling, on the other hand, blinked at the side, looking at Gu Xingyi with some anticipation in her eyes. So, of course you can. Ms. Lu don't need to be polite with me. After all, it's all for the sake of the children. After Gu Xingyi heard this, he agreed very quickly. He thought it was a big deal. This matter, for him, was very easy. Seeing Gu Xingyi's big promise, Su Ling and Lu Dan simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, their faces once again overflowing with happy smiles. They were completely unauthorized to do so. There was no such thing as a home visit, and the school would not have allowed them to ask the parents if they had known about it. The 2 of them couldn't really find a better children's song before they thought to ask Gu Xingyi about it. After all, Gu Xingyi had made songs like Courageous Explosion before. Then thank you so much, Mr. Gu. Both of them thanked Gu Xingyi at the same time. Then when Mr. Gu creates a good song, send it to our WeChat and we'll see how to choreograph the dance. They had exchanged WeChat messages with Gu Xingyi before, which made it easy for Gu Xingyi to keep tabs on little Nai's situation at the kindergarten in the future. But what they didn't expect was for Gu Xingyi to wave his hand. Don't go to all that trouble, just wait a couple of minutes, and now I'll make 2 children's songs for you to see if they fit. After saying that, Gu Xingyi quickly walked back to the bedroom, took out the quarto paper, and created it in front of the 2 men. The melodies of the children's songs were basically very simple, just 2 children's songs. Gu Xingyi could have copied out 2 of them with his eyes closed. Su Ling and Lu Dan, however, were completely shocked. What do you mean, just 2 children's songs? You don't like children's songs? And they knew Gu Xingyi was good at writing songs, but they didn't think it would be this good. Without saying a word, live songwriting? Is this man really a charcoal-based creature that could be found on the blue planet? It's not a mysterious visitor from another planet, is it? What Su Ling and Lu Dan didn't know was that their thoughts at the moment were already very close to the truth. If he wasn't afraid of being too shocking, Gu Xingyi could hang everyone in the entire lyric world in a minute, especially that what was called the godfather of music. Wu Fan. If Gu Xingyi really wanted to compete with him, he could press him to the ground and violently pound him. It only took a mere 10 minutes. In the shocked eyes of Su Ling and Lu Dan, Gu Xingyi stopped writing and picked up the song script paper with the lyrics and handed it to them. Well, okay? Su Ling was shocked to the point of stuttering. Gu Xingyi nodded rightfully. Sure thing. You guys read the lyrics and ask me if you don't know them. Su Ling and Lu Dan exchanged a glance. Then they looked at the lyrics and sheet music in their hands. The sheet music they couldn't read too well. They only read a generalization, but the lyrics they could see. Both songs have very simple, instantly recognizable lyrics. Su Ling raised her head, took the paper in her hand, and said shyly, that, I can't quite read it. Can you sing it once for me to hear? Lu Dan also raised her head and looked at Gu Xingyi. She also wanted to hear how these 2 songs that looked very simple came out. This time it was Gu Xingyi's turn to be embarrassed. Let him alone teach little Nai to sing children's songs. He can still sing. In front of the 2 beautiful teachers, he really can't sing. But it's time to sing. Gu Xingyi touched his nose and took Su Ling's piece of paper from her. Then I'll sing. I'm sorry if I can't sing well. The song this kid sings, I may not have the flavor to sing it. Su Ling was busy waving his hand. He was a fan of Gu Xingyi and knew that Gu Xingyi's singing was also very good. It's fine, Mr. Gu, we often sing children's songs too. Gu Xingyi nodded, before putting down the paper in his hand, moistening his voice, and cheerfully singing this song in Su Ling's hand. The name is Two Tigers. Chapter 82, Two Children's Songs, 2. The cheerful melody sang out from Gu Xingyi's mouth, causing both Su Ling and Lu Dan's eyes to light up. They pricked up their ears in unison and listened intently. Two tigers, run fast, one has no ears and one has no tail. That's weird, it's weird. With simple lyrics and a catchy melody, little Nai Nai even listened to it only once before she followed Gu Xingyi, bobbing her head and singing. Su Ling and Lu Dan also looked like they had found a treasure. This simple, straightforward melody and repetitive lyrics are perfect for kids to learn, and they're sure to be able to belt out the song with ease. And they had just heard the song and already had the beginnings of a dance to it in their heads. Gu Xingyi's chorus with little Nai Nai ended, and the father and daughter celebrated with a taciturn high five. Su Ling and Lu Dan couldn't help but applaud as well. Gu Xingyi scratched his head. This kind of childish children's song from his mouth, a big man, or in front of the two teachers, is really a little out of place. Fortunately, there is a small Nai Nai chorus on the sidelines. Otherwise it is really a little embarrassing. After the song was finished, Gu Xingyi handed Su Ling another piece of manuscript paper in his hand. Su Ling took the manuscript paper that Gu Xingyi handed over again, and the smile on her face was so wide that she couldn't hide it. Wonderful, Mr. Gu, this song is fantastic, totally suitable for young children of this age to learn to sing now. Lu Dan nodded in agreement. This simple song is best suited for children. We just need to go back and choreograph it into easy-to-learn dance moves, and in conjunction with the hand gestures, the children will surely be able to take it in easily. It's good to be able to help. Gu Xingyi was also all smiles. He could already imagine the scene at the orientation meeting when the Munchkins were in groups, singing Two Tigers under their breath. Su Ling earnestly put away the curved manuscript paper, and then Lu Dan handed the paper in her hand to Gu Xingyi again, the look of anticipation in her eyes showing. Gu Xingyi was dumbfounded. Here we go again. Lu Dan's meaning is obvious. Two tigers have sung this song again. Chant. All right. Facing the teacher who would be spending 3 years with little Nai Nai in the future, Gu Xingyi compromised. Having already sung one song, Gu Xingyi was much more subdued for the second, and he even began to do the moves. It's also a very simple children's song, which at one point in its original life blew up on doo-wop. It's called Planting Flowers in the Garden. Gu Xingyi cleared his throat and raised his hands. He didn't notice in the slightest that the door behind his home was open from the outside at that moment. The three familiar figures just stood frozen in the doorway, looking at Gu Xingyi, who was performing inside. Dig inside the tiny garden, plant tiny seeds and bloom tiny flowers. Gu Xingyi sang while his hands gestured in the air. He first drew the shape of a garden, then gestured as if he was planting seeds, and finally put his hands together and closed them in front of his face, making a blossoming motion. All 6 members of the family left him undisturbed and let him indulge in the performance of this children's song. Behind them, in front of the gates, some people even took out their cell phones and started videotaping. Dig inside the great big garden, plant great seeds and bloom great flowers. Gu Xingyi compared the garden a little bigger this time and continued to be shamefully cute. After singing the verse, he gestured a larger garden in front of him. Digging inside a particularly large garden. Plant extra large seeds and bloom extra large flowers. Put! An uncontrollable laugh came from behind him, and Gu Xingyi froze abruptly as he mechanically turned around. Xia Shuyao, Sister Yun and Tao Leilei's figures appeared clearly in front of him. The culprit who had just failed to hold back her laughter was Tao Leilei, who was still covering her small mouth and snickering, while secretly hiding her cell phone in her other hand. Gu Xingyi was confused. When did they come back? Are they dead? Gu Xingyi was silent for a moment, looking at Xia Shuryao's stunningly beautiful face and blinking. What are you doing back here? Xia Shuryao originally had a happy smile on her face, which suddenly disappeared after hearing Gu Xingyi's words. What does this guy mean? Doesn't want to come back? Was going to surprise him. Now it's just pissed off. She pursed her lips. This is my home too. After saying that, Xia Shuryao felt that it was a bit bad again, so she added another sentence. I miss Nana. After saying that, Xia Shuryao smoothly walked into the room, followed by Sister Yun who came in and Tao Leilei who snickered together. This Gu Xingyi really deserved it, but they knew how impatient Xia Shuryao was before she came back. Even early in the morning, she pulled them up. Seeing her mom back, Nina jumped into her arms with joy. Gu Xingyi touched his nose and also hurriedly stood up to introduce himself. By the way, these two are teachers from Nai Nai's kindergarten. MS. Su and MS. Lu. here for a home visit. Su Ling and Lu Dan had long since stood up with smiles on their faces. They had also long recognized the stunningly beautiful-looking girl in front of them, Xia Shiyao, the singer whose topic was exploding on the internet nowadays. She was also little Nai Nai's mom. And on the topic of Gu Xingyi's domestic violence before they also understand a little bit. And now look at this scene. Gu Xingyi, which seems to be a person who will domestic violence obviously. Xia Shiyao could hold him to death with a single look. Hearing Gu Xingyi's introduction, a smile also rose back up on Xia Shiyao's face as she shook hands with Su Ling and Lu Dan respectively. Hello guys. Hard work to both teachers. Su Ling and Lu Dan hurriedly waved their hands. No hard work. It's all what we should do. It's Mr. Gu, who helped us a lot. If it wasn't for the 2 children's songs he provided us with, we'd be fretting. Xia Shiyao glanced at Gu Xingyi as she sniffed. So the children's song he just sang was for the kindergarten. I can't believe he didn't even tell Nina that she was in kindergarten. And the teacher's home visit is so important that he didn't even tell himself about it. This man is trying to take over the household management all by himself. Once again ushering in Xia Shiyao's unkind gaze, Gu Xingyi blinked again, that aggrieved in his heart. Didn't we say full-time baby daddy? Didn't we say it's a good thing? Didn't we agree that you'd take care of the outside and I'd take care of the inside? It's true that women are all big piggies. This eye contact between the two fell in the eyes of Taluolele and Yun's sister. They simply did not have the eyes to see. Taluolele even rolled a cute white eyes. There are so many people here. You're looking at each other in public. It's not appropriate. Su Ling and Lu Dan also put away the manuscript paper on the table at this time and said smilingly to Gu Xingyi, Mr. Gu, today's home visit has come to a successful end, so we'll take our leave first. Gu Xingyi hurriedly retained. Why don't you 2 teachers have lunch here before you go? Su Ling and Lu Dan hurriedly waved their hands, and their bodies also walked towards the door. No, we've already been delayed here for a long time. There are other children's parents waiting for our home visit. Mr. Gu, don't send them. Go back. Su Ling finished with Lu Dan and left from the neighborhood with Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao escorting her. This home visit was considered to be a good time for the guests and hosts, and Gu Xingyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Full-time baby daddy. It's not good. Chapter 83 Warm Moments. Back at home, Gu Xingyi watched as Xia Shiyao sat on the sofa with Nai Nai in her arms, and I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but Gu Xingyi always felt as if she had gained a little more weight than a few days ago, and her pretty face, so watery and white without even realizing it. Gu Xingyi vaguely remembered when he first came to this world. When he opened his eyes, the little faces of this mother and daughter were reflected in his eyes, and at that time their faces were so pale and helpless. This cutting sense of time and space interlacing caused Gu Xingyi to momentarily go into a bit of a trance. Xia Shiyao's beautiful eyes glanced over at Gu Xingyi and saw him like a little cutie, like standing there, staring at himself and little Nai Nai motionlessly. This bean. Xia Shiyao cut him off with an annoyed glance, signaling that Lei and Sister Yun were still there. Gu Xingyi was struck by the flavor of this glance and snapped out of his time interlude, and it was only then that he touched his nose and asked, Isn't the Star Song Festival finals in 2 days? Why did you guys take this time to come back? Before Xia Shiyao could say anything, Tao Lei staggered first. Gu Xingyi, it seems like you don't care about our sister Shiyao. The finals are a week away. Sister Shiodo just took a break and rushed back without stopping. Joy, where am I? I'm thinking of Nana. When Xia Shiyao heard Tao Lei say this, a blush rose on her face and she immediately explained. Tao Luola blinked her eyes and looked at Xia Shiyao, which meant that she didn't say that you were thinking about him either. You belong to the category of not beating yourself up. This time, Xia Shiyao blushed even more. A week. Ha! Gu Xingyi scratched his head. He really hadn't watched it. At the end of the re-vote, he had received a call from the kindergarten. How could he be bothered to watch the later programs? Xia Shiyao softly hummed as an answer to Gu Xingyi's words. Gu Xingyi nodded, sensibly not asking him how many days he was staying at home. It would be impolite to ask again. He was afraid that Xia Shiyao would gar him. Gu Xingyi, Shiyao, we sent you back. We'll leave first. It's not easy to come back. Lei and I will go to the hospital to see Mom. At this time, Sister Yun also walked over and looked at Gu Xingyi and said, Aha! Sister Yun, Shiodo and I will see you guys off. No need. It's not easy for Shiodo to come back. Stay home more. We can just go there by ourselves. Yun said, pulling Lei towards the door. Xia Shiyao still held Nai Nai and stood up to send Sister Yun and the girls downstairs. Gu Xingyi didn't follow and was ordered to make lunch at home. On the road, Tao Lei happily took out her cell phone and clicked on the video she had just recorded and watched it. And Sister Yun and Xia Shiyao also came over with a curious face. Seeing Gu Xingyi in that state again, they still couldn't stop laughing out loud. Even Xia Shiyao had rarely seen Gu Xingyi look so childish. Sister Yun suddenly said at this time, Shiyao, can this video be uploaded? Since your comeback, you've only had those 2 updates on your Weibo. Now that you have such good material, it would be good to upload it again to show your fans your daily life at home, and it would also completely change the perception of Gu Xingyi in their eyes. Since the end of the last incident, although Gu Xingyi's image on the internet had reversed quite a bit, people's impression of him was still stuck on the senses of being mysterious, writing great songs, and having a dark history. The netizens do not know what kind of person Gu Xingyi is in life. Xia Shuriao's fans left messages under her blog mostly asking for new songs, asking when the album will be released, as well as her and Gu Xingyi's usual life is still good. These topics. Xia Shuriao's Weibo account had always been managed by Sister Yun, who was very sensitive to this aspect. Hearing Sister Yun's words, Xia Shuriao thought for a moment, but still shook her head. Have to ask his opinion first yet. If he doesn't want to, then he won't send it. Tao Lele sniffed and put her cell phone away. She was a little confused as to what exactly was going on between Sister Shuriao and Gu Xingyi both right now. We're supposed to be an old married couple. Why should Xiaoyo consult Gu Xingyi on this decision? In Tao Lele's mind, husband and wife should be a community, not like Xia Shuriao, who seemed to be careful in everything she did. What Tao Lele didn't know was that the current Xia Shuriao was already too much better compared to before. At least she now already had her own little temper, and many times, she had her own advocate and decision. When Xia Shuriao returned home again, Gu Xingyi was busy in the kitchen. The aroma of the meal drifted into the living room from within the kitchen. Xia Shuriao placed Nai Nai on the sofa and leaned on the kitchen doorframe, quietly watching his back. His shoulders were much stronger than before. His person was not as slim as before, and his whole person radiated youthful vigor. What has changed the most, compared to all this, is his character. He became extremely patient with everything. He became calm. He became extremely good and kind to both of them, especially in the trivial and small things in life. The finesse he showed made her unconsciously all indulge in his tenderness. This man, he was her treasure. When Gu Xingyi turned around, he saw Xia Shuriao looking at him in fascination, her autumn watery almond eyes mapping out a gentleness that seemed to melt him. He scratched his head, suddenly a little shy, but he looked her straight in the eye. What's wrong? Seeing Gu Xingyi in such a dumbfounded state, Xia Shuriao laughed, smiling brightly like a peach blossom, causing Gu Xingyi to look even more dumbfounded. It's nothing. It's just that Sister Cloud asked you if you could post the time when you just sang the children's song on the Roundup blog. Gu Xingyi's eyes widened steeply, and even the hand holding the spoon trembled a little. What? She videotaped it? Xia Shuriao pursed her lips and nodded. Joy recorded it, and Yun said posting it on the Roundup would solidify your image a bit. Gu Xingyi had a question mark on his face. Was this corrupting his image or consolidating it? Seeing Gu Xingyi's look, Xia Shuriao knew that he wasn't very happy about it, so she added, it hasn't been uploaded yet. I think I need to ask your opinion. If it doesn't work, it won't be uploaded. Seeing Xia Shuriao's appearance, Gu Xingyi suddenly asked, so do you want to upload it? Xia Shuriao froze for a moment. She just looked at the serious Gu Xingyi. The smile on her face grew even wider. Then she nodded her head. Aha, I want to. It's no use thinking about it. You have to ask MS. Sue and the girls first. Ha ha, Gu Xingyi laughed out loud, as if the prank had been successful. Both songs were given to MS, Sue and the girls, and since they were given to others, it was still necessary to ask for their opinions. After being put on the spot by Gu Xingyi, Xia Shuriao was stunned, and after that, her almond eyes flashed with a hint of shame and annoyance, and even her voice got a little louder. Gu Xingyi. Immediately, the sound of two people laughing and joking came from the tiny kitchen. Nana, who was playing with her toys on the couch, looked curiously into the kitchen. It's weird this time. It's like mom's hitting dad? Then Nina heard another exclamation of surprise from her dad in the kitchen. Ah, stop it. The dish is mushy. Chapter 84 Digging. The kitchen ushered in another bout of chicken and dogs, and it took a while of tossing and turning before the meal finally came out of the pot. It's just that today's meal is more or less tainted with the smell of mush. Perhaps it was because they were both in a very good mood. And just like that, little Nai Nai and Xia Shuriao continued to eat very well. This made Gu Xingyi unable to help but feel a little emotional. Sometimes the important thing really isn't how good the meal is, but how happy the family is together. After the meal, the family sat on the sofa, and only then did Gu Xingyi take out his cell phone and send a message to Su Ling on WeChat, asking her about the children's song. Within moments, the WeChat message sounded, Mr. Gu, this song was originally composed by you. We'll only use it at the kindergarten orientation. We won't use it elsewhere. You don't have to ask us for any use. Seeing that Su Ling was also in a good mood, Gu Xingyi smiled. Dealing with these lovely people was a real saving grace. There was no such thing as deceit. After receiving Su Ling's reply, Gu Xingyi spoke to Xia Shuriao. Although that was a scene where he was more socially dead, the big deal was that he came to see it without seeing it. But things didn't go as Gu Xingyi wished. Sister Yun. After receiving Xia Shuriao's message, edited and beautified the video with Tao Lele and uploaded it to Xia Shuriao's Siege blog. At this moment, the majority of netizens were still fiercely discussing the upcoming Star Song Festival finals, not having the slightest idea that they were about to be greeted by another big melon. Xiaohong was a housewife. Her husband was a 9-to-5 company gold collar, so she had a lot of free time in her day. Like now, she was half lying on the sofa with half a watermelon in her arms and swiping her cell phone. She also has another identity, is Xia Shuriyao Guxingyi Relatives Group owner. She was a fan of Xia Shuriyao, a long time ago that is, and she had a lot of Xia Shuriyao's songs in her cell phone. Not just those written by Guxingyi after Xia Shuriyao's comeback, but also some from 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Xia Shuriyao retired from the industry and she went from being a young girl to someone else's wife, after which she saw Xia Shuriyao make a comeback again and she still consistently liked her. Xiaohong's finger gently scratched on her phone. There were many Xia Shuriyao's recent topics inside the group, but these were all things that Xiaohong had seen. Xiaohong was slightly disappointed. She switched her cell phone interface to Weibo again. Then her eyes steeply lit up. Xia Shuriyao, who usually didn't like to update her Weibo, actually updated her dynamics today. She busied herself by following along and clicking in. Inside the dynamic was a video with a number of people already commenting below. Xiaohong had a happy face and thought in her heart that this woman had finally updated her video. Fingers then quickly clicked on the video. The results left her disappointed. Inside appeared as the person is Guxingyi. Why him? Xiaohong muttered to herself, but still continued to watch, loving the house. Now she was also considered a fan of Xia Shuriyao's family. In the video, Guxingyi was making childish gestures, gesticulating with his hands in front of his body, and even singing refreshing children's songs under his breath. Guxingyi's movements and singing voice made Xiaohong unable to hold back her laughter. She was truly surprised that Guxingyi, who usually possessed a synonym of mystery, was like this in his daily life. Childish and cute. Xia Shuriyao must be happy in such a family. Red listened to it once, then clicked on the video and listened to it again, and she suddenly realized how the song got more and more catchy, so she rushed to the group, edited the message and sent it out. Everyone, go to the Xia Shuriyao Roundup blog. There's something good to see. After the group was quiet for a while, it immediately exploded, and the group owner who usually dives a lot came out to speak. Good stuff? Is it Xia Shuriyao's portrait? Shibboleth expression. You're thinking about fart eating. Xia Shuriyao hasn't even sent a life photo since her debut. Curious. Go see it right now. What good stuff. The group master is so appetizing that he wants me to run to have a look myself. Only cuties. Would be the only one still in the water group at this point. Can't you see that most of the group isn't talking anymore? And you are? The buzz in the group is just a corner of the world. At this time the buzz on the internet has just begun. There are already a lot of sharp-eyed people saw the video. They listened to it over and over again, frantically to the family and friends amenable. Quickly look at Xia Shuriyao's Roundup blog. Guxingyi that then online interpretation of what it means to dig. It doesn't stop. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and after an afternoon of fermentation, everyone knew that Xia Shuriyao had posted a Siege blog or a Guxingyi video performance. Children's songs. See also children's songs. Many people happily ran to Xia Shuriyao's blog to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. The last children's song or the last one? That courageous outburst is really good. All the way up to 8 p.m., Xia Shuriyao's Roundup blog managed to be topped on the hot search. As we all know, it's the comments sections of silly bird netizens that are the best. The comments underneath this roundup are even better than the content of the video. First listen, what is this? Listen a second time, dig inside the tiny garden. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. You told me this was Guxingyi. People can't set up anymore. Old iron. I can't do it. I'm going to die laughing. I want to plant flowers too. Plant a big seed, bloom a big flower. Guxingyi dance picture. Crawling inside a small company. I earn a small salary and I don't dare to spend it. Help! My daughter is already singing along. Now all I can think about is digging. Ahem. Not so much me. I'm a 500+ month-old baby listening in. It's true that the joys of having a baby are something we singles don't get to experience. The premise can't be a bare child. This heck. Who says Guxingyi is a violent man again? I'll be in a hurry. Who's a violent man? Dig it. Can't strain myself. Let me laugh for a while. You guys dig in slowly. This is obviously a simple children's song, but it suddenly became a source of joy for netizens, and by 9 o'clock in the evening, the song officially topped the hot search list one. Poor Guxingyi didn't know about all this yet. He was enjoying the happy moments together as a family. And just as this Weibo topped the charts, inside a mansion in Mordor, Ping was pathetically sipping a small drink and looking at this explosive Weibo. Not only did he lose his job, but he was also educated by Chang Di, and then not only Chang Di, but even his sister, Changdi's mom scolded him to death. Yunping thinks he's right. It wasn't always like this in the entertainment industry before. How come it's wrong this time? And isn't he doing it for Changdi's own good? The more he thought about it, the more depressed he got. Yunping could only borrow wine to drown his sorrows. But at that moment he saw Xia Shiyao's peripatetic blog on the hot search again. Asterisk. It's all Wu Fan's fault. The more he saw, the angrier he got. Yunping directly slammed the bottle on the ground. He thought that if it wasn't for the fact that the song written by Wu Fan wasn't good, this wouldn't have happened. It's also true that if Wu Fan could have written a song comparable to Sea of Flowers, then the votes cast by the mentors wouldn't have been questioned and none of this would have happened. Yunping pushed the source of all the mistakes onto Wu Fan, so he immediately picked up the phone and called Wu Fan. The phone was quickly connected, and before Wu Fan had a chance to speak, he was spat at angrily by Yunping, who chopped his head off. Garbage, it's all you. You call yourself the godfather of music? And you personally guarantee that there won't be any problems with this song? I think you're just a pillow. You're just a good-looking but useless thing. I don't care. Chapter 85, Letter of War? On Wu Fan's side he was just about to go to sleep when he received a call from Yunping. Before he had a chance to speak, he was scolded by Yunping with a dumbfounded look on his face, and he didn't react until Yunping's voice fell. The godfather of music is being scolded by a man who knows nothing? And an outcast? Wu Fan couldn't help but laugh in anger, and without even a word of explanation, he decisively hung up Yunping's phone and pulled back. This kind of person is a waste of one's breath to say one more word to him. Reclining sitting on the bed, Wu Fan stared at the phone. This time How can not sleep? The more he thought about the more angry. He was angry not being scolded, but since Gu Xingyi came out, his own song 2 times in a row were defeated under him. Even the number of people who asked him for song dates was now much less than before, especially since there were quite a few singers who would always think of Gu Xingyi first when mentioning him. Wu Fan. Now, this made Wu Fan anxious, and his resentment towards Gu Xingyi grew in his heart. He didn't deny that Gu Xingyi had written a good song, but his writing wasn't bad either. He thought that the two were in between, and the reason for their failure was all the singer's problem. The annoyed Wu Fan opened his cell phone again, wanting to take a look at the recent entertainment dynamics, so he saw the hot search list one. Xia Shiyao sent that siege blog. Wu Fan narrowed his eyes. It was Xia Shiyao again. I don't know when it started. The showbiz he was familiar with was gone, replaced by the daily news of Gu Xingyi. Xia Shiyao on the hot search. Wu Fan smothered his breath and clicked on the roundup blog. Inside was a video, and in the video was the very source of the resentment that made him hold his stomach. Gu Xingyi. Wu Fan silently listened to the children's song sung by Gu Xingyi, his frown getting tighter and tighter, and after listening to it twice in a row, he angrily slammed his phone on the bed. Slot, only knows claptrap. How dare you send out this kind of children's song? Wu Fan only felt that this was an insult to him. Just such a simple children's song, and it made it to Hot 100 number 1. He could create this kind of song with his eyes closed, especially now that many people on the internet are saying that nowadays they can't listen to any other songs after listening to Gu Xingyi's songs. Wu Fan feels that this is the biggest insult to himself. Thinking of this, the gloom in Wu Fan's eyes grew thicker and thicker, and a moment later, as if he suddenly thought of something, he picked up his cell phone again, sent out a siege blog and aired Xia Shiyao. That's it? How dare you send it out? They say that you, Gu Xingyi, have created a good song, but I think that's about it. It's just claptrap. After posting his siege blog, Wu Fan immediately felt much better in his heart, especially when he saw that his fans were supporting him. Sure enough, there were still people in this world who understood music. Wu Fan looked at the fans' comments and only felt that he had found a soulmate in life. But soon, he couldn't laugh again, because at this time, many netizens who were still looking at Xia Shiyao's roundup blog also discovered this roundup blog, and they were in an uproar. More still, it was Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao's fans, who were entertaining themselves well at home and were suddenly attacked, and were immediately in a bad mood. So both the netizens from all walks of life and the fans from both sides of the fence ran to Wu Fan's roundup blog and argued. People sit at home, but pots come from the sky? Xia Shiyao is just taking a daily shot and a red eye comes out to talk? And entering people? Really think you're still the godfather of music? There's one thing to say, Wu Fan's songs are pretty good too. It's just that he's a different type of songwriter from Gu Xingyi's main genre. His songs are more alternative. Calling the grounded house an alternative? I can't appreciate it anyway. There's no need to stomp on one or the other. The horror songs created by Wu Fan are still quite flavorful, and I'm a little scared to listen to them anyway. Who's stepping on one? No one even cares about him. He jumped out to get scolded himself. I think he lost 2 songs in a row and got angry and came out to bite. My brother Wu Fan composes better songs than Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi only has a few songs. How many does my brother have? Don't you have any idea? Wu Fan's siege blog, in the quarrels of netizens, also slowly climbed upward. and without realizing it, it also went on the hot search. Wu Fan has also been watching the real-time dynamics. When he saw that he rounded up the blog on the hot search, and there are a lot of people to support themselves, the heart of the gloomy gas previously held also dissipated. A lot of the previous self-confidence is back a lot. As for those who question him, he would hit them in the face with strength. He dared to post this roundup blog precisely because the first keyword for this Star Song final was tragic and horrific, the kind of music he specializes in. Wu Fan smiled. He was not a brainless person. Since he dared to lead the battle, he was already prepared. Immediately afterward, Wu Fan clicked on his Siege blog and uploaded another Siege blog while it was still hot. I know a lot of people will question me if I say this, but I, Wu Fan, don't care. A good song is a good song, not something that can be proven by some people's claptrap. You guys question me? Then I will respond to you with strength. The first match of the final of the Star Song Festival. Just ask him, Gu Xingyi, if he dares to take my challenge. If I lose, I will voluntarily give up the title of Godfather of Music and apologize to Xia Shiyao. If I win, I just need Gu Xingyi to come out and admit in person that he's inferior to me. Wu Fan. Surrounding the blog sent out, Wu Fan smiled. He did not continue to pay attention, but threw the phone on the bed, contentedly lying down, because he knew that this was already equivalent to a letter of war. He didn't even need to look at it. He could guess that this roundup blog would definitely kill the hot search. The truth was just as Wu Fan thought, and his second Siege blog caused an immediate uproar once it was sent out. Veteran songwriters have officially declared war on up-and-coming songwriters, a once-in-a-century event in the entertainment industry. Many media outlets were sensationalized, and they were the first to write various headlines, the main one being a rapid, will the new king take the throne, or will the old king continue his legend? As soon as this gunpowder-filled title appeared, it was quickly lifted to the hot search list, no matter if it was Gu Xingyi's fans, or Wu Fan's fans, or the people who were watching the fun. Basically everyone was now looking forward to the arrival of the first finals of the Star Song Exchange, and at this moment in Magic City, inside the Shangzhe Entertainment Artist apartment, Yu Ran, Miao Ankuan's little assistant, took her cell phone and knocked on Miao Ankuan's bedroom door with a startled cry. Miao Anjuan rubbed both sides of her eyebrows and sat up covering the covers on her chest. She had a bit of a headache from her little assistant's fussiness. She had just practiced all day and was just about to take a break now. Ren, what happened? In such a hurry? Yu Ran saw her own little master's delicate appearance of this fragrant shoulder without an inch. Gulped. In her cognition, in the entire entertainment circle, in terms of looks alone, it seems that only Xia Shiyao can be compared to her own little master. Only the two seem to have completely different styles. Xia Shiyao gave her the impression that she was as gentle as water, while her own little lord was as passionate as fire. Both of them fascinate her yet. Miao Anjuan saw Yu Ran this kind of nymphomaniac look, cannot help but even more headache. Their own this little assistant is good at everything, is always scheming against themselves. Ren, Miao Anjuan's voice got a little louder, and Yu Ran snapped back to her senses, only then remembering that there was still business to be said. Peony-san, big event, check it out. As she spoke, Yu Ran disliked the screen of her cell phone in front of Miao Anjuan. Miao Anjuan helplessly took her cell phone and looked at it, and a moment later, her brows furrowed as she pointed at the message on her phone. Did I promise to use his song for the final? How come I don't remember? Chapter 86, Sneak Attack. Early the next morning, Gu Xingyi woke up with a start, only feeling that his whole body was sore and numb, especially his whole arm, which seemed to have lost consciousness. He opened his eyes in a daze, only to realize that it was Xia Shiyao who had somehow burrowed into his arms again, and even had her entire body grasped onto her body like an octopus. And Nana, at some point, slept on her back 7 times across to the foot of the bed. Gu Xingyi was speechless for a while. The sleeping positions of these two mothers were just as good as each other. Neither of them were very good. Originally, Gu Xingyi slept happily and had a good dream, but the scene in his dream suddenly changed in the middle of the night, as if he was being suppressed by a ghost, and now that he saw this scene, he finally solved the case. Gu Xingyi scratched his head with his only free hand and gently moved his body so that he could half sit up and his aching body felt more comfortable. This action seemed to have caused Xia Shiyao's displeasure. Her pink and white little face wrinkled a bit, and her little mouth pouted, calling out, and her whole body moved towards Gu Xingyi again, hugging him tightly once more. Gu Xingyi's entire body immediately froze. It's early in the morning. It's to screw up. Can't stand it at all. Gu Xingyi only felt like a rare batch of himself right now. He looked again at Nana, who was sleeping soundly at the foot of the bed, and his whole being put on a mask of pain. Gu Xingyi touched his nose, thinking in his heart that Nai was also 3 years old now. Not small anymore. It's time to sleep in separate rooms. Thinking like this, Gu Xingyi gently drew out the arm that was being pillowed by Xia Shiyao again, and now it was as if the arm wasn't his own. He even had to use the assistance of his other hand to draw it out. perhaps feeling that her pillow was suddenly gone. Xia Shuriyao's eyelashes gently blinked, and in the next second, she slowly opened her eyes and raised her head in confusion, with a hint of doubt still in her eyes as she looked at Gu Xingyi, her whole person looking petulant and naive. The two men's eyes met, and Xia Shuriyao instantly sobered up. Gu Xingyi didn't move. Xia Shuriyao also froze. Her legs and hands were still resting on Gu Xingyi's body. This look made her face quickly fly red. Just in an instant, even her earlobes had already reddened, living like a prawn that had just entered the frying pan. Gu Xingyi blinked, and Xia Shuriyao panicked and departed from him, her back turned to him, no longer daring to look at him, and her heart was more of a deer in the headlights. Done. He didn't think he did it on purpose, did he? Xia Shuriyao bit her lip, her entire body shrinking into an ostrich. She even heard the sound of gulping saliva coming from Gu Xingyi behind her. Gu Xingyi stated that it was difficult for him now, desperately in need of cold water to wash his face to calm himself down. Anyone who saw such a delicate beauty early in the morning and couldn't make any moves would be sad as hell. Gu Xingyi hurriedly climbed up from the bed, bowed his body, and scurried out of the bedroom in a puff of smoke. The sound of the bedroom door being closed came. Xia Shuriyao then breathed a sigh of relief. She gently patted her rolling face. The color in her eyes was inexplicable. It seemed that since the last time Gu Xingyi stayed in the master bedroom, she would unconsciously burrow into his arms when she fell asleep. Obviously before she slept she remembered that she was honestly sleeping on the other side. Plus there's Nai Nai in the middle. Thinking of Nai Nai, Xia Shuriyao suddenly froze and hurriedly sat up. Then she saw Nai Nai, who was sleeping alone on all fours in the corner of the bed. Xia Shuriyao pursed her lips and carefully carried Nai Nai into her arms, placing her in the position that had belonged to her. Kissing Nai Nai's little face, Xia Shuriyao smiled. It seems like it's time for Nai Nai to have her own little room. I have to say, this is one area where the couple is surprisingly on the same page. When Gu Xingyi finished washing up and came out, Xia Shuriyao happened to also come out from the bedroom. The loose pajamas buried all of her delicate figure. Gu Xingyi touched his nose, and his heart actually had some regrets. Anyway, he was her husband. Shouldn't he have just looked twice? But soon Gu Xingyi wiped this lewd thought of his out of his mind. To look at it, surely he would have to look at it one day in a bright and open manner. Looking at Gu Xingyi's somewhat strange gaze, Xia Shuriyao glanced at him and went to wash up without moving. It was still early. Originally this time should be Gu Xingyi's morning jogging time, but he wasn't going to go out today. It was hard for Xia Shuriyao to come back. He wanted to spend more time with her. Sitting on his butt on the sofa, Gu Xingyi took out his phone. He wanted to see what the keyword for the first scene of the Star Song Festival finals was. Xia Shuriyao would never take the initiative to give him this. He could only be self-conscious himself. But when Gu Xingyi searched the keywords of the first scene, he was immediately nonplussed. What the hell? Misery? Horror atmosphere? What about playing? Is that a keyword that should come out of a serious program? The corner of Gu Xingyi's mouth skimmed. How could he not expect that the keyword for the first game of the finals would be this kind? Just at this time, Xia Shuriyao finished washing up and walked out from the bathroom. Gu Xingyi looked up with a puzzled face. Is misery the keyword for your Stargazer finale? Horror atmosphere? Who came up with that keyword? Hearing Gu Xingyi say this, Xia Shuriyao also walked over to the sofa and sat down, nodding her head. Well, the keywords for each scene of the finals are decided by the director himself. No one knows what it will be. Gu Xingyi frowned. He only felt as if this director had that big sickness. If Ren Xiao knew that Gu Xingyi thought this way, he would cry his eyes out. He didn't want to in the first place. It was hard for him too, but it was his teacher, who asked him again and again. And his teacher, a veteran horror director. The most difficult thing to disobey is the master's order, especially in the eyes of the older generation. The master is like a father, and Ren Xiao did not want to chill the master's heart. And even though these songs are not mainstream, they are a good way to test the songwriter's skills. Of course Gu Xingyi didn't know about these, and since the keyword was already like this, he could only rack his brain to think about it. It's true that Gu Xingyi has heard really few of these kinds of songs. This was the first time Xia Shuriyao had seen Gu Xingyi frowning when he was composing. So it turned out that he would also have difficulties, and all those songs before, he seemed to have them at his fingertips. Such Gu Xingyi gave her a great sense of realism. Xia Shuriyao raised her hand and gently smoothed his frowning brow. There's no need to rush. No matter what, the two of us work together, as long as there are no regrets. Being stroked across his brow by warm and soft fingers, Gu Xingyi's heart felt like a warm current was flowing through it, and when he raised his head, he saw Xia Shuriyao looking at himself seriously and gently. Xia Shuriyao, who had just washed her face, had a plain face. Only Gu Xingyi only felt that she looked better than ever at this moment. Being looked straight at by Gu Xingyi like this, Xia Shuriyao was a little hot in the face. She didn't understand why he had to look at himself like this after she just said one sentence. That look, besides admiration, as if he wanted to eat himself up. Oddly enough, Gu Xingyi. The next moment, however, she wasn't surprised at all. Because of her eyes, Gu Xingyi's face suddenly came closer until the warm and soft touch imprinted on her lips. Xia Shiyao's eyes suddenly widened, even blinking twice in disbelief. What's this? A sneak attack? Gu Xingyi now also completely understands that in front of his petite wife. What cold water cooling? That's all bull ********. Chapter 87. If you want to fight, then fight. After a long time, the lips parted, and Xia Shiyao's body was somewhat soft as she leaned against the back of the sofa. She hadn't even come back to her senses now that Gu Xingyi had sneaked up on her and kissed for so long. It wasn't until she saw that Gu Xingyi was actually still staring at herself with intent that she hurriedly covered her face with both hands, so shy that she couldn't wait to flee the place. Gu Xingyi tasted this wonderful flavor for the first time, and his heart couldn't be happier. Especially this shy look of Xia Shiyao right now made him even more joyful. He couldn't help but move a little closer to Xia Shiyao until the two of them were next to each other. Ahem, we are husband and wife. And kissing is a very important behavior to express the feelings of husband and wife. Gu Xingyi tried to make Xia Shiyao less shy, or at least let go of the hand covering her face. Unexpectedly, Xia Shiyao reacted even more. Niso backed up 2 steps, never willing to lower her hand. Trying to no avail, Gu Xingyi could only look at Xia Shiyao with bated breath, a little disappointed in his heart. He hadn't kissed her enough. Just now, if it wasn't for the fact that he was inexperienced for the first time and didn't know how to change his breath, he would not have been able to let her go just like that. Gu Xingyi shamelessly took another hit. Nah, I checked my cell phone. Definitely won't do anything else. Gu Xingyi picked up his phone and waved it in front of Xia Shiyao, pretending to look at it. Xia Shiyao sneakily looked at him from between her fingers. Then she saw his smiling face. All of a sudden she was even more embarrassed. Then she pushed Gu Xingyi hard, stood up and ran back to the bedroom as if she was escaping. Gu Xingyi couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched her, still not forgetting to close the bedroom door. Only then did he really pick up his cell phone and read it. He still had to think about the song, and now that he had nothing to do, he happened to take a look at Xia Shiyao's Siege blog. He could remember Xia Shiyao saying that she was going to post that video that Tao Lele secretly recorded on the Roundup blog. Just after clicking on the Perimeter blog, Gu Xingyi saw her familiar name on the hot search list. Pretty boy sighed. Gu Xingyi felt that it must have been that video that sparked the discussion, and his image was going to be ruined. Clicking on a random hot search, then Gu Xingyi's brows gradually furrowed. It's like things aren't as simple as you think they are. Originally, Xia Shiyao had posted an ordinary Roundup blog that did make it to the hot search, but now this hot search was about a war cry. A letter of war? And you're involved? Gu Xingyi's fingers continued to scratch, watching one hot search after another, which gradually understood the beginning and end of the matter. It started with that children's song in his own video, which was disliked, and then the bickering turned into this. Just this Wu fan. Does he have that big disease? What did you do to him? Gu Xingyi couldn't figure out how he was disliked when he hadn't even met this Wu fan. The key was that he disliked himself even if he did. He even eyed Xia Shiyao, which Gu Xingyi, who was a wife-favoring fiend, couldn't tolerate at all. Gu Xingyi himself had a Weibo account. Only even he himself had forgotten about his Weibo, not to mention his fans, who had all used Douyin before. This was the first time he had used this piece of Weibo. Usually his fans were all active under Xia Shiyao's Weibo. Opened his Siege blog homepage. Gu Xingyi will Siege blog previously posted those messy dancing video all deleted, until deleted to a blank, which re-added to Siege blog. Click, send, and by the way, Wu fan, you want to fight? Then fight, the godfather of music? Oh, it was just a few simple words, and there was nothing spoiling him at all between the lines. Gu Xingyi finished posting and nodded with satisfaction. What do you mean by professionalism? This is called professionalism. Do you really think he is good at bullying? It's concise, and the taunting attribute pulls it all together, and the last LOL is the perfect way to end it. Just nice. After doing this, Gu Xingyi stretched and left the matter behind. It's still early, and many netizens are still asleep, so naturally they don't know the news. Even Wu fan, because he slept so late last night, didn't realize that Gu Xingyi had responded to him. It wasn't until 9 a.m. when Gu Xingyi's family was eating breakfast, and most people were basically up at that point. It was the weekend, and they habitually sat on their beds fiddling with their phones, glancing at last night's hot search situation in passing, and then they found this Roundup blog that Gu Xingyi had responded to. This time their confused eyes suddenly lit up. There is another melon to eat. Netizens couldn't wait to click on the Roundup and see this simple response, and for a moment they were even more sober. Yoo-hoo, this Gu Xingyi has a temper. They expressed their liking. Netizens then scrambled to get involved, commenting below, especially some of Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao's fans, who were cheering him on after seeing Gu Xingyi's dismissive tone and words. It was not until 11 in the morning that Wu fan, who had just woken up, peeled his cell phone up when he saw this Siege blog that had already been topped on top of the hot search. Looking at Gu Xingyi's arrogant words like this, Wu Fan sneered. The type of song for this competition was his specialty, and he was very confident that he would step on Gu Xingyi's feet. When he thought of this, Wu Fan's heart was still a little happy. Fortunately Gu Xingyi answered the battle. If he didn't answer the battle, there was nothing he could do. Now, after this time, Gu Xingyi will have all the heat snatched away from him. He himself was still the same high and mighty music godfather he was back then. Wu Fan was in a good mood, and he was busy calling to start contacting the operation. And now all that was missing was the consent of the Shangshi Entertainment Company. As for whether they will agree to use their own songs, Wu Fan is 100% sure that they will. After all, his own strength is here. In the past our entertainment companies to invite their own songs, and now he is on the pole to send songs, or their own familiar tracks. The other side does not agree. That the hell. If this were to let Gu Xingyi know what Wu Fan was thinking right now, he would definitely be able to burst out laughing. This poor waif has no idea what he's up against. At 1 p.m., Shangshi Entertainment returned the message. They really agreed to Wu Fan's gross proposal. A former lyricist and songwriter giving away free songs. They would be out of their minds if they didn't agree. Of course, this was also based on the fact that Gu Xingyi wouldn't write a song for them at all. If Gu Xingyi was also willing to write a song for Miao Anjuan, they would not hesitate to kick Wu Fan out. After all, no one is a little cute. Now that Gu Xingyi's popularity is as hot as the day is long, it's not worth rubbing it in. And as it turns out, every one of Gu Xingyi's songs is on fire. Miao Anjuan was practicing her song when she was notified by the company that she was about to face Xia Shiyao, and she was under a lot of pressure. When she heard that the company had picked up Wu Fan's song, she frowned slightly as she now had a song and had practiced all day yesterday. Miao Anjuan was a bit angry and found the company wanting a statement. After all, changing the song for her without going through her consent was something she couldn't accept, but the company gave her reasons she couldn't refute. For one, the song Wu Fan had given was indeed better than the one he was practicing right now. And secondly, with the explosion of heat on the internet right now, this match wasn't just a match between Xia Shiyao and Miao Anjuan. It was also a match between Wu Fan, the lyricist behind the song, and Gu Xingyi. The first of the finals of the Star Song Festival can be described as a lot of attention. Shangshi Entertainment certainly won't let go of this good time. Taking Wu Fan's song, they can reap greater benefits. In this way, Miao Anjuan's personal opinion doesn't matter. Miao Anjuan of course understood, but she was still a little lost. It wasn't that she couldn't see Wu Fan's song, she just simply didn't want to become a tool person for others to gain benefits. This made her unable to help but envy Xia Shiyao a little, as if Xia Shiyao had always used Gu Xingyi with her own songs since her comeback, and had never heard of a time when Soundsea Entertainment had forced her. Miao Anjuan thought about it just a little bit and figured it out. That's what happens when you have someone behind you. That's so nice. Chapter 88, Horror Movie. Ha, you have a date with Wu Fan. Until the evening, Xia Shiyao then saw the hot search on the Roundup blog. She usually seldom pay attention to these. This time where she and Sister Yin made a phone call, only to know that there are actually people to Gu Xingyi gave the war book. Seeing Xia Shiyao's nervous appearance, Gu Xingyi still said with a relaxed face, yes, it wouldn't be right not to answer it when people are calling the door, would it? But you haven't even written a song yet. What can we do about this? Unlike Gu Xingyi's relief, Xia Shiyao was full of worry. She also knew that Wu Fan was quite good at this aspect of creation. And at noon today, Gu Xingyi was still frowning over the song. Gu Xingyi, who was still writing the script of One Man's Life, stopped and busily waved his hand to calm Xia Shiyao. It's okay, you still don't trust your husband me? Even when Gu Xingyi said this, Xia Shiyao was still a bit worried. If it was just about her own match, she could care less if she won or lost. But now the internet was abuzz. And now this match was completely about Gu Xingyi's face. Xia Shiyao pursed her lips and contemplated for a moment. Then suddenly her eyes lit up as if she had thought of some good idea. When Gu Xingyi saw Xia Shiyao settle down, he continued to write One Man down, and he was actually a bit worried about what song he should take to win this competition. Until 9 o'clock at night, little Nai Nai slowly fell asleep in Gu Xingyi's fairy tale. Gu Xingyi was just about to lie down when he saw Xia Shiyao, who was sleeping on the other side of the room, cautiously sit up and hook her finger at herself like a thief, then walk towards the outside of the bedroom. After Gu Xingyi was bewildered for a moment, his eyes steeply lit up, and his heart was even more excited. Is it? Gu Xingyi didn't dare to continue to think about it, but the look of surprise on his face couldn't be waved away, and he was busy climbing out of the quilt, standing on tiptoe, and the dog sneakily followed him out, bringing the bedroom door gently closed. Gu Xingyi saw that Xia Shiyao had already sat on the sofa and was waving to herself. Gu Xingyi ran all the way to the sofa and sat down next to Xia Shiyao, turning his head to look at her, his heart thumping, then boldly wrapped his arms around her slender waist that was in a firm grip. Xia Shiyao directly froze. What's he doing? A blush crept onto her cheeks, and Xia Shiyao pouted as she slapped Gu Xingyi's large, mischievous hand. What are you doing? Gu Xingyi also froze. No, aren't you the one who told me to come out? And what else? Xia Shiyao blankly glanced at Gu Xingyi, but didn't continue to bother with the hand around her waist, instead whispering, I let you out to give you inspiration. What are you thinking about? Spirit, inspiration? Gu Xingyi was dying of embarrassment at the moment, as if she had really misunderstood, because she saw that Xia Shiyao had searched for a horror movie on her phone and was turning on the TV to cast it onto the screen. Turns out he's looking for himself to watch a horror movie. Okay. Gu Xingyi, a whole person, suddenly shriveled up. He thought his spring had come. Xia Shiyao turned down the volume, and then saw Gu Xingyi with this lost look. She snorted out a laugh and pinched the flesh around Gu Xingyi's waist, but her body leaned into Gu Xingyi's arms. Gu Xingyi scratched his head. Like this. It seems to be quite good. So he just wrapped his arms around Xia Shiyao in his arms and watched a horror movie. This horror movie is really quite scary. You can see that it was carefully selected by Xia Shiyao. Gu Xingyi is a big heart, but did not feel anything. But Xia Shiyao, when she saw half of it, the whole person almost shrunk into a ball. Tightly holding Gu Xingyi does not let go, especially in the TV. The moment that the red-clothed female ghost suddenly appeared, the horror melody suddenly rang out, scaring Xia Shiyao so much that she directly buried her face into Gu Xingyi's arms, never daring to look again. Gu Xingyi patted her back and comforted. Fake. It's all fake. If you don't dare to look at it, then let's not look at it, okay? Xia Shiyao, however, arched in his arms and shook her head, her voice almost carrying a sob. Don't. To watch. It's just the scary part. It'll be okay in a minute. Gu Xingyi smiled and didn't continue to persuade her. Instead he continued to watch the TV. He really seemed to have some thoughts. On TV, the female ghost in red, shedding tears of blood and laughing miserably, her figure disappeared precipitously, and when she appeared, it was already a close-up of her face. The next moment, she was covered with a red head, while spots of blood flowed from her feet. Xia Shiyao peeked again at that moment, then her entire body went soft, directly paralyzed in Gu Xingyi's arms, her body shaking a little. This one really gave her a scare. Gu Xingyi, have you gotten inspired yet? Her voice was small, with a trill. Gu Xingyi only felt warmth in his heart as he wrapped the soft petite body in his arms tightly around him and turned off the TV in his hand. The room immediately fell silent. Thought of it. No need to be afraid. I've turned off the TV. Gu Xingyi gently patted Xia Shiyao's back, his voice gentle, like he was afraid of scaring the petite wife in his arms again. Really? Did you really think of it? Don't lie to me. Gu Xingyi smiled and rubbed Xia Shiyao's scattered hair. Really? You're a puppy for lying. Only then did Xia Shiyao raise her head. Her almond eyes were misty with water. Obviously frightened, she looked at Gu Xingyi's clear face in front of her and asked again. Really? Gu Xingyi nodded, looking at the rosy lips close at hand, but without a ripple in his heart. Really? Tomorrow morning, your wife will be able to see a complete new song. The horror vibe and tragic elements will be there. Looking at Gu Xingyi's gentle as well as firm eyes, Xia Shiyao then believed it. She softly mumbled, and buried her little face into Gu Xingyi's arms, arching it again before drilling out of Gu Xingyi's arms. Gu Xingyi looked at the water stains in front of his chest and wanted to cry. This woman, she was becoming more and more like a child. Okay, go to bed now. I'll go change out of my pajamas. Gu Xingyi rubbed Xia Shiyao's hair again. This time his voice was somewhat helpless. As soon as Xia Shiyao heard that Gu Xingyi was going to leave, she immediately came back to Gu Xingyi's side, both her hands going through his arms and holding him firmly. No. The various emotions of nervousness, fear, and shyness hidden in her eyes stared Gu Xingyi in disbelief. But these are not the most important. The important thing is the soft touch coming from the arm, making Gu Xingyi's heart skip a beat. Gu Xingyi gave a soft dry cough. Before, when she was in his arms, he didn't even feel it, but he didn't expect to feel it now. He could only say that Nai was truly blessed. But I have to change into my pajamas. It'll be quick. Before, when Xia Shiyao hadn't gone to Magic City yet, the two of them seemed to have formed a tacit understanding that they changed their clothes behind each other's backs, alone in the bathroom. And this time when Xia Shiyao came back, it was still the same. Xia Shiyao's face turned even redder, but she still didn't let go of her hand and stubbornly looked at Gu Xingyi. Okay. Gu Xingyi wanted to say something and brought Xia Shiyao back to the bedroom. This time, Gu Xingyi had changed into his pajamas in the bedroom, and under the hazy night, he saw Xia Shiyao's eyes clear and bright. This night, Gu Xingyi fell asleep with his arm around Xia Shiyao. Both slept soundly. Chapter 89, the finals are coming. When Xia Shiyao woke up, the sky had already lightened. Gu Xingyi had gotten up at some point, and in her arms, only little Nai, whose body was soft and supple, remained. She clearly remembered that when she went to bed last night, she was sleeping in Gu Xingyi's arms, so she thought that Gu Xingyi got up and carried Nai into his arms. Thinking of last night's scene, Xia Shiyao's face flushed a little. She couldn't even believe that the person who was clinging to Gu Xingyi yesterday was herself. When did you get so bold? The corner of Xia Shiyao's mouth curled slightly. This kind of feeling seems to be very good too. Kissing Nine Eye's little face, Xia Shiyao got up from the bed and went out of the bedroom with soft footsteps. Just as she pushed open the door, the aroma of the meal wafted over from the kitchen. Xia Shiyao inhaled. She smelled the smell of steamed eggs. Wake up, go wash your face first. We'll wake Nana up for dinner later. Gu Xingyi happened to walk out of the kitchen with dishes in hand, and seeing that Xia Shiyao had already gotten up, he smiled and said, "Aha!" Xia Shiyao nodded her head in agreement, her eyes shining brightly. This kind of plain and cozy routine made her feel very fulfilled. Breakfast did have Nana's favorite steamed egg in it. Nina took a big bite with her own little spoon, as if her eyes could curve into a nice crescent moon no matter how many times she ate steamed eggs this was. Xia Shiyao still clearly remembered the overflowing joy when Nai first ate the steamed egg Gu Xingyi made for her. Just thinking about this, Xia Shiyao wanted to cry a little. It was the kind of tears of joy that made her want to cry, and as she looked over at Gu Xingyi, who was gently feeding Nai, that faint joy tumbled over in her heart. After the meal, Gu Xingyi was washing the dishes in the kitchen, and Xia Shiyao was playing alongside, but her gaze kept falling on Gu Xingyi. She felt that Gu Xingyi was becoming more and more like a family man. Right, wait for me, I almost forgot the business. Gu Xingyi had just returned the dishes to their place, and when he looked up, he saw Xia Shiyao's infatuated gaze. Then he suddenly said, Xia Shiyao's thoughts were pulled back by Gu Xingyi's words, and she watched as Gu Xingyi put down the chopsticks in his hands and jogged all the way into the side bedroom, which had been converted into a study by him. When Gu Xingyi came out again, he was holding 2 pieces of curved manuscript paper in his hands, and his face was piled with smiles. Nah, this, promised you last night. Walking to the kitchen, Gu Xingyi handed the curved manuscript paper in his hand to Xia Shiyao. Last night's horror movie wasn't in vain. Your wife's efforts weren't in vain. And this song came to me out of the blue when I saw that movie. Xia Shiyao's pretty face was slightly red. Gu Xingyi said so. She remembered last night's scene again. She took the song script paper and looked down. On the top page were the lyrics. The title of the song is only one word. The Wedding. Xia Shiyao froze. She didn't understand how the name she could be associated with elements of misery and a horror atmosphere. Then she continued to look down. On the 18th day of the first month, on the auspicious day of the zodiac, sorghum is carried. Carry on the red dress. A foot of hate. Cut in haste. Just by looking at the front a little bit, Xia Shiyao's goosebumps crawled all over her body. The 18th day of the first month? Zodiac? You can't get married on the 18th day of the first month. Everyone in China knows that it's the day of funerals and mourning, but the lyrics say that it's a zodiac. Xia Shiyao gulped, suddenly remembering the female ghost in red that she saw last night. So this is underworld marriage. Xia Shiyao skimmed over the lyrics and looked at the sheet music again, and after only a few moments, her body suddenly trembled and she looked up at Gu Xingyi. I'm afraid I can't sing. The voice was a little aggravated. Gu Xingyi coughed dryly twice, and was busy calming down. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay if we can't do it, we won't sing the song. It's okay. In Gu Xingyi's heart, nothing could compare to Xia Shiyao and little Nai right now. Even if it was a competition, it would have to be sidelined. Seeing Gu Xingyi say this, Xia Shiyao calmed down a bit as she whispered, it's not that, it's that I'm a little scared, but it would be so much better if I had you around. Gu Xingyi then realized that the original Xia Shiyao is not unable to sing this kind of song, but is still affected by last night's horror movie. It seems that she is really afraid of watching horror movies. Thinking of this, Gu Xingyi couldn't help but be even more touched that Xia Shiyao was so scared, but she still took the initiative to drag herself to see it, just so she could be inspired to write a song. Gu Xingyi rubbed Xia Shiyao's head. Then I'll be with you all the way to finish this race. Xia Shiyao lowered her head and responded softly, a smirk rising on her face. Gu Xingyi suddenly wondered if this woman was saying this on purpose because she wanted to keep herself company. At noon that day, the family packed their bags, and after connecting with Sister Yun and Tao Lele, they left for Magic City. In the days after arriving in Mordor, Gu Xingyi again wondered if he had thought wrong, because after Xia Shiyao returned to Mordor, he basically couldn't see her twice a day. This was because Xia Shiyao basically soaked in the recording studio of Soundsea Entertainment all day every day. Xia Shiyao was like this all because she couldn't help but want to practice this song a little better when she thought that Gu Xingyi had a date with someone else. A little bit better. She didn't want Gu Xingyi to lose. Gu Xingyi could only continue to work on the script of One Man Down over here as well. Time passed quickly, and the first of the Star Song Festival finals was upon us in the blink of an eye. This time the final was so much hotter than usual, because this time the Star Song Festival final not only changed 2 very famous veteran mentors, but also had another appointment between the godfather of music, Wu Fan, and Gu Xingyi. The so-called topics are full of them. but that's just the way it is. If it wasn't for the heat from all this traffic, this final would feel like it would be cool just based on the keywords in this competition. Ren Chao was also incredibly happy that he had merely followed his teacher's advice, not realizing that he had reaped an unexpected surprise, allowing Wu Fan and Gu Xingyi to just get it on. As for who he favored, he definitely wanted Gu Xingyi to win, but he was a little worried, mainly because Gu Xingyi had never composed this type of song before. The Magic City Arena opens at 8 p.m. Several lines of people formed a long queue, and everyone's face wore a look of anticipation as they walked one after another towards the stadium. Gu Xingyi was in the middle of these long lines, his head lowered, wearing a mask, and he didn't even dare to raise his head as he saw that there were many spectators, surprisingly, holding up fan tags with their names written on them. Instead of coming with him this time, little Nana was taken by Yun and stayed in the apartment until 9:30 p.m. When all the spectators had been admitted. The competition was also officially unveiled, only to see that on the stage, a throne belonging to the champion slowly rose, and next to the throne stood a crystal-clear crystal microphone. The host, Chen Shuier, stepped on the red carpet and slowly walked onto the stage. She picked up the microphone and looked down the stage with a smile on her face. Welcome to the stage of the Star Song Roundup Finals. I'm the host, Cheryl Chen. After the brutal elimination of the previous installments, now Star Song Festival counts on the first of its finals. Let's start by congratulating our contestants, Xia Shiyao, Miao Ankuan. These two contestants have gone through layers and layers of screening and have finally stepped onto the stage that belongs to the champions. Chen Shuier spoke loudly, and the photos of Xia Shiyao and Miao Ankuan appeared on the big screen behind them in due time, as well as the resumes of the songs they had sung in the previous competitions. There was a slight pause to give the audience time to look at the screen before Chen Shuier continued again. But the competition is cruel. There is only one champion, and only one person can sit on this throne. Will Xia Shiyao win the championship, or will Miao Anjuan reach the top? Let's wait and see. Next, let's give our applause to the tutors for their grand entrance. As the words fell, four tutors accompanied by lights slowly rose from the ground. Gu Xingyi also raised his head and looked at the introduction about the mentors on the screen. The two familiar mentors, Gao Yu and Shui Xiaochen, are still there, while the other two, Chen Yi-sun and Lu Ruoying. This made Gu Xingyi sigh. Stargazer is rich. Such old and famous singers are invited. It's just bull. Chapter 90, the finals open. The mentor makes his entrance and the crowd cheers. The audience was even more excited. Their long-awaited final was finally coming. This match, for them, can be a lot to see. Two big female singers on the same stage. Behind the two major lyricists are even more gunpowder. It's called a gimmick, but that's all it is. Nowadays, even the audience below was as if the Chu River and Han River boundaries were clearly separated, with the right side being entirely filled with fans supporting Xia Shiyao, who were pulling banners and cheering her on. The left side of the arena is full of Miao Anquan's fans, who are also not willing to show weakness, waving fan light signs in their hands, and shouting in their mouths is even more incessant. Gu Xingyi turned her head to look, and couldn't help but skim. On that banner, there was even her own name on the corner. It's just your name. Why is it written so small? You can't even see it if you don't look closely. It would be outrageous. What Gu Xingyi didn't know was that originally the banner didn't have his name on it. This banner was made by Xia Shiyao's #1 fan, Xiao Hong, who led an army of fans to make it personally. But while making the banner, one of the college fans strongly requested to add Gu Xingyi's name. Xiao Hong had no choice but to comply with this fan named Xiaoming and add Gu Xingyi's name in the margins. In addition to the live audience, the major live room is crowded with people. The official live room of the Star Song Exchange, and even once appeared the phenomenon of lagging. Ren Chao temporarily let the technical staff and added many exclusive traffic channel, which can only stabilize the situation. Ren Chao touched the false sweat on the top of his head. He remembered that the last time this kind of situation appeared in the live broadcasting world was when the last Showbiz Heavenly King first started broadcasting. At this time, with the live broadcast room and the scene of the hot different, behind the stage, is a strange quiet, even the staff busy. The movement is unconsciously small down. The cause of this weird atmosphere was none other than Xia Shiyao, who was sitting in front of the dresser and was being groomed by the makeup artist. On the other side of the dresser, Miao Anjuan was wearing a black evening dress and was looking at Xia Shiyao with a complicated face. She didn't understand why Xia Shiyao wore this bright red and brilliant wedding dress when today's theme was clearly tragic elements and a horror atmosphere. Not only did Miao Anquan not understand, but everyone present did not understand how this kind of festive clothes could be related to today's keyword. Xia Shiyao sat quietly in front of the mirror, her heart like still water. She was trying to find that state. Gu Xingyi taught her that when she sang this song, her expression should be solemn, her eyes should be godless with a bit of sadness in them. By the way, Gu Xingyi also said that it was best not to blink when singing this song. Xia Shiyao remembered it all, and although this was hard, as long as it was what he said, she would go and do it very well. On the stage in front of them, the host had let the two contestants take the stage, and the staff whispered a notice to the two at this point. Xia Shuriyao stabilized her emotions, stood up, and walked slowly towards the stage at the same time with Miao Ankuan. All the lights on the stage also dimmed at this time, only two spotlights, hitting the two. Well, as soon as the two of them appeared on stage, a burst of neat exclamations immediately came from under the stage, and all of them stared at Xia Shuriyao with wide eyes, not daring to believe. Some even rubbed their eyes, full of astonishment. What made them gasp out loud was exactly what Xia Shuriyao was dressed up in, wearing a phoenix cape on her head and a red wedding dress. Under the spotlight, she was simply gorgeous. Available. What a complete contradiction to today's theme. Rather, it was Miao Anjuan, dressed in a black gown, looking dignified and solemn, which was more in line with today's keywords. They were puzzled as to why Xia Shuriyao was dressed in this way. Inside the live broadcast room, after experiencing a brief moment of silence, the pop-ups also floated up frantically. No? Is it my eyes that are blurry? What is Xia Shuriyao up to? Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out. Did Xia Shuriyao and Gu Xingyi give up? Ready to sing a wedding march? Ha! What Wu Fan said was really right. Gu Xingyi is a claptrap villain. See? He was exposed right away. Not even a match yet? What's the point of coming out and barking? Maybe there's a reversal later? Reverse? I'll eat 10 pounds if this can be reversed. Another food cheat. But Xia Shuriyao is so beautiful in her wedding dress. Gu Xingyi, this dog thief, spoiled my Taoist heart. On the stage, the host Chen Shuer asked the two questions as usual, but no matter how she asked Xia Shuriyao, the only word that answered her was one word. Secret. This made Chen Shuer helpless, and she also wondered what Xia Shuriyao and Gu Xingyi were hiding. Below the stage, in the audience, Wu Fan had of course arrived early, and when he saw Xia Shuriyao in this outfit, he almost burst out laughing. Is this a swing for the fences? It's not good enough to swing for the fences. Wu Fan had a mocking smile in his eyes, but he had carefully polished a song with a horrible and tragic melody just to deal with this competition. The pre-game interview session was over on stage, and for this one, it was Miao Ankyun who took the lead in singing. Chen Shuer and Xia Shuriyao nodded their heads to the audience before slowly retreating from the stage. The lights dimmed again, and in the next moment, the music started and a spotlight slammed onto Miao Anjuan, her expression slightly sad, one hand gently raised as if expecting something. At this time a melodious piano sound rose, together with the low sound of this violin, together with Miao Anjuan's expression. The audience was instantly brought into the music. It was as if they actually felt the pain spreading through their bodies. On the big screen, details of the song also appeared in due course this time. The cancer. In the next moment, Miao Ankyun's song is sung softly, and it turns out to be a song that describes the tragic life of a cancer patient. The tragedy of learning that you have cancer is captured by the lyrics, and Miao Ankyun's vocals complement her stage performance to make the experience even more profound. The song reaches the middle of the song and the musical sound changes steeply, becoming low and scary. The lyrics also aptly capture the horrific images that come to the patient's mind at this point when their spirit has broken down. Gu Xingyi under the stage was also listening quietly, and he had to say that Wu Fan did have two brushes, and his previous title as the godfather of music was well deserved. And Miao Anjuan also did a good job of embodying the hidden meaning of the song. Both the lyrics and her demeanor were perfect. Immediately after that, the music changed one more time, and then Gu Xingyi's face violently became strange. Isn't that a little too high-end? It's a question of whether normal people can understand it. Only on the stage, the lyrics suddenly disappeared, and as the Western music progressed, the whole tune became more depressing, as if it was speaking silently. The entire song is devoid of lyrics, with only Miao and Jiayun interpreting it. In the audience, there were quite a few people who frowned at this point, and when they got here, the lyrics were gone, and they suddenly couldn't understand them. The live broadcast room was originally solemn, and at the sound of this depressing music, the pop-up screen violently began to float the screen. You were singing well. Why are you suddenly like this? It's really hard for our peony. What's this? Bunch of groundhogs. You don't understand this? That's the soul of the whole song. It's expressing the painful horror and depression of cancer. Wu Fan is the best. Scalp. It serves its purpose. Though, at least it's good enough to be the theme song for a horror movie. That's the beauty of Western music. How can I understand it if I'm uneducated? Right. You're right about everything. I'm a dirt dog, I don't deserve it. Wu Fan, who was in the audience, had long since closed his eyes at this point, immersed in the music. He loved this paragraph so much. He felt that it was simply divine. That's art. Chapter 91. Until the music ended and Miao Anjuan slowly retreated from the stage. There was still a lot of controversy online. Some say the song is a bust by the end of the song. Others say the song is sublime by the end of the song. Anyway, Opinions were divided and the audience couldn't help anyone, but they all agreed that it was a rare and great song. Especially the music and lyrics in the first half of the song were awesome. Then there was the background music of the song, which used Western music to its fullest extent, and many people who knew Western music had come out to praise Wu fans' expertise. Regardless of the crowd's reaction, the match continued. The lights on the stage had been completely dimmed, and facing a beam of spotlights, Xia Shuriao's lotus steps moved gently as she slowly walked onto the stage. Under the lights, her expression was very much at odds with what she was wearing, clearly wearing a wedding dress of great joy. Her facial expression showed a hollow dead sadness. In particular, her normally watery almond eyes were even looking ahead listlessly at the moment. On the darkened stage, she just stood there quietly. Creepy. An indescribable panic rose from the hearts of the audience. There was no music, no intro, and the audience held their breath in silence. The name of the song slowly rose up on the big screen in the back. The Wedding. The singer is Xia Shuriao, and the lyrics and music are both composed by Gu Xingyi. Seeing the title of the song, the audience, both in the live broadcast room and off stage, were all at a loss again. Is this the word she? How come they suddenly don't recognize each other? It's not that they don't recognize the word, it's that they simply can't believe that she, the title of the song, why it's here and now. Only Gu Xingyi took a deep breath as he looked at Xia Shuriao on the stage. This expression of Xia Shuriao's right now was simply too spot on, making his sweaty hairs already stand all the way up. The original singer Gu Dongqi's she, when it first appeared, it triggered the whole network hot topic of a song, but also the existence of countless people's scalp. Now Xia Shuriao even embodies the vibe from the front of the song. At this time, the music started. The audience's eyes steeply lit up. Even the mentor on the stage, the eyes are flooded with surprise. This is Arrow, Pipa. The arrow plays sadness, the pipa plays love, and when the tune is played, sadness and love are together. Everyone looked at Xia Shuriao on the stage with unblinking eyes. They still didn't understand why a song called Shi Yan started off so sadly. Immediately afterward, the sound of the guqin joined in, and then a sharp clap arose. Xia Shuriao's listless eyes on the stage lifted up. Her line of sight panned out and looked at the audience below the stage. The song rises. The 18th day of the first month, the auspicious day of the year, when sorghum is carried. Lift up the red dress, 1 foot at a time, and cut it out in a hurry. I don't want to prattle on about not wanting to return. It's hard to guess when you're talking so fast. It's good. It's really good. But, is this the integration of theater into pop music? And, the 18th day of the first month? Zodiac? A foot of hate? A pretense? The audience only felt a chill rising from the soles of their feet to the sky, and goosebumps crawled all over their bodies. This she. It's the ancient Chinese marriage of the underworld. Sentences that do not speak of sorrow. Sentences do not speak of terror. Between the lines it is a deep sadness and terror. This is a horror that only the Chinese can understand. The folk music with the folklore and then with this plagiarism is just mind-numbing. The live broadcast room was completely blown up. They were not the same as the live audience. The live audience could only hold it in. They could speak freely. Holy, I felt the cabinet behind me move when the song came out. Big night. Don't. Now that's the horror that lies within the hearts of the Chinese. I've been hiding under the covers listening to it now. Whoa. I silently retracted my feet that were sticking out of the comforter. Let you terrorize. You're directly grounded? Can we still have fun? The songs are good. I don't know if the people are good. I hear the chill on my back, the numbness in my body, the weakness in my legs and feet, the soreness in my joints, the pestle in my scalp, and the blackness in my eyes. Upstairs, it's refreshing to be able to talk about morbidity. You kid can. Aha, so good and scared to listen. What to do? The reaction of the live broadcast room. Xia Shuriao didn't know. She was also into the song at the moment. She slowly raised her hand and pinched her orchid finger, secretly saddened, while she was still keeping Gu Xingyi's words in mind. Can't blink. In the next second, the music turned, the hall drums started, and the whole thing was instantly urgent. Xia Shuriao snapped her head up, her gaze looking straight at the audience, and the song sounded sharply under her breath. Listen, though U.S. is 3 miles away from turning up. Ping oblique the sound of horseshoes is gradually rising and chopping down the word sorrow. That official laughs. All the spectators on stage couldn't stop gulping, being frightened. Even Gu Xingyi couldn't stop shivering. He really didn't think that if he let Xia Shuriao sing this song, she would sing this feeling as if she had experienced it herself. Scary. The sound of the pipa sounded once again. Xia Shuriao looked miserable and euphonious. It was as if she was reminiscing, but also as if she was slowly telling the story. The official pondered for half a day and only came up with a song about the sorrow of being away from one's family. The song rushed again. She failed to pick up again this time. She's laughing and crying. Guess how she laughed and cried? Crying. You see how she cries and laughs? Laughing. Next moment, the sham is sounding. the high and festive music heralded in everyone's ears, and with the words of the wedding chapel in the background, everyone's hearts were shaken to the core. The Swana is sounded, 10,000 taels of gold. It's not ascension, it's worship. The moment the Swana sounded, Wu Fan stared incredulously at his eyes to the extreme. Gu Xingyi, how dare he? This rogue instrument. What gives him the right to use this rogue instrument? Wu Fan panicked, completely panicked. The world knows that there is no arrow that can't be pulled away, and no Swana that can't be blown away. The arrow and oboe are in unison for this song. There is no way a Western instrument can interpret the kind of musical sound of a Swana. Finished. Wu Fan nails deeply pinched into the meat. This song, not only the lyrics are superb, the arrangement is unbeatable. There are a variety of folk elements into it, but also the opera cavity with pop music. Simply explosive. The title of the song says she, but it actually sings about sadness, and the lyrics hold a deep meaning of horror. Not only was Wu Fan panicked, but those who were equally panicked were all the viewers in the live broadcast room. Hey, 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 Xia Shuyao, you blink your eyes, please. Oh haha, she didn't even have to blink. Upstairs has gone crazy. I'm close too. Gu Xingyi and old 6A. Art can have an aura, but it can't have an aura. That's not true. Is this an auditorium? Beautiful to the bone. But why is it a bit oozy? Look at my hair. It's more straight than a steel needle. Xia Shuyao, why don't you blink? Please don't make me suspect that you're coming up from below to do publicity. Suddenly I don't envy Gu Xingyi. Well, I'm alone. It's 10:30 at night. Lights off. Under the covers. Do brothers get it? However, no matter how much the audience in the live broadcast pleaded, Xia Shuyao's song still continued. It drilled into their ears along with their covers, as if the room was full of Xia Shuyao's voice at this moment. Xia Shuyao had forgotten about her fear at this moment. She was tangibly involved in the song. He spoke from the heart. I'm not going to look good until I've fulfilled my promise. The 18th day of the first month. This is an auspicious day. Chapter 92. The most beautiful ghost bride. The 18th day of the first month. This zodiac. Xia Shuyao's song slowly wrapped up. The high sound of the Swana faded away, and the festive music looked like it was coming from the sky, but the audience knew that it wasn't a festive event. The audience fell silent as a faint sadness that welled up from the bottom of their hearts swept over them. If the moment before when the sham was played was a bit frightening, this ending sham with the festive music is tragic. That's the sadness of the ignorance of the ancients, the living marrying the dead, or at her flower-like age, especially the micro-expressions on Xia Shuyao's face, her slightly furrowed brow, the hopeless atmosphere that lingered on her, and the eyes that hadn't blinked until now. The sensuality of it all made the audience feel as if they were in the middle of this auditorium, witnessing this horrible sorrow. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room also slowly decreased along with the music, and only a few people were expressing the feelings in their hearts. There is no more beautiful ghost bride than this. A knit smile or sad, a contemptuous sigh or reincarnation. This is the right way to open a good song. Let a person immersed in the scene, but also let a person to recall the memory. The moment the oboe came out, I knew that the song it was not simple. Xia Shuyao is really too awesome. She performed the song to the fullest. Cover your ears, Soul Brahma. On the 18th day of the first month, the bride is married. Her friends and relatives cry their hearts out. She wears a paper wedding dress, and she will never see her lover again. The good time has come to see the bride out. You guys are devils, aren't you? It's the middle of the night and labor is home alone. The ethereal sound of music dropped completely. The lights dimmed, and Xia Shuyao slowly retreated with her red dress hidden in the darkness. It was a feast that mesmerized everyone. Director Rin Chao sighed and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. This kind of old Chinese culture, they, the older generation of talent, understand best. That is a kind of hopeless sadness. Miao Anjuan, who was backstage, was a bit lost in thought as she just stared blankly at Xia Shuyao, who was wearing a red dress, walking slowly. At this moment, Xia Shuyao seemed to have not completely come out from the music, and that kind of sad atmosphere on her made Miao Anquan couldn't help but shiver. She was confident that her face did not lose to Xia Shuyao, but now, the aura on Xia Shuyao's body outshone her by a million, which was the soul that a good song gave to the singer's body. For a pure singer, this is the highest honor. Miao Enkilan smiled bitterly. This was the one that she had lost, not only on top of the song, but also on top of her dedication to the song. But Miao Anjuan quickly adjusted her mindset again. She clenched her fists. This kind of Xia Shuyao is more worthy of her best efforts. She believed in herself and she believed that she would sing better. Xia Shuyao had already walked over to Miao Anjuan by this time, and as the two women glanced at each other, Miao Anjuan gave Xia Shuyao a thumbs up. Awesome! Xia Shuyao drifted off for a moment, which brought her out of the song's influence slightly, and she blinked her eyes rapidly a few times. Eyes are a little dry. Then she smiled equally lightly at Miao Anjuan. You sing great too. Miao Anjuan froze for a moment and smiled as well. This Xia Shuyao. Her personality was even better than she had imagined. Guxingyi, that man is really blessed. In contrast to the harmony between the two singers backstage, Wu Fan's entire body was like a deflated ball of leather, and had completely slumped in his chair. Defeated. Even before the voting session began, he knew that he was defeated. As an established songwriter, he knew just by the reaction of his mentors and the scene. The atmosphere created by his own song has been completely crushed by the atmosphere of the song She. Who remembers his song now? Even Wu Fan himself. The sound of the suona and the sounds of joy were still echoing in his mind. Hundreds of musical instruments. Suona is the king, either ascending to heaven or worshipping. 1,000 years of pipa and 10,000 years of zhang. An arrow to pull a lifetime. This song, heck, it's basically all over the place. How does that make him play? Wu Fan's entire body shrank back into the chair, frustrated and stifled by being crushed in his best area. Frustrated that he seemed really inferior to Guxingyi, and stifled because he felt Guxingyi was cheating. Using the suona was cheating. By now the lights on the stage had been turned on, and the bright lights pulled everyone back to reality from this dream wedding. Host Cheryl Chen made a slow entrance in a white gown, microphone in hand. She looked down at the still somewhat confused audience and paused for a moment before speaking up. I never thought I'd hear two such different songs on this stage. The brilliant sparks of Western and folk music colliding. Two different songs but presenting the same flavor. Let's applaud and welcome our two contestants to the stage, shall we? The audience below then seemed to have woken up from a dream, and in response they clapped hard. It's too good, and too mind-blowing. They had thought that the final would definitely be wonderful, but they didn't expect that it would be so wonderful, and at this moment, they felt that it was just worth it for them to buy the tickets and come to the scene. Xia Shuyao and Miao Ankuan, who were waiting at the back of the stage, also greeted the applause as the host's words fell and slowly ascended the stage. The two of them just headed to the stage and stood side by side, making the audience's eyes light up, and they all marveled in their hearts. What a pair of absolutely beautiful sisters. Standing with the two of them, even Chen Shuer, who was on one side, felt some pressure. Next up is the mentor voting session, so let's have the mentors vote on their reviews. Chen Shuer spoke quickly as the audience's attention was pulled to the mentor and the camera moved over reluctantly. The finals of Star Song were much more formal than previous competitions, and added a mentor critique session, where each mentor had to critique their votes first. The camera was given to Gao Yu, who looked at Xia Shuyao and Miao Ankuan on the stage, a difficult look showing on his face. Honestly, it's really hard to vote in the final. Both of you sang really well in my opinion. It's a shame this is a competition. If it wasn't, I would have voted for both of you for sure. Let me say a few words about my personal feelings. First of all, I would like to say Miao Anjuan, you sing very well, no matter whether it is singing or stage performance ability. It is first class. And then talk about this song. This song to the back, there may be a lot of people don't understand it too well, but in terms of a professional singer, the music in the back is what sublimates, perfectly presenting the repressed heart of a person who has gone through the torture of the disease. Next, let's talk about Xia Shuyao. For Xia Shuyao's rendition, I can only use the word perfect to describe it. The singing was perfect. The stage interpretation was perfect, directly pulling people into the mood of the song, making people want to stop, especially the moment when the suona and the song coexisted. My goosebumps rose. I'm really curious now. What kind of monster is Guxingyi to be able to write such a song? So, this vote of mine goes to Xia Shuyao. As for Miao Anjuan, I can only say that it's not your problem. There's a difference in the songs themselves. A song that can be enjoyed by the whole nation, and a song that can only be appreciated by professionals at the back of the room. There's a gap in itself. Gao Yu expertly commented on the two's performance and cast his vote for Xia Shuyao. A burst of applause erupted from the stage, apparently agreeing with Gao Yu as well, and both Xia Shuyao and Miao Ankuan were as calm as ever, bending down to give their thanks at the same time. The face of Wu Fan off stage was a bit ashen, and as a professional lyricist, he certainly understood. In this one, it was him who lost. Chapter 93, Not Going Back Tonight. The next three mentors, all of their reviews were no different from Gao Yu's, especially after the last incident, and nowadays, there are not even friendly votes in the finals. This also led to the final vote, which turned out to be 4-0. Wu Fan's face had turned white, and now he didn't even need the audience's last vote. The result was already predetermined. Fiasco. The song he was so proud of lost on this most crucial match. The results of the audience's votes were also shown on the big screen at this point, making it even more difficult for the already disheveled Wu Fan to accept. 88% of the audience voted for the song She, while for his own song, there was only a pitiful 12% support, adding insult to injury. This was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing Wu Fan to go into a bit of a trance before his eyes. He regretted it, regretted his momentary impulse to provoke that monster Guxingyi. Now in Wu Fan's eyes, Gu Xingyi was a non-human being. What normal human being could be so all-powerful? Love songs? Children's songs? Even these more alternative songs seem to be at his fingertips. What is this if not inhuman? Wu Fan still can't understand. Since Gu Xingyi is so cowhide, why do you have to keep a low profile for so long? It's fun to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers? On stage, the host was announcing the keywords for the next song. Wu Fan, however, did not listen at all. He staggered up and walked outside, knowing that he would not be the godfather of music from now on, and that the following competition would have nothing to do with him. This concludes the first game of the final. The game may have come to an end, but the online buzz is just getting started. After a week, the audience was once again treated to a great song, and their happy faces were smiling crookedly. As usual, the clip of Xia Shiyao when she sings has long been high up on Shake's hot search, and unlike before, this time everyone seems to be unified, and all the titles on the hot list are the most beautiful ghost bride. Click on a random video and the real-time comments below are unusually enthusiastic. Whoa, next time, I'll be sure to be there. Xia Shiyao is so beautiful. Suggest watching Under the Covers. Much more effective. Dog's head to save your life. You and I were never meant to be. All because an old six said you don't blink. I just want to ask, are your eyes dry? Upstairs, is it a matter of doing or not doing now? The most beautiful ghost bride. Unique. Only Xia Shiyao belongs to her. Ho, I just want to know. Isn't Gu Xingyi afraid when he sleeps with his arm around Xia Shiyao at night? How dare the harlot break my Taoist heart? In contrast to the harmony on Jitterbug, Weibo is much more lively at this point, and the rhetoric is much more heated. Numerous viewers had been eyeing Wu Fan, rubbing salt into his wounds. Where are the people? Where are the people? Didn't they clamor quite a bit before? Gu Xingyi, the godfather of music? That's it? This time I stand for Gu Xingyi. I'll advocate for Minil. Godfather Wu Fan, don't play dead. Come out and play. Ha. Are you guys sick? Is Wu Fan's song not good? Anyone who can bring us good songs deserves respect. No one said his song was bad. He's the one who put up the fight. He's the one who started the trouble in the first place. What? You only allow your Wu Fan to actively diss others, and you don't allow us to talk about him? Recognize your mistakes. Stand upright for a beating. A loss is a loss. In the midst of the online outcry, Wu Fan's microblogging has finally been updated with just a simple sentence. Skill is not as good as others. I am willing to give up the title of music godfather. At the same time, I apologize to Xia Shiyao. I am sorry. It was me who had eyes but no eyes before. As soon as this tweet came out, a lot of people stopped mouthing off at him. Since people have done what they said they would do, there is no need to hold on to him. It had to be said that Wu Fan was still very smart at this point. If he kept his mouth shut, what awaited him would definitely be a worse outcome. The moon was in full color, and when Xia Shiyao came out from the backstage, she saw Gu Xingyi standing on the side of the road with her cell phone quietly waiting for her. Seeing this scene, Dorothy beside her covered her mouth and laughed a little, consciously taking the lead to leave. Gu Xingyi in the distance was looking at his cell phone, and he didn't notice Xia Shiyao until she walked up behind him. What are you looking at? The sudden sound interrupted Gu Xingyi's thoughts. Gu Xingyi turned his head and saw Xia Shiyao standing behind herself playfully, both hands behind her back. Her appearance playful and cute, not the least bit as sad as she was on the stage before. Looking at the comments on the internet, now the internet is calling you the most beautiful ghost bride. Gu Xingyi smiled and waved the cell phone in his hand. Xia Shiyao spat, her face slightly red. What the most beautiful ghost bride, said as if she had turned into a ghost. Really, it's all they say, but I think, it's quite graphic. Gu Xingyi thought that Xia Shiyao didn't believe it and hurriedly handed her cell phone to her eyes to give her a personal look. Then he got a blank stare from Xia Shiyao in return. No image? Gu Xingyi scratched his head. He did feel that it was very graphic. Xia Shiyao kind of didn't want to care about this nerd anymore and turned around to walk towards the parking lot. Gu Xingyi saw this and hurriedly followed. The two of them were like this, separated by a distance of 2 or 3 steps, one after the other, and after walking not far, Xia Shiyao suddenly stomped her foot, her cheeks puffing out in anger, and turned her head to look at Gu Xingyi. Again, a woman's heart, a needle under the sea. Gu Xingyi felt that this sentence was not wrong at all at the moment. He could not understand Xia Shiyao's meaning in the slightest. Seeing Gu Xingyi's confused look, Xia Shiyao lightly bit her lips and whispered, "Nerd." In her heart, Gu Xingyi was getting dumber and dumber. Before Gu Xingyi could hear what she was saying, he saw Xia Shiyao accompanied by a fragrant breeze, walk over head on and then hug his arm. A soft touch once again came from his arm, and Gu Xingyi stiffened a little. "It's only right to cross your arms." Xia Shiyao's small face slightly reddened as she said softly, then turned sideways to cross Gu Xingyi's arm. Gu Xingyi nodded mechanically and took a step forward. Only this step was, more or less, unnatural, like a robot. Sensing Gu Xingyi's nervousness, Xia Shiyao couldn't help but snicker. Originally, Husband and wife walking together with their arms is a very normal thing, but I don't know why. But Xia Shuyao felt that this move seems to be very awkward here in Gu Xingyi. It was as if he was the robber and he was the coerced hostage. Something funny and cute. Gu Xingyi was now in pain and happy. Happy because of how she felt now. And in pain because she couldn't do anything now. Xia Shuyao's previous move of holding his arm was still quite a big stimulus for Gu Xingyi, who had maintained his single dog career for decades. If not for the fact that he had already had some skinship with Xia Shuyao before, he suspected that he would have fled. The two made their way to the parking lot, but there was no sign of Dorothy. After Xia Shuyao made a phone call to inquire, she realized that Tao Lele had actually already taken a taxi on her own, and Dorothy had asked her quietly on the phone if she was going to go back to the apartment at night. Xia Shuyao's face flew all red, glanced at Gu Xingyi, who was sitting like a nerd in the co-pilot's seat, and replied to Tao Lele in a low voice, "Not going back tonight." Chapter 94. The greatest well arranged in heaven. Unlike last time, the hotel Gu Xingyi stayed at this time was very close to Xia Shuyao's apartment, and even if he didn't drive, it would only take a few minutes on foot to get there. The car drove straight to the hotel parking lot, and Gu Xingyi was a little puzzled. Why doesn't she just drive under the artist's apartment? He purposely picked this hotel for the sake of convenience, so that he wouldn't need to rush back after Xia Shuyao sent him off in the middle of the night, and he wouldn't feel comfortable with her being alone. Seeing that the car didn't show the slightest sign of turning, Gu Xingyi turned his head and looked at Xia Shuyao. "Why don't you go straight back to the apartment? I'll just walk here myself." Xia Shuyao's face was flushed as she eyed ahead, not answering Gu Xingyi's words. It wasn't until the car was safely parked in the parking space that Gu Xingyi heard Xia Shuyao's voice come through, a voice so light that it seemed like it could be blown away by a gust of wind. "Apartment key not with me. You don't have your keys? Don't June and Dorothy live in an apartment too?" Gu Xingyi was still in between doubts when he saw Xia Shuyao pull open the car door and get out of the car first, her head lowered, her expression unreadable under the night. Gu Xingyi hurriedly followed out of the car, and he was just about to say something else when Xia Shuyao had already taken a step towards the hotel. 5 minutes later, the two went into the hotel room together. Xia Shuyao simply surveyed the room's arrangement before sitting on the bed. There wasn't too much inside the room. It was just a very ordinary king-size bedroom. "Won't you call Sister Yun and the others?" Gu Xingyi closed the door behind him, muttering under his breath. Sitting on the bed, Xia Shuyao's face instantly turned an even red as she hurriedly lowered her head, followed by a soft and sticky voice that reached Gu Xingyi's ears. "They're all asleep. Didn't want to disturb them." Gu Xingyi let out an "oh," then suddenly reacted as an afterthought. "Doesn't that mean that it's just you and Xia Shuyao tonight? One room? No nai yet?" Gu Xingyi subconsciously had a jolt and looked towards Xia Shuyao, who was sitting on the bed. Xia Shuyao didn't continue to speak. She still had her head lowered, her 10 fingers tangled together, and her almond eyes didn't dare to look at him. The room fell silent, and for a moment the atmosphere was a little awkward. Although the two are husband and wife, but like this alone in a room when basically no, say Gu Xingyi, he is a little theoretical knowledge, pure and simple a love white. Although he had had that 1 or 2 skinships with Xia Shuyao before, they were all to the point, and now in this situation, he was really numb-clawed. "Ahem. So, I'm going to take a shower." Gu Xingyi was a bit unable to stand the atmosphere and still spoke first. Xia Shuyao just nodded. She was also nervous as hell in her heart. When she came here, she felt she was ready, but when she really arrived here, her heart was a mess. That is, until the bathroom door slammed, and then the pattering sound of water came from inside. Xia Shuyao's eyelashes gently blinked, but her apricot eyes were flooded with some bewilderment. No one knew what she was thinking right now. Gu Xingyi in the bathroom was equally unsettled in his heart. He washed his body with water over and over again. Originally 5 minutes to take a good bath. This time he washed for 10 minutes, drying the water droplets on his body. Gu Xingyi tightened the bath towel on his body before he took a deep breath and pushed open the bathroom door to step out. The water mist spread out from the bathroom, and in a haze, Gu Xingyi steeply froze in place, because he saw that Xia Shuyao was still sitting on the bed, her head lowered, but her shoulders were trembling slightly, and crystalline tear drops kept dripping from her face to the ground. She's crying? Gu Xingyi's originally restless heart calmed down for a moment, and from the bottom of his heart a burst of heartache. He slowly walked over to Xia Shuyao and squatted down in front of her, stretching out his hands to cup her small face and lift it up. His gaze was gentle and his voice was even gentler. "Why are you still crying?" Her pretty face was held in the palm of her hand. Xia Shuyao's almond eyes flickered with dots of crystals, and her teardrops, like broken raindrops, dripped down onto Gu Xingyi's hand, somewhat warmly. "I." She opened her mouth, her voice laced with sobs, and said only the word "I," and then could say no more. It was only the little bit of guilt and hope hidden in those eyes that was taken in by Gu Xingyi, who froze for a moment. "What is your wife trying to say?" Gu Xingyi gently wiped away the tear stains on Xia Shuyao's face with his fingers, but the next second, new teardrops once again scratched across her white cheeks. creating a brand new shallow tear stain. Xia Shiyao suddenly didn't dare to look directly at Gu Xingyi's such a gentle gaze. She wanted to lower her head, but her small face was firmly controlled by Gu Xingyi's hands. I don't think I deserve you. Xia Shiyao suddenly cried out with a sobbing voice. She closed her eyes, not daring to look at Gu Xingyi's pure and clean black eyes again, her tears surging even more. I know it all. You're not, but I'm still harboring selfishness, but I'm still in love with you, but I still want to keep you around, and the closer I get to you the more I'm afraid of you, and I'm doing the best I can. Why? She just closed her eyes, and with a sobbing voice, she kept on telling the secrets hidden in her heart that. Tears fell one by one onto Gu Xingyi's hand, and the pearly little face in his hand made Gu Xingyi's heart shrink slightly as he watched. He gently stroked Xia Shiyao's small face and softly interrupted her words. You're wrong, wifey. You know it and I know it, but I'm honored to be liked by such a you. You don't know, do you? Since I was a child, I've never been chosen by someone so firmly. In fact, like your wife, I used to be a person with a very low self-esteem. Maybe it's a common disease of orphans? I've never had a heart for anyone else, and I've never had anyone have a heart for me. Gu Xingyi's soft voice echoed in his ears. Xia Shiyao slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at Gu Xingyi's near face. The warmth in the depths of his eyes seemed to melt her. Until I met you guys, I didn't know that I would also have a heart for someone. In fact, I'm really happy to hear these words from your wife, because I clearly know that Xia Shiyao likes me. I've always felt that what you said before was right, that some encounters, some likes, are destined to happen, and that God has brought me to the side of my wife's honor, and that this is a marriage arranged by heaven. It can't be helped. God's plan is the greatest. Really? Really? Xia Shiyao's misty eyes blinked, quietly looking at Gu Xingyi's good-looking face, listening to what he said, and when she saw Gu Xingyi pause, she said with a sobbing, soft voice. Gu Xingyi stroked Xia Shiyao's small face again, pretending to exaggerate. Of course it's true. Think about it. Heavenly arrangement, isn't it big enough? Immediately afterward he continued. In fact, there is no such thing as who doesn't deserve who. When I'm with my wife's honor, I'm also very nervous. The most beautiful ghost bride. Hey, I'm just an ordinary person. My wife is so good. I have to work hard too. As for why I like you, I think, apart from the arrangement of heaven, there are also the bits and pieces of being together with your wife. The love I aspire to is never sensational, but as gentle as water and plain as your wife. Gu Xingyi spoke with a smile on his face as he locked eyes with Xia Shiyao. Xia Shiyao looked at this gentle smile in front of her and pursed her small mouth, and in the next second, she suddenly stretched out her hands and wrapped them around Gu Xingyi's neck. The soft touch came again. The two of them completely understood each other in this moment. It should be a good time to spend the rest of your life together. Chapter 95, Good night. The deep and romantic long kiss made Xia Shiyao about to suffocate. In the end, she still pushed Gu Xingyi's chest, and only then did the two of them separate. Xia Shiyao covered her face, only feeling as if she was going to burn, or else why was her face rolling? Even Gu Xingyi's gaze changed from warm to rolling, making her look down and not dare to look at him again. Gu Xingyi looked at Xia Shiyao's appearance and gently exhaled. His voice was a bit hoarse when he spoke again. Wife-sama's kiss is so passionate that it catches you off guard. Xia Shiyao's face turned even redder. She pursed her lips slightly, only feeling that the Gu Xingyi in front of her was getting more and more beat up, typically getting a bargain and still selling her good behavior. Get out of the way. Gu Xingyi crouched in place and didn't move. Xia Shiyao raised her small face, glaring at her almond eyes and pouting her small mouth, living like a bullied rabbit. I'm going to take a shower. Legs are numb. Gu Xingyi smiled bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't want to move. It was just that he had been squatting for too long and his legs were numb. Xia Shiyao snorted out a laugh and looked at Gu Xingyi and winked. Oh, he doesn't owe a beating. He's just a nerd. Gu Xingyi scratched his head, feeling that his stamina value had suffered a serious questioning. He sat on his butt on the ground, soothed himself and hurriedly climbed up and moved to the side. He really can't understand why he exercises every day. This is only squatting for a while, legs numb. Is it because the exercise is not enough? Xia Shiyao went to take a bath. Only then did Gu Xingyi take off the bath towel wrapped around his body. He didn't bring his pajamas. After thinking for a while, he just wore a pair of pants and got under the covers. This wait was half an hour, and straight away Gu Xingyi waited and yawned. Gu Xingyi couldn't figure out why it took so long for a girl to take a bath. It's been so long, it's enough to wash him 8 or 10 times. He took his cell phone and set an alarm. He had to go back to Jiangcheng in the morning, and in 2 days it would be the opening day of school, and the kindergarten's orientation meeting would be held soon. After waiting for a while longer, Gu Xingyi was already a bit disoriented before the bathroom door opened. Xia Shiyao stepped in small steps. Her cheeks, not knowing whether they were steamed by the heat or shy, reddened. She wiped her hair that had just been dried by the hairdryer while cautiously glancing at Gu Xingyi on the bed. The two people's lines of sight collided right into each other. Gu Xingyi's eyes gradually clearing. Xia Shiyao subconsciously tightened the bath towel on her body. Are you still awake? What? Listen to this. Is this human language? Gu Xingyi was a bit speechless, but his face remained serious. I'm afraid that your wife will be vaporized in the bathroom. Xia Shiyao looked at the mirth in Gu Xingyi's eyes and pursed her lips. This wolf's ambition of his is almost obvious, but he still pretends to be so serious. She paused in place, a little unsure of what to do for a moment. What are you waiting for? Go to sleep. Looking at Xia Shiyao's overwhelmed appearance, Gu Xingyi wanted to snicker. Well, Xia Shiyao promised, forced to calmly walk to the bed and sat down. The next second, only to hear the snap sound. The room lights were turned off by her. The room was shrouded in darkness. Before Gu Xingyi could react, the covers on his body were lifted up, and a soft, boneless, delicate body smoothly burrowed into his arms. Feeling the warmth and slipperiness in his arms, Gu Xingyi didn't dare to move. Both of them were not wearing a piece of silk on their bodies now. It was really a skin-to-skin relationship. In the darkness, Gu Xingyi could hear her slightly rapid breathing. Both of their bodies were pressed together, both a little stiff. Hold me. It was only after a long half-day that Xia Shiyao's muffled voice came from under the covers. Oh. Gu Xingyi gulped and forced himself to calm down, stretching out his hands and wrapping them around Xia Shiyao in his arms. Xia Shiyao also obediently wrapped her arms around his neck, burrowing her little head out of the covers. It was at this moment that Gu Xingyi truly felt it. Turns out the feeling before the arm really wasn't fooling him. Turns out it really is that big. Nerd. Seeing that Gu Xingyi was like a robot that would only do things on command, Xia Shiyao spoke softly. What? The voice was so small that Gu Xingyi didn't even hear it. I said you're a Gu nerd. Inside the darkened room, the two men's vision gradually adjusted to the moment. Xia Shiyao's cheeks flushed, but she tilted her head without fear, staring at Gu Xingyi's near face. Gu Xingyi looked down to see Xia Shiyao's watery almond eyes in the darkness, and the two of them stared at each other. Even if you're a dork, then you're still a dork's wife. With Xia Shiyao's words, Gu Xingyi was finally no longer so rushed, and with a smile in his eyes, he hugged Xia Shiyao a little tighter. Xia Shiyao looked like she saw the smirk in his eyes. She puckered her little mouth to think for a moment, flew up and nudged Gu Xingyi's lips, then quickly withdrew. Gu Xingyi, I'm actually scared tonight. I've been afraid of the dark and ghosts since I was a little girl, and when I sang tonight, I was scared inside, but when I thought of you being down there, I wasn't so scared, and I thought that even if it's a ghost bride, it's still your bride, and thinking about it like that, I'm still a little bit happy about it, and then after that, after coming back with you, I got scared again. Xia Shiyao spoke in broken tones, and Gu Xingyi listened in peace. Until Xia Shiyao finished speaking, she tilted her head back to look at Gu Xingyi again, like she didn't want to let her eyes leave him for a moment. That's why you're stupid. Gu Xingyi smiled and lowered his head to kiss Xia Shiyao on her forehead. But a fool for a nerd is still more than enough. Alright, don't be afraid. I'll spend the rest of my life proving that I'm always there for you. So, good night? Hearing Gu Xingyi's goodnight and looking at his eyes with a smile, Xia Shiyao froze, and she felt a little like crying again. Gu Xingyi's warmth was by his side at all times. Xia Shiyao buried her small face between Gu Xingyi's neck, never wanting to come out again. Good night. This was the last thing Gu Xingyi heard Xia Shiyao say tonight, and it was also the one that reassured him the most. Too many things happened tonight, from the match to the hotel room. Xia Shiyao's spirit had been in a tense state. She had just closed her eyes for a short while, and quickly fell asleep. This was difficult for Gu Xingyi. The hot, delicate body in his arms made him sleepless at all now, but he didn't regret that he didn't do anything. There are some things that have to be done at the most suitable time. Tonight Xia Shiyao's mood was obviously not right, and her readiness to be ready wasn't really a readiness to be ready. Gu Xingyi stayed up until after 3 in the morning in this kind of lustful torment before he managed to fall asleep. Early the next morning, Gu Xingyi's biological clock rarely failed. He was woken up by a timed alarm clock. Gu Xingyi turned off the alarm clock in a daze, and when he retracted his hand back under the covers again, he felt a softness in his hand. Also, it's impossible to hold it in one hand. Gu Xingyi subconsciously pinched, then woke up abruptly. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Xia Shiyao's face was already red, and her almond eyes were looking at him with watery eyes. It's a premature death. I really didn't mean to do it myself. Gu Xingyi felt certain that he couldn't explain it in any way. Chapter 96. Do you believe me when I say I didn't mean it? Gu Xingyi blinked with an innocent face and looked at Xia Shiyao's red little face. Still, don't take it away. Xia Shiyao's eyes were like water, filled with shyness, her voice soft and sticky. Gu Xingyi unnaturally retracted his hand, and there was still some pity in his heart. This felt simply too good. What about getting up? When it came to getting up, Gu Xingyi was still a bit reluctant to give up. The petite body in his arms made him want to stay in bed forever. The spring night is short and the sun rises high, and from now on the king does not have an early morning court. Now he finally understood the meaning of the poem deeply. With such a beauty in your arms, even the emperor would have to kneel if he came. You get up first. Xia Shiyao had already buried her head into the quilt in shame at this moment. Muffled voices coming from the quilt. Last night's move had used up all her courage. Now that it was broad daylight, she no longer had the courage to be that natural with Gu Xingyi. Oh, Gu Xingyi scratched his head and finally got out of this warm comforter, scurrying to the bathroom in a puff of smoke. To be honest, he was shy about being honest for the first time. Only when Gu Xingyi entered the bathroom did Xia Shiyao drill her head out and look in the direction of the bathroom, smiling. But soon, she couldn't laugh anymore. A pretty face was rapidly filling with blood. She suddenly remembered that her clothes were still all in the bathroom. Gu Xingyi quickly put on his clothes and walked out of the bathroom, his hands holding several pieces of clothes that had been neatly folded, and walked over to the bed. He looked at Xia Shiyao's little face that had already burrowed out of the quilt, bent down to place the clothes on the bed and laughed. Nah, the clothes have been brought over for you. I'll go wash up first. Wait. Gu Xingyi was just about to get up when Xia Shiyao suddenly made a sound, followed by a jade arm reaching out from under the covers and tugging him to a stop. Gu Xingyi only felt a piece of white tenderness come close in front of his eyes, and then Xia Shiyao's small mouth came up, pecked lightly on his own mouth and flew away again. Reward. Once again, Xia Shiyao's muffled voice came from the comforter. Gu Xingyi licked his lips, helplessly smiling bitterly. This Xia Shiyao does not know his own charm? Early in the morning so seduced himself, not afraid of his own beast? Well, this is being eaten to death by myself right now. Wait for it, she'll have a good time later. Gu Xingyi thought fiercely before he turned around and went back into the bathroom to take another cold shower. It wasn't until half an hour later that the two who had washed up walked out of the hotel and drove to the artist's apartment. Then Gu Xingyi saw that Xia Shiyao took out the apartment key from the bag she was carrying and opened the door to the apartment. Xia Shiyao didn't seem to feel anything wrong at all and walked straight in. As soon as she turned her head, she saw Gu Xingyi staying at the door and was looking at herself with strange eyes. What's wrong with you? Xia Shiyao blinked her eyes, somewhat puzzled. Keys? Gu Xingyi had a smile on his lips and raised an eyebrow. He had read such a paragraph in his original life. 1 sip before marriage and 1,000 cups after marriage. So it was true? Xia Shiyao looked down at the key in her hand with some bewilderment, and in the next second she reacted violently. A blush quickly took over her cheeks and the scene was a little awkward for a moment. Well, at this time, Tao Lei brought Nai Nai out of the room, and when she saw Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao, an ambiguous smile rose on Tao Lei's face. Morning, Xiaoyo-san. Hey. Little Nai Nai also quickly struggled out of Tao Lei's arms and quickly pounced to Xia Shiyao's side, hugging her thighs and lifting her little head to look at Xia Shiyao accusingly. The little guy hadn't seen his mom and dad all night, and it was only last night that Tao Lei coaxed him to sleep. Mommy, where have you and daddy been? The appearance of the two of them broke the previous awkward atmosphere, and Xia Shiyao hurriedly hugged Nai Nai. Didn't go anywhere. Mom and dad are here. Xia Shiyao scraped the little one's nose and was busy calming her down. But Auntie Lei said you and daddy have gone to the world of two and don't want Nai Nai. Oh. Xia Shiyao froze again, then looked at Tao Lei with murderous eyes. Tao Lei was busy snorting and her eyes wandered. Sister Shiyao hasn't eaten breakfast yet, right? I've already made it. I'll go serve it over here. With those words, Tao Lei hurriedly walked away. She felt that if she didn't, she would be G8 on the spot by Xiaoyo's sister. In a short while, the delicious meal was served on the table by Tao Lei. Several people sat at the table. Gu Xingyi picked up a spoon and fed Nai Nai. Xia Shiyao looked around and looked at Tao Lei and asked, "Where's Sister Yun? How come I don't see her? It's already 9 o'clock, and at this hour, Sister Yun must have gotten up long ago." Sister Yun went to the company early in the morning. The company side of things are not all Yun's sister hand over it. Xia Shiyao's heart was even warmer when she heard that. After coming to Sound Sea Entertainment, Tao Lei and Sister Yun had always been busy for themselves. No matter it was in life or work, the two of them always managed to handle it well. In fact, in the hearts of Tao Lei and Sister Yun, they felt just as happy about being Xia Shiyao's agent and assistant. Like other artists, their agents and assistants will be much busier, helping artists to get jobs in business negotiations, publicity and packaging, and clothing, food, accommodation and transportation, etc., are all done by agents and assistants. But when it came to Xia Shiyao's side, basically none of this needed to be too much of a concern for them, because behind Xia Shiyao there was a Gu Xingyi who came with his own hot searches and songs. Moreover, Xia Shiyao's share for them was much more than anyone else's, and who could not be happy when they met such a star? After the meal, Xia Shiyao held Nai Nai, Gu Xingyi drove, and the family embarked on the journey home in one piece. Tomorrow is the time for Nai Nai to enter the park and go to school. This kind of important moment, Xia Shiyao said she didn't want to miss anything, so it was just two people when they came and became a family when they went back. It's also fortunate that Gu Xingyi signed the highest level of free contract at the beginning. Otherwise, like other stars, where can be so free to do whatever they want. Just as Gu Xingyi's family was happily driving on their way back to Jiangchang, a haggard-looking woman had just stepped out of the door of the detention center. Lu Qian looked at the empty suburban road, her eyes hazy. Because of the last incident, she was detained for 15 whole days. Now that she's out again, it's surprising that no one has come to pick her up. The company has terminated her contract and now she has nothing. Lu Qian stood on the side of the road like this, taking out the cell phone that had only just returned to her hands from the file bag and pressing the on button with great force. She now couldn't wait to know if Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao had fallen out because of the last incident. She believed that once they had fallen out, Xia Shiyao without Gu Xingyi would not be able to make any waves in this muddy water of the entertainment industry. Since she was already finished, she would never let Xia Shiyao be better off. Chapter 97, Opening of the Kindergarten. Early the next morning, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao had both gotten up early, and like any other parents sending their children to school for the first time, they were both in a flurry. Hey honored wife, don't pack the princess house in there. Nana won't be able to carry it. Dolls bring that light. Nana will be back from school this afternoon. No need to pack so many snacks for the other kids? Okay. Yesterday the two specially prepared a small cartoon school bag for little Nai Nai. Now inside the small school bag has been stuffed by Xia Shiyao bulging, on which Xia Shiyao is not satisfied, still frowning, fretful looking at the table things. Gu Xingyi stood next to him. He couldn't help but get a little bit of a headache. He felt that Xia Shiyao was making a bit of a big deal out of it. Nai Nai was going to school, not New Year's Eve. The two worked for a while longer before dragging the still sleeping Nina up for dinner. The little one's eyes weren't even completely open, passively letting Gu Xingyi brush her teeth and letting Xia Shiyao fix her hair, until she sat down at the table. Little Nana's little head was a little bit of a mess. After the meal, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao changed into decent clothes, one carrying Nai Nai and the other carrying a small school bag, and hurried out of the house. It's already 7:40 and we have to be in the park at 8 a.m. When Gu Xingyi parked the car in the parking lot next to the kindergarten and the three of them got out, they saw that the Manhwa kindergarten was already completely different from the last time Gu Xingyi came. Under the early morning sunshine, the front of the kindergarten was bustling with parents bringing their children to school everywhere. And even inside the kindergarten, the colorful flags were fluttering, a thriving scene. This made Gu Xingyi go into a bit of a trance. He had crossed over from July to now the 1st of September. Just almost 2 months, and it seemed as if he had already completely integrated into this place, as well as into the role of a father. Little Nai Nai had also woken up completely by this time. She was lying in Xia Shiyao's arms, looking curiously at the children who were baring their mouths and crying at the entrance of the kindergarten. In her mind, the kids who were about her age were not well behaved at all, because daddy said so. A child who doesn't cry in kindergarten is a good child. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao paused only briefly before carrying Nai Nai and walking inside the kindergarten with the army of parents. Inside the kindergarten, one by one, the kindergarten teachers were greeting the parents and children of their classes, and Gu Xingyi didn't go far before he saw Su Ling and Lu Dan, warmly receiving the children's parents with smiles on their faces. Su Ling was smiling and talking to one of the parents when she turned her head and saw Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao walking towards her with little Nai Nai. Su Ling spoke with Lu Dan beside her, who continued to speak with the parents as Su Ling hurriedly greeted them. Xingyao dad, Xingyao mom, you're here, come this way. In a while when the parents and kids arrive, we'll go to the class first. This time when they met, Su Ling even changed her name, from addressing Mr. Gu to Xingyao's father, which also meant that Nai Nai would officially become a member of this kindergarten in the future. Gu Xingyi nodded and followed Su Ling to the group of parents of primary 3. Nearby parents greeted the two of them in a friendly manner, and there were also some parents who saw the two of them with a hint of surprise in their eyes, which then turned to joy, obviously recognizing them both. With the star child a class A, or recently the hottest topic of Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao, they go back to talk with friends and family have. Not a moment too soon. The parents then brought their children to the full complement. Su Ling and Lu Dan led the way in front, and the group walked towards the primary 3 classroom with great vigor. When we arrived at the classroom, the children were seated on small benches and the parents were assigned to sit in the back in a uniform manner. Su Ling and Lu Dan stood in front and introduced themselves with a smile. Hello children, my name is Su Ling. From now on I'll be your teacher in kindergarten. You can call me MS. Su. Hello children, my name is Lu Dan. You can call me MS. Lu. The children on the small bench below obviously weren't listening carefully as they wiggled their little bodies, and some just stood up and ran into their mom's arms, to be awkwardly lifted back onto the small bench by that parent. Little Nai Nai was good enough to sit on a small stool and wiggle her little legs, her big eyes blinking as she looked at the two teachers on the stage. Then Gu Xingyi saw that a chubby little boy sitting next to Nai Nai suddenly turned his head to look at Nai Nai. I've seen you. You came out of a cell phone, didn't you? Nina was filled with pride when she heard this. Yeah, my dad's awesome. He can put me in a cell phone. The chubby boy pouted his little lips when he heard this and gave his dad a disgruntled twist of his head, seemingly angry that his dad couldn't put him in the phone. But he quickly twisted his chubby little face back around and raised his little head. My dad is great too. He can cook good food. And he's especially good at eating. My dad is especially good at eating too. My dad could eat a pig. The two little ones suddenly bickered on this topic for some reason. Gu Xingyi listened with interest. Even some of the other parents' gazes were attracted to the two, until they heard the little fat man shout out, "My dad can eat." In the group of parents, a chubby man's smiling face suddenly became stiff. The beautiful woman beside him secretly covered her mouth and laughed, and Gu Xingyi's heart lifted. He was afraid that the next sentence of little Nai would come with an even more explosive one. Luckily, Nakina didn't, and she cocked her little head and thought, slightly regretting it, "Then your dad is so good. My dad can't." Exhale. Gu Xingyi let out a long sigh of relief, and then smiled with relief. It is really a sweet little cotton jacket. This warmth quality, bar none. Xia Shiyao also snickered as she saw that Gu Xingyi had just gotten so nervous that he was about to stand up. Su Ling and Lu Dan on the stage were still working hard to interact with the children, until the orientation meeting finally started. The two of them sighed with relief. This time of the year was the hardest time for them. The Welcome Assembly is a special event organized by Riverflower Kindergarten to welcome each new class of children to the kindergarten, and it is held on the green artificial grass of the kindergarten. Parents basically watched the whole event, with the teachers leading the children in various games to make it easier for them to familiarize themselves with each other more quickly. Interspersed with this were performances of children's songs from each class, while primary 3 teachers Su Ling and Lu Dan quickly led the children in singing Two Tigers. The teachers of the other classes were still struggling to teach the children in their own classes the children's song. Many teachers are looking at primary 3, listening to the neat children's songs. They drooled with envy. They also want such simple and catchy children's songs to quickly teach the children. Xia Shiyao stood beside Gu Xingyi, looking at Nai who was singing with the children, a happy smile rising on her face. She twisted her head to look at Gu Xingyi's side face again, her almond eyes filled with tenderness. Chapter 98. As the orientation session at Riverflower Kindergarten ended and the children returned to their classrooms with their teachers, it was now time for parents to part with their own children. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao hid behind the window, looking at their own little Nai, their hearts breaking. Only Nina no longer had the curiosity and happiness she had when she first arrived. Now she was, tiny one, sitting on a little stool, hugging her little legs, her long eyelashes fluttering, her big watery eyes, her little mouth deflated with resignation. Unlike the other children who cried and screamed, she just sat there quietly and obediently, her golden peas falling down drop by drop. Gu Xingyi heard of this scene to see a burst of heartache. He has a kind of want to rush in to carry Nai home the impulse. This kindergarten, not on it. Xia Shiyao by his side gently tugged on his sleeve. He turned his head to look. Xia Shiyao lowered her head, a hint of strength in her soft voice. Let's go. Every child is meant to experience this moment. Gu Xingyi was silent for a moment and finally nodded. He glanced at Nai in the classroom again before taking Xia Shiyao's hand and walking towards the kindergarten entrance. The sunlight was a bit harsh, and Gu Xingyi's mood was not very beautiful. Not being able to see Nai aggrieved was one aspect, but the most important thing was that it was as if he had seen Xia Shiyao's shadow as a child across time from little Nai. Xia Shiyao would only be more upset as a child than Nai is now, right? Without the company of family members, a small person sitting alone on a small stool, but quiet, no noise, and then sad can only be deflated small mouth, nowhere to talk about. Not only did Nai's eyes look like Xia Shiyao, even her personality was somewhat similar to Xia Shiyao. Seeing the smallest of things, what made Gu Xingyi sad was this. Xia Shiyao's personality as a child would only be more well-behaved than Nai's. Instead of being well-behaved, she would be so careful to look people in the eye and try to be as well-behaved as possible that when she grew up she was even more gentle as water, timid and cowardly, as if she went against the grain on everything. Just like the last time, even her love for him was cautious, even wanting to give her body to show her love. Gu Xingyi's heart was hard to the extreme at the moment. He didn't want to see her like this. He wanted her to live a little more self. He wanted her to cry when she wanted to cry, to make a scene when she wanted to make a scene, and to say whatever she wanted to say. But Gu Xingyi didn't know what to do. He could only hold her hand and go home. When they got home, it was clear that neither was very excited. Gu Xingyi opened the TV and casually clicked on an entertainment program. Wanting to relax, Xia Shiyao took her cell phone and nestled aside, not knowing who she was messaging. The entertainment on the TV was average, and Gu Xingyi just looked at it twice before he had no interest in watching it again. He turned his head to look at Xia Shiyao. Comparing to the TV, it was obvious that Xia Shiyao was a bit more eye-catching. compared to Gu Xingyi just wearing that moment. After nearly 2 months of time conditioning, the current Xia Shiyao obviously has some meat. Before that time, simply too thin. Now, Gu Xingyi looked at Xia Shiyao, who was wearing a long flowery dress, and couldn't help but grab her calf and put it on his thigh, and pinched the flesh on her calf's stomach with his hand. Well is great. Nice touch. Xia Shiyao let out a cry of shock at Gu Xingyi's sudden movement, her entire body sitting up straight and looking at him in some panic. You, what are you doing? I'm your husband. What are you afraid of? I was just checking to see if you've gained some weight, and I'm happy with the results. Sure enough, you've gained a lot of weight. Gu Xingyi had a serious face. Xia Shiyao glanced at Gu Xingyi with a skeptical gaze. Could he not tell without getting his hands dirty? But the feeling of such legs resting on Gu Xingyi's legs half lying down seems to be really quite comfortable. Xia Shiyao looked at Gu Xingyi with a wary gaze for a while longer, finding that he really didn't seem to have any other ideas, before she continued to look at her cell phone again. Gu Xingyi looked at her white feet that were still moving around restlessly. Obviously at this moment her heart was still a little nervous. Gu Xingyi continued to look like a decent person, but a pair of hands were gently rubbing her calf's stomach. The comfortable feeling made Xia Shiyao unable to even focus on looking at her cell phone. Her eyelashes fluttered, but she still forced herself to be calm and fiddled with her cell phone. On the contrary, Gu Xingyi was cozy. Xia Shiyao's little legs. The touch should not be too good. What a leg play year series. Unfortunately, such enjoyable moments didn't last long before it was time to make lunch. I'm going to cook. Gu Xingyi retracted his hand with slight regret, placing Xia Shiyao's calf on the sofa, stood up and said, then headed for the kitchen. Xia Shiyao raised her eyes and watched Gu Xingyi walk away. Her eyes also had reluctance. Thinking of lunch, she thought of Nai Nai again, wondering if Nai Nai was used to eating the food there at the kindergarten. After all, Gu Xingyi's cooking was really delicious. She prepares all the clothes and other things for the little one, and water cups and dishes, including bedding, are uniformly issued by the kindergarten. Xia Shiyao was thinking about Nai Nai. The cell phone in her hand suddenly rang at this time. Xia Shiyao turned back to look at it. It was Yun who called. Just now she was chatting with Sister Yun on WeChat about the company. Why was she suddenly calling now? Hello? Sister Yun. What's wrong? What's the emergency? Xia Shiyao picked up the phone. She knew that Sister Yun usually wouldn't call her like this to talk about anything without something important. Hey, Xiaoyo, there's indeed something over here to ask you. There's still a few days left for the second part of the finals, and this time we're going to invite a guest to help sing. The company is asking if you have any intended guests. If not, they'll invite a veteran singer from their own company to help sing for you. Xia Shiyao was silent for a moment after hearing this, her left hand placed at her side unconsciously clenching the corner of her coat. Sister Yun, you know, the keyword this time is love song duet. I have the intended person. You're talking about Gu Xingyi, right? Sister Yun's slightly tired voice came from the receiver, and Xia Shiyao pursed her lips without speaking. Shiyao, have you thought about it? You know that Gu Xingyi isn't a professional singer, and compared to those veteran singers' singing skills and stage presence, Gu Xingyi doesn't have any advantage. Also, did you talk to Gu Xingyi about this matter? Did he agree? Listening to Sister Yun's words, Xia Shiyao raised her eyes to look at Gu Xingyi's busy figure in the kitchen. Sister Yun, you know. Xia Shiyao paused. She didn't finish her sentence. She knew that Sister Yun understood what she meant. You are always so heartbreaking. How nice to change this character. Good, then I'll turn down the company for you. As for Gu Xingyi, forget it. I won't worry about you two's affairs. Sister Yun only wants you to be happy. Sister Yun said in a somewhat doting manner, and Xia Shiyao plopped her little legs down on the sofa, rubbing the belly of her calves that had just been rubbed by Gu Xingyi, and glancing at the back of the one in the kitchen that was busy, said softly, well Will. The phone hung up. Xia Shiyao was a bit dazed. She actually had one sentence left unsaid in her heart. That is, I'm already happy. Chapter 99, Husband. Gu Xingyi was concentrating on choosing vegetables. The leaves in his hand were suddenly snatched by a jade hand. It turned out to be Xia Shiyao who walked in without saying a word. As she carefully chose her vegetables, she squeezed in next to Gu Xingyi without bothering to look at him, smelling the familiar fresh scent coming from Xia Shiyao's body, and looking at her little face that was red for some reason. Gu Xingyi smiled and moved his body slightly to one side, allowing the two of them to stand a little more comfortably. Old, honey, did you get inspired for the song? Gu Xingyi, who was in the middle of chopping vegetables, shook his hand and almost cut his own finger. He stubbed his ears in disbelief and turned his head to look at Xia Shiyao whose pretty face was already red as if it was dripping blood. You, what did you call me? Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Xia Shiyao was so shy that she was about to bury her small face into the vegetable pot, and her hand in choosing vegetables became a little flustered, choosing the leaves into pieces of varying sizes. She suddenly felt that Gu Xingyi was so bad that she had to make her say it again when she had already heard it clearly. Honey, Xia Shiyao pinched the vegetable leaf in her hand, like it was the guxingyi in front of her, but she still made an effort to say it again. This sound of husband was like heavenly music in Guxingyi's ears, making him feel as if his entire body had loosened up in an instant. Guxingyi's face instantly turned into a smile, and even his voice floated a bit. Why did your wife suddenly remember to ask about the song? Just asking. Let me think. Guxingyi looked at the vegetable leaves in the basin that had already been torn to shreds by Xia Shiyao, and after thinking carefully, he suddenly understood why Xia Shiyao had acted in such a way. After thinking about it, Guxingyi's gaze flickered for a moment, and his complexion became somewhat complicated. He was naturally surprised that Xia Shiyao could call him her husband, just like the last time he was in the hotel, and he was looking forward to these surprises, but it's not the same, and while it's all about her willingness, the starting point is different. She's ingratiating herself again. Guxingyi suddenly wanted to cry a little. This idiot, do you have to use this way every time you express your love? Careful, like a stray kitten that had been picked up and brought home. It made Guxingyi's heart ache, but he didn't know what to do. Xia Shiyao waited for a few moments and didn't wait for Guxingyi's reply. Her heart was a little flustered. She wanted to look up at Guxingyi but she was a little afraid to. Another short while passed. Xia Shiyao felt Guxingyi beside her move, and in the next second, her body was suddenly wrapped in his warm embrace, and the sound of Guxingyi's gentle words came from her ears. I've got a song in mind. I'll write it down for you after dinner, okay? Guxingyi's warm breath hit her ears. Xia Shiyao's body stiffened for a moment before quickly softening. Such an intimate move made her legs a little weak. Well, by this time, she had completely forgotten what she was supposed to say. Guxingyi only hugged her gently for a bit before letting go of Xia Shiyao, mainly because such a soft and sticky Xia Shiyao was too tempting. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist trying to bully her. A lunch that dragged hard for an hour before it was done. On the dining table, Xia Shiyao was a bit sullen as she ate her rice in small bites, her mouth bulging. There was so much she hadn't said just now in the kitchen before her thoughts were disrupted by Guxingyi's sudden movements. The damn Gudork is still laughing across the room right now. After the meal, Xia Shiyao took the initiative to take on the job of cleaning up the hygiene, while Guxingyi went to the study. He seems to have figured out what to do, although this would make Xia Shiyao aggravated for a moment. But he believed that after this Xia Shiyao would naturally call out for her husband. Not in such a situation. Xia Shiyao washed the dishes and then nestled on the sofa. She looked in the direction of the study and fumed, some hopefulness and some withdrawal in her eyes, and finally she pursed her lips, only loving tenderness remaining in her eyes. This time there was a long wait until after 4 p.m. It was only then that Guxingyi walked out of the study with 2 pieces of paper. He looked at Xia Shiyao's eyes that suddenly glowed a little. The hand holding the curved manuscript paper unconsciously got a little harder. Her careful love was so heartbreaking and helpless to him. Guxingyi forced a smile and walked over to sit beside her. Check it out. It's a love song. I know it. Xia Shiyao took Guxingyi's manuscript paper in her hand. She is now not surprised by his creative ability. Not at all the kind of surprise before. She just did a quick scan of the lyrics and sheet music and knew the song was still good. Guxingyi never seems to disappoint when it comes to lyrics and music, and he always manages to mesmerize people with his lyrics. But Xia Shiyao didn't have the heart to think about this right now. She just glanced at this love song in her hand that fit the keywords so well, and her eyes rested on Guxingyi's body and she couldn't move away. The anticipation in those eyes was clear as day, but Guxingyi acted as if he didn't see it as he stretched out, his eyes drifting. Xia Shiyao bit her lip. The anticipation in her eyes turned into loss. She looked down at the lyrics in her hand again, and was a little aggravated. She wanted to sing the song with Nerdgu. This final is going to invite guests. Xia Shiyao looked up, cupping the song's script paper in her hands, her voice soft. Hubby, I don't have any supporting guests. Guxingyi's body trembled for a moment, and his heart beat even harder because of Xia Shiyao's soft husband and the aggression in her voice. He tried to tilt his head back and not look at her, afraid that he would fall into her tenderness all at once. It's fine. This kind of thing will definitely be resolved by sound and sea entertainment. Guxingyi stretched his back to hide his expression as he said in a light tone. Xia Shiyao bit her lip even harder as she lowered her head, not daring to let Guxingyi see the watery mist that had risen in her eyes. The room fell silent for a moment, and neither man spoke again. Guxingyi had been waiting for Xia Shiyao to open her mouth, but after waiting for a long time, she still didn't speak. I'll go ahead and pick up Nana. Guxingyi took a deep breath and looked at the time. He still didn't bother to look at Xia Shiyao and directly stood up and walked towards the door. Xia Shiyao just watched as Guxingyi's back disappeared into the doorway before the door was closed, and she just sat peacefully on the sofa, deflating her small mouth and silently dropping tears as Nai, who was sitting in the classroom before. A child who can't cry never gets candy. Guxingyi suddenly remembered these words as he leaned on the doorframe, his dark eyes revealing some sadness. Arriving at the entrance of Manhwa kindergarten, Guxingyi didn't have to wait long before the school bell came out from inside. The rows of children followed their own class teachers and cheerfully arrived at the parents' waiting area, and Gu Xingyi received Nai Nai as he had hoped. Compared to the morning, Nai Nai's mood was obviously much better. Her little face was already overflowing with smiles, obviously having been coaxed by Su Ling and Lu Dan. These kindergarten teachers, coaxing children is really something. When Nina saw her daddy, she swooped in with her short little legs. Gu Xingyi smoothly picked her up and left a fragrant kiss on her small face. Nina looked around again, then looked at her dad with big, suspicious eyes. Daddy, why didn't mommy come to pick up Nana? Gu Xingyi was instantly choked. Could he say that mom was bullied by dad and cried at home? Chapter 100, I have a song I want to sing to you. Back home, Xia Shiyao had already made dinner. Now that Nai Nai was in kindergarten, she needed to get up early in the morning and couldn't go to bed as late at night as before. Gu Xingyi was still avoiding Xia Shiyao's gaze as he had just done. He was afraid that once he met her watery eyes, he would instantly soften his heart. It was quiet at the table. Even Nina wasn't giggling as usual. The little one seemed to be sensitive to the emotions between her parents. As she craned her head from time to time to look at her mom, who was eating quietly with her head down, and then at her dad, who was silent to the side. Then she deflated her little mouth, and her little body rubbed against Xia Shiyao's side without leaving any traces. Dad is bad. He must be bullying mommy again. So, after dinner, Gu Xingyi coaxed for a long time, and quietly reassured the little guy that he wasn't bullying Xia Shiyao, before letting little Nai Nai immediately go to bed. Before going to bed, of course, there is no shortage of Gu Xingyi's daily bedtime stories. Gu Xingyi had been waiting for this moment for a long time as well. He sneaked a look at Xia Shiyao, who was lying on the other side, and cleared his throat to tell Nai Nai colorfully. Once upon a time, there is a very good little white rabbit. She has a very good friend, the little gray rabbit, but the little gray rabbit is very lazy. This year's fall harvest, the little white rabbit had to harvest 5 carrots. One day, the little white rabbit dared to go to find the little gray rabbit to play, and saw that the little gray rabbit is starving, pitifully looking at themselves. When the white rabbit saw that her favorite gray rabbit was going to be hungry, she didn't hesitate to give the gray rabbit a carrot, and after the gray rabbit got a carrot, she happily told the white rabbit, "You are so nice." Hearing the words of the little gray rabbit, the little white rabbit was also very happy, and after that, every few days, the little white rabbit had to go to find the little gray rabbit, and then give him a carrot, until the end, the white rabbit himself only a carrot. This day, the white rabbit endured to find the little gray rabbit. The white rabbit looked at the hands of the last carrot, and looked at his good friend little gray rabbit. She knew that this carrot and then give out, they will be hungry. Speaking of this, Gu Xingyi paused for a moment as he looked again at Xia Shiyao, who was still lying quietly on one side, and then gently scraped little Nai Nai's nose. Nina, if you were this kind little white rabbit, would you be afraid of losing this best friend and give the last carrot in your hand to the little gray rabbit again? Little Nai Nai was quietly listening to the story with her big round eyes, and when she heard her father ask her, she wrinkled her little nose and thought for a while before she said in a childish tone, Can we split it in half? Then the white rabbit and the gray rabbit won't go hungry. Gu Xingyi smiled and rubbed little Nai Nai's head and said, Of course you can. Nai Nai is so smart, but daddy wants to tell Nai Nai that it is wrong for the white rabbit to do this. She should tell her friend the gray rabbit what is in her heart, instead of being afraid of losing the gray rabbit and going to give him the best of what she has. Little Nai Nai looked at her dad in confusion. She thought the white rabbit was very kind and cute. Xia Shiyao's body slightly trembled, biting her lips. A trace of aggression flooded her eyes again. She also felt that the little white rabbit was not wrong. Gu Xingyi kissed Nai Nai's little face again. The white rabbit was good, but she forgot herself. She only thinks about the gray rabbit, but she never thinks about herself. Okay, it's time for Nana to go to bed. If she doesn't get up tomorrow, she'll get a spanking from her teacher. Gu Xingyi turned off the bedside lamp and slowly coaxed little Nai Nai to sleep, and before long, the little one fell asleep. The only sound in the quiet room was the slight breathing of the three. While Gu Xingyi didn't lie down, he just quietly leaned on the back of the bed, eyes open, silently looking at the dark night. He was waiting for Xia Shiyao to take the initiative to find him. Xia Shiyao's heart was also very unsettled. She had been thinking about the story Gu Xingyi had just told. She knew that it was something he had told to himself, but she didn't know why Gu Xingyi had to be like this. He clearly knew what he meant. Why couldn't he just agree to himself? A little more time passed. Gu Xingyi heard Xia Shiyao on the other side sit up from the bed, and soft footsteps followed. In the darkness, Gu Xingyi's eyes were dark and glowing. Gu nerd. A soft and sticky voice caused Gu Xingyi to lose some concentration, and he saw that Xia Shiyao had already come to the side of his bed, her two small hands grabbing his arm. Wife Sama, do you know how long I've been waiting for you? Gu Xingyi's voice was a little hoarse. The heart he was carrying finally fell. It was great that Xia Shiyao could take the initiative. Xia Shiyao didn't speak. just pursed her lips. Gu Xingyi rolled over and got out of bed, gently and quietly pulling Xia Shiyao to the living room. He was afraid of waking up little Nai Nai. The neon light from the city outside the window penetrated through the gap in the curtains, and Gu Xingyi saw Xia Shiyao's eyes, which were already full of water mist, and also saw the aggression and loss hidden in her eyes. Gu Xingyi's throat felt a little heavy as he looked at the careful petite wife in front of him and softly said, "What do you want to tell me, wifey?" Xia Shiyao looked at Gu Xingyi on the sofa in a daze. She finally bit her lip and said in an even softer voice, "I want you to be my supporting vocalist, and I want you to accompany me on that song." "Then why didn't your wife just say so before?" Xia Shiyao was silent and lowered her head again as Gu Xingyi continued. "Is it because you're afraid I'll say no?" "No. This time," Xia Shiyao answered firmly because she knew Gu Xingyi wouldn't reject herself. "And what is that? Does your wife feel that you must give something of yourself for me to be happy?" Hearing Gu Xingyi say this, Xia Shiyao bit her lip and gently shook her head twice, trying her best to stop the tears she wanted to fall. "No, that's not what I thought. I know that wifey-sama has always been like that, digesting her heart's sadness alone, encountering things that are hard to accept as well, and being careful all the time, even with me." Gu Xingyi's voice was a bit dull, and his heart was even more clogged. He held Xia Shiyao's shoulders with both hands and met her gaze. "But your honor, I am your husband. You used to have no one to speak your mind to, and when you were wronged you could only digest it alone and in silence. But now that I'm here, if you're still like you used to be, and you suffer everything by yourself in silence, then what the hell am I doing, Speaking of this, Gu Xingyi's voice trembled a little. Xia Shiyao couldn't stop her tears at this point, but when she saw Gu Xingyi's eyes, she panicked inwardly. She had never seen him with such sad eyes before, and she had never thought Gu Xingyi would shed tears, and all of a sudden she couldn't care less about the tear stains on her own face, and reached out in a panic to help him wipe the corners of his eyes. "Your wife wants to sing that song with me, and so do I, but there's another song I want to sing to your wife right now. I want your wife to say and do whatever you want from now on. I can say and do whatever you want with you. Even if your wife wants to cry and scream, I'll be happy." Gu Xingyi felt unusually uncomfortable in his heart just by looking at her flustered appearance. It turns out, to feel sorry for someone is such a feeling, and it turns out, to love someone is such a wish for her to be better. Chapter 101, Just Once. After Xia Shiyao wiped the corners of Gu Xingyi's eyes, she tried to hurriedly wipe the tears off her face again. She was afraid that Gu Xingyi would dislike her for dropping tears all the time until he heard Gu Xingyi say these words in a trembling voice. All of a sudden, she couldn't stop her tears even more, and she sniffled and looked at Gu Xingyi somewhat cautiously again. She never knew that she could cry in front of others. In that case, would dumb Gu be too annoyed with herself? But Gu Xingyi told her with practical actions. Gu Xingyi pulled her into his arms at once, a smile forced on his face. "Look, aren't you fine the way you are? And I, for one, will only love you more." Xia Shiyao raised her head, her tearful eyes staring blankly into his eyes. He was still the same gentle nerd. Gu nerd wow. Xia Shiyao couldn't help herself all of a sudden, and flung herself into Gu Xingyi's arms and cried so wantonly. Gu Xingyi gently patted her back, leaning down and lowering his head to her ear. "I have a song I want to sing to Xia Shiyao, and I will only sing it to Xia Shiyao." Xia Shiyao's two small hands gripped the corner of Gu Xingyi's pajamas, deflating her mouth, her face buried in his embrace and rubbing hard, but her small head still nodded out of habit. Gu Xingyi laughed a little and rubbed her head, his gaze gentle as he sang softly, "I want to see you laugh. I want to mess with you. I want to hold you in my arms. 1 second. Red-faced in an argument. The next turn around and make up. I'm not afraid of you crying or screaming because you're my pride and joy. Eyes that run after you, and a heart that's ready go." Gu Xingyi's gentle voice rang in his ears, and Xia Shiyao lifted her small face and looked at him with red, infatuated eyes. "So, you're spoiled now, too?" Xia Shiyao sniffled her little nose again, and her hand gripping the corner of Gu Xingyi's coat became harder and harder. She can now cry and make a scene like everyone else, because Dorky Gu was telling her that he'll always be there for her, without fail. Gu Xingyi lowered his head and looked at Xia Shiyao's watery eyes, gently dropping a kiss at the corner of her eyes. He stopped. Xia Shiyao was a little upset, deflating her little mouth. She could hear that the song wasn't finished. Gu nerd continue. She reached out and poked Gu Xingyi's stomach with her finger. This was the song that Gu Xingyi had sung to her, and only to her, and she wanted to hear it all. Gu Xingyi laughed and pinched Xia Shiyao's pretty nose. In fact, doing this, letting Xia Shiyao be sad and then know it, letting her memorize it, was the most impotent thing he had ever done, but he didn't have a better way. He believed that he could slowly change Xia Shiyao in the long years to come, but then Xia Shiyao would still go through many times of aggravation and hide her heart many times. He never wanted to see the look on her face again as she quietly digested the grievances in her heart alone. Gu Xingyi looked deeply at Xia Shiyao, feeling her pinch the corner of her coat tighter and tighter, and sang softly again, "Just once." I'll show you the end of days. Laughing on a sunny day. Noisy in the free air. You know. My only want. Xia Shiyao's eyes became even more infatuated as she looked at Gu Xingyi. Her hand that was gripping the corner of Gu Xingyi's coat gradually loosened and turned to hug his waist, her entire body leaning into his arms. Listening to the song, it was as if she saw the days ahead for her and him. Make a lot of noise and laugh. This was a day that Xia Shiyao had never imagined before. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was that she never dared to think about it. But now that he had his arm around him, he made himself suddenly dare to think about it. The world is still small. I'll go with you to the ends of the earth. Stop looking in the corner where there's no worry. Growing old in a carefree time. You know, my whole heartbeat beats with you. She is careful and clumsy in showing her love to him, even trying to give her body to cater to him, and he diffuses it one at a time with sincerity. And this time, with a song that speaks to her. At the end of the song, Gu Xingyi lightly exhaled, feeling the delicate body in his arms that held him tighter and tighter, and said softly, singing this song, I want Xia Shiyao to know that I will stay by Xia Shiyao's side in the future. Be Xia Shiyao's reliance. No matter what. I won't go away. Those things, those grievances, you don't have to hold them in your heart by yourself. Your wife is more important in my heart than myself. I wish you didn't have to be so careful anymore. Running in both directions is love. And my love for your wife will only grow deeper. Xia Shiyao just buried her head in Gu Xingyi's chest and kept listening. Gu Xingyi finished and after a while, she lifted her little face, pouted her little mouth and whispered softly, Gu nerd you're so annoying. Gu Xingyi deliberately pretended to be aggrieved. Where's the nastiness? It's just annoying. Knowing that I want you to go to the tournament with me and you're purposely trying to mess with me. Oh, is that why you called me husband on purpose? As soon as those words left her mouth, Xia Shiyao's face turned violently red, and she glared fiercely at Gu Xingyi with her eyes that still had water vapor hanging in them, before exasperatedly pouncing Gu Xingyi onto the sofa and covering his mouth. No more talking. Gu Xingyi's eyes were filled with laughter, and he symbolically struggled for a bit, busily nodding his head, signaling that he wouldn't say any more. Only then did Xia Shiyao let go of Gu Xingyi. Only the shyness in her eyes couldn't be hidden. She sat on Gu Xingyi and looked at him with a puffed-up face. So wife-sama, isn't this still quite temperamental? I'm happy to see such a wife-sama. In the future, when something comes up, I hope that your wife can also tell me with such a straight face. Gu Xingyi was pressed down on the sofa with a gentle smile. He was happy to see such a side of Xia Shiyao. Life is short. Your wife must first think of yourself before you can think of others. You are you. I am me. We are together. Only we are us, not a single me. If you only think of me, that kind of you, how can you be the real you yourself? Moreover, I will be heartbroken. Xia Shiyao looked at such Gu Xingyi and nodded her head vigorously. Her hands propped up on his chest also cupped his face. Her mouth deflated and she wanted to cry again. Obviously such a nasty Gu nerd. Why did she love it so much? Xia Shiyao rubbed his face and blushed a little. Then she suddenly covered his eyes with her hands and leaned down to kiss him. Well, kissed? Gu Xingyi was shocked. The reaction brought about by his own move seemed to be a bit fast, and some surprise. The night color was tantalizing, and the Xia Shiyao at this moment was even more tantalizing. A long French wet kiss made Gu Xingyi a little confused, and even his hand, at some point, burrowed into that loose pajamas. It wasn't until she was about to climb to the peak that Xia Shiyao reacted as an afterthought. She raised her head in a daze, bringing up a hint of crystal, and froze as she looked at Gu Xingyi's large hand that had reached into her clothes. The delicate soft touch on his lips left, and Gu Xingyi opened his eyes in bewilderment before seeing his large hand that was making a mess. The next moment, he looked embarrassed. Ahem, do you think it's possible that this hand of mine, he has a mind of his own? Chapter 102, a trick that even the gentlest of women can do. Xia Shiyao blushed, directly turning from the initiative she had just taken into a passive one. Grunting, her entire body pressed against Gu Xingyi's, trying to stop his big hands from continuing their actions. Gu Xingyi secretly snickered and swore to the lamp that he really didn't want to move around. He just wanted to pull his hand out. Now it was good. Being confined in Xia Shiyao's clothes. I can't get it out this time. Gu Xingyi smelled the fresh scent of Xia Shiyao's body and could only hold her body with one arm, his hand gently patting her back. Alright, get up, will you? I promise not to move. Xia Shiyao was not moved in the slightest, still pressing on his body like this. Only muffled voices rang out from Gu Xingyi's chest. You haven't agreed to go to the competition with me yet, so that's why you're not getting up? Looking at Xia Shiyao, who was relying on herself to play tricks on her, Gu Xingyi somewhat wanted to laugh. Stupid Xia Shiyao, is this a reward or coercion? Even if wifey-sama didn't say anything, I would have participated with you. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Xia Shiyao violently lifted her head from his chest, staring at him with almond eyes and an unbelievable expression. So you did it on purpose. Aha! Gu Xingyi fondly pulled his hand out and spread it out. Gu nerd. In the next second, The soft flesh around Gu Xingyi's waist was pinched by a small hand. Hiss, be gentle. You'll wake Nana up. Gu Xingyi bared his teeth and said softly. He was a bit skeptical of life. So even the gentlest women know this trick? He watched the men on Jitterbug who had wives come through. He hadn't believed it, but now he did. Bad man. Xia Shiyao glared at her, eyes voice lowered. This bad guy just knows how to bully her. If you don't do that, how will wife-sama be as she is now? I don't want to see a condescending and cautious wife-sama for a long time to come. Nah. Xia Shiyao pouted her little lips, and again with some heartache, gently stroked the soft flesh around Gu Xingyi's waist. Even if you say that, that doesn't change the fact that he's bullying himself. Gu Xingyi once again reached out his hands to carry Xia Shiyao into his arms, keeping the two of them close together. It's just that Nina's in kindergarten now, and I'm going to the tournament with you, or I'm going to have to find someone to take care of Nina on a temporary basis. Xia Shiyao's eyes gradually softened as she listened to his heartbeat, and she whispered back after just a moment's thought, let's trouble Joy to come over and take care of Nina for now. It's only a few days before we have to practice our songs together. It's better to go to the company's recording studio. After she finished speaking, she paused for a moment and gently called out to Gu Xingyi again. Gu nerd. Nina is in kindergarten now too. Isn't it time for her to have her own little room? Xia Shiyao buried her head, her ears red. Gu Xingyi nodded in agreement. Well, when I come back this time, I'll pack up the side bedroom and make a little princess room for Nina. So I'll leave it up to you to coax Nina at that time. Xia Shiyao just gently bumped Gu Xingyi's chest with her head and didn't say anything. Gu Xingyi searched for a moment and continued. And the car, always talking about buying a car. Didn't take much time to buy it. Tomorrow I'll contact that previous sale again. Let's buy another one. It's also convenient to transport Nai to and from school. And the house. We need to change a bigger house. But this? You need to wait for your wife to make money to realize it. After all, I'm a full-time baby daddy, ha ha ha. He says he's a full-time baby daddy, but Gu Xingyi is really busy right now. He's been writing anime titles, and in 10 days the first season will be finished. He's still writing the songs, and even the contests. He's now going to be participating as a supporting vocalist. Gu Xingyi laughed and joked a little, but he did feel that the house should be changed. This house only has 2 rooms, and now the side bedroom is still being used by him as a study. He still has to clean up the side bedroom first when Dorothy comes tomorrow. Xia Shiyao softly mumbled, then lifted her head and flew to give Gu Xingyi another kiss on the lips. Thank you, Gu nerd. She'd always wanted to say thank you to him, and it wasn't until now that she finally did. You really want to thank me? Then, call me husband again? Gu Xingyi looked at the touchy-feely Xia Shiyao with a smile in his eyes and said expectantly. This made Xia Shiyao blush a little again, and she flew up from Gu Xingyi's body as if she was racing to go, her footsteps hurrying towards the bedroom. Only an extremely faint voice came from Gu Xingyi's ears. Time for bed. Okay. Gu Xingyi rubbed his nose. Anyway, tonight's mission had been completed and there was an unexpected surprise. He was already satisfied. Rolling over and sitting up, Gu Xingyi also stepped into the bedroom. Returning to the bed, he once again wrapped Xia Shiyao in his arms, little Nai being mercilessly abandoned by the two to the side. In the darkness, Gu Xingyi closed his eyes in contentment and prepared to sleep. Then he heard the petite wife in his arms call out softly, Honey, this night, no more regrets. The next day, when Xia Shiyao opened her eyes in the morning, Gu Xingyi was no longer on the bed, and when she gently pulled back the covers, she saw the messy pajamas on her body. What a horny nerd! Xia Shiyao wrinkled her pretty nose and blushed. She looked at the time again. It was already 7:30 a.m. Xia Shiyao looked at the still sleeping little Nai and decisively picked her up. Another day of forced business for little Nana. The little one has developed habits that can only be changed slowly. Gu Xingyi brought breakfast to the dining table when he saw Xia Shiyao walking out of the bedroom carrying little Nai, and he looked at Xia Shiyao, who had already straightened her pajamas, with a smile on his face. Good morning. Hurry up and get cleaned up for dinner. Xia Shiyao glanced at him and hummed in response before taking Nai inside to wash up. The gentle Xia Shiyao is delicate and naive. There is a different flavor. After dinner, Gu Xingyi sent Nai to school, and Xia Shiyao contacted Tao Lele, each in their own way. Tao Luolu agreed very quickly, and she raised her hands in agreement about going over to take care of little Nai. Such a cute baby, she couldn't wait to hold it in her arms and jerk it off every day. By the time Gu Xingyi returned, Tao Lele had already set off for the station, and this little assistance mobility. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao also started to get busy, packing up the side bedrooms, contacting sales to order the car and various other things. Gu Xingyi on the car does not have much pursuit, can drive on the line. He did not have any business talks, so just let the 4S store sales to give him a random recommendation. The requirement is to have a car. Tomorrow we'll be able to pick up the car. Time passed quickly. After Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao packed up their side beds, the two of them hadn't rested long before time had come to noon. Xia Shiyao also received a call from Tao Lele. who had already arrived at the Zhengqing station. Chapter 103, The Dynamics of the Entertainment Industry. After arranging everything at home, the two of them drove to Magic City. Once again, they came to Magic City, and this time, it was only Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao, the husband and wife. Gu Xingyi was a little emotional. The original world of their own as single dog are not so busy. I did not expect this life as a full-time baby daddy, out of the house so much. In the morning, Xia Shiyao sent the song for the competition to Sister Yun, who took the song to the company's recording team as usual, to create the background music and register the copyright. The two arrived in Mordor and only took a short break in their apartment before departing once again to the Sound and Sea Entertainment building. The two of them breezed to the 11th floor, where Sister Yun was already waiting. As far away as she was, Sister Yun saw the two of them holding hands together all the time. She couldn't help but have a smile on her face. She took another close look at Xia Shiyao's pretty face. She didn't know why, although she hadn't seen her for only 3 days. This time when Xia Shiyao came back, she felt that Xia Shiyao was a little bit different. It was a kind of brightness that radiated from within, a state that Xia Shiyao had never been in before. Seeing such Xia Shiyao, Sister Yun's heart warmed. She had accompanied Xia Shiyao for so long. She had always been very distressed by this little ninny, and she also knew that Xia Shiyao had always been careful when treating people. Unexpectedly, the one who ultimately made Xia Shiyao change would be Gu Xingyi, who she initially couldn't look at. That's just fine, Sister Cloud. Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi came to Sister Yun and shouted in unison. Sister Yun nodded, her gaze softening as she looked at the young couple in front of her who were like a divine couple. You're back. Are we going to practice straight away now? Well, there's a lot of pressure. I'm not a professional singer after all, so I still need to practice as soon as possible so that I don't sing too badly in the competition then. Gu Xingyi scratched his head, a little embarrassed, though he was confident that his voice could be, and wasn't, off-key, and it was because of this aspect that Lifetime with You was able to burst onto the scene in the first place. But he was really not as good as professional singers in terms of singing professionalism. This was a fact that couldn't be changed, and he might have to drag Xia Shiyao's feet in this competition. I'm sure Shioyo will be happy no matter how you guys sing, so isn't it okay if Shioyo is happy? Xia Shiyao's face slightly reddened as she listened to Sister Yun's words, and her grip on Gu Xingyi's hand tightened a bit. Gu Xingyi smiled, a statement he agreed with. As the three of them talked, they walked into the recording studio together. Xia Shiyao took the song script paper out of her bag and placed it on the sheet music shelf. As Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao began to focus on studying the song, both are very serious when it comes to their songs, and the two are very much alike. This was the first time the two of them sang a love song to each other. Xia Shiyao's eyes had been flashing with a radiant light, singing a love song with Gu Nerd. This felt so good. Xia Shiyao looked at the song title and lyrics on the manuscript paper, and was still a little nervous. The lyrics on it were the same as what she had always wanted to say to Gu Xingyi in her heart. The river and the sea share the rest of their lives, and the rest of their lives are all about you. And the title of the song is called The Rest of Your Life Afterward. Gu Xingyi benefited from being more familiar with the song, so when the two of them practiced at first, he was obviously much more skillful than Xia Shiyao, and was even able to teach Xia Shiyao in some places. But when it came to the back, Gu Xingyi was completely convinced. Just after practicing a few times, Xia Shiyao obviously sang much better than him, especially in terms of breath transitions and control of the tune. It directly pulled Gu Xingyi by a large margin. So at the back of the room, it turned into Xia Shiyao teaching Gu Xingyi again. Throughout the afternoon, the two were immersed in the sea of music, and thanks to Xia Shiyao's teaching, Gu Xingyi was obviously much better than at the beginning. But Gu Xingyi felt that practicing songs and stuff was really tiring. From 1 to 5, he felt like his voice was going up in smoke, and there was a real bit of auditory fatigue, especially when a favorite song had been sung by him numerous times. He looked at Xia Shiyao with some heartache. From this, it could be seen that for those songs in front of her, Xia Shiyao had used how much effort to practice so well. They say that a minute on the stage is 10 years of work off the stage, and that really isn't an exaggeration at all. Just like that, in the end, it was Xia Shiyao who saw the tired look on Gu Xingyi's face and took the lead in stopping today's practice. Gu Xingyi breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly felt like he couldn't be more relaxed as a full-time baby daddy. As he walked out of the recording studio with Xia Shiyao and Sister Yun, Gu Xingyi held Xia Shiyao's hand and quietly whispered in her ear, "Honey, you're working so hard." Xia Shiyao blinked her eyes and didn't answer. She didn't feel much hard work. When she used to sing, it was much harder than this. Just the fact that these words came out of Gu Xingyi's mouth made her feel unusually sweet in her heart. At this time, someone else happened to come out of the recording studio and met with Gu Xingyi's trio. Gu Xingyi looked up. It was a woman draped in a kanji, looking very graceful, and she was followed by a small assistant with a lowered head and glasses. The woman just glanced at the three, and then lightly grunted, missed the body to take the lead to the elevator. Under the feet of high-heeled shoes stepped Di Sound. What's wrong? The three of them didn't seem to have pissed her off, did they? Gu Xingyi had felt that this woman had some familiarity. She just forgot where she had seen her before, and was quite confused by the woman's gesture. He turned his head to Sister Yun and asked suspiciously, "This is? What's the beef with Xiaoyo?" Sister Yun was busy shaking her head, looking at the woman who had disappeared at the elevator and smiled bitterly. "Where's the conflict? This woman's name is Lena and she's also the company's top singer. You two only focus on love, where there is still mind to care about the entertainment circle. The entertainment circle, this pot is so big, and now out of the two of you every day hogging the hot searches, they have a lot less traffic. More or less will be a little bit of resentment towards you. This Lena is, when Xiaoyo first joined the company, she was a bit unimpressed with our family Xiaoyo. By now, she's gone from being unimpressed to being a bit jealous, right?" Hearing Sister Yun's words, Gu Xingyi then remembered where he had seen this woman named Lena before. When I watched TV earlier, that often interspersed commercials seemed to be made by her. This is really something to keep in mind. The cake of the entertainment industry is so big that when they take up more, others take up less and naturally attract hate. But this cannot be helped. Every industry is the same. The survival of the fittest. Gu Xingyi naturally cannot be afraid because of this. And the reason why they chose Sound and Sea Entertainment in the first place was because Sound and Sea Entertainment's main focus was to cultivate singers with a strong star-making ability. As for the other two, Shengshire Entertainment is more Buddhist in the aspect of singers, although they are also one of the three giants, but their main focus is the development of the film and television industry, and the actors are more outstanding. Not to mention the other one, TMI Entertainment, who is also a triple threat and has the worst reputation. Xia Shiyao was a pure singer. And of course Sound Sea Entertainment was the most suitable, but even if Sound Sea Entertainment really couldn't accommodate Xia Shiyao in the first place, it wasn't like he didn't have a choice. After all, there is still the option of obscene development. Chapter 104, The Eve of the Final. As we approach the second of the Star Song's final, netizens are getting more and more concerned about this one. Last time Xia Shiyao's song She, now still hanging in the major platforms of the hot search on the high. The reason is not only the public click rate is high, but also cannot be separated from the major netizens' scramble to cover, especially in many audio live channel. This song She seems to have become a test anchor singing skills of a standard. But no matter how many netizens are covering the song, netizens always think that the most beautiful ghost bride is not Xia Shiyao. No one can beat Xia Shiyao in the song She. Someone even brought the songs that appeared in this Star Song Festival and compared them with the songs of the past few Star Song Festivals, and as a result, he realized that there was no comparison at all. In this Star Song Festival, not only the songs sung by Xia Shiyao were at a much higher level than the previous sessions, even the other singers, in order not to lose so ugly, came up with songs that were too much stronger than before. So another post appeared online, counting down a few treasure songs created by Gu Xingyi. The era of the showbiz spit song will be ended. Inside the post is a breakdown of what records were broken by the appearance of these songs, starting with the original A Lifetime of You, moving on to The Wind is Gathering, and finally She. Although the official albums of these songs have not yet appeared on the Wahini platform, their airplay and hits are there for all to see. At the end of the post, summed up in one sentence, it can be predicted that once Xia Shiyao's first album appears, it will be the existence of every song on the Wahine New Songs chart, and even the Golden Melody Awards. It is not impossible. Once this post appeared, it immediately gained countless favorable comments, and everyone could not help but look forward to the second final. What kind of song will Gu Xingyi write for Xia Shiyao again? Knowing that this competition was able to invite supporting singers, many people were speculating about who Xia Shiyao would actually invite. Most people felt that Xia Shiyao would definitely invite a veteran singer because this was a competition that concerned the ownership of the championship, and Gu Xingyi he wasn't a singer after all, so he definitely couldn't compare to those veteran singers. Showbiz? No, all understand, the water is very muddy. In order to make money, even the perfect couple will make way for the interests. However, there were some people, especially Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao's fans, who were actually vaguely expecting Xia Shiyao to invite Gu Xingyi in their hearts. After all, from the time they appeared in the public's view until now, all they showed was that they were thinking about each other. They are looking forward to the emergence of such a couple in the entertainment industry that does not follow the trend, to make the turbid entertainment industry have a clean land. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao didn't know about everything that was happening in the outside world. They were going out early and coming back late every day these days, practicing their songs diligently. Because of Xia Shiyao's guidance, Gu Xingyi's singing skills were rising by leaps and bounds. September 7th, the second session of the Star Song's final officially opens. Until now, the viewers did not know who the guests invited by Xia Shiyao and Miao Ankuan were, and the program group, in order to keep the suspense, did not even reveal a bit of information about this. The match site, in front of the Magic City Stadium has long been crowded. In addition to the audience, more journalists from various companies. The number of people than in any previous installment is much more. The second final match of the Star Song Festival. A match that could very well determine the winner. Moreover, this issue is a love song duet. And the issue of who will be the supporting singers has long been a hot topic on the internet, with many people speculating whether the two entertainment giant companies will invite their own company's big singers to come in this one. After all, based on past experience, getting the Star Song Festival Championship is equivalent to taking a ticket to enter the first tier of singers. In order to maintain a sense of mystery, Ren Xiao had arranged an exclusive interview area for the journalists in front of the gates of the stadium early on, while the supporting singers had quietly sneaked into the backstage under the arrangement of the program team. The only ones left for reporters to interview were the two known contestants, Xia Shiyao and Miao Ankuan. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Sister Yun accompanied Xia Shiyao and appeared in front of the door. This appearance attracted a lot of cheers from the audience. Not long after, Miao Ankuan and her little assistant also appeared at the door, and were greeted with the same cheers. This was the first time Xia Shiyao accepted an official interview since her comeback, and the eyes of a group of reporters exuded a wolf-like green gaze as they scrambled to surround her, all wanting to get first-hand information. Ms. Xia Shiyao, may I ask who is the supporting vocalist you invited this time? You'll find out when we sing later. Xia Shiyao shook her head and replied playfully. She naturally wouldn't say that it was a three-ordered order from the program. Ms. Xia Shiyao, can you tell us a little bit about what your daily life with Gu Xingyi is like in normal times? This one could be said, and a smile appeared on Xia Shiyao's face. It's just like any other couple. No different. The reporter who asked the question froze. What's the difference between that answer and no answer? He then pointed the microphone at Miao Anjuan. May I ask player Miao Anjuan, you lost the last match. Do you have the confidence to get back this time? Miao Anjuan glanced at Xia Shiyao beside her and smiled. I will work hard. Xia Shiyao is a very strong opponent, and I'll benefit from playing against such an opponent. The reporter was once again speechless. Well, you two harmonize your words, right? The reporter was speechless again. Okay, you two have harmonized your words, right? At this point, another reporter asked a question. Ms. Xia Shiyao, may I ask what you think about the hot topic of Gu Xingyi raising the level of the entire Chinese music scene online? Xia Shiyao blinked. In her heart, Gu Xingyi was the best. I don't know what others say. In my heart, Gu Xingyi is the best lyricist. Woohoo! There's traffic for this issue. The reporter who asked the question grinned. Xia Shiyao was pretty stiff with this statement, although she said it was in her heart. This was also undoubtedly saying to the crowd that Gu Xingyi was the best lyricist. Then a few reporters asked a few questions. Xia Shiyao and Miao Ankuan saw that the time was almost up and casually dealt with it before entering the gymnasium. The reporters also quickly dispersed as they went in, satisfied and regretful about the content of today's interviews. Satisfied because they had gained a lot of dry goods today. Regretful because, in the end, they still didn't know who the two supporting singers were. The audience, too, lined up one after another at this time to enter the arena, and in a short while, the arena was filled to capacity. As the gates of the stadium closed, a bright river of stars rose above the arena, and the stars in the sky slowly scattered across the stage. The opening song from Stargazer also played throughout the arena at this point. The second game of the finals has officially kicked off. Chapter 105, We're Just Old, Not Dead. In contrast to the nervous excitement of the audience in front, backstage is peaceful at the moment. Xia Shiyao and Miao Ankuan, two stunningly beautiful women, were chatting in whispers just like bosom friends. They didn't know what they were chatting about, and their gazes glanced over to Gu Xingyi's side, both with some smiles on their faces. Gu Xingyi, on the other hand, was talking to a man who was about 40 years old. This man, even Gu Xingyi, who wasn't very familiar with the entertainment industry, had heard of him, the old generation's heavenly king superstar, Lu Tianwang. When he saw this heavenly king, Gu Xingyi wanted to laugh bitterly in his heart. This was his first match. The opposite side had even invited this great Buddha. It was really looking down on him. Although Lu Tianwang is not in the peak period, but he was one of the four heavenly kings in the beginning, can be called by the netizens of the heavenly kings. Its strength and influence can be imagined, especially in the appeal of the fans. That is an unparalleled advantage. As for heavenly king Lu, at this moment, he had a good feeling about Gu Xingyi. He knew Gu Xingyi as a person when he made the song A Lifetime of You, and that song, too, was heavenly king Lu's favorite of all the songs he had so far. Especially the melody and lyrics of that song made heavenly king Lu feel that it should be a song that could only be written by his own generation. But in fact, the song was made by the young Gu Xingyi. Thinking of this, heavenly king Lu couldn't help but feel some emotion as he looked at the gentle Gu Xingyi in front of him and laughed. I really didn't expect that the younger generation would appear such a monster as you. To be honest, the entertainment industry nowadays, it's really incomprehensible. After these old generation singers of ours have fallen off the scene, those songs of the new generation, I really can't listen to them. It wasn't until I heard your song A Lifetime of You that I realized that there are still eye-popping talents among the youth. Gu Xingyi scratched his head. This time when they met, he also realized that this heavenly king's temper was really good, and the person didn't have a frame, much better than those condescending celebrities he had seen before. Heavenly King Lu saying this is really a shame. You're a senior. There's still a lot I have to learn. Gu Xingyi was humble. Such a heavenly king deserved respect. Ha ha ha, Xiao Gu. It's not good for young people to be too modest. Strength is strength. When I was your age, I was still struggling silently at the bottom. Heavenly King Lu's laughter drew sideways glances from the other side of the room from two of today's leading ladies. Miao Anjuan's gaze flickered slightly. It was also her first time working with Lu Tianwang, but she would obviously feel a bit restrained when she chatted with Lu Tianwang. But that man across the street, at this moment, is talking and laughing with the heavenly king? This is strength and charisma, and this man, whose age is but similar to hers, is really powerful. Miao Anjuan retracted her gaze and looked at Xia Shuriyao beside her, who was currently looking at Gu Xingyi over there, her eyes filled with tenderness. At this moment, Miao Anjuan really envied her a little. At this time, on the stage, Chen Shuer had already gone on stage. She introduced the two contestants of this competition, Xia Shuriyao and Miao Anjuan, as usual, and invited the judging mentors to sit on the judges' table. Next, it was really time for the moment in the limelight, when the contestants took the stage. At the staff's notice, Miao Anjuan and Xia Shuriyao greeted the lights and slowly walked onto the stage. Both of them were wearing a long dress designed in advance by the program team today. The difference was that Xia Shuriyao was wearing a white one with a small golden rose on her chest, while Miao Anjuan was wearing a golden one with a small white rose on her chest. One is like a neighbor girl, simple and moving, and one is like a royal princess, graceful and atmospheric. The two walked together. At first glance, gives a different kind of beauty, but after looking at it for a long time, it seems to be on the same path. Both are the ultimate beauty in their respective fields. As soon as the two took the stage, they were immediately rewarded with a round of cheers. Chen Shuer once again stood with these two people. Her heart was also very emotional. These two people, the pressure they gave themselves was really great. Welcome our two contestants who are competing today to the stage. Next, let's welcome today's supporting singers with applause. First, welcome Miaoanqian's supporting singer, Lu Tianwang, to the stage. In this match, Miaoanqian was the first to sing, so the first to be unveiled was Miaoanqian's supporting vocalist, Lu Tian, and Xia Shuriyao's supporting vocalist will remain a mystery that the audience will only find out when she sings. This also made the viewers curse in their hearts that the program is a real dog, really can hide. However, this did not affect their experience of watching the Star Song Festival, and many of the viewers were unusually shocked when Chen Shuer announced that Miao Anjuan's supporting vocalist was Heavenly King Lu. That's Lu Tianwang, the idol of their youth. Many of the spectators were so excited that they picked up their cell phones and started sending messages to their friends and family. Look at the Star Song Festival. King Lu is here. This also led to a lot of people who originally did not pay attention to the Star Song exchange came to have support. And for a time, the live broadcast pop-ups spread all over the screen. A large army of middle-aged men in their 30s have come to report. Lu Tianwang is invincible. Tearful. I didn't realize that Heavenly King Lu is here. How can this Miao Anjuan lose? There's one way to put it. I wouldn't have recognized Lu Tianwang. Who's this? One look upstairs is underage. Don't even recognize Lu Tianwang? I don't recognize it either. Is it hot? I only know Xia Shuriyao and Gu Xingyi. It's called Heavenly King. Do you think it can't be hot? Our generation is just getting old and doesn't want to surf the net much anymore. It's not like we're dead. Support Lu Tianwang. Support Miao Anjuan. Invincible. That's the influence of the King of Heaven. Most of their fans are starting to get in line with life, but once the divas show up, the memories of their youth come back with them. On the stage, Xia Shuriyao and the host also retreated backstage at that moment, handing the stage over to Miao Anjuan. Under the spotlight, Lu Tianwang slowly walked onto the stage from the back of the stage. He enthusiastically waved his hand to the audience. Even though his age has reached more than 40 years old, his appearance is still well maintained, and moreover, it gives a kind of mature charm. This caused many of the audience on stage to go crazy as they enthusiastically waved their glow sticks to welcome the veteran diva. The music also began to sound at that moment, and along with the soft music, starlight fell above the dark stage, creating a starry sky. On the big screen behind them, the title of the song they were going to sing this time also slowly appeared, Cuddling with You Under the Stars. As the starry sky appeared, Lu Tianwang, wearing a black suit, sang softly. His voice was a little vicissitude, but in the vicissitude there was some unique flavor that was fascinating. The audience closed their eyes and listened intently. It wasn't until the end of a verse that Heavenly King Lu turned his attention to Miao Anjuan. In the melodious music, Miao Anjuan and Lu Tianwan looked at each other, picked up the microphone and also slowly opened her mouth. Her voice was clean and crisp, like a silver bell into the ears of the crowd. Good to hear. The song came up and hooked the crowd, and the duet between the two managed to bring them under a starry sky. And under the stars as a couple in a passionate embrace. Starlight dotted the sky above the stage. At this time a heart-shaped pattern made by the convergence of starlight also slowly appeared, with the music, so that the audience unconsciously recalled in their hearts the scene when they embraced with their loved ones. Whether it was the audience at the scene, or the audience in the live broadcast, they were all mesmerized in a sea of love at this moment. Even Gu Xingyi, who was in the background, closed his eyes and slowly savored the song. In the end, he was a heavenly king. He sang the song's rhythm completely, and in terms of singing, Gu Xingyi was really ashamed of himself, but he wasn't exactly stage fright, and he was sure that his song, again, wasn't bad. Xia Shiyao felt the same way. In her heart, as long as Gu Xingyi was there, singing with her, she wouldn't be afraid of anyone, not even the King of Heaven. Chapter 106, The Rest of My Life. The song Embracing You Under the Starlight by Miao Anqian and Lu Tianwan completely awakened the soul of love in the audience. Pairs of couples on the scene, under the starlight formed a heart-shaped pattern, have embraced each other, while those single dogs, who can only drool with envy in their eyes, hugged their brothers sitting on the side, comforting each other. This is not a love song duet competition. This is clearly a dog-killing convention. Until those glittering stars in midair disappeared and the music came to an end. Heavenly King Lu and Miao Anjuan bowed deeply to the audience before their figures gradually faded into the darkness and retreated off the stage. Even after the two had exited the stage, the glow sticks on stage were still waving neatly. Gu Xingyi looked at the oncoming Lu Tianwan, his heart filled with emotion. This is the power of the Heavenly King. It is also the influence of the Heavenly King. When he first crossed over he thought that the songs in this world were just like that. Now he realized that it was the original owner who was too shallow. The music scene where the old generation used to be was different from now. As the legions of middle-aged fans say, they're just old, not dead. After the older artists retreated behind the scenes, they just got busy with their lives. But really when these guys reappeared, these armies of fans, accordingly, showed up. These older artists are truly to be admired. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room, at this time, were also frantically brushing the screen, and the appearance of Heavenly King Lu had brought many people to tears, and his easy mastery of the song represented the strength of the Heavenly King. Tearful eyes, long time no see, Heavenly King Lu. Bye, Heavenly King Lu. After listening to this song, I'm going to go and line up with life again. Have you all noticed that Gu Xingyi seems like an artist of the older generation? The songs they created are all so good. This is the legacy. It's always like this in China. There's always someone who steps up to the plate when every field is at its lowest. Gu Xingyi is like that. Indeed. I'm also a middle-aged man. What were all the songs in the entertainment industry before? It wasn't until Gu Xingyi appeared that I listened to songs again. I just don't know who Xia Shiyao's supporting vocalist is. It's hard to bear. I really hope it's Gu Xingyi. It can't be him. Showbiz? No at all. Miao Ankuan has invited the Heavenly King. I think Xia Shiyao won't be bad either. Why is it impossible? I truly feel that Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi, they're really different from the others. What's all the fuss about? Just read on. A bunch of barflies. Shoo, it's starting. While there was still a heated discussion on the internet, Xia Shiyao's figure had already appeared on the stage. Her white dress with a small golden flower on her chest paired with the happy smile that spread out on her face, putting the audience in a trance. Such a happy expression was something they had just not seen on Miao Anjuan's face. It was the kind of expression that could only come from genuinely having love. When Miao Anqian and Lu Tianwang sang in duet, although they sang very, very well, that kind of eyes that only exist when you're in love, they didn't have it. They weren't a couple in the first place, so naturally they wouldn't be as natural as a couple would be. But Xia Shiyao was different. This look in her eyes right now was clearly the look that only a small woman in love could have. Seeing Xia Shiyao like this, many of the viewers trembled slightly in their hearts. Could it really be him? On the stage, the lights faded and a cozy light suddenly appeared, accompanied by a pink rose petal falling from the air in an ocean. Immediately afterward, on the big screen, the title of the song appeared, The Rest of My Life After. The lyrics, composition and arrangement are still by Gu Xingyi, but when the audience saw the names being sung, their hearts suddenly trembled for a moment, and then a great sense of satisfaction rose. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room, which had just stopped for a while, suddenly swiped up again at that moment. I told you so. I told you. They're not the same. Worthy of my fans. They're just different. Open your eyes and see. Sung by Gu Xingyi, Xia Shiyao. A breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. Brothers, I adore it. Just one name alone shocks me. This is Xia Shuriyao. Heard the showbiz world is muddy? I'm sorry, it doesn't exist. Love song duets. Of course it has to be a couple. Xia and Gu. They really didn't let me down. How dare she? Not afraid of losing? Are you looking down on my family's Gu Xingyi? Although that cub seed has made mistakes, he's truly reformed. And he's famous too. Regardless of what the audience's reaction was, at this moment, Xia Shuriyao, who only had a tender gaze in her eyes, turned to look closely at the backstage entrance, where a familiar figure was slowly appearing. Soft music also sounded at this time, and under the cozy light, Gu Xingyi, wearing a black suit, with a golden rose on his chest as well, greeted Xia Shuriyao, walking with deep emotion. The audience under the stage and those who were watching the live broadcast had their mouths wide open. It was the first time they had seen Gu Xingyi in formal attire like this, and it was still such a clear picture. This guy, in his formal attire, is really kinda handsome. The prelude gradually fell, and in a rain of roses, Gu Xingyi took the microphone in his hand and sang softly, "Find the sun where there's no wind, be the warmth where you're cold. The world is full of people, you're always too naive, and for the rest of my life, I only want you." Singing this, Gu Xingyi had already walked slowly to Xia Shuriyao's body. He put down the microphone, looked at Xia Shuriyao with a gentle face, raised his hand, and gently nodded at the tip of her nose. Numb. Singles are completely numb. One dog-killing convention doesn't work, another one comes along, and another one gets better. Audience members with girlfriends or wives had smiles spreading across their faces at the moment, and they looked to the person next to them and followed Gu Xingyi's movements, gently nudging the tip of the other person's nose, and then the two of them smiled heartily. The single dogs without girlfriends can only look at the big and thick brothers around them and cry without tears. This action, how can they not do ah? Xia Shuriyao blushed slightly as she tilted her head to look at him, her eyes full of him. She similarly raised the microphone and the gentle song resumed. For the rest of my life, the wind and snow are you, the blandness is you, and the poverty is you, glory is yours, and tenderness of heart is yours. As far as the eye can see, so can you. A bunch of lights flashed and the stars rose again in a shower of pink roses. A little bit of starlight hit Xia Shuriyao's body, dotting her collarbone with a faint halo, flickering and flickering, the beauty of which made Gu Xingyi's eyes fall into extreme gentleness. The moment Xia Shuriyao's clear and gentle voice rang out, the audience had completely fallen into the song. Not only the audience, but even the tutors as well as backstage Miao Anjuan and Lu Tianwang. Their eyes flickered slightly with gentle smiles. A professional is a professional in the end. When Gu Xingyi was singing, people paid more attention to the gentleness in his eyes and the stage atmosphere. But as soon as Xia Shuriyao exited, people were immediately pulled into the song. The audience all felt that this song, like a burst of tingling electricity across the body, made people unable to stop falling into the beauty of the rest of their lives. If Heavenly King Lu and Miao Anjuan were singing about the present of love, then Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriyao were singing about the future of love. The present and the future are both perfect love and mesmerizing. Chapter 107. As far as the eye can see, everything is you. The two men on stage, suits and long dresses, took each other's hands and faced the audience off stage in a rain of flowers, and then in a sky of stars. All of the audience held their breath at this moment, gazing in fascination at the two people on the stage who were like a divine couple. It's so nice to have a love like that. They want it so much, too. Accompanied by the sound of music, Xia Shuriyao once again raised the microphone, and for this part, she sang first. Her gaze was as watery as water, and with a smile, she looked at Gu Xingyi beside her and lightly opened her vermilion lips. I want to take you to a clear sky. I want to tell you out loud that I'm obsessed with you. You are always moved by the past. For the rest of my life, I just want you. Gu Xingyi took Xia Shuriyao by the hand and took a step towards the front of the stage, and in the midst of the audience's stupor, he suddenly pulled her into his arms, his eyes smiling as he lightly kissed her forehead. Xia Shuriyao's small mouth was slightly open. The whole person looked delicate and naive. She also didn't expect that Gu Xingyi would do this. This was his temporary intention. For this song, Gu Xingyi had the deepest feelings, and whenever he heard this song in the original world, he would imagine what the person who would accompany him in the future would be like. Now that he knew, that person was Xia Shuriyao, Gu Xingyi was completely immersed in the song, and singing it, he seemed to have seen the rest of his life with her in the future. Gu Xingyi picked up the microphone as if he was gently speaking to Xia Shuriyao. For the rest of my life, the wind and snow will be yours, the spring flowers will be yours, and the summer rain will be yours. You are the autumn yellow, you are the seasons, you are the warmth, and you are wherever you look. At this time, all the viewers who are watching the Star Song Festival, no one cares about how Gu Xingyi actually sang. Whether he sang well or not, Lu Tianwang, it is no longer important. The important thing is that they have all been immersed in the beautiful images on stage and in the beautiful declarations of love for the rest of their lives to come. Everything is you as far as the eye can see. For the rest of my life, all I want is you. Time is like water, always without words, as long as you are there. It is a sunny day. Judge's seat. Several tutors also have moved. People say singing, but then good singing, but also just to let the listeners better wholeheartedly resonate with the song. Gu Xingyi, although singing is really slightly inferior, but he did resonate the word. In the guide room, Ren Chao covered his chest. He was no longer concerned about the data on the monitor that was now skyrocketing to the extreme. He cared more about the fact that he was really seeing such a duo in this current showbiz atmosphere. Although he had known for a long time that Xia Shiyao had invited Gu Xingyi to be the guest vocalist, when they really stood on the stage, this excitement, this shock, was something that no pair of improvised combinations could bring. It's a feeling that comes from within and is mesmerizing. And now the pop-ups are uniformly floating across the screen in all the major live streams. For the rest of my life, it's all about you. There are even countless couples who have secretly decided that when they get married, they must be at the wedding venue, singing the song in duet. That's the beauty of a love song duet. Backstage, Lu Tianwang looked at the stage like a prince embracing a princess-like duo, with a smile on his face, his eyes slightly soaked. He suddenly felt that he had come on this trip. It was worth it. The entertainment industry, with its successors, will never be criticized again. On the stage, Gu Xingyi wrapped one hand around Xia Shiyao's waist, and with one hand, he led her in a gentle spin, and the two of them resumed standing side by side, facing the audience. Together they raised the microphone and looked at each other with love in their eyes. The chorus begins. For the rest of my life, the snow is you, plain is you, poverty is also you, glory to you, the tenderness in my heart is yours, and as far as the eye can see, it's you. As far as the eye can see, it's you too. The music fell. The two last tail end. The scene suddenly erupted like thunderous applause. They were both touched too, but also incomparable envy. Good people, but so, give me a kiss. I don't know who, off stage, shouted. In the next moment, all the spectators shouted in unison, give me a kiss, give me a kiss. Xia Shiyao's face became more and more flushed, and with so many people on stage, it made her incomparably shy. Gu Xingyi twisted his head, looking at these watching spectators on the stage, picked up the microphone and put it to his mouth, suddenly asking, a kiss? The stage was immediately up in arms and the crowd was screaming. However, as cunning as Gu Xingyi was, he said again with a smile on his face, you're right, if you want to kiss, do it at home. SHHHH. The crowd couldn't take it anymore and booed in unison, and the atmosphere got even more heated as a result. Even the viewers of the live broadcast, all laughed as they transformed into Land Key immortals, and the pop-ups instantly spread all over the screen. Good you Gu Xingyi, waiting to die you, cut, as if anyone wants to see you spill dog food. If you don't want to kiss me, don't be mean. Slightly, Gu Xingyi, are you good or not? That's it, just tell me if you can't do it. I'll do it instead. Upstairs, you're doing the math and I can hear you from 1,000 miles away. Gu Xingyi, alas, there was once a perfect opportunity in front of me. I didn't cherish it until after I lost it. I realized that if God gave me another chance, I would, definitely, kiss down. Gu Xingyi didn't care about the ghostly cries of the audience under the stage anymore. He looked at the shy Xia Shiryao with a gentle smile, and after a moment of thought, he removed the small golden rose in front of his chest and wore it on the tip of her hair. After embellishing, Xia Shiryao was instantly more beautiful, like the bride of his dreams, making the color of joy in his eyes even more intense. The audience offstage immediately ate another mouthful of dog food, and each howled even more cheerfully. Fortunately, the host Chen Shuer at this time quickly walked up to the stage, busy to pacify the audience on the scene, which will be the audience under the stage to stabilize the excitement of the mood. After that, Miao Ankuan and Lu Tianwang were also invited onto the stage, and the four of them stood side by side on the stage, looking towards the tutors' table. And at this moment, it was time for the tutors' review and voting session. The first to comment on the vote remains Gao Yu. He looked at the four people on the stage and suddenly had a feeling that he had no way to speak, and after thinking for half a day, in the end, he smiled bitterly before he finally spoke. It's harder to get me to critique this game than it is to kill me. The words have just been exported. It led to a burst of laughter from the audience on the stage, and they all understand. On stage this is what combination a heavenly king, a now the most bold and the lyricist, shell two who have to hemp claws, but as a professional judge tutor, I still have to say my opinion. First of all, Lu Tianwang and Miao Ankuan, your duet is even inferior to me. Lu Tianwang is already a senior. His strength is naturally unquestionable, but Miao Ankuan, you gave me a big surprise today. Your performance today was very good. Even with the Heavenly King on the same stage, you didn't show any fear. That's good. Next is Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiryao. You too. I can't talk about it because I've been brought into the happiness you're longing for by the song, and the stage effect is even more full of points. If uninformed people saw it, they would definitely think it was a wedding scene. Gao Yu said this, paused for a moment, and his face was again flooded with a struggling and bitter smile. This match was a feast for the audience, but for him, it was truly a sure hell. He hasn't decided who to vote for until now. At this moment, all the gazes of the audience at the scene were focused on Gao Yu, and Gao Yu's entire body loosened up for a moment, but still decided to come down. This is my vote. Let's vote for Miao Ankuan, because I'm a professional tutor. Standing on the professional point of view of singing, Miao Ankuan and Lu Tianwang are obviously better. After Gao Yu cast his vote, his entire body loosened up and leaned against the back of his chair. The vote, it really wore him out, more so than a concert, and God knows how long he'd been torn up inside. Chapter 108 Voting Tug of War. The voting session has always been the most tense moment in the atmosphere. The four people on the stage, but the face as usual, the audience under the stage, but held their breath. They seemed to be more nervous than the parties involved, because they all have their own support players in their hearts. Until Gao Yu finished casting his vote, some noisy voices came from between the audience seats at the scene. To the professional mentors, there was nothing wrong with Gao Yu's vote, but to the audience, they could relate more to Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao's the rest of your life afterward. Many people were a bit disappointed, but they didn't say anything. There was really nothing wrong with Gao Yu's review. Although Gu Xingyi had practiced hard for a few days, his level of professionalism was still inferior compared to Heavenly King Lu, the second mentor who voted. It was Xue Xiaoqian's turn. He was also in a difficult situation. He thought for half a day in the mentor's seat. Finally he made a good decision, took a deep breath and looked at the four people on stage. My view may be a little different from Mentor Goyu. I think that songs are an expression of people pouring out their emotions, and people are finding that resonance of their own in songs. Professional singers are able to drive the audience's atmosphere precisely because their singing resonates with people. And tonight, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao are undoubtedly doing a much better job at that. So, for my vote this time, I still choose to vote for Xia Shiyao. When the song goes deep into the hearts of the people, in my heart, Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi have already won. Xue Xiaoqian finished his opinion in one breath before letting out a long breath. 1,000 readers have 1,000 Hamlets, and 1,000 listeners naturally have 1,000 feelings. When faced with two hard-won good songs, Xue Xiaoqian chose to go from the heart. The votes once again came to a 1-1 tie, so the audience held their breath even more. This night, the result will be exactly how. So far no one's heart is bottom. If you want to say that the most relaxed at this time, belongs to the four people on the stage. Their hearts at this moment feel that, no matter win or lose, they have already tried their best. Try their best is the best answer to themselves. What's the saying? You just work hard and leave the rest to Providence. That was the mentality of the four people on stage now. When it was the turn of the third mentor, Chen Yi-sun, to vote, he didn't comment first, but stood up first and took the lead in bowing to the four on the stage before opening his mouth full of emotion. To be honest, I haven't paid attention to the Chinese music scene for many years, but it wasn't until today that I realized I was wrong. Turns out, the Chinese music scene isn't as declined as I thought. I'm here today, witnessing the emergence of two stunning love songs, and the sparks that collide between the new generation and the old generation. If it's about the play and songs of the two contestants, this vote, I'll vote for Xia Shiyao. But if we add in the performance of the supporting singers, I'll go with Miao Ankuan and Lu Tianwang. I agree with Gao Yu. As a professional singer, I'll naturally prefer the more professional combination. So with this vote, I'm voting for Miao Ankuan. Chen Yi-sun's words fell. Gu Xingyi on the stage smiled helplessly. Sure enough, in the end, he still dragged Xia Shiyao's leg. Compared to Lu Tianwang, he naturally couldn't compare to him above the degree of professionalism in singing. After this vote was cast, the number of votes also came to 2:1. Everyone's eyes all stared at Lu Ruoying, and the guide's camera also drew closer, giving Lu Ruoying a close-up at the right time. When the camera drew closer, everyone suddenly froze as they saw that Lu Ruoying was secretly wiping her tears. As a former love song diva, Lu Ruoying had the deepest feelings for love songs, and she was touched by the kind of beautiful love that Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi displayed. When she saw that the camera was already on her, she realized how out of line she had been and busied herself with wiping her eyes again and putting a small smile on her face. I'm sorry, I lost my temper. This vote, I'm voting for Xia Shiyao. I don't have much to say in terms of critique. I just want to say that you guys touched me with this song. Looking at Lu Ruoying on stage with sincere feelings, Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi bowed to Lu Ruoying at the same time. Especially Gu Xingyi, looking at the familiar faces on the tutor's table. His heart did not mention how much feeling. This world's Lu Ruoying, and the original world does not seem to be different, but she has a famous song has not yet appeared, and I do not know that in this world, whether or not it will appear. Gu Xingyi was a little gloomy in his heart, always feeling that if that song didn't appear, it would be a pity for the world. All of it. All four mentors' votes were closed at this point, and it was tied 2-2. The next time the audience performance time is up, the big screen, real-time voting opened, only to see the scene of the audience have taken out their cell phones. Nervous to their favorite players to vote belongs to their own exclusive that vote. At this time, even the pop-ups of the major live broadcasts have disappeared, and all the people who are concerned about the Star Song Exchange have clicked on the voting button. The voting of the Star Song Exchange can only be real name, one person, one vote, so at this current situation, every one of their votes for the outcome of the competition is crucial. It was a different kind of war for the audience. Whether or not their favorite contestant could win depended entirely on them. So many people began to call on their friends, and in various groups, they were actively pulling votes for their own little masters. Xia Shiyao Gu Xingyao Gu Xingyi Relatives Group 1. Formerly this small group, has now developed into 5 large groups. Dieting has been a long-time group master. Xiaohong at this moment rare jumped out of the cell phone screen knocked to the fire. Frantically let groupmates notify their respective friends and relatives, pulling the votes for Xia Shiyao. On the internet, some accounts that have not been seen for a long time have also appeared. They are all people in their middle age, and the army of life against the line. It's a battle between the new generation of fans and the old generation of fans, and the new king versus the old king. On the big screen, real-time support for both sides was high, biting off more than it could chew, and increasing all the time, lasting longer than any previous match. The audience's vote, for a moment, was in a tug-of-war, with support on both sides, catching up with each other. At this moment, even countless media outlets looked at the big screen's approval ratings with disbelief. They never thought before the match that Gu Xingyi's energy would be so great that he could compete with Lu Tianwang 1 or 2. Although Tianwang is old, that is also Tianwang ah. They had thought that Xia Shiyao would have made a mistake by choosing Gu Xingyi to be the supporting singer. But this situation now ruthlessly slapped them in the face. When exactly did Gu Xingyi start to have this popularity? They thought about it carefully and suddenly realized that it seemed like without realizing it, the song that was now exploding in the entire Chinese music scene was created by Gu Xingyi. This cub seed has just taken over half of the Chinese music scene without a word. Although the hot searches had been inseparable from Gu Xingyi during this period of time, they were mostly about things that had happened to him, such as the domestic violence incident, such as the dating incident. These things silently overshadowed the sparkle of his songwriting. It wasn't until this moment that all of them came back to the fact that, all these things aside, what they were listening to now had always been Gu Xingyi's songs. Terror. The media who noticed this gulped, and they suddenly realized that the Chinese music scene might be about to change. Once these songs created by Gu Xingyi were made into an album and put online in Huayin, the charts at that time, they didn't dare to imagine slaughtering the list with just one person's power. Thinking of this, they unconsciously put their eyes on the big screen directly above the Star Song Exchange stage again. They knew that once Xia Shiyao won this time, it would mean that the sky of the entertainment industry, from this moment on, would really change. Chapter 109 Reactions of the Parties. This session of the Star Song Festival was the most popular in history, and at this moment, not only the audience, but even the eyes of the entire entertainment industry were focused on it. Shangshi Entertainment, Sound C Entertainment, Tianmei Entertainment, as well as various large, medium, and small entertainment companies, all of their executives, at this moment, were all converging in the conference rooms of their respective companies. What the media had noticed, how could they not have noticed? As early as before, they had held a meeting, but at that time, not many people thought that Gu Xingyi had the ability to be able to change the dynamics of the entertainment industry. But now it was different. On Star Song Hui, Gu Xingyi's horrible popularity was undoubtedly illustrating to them that Gu Xingyi already had the strength to approach the Heavenly King. Although he didn't have enough of a resume, his popularity was already beginning to take shape, and compared to the Heavenly King, he was perhaps just that much short of an opportunity. China's entertainment industry. Since the 4 Heavenly Kings faded into obscurity, there was no one else who could have a popularity of this magnitude, and Gu Xingyi was the first one. And the funny thing was, he couldn't properly be considered a person in the circle yet. It's scary that a character who has been straying from the fringes of the entertainment industry has such popularity. In the conference room of Sound and C Entertainment, a group of executives were looking intently at the big screen, which was showing the real-time live broadcast of the Star Song Festival scene. The guide camera turned to Gu Xingyi at this moment, and a ripple appeared in Yang Xian's originally calm and wave-free eyes. He still vaguely remembered that not long ago, Gu Xingyi single-handedly barged into Mordor and asked him for a seemingly impossible top contract. At that time, Yang Xian only think Gu Xingyi is a talented, bold and capable young talent, but he did not expect. This is only in the past 2 months. The hot search is like his family's backyard garden. Want to enter? The Chinese singing world is also dominated by this man. The recent explosion of songs, all his. Yang Xian took a deep breath. He didn't know whether to be happy or worry. the tree attracts the wind. After this, I'm afraid that Xia Shiryao and Gu Xingyi won't have a good time. Even their own company. Now there are some different voices. The cake is this big. You want to eat it all. What do you want others to do? Yang Envy's eyes flickered as he looked at the large screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desktop. In the conference room, more complex than Yang Xian mood, belongs to the young Lin sitting at the bottom, before the imperial sister now see, actually has lost some weight. She looked at the big screen Gu Xingyi, eyes somewhat complex. Since the last time she had spoken to him on the phone, Yang Lin had never contacted him again, because as smart as she was, she naturally heard Gu Xingyi's deliberate detachment on the phone. During this period of time, she also understood her own mind. She admitted that she was so much in love with Gu Xingyi. Maybe from the first time she received Gu Xingyi. Maybe it was when Gu Xingyi sang As Long as It's Ordinary in the office. She didn't know when Gu Xingyi made her heart flutter. It was also true that it was hard not to attract attention to such a talented man with a great personality, and she was not exempt from that. But again, she knew that Gu Xingyi only belonged to Xia Shiryao, so she didn't bother him anymore and deliberately avoided hearing from him. Now that he saw Gu Xingyi again, he was even more dazzling and attractive than before, and his feelings for Xia Shiryao were obviously deeper as well. Yang Lin lowered her head and smiled bitterly, somewhat afraid to look again. She did not know why she fell in love with such a family man. Let's just say the love is not there. At this moment in Shangshur Entertainment, as in the case of Sound Sea Entertainment, all the top management were concentrated in the conference room, and sitting in the first place was none other than the chairman of Shangshur Entertainment, Tian Xingqi. In contrast to the serious atmosphere in the conference room of Sound and Sea Entertainment, the atmosphere of Shangshur Entertainment was obviously much more relaxed. Even the chubby fat on Tian Xingqi's face trembled as he laughed. Tian Xingqi laughed while holding up the gold-rimmed round glasses on the bridge of his nose. That's what makes it interesting. It's good to have a Gu Xingyi to stir up the Deadpool of the music industry. Anyway, I'm not focusing on music. Film and television are the direction of our company. Ha 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 ha. The executives in the room all laughed when they heard this, and one of the directors sitting to Tian Xingqi's left immediately flattered. Still, Chairman Tian's tactics are good. Invited a heavenly king. Let everyone see the strength of Gu Xingyi. Losing is not a loss. Let the other company's headache to go. Winning is also our Shangshur Entertainment's Miao Anquan one. We are naturally happy. Ha ha, everyone is happy if you win, and you make a small profit if you lose. A high trick. Tian Xingqi blinked his wise green eyes and gave the director beside him an appreciative glance. Thousands of wear. Only the horse's ass does not wear. Tian Xingqi heart comfortable. You Gu Xingyi can make a small profit, but I, Tian Xingqi, will never lose. At this time the most upset, when belongs to the Tianmei Entertainment. This session of the Star Song Festival with their company Two Dark Horse has been eliminated. Originally Tianmei Entertainment thought that there is nothing to do with them, but now, when people are sitting at home, trouble comes from the sky. A Gu Xingyi had messed everyone up, and they were bored out of their minds when they thought that the songs that would be on the charts in the music industry in the future would possibly all be created by Gu Xingyi. In the conference room of Tianmei Entertainment, at this moment, the dead air is heavy, and the chairman of the board, Lu Gao, is even more gloomy. Can someone tell me what Lu Qian's situation is? And where did Gu Xingyi come from? A married woman who retired from the industry for 2 years. Hard to be held up by him alone? Lu Gao heart is very tired. This period of time he has been abroad to talk about the project, and did not pay too much attention to the domestic things. As a result, he did not expect how long he just left. Home is going to be stolen? The group of executives looked at each other in dismay. How could they know where this monster-like fellow had appeared from? All they know is that those songs are really good. Looking at one of the silent senior leaders, Lu Gao was instantly on fire. One paid teammate, one by one, they only know how to get drunk on paper and gold. It's true that they've been living in comfort for too long, and they don't have any sense of crisis. Now, immediately, investigate the whole thing clearly. No one can leave until this matter is clarified. And, contact the water army for me, no matter how much money is spent. This one must be won by Miao Anqilan and Heavenly King Lu. We can't let Gu Xingyi succeed in sitting on the reputation of having a chance to enter the next Heavenly King and minimize the impact. Also, go out to another person. Contact Gu Xingyi tomorrow and test his reaction. Just say that we're going to ask for a song date. Lu Gao finished his sentence in one breath and once again turned his gaze to the big screen. He looked at Gu Xingyi's smiling face in the screen. How he looked at it. How he felt piercing. In addition to these three giants, various small and medium-sized entertainment companies also acted at this time. Some of them chose to befriend Gu Xingyi and release their goodwill, while some, like Sound and Sea Entertainment, chose to extinguish his flames before he could rise up completely. For a while, the entire entertainment industry was surging with dark currents, and the most peaceful now was the Star Song Festival scene. The scene at Stargazer is quiet. Everyone is watching the real-time support rate on the big screen. They don't even dare to take a breath, because on the big screen, the support rate of the two people, actually at this time rare to maintain a state of parity. It would be outrageous. Chapter 110, in the history of entertainment, there's nothing like it. All the audience, including the mentors and contestants, stared at the big screen at this moment with wide eyes, incredulously. It's flat? How does that figure in? The number of supporting votes from both sides had come to the same number, which was something that had never happened before when looking at the entire history of Starsong Exchange. After all, the base of viewers is so large that it's basically impossible for that to be the case. Time was still ticking away, but the votes seemed to just freeze, and there didn't seem to be any more votes on either side. The time stipulated for the vote was also drawing to a close, and the audience couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Could it be? This match would end this way? Just when everyone thought that things had come to a head, suddenly, on the big screen, Xia Shiyao's support votes suddenly jumped. The votes were tied for almost 5 minutes, and with only 1 minute left on the clock, Xia Shiyao steeply gained one more vote. The scene at this moment suddenly spread a gasp of shock. Their mood was like riding a roller coaster. At this moment had already raised their hearts to their throats, and the tension in their hearts had reached the extreme point. Could it be? Xia Shiyao is really going to win? On the big screen, the countdown has begun. 60, 59, 58. At this moment, whether it was the audience at the scene or the viewers in the live broadcast room, they couldn't stop counting down the numbers neatly along with the countdown on the big screen. Intense. Exciting. Could it be that today, Gu Xingyi could really win over the veteran Heavenly King in a match? Such a reverse scene is a favorite in many people's minds. At this moment, the match didn't seem to have much to do with Xia Shiyao and Miao Ankuan anymore. They were more interested in knowing who was more popular, Gu Xingyi or Heavenly King Lu. Well, just when everyone was excited and had already counted down to 40, suddenly, Miao Anjuan's support votes, too, jumped a little. Once again, the scene erupted into a gasp of surprise. Another tie? But the truth was beyond everyone's expectations. After Miao Anjuan's votes jumped for a moment, they didn't pause for a few seconds before jumping again. 1 vote, 2 votes, rising at an even rate visible to the naked eye. This obviously perverse scene made everyone at the scene frown. These people who voted were too disciplined. Pressing wasn't something fans could do. Such a professional vote up is like an assembly line job that makes you squirm inside. The audience was still a bit uncertain, but the mentors and contestants on the stage, as well as Rin Chao who was watching in the background, understood in their hearts at the moment. This is someone hiring a mercenary. Rin Chao clenched his fist. For the second time someone messed up on his program. The point was that there was nothing he could do about it. Loopholes that hadn't even happened before were all revealed in this edition of Starsong. When he invited the contestants, he signed a treaty with their respective companies that they could not swipe votes. But now, someone had blatantly swiped votes. Rin Chao knows that it must not be possible for Shangshi Entertainment to do this, because the cost of breaking the contract is much greater than the gains made by Miao Anjuan's win, and it's only the second match of the finals, so the winner is not yet certain who will win. It was even more unlikely for Soundsi Entertainment that Xia Shiyao was a contestant of their company. What was left? Was Tianmei Entertainment and those small and medium-sized entertainment companies? Rin Chao instantly understood their intentions. This was some people didn't want to see Gu Xingyi rise to the top. Although Rin Chao understood, but he cannot help. He is just a director, cannot help these companies, even if he himself behind the company, still cannot help so many interest groups. It's showbiz. This damn showbiz is truly incorrigible. Rin Chao punched the table in front of him and spoke through clenched teeth. Then he closed his eyes and began to take deep breaths. After easily soothing his emotions, Rin Chao's eyes tended to calm down, and as if he had made some kind of important decision, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and called the company's number. On the front stage, the results of the audience's real-time turnout have appeared. Miao Anjuan won this competition with a lead of several thousand votes, but there was no expression of elation on her and Heavenly King Lu's faces. A victory won in this way was simply an insult to their status as singers. The original tense scene was rarely cold, and the audience below all froze in place. If there was a few votes or dozens of votes against the clock in the back, they weren't unusual. There would always be someone who was late, but this massive uniform frequency of votes was too strange. The live broadcast room is even more people have already spoken to question. Netizens' eyes are bright. This kind of obviously out of the ordinary. They are not a little cute. What the hell? I just had my heart in my throat and all of a sudden I get this? Shady again? It shouldn't be. It's not like Miao and Ken doesn't have a chance of winning. There's still a few dozen seconds left. I believe in Heavenly King Lu's character. And the program group wouldn't be stupid enough to do this. It's probably someone messing up. Hired the water army. So how does this count? How else can it be counted? A loss is a loss. We can still watch one more game. Upstairs, You can't say that. This vote is obviously abnormal. So Xia Shiyao deserves to lose? That's just it. Let's see the results. Let's see what the show will say. The result had already appeared. No matter what, as the host Chen Shuer had to announce it, she picked up the microphone somewhat helplessly, and just as she was about to open her mouth, she saw the director Ren Chao hurriedly walking up from the backstage. Ren Chao came up and whispered something to Chen Shuer, who listened and handed the microphone to Ren Chao with a sense of relief. Ren Chao took the microphone and gave a slight nod of his head to the 4 people on stage before turning to face the audience. Hello everyone. Hello again. I'm the director of the program, Ren Chao. I'll be hosting for you next. Now that the results of the competition have appeared, although there were some ups and downs during the voting period and the results weren't as good as they could have been, that's just the way it is. Ren Chao looked at the audience on the stage and spoke in a serious tone. The guide also cut the camera to him at the right time, and the live broadcast room was quiet, all wanting to know what he would do next. For those extra viewer votes in the back, I think many people know in their hearts what's going on, and for this to happen, it's a mistake on the part of our program team and a failure on the part of the showbiz industry. And as the director of the program, it's a shame that I didn't get to see contestant Xia Shiyao win the title today, but I'm also very happy that contestant Miao Ankuan was able to win, because their performances, in my opinion, that both deserve to win this competition. As for the result, this one is still won by Miao Anjuan. In my heart, both of them are champions. After Ren Chao finished this, there was some noise coming from the audience under the stage, but this noise quickly disappeared. Although they were a bit upset about the number of votes, they still recognized the strength of Miao Anqian and Heavenly King Lu. Only after the scene quieted down again did Ren Chao continue. The next thing I'd like to announce is that this session of the Star Song Exchange comes to an end. I apologize for not being able to bring you a good viewing experience. We will definitely improve the competition mechanism in the future, and the next Star Song Exchange will not have any more problems. This tournament did not produce a champion, but I believe that the real champion is in everyone's every heart. Ren Chao solemnly finished this paragraph, and then bowed deeply to the stunned audience on the scene, before looking at the 4 people on the stage with an apologetic expression. The 4 people on the stage all smiled at Ren Chao. They all felt some admiration for Ren Chao for being able to make this move. After all, not any person has the courage to be able to make such a decision. The Star Song Festival ended like this with a tiger's tail. No winner, and the show didn't even finish airing, which is something that has never happened before in the entire history of entertainment. It is one of the most failed shows and one of the most successful. Because of that, the program made most people aware of the figure of Gu Xingyi, and several good songs that could slaughter the charts appeared on the program. For the viewers, it was regrettable, but the champions, in their hearts, were already there. Chapter 111, Post-Match. Backstage at the Magic City Arena, the crew is packing up the venue and getting busy. The 4 of them, Gu Xingyi and Ren Chao, stood on the sidelines, looking at the scene in front of them, and couldn't help but be a little saddened. A good program, so the end. The previous days of the spectacle of a few people are vivid in their minds. Really did not expect, in the end will be such an ending, especially Ren Chao. At this time has been slightly disheveled. This program is his heart and soul, and now said no to be gone. In the future, I guess I will never see as exciting as this session of the competition. At this time, the 4 mentors also packed up and walked over. Shui Xiaoqian appeared to be more familiar with Ren Chao. He looked at the drooping Ren Chao and patted his shoulder. Director Ren, relax. This time it's already like this. Just pay more attention in the future and make the rules better. Ren Chao let out a bitter smile and shook his head. It's not that easy. This time, because I forced the end of the game, the breach of contract will lose all the revenue this time. It's doubtful if I can keep my position as director. Ha, that bad? Shui Xiaoqian froze upon hearing this, obviously not knowing that things were so serious. Ren Chao waved his hand, seemingly unwilling to say more about this. Although there was a possibility that he would lose his job this time, he did not regret that he had done so. When the few people present heard this, they all looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Gu Xingyi held Xia Shiyao's hand. He looked at Ren Chao, who had reached middle age. He couldn't help but admire his courage and character even more. Such a choice is really hard for ordinary people to make. Ren Chao also noticed the awkward atmosphere on the field at the moment because of him, and busily said with a smile on his face again, "Hey, you guys should talk about whatever you want to talk about. Don't worry about me. Isn't this still up in the air for me?" Only when Ren Chao himself said so did a few people come out of the awkward atmosphere, and the older Heavenly King Lu was the first to open up the topic as he looked towards Gu Xingyi and laughed. "This time around, the biggest surprise for me is you. I can foresee that in the future, at the top of the Chinese music scene, you, Gu Xingyi, won't be missing a seat." Heavenly King Lu's eyes were full of admiration, making Gu Xingyi a little embarrassed. Where was he any good? That was all due to his predecessors in the original world. Before Gu Xingyi could speak, Shui Xiaoqian followed. Right. There's no problem with what Heavenly King Lu said. Gu Xingyi, you're so great. I wonder if I'll have that honor to ask you for a song in the future? When the few people on the field heard Shui Xiaoqian's words, they were all a bit impressed, and they all looked at Gu Xingyi with two bright eyes. As veteran singers, they naturally want to have a good song of their own. They are not short of songs, but they are short of fine songs. They naturally knew how powerful this Gu Xingyi guy was. His songs, basically, were all gems. Gu Xingyi looked at the wolf-like eyes of several people and waved her hand. Several of you are seniors. Don't discount me. If there is a need in the future, I can give it a try. Then it's a deal. Sibling Xia Shiyao can't be jealous. Gu Xingyi realized that this Shui Xiaoqian is a self-acquaintance. Just after he finished his words, Shui Xiaoqian said immediately after with a smile on his face, and by the way, he also brought along Xia Shiyao to bring the relationship closer. Xia Shiyao blushed slightly. Her hand was still in Gu Xingyi's hand until now. When she heard Shui Xiaoqian's words, she was busy shaking her head. It won't. Gu Xingyi he's always had his own ideas for songwriting. Originally, Shui Xiaoqian was just joking. When he saw Xia Shiyao answering so seriously, he froze, followed by a few people laughing. It's really unexpected that Xia Shiyao, who shines brightly on stage, would be such a gentle and delicate person in reality. Several people gathered around and joked for a while longer, and before parting ways, several tutors, including Rin Chao, and even Heavenly King Lu, added Gu Xingyi's WeChat. As for Miao Anquan, she didn't bother to add Gu Xingyi, but she also had Xia Shiyao's friend, and after these two competitions, the two of them were already quite familiar with each other. A group of people out of the stadium parted ways. In fact, according to the custom of the previous session, after the program is all over, it is necessary to get together to drink a celebratory drink to celebrate the successful conclusion of the program. But this time, because of the accident of the program, the celebration party is naturally gone. When Miao Anquan got into the company's nanny car, she happened to see Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi talking and getting into the car together through the window, and then their car drove away from the parking lot in front of her. Looking at the car in front of her that had already disappeared at the exit, Miao Anjuan's eyes flickered a little. She actually envied Xia Shiyao. She felt that Xia Shiyao was strong, had a good personality and was pretty. The most crucial thing was that she also had a good husband. When they were just talking together, there were so many veteran singers on the field, and a heavenly king, but their topic of conversation always revolved around Gu Xingyi. She and Xia Shiyao were both contestants in the same competition, but it was obvious that the two were not worth the same amount of money, and the reason for that was because Xia Shiyao had Gu Xingyi, while she, herself, only had a company focusing on the direction of film and television behind her. Everyone had their own suffering, and so did she. This time, the Star Song Festival ended unexpectedly, and when she went back, she would have to continue to struggle in the position of a third-tier singer again. This time the competition is over. Xia Shiyao has something to be busy with again. The two of them just returned to the apartment. Sister Yun came with a pile of documents in her arms. Inside are all kinds of things. Making albums, running circulars, pushing albums, fan meeting. There were all sorts of things. The days of leisure seemed to be getting farther and farther away from her. And when Gu Xingyi saw the thick stack of papers, he couldn't even help but rub her temples for her. Xia Shiyao sat on the sofa with Sister Yun, quietly flipping through the pages. Gu Xingyi didn't disturb her and turned to go to the kitchen. This was her business, as long as she was happy. Sister Yun, these few advertisements, help me push them. The other two, I can take them, but I have to make sure the product is authentic, and only after the album is released will I have time to shoot. Xia Shiyao looked at it while frowning as she drew a few advertisement invitations from it. Any advertisement that had the slightest flaw was picked out by her. Sister Yun picked up these advertisements from the table and took a closer look at them. Then her face held a hint of worry. Have you rejected them all? There are two advertisers in here that are big partners of the company, so I'm afraid some people in the company will have a problem with it if they reject it. Sister Yun, don't think too much. Reject it. The contract is clearly written. No problem. And don't forget to hold the copyright of the album in our own hands. All according to the contract. They can't lose at Sound Ocean. Before Xia Shiyao could speak, Gu Xingyi, who had heard Sister Yun's words, said with a spatula in hand, leaning on the kitchen doorframe, he and Sound Sea Entertainment were just a partnership. It wasn't like he had signed a contract of sale, so what did he care about them so much? Hearing this, Sister Yun and Xia Shiyao looked up at the same time. When Sister Yun saw this confident look of Gu Xingyi, she nodded her head. Since the main two couples were going to refuse, she naturally wouldn't say anything more. Xia Shiyao, on the other hand, was warm in her heart. As long as Gu Xingyi was there, what did she have to be afraid of? Chapter 112, Script Completion. The next day, a double break. After the matter in Magic City was over, Gu Xingyi returned to Jiangchang. Now that Xia Shiyao had more things to do, he had to hurry up and change Tao Leilei's temporary nanny back. As a member of Xia Shiyao's dragon and tiger generals, Gu Xingyi couldn't let her become a waifu slave like himself. When Gu Xingyi arrived home, Tao Leilei was nestled on the sofa with little Nai Nai in her arms, watching cartoons, both of them smiling from ear to ear, and there was a large pile of snacks on the table. This made Gu Xingyi's forehead go up across 3 oversized thick lines. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the two on the sofa turned their heads together, and little Nai Nai grinned at the first sight of Gu Xingyi, smiling as she cooed down from Tao Leilei's arms and jumped into Gu Xingyi's embrace. Gu Xingyi smoothly picked her up. I don't know if it was an illusion. At this moment, he always felt that Nai Nai had gained some weight again. Tao Leilei also stood up and looked at Gu Xingyi with a look of inviting credit, a look that seemed to say, see, whether it's Sister Shiyao or little Nai Nai, I can raise them all white and fat. Gu Xingyi was powerless to spit, and could only say in sincere words, great merit, go back, your Shiodo sister needs you now. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Tao Leilei instantly pinched her waist, unbeatable, feeling great. Then she quickly packed up her luggage, held her head high, waved to Gu Xingyi, who was already frozen in place, and left in style, leaving Gu Xingyi with only an invincible back. What? You're done with it? Hiding your accomplishments from the world? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you have to deliver it? The corner of Gu Xingyi's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Tao Leilei's back, as if he heard a song playing in the underworld. How invincible is, how lonely. In the end, Gu Xingyi still hugged Nai Nai, caught up with Tao Leilei, and drove her to the station. The next half a month or so, Gu Xingyi finally free. This period of time, in addition to every day to send Nai Nai to school, is at home to study the script of one person, completely turned into a good man at home. And Xia Shiyao is also getting busier and busier. She is not only recording songs in the company during this period of time, is to run notices to do publicity, anyway, all day long. Basically there is no free time. This also led to the fact that she could only make a video call to Gu Xingyi every night before she went to bed, where the two of them talked about all sorts of big and small trivialities that happened every day. It was worth mentioning that because of the issue of Xia Shiyao's top contract, some people in Soundsea Entertainment did have quite a few words to say, especially when Xia Shiyao refused some business activities. These comments behind the scenes became even louder. But fortunately, all these comments were suppressed by the heat that Xia Shiyao had recently brought, and the company's chairman, Yang Xian, who had explicitly banned the company's gossip. According to him, everything was just based on the contract. September, destined to be an extraordinary January. Xia Shiyao's publicity was done successfully. Now the internet is full of news about Xia Shiyao's new album. The album contains songs such as The Wind Rises, Courage, Sea of Flowers, and a series of other songs that have appeared on Star Song Festival. And it is said that there is also a new song that the audience has not heard before, which makes the netizens are looking forward to the album online. And Xia Shiyao's Siege blog also timely updated. This album will be on October 1st at 8 p.m., officially online Huayin platform, because Xia Shiyao's heat was just too great. Some other singers who had been preparing to release their new songs on the day of October 1st could only change the time one after another, saying that there was nothing they could do about it. It's hard to compete. It would be difficult. Xia Shiyao's appearance had broken the balance of the Chinese music scene, and everyone knew why. But there was nothing anyone could do about it at the moment, and there was a monster of a man standing behind her. In addition to Sound and Sea Entertainment, Gu Xingyi had received song invitation information from so many companies as early as the day after he came back. Among them was Tianmei Entertainment, and the price they offered was very attractive. But Gu Xingyi didn't pay any attention to it. Xia Shiyao's album was on the line soon, and he was the cutie pie. It was only at this time that he would help other people write songs. Regardless of how the entertainment industry was now in a state of flux and darkness, Gu Xingyi's life was calm. On the 20th of September, Gu Xingyi finally created the script for the first season of One Man's Life in its entirety. The Madman side had called before to inquire about the progress, and now he was finally able to give him a complete script. Early the next morning, after Gu Xingyi dropped Nai Nai off at school, he contacted Chen Feng and drove to the studio where he had been before. Although they were in the same Jiangcheng city, Chen Feng's studio was some distance away from his home, and it took Gu Xingyi more than 40 minutes to come to this familiar commercial building again. On the 6th floor, Chen Feng had been waiting in the company for a long time, and when Gu Xingyi pushed his way in with a thick file bag, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Is this really the Scribbly studio from before? The last time he came, the beer cans all over the place and the empty room gave him a big impression. But nowadays, in this studio, a few pots of greenery placed on the windowsill are full of greenery. Brand new desks are discharged neatly, and more than 20 staff members are busy at their posts. With a smile on his face, Chen Feng put his arm on the shoulders of Gu Xingyi, who was frozen in front of the door. Dude, what? Is it okay? Isn't it decent? Gu Xingyi twisted her head around, looked at Chen Feng fixedly, and suddenly spoke. You emptied your family? Chen Feng scratched his head with a silly smile, and busily pulled Gu Xingyi towards the inner office, whispering as he went. Shoo, keep your voice down. Emptying my family's pockets is impossible. Except that it's hard for me too. What you're looking at is all surface work, and in reality, once the anime starts production, I might not even have enough money on me. Gu Xingyi frowned, somewhat puzzled. Crazy, you're not going to beat your face in, are you? Right, you were already fat enough to have a face job. Tell me, how much money have you actually prepared? 5 million. What? Gu Xingyi thought he was hallucinating. His voice got louder all of a sudden, drawing the staff in the room to look at him in unison. Luckily he had been wearing a mask and no one seemed to recognize him. Keep your voice down. I know it's too little money, but my parents have given me an ultimatum, and this $5 million is the last chance I'll be given. Old Gu, this is the moment of truth. My future depends on you. The corners of Gu Xingyi's mouth twitched as he looked at Chen Feng with a skeptical gaze. 5 million? Still not enough? There's still a possibility that it's not enough? Crazy. Are you going to tell me next that if you fail, you'll just have to go back and inherit your family's billion-dollar national supermarket chain? How do you know? I know you, big man. Chapter 113, Chen Feng's masterstroke. Gu Xingyi felt that her previous self must have had a brain fart to feel sorry for Chen Feng. Pushing open the door, the two of them entered the office, and Gu Xingyi sat down on the chair and glanced at Chen Feng with a grudging look. Not that I'm talking about you, crazy, but you're a rich kid. How can you be bullied by two little yakuza? Hearing Gu Xingyi say this, Chen Feng also straightened up as he poured hot water for Gu Xingyi while saying, it's my own problem that I was cheated. It has nothing to do with whether my family has money or not, and although I called Wang Jun a good-for-nothing, in fact, he is really quite capable, professionally competent, and his family is in a good situation. After speaking, Chen Feng took a sip of water and smiled bitterly. Old Gu, as you know, when scolding someone, you only think about how to belittle the other person. In fact, he's not as useless as I said. After Gu Xingyi heard this, he also nodded his head. This matter, Chen Feng said, is reasonable. From where you fall down, from where you get up. This he supported Chen Feng's concept. So, then what's this about $5 million not being enough? Gu Xingyi had only studied how anime scripts should be written during this time, and he didn't know much about the details of producing anime. Chen Feng looked at Gu Xingyi's serious down look. His face also solemnized, and immediately explained with Gu Xingyi. Old Gu, you don't understand the anime industry. It's a very money-burning industry. Just one ordinary anime costs around $10 million. The emergence of an anime is not as simple as people think. The preliminary stage requires planning, scripting, art design, scene design, character design and so on, some specialized talents to design. Wait, Gu Xingyi interrupted Chen Feng's long speech that was about to come out of his mouth. His head buzzed a little when he just heard 10 million. He knew that making anime was quite costly, but he didn't expect it to be so costly. Now Chen Feng was throwing so many specialized things at him. Where could he figure it out? He was a traveler, yes, but it wasn't like he had the systems necessary for a traveler to be so omniscient. Crazy man, keep it simple. The whole thing is so specialized. I can't understand it. It's actually about selecting the right script, and that script must meet the requirements and standards set by the company and the TV station. And the reason why national comics are lagging behind is because of the stricter domestic requirements. Chen Feng scratched his head and chose to speak in an easy-to-understand manner. After the script review and approval, then consider the audience and the market demand, the production of the corresponding anime, the production of anime, the first character image, clothing, personality, voice, etc., to determine, and then produce a music that meets the anime view and atmosphere. These two steps are done in order to formally open the more complex anime production. It's safe to say that every minute of making anime is burning money, and there's also a huge amount of publicity costs after the anime is made. So really, don't underestimate a little anime. Every frame of it is burning funds. Hearing Chen Feng say this, Gu Xingyi fell into deep thought for a moment before he raised his head. Crazy, you said an average anime costs around $10 million. So what are you going to do with this follow-up? Chen Feng waved both his hands in a seemingly innocent manner. One step at a time, and we'll save a lot of money. First, the script costs nothing. The originality is completely in our own hands. We don't have to share it out. Secondly, hey, when it comes time to publicize the anime, we'll need you and my celebrity sister-in-law to help out. And I know you guys are as hot as ever right now. By the time you guys casually cast characters from anime, that traffic will still take off. Chen Feng hemmed and hawed. Gu Xingyi skimmed his mouth. This fat man, but he was thinking quite far ahead. Alright, since you've thought about it, this script is for you. How to build it is your business. Just I have one request. Don't spoil this anime. This was something that he had spent a lot of time writing out word by word. and it was a treasure of the original world. So if Gu Xingyi didn't really believe in Chen Feng, he wouldn't have taken this out at all. Chen Feng took the dossier bag handed by Gu Xingyi and opened it to look at it carefully. And this time, he was completely caught up in the script. The various ups and downs of the plot inside captivated him deeply. And according to his expertise, Gu Xingyi completely portrayed all the scenes and all the characters' images, personalities, including some small details, perfectly. Even the dialogues between each character. Gu Xingyi was portrayed in a professional anime perspective. The more Chen Feng looked at it, the more the smile on his face grew. With this anime script, he felt that he was bound to succeed. An hour later, Chen Feng stood up violently, his eyes looking straight at Gu Xingyi. Lao Gu, don't worry. With this script of yours and my expertise, I guarantee you won't bury it. Gu Xingyi was relieved to hear this. He had written this script completely self-taught according to the online requirements, and now that it was recognized by Chen Feng, it meant that he hadn't written it wrong. He laughed and stood up as well, patting Chen Feng's shoulder vigorously. Good, you said it, I believe you. Handing over the script of one man down to Chen Feng, Gu Xingyi also settled a matter of heart. He looked at the time and continued. It's almost noon, come on, let's go have lunch together. I'll have to rip you off this time, won't I? Dog Dado, eat, feel free to eat, but before you eat, you have to sign this. Chen Feng laughed out loud and spoke cheerfully to Gu Xingyi while taking out a document from his desk drawer and handing it to Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi didn't know what he was up to again, and somewhat puzzled, he took the document and glanced at it. The document was mirrored by the large line of headings on it. Equity Transfer Agreement. Gu Xingyi instantly frowned as he looked up at Chen Feng with an unpleasant expression on his face. Crazy, what do you mean by that? Chen Feng, however, was full of sincerity as he looked at Gu Xingyi in front of him and said solemnly, Lao Gu, don't get me wrong, didn't I say so at the beginning? If you come and work with me, you'll get half of my company's shares. Now that this script was given by you, and my hope of insisting on producing anime was also given by you, this share, naturally, should be given to you in half. Don't you bull asterisk me here. Crazy man. The reason I gave you the script is because I don't want to see my brother bullied and still without his dreams. If you don't want it, give it back to me and I'll just take it away. Gu Xingyi rolled his eyes and directly threw the share agreement in his hand to Chen Feng. For Chen Feng's good intentions, he was informed but could not accept it. I don't care. You have to sign today. You have to sign even if you don't. Otherwise I won't leave. Look at the name of the company on it. If you don't want it, take it as my gift to Nai Nai. Nai Nai is so big. This uncle of mine hasn't given any gift yet. Looking at Chen Feng, who was sitting on his butt on the ground tugging at his own pant leg and crying out in a ghostly manner, Gu Xingyi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and his eyebrows were even more involuntarily trembling. I've seen people crying and begging for money. I've never seen people crying and begging for money. And this cub seed, when did he learn that trick? Even if Nai Nai came and saw this move, she would have to bow down. Chapter 114, the first appearance of the anime company's team. Looking at Chen Feng who was sitting on the ground like a small child tugging on his pants leg to play tricks, Gu Xingyi rubbed his temples. He didn't expect Chen Feng to give him this trick. Chen Feng, who was sitting on the ground, squinted his eyes and sneaked a glance at Gu Xingyi, and when he saw him like this, he snickered again. When Gu Xingyi's line of sight looked over, he quickly boarded his face again and assumed the appearance of an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. Gu Xingyi thought about it and said helplessly, You old six, I'm really convinced. Get up first and we'll talk about everything. If you sit on the ground again, I'll leave. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Chen Feng looked up at him and realized that he didn't look like he was joking, so he quickly climbed up and licked his face and smiled as he shoved all the agreements into Gu Xingyi's hands. Lao Gu, don't be anxious, take a look again. What I said is true. Think about it, the script is yours. The later publicity still needs you. You don't think about yourself. You also have to think about me. Don't. So how do you let me think in my heart? As he spoke, Chen Feng picked up another pen from the table and handed it to Gu Xingyi. Looking at him blearily, Gu Xingyi looked at Chen Feng's sincere eyes and understood that he had to do something. He couldn't let him accept this share like this, but he could think of a more twofold solution. After thinking about it, he picked up the equity transfer agreement and read it. It had Chen Feng's signature and the company's seal, 50% of the equity, and what made him care more was the name of the company. Starry Yaoi Anime? Gu Xingyi glanced at Chen Feng. Seeing the name he knew that this guy had already thought about this, probably waiting for himself here. Crazy, I can sign the name, but there is one thing, I also need to inject capital. Doesn't your money happen to be rather tight? Since that's the case, I'll contribute $5 million as well. Since I'm going to do it, I'll do it to the best of my ability. As Gu Xingyi spoke, he scratched his head again and continued without waiting for Chen Feng to answer. But, I don't have that much money right now. I'll have to wait a while, next month at the most. so I'll tighten up that money of yours up front and use it. Since it cannot be shirked, Gu Xingyi decided to enter the shares. He is now not so much money, but his wife will have money next month and so the sales of the album came out. The money is not beautiful. Chen Feng wanted to say something on the side, but in the end he didn't say anything. It was good that Gu Xingyi was able to sign. He didn't expect anything else. After signing, Chen Feng will save the agreement to the file bag. After that, as long as he finds a time to go to the business to change the information is good. This thing is done. Chen Feng, this is a happy smile, hooked Gu Xingyi's shoulders to the office outside. Hey, old Gu, let's go. I must treat you to a big meal today. And by the way, I happen to introduce a few of the company's backbones to you. This time, it's as a get-together before the official opening of the company's project. Gu Xingyi nodded. He was now considered a member of the company, and it was good to get acquainted with the people in the company. It just looks like he's getting farther and farther away from his dream life as a full-time baby daddy. Gu Xingyi sighed in his heart. He was thinking of being a salted fish, but he didn't expect the salted fish to end up not being one. As a matter of fact, there is a saying that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Pushing the door out from Chen Feng's office, the staff outside was still busy. Chen Feng stood in the aisle, holding the script he had just gotten in his hand, and clapped his hand vigorously to draw everyone's attention over. Everyone then put down their hands and looked over, and from a few other offices, 5 people also stepped out to look over here. Upon seeing Gu Xingyi's proper face, many people were obviously stunned, followed by their eyes lighting up all of a sudden. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Chen Feng said loudly with a smile on his face, "Everyone put down your hands first. I'll introduce a colleague to you first." Many people were curious before why my company name is called Star Yao Animation. Now you should understand. This one next to me is exactly the lyricist who is doing Fire Online now, Gu Xingyi. He is also the biggest shareholder of our company just like me. And one more piece of good news. Our anime script. We've got it. The script I'm holding is the anime we'll be producing. And from today onwards, you'll all have to work hard. I'd like to say this in advance. Thank you all for your hard work. Today's lunch is on me. Let's eat. Chen Feng's words had just finished. The surrounding employees also erupted in cheers. They had just joined this company not long ago. They were still worried about the prospects of this company. After all, there was no actual work these days, and Chen Feng's salary was offered to satisfy them. They were really worried that this company would go out of business, but they didn't expect that now they finally waited for the first script. And the one who brought the script was obviously not someone else, or Gu Xingyi, who was the hottest topic on the internet right now. All of a sudden they all felt that the future of this company was bright. Chen Feng arranged for his staff to book the restaurant, then pulled Gu Xingyi over to the 5 people who had come out of the office. These 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, 4 of them looked young, only in their 20s, and only one was about in his early 30s. Moreover, these 2 girls, who were also dressed in a secondary dress, looked sweet and cute, or a pair of twins. Gu Xingyi glanced at Chen Feng without showing any emotion. This kid won't want to mess things up again, right? The truth is that before Wan Cheng is this kind of secondary dress, brought Gu Xingyi a preconceived bad feeling. At this time, Chen Feng also began to introduce himself. He first pulled Gu Xingyi to a few people. This is Gu Xingyi, my buddy. Then he introduced several people to Gu Xingyi in turn. These 2 little beauties are Chu Si-in, Chu Si-meng, 2 sisters. One is the drawing supervisor and the other is the art supervisor. And they are both in charge of the manga's style, character and background design. These 2 are Tao Jing and Duan Haping, but I had a hard time getting them from the university town. They are in charge of photography and music. And this one, brother Hongwei, Fu Hongwei, an old friend of mine, is in charge of the show, and is responsible for drawing the score sheet in extremely simple lines, as well as giving instructions on the animals of the characters, and the scenes. After Chen Feng's introduction, Gu Xingyi smiled and shook hands with several people respectively, and Chu Si-in and Chu Si-meng's eyes were even more glowing as they jumped ahead. Gu Xingyi, even though we're from the anime world, we're all fans of Xia Shiryao. We've been listening to every song of hers. That's just it. It was the name of this company that we saw before that got us abducted in here. Tao Jing and Duan Haping also smiled somewhat coyly. They were Gu Xingyi's fans, and when they were fooled by Chen Feng, they also joined this company. But of course, it was also Chen Feng who treated people sincerely, and gave them a salary they were satisfied with. The group talked and laughed as they headed out. All young people, and a few of them quickly became familiar with each other. The 2 little beauties even surrounded Gu Xingyi and asked questions, mainly about some of the things Xia Shiryao had done. Gu Xingyi was also a bit surprised. Originally came out to properly deliver a script. He became a shareholder, and now a proper meal has turned into a fan meeting. He glanced at the side of him who was about to laugh like a little cutie, of Chen Feng, and had the urge to send him to the morning market. This cub seed, it turns out, is going around taking people under his name. This is outrageous. Chapter 115 Lin Guodong's Call. This was the first time the entire staff had gotten together since the founding of Star Yao Animation, and Chen Feng was visibly happy as could be, and this was the closest he'd ever gotten to his animation dreams. At the table, the mood had been good. It was only after the crowd's curious urging that Chen Feng took out the script, and several people curiously gathered around to look at it. On the front page is the big name One Man's Life. When we saw the name, we all had some guesses in our hearts. National Manga. One person. That must be a hot-blooded tomato. National Comics we all know. Not good to do. Slightly worse script. Poison Point is too much. And is hot-blooded tomatoes. Even worse, strict audit. And not too bloody, but also to attract the audience's attention. The limitations of the big. Their company came up to do this, and the crowd was a little underwhelmed. Chen Feng turned over the homepage at this time, letting them continue to look at it. A few people at the table did not say anything, no matter whether they look good or not, but since they joined the company, then they will certainly all work hard to complete the production. On the first page, which also opens with a drunken man muttering to himself as he walks through the eerie woods, he unknowingly comes to a graveyard and tries to rest his feet at the head of a grave. Suddenly the sound of a shovel digging a hole catches the drunk's attention, and he is so creeped out that he yells that there is a ghost. Gu Xingyi describes it very well. Several people see this, cannot help but continue to read on. Especially interesting is that the dialogues of the characters in this, all with a strong dialect flavor, giving people a very fresh feeling. Immediately following the appearance of the slightly amusing protagonist Zheng Chulan and the appearance of the mysterious girl Feng Bauer, the world that the protagonist encounters begins to become different. First, the body of his grandfather is stolen, and then he is besieged by zombies. As Chen Feng flipped the script, story after story, making the eyes of the few onlookers brighter and brighter and their moods more and more excited. This script, the writing is too good, also too comprehensive, they just so slightly looked at. The mind cannot help but appear in the specific image of the characters and background atmosphere. The nerdy, Chuanyu-speaking Bauer sister. The character appears to be lazy, easygoing and spiteful, but in actuality, Zheng Chulan is thoughtful. There's also this gradually unveiling world of the Inhumans. The more the crowd watched the more obsessed, but also the more they watched the more shocked. This anime, once made, will undoubtedly subvert the traditional system of the current national comics. To know, the current national comics is still stuck in the previous old-fashioned setting system, and this inhuman world, the power system in it was completely a new type of battle setting. Gu Xingyi was still gulping down his food. He hadn't been able to take more than a few bites of his meal before just chatting, and he was still very confident in one man down. At that moment, the phone he had placed on the dining room table suddenly rang. Gu Xingyi looked up at these few people who were still engrossed in looking at the script, picked up the phone and headed out of the private room. The phone call was from Lin Guodong. They had left each other's phone numbers when they were in Huayin. They just didn't know. This time, Master Lin was looking for him, and what was it about? Coming to the door, Gu Xingyi picked up the phone and was the first to greet. Good noon, Master Lin. Ha ha ha, good noon, Xiao Gu. You've been making quite a scene lately, haven't you? I can hear about you every day even in Huayin. Gu Xingyi said it's just a sprinkle. No old master joking. But the rules at home to bring up children go out also just sing a song it. Gu Xingyi said honestly, he did just go out and sing a song. The rest of the time he was at home with the baby. You kid, is that just a song? Well, not to tease with you, it's like this. As you know, Huayin is a department under Huayan, and now the TV station is going to come out with a program, an inspirational program, with the theme of encouraging the contemporary young people not to give up, and to insist on bravely moving forward in pursuit of their dreams. On the phone, Lin paused as he spoke. Gu Xingyi heard Elder Lin's strings and replied quickly. Master Lin, is there a song missing from this program? So, you're asking me for a song? Ha ha ha, you kid is just smart. Yeah, those lyricists in the department created songs that the TV stations weren't too happy with, so I thought of you, didn't I? Lin Guodong gave a bright laugh and talked to Gu Xingyi about the cause of the matter. Originally I wanted to find you directly, but you were busy running to be the guest of honor. I can't delay you for your wife's appearances not, and now the TV station side of the urging of the tight. I have to come to ask you, how is it? How about the theme song of such a program? Are you sure about it? Listening to Elder Lin's words, Gu Xingyi's mind was also thinking fast. Inspirational, courageous, persistent, and pursuing your dreams without giving up. As soon as these keywords came out, Gu Xingyi felt as if he had heard them somewhere before, and in the next moment, a song that he could even hum on the spot appeared in his mind. Wasn't this the same song he listened to every day when he was in school in his original world? Chasing dreams and red heart. Isn't the meaning of pursuing dreams to strive hard, Go forward and follow your dreams? The original World Don't Be Too Hot song, for which Gala won various awards, and which at one point became an inspirational anthem that young people talked about. Elder Lin, I have some inspiration. I should be fine. That's great. No, Xiaogu, how about this? Are you free tomorrow? Come to Kyoto. I'll be waiting for you at the Hwayoung TV station in Kyoto. You come over then. I'll take you there, and if the song is suitable, Hwayoung definitely won't treat you badly. Elder Lin Guodong asked directly, since Gu Xingyi said that he was inspired. He believed that Gu Xingyi's song must be very good. After all, he was working at Hwayin, but he knew the quality of those songs that Gu Xingyi had created recently. You're going to Central China headquarters in Kyoto? Gu Xingyi was a little tempted. This was the headquarters of Hwayoung, not the Hwayin branch in the Magic City in the beginning, but he was a little hesitant. He still had to take care of Nai Nai. Nai Nai was in school right now, and he was only free for this period of time every day when Nai Nai was in school. But Elder Lin had taken the initiative to find himself, and was writing a song for Hwayoung. This kind of thing, he couldn't refuse. Gu Xingyi thought for a moment and could only say, Elder Lin, I really can't go to Kyoto on my side. I'm now at home with my child, who can't be left alone. I'll write down the music and lyrics and send you a demo. I'll write down the score and lyrics and send them to you tonight, then record a sample and send it to you, so you can try it out and see if it's okay? Like this? That's fine. The baby is important. I'll wait for your message tonight. Good. After making an appointment with Elder Lin Guodong, the phone hung up and Gu Xingyi scratched his head. Well, the anime over here hadn't been fixed yet, and now he was going to make a whole song out of it. Sure enough, I was getting farther and farther away from my dream life as a full-time baby daddy, but this is all hopeless. Life is like this. One loop after another. Cause and effect are connected. From the initial step of one's going to the Magic City, it is destined to be like this. Gu Xingyi put his cell phone away, casting aside these distractions, and turned to walk into the private room. Chapter 116, Taboo Topics in Front of Girls. Back in the private room, Gu Xingyi suddenly realized that the essence of the crowd was different. They had already finished reading the script, and were now looking at themselves with glowing eyes as they pushed the door in. The slightly older Fu Hongwei was the first to speak. Starlight, this anime of yours is simply outstanding. I've been in the industry for so many years. This is the first time I've seen such a wonderful national anime. I have a feeling that as long as this anime is online, it'll definitely kill it in the anime world. The other four also nodded their heads rapidly as they strongly agreed with old brother Hongwei's statement. Gu Xingyi was complimented and touched his nose, a little embarrassed. This was clearly the original world's Mi Er Dao Luo Nyobi, and Gu Xingyi had no relationship with him for half a penny. When he was writing the script for One Man's Life, he had learned that the anime in this world, especially the national anime, was still stuck in the old animation production kind of level. And even those few new national anime that had appeared in the last few years, the content in them all tended to be Japanese anime. When Gu Xingyi was writing this script, he also made a point of combining the originally very short first and second seasons to create a new first season. What sets One Man Down apart from the national comics of this world is that it's set in the historical development that accompanies the country of China, along with elements of various traditional Chinese sects. For example, the line in there that was the hottest in the original world, Wu Dong Wang Yi, pay your respects to the old heavenly master. In one simple sentence, the traditional worship of the mountains of China appeared, with the temperament of the two sects, so he wasn't surprised that the script was favored by the crowd. He'd be damned if it wasn't. As long as people can enjoy it, it's also my contribution to national comics. Gu Xingyi returned to his seat and smiled back. When Chen Feng saw that the crowd was satisfied, he stood up and pulled Gu Xingyi, insisting that he say a few more words of encouragement. He was undoubtedly happy that Gu Xingyi could be recognized by everyone, and he, as Gu Xingyi's good brother and the company's chief director, was also happy. Looking at Chen Feng with a look of honor, Gu Xingyi could only stand up once again and think seriously before glancing at Chen Feng, the corners of his mouth bringing a hint of a smile. So I'll say it then? Ahem. You may not know it, but your boss, Chen Feng, is the one who has been through the trials and tribulations on this road. He, *******. Shut up. Seeing that Gu Xingyi was about to reveal his old self, Chen Feng instantly roared in a hurry and pounced up to cover Gu Xingyi's mouth to death. Tell him to say something encouraging. This bastard. Say this. The crowd became more interested all of a sudden. They still didn't know what the boss Chen Feng had gone through. Looking at this, there was a big melon. Gu Xingyi even blinked innocently at Chen Feng. That clearly means you told me to say it. He genuinely felt there was nothing more encouraging to the congregation present than this. Unfortunately, in the end, Gu Xingyi was not able to say as much as she wanted to, and Chen Feng was on strict defense, a pair of eyes staring at Gu Xingyi like a thief. A group of people have eaten a big meal, fighting spirit back to the company. Chen Feng to go to the TV station for script approval and a series of other issues. Gu Xingyi wanted to do a hands-off, but was pulled by Chen Feng, and let him accompany him to the media university in a few days to recruit some voice actors and other positions. Because the script of One Man was entirely written by Gu Xingyi, no one knows more about the character's vocal characteristics than he surely does. Gu Xingyi agreed after just a little thought. Indeed, no one knew the characteristics of the characters inside best than him, the one who had seen this anime. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Xingyi, who had returned home, half laying on the sofa, closed his eyes and carefully recalled the melody of Chasing Dreams' Red Heart and the instruments used for the accompaniment, as well as its hissing roar that belonged uniquely to rock music. Since it was what Hua Yang needed, he definitely had to make the music the best it could be. There couldn't be any flaws. Master Lin had recommended him, and he couldn't disgrace the old man, could he? After thinking for a long time, Gu Xingyi then began to take out a pen and paper to write out the lyrics of the song slowly. He wrote very carefully, even when to use what instruments are labeled in detail. It wasn't until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Gu Xingyi put away his pen, put away the song he had created, and hurriedly went out to pick up his children from school. Came to the entrance of Jianhua Kindergarten, did not wait for a while. Little Nai Nai's figure appeared in the ranks of the school. Only her state today is obviously not right. In the past days when the school is released she is bouncing and jumping out, but today she flattened her small mouth, a face of a grieved little look. This made Gu Xingyi, who had come to pick up the baby from school, heartbroken, and he hurriedly walked up and picked up little Nai Nai with one hand. Egu, what's wrong with my little princess? Is she being bullied? By the time he reached his dad's arms, Nina was visibly more aggravated. Even as little golden peas oozed out of the sides of her eyes. Whoa daddy, Fang Xiao fiction, I've gained weight again. I'm going to become a little fat pig soon. So he was teased by his classmates. Fang Xiao Xiao? I think he's the fat kid who said his dad could eat, but he's really fat, right? Gu Xingyi pawed the little one in his arms and contemplated for a moment, as if he had indeed gained a lot of weight. This was all thanks to Dorothy's previous feeding, plus the fact that the little one had fallen in love with snacking during this period of time, and she had indeed gained quite a bit of weight. Even her little face had become rounded. So you didn't retort back? Fang Xiao Xiao is even fatter than you. Gu Xingyi coaxed the waif in his arms as he walked towards the car, and when he said this, Nai Nai's little mouth deflated even more. Oh, I said that, but he said I'd be just like him soon. And I don't want to be just like him. Well, not to be like him. Then Nai Nai has to listen to daddy and eat less snacks every day, okay? We don't learn from your Auntie Lele. She's just a little chubby. If Tao Lele were here, she would have jumped up and punched Gu Xingyi. She was just baby fat. Not fat. Good. Nina nodded her little head earnestly and mentally blacklisted Auntie Joy and Chip seriously. Seeing the little one like this, Gu Xingyi snickered. Sure enough, no matter how old a woman is, she can't allow others to call her fat. Even the 3-year-old Nai Nai was like this. Gu Xingyi had read a post before that said the fastest way to piss off a woman was to call her fat to her face, and he didn't believe it at the time, but now he does. Back home, even for dinner, Nai Nai ate a little less. Gu Xingyi accompanied her to watch cartoons for a while, before the little one was put to bed. Now that she's in kindergarten, Nana basically goes to bed and sleeps around 8 p.m. After the little one fell asleep, Gu Xingyi then tiptoed up and came to the living room, and carefully went over the lyrics again to make sure there weren't any problems, and then sent it to Elder Lin Guodong. The old man had obviously been waiting for him, and it wasn't long after the message had been sent that his call came through. Gu, you are so awesome. With these lyrics, this tune, I dare to affirm to you that this song will be chosen. Elder Lin's excited voice came from the receiver, and Gu Xingyi slightly moved the phone away from his ear. That's good. As long as Elder Lin thinks it's okay. More than okay. Xiao Gu, that's the only thing you're not good at. You're too modest. In front of your song, those previous songs are really hard to say. You're really a musical genius. Hearing Elder Lin say this, Gu Xingyi was somewhat at a loss for words and could only laugh awkwardly twice. What a musical ghostwriter. He's just a mediocre time mover. The best rock song of the year that year. The gold content naturally know it all. Chapter 117, Divergence in the Entertainment Industry. Gu Xingyi mumbled in his heart that the original singer, Big Brother Nyobi, as Elder Lin's words continued to come through the earpiece. Xiao Gu, don't worry, when this song is chosen, you definitely won't be treated any worse. Pursuing dreams with the heart of a red sun. What a red heart. I really like it. Then I'll thank Elder Lin here in advance? Gu Xingyi laughed. Another small amount of money is coming into the account. Or from the Central China. It's just nice. Xiao Gu, it's us who should thank you. You're good at everything, but you're just too humble. People with talent shouldn't be so modest. You have to be open-minded. Lin Guodong's words came out of the phone again, and this time Gu Xingyi listened carefully. He was originally a small lyricist in his original life, and now that he had come here, his thinking hadn't completely shifted yet. so he had always acted humbly, but Master Lin's words had awakened him. In the eyes of others in this world, he was a genius, the kind of genius that pressurized the entertainment industry with one person who couldn't breathe. Does a genius like that need to be so humble? No. While it's not right to be proud of your talent, then it's not right to be overly humble. Lin Guodong woke up the dreamer with a word, and Gu Xingyi, who had reacted, held the phone and said thank you very solemnly to Lin Guodong. This cry of thanks made Lin Guodong whole, and only after a moment did he react. This kid should have known how much talent he had. Good. Just as long as you can figure it out. This time it's a specific promotional program for Huayang. I'll let you know when I have news tomorrow, and then I'll send you a series of contracts by email to sign. Yes, Gu Xingyi agreed, and since Lin Guodong was going to take a break on his side, the two of them hung up. According to Elder Lin's words, the matter of pursuing the dream of the Red Heart should be the nail in the coffin. Gu Xingyi sat on the sofa and didn't go to sleep immediately. He gently tapped his fingers on the curved manuscript paper on the coffee table, quietly thinking about something. There was no talk all night. In the next few days, Master Lin's side had news on the second day. Huayang had confirmed that he wanted the song, and the contract was sent over. The song license usage fee of 400,000, and after the show the song would be uploaded to the Huayin and all the major music platforms, but the songs will not be charged. But a free system, anyone can listen to the full song, only traffic revenue. These will all go to Gu Xingyi. Of course, all of these expenses could only be given to Gu Xingyi after Huayang's program this time, which was scheduled to air at the end of the month. This is already fast, only a little over a week or less, and that's still because Huayang has long prepared some material for the show, and now that the song is there, they're just waiting to pick someone to sing and match the material. Gu Xingyi also signed the contract with alacrity, not to mention that the price given by Huayang's side was already very fair, just to say that having one's name on Huayang's program was something to be proud of. On Chen Feng's side, Star Yao Animation's script also successfully passed the TV station's review. He was even busier during this period of time. Even walking flies, the company has just stepped into the right track. Everything is thriving. He is tired and happy. Gu Xingyi's life is living peacefully. But the entertainment circle is in the wind at this time. The pressure given by Xia Shiyao is getting bigger and bigger. Nowadays on the internet, the hot search 8 of them are about the news of Xia Shiyao's new song about to be released, and there are 2 more. One of them is still the incident of the Water Army voting that happened in the second phase of the final of the previous Star Song exchange. There was no heat, no traffic, and without realizing it, a shadow hung over everyone's head, and the gossip in the industry grew louder and louder. The first to bear the brunt was Tianmei Entertainment, who had previously thrown out an olive branch to Gu Xingyi, but had never received a response until now. In the Tianmei Entertainment headquarters building, a high-level meeting was once again held. Lu Gao's face was gloomy as he looked at the directors sitting around him. He had now thoroughly understood the ins and outs of all the things that had happened during this period of time. One person can completely revitalize this stagnant water of the entertainment industry? I really don't know if I should say you guys are losers, or that he's too powerful. What were you guys doing when Xia Shiyao first started to catch fire? At that time, if you just controlled the number of votes at will, would Xia Shiyao have gotten to where she is today? Looking at the chairman of the board of directors angry. Sitting below the company's management are silent. Sitting at Lu Gao left-hand table next to a director of a dry smile. The first to open the mouth. Chairman, this can't be blamed on everyone. After all, no one expected her to get up so fast, so that people simply can't react to come. Now the priority is to consider what to do next. Who knew that? Upon hearing this, Lu Gao became even more furious as he slapped the table hard. Can't react? The first song he, Gu Xingyi, took to Xia Shiyao took over all the hot searches. Now you're telling me you guys can't react? The first song back in the day, The Wind Rises. Did you guys go and listen to it or not? Is this song the kind of song that can come out in the entertainment industry nowadays? Besides, before this song came out, the song, as long as it's ordinary. Are you guys deaf? The person who can make Huayin personally choose the song and write this kind of song. You guys don't communicate or suppress it as early as possible. And you guys are now telling me that you can't react? The more Lu Gao spoke, the more angry he became. He really felt that he was raising a group of drunken bags. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Didn't we have Sound and Sea Entertainment to bail her out before? It's not good for us to make unauthorized decisions. Now that it's happened, it's better to think about countermeasures first. The singers below now have a lot of grievances. There can't be any more delays. It was still the same director, who wiped the false sweat from his forehead and continued to persuade. He also did not want to speak at this time. Who let here in addition to Lu Gao? Only his shares are the largest. With Lu Gao's relationship is also the best. Lu Gao also just knocked them first. Things have happened. And now that the knocking is over, it's time to step into the main topic of the meeting. Block it. issue a notice informing all businesses under our company's name that they are prohibited from having any interests with Sound C Entertainment. And don't blame us for coming down hard on them if they move this piece of cake first. Then notify those all media outlets that we're working with, including advertisers, as well as cooperative enterprises, that if anyone has a cooperative relationship with Xiaoshiriao, we'll terminate our contract with them after this period of contract ends. Put this decision of mine into effect as soon as possible. In addition to contacting Shengshi Entertainment again and letting them know about this news, Tian Xingqi, that old man of the soil, will surely understand what I mean. After Lu Gao finished his speech, one of the directors next to him immediately opened his mouth with a saddened face. Chairman Lu, isn't this a bit of a fuss? This is equivalent to going to war with Sound C Entertainment. Our losses will be huge. Upon hearing this, Ryuko, however, waved his hand with a winning expression. He, Yang Xian, is no cutie pie either. We have a big loss and he has an even bigger loss. He understands us and won't die to protect Xiaoshiriao. At those words, the director pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Within a short period of time, a piece of news that had rocked the entire entertainment industry came into the ears of the major companies. Tianmei Entertainment has decided to block Xiaoshiriao. Chapter 118, The Wind in the Clouds. Block Xiaoshiriao? All the big and small entertainment companies were confused. This Tianmei Entertainment is up to something big. If it was to block a singer with little backstage and little traffic, they could still understand. After all, it was something they had all done. But to block a popular singer without any bad record for no reason is an easy storm. And currently only the three giant companies dare to do so. And even with the Trojans, it's rare for that to happen. The last time this happened, or the last time, it was also a famous director from Tianmei Entertainment who tried to subvert a star, only to be mocked back in public by that star sending out a roundup blog. After that, that star faded out of the entertainment industry and was completely shut down. But this time the situation was different again. Last time that star was a person from Tianmei Entertainment itself, and there wasn't any particularly big background behind it. But Xia Shiriao? She's an employee of another giant, Sound and C Entertainment. And it's more than that. Behind her stood a monster of a husband. Almost a few days a divine song that hangs the existence of the entertainment industry. Tianmei Entertainment was being silly? All the small and medium-sized entertainment companies looked at each other in disbelief. Some of them couldn't believe it and some of them hoped that it was true. After all, if they really succeeded in blocking Xia Shiriao, the benefits they gained would definitely be greater. At this moment, these small and medium-sized companies did not immediately make a move, but chose to unify the wait and see up. Their company is small, cannot withstand the destruction of any big storm. They are now watching to see how Sound and C Entertainment will react, to see what Shengshi Entertainment will do, to see what those capital manufacturers will choose, and to see which side the media will actually take. For a while, the entire entertainment industry is surging in the dark, on the surface of a calm, in fact, underneath, but has long been noisy. In Shengshi Entertainment, Tian Xingqi once again held a meeting, and this was already the second meeting held by several major entertainment companies because of one person. In the conference room, there was a lot of noise. Basically everyone had their own viewpoints. Some thought that this was easy to storm and Shengshi Entertainment shouldn't get involved in it. Some thought that Xia Shiriao's existence also affected their company's interests and that they should support Tianmei. Tian Xingqi just squinted his green bean eyes and took a nap, not paying the slightest attention to the crowd until half a day later, when everyone realized that the chairman had not spoken, and only then did he stop. The conference room quieted down, and only then did Tian Xingqi hold up the gold-framed round glasses on the bridge of his nose and laughed. Why don't you argue anymore? It was quite a fight just now, wasn't it? The crowd snapped and laughed. Don't look at this Lao Dang who is usually kind, but he was the one who actually started from nothing, all the way from opening a mining area into such a giant entertainment company as it is now. How could this kind of person be as kind as he appeared to be? As we all know, in the entertainment industry, our triumvirate is the benchmark and a community of interest, and after so many years, we all know it by heart, and even though our main direction of development isn't above the music scene, we can't afford to have such a potential threat exist. However, we can't just cheapen that old fox Lu Gao for nothing. Didn't they send someone to contact us? In that case, on the movie and television side, don't we happen to have a new project we're fighting with Tianmei over? Let him spit it out, and we won't need him to worry about it on our side. Tian Xingqi said with a calm face. The eyes of the people in the conference room could not help but light up. Still the same director from last time immediately took over. Wonderful, worthy of being Chairman Tian. This plan of killing two birds with one stone is truly brilliant. So it turns out that the chairman had thought of all this before when he voted in the Star Song exchange. That's why he sent a heavenly king to participate. Chairman Tian is really far-sighted. Tian Xingqi laughed. How come the more he looked at this director called Ma Liang, the better he looked at him? As for Sound and Sea Entertainment, they were also holding a meeting at this moment, and the conference room was equally noisy, especially Yang Lin and Zhang Chao, who had already made a rare red face at this moment. The two of them were the ones who had witnessed Gu Xingyi's journey from nothing, step by step, to today, and they were the only ones who also understood best how terrifying Gu Xingyi was. As for Yang Xian, he just crossed his arms with a calm face and did not take a stand. Yang Lin saw her father this way some angry, although she is the daughter of Yang Xian, but the company has no father and daughter. In public, she is only a deputy minister. Chairman Yang, can you say a few words? What exactly did you decide to give a quick answer? Other people didn't dare to question Yang Xian like this, but Yang Lin dared. She had a stern face and asked her father angrily. At the beginning of the contract, 2 years, give top resources, top freedom. If we break the contract, Gu Xingyi will take her away. We won't have any loss. So let's snowball Xia Shiyao. Notify down the line. All the resources are withdrawn. Dismiss the meeting. Yang Envy still said these words very calmly. Yang Lin was immediately furious. She felt how his father was becoming more and more timid. The opposite side was a giant company. But they were not? Do they need to be afraid of their threats? Of course, there were happy existences in the conference room, and the singers under them didn't have any meat to eat now. There was also a bellyful of resentment. Hearing Yang Xian's words, the other company executives dispersed. Only Yang Lin came to stand in the conference room. Dad, I need an answer from you. Facing Yang Xian, Yang Lin did not have the slightest fear and stared at him angrily. Yang Xian, however, suddenly let out a laugh with an inexplicable expression on his face as he looked towards his daughter who was angry and hurriedly stood up and walked to her, calming her down. Xiaolin, you sit down first and listen to Dad explain to you slowly, okay? Yang Lin, who was high and cold in front of outsiders, in front of her own father at the moment, was like a little aggravated, pouted her lips, sat down obediently, and skimmed her face to stop looking at him. Yang Xian smiled bitterly. Only those who have daughters know that no matter how powerful they are outside, in front of their daughters, they are all daughter slaves. Shaolin, haven't you ever wondered why Gu Xingyi sent Xia Shiyao to our Sound Sea and signed a contract like that in the first place? Top resources, top freedom I won't talk about. Favoring this treaty inside 2 years, we have to give it also. If we don't do it, he can take Xia Shiyao away at any time without having to pay any liquidated damages. I have to say, Gu Xingyi is truly one of the smartest young men I've ever seen, and he's likewise given us the right to choose. Within 2 years, if we keep following the contract, then all will be happy. If we haven't done so, it may seem like we're each going back to our own homes, and no one loses out, but in reality, he's won valuable time and pre-development. When Yang Xian finished his speech, his mind couldn't help but think of Gu Xingyi sitting in this conference room at that time, with that unassuming demeanor and confidence, and now it seemed that he had already thought of a way back. After hearing this, Yang Lin froze for a while before looking at Yang Xian with wide eyes, her face full of unbelief. Dad, what do you mean? Gu Xingyi left himself a way out long ago? Chapter 119, Taking Her Home. Seeing my daughter still in disbelief, Yang Xian could only nod his head and put his hands on Yang Lin's shoulders and said in a serious tone, I don't want to let Xia Shiyao go either, but if we go hard with Tianmei Entertainment, we'll only lose both, and there's still a Shangshi Entertainment watching from the outside, as well as large and small entertainment companies, who are all staring at this place. The company's interests outweigh everything. We can only let her go, and after letting her go, do you think Gu Xingyi will be helpless? The couple now isn't the silent, nameless existence they were back then. If it was when they chose to open an entertainment company and develop on their own, the best outcome would have been nothing more than Gu Xingyi bringing Xia Shiyao to develop obscenely and secretly, and also carefully avoiding the sights of major entertainment companies. Far from being like this now, with their backs against us, we, Sound Sea, don't owe them. We gave them the platform to make a name for themselves in the early stages. Yang Xian finished his sentence in one breath and looked towards Yang Lin, who was still in a stupor, and sighed silently in his heart. If his daughter also had Gu Xingyi's backing, where would he have used to explain so much today? Xia Shiyao, what a lucky woman. Regardless of how the showbiz world is blowing up inside at the moment, what is presented to the public is still peaceful. The vast number of netizens were still talking about what exactly the new songs in Xia Shiyao's album would be, and after the album, what programs Xia Shiyao would participate in. A series of topics they couldn't seem to talk about enough. Netizens' ears could never be satisfied, and although they were still listening to those previous songs with full lossy sound quality, they were already looking forward to Gu Xingyi's new songs. At this moment, Xia Shiyao, who had just finished recording the last song in her album, was sitting in her own exclusive lounge, resting, and Tao Lele was lying in front of the table, organizing Xia Shiyao's schedule after that. These days can give them exhausted, day and night. In addition to recording songs, is running publicity. The schedule is arranged after the dance activities. Xia Shiyao rubbed her shoulders, took out her cell phone and opened WeChat. The chat record with Gu Xingyi on it was still framed in last night. Looking at the chat records on WeChat, Xia Shiyao couldn't help but put a light smile on her face. Yesterday Nai seems to have kicked the quilt. I don't know what time Gu Xingyi went to sleep. Thinking of this, Xia Shiyao's face rose another even red. Nai follows her. Sleep is not honest. At this time, the door of the lounge was suddenly pushed open. Xia Shiyao and Tao Lele looked up at the same time. It was Sister Yun who had returned. Only Sister Yun's face seemed to be very bad. Sister Cloud? Did something happen? Xia Shiyao put down her cell phone and raised her eyes to ask. Shiyao, something has happened. The company has cancelled all your trips afterward, and it won't provide any more resources in the future. I just received the news. It should be that someone outside has blocked you. Sequestration? Why? As soon as Tao Lele heard this, she immediately jumped up. Even her eyes widened. What right do they have to block Sister Shiyao? Sister Shioyo didn't do anything. Xia Shiyao also frowned. She didn't know what had happened now. Sister Yun took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. She had just had a fight with those management in the company, especially that Lena's manager. That look of looking at a joke really owed her a beating. It should be because Shioyo is too hot right now, moving other people's cakes. This kind of thing, no one dares to do this except the three giant companies. Either Tianmei has exerted pressure, or Shangshi, or possibly, it's them acting together. Sister Yun did so many years of agent. On the showbiz posture is still very sensitive. Before she was afraid of Xia Shiyao tree. I did not expect. Now it came true. And not suppression. Is directly blocked. Then what should we do now? Is the company going to snow Sister Shioyo? Taluola was a bit anxious and looked at Xia Shiyao with a worried face. Sister Yun also looked at Xia Shiyao. Shiyao, inform Gu Xingyi. Only he has the solution now. I've read the contract. If Soundsi breaches the contract, we can leave any time. Right. Inform Gu Xingyi. Sister Shiyao, quickly call and tell your man that you're being bullied. As soon as Tao Lele heard Gu Xingyi's name, her eyes immediately lit up. Yeah, that's right. There's still that monster Gu Xingyi. They're not afraid. Xia Shiyao only hesitated a little before she nodded her head as well. She knew that this was not the time to be melodramatic, and that she and Gu Xingyi were already different from before. Last time something happened, she didn't tell Gu Xingyi because she still had concerns in her heart. But now, she didn't have that concern. Today is Saturday. Gu Xingyi is taking Nai shopping at the mall, buying new clothes for Nai. As a baby daddy, it is the nature of a baby daddy to dress up his daughter beautifully. The shopping guide lady was trying on new clothes for little Nai in the fitting room, and Gu Xingyi was sitting alone on the sofa bench outside waiting when the phone rang. Gu Xingyi picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID, the corners of his eyebrows rising involuntarily. Hello? Why are you free to call me at noon today? Gu nerd, I'm blocked. A simple sentence caused the corners of Gu Xingyi's rising eyebrows to fall straight down, and his eyes became serious. Blocking? What a big deal. Ha? What did Sonic C Entertainment say? All my trips after that have been cancelled and the resources have stopped. Ha? Playing big? Gu Xingyi just a little thought. Know the intention of the Sound and Sea Entertainment. When he sent Xia Shiyao to the Sound and Sea Entertainment, there also existed the intention of backing on the big tree to enjoy the cool. I didn't realize that the big trees couldn't be relied on now. Okay, I know. Wait for me. I'll be there now. Xia Shiyao gave a soft Only the tone of her voice clearly showed that the owner of the voice was a bit happier at the moment. I'll hang up now. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. The phone hung up and the guide girl walked over just in time to hold Nai who had changed into her new clothes. Nai in her new clothes was more like a little princess in a fairy tale, and the two little bows tied on her head kept swinging with her smiling face. Gu Xingyi took Nai from the shopper's hands, put away the old clothes, paid again, and carried the little one toward the exit. Nana, let's go lie down at mommy's, okay? Gu Xingyi smiled while pinching little Nai's chubby little face. Upon hearing her mom, Nana's eyes lit up for a moment, then curved into a crescent moon. Good. Nana misses mommy too. Good. Then let's go now. Giggle 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 daddy. Is mommy missing little Nana? Yeah, and on this trip, we'll bring mom home. A large and small figure walked toward the mall's parking lot, the sound of joyful laughter echoing under the bright sky. Chapter 120, The Parting of the Ways. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Xingyi arrived at the Sound and Sea Entertainment building. Parking the car and carrying little Nai, Gu Xingyi walked straight in. Along the way, many people saw Gu Xingyi who was holding the child, and they who already knew the truth of the matter, their eyes were a bit evasive, and they couldn't help but secretly glance at Gu Xingyi who stepped into the elevator. They knew that Xia Shiyao's biggest card had come, and they were curious as to how this man, who had risen to fame in the entertainment industry as soon as he appeared, would handle this incident. Arriving on the 12th floor unimpeded, he pushed open the door to Xia Shuriao's lounge room. Xia Shuriao, Sister Yun and Tao Lele were sitting on the sofa at the moment talking about things. Their faces looked a little sad. After all, this is really tricky. Just so far, no one has been able to turn the tables on the giant company's blockade. Hearing the sound of the door opening, they looked up and a hint of joy couldn't help but appear on all of their faces when they saw the visitor. Gu Xingyi, finally. Hello ladies, why are you all looking sad? Gu Xingyi smiled and greeted them with a relaxed look. A look that brought all three of them to a slightly more relaxed mood. Mommy, hugs, Daddy said he was going to bring you home today. Nina had an even bigger smile on her face, and the first time the little guy saw his mom, he opened his arms to jump into her arms. Xia Shuriao stood up and smoothly took little Nai from Gu Xingyi's arms. The moment she saw her daughter's smiling face, all the worries in her heart disappeared into thin air. She kissed the little one's tiny face affectionately, then made a show of exaggerating. Yikes, who is this little chubby guy? Or is it my Nai? As soon as Gu Xingyi heard Xia Shuriao's words, he immediately realized that he was going to suffer. And sure enough, little Nai immediately deflated her little mouth after hearing her mother's words, and her just happy smile disappeared with her, looking at her mother with wide open eyes in resignation. No longer the good mom she used to be. The group was amused by the little one's quick change of face, and while Dorothy hopped over and tried to tease the little one as well, little Nai skimmed her face in disgust. She could remember her dad saying that it was all because of this fat auntie, who was causing her to get fat by giving her snacks. Gu Xingyi also laughed twice. This atmosphere of a family gathering together really made him feel comfortable. He walked forward and took Xia Shuriao's hand, smiling. Wife, wait for me. Since I'm leaving, how can I greet the others? When the greetings are done, then I'll take you home. Let's go for our own obscene development. Being pulled by the hand of Xia Shuriao's face slightly red, her heart is more than a little sweet. She just softly mumbled, no matter what Gu Xingyi will do, her heart is incomparable to believe in his every decision. After Gu Xingyi finished speaking, he looked up and looked at Sister Yun and Tao Lele again, nodding with them. The sorrow in the hearts of Sister Yun and Tao Lele was also washed away by Gu Xingyi's air of talk and laughter, and both of them smiled, once again looking for the road to Yang Lin's office. Gu Xingyi heart some sighs. The last time to come here the scene is still vaguely in front of us. I did not expect, once again patronized, is the parting of the ways. Without much thought, Gu Xingyi knocked on the door, and as Yang Lin's familiar voice rang out from inside, Gu Xingyi pushed the door open. Vice Minister Yang, long time no see. Being busy working, Yang Lin heard this voice. Her body couldn't stop stiffening for a moment. She looked up and saw Gu Xingyi that kind of gentle smile, as that day when she picked him up at the station. The stranger is like jade. The gentleman is matchless in the world. That's what they say, right? Unfortunately, fate is not always on their side. In the wrong time to meet a wrong person, can only laugh it off. Jan smiled and raised her eyes to look directly at the man in front of her, who was already sitting in front of the chair. I guessed you would move over immediately. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Yeah, it's been a long time, Mr. Gu. Gu Xingyi shrugged with a helpless face. Wife has something. I as a husband must be diligent. Say business. This time I come to the purpose you should also know. Since you guys defaulted on the contract, then I can only take Xia Shuriao away. Your HR department. You're all I could find. Excuse me, hot trouble with the contract. Yang Lin collected the papers on the table and nodded. It's okay. I was the one who introduced you to the company in the first place. Now I'm here to handle the departure. It's only right. However, my father wants to see you. I wonder if it's possible. Of course, it's good that Chairman Yang can see me. Why don't we go over there now? We have to rush to pack up and go home in the afternoon. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Xingyi directly agreed to meet. His impression of Sound Sea Entertainment was still very good. As for the decision made by Sound Sea Entertainment, he could also figure it out. After all, a company. It was impossible to go against another company for an employee. Good. Then we'll go now. Yang Lin didn't delay, and directly took the lead in getting up and walking towards the door, and Gu Xingyi stood up with her, following behind. The two of them walked on the road one after the other without much communication, and this time when they met, their relationship seemed to be a bit more rusty than before when they first met. All the way to the chairman's office. Yang Xian seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Gu Xingyi, he didn't have the slightest surprise. Instead, he poured a cup of tea and put it in front of Gu Xingyi. Xiao Gu is here. Come, drink tea. Gu Xingyi sat down obediently, gently sipped his tea, and a smile hung on his face. Chairman Yang is polite. I also want to thank you for taking care of my wife during this period of time. Really thanks a lot. Yang Xian also smiled. He looked at the Gu Xingyi in front of him who was just like that day, and felt some emotions. This thank you. I'll take it. I didn't expect that it would be such a short period of time that we would have to go our separate ways, and it's also because we are incapable of keeping Xia Shuyao. However, your purpose should have been accomplished as well, shouldn't it? Gu Xingyi and Yang Xian glanced at each other, both of them like thousand-year-old foxes with a smile in their eyes. Chairman Yang, you're blaming me wrongly. At first I sincerely wanted Xia Shuyao to join your company. I didn't have any other ideas, Gu Xingyi said frankly. In fact, in the beginning, he really wanted Xia Shuyao to have her back against a big tree. Only at that time, he ignored the original world's underpinnings. The original world's underpinnings made him extremely talented and threatening in the eyes of others. It was only after that phone call with Elder Lin that he was enlightened. And it was then that he considered what to do if even the big tree of sound and sea entertainment couldn't cover the original world's underbelly. Fortunately, he had already thought of a countermeasure. Or Master Lin saying that people with talent shouldn't be so modest. Yang Xian just smiled when he heard Gu Xingyi's words and didn't comment on it. He took out Xia Shuyao's contract and placed it on the table and continued. The contract is also here. From now on, Xia Shuyao has no relationship with our company, and the copyrights of those songs are all in Xia Shuyao's hands, so I can only say that we, Sound Sea Entertainment, are considered to be working for you for nothing this time. Only earned a good reputation with Wahini. You boys have earned it. Yang Xian returned the contract to Gu Xingyi and shook his head with a helpless-looking face. When Gu Xingyi saw Yang Xian in such a posture, he pondered for a moment and immediately extended a hand. 5 songs? I will create 5 songs for free for Sound Sea Entertainment. Chairman Yang, just think of who to contact me for. This is also a kind of repayment to the Sound of the Sea Entertainment. Sincere people will be treated with sincerity. After giving Xia Shuyao resources, Sound Sea Entertainment had never asked Gu Xingyi for any of her songs until now. This was their sincerity and a sign of their goodwill. Gu Xingyi returned 5 songs, which was considered a thank you to Sound Sea Entertainment for taking care of Xia Shuyao during this period of time, as well as a gesture of goodwill to Sound Sea Entertainment. Chapter 121, One Night and No More Second Words. 5 songs? Yang Xian pondered for a moment. This was pretty much what he expected in his mind. Knowing that Gu Xingyi had only released a few songs in total up until now, they just provided Xia Shuyao with a platform, and they harvested 5 songs, which was already fine. Good, Xiao Gu, this is what you said. Then I'll honor it if I need it in the future. Ha ha, Yang Xian smiled and stood up, shaking Gu Xingyi's hand. Yang Lin just stood on the side, watching this pair of big and small foxes fighting wit, only to feel that she was really still too young. She didn't know until now that things could be talked about in this way. Neither said it explicitly, yet each knew what the other meant. After chatting with Yang Xian for a while longer, Gu Xingyi got up to say goodbye. The purpose of this visit had been accomplished and there was no need to stay here any longer. Back on the 16th floor, in Xia Shuyao's exclusive lounge, several of them had already packed up their things. They knew that since Gu Xingyi had said that he would take Xia Shuyao home, he must have made plans to follow up a long time ago, but just before they left, the 3 of them were still a bit reluctant to look at the luxurious lounge in front of them. When they first came here, they loved it so much that they didn't realize that they would have to leave without having been inside this lounge a few times. When Gu Xingyi saw the somewhat reluctant few, he scratched his head and didn't say much. Instead of painting a big picture now, it would be better to see him in action afterward, and he believed in himself enough to make sure that a few people would have a better lounge. Leaving from Sound and Sea Entertainment and arriving at the artist's apartment, the 3 of them stuffed the 2 cars with big bags and small bags of luggage, and handed everything over with Yang Lin, before the several people drove in the direction of Jiangcheng. This trip to the Magic City, for Xia Shuyao 3 people, as if a dream. The last time the fighting spirit to come here, the scene seems to be yesterday. Did not think that, in the blink of an eye, and to go back. Tao Lele looked out of the car window at the scenery flying by, and for a moment she was a little saddened. She turned back to look at Sister Yun who was driving. Sister Yun, what do you think Gu Xingyi will do next? Yun shook her head, but a small smile appeared on her face. I don't know, but I'm sure he's got something. It's like when he went to me in the hospital. I could see that confidence in him that no one else had. Taluola nodded with seeming understanding and continued to look out of the window. She also realized that she didn't know when it started. The Gu Xingyi who originally annoyed her had turned into the backbone of the crowd. By the time the crowd arrived at the river city, the sky had already darkened. Taluola would go with Sister Yun to her home for a small stay tonight, and the few people parted ways after agreeing to meet at Gu Xingyi's home tomorrow. After returning home, receiving his mom's little nai was obviously still very spiritual. It was more than 7 o'clock in the evening. The little guy was still not at all sleepy, relying on Xia Shuyao's arms and refusing to come out. To know that since she had gone to kindergarten, she had developed good habits, and in the past, this time was the time for Gu Xingyi to tell her fairy tales to put her to bed. However, tomorrow is Sunday, still a day off. Gu Xingyi did not constrain her too much, and the family had a simple dinner. After the meal, Under the little one's strong request, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao could only accompany little Nai Nai nestled in the cloud sofa and watched cartoons. Xia Shiyao and little Nai Nai once again shrank into Gu Xingyi's arms left and right, making Gu Xingyi quite the head of the family at the moment, and making Gu Xingyi's face all smiles. Sure enough, it was still a family reunion that felt the best, usually with only little Nana around. He always felt like there was something missing in his life. Under the cozy light, the not-so-big living room, from time to time came the little Nai Nai happy laughter, accompanied by the animation sound effects sound from time to time in the cartoon. This small home, the atmosphere of happiness is more and more thick. After watching 2 episodes of cartoons, little Nai Nai, who hadn't yet gotten over her animation addiction, was dragged away by Xia Shiyao to wash up, and Gu Xingyi smiled, stretched comfortably, and turned off the TV. When Xia Shiyao and little Nai Nai washed up and went back to the bedroom, he also took a shower, and only then climbed onto the bed in a beautiful way, and told a fairy tale to this big and little one, and little Nai Nai soon fell asleep in the fairy tale. Gu Xingyi carefully turned off the light and laid down his body to prepare for sleep. Only not long after, a hot petite body crossed over the little Nai Nai in the middle and drilled into his arms. Gu Xingyi was instantly sleepy. He lowered his head and reached out to gently pinch Xia Shiyao's rounded face. The hand feels a little better again than it did before. In the darkness, he could hear Xia Shiyao's slightly rapid breathing and heartbeat, and in the next moment, he closed his eyes and sought out Xia Shiyao's lips and kissed them. Well, Xia Shiyao hummed lightly, her body only stiffened slightly before softening. Both were more oblivious at this point, until for a long time, lips parted, Xia Shiyao's hands propped up Gu Xingyi's body. Her breathing was a little short, but she still somewhat angrily pushed away Gu Xingyi's big hands that were still doing strange things on her body, and whispered, "Not now, it'll wake up Nana." Gu Xingyi was equally difficult. His throat was a little dry. He swallowed hard to suppress the agitation in his own heart. "I know, I'm going to take a shower." After that, he took a deep breath, carefully rolled over and got up, and scurried out in a puff of smoke. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to control himself. Such a Xia Shiyao was so tantalizing. It seems, the matter of arranging a separate room for little Nana has to be on the agenda. Seriously took a cold shower. Will Gu Xingyi washed without desire? The weather at the end of September, already not so hot, especially at night. Gu Xingyi now only feel cold, without any other thoughts. Once again, he burrowed back under the covers and embraced Xia Shiyao into his arms. This time neither of them moved much. Outside the night was thick. Inside the house the two embraced each other, and slowly, both fell into a deep sleep. There were no more second thoughts all night. The next day, not only did the two of them, Sister Yun and Tao Lele, come to Gu Xingyi's home, even Chen Feng was greeted by Gu Xingyi. This was also considered Chen Feng's first official meeting with everyone. It was just that this meeting was clearly not as peaceful as Gu Xingyi thought it would be. Inside the room at the moment, Tao Lele and Chen Feng were staring at each other with wide eyes, hostile to each other, and in the middle of the two, the innocent little Nai Nai was blinking her big eyes, and she didn't understand why this uncle and auntie in front of her were arguing. Obviously I was here first. Nana should have been carried by me. Although Taoluola was a bit smaller in size and stature than Chen Feng, her aura was not in the least bit weak, and she was currently pulling one of Nai Nai's small hands and glaring angrily at Chen Feng. "What? You're the one who got here first and you're the one who got to bring it? Nai Nai obviously likes my gift. Look, she's still holding the toy I gave her. And what do you have?" Chen Feng condescendingly looked down at Tao Lele. The expression on his face was even more. Looking at Tao Lele just wanted to jump up and give him a punch. Okay. I didn't ask you guys to come over here to argue. And, Nana isn't yours either. It's mine. Gu Xingyi helplessly rubbed his temples and took little Nai Nai, who was in the middle of the two, into his arms. At this, the two of them turned their heads at the same time to glare at Gu Xingyi, who had hugged away little Nai Nai. This guy, really pissed off. Chapter 122. Let the bullets fly for a while. Extra. Ignoring the two's grim expressions, Gu Xingyi hugged little Nai Nai and sat down on the sofa. Tao Lele exasperatedly ran to the side of Xia Shiyao. Holding Xia Shiyao's arm is a burst of violent shaking. That means obviously, you quickly control your family. That mouth. He bullies people. Chen Feng was also full of reluctance. He only hugged the little one when he first arrived, and before he could warm it up, there was a Tao Lele to grab it with him. And now it's good. Even Gu Xingyi is involved. "Lao Gu, you called me here just to piss me off, right?" Chen Feng trailed off and said. Gu Xingyi, however, didn't continue this topic, but waved his hand and said, "Called you here to discuss something with you." Seeing Gu Xingyi come down with a straight face, several people stopped playing around and all listened with a serious face. "Crazy, I want to create an entertainment company. Well, the name will be Star Yao Entertainment. If you're not doing anything lately, help me look for a suitable venue." The initial scale doesn't have to be too big. After all, we don't have much manpower right now. When several people heard Gu Xingyi's words, they all looked a little joyful, especially Sister Yun and Tao Lele. When they heard that Gu Xingyi was going to create an entertainment company, they were a little excited in their hearts. This is to create a company of their own. They won't have to look at other people's faces anymore. Although this kind of thing felt a bit heavenly, coming from Gu Xingyi's mouth always gave people a sense of conviction. Chen Feng didn't feel surprised when he heard it. He also knew about Xia Shiyao's banning when he arrived. Now that Gu Xingyi was going to set up an entertainment company, it made sense that he and Taoluo Lu and Sister Yun had different horizons, so naturally they wouldn't be surprised by this. Chen Feng only thought about it for a moment before his eyes lit up, and he busily walked forward with a joyful expression on his face. Lao Gu, the commercial building that our company is in now. One of the floors happens to be rented out and hasn't been taken down yet. I think it's fine there, and when the time comes, we can move the two companies together, with Star Yao Animation as a subsidiary underneath Star Yao Entertainment. Star Yao Animation. Integrated. Very convenient. That 10-story commercial building in downtown Zhangcheng? It's really a good place and convenient, and it's really fine as an initial company site. And then later on, once the company is red hot, it's fine to find a new place. So, crazy, you're going to go ahead and talk about it? If it's okay, we'll officially go over and sign the contract a week later. Gu Xingyi made a good choice with just a little thought. Why a week from now? Chen Feng asked with some confusion. If the time dragged on beyond a week, he would have to find a way to delay the date of renting the room. Gu Xingyi was a bit speechless. Why else? He didn't have that much money right now. Also, there are things that haven't happened yet that will have to wait a while to happen, and now is not the best time to do that. Because, I'm going to let the bullets fly for so long first. Gu Xingyi looked at the several people's puzzled expressions and smiled and finally said, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, September was coming to an end, and a week had passed since Xia Shiyao returned to Jiangcheng. At this time the majority of netizens online who are still waiting for Xia Shiyao's latest album are slowly discovering something wrong. I don't know when it started, but the latest news about Xia Shiyao on the internet suddenly disappeared. It was very sudden and gone. They don't even know what happened. Of course, they wouldn't know that it was all because those small and medium-sized entertainment companies had moved after watching for a few days and realizing that Gu Xingyi hadn't made any moves. So those small and medium-sized entertainment companies had moved as well. In the end, it was one of the big three, a powerful capital that could never be fought by a single person. Reassured, various companies began to make moves, and thus the scene that is now online. The media no longer issued any topic related to Xia Shiyao. The major stars and netizens without Xia Shiyao's pressure also began to pop up. Even the relevant marketing number are slowly no longer released anything related to Xia Shiyao. It's all about capital. Even the posts of the netizens, who are controlled by the capital to control the heat. It was as if time had pressed the stop button, and everything about Xia Shiyao's topic seemed to have stopped directly a week ago. The netizens who gradually came back to their senses could only pile up and stay below Xia Shiyao's Weibo and below Gu Xingyi's Douyin to discuss it, especially after they saw all these groupies on the latest hot search. They couldn't help but miss Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi even more. So many netizens began to ask for the reason underneath the two of them's roundups of blogs and doo-wop sounds. Xia Shiyao's latest blog, or the one that announced that she would be releasing an album on October 1st. At this time under this microblog, the number of comments has already exceeded 10 million, and the number of views is more than 100 million. JJJ? Alive? What's going on? Why is there no movement all of a sudden? Come out and say something? It's hard. Want to cry. Another day without updates. Brothers, go top the post for me. Ha? What the hell? My post has been liked and forwarded by so many people. Why isn't it on the hot search? Yeah, something always feels wrong. No need for you to feel. It's just not right. A situation that vaguely reminds me of a certain star back in the day. Upstairs, you said it was the one that got shut down? No way? As time passed, the netizens felt more and more that things were not right, especially when they suddenly realized that Xia Shiyao's Siege blog tag, which used to have the logo belonging to Sound and Sea Entertainment, but now, the logo was gone. Has Xia Shiyao been banned or not? Or has she retired again? For a while, all the netizens were a bit terrified inside. They had just heard a few good songs, and now they were asked to listen to that garbage again. They really couldn't listen to it. You've got your ear to the ground. You say no? The netizens went from being puzzled at first, to probing, to angry, and this time, in addition to Xia Shiyao's Siege blog and Gu Xingyi's Douyin, the official blog of Sound Sea Entertainment was also being rushed rotten by them. The angry netizens were like headless flies, rushing around. They were so angry inside, they hadn't even heard the album yet. They're not even listening to the album yet. At this time in the Tianmei Entertainment building, Lu Gao's secretary was wiping her false sweat and reporting on this matter. She didn't even expect that Xia Shiyao's disappearance would trigger such a big reaction from the netizens. Chairman, do we really not need to care? The internet is in a frenzy right now, and the companies below are all having a hard time. The cause of this incident is in TMI Entertainment, and when something happens, others will only point the finger at TMI. Lu Gao's expression, however, was bland as he waved his hand. Don't worry about it, it's just a bunch of rabble. They'll naturally disperse after all the fuss. They're all people who have to live their lives. No one's stupid enough to hold on to this. As soon as Lu Gao's words fell, the door to the office room was suddenly pushed open. The person who came was the head of the operations department, who barged in sweating profusely, and didn't wait for Lu Gao to frown and speak before he took the lead. Dong, Chairman, Gu Xingyi. He posted a blog. Ryuko continued to frown tightly with a look of impatience. Posting a peripatetic blog is posting a peripatetic blog. What's all the fuss about? Just continue to keep his blogging heat down. But no one dares to press down. The operations minister's voice took on a sobbing tone and even trembled a little. He posted a song. It's called something like Against All Odds. No, that's not even the most important thing. Most importantly, Huayang retweeted and liked him. Chapter 123, Fighting Against the Odds. The big event. Gu Xingyi finally posted a roundup blog. At first, because the heat was suppressed, the netizens were still only a small number of people know. But now, this siege blog directly soared to the first of the hot searches. Why, you ask? The central mom nodded and retweeted joyful. Everyone at this moment was like finding that beam of light in the darkness, and they, who had been holding back for a long time, hurriedly clicked on this peripatetic blog that had been retweeted by the central mom. In the tweet, it was a video and a long description of the situation. Hello, long time no see everyone. Today's update siege blog is to make clear to you all about Xia Shiyao's recent situation. As you all can see, Xia Shiyao has cancelled her contract with Soundsea Entertainment. Of course, we belong to a peaceful breakup with Soundsea Entertainment. Don't get excited yet. Alas, people are red and there are many rights and wrongs. The entertainment industry is not easy to mix. Some people don't want to let us have a good time, and for no reason. They have issued a blocking order against Xia Shiyao, the wife of the family. I think I don't have to say it. Everyone can guess who it is. Anyway, it's not Sound and Sea Entertainment on the right. Now that we have to come out and make our own way, I would like to say a word here to those who think they have their hands full in the entertainment industry. This day, you guys can't cover it up. A new era in showbiz will be revolutionized by us. The following song is titled Against All Odds. It's for you guys, and for the netizens in general. Thanks for all the support and concern from the netizens during this time. We will only fight injustice to the end. Come on, fight. After just seeing the words, the internet started to get excited. It's true. They guessed right. It's capital oppressing entertainment again. What has become of China Entertainment now? How dare they oppress it? Now it's so hard to come up with a treasured singer. So hard to come up with a divine lyricist. And they want to block it? In this instant, the anger in the hearts of the netizens was instantly ignited. And none of them needed to think that if it wasn't Sound and Sea Entertainment, China Entertainment would just be those two giants that could do such a thing. They didn't even look at what Huayang said when he retweeted it, and before they even clicked on the video, the comments below exploded. Asterisk. Needless to say, it's either Tianmei or Shangshi. Really think we netizens of this session are dead, don't you? This isn't challenging our bottom line anymore. This is ting on our heads. My eyes and ears have been polluted for the past 2 days. Brothers? What's the word? Is this still not a rush? They think they are the sky? I'm going to make this sky today no longer be able to cover my eyes. Let this keyboard be transformed into a sword that cuts through the sky. Come on, be sensible. Brothers, you guys are just giving them heat by going now. From now on, as long as the stuff comes out of these two companies, we'll just boycott it. That's just it. Upstairs is right on the money. Watch what the central mom says first, then watch the video. And didn't Gu Xingyi say, he will fight to the end? It's good that we support it. Yeah. Watch the video first. After the netizens were excited, they continued to read the blog, only to see that Huayang retweeted the contents of the writing as clearly, the song is very good. If you can't make it in the entertainment industry, you can come to me, Huayang. In addition, Huayang's new program Chasing Dreams with Redheart will be officially broadcast on Huayang channel tomorrow at 8 p.m., with the theme song uploaded to Huayang simultaneously. Trivia, the theme song is exclusively composed by Gu Xingyi. Welcome to Tune In on Time. What do you mean you can't hang out in showbiz? You can go to Huayang. We, the general public, disagree. The majority of netizens naturally knew that once Gu Xingyi went to Huayang, there would definitely be fewer songs released in the future. They won't be able to release songs as they please. How can this work? It was good that Gu Xingyi immediately replied to Huayang. Thanks for the love from Central Mom. Huayang, I won't go. this interaction, this answer. The deep netizens were satisfied. At this instant, the netizens who saw this couldn't help but nod their heads. Aha! Gu Xingyi can only be in the entertainment industry, can't go anywhere. As for his hotness, will be guarded by them. Immediately after, netizens clicked on the video with excitement. It's been a long time since we've heard a new song from this then. It's been a long time since I've heard this new song. Tap the video. The video, Gu Xingyi wearing a denim jacket, eyes closed, holding a microphone in his hand, raised high, full of fighting spirit. The next moment, the music started. The rapid-fire melody from the electric guitar paired with the electronically synthesized battlefield track made everyone stop bobbing their heads up and down along with it. Then Gu Xingyi in the video snapped his eyes open, holding the microphone. The hem of his coat swung, and the song started. On this windy battlefield, the musical boy makes his entrance, in triumph over the heavy roar of the blaze, and clamor throughout the world. The smoke flies wildly signaling that the age of entertainment is arriving, and hot blood is swimming against the current. The chariot is glowing, and the warriors are unstoppable. Yeah, the drums fell steeply, and Gu Xingyi jumped to the music as he raised his hand high and then dropped it heavily. All the netizens who heard this unconsciously shook their bodies along with it, and some of them were even still frying vegetables, and they began to involuntarily wave their spatulas in their hands. The song continues. Come on, Counter-Strike is here. Ace to be wild, to break into the universe and set the world to rights. Oh Counter-Strike wild. Ace wants to vent. Fighting is where our stubbornness begins. I'm going to manipulate my advantage. Flaunt my voice. Watch this dragon battle in the wild. This battlefield, 1,000 hot-blooded warriors, flying all the way forward. Warriors who shake the world, fighting for a second chance at. What's a war song? It's called a battle song. It's so hot. Gu Xingyi, the cub seed, writing songs is still so steady. The netizens listening to the song were abuzz. They tapped the screen with their fingers quickly, one of them wishing to be transformed into a key god at the moment. Against the war. Against the war. Wild. Ace wants to vent. Don't you guys want to block? Come on. Go to war. Whoever wimps out is a grandson. Battle him. Woohoo, how long has it been since I've heard a battle cry in showbiz? So enjoyable. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, let me tell you guys a joke. I just saw a media outlet posting about Xia Shiyao's dynamic. It's really screwed up. Central Mom went down. They couldn't hold it in. Die laughing. I saw that too. And now even the marketing numbers are popping up. Blocking? Gu Xingyi, I beg you to block it. Central Mom, block who? Ha 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 ha. Gu Xingyi's One Siege blog, a song against the odds, made the originally anxious netizens instantly find their belonging. That man is still around. With an almost invincible stance, he broke the inherent dynamics of the entertainment industry. And with his talent, he stood out in a high-profile way, announcing a new era in the entertainment industry. Officially, at this moment the most difficult than those media and those independent marketing number. They have screamed in their hearts, before the pressure of the capital to them, they watched for 2 days, like before, succumbed to the capital. I didn't expect Gu Xingyi, the oldest 6, it's waiting for them here. Huayang had all liked and retweeted it, so could they, Huayang's juniors, not keep up the pace? It's so hard. Chapter 124, Want to Eat Pork. It's New Year's Eve. As Gu Xingyi's siege blog grew hotter and hotter, more and more netizens caught wind of it, and they excitedly clicked on this siege blog that they had been waiting for so long, and then looked delighted. Sure enough, it still had to be Gu Xingyi. Only this cub song could mesmerize them. And it's not just today's song against the odds. Tomorrow Huayang has another song Chasing Dreams Red Heart. And the day after that Xia Shiyao's album is online, which not only contains a few songs from the previous Star Song Festival, but also a mysterious new song. Love it. Netizens felt happy for a moment. This is really the new year. The heat on the internet completely exploded. And with all kinds of media and marketing numbers coming down the pike, not only Siege, but even headlines, Do Sound and even the UC Shock department joined in. For a time, Gu Xingyi's The Siege blog and Huayang's retweeted Siege blog, at the same time on the first and second of the hot list of various software, while the previous first of the hot list has long been squeezed down, can only be in the third shivering. In Tianmei Entertainment, Lu Gao's face was somber to the extreme as he looked at the gobbledygook that was so high on the list that it was on fire. He never expected Huayang to come out and stand up. Which of those celebrity singers of the past were not the playthings of capital? Even if Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao's hotness was at a high level before, he hadn't even put it in his mind. Because the heat always passes and always gets squashed, and once it's gone, everything falls flat. Capital can never be defeated, because no one can refuse the cooperation of interests. But now, a Gu Xingyi will break this rule, for no other reason, because the central mom came out. The capital is more powerful, but also dare not in front of the central mom. Lu Gao put his cell phone down with a calm face. Until this moment, he had never decided that Gu Xingyi really had the qualifications to be his opponent. He blocked him and he turned the block into a joke with a borrowed move. The hardest part was that Hua Yang still took the initiative to come out and speak up for him, so one could imagine how terrifying he really was. Inform down. All initiatives against Xia Shiyao are terminated. Since Gu Xingyi wants to fight, then it's as he wishes. I'd like to see how he, alone, can fight with capital. At the same time, Tian Xingqi and Shengshi Entertainment similarly squinted his green bean eyes, quietly looking at everything that was happening on the roundup right now, and a moment later, he suddenly laughed, and muttered even more under his breath. Interesting. It's really interesting. While in Sound and Sea Entertainment, Yang Xian was looking at the roundup blog in an old and cozy manner. Yang Lin was sitting beside him, and her eyes were already wide open at the moment. He really has a method. Surprisingly, he really solved this matter perfectly. I told you earlier, he is not an ordinary person, and he won't do anything without certainty. Daughter, you see, your dad, my vision is not better than you so some? Yang Envy let out a laugh and picked up the teacup on the table to take a sip of tea. Yang Lin glanced at her arrogant father and couldn't help but mutter, 2 foxes, neither of them are any good anyway. Hearing this, Yang Xian almost didn't spit out his tea. What do you mean it's not a good thing? It's not even enough to scold that Gu Xingyi guy, how come he even scolded his own dad? Gu Xingyi, how in the world did you grow your head? It's really awesome. That's why Tao Leilei's horrifying screams made Gu Xingyi resist the urge to cover his ears, and he hastily spoke out to stop her. Calm down, temper. Look at you acting like you've never seen the world before. Gu Xingyi had a smile on his face. In fact, he didn't expect Hua Yang to retweet this siege blog of his. Originally, his idea was just to post a roundup blog first, and when Hua Yang's program came out, his song would naturally follow the fire. And then those so-called capitals naturally couldn't suppress his heat. The difference between the two is simply that one is active and one is passive. He really did not expect Hua Yang to directly speak out. Now, when he really owed a huge favor. But it's nice to owe a favor to the central mom. It seems, and it's nice. What do you mean you haven't seen the world? Look at Sister Xiaoyo. Isn't she just as shocked? Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Taluo Leilei pouted in dissatisfaction as she skimmed her head, signaling that her sister Xiaoyo wasn't much better. Gu Xingyi twisted his head to look, and saw Xia Shiyao on the sofa looking at herself dumbfounded, her face evenly red. Gu Xingyi stroked his forehead. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Xia Shiyao, how is this a shock to her? Obviously, she was getting up in the morning, and she was being bullied hard by him while the little one was still awake, and now she was like this. Well, take your time shocking yourself. I'm going out. I have an appointment with Crazy today to recruit some voice actors there at the Media University. Gu Xingyi picked up his cell phone and looked at the time, stood up and spoke before turning his head to look at Xia Shiyao, who was still in a daze. Honey, I'm going out. Ha? Yes. Xia Shiyao's entire mind was now in disarray, and after hearing Gu Xingyi's words, she raised her head in response with some bewilderment. Even she herself didn't know what Gu Xingyi had actually said. Gu Xingyi touched his nose, smiled sardonically, and hurriedly pushed open the door to walk away in the puzzled eyes of Tao Leilei. God pity him, he used to be a single dog all the time. When he saw that kind of situation in the morning, he definitely couldn't help it, and as a result, it led to Xia Shiyao becoming what she is now. But hey, even if he had to do it again, he still wouldn't be able to resist. Driving all the way to the entrance of Zhengcheng Media University, Gu Xingyi put on the mask and duck-tongue cap that had already been prepared and got out of the car. Nowadays, he's getting more and more heat online, leading to masks and duck hats being a must-have item when he's out and about. From time to time, there were students walking by the university entrance in 2s and 3s, and Gu Xingyi walked to the main entrance of the school before he saw Chen Feng standing in front of the door, waiting. Gu Xingyi didn't know much about this aspect of the signboard, and he had come here at the request of Chen Feng. Old Gu, over here. Before he came close, Chen Feng shouted, and it is true that such things as masks and hats are of no use at all in front of people who are familiar with you. Gu Xingyi walked over quickly and asked after glancing inside the school. Say, what's the sign? Go. I've already contacted the schoolmates inside, and they've already organized quite a few people to apply for jobs today, just waiting for us to go over there. Yes. Gu Xingyi nodded and entered the school along with Chen Feng. It wasn't until this small job fair began that Gu Xingyi realized that his role in coming over was mainly that of a mascot. Gu Xingyi looked at the eyes of those young schoolmates on the field like wolves and tigers, unconsciously swallowed his saliva. He was now incomparably tempted to knife Chen Feng, this sellout begging for employees cub seed. No wonder a simple recruiting was about to turn into a mini job fair. It turned out that this cub seed had informed these schoolmates in advance that he himself would be coming. Numb. It's not the recruiting that's numb. It's signing that's numb. Although the purpose of recruiting was successfully accomplished in the end, Gu Xingyi now just wanted to send the grinning fat man beside him to the food market. Oh, nope, it's to the morning market. He's craving pork. Chapter 125, Encountering Two Brothers. It was hard to break free from the circle of schoolmates. Gu Xingyi sighed in relief and felt the trouble of being famous for the first time. It was good that these students still had professional ethics and didn't make a big deal out of it. Otherwise, Gu Xingyi wouldn't even dare to imagine what the scene would be like. The two of them walked out of the school, and Chen Feng hemmed and hawed. Lao Gu, look, once you came, the quality of the voice actors we recruited all came up, and I'm a bit more relieved with you as the gatekeeper. Gu Xingyi glanced at him, non-committal. That's true, but why does he want to beat him up when he sees him like that? Now that the dubbing and a series of other people are all gathered, the following professional stuff is up to you. Crazy, how's it going? Any confidence? Gu Xingyi didn't dwell on this topic and turned to another question. Chen Feng first froze for a moment, then a confident smile rose on his face as he nodded and said very seriously, that must be there. Lao Gu, although emotionally, maybe I'm a bit second-rate, but in this area, I'm a professional. Just wait and see, Chen Feng said, and in his heart, he was also calculating the time. He wanted to catch up with the broadcasting of Wang Jun's anime, and successfully produce this anime as well. From where he fell down he would rise up from where he fell down. He, Chen Feng, was not the kind of little cutie who did not repay for his grudges. Gu Xingyi smiled back and didn't say anything. He was sure that Chen Feng would definitely take care of things afterward. The two walked side by side towards the parking lot, and as they walked, Gu Xingyi suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked up to a short distance ahead. There was a bunch of students gathered there at some point, and among the crowd, music came from it from time to time. The sound of the music was familiar, and it was clearly the first song that Gu Xingyi had sung when he came here. A lifetime of you. Go over and take a look. Gu Xingyi's eyes lit up for a moment. It was the first time he had heard his own song on the side of the road, and he was a little curious for a moment. Chen Feng nodded his head, and the two of them walked up quickly, drilling into the crowd. They saw that surrounded in the middle of the crowd were two young men. One was holding a guitar and was singing fondly about having you in his life, while the other stood next to him and was interacting with the people around him. The two are obviously not the students of this university. Older, looks are not very outstanding, wearing washed some white clothes, although the clothes are a little old, but give people look but not sloppy. Clean up is quite refreshing. One side of the open space, but also piled up their luggage. Gu Xingyi closed his eyes and listened carefully. The boy sang very well, even more than he sang with some flavor, which made Gu Xingyi more than a little surprised. That's a good one. It is true that no matter in which world, there are always some wistful cow then singing will be buried. After all, not everyone is a songwriter. No one to write songs for them. No one to push no heat, which leads to a lot of such people can only hang around in the various roadside bar residency to sing in the expectation of being scouts on. After the boys in the arena finished their song, the two of them tweaked their equipment a little and switched to a different song, which they both sang together. It was a rap that Gu Xingyi had never heard before. One person rapped at a fast pace, and the other joined in at the climax, and they worked together seamlessly, and completely drove up the atmosphere around them. The students around them waved their hands and swayed after them, with occasional whistles of applause coming from the crowd. The vitality of young people is highlighted by them at this moment. Gu Xingyi was also driven to unconsciously nod his head. This rap could only be considered average, but at least it was much better than that temporary piggyback hug he heard when he first arrived. And it can be seen that these two people's singing skills are really very good. Should also often face the crowd performance. Stage play is also very good, which makes Gu Xingyi a little interested. He's not just talking about starting an entertainment company, but he's really short on people right now. As another song ended, Gu Xingyi pondered just a bit before resolutely moving to walk up. Hello, excuse me, may I ask you too? Are you interested in joining an entertainment company? Since he had thought about it, Gu Xingyi didn't hide anything and asked directly to the point. The two men looked visibly stunned, and then a huge look of surprise erupted on both of their faces at the same time. And one of them, even the hand holding the microphone, was trembling a little. You're a talent scout? Gu Xingyi's face was a little embarrassed, but fortunately, he was wearing a mask, so no one could see it. No, but I'm going to create an entertainment company, and I happen to be short of people, so I was wondering if you guys have any interest in that? Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, the two people in front of them seemed to have fallen from heaven to hell, and that look of surprise instantly dimmed. What the hell? The company hasn't even opened yet. It's not even open yet, so it's not a company of some kind. The surrounding students didn't know what was going on here. They just looked curiously into the grounds. Some of them already had impatient looks on their faces. That was because Gu Xingyi's sudden appearance had interrupted the lively atmosphere. I'm sorry, the two of us aren't exactly famous, but we're looking for a company with some power. Sorry, One of them had a bitter smile on his face as he declined Gu Xingyi's invitation. Before Gu Xingyi could continue speaking, Chen Feng scurried over, and he quickly winked towards the two. Hey, aren't you guys sure who this is that you're talking to right now? Seeing Chen Feng like this, the two were obviously a bit confused. They carefully measured Gu Xingyi again, then frowned. This figure, why is it getting more and more familiar the more they look at it? Gu Xingyi also laughed bitterly, but also, he was a contestant whose company was not even open, and now he was wearing a mask and a duck-tongued hat. Whoever met such a person had to refuse. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Gu Xingyi. I'm the creator of the song you just sang, A Lifetime of You. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, the two froze again. The two of them at the moment felt as if they were on a roller coaster, having just risen and fallen, and now rising steeply to the highest peak. The two men's eyes grew wider and wider, full of stupefaction as they looked at the familiar figure in front of them. Gu Xingyi, their idol. The two had fantasized more than once that if one day, they would let Gu Xingyi compose a song for them, then they would have no regrets in death. This is a good singer's special affection for the outstanding lyricist. There is no singer who does not look forward to his or her own good song. The singer and the lyricist, equivalent to 1,000 miles of horse and bull. 1,000 miles of horse often. Bull is hard to find. You, are you really Gu Xingyi? The Gu Xingyi that Starry Yao produces, must be the best? Aha! Gu Xingyi gave an affirmative answer. The two froze for a moment longer, then suddenly looked at each other. Then the two of them, under Gu Xingyi's dumbfounded look, they copied the luggage on the ground and pulled Gu Xingyi out with one on the left and one on the right. Join! Let's join! Move it! There's too many people here. That action, as if two robbers, held Gu Xingyi hostage, fearing that he would run away if he didn't pay attention. Chapter 126, Having a Home. It wasn't until a few people came to a less crowded place that the two let go of Gu Xingyi's arm and looked at him with excitement on their faces. Gu Xingyi laughed a little, knowingly removing the mask from his face, revealing his handsome face that was already known to the public, and extending his hand. Hello guys, for a formal introduction, I'm Gu Xingyi. When they really saw Gu Xingyi right in front of them, the look of surprise on their faces grew thicker and thicker, and the taller boy on the left with glasses busily wiped his hands on his own clothes and took Gu Xingyi's hand in his. Hello, I didn't expect it to really be you. My name is Feng Xiaoxiao. I'm so happy to see you. Seriously, I feel like I'm dreaming right now. Feng Xiaoxiao grinned, the corners of his mouth reaching his ears. He really didn't expect that the other day the two of them were still drinking wine and listening to the song written by Gu Xingyi. And at that time he even said enviously that if Gu Xingyi could write a song for the two of them, then they would definitely wake up laughing in their dreams. I didn't expect to see the living Gu Xingyi today, and standing right in front of him, hearing Feng Xiaoxiao's self-introduction, the corners of Gu Xingyi's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he turned his head to look at another shorter boy, the one who had just sung about having you in his life. You wouldn't be called Yishu Weihan, would you? The boy visibly froze, then stared in surprise. You, how do you know? Okay, the wind is choppy and the water is cold. It's coming together. These two's parents couldn't be travelers as well, could they? Gu Xingyi thought wildly, but he knew that there was no such phrase in the history of this world. Good, then Feng Xiaoxiao, Yishu Weihan, I once again invite you to join my company, even though my company has not been created yet, and I can't guarantee you any future at this moment, but at least I can give you the same treatment as any other entertainment company, and, of course, the right songs for you. Gu Xingyi was really quite appreciative of these two. He had been listening carefully to the singing just now, and he felt that the strength of these two was not at all inferior to those popular singers. Moreover, the names of these two people were also unexpectedly related to himself. It always gave him a feeling of seeing an old hometown. Feng Xiaoxiao and Yishu Weihan merely glanced at each other before the two of them turned back and solemnly nodded without the slightest hesitation. We're in. If we knew it was you, we wouldn't have refused just now. Now in this music scene, if you ask us who we admire the most, it's you, Gu Xingyi. Yishu Weihan scratched his head and continued with some coy look on his face. In fact, you're our idol too. We were talking about you the other day when we were drinking. If we could have one of the songs you created, then we'd really be satisfied. Feng Xiaoxiao also smiled. His face, apart from excitement, also carried some sighs. After we both graduated, we left our homes and came out to struggle, running around for many years, but our dreams have not been realized. We are just ordinary people's children. Wanting to enter the entertainment industry as a big stage is too difficult, and basically do not see hope. Speaking of this, Feng Xiaoxiao's face once again overflowed with an even brighter smile. Meeting you is really the closest we've gotten to our dream, and even if you don't invite us, we'll definitely chase you down and beg you to take us. We'll definitely work hard. Looking at the two sincere faces in front of him, Gu Xingyi was somewhat moved. Obviously he is inviting them, but they are so happy. This is the status quo of the entertainment industry. No fame, only strength is too easy to be buried. These strength singers at the bottom of the layer encounter a little opportunity, will take out their 100% enthusiasm. Good, let's leave a contact first. Wait for the day the company is established. I'll contact you and you'll report directly to the company. Gu Xingyi said seriously as he took out his cell phone and exchanged cell phone numbers with the two and added WeChat again. Both of them were clearly in an agitated mood. Even the hands holding the cell phone were slightly trembling, but the smiles on their faces were getting brighter and brighter. After exchanging contact information, a few people said a few more words. Gu Xingyi then left. Everything will have to wait until after the creation of Xingyou Entertainment. It doesn't have to be a few days, after Huayang's program is aired, and after Xia Shuriao's album is online. Xingyou Entertainment will appear in this world. Not having gone far, Gu Xingyi could still hear Feng Xiaoxiao behind him calling his home with his mom. I found the company. Gu Xingyi was close to tears. This feeling Gu Xingyi can best appreciate. The original life of himself, after graduation, also bounced around for many years, before some fame. He remembers the mood after he wrote his first song and was recognized by others at that time. He remembers it even now, but unfortunately, at that time, he didn't have anyone to talk to. He could only amuse himself by buying himself a cupcake to celebrate. Back at home, it was already getting dark, and Dorothy and sister Yun had already left. Under the warm orange light, little Nai Nai was nestled on the sofa playing with her toys. When she heard the door open, she lifted her little head, then her eyes curved up. Daddy's home. Well, I'm back. What's Nana playing? Gu Xingyi answered and quickly walked to the sofa, taking the little one into his arms. Playing with the jigsaw puzzle Uncle Fatty gave me. Daddy, come and put it together with Nai Nai. You have to put it together before you can eat. Oh, that's what Mommy said. Good. Let's go for it. Gu Xingyi smiled and lifted little Nai Nai, placing her on the sofa and putting together the puzzle toy with her. Xia Shuriao also walked out from the kitchen with steaming dishes at this time. Her eyes were similarly curved like a crescent moon as she placed the dishes on the dining table before looking at the two fathers and daughters on the sofa. She hadn't seen this scene in a long time, and she couldn't get enough of it. Gu Xingyi's heart at the moment is also incomparably warm. The feeling of loneliness in the afternoon is now long gone. This life, he has a family. The moon was gentle, and laughter was constant in the little house. There was no talk all night. The next day, today is the moment when Huayang goes live with Chasing Dreams. Only one day has passed, but the publicity on various software has long been overwhelming, and the title of the first hot search on the Weibo is even more red hot. The netizens have also been waiting for this for a long time, and they started discussing it online early on. Rally, assemble, Central Mom and Starry Yao Productions, not to be missed. Ugh, I haven't heard enough of Counter-Strike yet, and here's another song about chasing dreams and red hearts. My ears, it's happier than I am. Upstairs in Versailles, right? Can't we have more good songs? Then don't listen to it. Ha ha, I heard that someone wanted to block Xia Shuriao? How come there's no movement? Just this? Don't mention it. Give them 10 guts. I'll stand right here and see who dares to move. Yesterday, Tianmei and Xingshir's official blogs were all flushed. Unlike the netizens who are active, those entertainment companies can only watch and dare not make any moves. In just one day, the hot searches were once again wrapped up by Gu Xingyi and Central Mom, and everyone knew who Gu Xingyi was standing up for, but no one could do anything about it. I can't help it. He's got his mom on his side. At 8 p.m. The exciting moment finally came when the Huayang program was officially broadcast. All the people waiting for this moment immediately clicked on the Huayang channel, and in the next second, a scholar appeared in front of their eyes, and in front of him, books were piled high on his desk. The fan was whistling in the hot summer day. Even so, his tender face still sweating from time to time, he looked up. Next to the blackboard is the countdown to the college entrance examination. The music started at that point as well, and the song started after that. Where in the world is the world full of flowers? If it does exist, then I will definitely go. I want to stand on the highest mountain there. Don't care if it's a cliff. Chapter 127, Running Forward. Voice breaking. Gu Xingyi was also in front of the TV at the moment and was watching the program. When the song started, he was slightly stunned, and in a trance he seemed to hear the voice of the original singer. Gala. It's too similar. In the end, it was Huayang. Understood the essence of the song in a flash. This singer's voice, the power contained in this voice, all of them showed that Huayang had really understood the song and presented it perfectly. The moment the song rang out, all the netizens who were watching the video also froze, and at this moment, in each of their hearts, they coincidentally remembered the time when they had gone to fight for their dreams. The set pans out, and the camera goes from the students to a sludge-covered worker who was soaked to the bone, but on his back, still carrying steel several times taller than the others. As the song continues to play, live hard, love hard, even if it's with your head on your shoulders. Don't expect anyone to be satisfied, just be honest with yourself. I never chose to give up on my ideals, even on a gray day. All the time it's here. It's like a man calmly talking about how his pursuit of his dreams never stops. And the scene shifts from the worker to a white-collar worker in a company, who's being criticized by his leader, nodding his head and apologizing. The netizens who were watching the program also couldn't help but clench their fists at this moment, and each of them seemed to see their own shadows from the footage. These are all things they are currently experiencing, or have experienced, and each one of them feels it deeply. The sofa with Gu Xingyi watching the program together, Xia Shiyao, also at this time in a daze watching the TV, listening to the song, even she. This is empathy. Those moments towards the dream to pay the sweat of the moment, as if in the song sounded, cannot help but appear in front of the eyes. Gu Xingyi saw her like this, gently held her warm and soft palms, smiled. This song is a rock. The main song is still behind it. Maybe I don't have the talent, but I have the naivety to dream. I'm gonna go prove it with my whole life. Maybe my hands are clumsy, but I'd like to keep exploring. Give all your youth without regrets. When the song reaches the last word of regret, it is suddenly exorbitant. In the picture, the students lower their heads and write their homework quickly. The workers bend their backs and keep moving forward, and the white-collar workers are frantically revising their documents on the computers. It's about the persistence of the dream and the hope for the future. Everyone on the internet is in a steeply tense mood at the moment. They get it. This feeling. They really want to cry. It was their deep-seated defiance of themselves. Grit your teeth and move forward. And forward again, regardless of success or failure. At this moment, the blazing emotions in everyone's hearts were ignited, and they clenched their teeth, wanting to let it out. The next moment, the sound of music accompanied by hissing male voices also rang out at this moment, carrying a power that would not be defeated regardless of success or failure into everyone's ears. Run forward, broken tone, meet the cold eyes and scorn. How can you feel the vastness of life without going through trials and tribulations? Fate, it can't bring us to our knees, even if blood spilled all over the embrace. Keep running, with the pride of a naked child. Voice breaking, how can you see the sparkle of life if you don't see it through to the end? Instead of living on your laurels, burn with all your heart. One day it will sprout again. The blazing flames in everyone's hearts were instantly ignited in this hissing line of song. The reason why they say they are willing to support Gu Xingyi as a ratio is here. His songs, it's always immersive and deep into the songs. Netizens in the heart in this hissing sound was instantly awakened. The heart of the emotion is in this moment completely vented out. Tearjerker, only this song. I give him permission to break his voice. Break it for me. Nah, this song I feel. The broken voice is the essence. Follow your dreams. Follow your dreams. It's as if I'm not listening to a song, but a cry from the depths of my heart. Really. I listened to the song and it was like going back to a time when I was struggling day and night. Then I made it. And you guys probably don't understand that feeling. It was the kind of hysteria that comes after hitting bottom. This song really is the best illustration of the hysterical all-out struggle. Here it is. I'm going to have to pull out the company that's going to block Xia Shiyao and flog it. You blocked one for us to see? Really let you guys have your way. Where are we going to listen to this kind of song? Hearing this song, I also finally understand why the central mom is coming out to protect her calf. The song, it's allowed to break the tone, but no down-tuning allowed. At this moment, no one cared about what images were actually being played on the program anymore. Because of the song alone, they had already automatically generated images in their heads that were uniquely their own. The netizens listened to the song and the emotions in their hearts were completely ignited. Who says there's no way out for rock and roll? Who says rock and roll is a niche? What is this? Netizens were either clutching their cell phones or sitting in front of the TV with their eyes shut tightly, enjoying the onslaught of this music from their ears. At this time at the headquarters of Huayang, Lin Guodong and an old man past his prime were looking at the real-time playback on the big screen, and they couldn't hide the surprise in their eyes. This time, the show was more successful than any of the previous ones. Elder brother Du, how's my vision? Ha 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 ha. I told you, there's this kid's song. It'll definitely work. Lin Guodong laughed out loud, as if it wasn't someone else he was praising, but himself. As the general director of Huayang, Dugu was also full of emotion. I haven't seen such a talented young man in a long time. It really makes you want to meet him. Besides, I didn't say no, did I? When I got the song, I expected this moment to come. Otherwise, do you think I would have helped that little guy out? Dugu was still looking at the big screen where the numbers were rising. Only a smile had crept across his face. Lin Guodong raised an eyebrow. This old man just refused to admit that it was his good eye. The show was only just halfway through, and as more and more people poured in, the show heated up. And the new netizens who came in were completely overwhelmed by the song before they even opened their mouths. And then they were uniformly immersed in the music. The future is fascinatingly gorgeous, always calling to me. Go forward even if you only have pain as your companion. I want to be there in the bluest sea young sail, and I don't care if I can or will pay it back. Music first class, lyrics first class. They once again saw Gu Xingyi's creative ability. This cub seed, bless him after everyone's ears cannot live. Oh, where did Gu Xingyi know this at the moment? He was also completely mesmerized by the music. He held Xia Shuriao's small hand. The two of them intertwined their hands and made a fist. At this point, the two of them were moving in a surprisingly consistent manner. That is, they both closed their eyes and bobbed their heads to savor the lyrics. Getting depressed after a defeat, that's the sign of a coward. As long as you live, please make a fist. Before the day breaks we need to be braver. Waiting for the brightest moment at sunrise. Run forward, breaking sound. Chapter 128, Invitation to Sing. Enjoy. The ultimate in enjoyment. Until then, there hadn't been any rock that would make them feel as if their ears had gone through a whole new baptism. As Chasing Dreams' Red Heart did. He sings of the obsession with dreams and the desire for success that is in everyone's heart. The program, too, came to an end at this moment. And in the picture, the faces that had appeared before, who looked ahead and also towards the future, greeted the dazzling light that appeared in front of them, and smiled happily. No compromise until old age. The song also came to its end, and everyone's heart settled. After the shouting, it's back to life, back to the struggles of each day. At the end of the program, a line of large letters slowly appears, tugging at people's heartstrings. I would like to send this movie to those of you who are on the road. Chasing your dreams. Exploded. In just one song's time, the clip went completely viral online. Countless bolded and reddish shocking headlines appeared, and countless posts with flames at the end appeared as they all marveled at the song. If yesterday's reverse war was Gu Xingyi declaring war on certain companies in the entertainment industry, then today, Hua Yang's song Chasing Dreams' Red Heart is Gu Xingyi announcing to them that he has the qualifications. He also has the ability, declaring war on them. This day, you guys can't hold it down. This is just the beginning, and the online buzz is already in a frenzy. And as time goes on, and as more and more people will hear the song, it will be so hot then, I can't imagine. In the Tianmei Entertainment Mansion, the lights were on, and Lu Gao, who had previously looked like he was winning, was already a bit flustered at this point. This heat was something he had never expected. He had thought that Gu Xingyi's song would, at best, bring about the same amount of heat as those previous songs, but the truth was beyond his expectations. Hua Yang cooperated with Gu Xingyi, and the two fit together unexpectedly. Turning his hand to play a hand against the heavens, Lu Gao stared at the screen dead on, his fists even more unconsciously clenched, and even the nails embedded in the flesh without realizing it. The female secretary standing on standby in the office was trembling. This was the first time she had seen the chairman lose his temper like this. It was a long time before Lu Gao came back to his senses. With a somber expression, he kept turning the pen in his hand, thinking about what to do next. Hua Yang he didn't dare to go against, but Gu Xingyi, he couldn't scare him yet. He was thinking about how to take the wind out of Gu Xingyi's sails after this program. Thinking about it, he suddenly raised his head, looked at the trembling secretary on one side, and asked, "If I remember correctly, tomorrow is the day Xia Shuriao's album goes live on Huayin?" The secretary, who was already in fear, was suddenly questioned. She couldn't stop her body from shaking for a moment before she trembled and quickly returned. Yes, a lot of netizens online are talking about it, and they're calling these 3 days the 3-day carnival extravaganza of the music world. After the secretary finished speaking, he tightly shut his mouth, fearing that one more word would trigger Lu Gao's dissatisfaction. A 3-day orgy? Oh, Ryuko snorted before continuing. Since they're going over the extravaganza, how about we join in and contact a few famous songwriters in the industry, and then calling over. She's a veteran diva anyways, it should be only right for her to put out a song on the charts, right? The company is fully cooperative in this matter. I want to see her song online on Huayin before tomorrow night. After hearing this, the secretary froze for a moment. She didn't expect that the boss was going to call Sister Ing to stand up. Knowing that Sister Ing was a diva of the previous generation, her character was not to be mentioned first, but her strength was indeed placed there. Good, I'll get in touch. She only froze for a moment before immediately responding. Just in the blink of an eye, she figured out that the chairman of the board was trying to disgust Gu Xingyi. Sticking his hand in the music charts. The purpose was to keep him from being so arrogant. Unlike Lu Gao, Tian Xingqi didn't make any moves. He still maintained his original attitude, not caring about anything, sitting up high and reaping the benefits. Sound C Entertainment, however, held another rare meeting. The conference room was silent, and the old fox Yang Envy laughed. Why don't you say anything? Weren't you quite talkative before? This meeting was called for you to decide which singer we're going to choose to invite Gu Xingyi for a song. It's not like we're killing you all. What are all of you silent for? The people in the conference room looked at me and I looked at you. They had just agreed to oust Xia Shuriao earlier. How could they have the face to speak now? However, Everyone was very interested. Gu Xingyi was now in the limelight for a while, and Yang Xian was obviously trying to take advantage of the win to invite a song to hit the charts and go for it. This was good for the singers under them. Chairman Yang, I think Lena can. She's originally a first-tier singer, but since Xia Shiyao came over, she hasn't released any songs until now, so this opportunity can be given to her. A middle-aged woman with gold-framed glasses was the first to speak from the position to the left of the conference room, and she had only taken the position of operations minister following Ying Ping's dismissal. Before that, she was close to Lena, and at this moment, when she saw that there was such a good thing, she naturally couldn't sit still. I beg to differ. Before Yang Xian could open his mouth, Zhang Chao, who was sitting on the other side, opened his mouth again. Yang Xian glanced at him and frowned. This guy, it seemed that no matter who the Minister of Operations was replaced by, he didn't deal with the other party. If you have an opinion, say it. Yang Xian glanced at Zhang Chao, meaning that you have a fart feeling to put. I don't think Lena is the best candidate. Minister Xin just took office not long ago. She may not know, when Xia Shiyao was in the company, she was relatively close to Cheng Di. I think Cheng Di can be, so that the song Gu Xingyi creates for Cheng Di will be a little more heartfelt, and naturally more beneficial to the company. And, as far as I know, Cheng Di is still a fan of Gu Xingyi's. Cheng Di can also fully utilize this opportunity to be promoted to a second-tier singer. Zhang Chao finished his speech with an old-fashioned look. He really wasn't looking at the new Minister Xin Tongtong with displeasure this time, but he was indeed thinking about the company. Yang Xian also pondered for a moment after hearing this, and only after a few moments did he raise his head and say, "This is a good thing to do. Just ask Gu Xingyi's opinion, then the candidate will be chosen between these two, and the song will be given to whomever Gu Xingyi agrees to create the song for." After Yang Xian finished speaking, both Xin Tongtong and Zhang Chao stopped speaking, and the other management who still wanted to raise singers also sighed in their hearts, feeling bad that they had just not spoken up first. It's true, that's all there is in total for such a good resource, and if you're slow to react, you won't even be able to eat before it gets hot. River City. Gu Xingyi, who was just about to go to bed, received a song invitation message from Sound and Sea Entertainment, and he froze for a moment, not expecting Sound and Sea to ask for a song from him at this time, and in such a hurry. But with just a second thought, Gu Xingyi understood the intentions of the Sound Sea, which was trying to rub off on him. Looking at the two candidates in the message, Gu Xingyi chose Cheng Di without much consideration, not to mention that he had met with Cheng Di and had a better impression of Cheng Di, but just Cheng Di's sweet voice made him suddenly remember a song. It's just the right song for a little sweet voice like Cheng Di's, tailor-made in general. That is, Love You, Sweetheart Godmother Wang Xinling's Love You, brought to the equally sweet Cheng Di to sing. For a moment Gu Xingyi was a bit expectant. Chapter 129, Miao Anquan's Encounter. People don't have the same sorrows and joys. While Gu Xingyi was cradling his wife and child in a hot bed, Miao Anjuan was packing her bags with a forlorn look on her face in Shengshi Entertainment's artist apartment. The little assistant Yu Ranran silently helped out on the side, and she would fully support whatever decision her sister Peony made. Since Gu Xingyi appeared, the storm clouds in the entertainment circle changed too quickly. The other day Miao Anquan was still feeling sorry for Xia Shiyao being blocked. She didn't expect that, just a week passed, Gu Xingyi would directly achieve a headwind for Xia Shiyao to turn the tide. The heat that was all over the internet crushed all the singers, and of course, she was one of the victims. But she never complained about anything. Gu Xingyi created a myth based on his strength. That's what people are capable of. Miao Anquan could only work a little harder in her daily life, and she believed that she would succeed one day as well. Unfortunately, there are times when reality is just so cruel. Shengshi Entertainment was not focused on the music industry, and after this incident, the company's decision-making has become even more incomprehensible, and even some singers have begun to transform towards film and television. Naturally, Miao Anjuan will not transform. Singing is a dream she has always insisted on, but just today at noon, she encountered subterfuge from the upper echelons of the company. That director, Ma Liang, not only wanted her to transition to the movie and television industry, but also had flirty words and gestures, and she just couldn't hold back and slapped him when he was about to make a move on her. It was the same slap that buried her future. It was just a matter of being snowed in, and Miao Anjuan didn't regret it, and even if she was given the choice again, she would still slap this one. Now this apartment was also repossessed by the company, and the other residence arranged for her was a room like a utility room. If not for the astronomical liquidated damages tying her down, she would have run away long ago. She was just from an ordinary family, and the money she had earned in the past 3 years was still short of compensating the company for the breach of contract. Ran. Miao Anjuan looked up, looked at the luggage that had been packed, and then turned her head to Yu Ranran, who was still by her side, and reluctantly squeezed out some smiles on her face and said, "I may really have no hope this time." So once I make enough money from the liquidated damages, I'll leave the company. Now, even Miao Anjuan, who usually has a big personality, is a bit sad. She doesn't know how exactly to say to you Ran. She only feels sorry for her. Oops, Sister Peony, you don't have to tell me so much there's always a way. Ran also knew that Miao Anjuan must be sad in her heart right now. She could only pretend to be happy and cheer her up. In fact, her heart is also a little sad. Miao Anjuan left. She must be arranged to other people to work, but compared to their own, her heart is more worried about Miao Anjuan. Gayunjian-san, a person who loves to sing so much, a person who worked so hard, had to leave the stage glumly by now. This entertainment industry is hopeless now. Ran thought in her mind. Then she thought of Xia Shiyao, followed by Gu Xingyi. Then her eyes lit up all of a sudden. If Gu Xingyi was willing to help Sister Peony, then the outcome would definitely be different, right? But then Ran's little face collapsed again. Non-relative and non-relative. Gu Xingyi and how will help to help Miao Anjuan. The next day, October 1st, the day Xia Shiyao's album went online was also the last day of the 3-day extravaganza. Since early in the morning, the online conversation hadn't stopped. Netizens were waiting for the moment when the album went live to arrive. And nowadays, on the Huayin platform, the top of the new songs chart had been firmly occupied by Pursuing Dreams with a Red Heart, which had been released by Huayang last night. This caused many netizens to speculate about the songs from Xia Shiyao's album, and just how far they would be able to rush to the #1 spot on the new songs chart. And just then, suddenly some sharp-eyed netizens realized that Tianmei Entertainment and Soundsea Entertainment, they actually also just released the announcement of the company's singer's new song on Huayin. At the same time, Tianmei Entertainment's previous generation diva Lu Ying and Soundsea Entertainment's new generation singer Cheng Di also released a microblog at this time. They both tweeted, promoting their songs that went online today on Huayin. Lu Ying brought a sentimental love song, The Day Doesn't Understand the Heart of the Night, while Cheng Di brought a song called Love You. This discovery immediately sent the internet into an uproar, and all sorts of buzz flew up. Nice guy, what are these two companies thinking? Releasing a new song at this time? Aren't they afraid of being crushed? The Comer is not good. The incoming is not good. Brothers, remember what we promised before? The homestretch lies with us tonight. Indeed, Lu Ying, this person, although she has a bad temper, bad personality, bad looks, and a series of other bad things, but her songs, they really can't be beat. Cheng Di is not to be underestimated either. That little sweet voice, it makes old man's heart flutter when he hears it. No matter what, let's see it at night. In terms of strength, Xia Shiyao doesn't lose to these two. In terms of works, Gu Xingyi whoever comes is no match. Lu Ying still dares to come out and jump? Don't you know how badly she was sprayed before? Douyin a video with hundreds of thousands of likes and tens of millions of comments. No at all. Ha. That's all I have to say. There's a comment from me in there. I have to say, the entertainment industry hasn't been this lively in a while. Ha. There's drama tonight. The announcement of Tianmei Entertainment and Soundsea Entertainment made the netizens' enthusiasm rise even higher. And they now only feel that time passes really slowly now, and they can't wait to blink their eyes until the song goes online in the evening. Tonight, it's a godsend. They, on the other hand, are the main protagonists in this strife. Ever since Xia Shiyao made her comeback and brought out Gu Xingyi, the presence of melon-eating netizens is getting stronger. River City at the moment. In contrast to the netizens' impatience, Xia Shiyao's heart was a little nervous. She knew that today's sales of her album were crucial to Gu Xingyi, so even though half of the songs in it were free channels, she was still nervous. Gu Xingyi, although these songs are confident, but the heart cannot help but be equally some apprehension. He can now be said to be penniless. He plans to open the entertainment company of money, and the 5 million of the Star Yao animation have not yet landed it. Now, all that could be done was to see how Xia Shiyao's album sold. As for whether the song's netizens buy it or not, it's not something he can control. The time came to 8 o'clock in the evening while the crowd waited unconsciously. This time, Xia Shiyao's album, Lu Ying and Cheng Di's new songs, went online at the same time on Huayin. The netizens who have long been rubbing their fists, but at this moment they are worried. All of a sudden, out of so many songs, they actually should listen to which song? Just when the netizens were hesitating, someone posted a thread with the title *******. It's too good. I've won the grand prize. Everyone, go and listen. The new song from Xia Shiyao's album, As I Wish. This time, the netizens' eyes lit up. What is one self-entangled in? Of course I'm listening to Xia Shiyao's mysterious new song first. It's written by Gu Xingyi. Haven't heard it before. That's definitely the best choice. All at once, everyone poured in and clicked on the song the post was talking about. As You Like It, Chapter 130. They didn't even bother to care at all that the song was pay-per-view. The few free ones they'd heard, albeit not the supreme version, but they want to hear the song as good as it gets now. How exactly? Don't ask. To ask is to be rich and powerful. Then, with headphones, they started bobbing their heads to the sound of the piano. This melody, it's so beautiful. It wasn't until Xia Shuriao's voice rang out that they closed their eyes and enjoyed themselves. You are a distant road, a light in the mountain fog. I'm a child, walking in your eyes. You're the moon and the breeze, and I'm your dream, to see or not to see, to embrace you for life. Xia Shuriao's clean and crisp voice echoed in their ears and instantly sang into their hearts. This voice was simply too soulful, and the moment Xia Shuriao opened her mouth, they only felt that their entire body was shaken. Unlike the netizens, at this moment, the management of the various companies in the entertainment industry, as well as those singers in the music industry, they didn't have the slightest heart to listen to the songs. They were staring at Wayan's new song charts, and didn't even dare to blink. They all want to know which songs will top the charts today and which songs will be squeezed out, especially the singers who are on the top of the new song charts, who are apprehensive as hell. Then they suddenly realized that on the new song chart, a song called As I Wish by Xia Shuriao had appeared at the 50th position on the chart almost instantly. At this moment, they subconsciously held their breath, but even so, they still couldn't stop the rocketing trend of As You Wish. They watched, almost just blinking their eyes, as You Wish climbed to 20 on the new songs chart, and then killed the top 10 on the new songs chart. This was the first song from Xia Shuriao's album to reach the top 10. There were already netizens online who had listened to the entire song, and after listening to the song they took a deep breath and soothed the emotions in their hearts that had been infected by the song. Original. What a song for all the forefathers. The forefathers, they, with their youth, with their lives, they, one generation, with their whole life, exchanged for the peaceful life of 3 generations. The soothed netizens couldn't help but click in and listen to it again. Xia Shuriao's voice cascaded and unfolded. That section of gratitude, a section of inheritance, a section of opening up, the singing of each section changing, making them only feel that listening to it once they were not at all overjoyed. In addition to Xia Shuriao's song, they now admired Gu Xingyi's talent even more. They felt that only Gu Xingyi could write such a good song. Listening to the song again, they couldn't help but close their eyes and take their time to realize it when they reached the climax. Just as they did before, and I will love the earth as you love it, and wish for the smile as you wish it. I'm hobbling on your hand. Please take me to tomorrow. If you have ever suffered my sweetness, I would live to be your wish. May it not be in vain, may it be courageous. Every day of this blooming world. In their minds, it was as if they were separated by time and space, holding the hands of their forefathers and taking them to the prosperous world. The forefathers suffered, not wasted in vain. This mountain and river are unharmed. The fireworks are normal. It's what they wished for. Hearing the song again, the feelings in everyone's hearts unconsciously rose a little higher. This time, there was a faint sadness in their hearts, and they so wanted to let their forefathers see with their own eyes what this world looked like today. The netizens were still listening to the song, and without them realizing it, As You Wish became number 2 on the new songs chart. But they don't care about any new song charts anymore, because by this time, they were in tears, because by this time, Xia Shuriao's song had already reached the end, and they had once again been completely immersed in the song. And I will dream of the reunion you dream of. May what you wish be forever. Take the long road you've traveled. Such love for you. I too will see the world you have not seen. Write the psalms you have not written. The moon in the sky, the thoughts in my heart, you are always by my side. A date with you, a lifetime of clarity like your young face. No one expected that the first thing to hit the charts would be a paid new song. And no one expected that the song would kill the new songs chart at number 2 as soon as it hit the charts. Those unbelieving entertainment company managers frantically refreshed the charts. But this song, As I Wish, was as if welded at number 2, with no change whatsoever. The blog had gone completely crazy at this point. Not only the netizens, even the media, even the various marketing numbers, were all frantically amping up the song. That's when the management of these entertainment companies were sure that, as it turned out, it really wasn't their own eyes. It's only been half an hour, a new song that's never been seen before, and it's at number 2 on the new songs chart? Or the pay-per-listen kind. Scary as hell. Some of the singers still couldn't believe how good the song was, so he clicked in as well. After a few minutes, he was silent. It doesn't compare. It really doesn't compare. This song, I can't say it's good. I can only describe it as unbeatable. Just as the internet was making more than a little noise over the song, everyone was shocked to find out again that Hua Yang had posted another roundup blog, and also ate Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriao. What a great song. As I Wish. What a Gu Xingyi. What a Xia Shuriao. Well written. Well sung too. I'll take it. Everyone froze when they saw Hua Yang's tweet. It was the first time they had seen Hua Yang talk like this. Why don't you stop pretending? Why don't we just kiss our sons and daughters? Okay, they do have the credentials. Gu Xingyi similarly saw the roundup blog, and he smiled back. You old man, Feel free to take it. Tell me if it's not enough. Look at that. Is this human language? It's not enough to say. I'll be damned. Everyone was mooing at this moment. They also wanted to interact with Hua Yang like this. Nay, they didn't have the talent. Woo, just very sad. After Gu Xingyi returned to the Roundup blog, her heart was also overwhelmed with emotion. And it was true that no matter which world it was in, this song would give people a shock. The song sung by the original world diva Fei Wong, with lyrics written by Big Brother Tang Tim, if it doesn't catch fire, heaven forbid. The efforts that Xia Shiyao had made for this song, he had always seen in his eyes and heard in his heart, but he knew that when he had just come up with this song, Xia Shiyao had been practicing it day and night, just for the sake of wanting to sing this song more perfectly. And this result now is undoubtedly the best reward for her efforts. After netizens had been mesmerized for a long time by the song As You Wish, they finally remembered that there were other songs they hadn't heard. Thus, the YN New Songs chart was in complete chaos. The original top 10 is slowly disappearing, except for the top song, Chasing Dreams, which hasn't been shaken. As good as it gets toppled the original number 2, sitting firmly in the number 2 spot. Right behind it was Xia Shiyao's The Wind Rises, a song that Xia Shiyao had first sung when she was on Star Song Festival, and was also the most popularly liked by the public. Then after that, it was Sea of Flowers that made the charts, and then Courage climbed up without question. Slowly, song after song from Xia Shiyao's album made it to the top 10 of the New Songs chart, and even the slightly niche song Wedding was lifted to the 10th position by netizens. The netizens seemed to have a consensus this time. You, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao, brought us such a great song, As You Wish, and we, like Hua Yang, treat you as our own sons and daughters. Just ask you guys, feel it or not. Chapter 131 Tai Sweet La, extra for Big Brother. Basically all the management of the entertainment company who were looking at the charts, and the other singers were top 10 on the New Songs chart. All the songs from Xia Shiyao's album went in. There were 2 other songs, not sung by Xia Shiyao, that also made it into the top 10 of the New Song charts, as they were composed and sung by Gu Xingyi himself, A Lifetime of You and Against All Odds, respectively. This Cub Seed, he uploaded his songs to YN today as well, and it's all free. They just want to ask Gu Xingyi, that A Lifetime with You, how long has it been out on Douyin? Almost 3 months. A song from 3 months ago is only uploaded to YN now? It's still considered a new song. What a bastard. He's here to beat your face in, isn't he? But fortunately, he created only 9 songs and didn't take up all the top 10 of the New Songs list. If they were all taken up by his songs alone, then where was the face of the various companies in the entertainment industry? 5th on the New Songs chart is a song by a veteran singer, who at the moment is shivering and caught in the middle. Netizens who found this out immediately sat back and gloated and ate the veteran singer's Roundup blog. Oh, surrounded by an army. Are you impressed? The veteran singer saw the flirtations of the netizens on the Googles and replied to one of the Googles with tears and laughter. Don't dare to move. Don't dare to move at all. For a while, the whole blog has become a happy source of netizens' seat. They listen to the song, while chatting and gossiping. So cozy. In the Tianmei Entertainment Mansion, Lu Gao looked at the eye-piercing new song charts and couldn't help but feel a hint of fire rise in his heart. Lu Ying's song The Day Doesn't Understand the Heart of the Night was delayed, which made Lu Gao a little bit unable to sit still. He couldn't figure out how to make an old diva song so unworthy of everyone's ears. Ryuko slammed the desk in front of him hard, knowing that if he didn't do something about it, his plans would just come to nothing. The netizens over here were still celebrating the new year, and they hadn't realized in the slightest that Lu Ying's song The Day Doesn't Understand the Heart of the Night was rising at a rapid rate, and had now reached the 30th spot on the New Songs chart. Without a doubt, Tianmei Entertainment started to make an effort, smashing money, hiring water armies, brushing data, all kinds of tactics were used, and soon, The Day Doesn't Understand the Heart of the Night killed its way to the 10th position on the New Songs chart, squeezing She off the list successfully. Netizens who wanted to listen to She were just about to click on the 10th new song on the chart when they abruptly realized that the song was gone from the chart. It was only now that the netizens finally realized this, and they were still a bit confused for a moment. Asterisk. Where's my song? Did any of you see where my She went? How come you haven't looked at it in a while and this song came up? Which one of you listened to it? Holy, no one can live without my ghost bride. Lu Ying's song in the end, which cubs are listening to. I don't know. Xia Shiyao can't even listen to the song. Who has time to order it? Netizens have begun to wonder how the song came up when no one is listening to it. Soon there were smart netizens who sensed that something was wrong. They frowned and just felt a diaphragm in their hearts. I guess someone's sitting on their ass, making a monkey out of us? Didn't even listen. How did the song come up? Good. This isn't challenging Gu Xingyi. This is challenging the IQ of our general netizens. Let's not talk about whether the song is good or not. It's just too diabolical to be on the list in such a way. Brothers, let's put more effort into it. I just don't believe that one of his companies can outfox our vast number of netizens. There was still a heated discussion online when, just then, the official enclosure blog of Sound and Sea Entertainment came down to speak out. I wanted to give you guys a surprise, but I didn't expect it to turn into a shock. No one listened to it at all. You guys can't be too generous. Please, let's hear it. This roundup blog had aided Gu Xingyi, so it was quickly seen by everyone. The netizens were again confused. What? Love You was also written by Gu Xingyi? You shouldn't have said so. Since you've begged us in good faith, let's hear it mercifully. Okay, I'll listen. Okay, give face to Chengdi, this little sweet sister, and give face to Gu Xingyi, that cub seed. No more bull asterisk. Start listening, right on. Brothers, Ali gives. Punch. I want to see all of Gu Xingyi's songs occupy the top 10 of the new songs chart today. What do you guys think? I'll lay back and watch. Without further ado, I'll dash. At this time the time has come to 11 o'clock in the evening, but the enthusiasm of the netizens is not reduced at all. Still high. Today, they want to use their own power to witness history. Top 10 on the new songs chart. They have to take it today. It's no good for anyone. What they said. With such a mood, netizens were the first to search for the song Love You, decisively clicked on it, and then they were surprised to find, oh ho, there was actually a music video. Kudos to Sonic Sea Entertainment for this wave. So netizens clicked on the music video and prepared to watch and listen to it as it unfolded, in which Changdi's sweet figure appeared, dancing and singing along with the background music. If you suddenly sneeze, it must mean I'm thinking of you. If I wake up in the middle of the night with my cell phone, that's because I care. Sweet smiles to match sweet dance moves, sweet voices to match sweet music. The netizens couldn't lie down straight away, and some of them even jumped up from their beds, humming along with Changdi in the music video as she danced. Even netizens who had been listening to As I Wish before falling into a tinge of sadness were completely sweetened. Oh baby, say more love words. If you miss me, take a look at me. Show a little more, so that I can actually see. Oh, bye. Less talk. I want to be with you for more than one day. A little more makes my heart happy. Love you. Whoa. Old man's teenage boy heart. It can't hold out. Sweetheart, sweetie, Thai sweet, love you, help. Those two words kept echoing in my ears and I couldn't help but have an old fatherly smile on my face. Brothers, this song. Can you get diabetes if you listen to this song too much? What? You still care about that? Even if it makes me die of sweetness right now, I'll listen. Chengdi's song Love You sweetened the hearts of all netizens. At the moment, they all had a uniform smile on their faces. An ant-like smile. Love You also hit the netizens in this sweet storm. Directly rose to the 5th of the new song list. The original song of that veteran singer directly pressed to the 6th. The veteran singer, on the other hand, doesn't feel the least bit sad because he's now also watching the music video and twerking his ass off. When I Love You came out, both men and women were all transformed into sweethearts at this point in time. Inside a mansion in Magic City, Yang Xian was also watching the music video, smiling from ear to ear, and he suddenly felt that it wasn't time to give Chengdi top-notch resources. Then he sighed again. If only his own daughter could sing and dance such a song to herself in front of him, then he'll have to die of happiness. Chapter 132, all on the list. The netizens are sweetened, but Lu Gao's heart is bitter. In order to get Lu Ying's song on the charts, the company has already smashed in a few million. He never expected that Sound Sea Entertainment would intervene at this point. This Yang Xian, really too cheap. It favored this time to send out such a siege blog. Killing and killing. The other directors within the company have been quite vocal now, and they all feel that it's not worth it, that it's beyond the stated interest of the song. The company is also not his one word. When there are benefits everyone will flatter him. Loss of benefits. They flip-flop faster than a book. Lu Gao tapped his fingers lightly on the table and, in the end, gave up the fight for the list. But even so, the netizens who had gotten high didn't stop their actions at all, even though the time had already passed 12 o'clock midnight and came to the early morning of the next day. However, the enthusiasm of netizens has not diminished at all, and even more and more armies of netizens are joining in the revelry. It was a sleepless night. Every song made by Gu Xingyi killed the new song charts with horrific airplay, and even Shi Yan, which had previously fallen off the charts, was lifted up again by netizens. Finally, at 1:10 in the morning, the top 10 of the new song chart was completely occupied by Gu Xingyi's songs. A single person taking the top 10 is an achievement that has never been achieved by anyone in the entire history of the music industry. At this time those other singers who remained awake, their eyelids involuntarily jumped when they saw such a situation. That's way off the mark. It's outrageous. One person is beating the entire music industry? What are you playing at? But as it turned out, at least at this moment, the entire music world was indeed trampled under the feet of Gu Xingyi alone. The melon-eating netizens who finally accomplished this feat looked at the neat and tidy list, their hearts were immediately comfortable, and they also finally lay back in bed again, listening to the song with headphones, and beautifully entered the dreamland. I just wonder if those who go to sleep listening to Shishi have nightmares at night. At the dawn of the next day, Gu Xingyi had just gotten up when he was bombarded with messages from all sides, no doubt all of them congratulating him on the big sale of his song. Gu Xingyi originally did not know many people, but now all the people who had some friendship with him all sent messages. Even Shui Xiaoqian, Lu Tianwang and some other people all sent congratulatory Weibo. Gu Xingyi didn't go through it in detail, and just started cooking breakfast after replying to them uniformly. Now make breakfast, and when it's done, little Nana eats it just in time to go to kindergarten. Not long after, Xia Shiyao held the still yawning little Nai Nai and walked out from the bedroom. She skillfully washed and dressed the little one, and when they were all ready, Gu Xingyi also happened to walk out from the kitchen with his breakfast. Everything was just right and the couple worked very well together. The three have just taken their seats, ready to eat breakfast, but the door of the room was again bang 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 knocked. Gu Xingyi looked up with a question in his eyes as he wondered who could have come this early in the morning. Xia Shiyao, however, was busy standing up, walking towards the door while saying, "It's Lele and the girls, I called them over." Sure enough, as soon as the door opened, Taluo Lele's big voice shouted out, and her whole body also jumped up and hugged Xia Shiyao at once. "Wow, Sister Xiaoyo, you're too awesome. I was so excited last night that I didn't sleep all night. Ha ha ha." Sister Yun followed her, helplessly and somewhat dotingly looking at this little girl. "Joy, you get down here." Seeing that Tao Lele was about to strangle herself to death, Xia Shiyao hurriedly pulled her down with a face of dislike. Closing the door, the three of them walked into the house together. Gu Xingyi nodded her head in greeting to Sister Yun and Tao Lele, and little Nai Nai sweetly shouted auntie twice. Just Tao Luo saw Gu Xingyi greeted himself, his eyes even a little dodge. Let Gu Xingyi feel puzzled. He is where again offended this little girl. It didn't turn out to be, and the next moment a faint greeting came from Dorothy's mouth. "Sis, good morning, brother-in-law." Gu Xingyi was instantly confused, only feeling as if his ears were hallucinating, knowing that Tao Lele had always called him by his first name. It took Gu Xingyi a long time to respond, stumbling back. "Ha, good morning, good morning." Tao Lele made a big red face. She always felt that Gu Xingyi must be laughing at her in her heart. When Xia Shiyao saw the scene, she walked over to the table and sat down, looking at Gu Xingyi, her face slightly red, but with a smile on her face. "I'm the one who told Lele to shout like that. I'm her sister, so you're naturally her brother-in-law." Oh, I told you so." Gu Xingyi breathed a sigh of relief. He still felt weird about Tao Lele's sudden change just now, the kind of feeling that there were always unruly people trying to harm him, but if Xia Shiyao had instructed him, that would not be surprising. "Sister Yun, Lele, have you had breakfast?" Gu Xingyi looked up and asked. The two of them said in unison that they had already eaten. Then Sister Yun looked at Xia Shiyao again. "Xiaoyo, what's the reason for calling us here early in the morning?" "Well, Sister Yun, Lele, you guys sit down for a while, we'll talk about it later." Although both Yun and Lele were unsure, they both nodded and took a seat on the sofa. After the meal, Gu Xingyi sent the little one to kindergarten as usual, and when he returned home again, he saw the three on the sofa, inexplicably in a daze. Gu Xingyi's appearance broke this stagnation. Sister Yun proceeded to look complicated, and Dorothy's eyes gradually widened round, as if she was in some sort of shock. As for Xia Shiyao, she also had an unbelievable look on her face. Gu Xingyi scratched his head, wondering what was going on with them in a short time. Did something happen? Gu Xingyi asked directly with some concern, and Xia Shiyao raised her eyes, and only after a long time did she raise her cell phone and say, "Album. The album's first day sales are out." At those words Gu Xingyi's eyes lit up, and he was busy walking to the sofa to sit down. "That's a good thing. Let's see, how much is the total? My album alone. First day sales, 75 million. Gu Xingyi's hand that received the phone trembled for a moment, and he mechanically turned his face, also shocked. How much? 75 million. Top 10 on the new songs chart. All your songs. Gu Xingyi went to bed last night after 10 o'clock, and this morning he had also just returned from dropping off little Nai Nai, and hadn't had time to look at the charts yet. Obviously when he went to bed last night, his songs only took up half of the new songs on the charts. I didn't expect the net to surprise them so much when they got up from this sleep. Isn't that plus the proceeds from the Huayang song, and my two singles, and the share of the Sound and Sea Entertainment song? First day sales are going to break $100 million. Gu Xingyi unconsciously gulped when he finished. He had thought that the sales of these songs would explode, but he didn't think that it would be this horrible. You know that in the original world, that strongest album of old Zhou's, the first day sales were only 120 million. There were still 10 songs inside the album. He's also 10 songs, but realized that half of the 10 songs can be free to listen to. This is outrageous. No wonder Sister Yun and Tao Lele were like this. Xia Shiyao had given them 10% of the pure profit. This time, the two crossed over into the millionaire category in seconds. Anyone else would have to be confused by this. Chapter 133, Star Yao Entertainment to be established. Gu Xingyi had thought that he was a person who regarded money as dirt, but when such a large sum of money was actually placed in front of him, he realized that even if it was dung, such a large pile of it placed in front of him would shock people to the core. To know, originally the sales of the album, is the singer to take 30%, the lyricist to take 20%, the rest all go to the company and the platform 73%. But Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi does not have a company. The sales she received only need to be 73% with the Huayin platform. A few people were wide-eyed for a long time. At this moment, Sister Yun, her heart was mixed. Before she was still worrying about her mother's illness, outside the arrears of money white hair. However, since Gu Xingyi appeared that time, just a short period of time, she is now not only get rid of all the previous predicaments, but also, in the future, no longer need to worry about money. Although Tao Lele's family is considered to be a well-off life, but she is really the first time to earn so much money. A moment also a little confused. It turned out that Xia Shiyao called them over early in the morning to pay their wages. In fact, Xia Shiyao's heart has been thinking about this matter. Tao Lele and Sister Yun have been with her for nearly 3 months by now, working hard every day, but until now, they haven't gotten a penny. That's why she thought of them in the first place when it came to making money. She just didn't realize that the album would bring in such a horrible amount of money. To date, no album had ever exceeded 50 million in first-day sales, and this one by Xia Shiyao broke the all-time record. Gu Xingyi faded down the fastest, and he quickly figured it out. In the original world, one of Lao Zhou's albums was able to break 120 million on the first day, and Xia Shiyao's, which is a collection of many big names hits, doesn't seem to be all that surprising that it could have such an achievement. He raised his head, looked towards Xia Shiyao who was still a bit dumbfounded, and suddenly smiled. Now this was a veritable rich woman If it wasn't for the fact that Tao Lulu and Sister Yun were still present, he would have wanted to follow little Nine Eyes' example and say it to Xia Shiyao. Rich girl, rice, hungry, but it didn't stop him from talking now. Hey wife, now that you have money, apply for a $10 million first. The company should open up. Gu Xingyi rubbed his hands together and smiled. Chen Feng's side of the animation company is still missing 5 million. There is a layer of the city center with an area of 2,000 square meters of office space. Just half a year's rent will be 5 million, and the late equipment and other things have to be calculated separately. Xia Shiyao blinked, her droll look making Gu Xingyi unable to resist wanting to poke her little face with his finger. In fact, Gu Xingyi also has a tied bank card, but before he said that in the future, the expenses of the family should be discussed between the two. Good. Xia Shiyao softly agreed. She thought for a moment, pursed her lips again, looked at Gu Xingyi and spoke. So, is it good for the company to set up another charity foundation? I want to take out 30% of the proceeds in the future to help those orphans in trouble and those patients who can't afford to pay their medical bills. Looking at Xia Shiyao's serious expression, Gu Xingyi froze for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Sure, the two of them were originally orphans and had experienced some things, so they naturally knew more about the suffering of the human world than others. Even if Xia Shiyao didn't say anything, he would say it afterward. Let's just say that the two of them thought of the same thing. Of course, this foundation, they will also look after it carefully and responsibly to make sure that every penny is spent on people in need. When Sister Yun and Tao Lele heard this, their eyes instantly lit up, and after the two of them looked at each other, Sister Yun also smiled and said, Shioyo, why don't you set aside 30% of our salary and put it into the foundation? It's also a token of our appreciation. Well good, Xia Shiyao promised, and after that the direction was roughly finalized. Gu Xingyi didn't delay. He stood up and made an inviting gesture and said, I wonder if a few of you beautiful ladies would like to join me in checking out your future new company? Dorothy let out a cheer and threw up her hands. Xia Shiyao didn't say anything, but directly stood up and took Gu Xingyi's hand, proving her thoughts with her actions. After Gu Xingyi made a call to Chen Feng, the group of 4 left the house and drove towards the center of Jiangcheng. Once again came to the downstairs of this 10-story commercial building. Gu Xingyi raised his head and looked up. This was the 3rd time he had come to this place. He really didn't think that he would one day open a company of his own here. The floor to be rented out was the 8th floor, and Chen Feng had long been waiting here, and beside him, stood a man of about 40 years of age. The two of them talked and laughed until Gu Xingyi's 4 walked out of the elevator, and only then did the two of them stop talking and greeted them. Old Gu, let me introduce you. This is the person in charge of this building, Lin Fu. Chen Feng pulled Gu Xingyi and introduced the two to each other. Mr. Lin, this is Gu Xingyi, also the boss of our company. Gu Xingyi hurriedly took off his mask and shook hands with the enthusiastic Lin Fu. Once the mask was removed, Lin Fu clearly recognized Gu Xingyi, as evidenced by the look in his eyes that carried some surprise. Hello, hello, hello? I really didn't expect that it would be you who would want to rent this floor of our office building. Before I heard from Xiao Chen, I thought it was a rename. I didn't think it was really you. Gu Xingyi, in the past 2 days, as long as I open my cell phone, I can see your news. So you're starting your own entertainment company? Lin Fu and Gu Xingyi briefly shook hands, with some surprise and curiosity on his face, asked. Gu Xingyi came here to open the company. If the word gets out, it's a big melana. Hello, Mr. Lin, I do want to open an entertainment company, and I'm in the process of choosing a place. Why don't we look at the place first? Good. Let's get down to business. Please follow me. Lin Fu smiled. If Gu Xingyi really opened an entertainment company in his place, then his place would be on fire. He was aware of Gu Xingyi's hotness. It was a complete gold standard. Several people toured up this floor together, and Lin Fu kept explaining for Gu Xingyi. A circle to see down. Gu Xingyi heart also probably have a number. This layer of a total of 2,200 square meters, separated into 15 office areas, each office area of about 120 square meters or so. Of course, the office building here can be renovated and remodeled later as needed. And if Gu Xingyi needs it, he can completely redecorate and remodel it according to the company's needs. For example, the staff's lounge, as well as the recording studio, conference room, and various other rooms that he needs to renovate and remodel himself at a later stage. There are also a host of issues such as equipment entry, which are now subsequent works. The current Gu Xingyi is equivalent to a bare-knuckle commander. The company, in addition to him and Xia Shiyao, lay them, and is the previously agreed upon Feng Xiaoxiao, Yi Shuweihan, 2 people, the company temporarily no one else. Now he only needed to simply get a few basic rooms first, and then vacate an office space for Star Yao Anime to move in. Gu Xingyi was still quite satisfied with this layer, so he immediately dealt with Lin Fu. Lin Fu was still very happy that Gu Xingyi was able to move into his commercial building, so he gave a very realistic price. The two sides hit it off immediately. Talking about the end, Gu Xingyi managed to sign a 6-month contract with Lin Fu at a price of 12 yuan per square meter per day, and the expiration of the renewal of the contract depends entirely on Gu Xingyi's need for a larger place at that time. Contracts are signed and money is delivered. The first step in the establishment of Star Yao Entertainment was also successfully completed. Chapter 134. Wait for me. It's hard to start everything. Xingyou Entertainment address has just been determined. Gu Xingyi and Nonstop contacted the decoration company into the field. He needs to be as soon as possible will be organized out of the company. Crazy. A company need to register the company tomorrow. And by the way, post some recruitment information on the internet. The singer we don't have for the time being, but some of the necessary jobs still need to be implemented as soon as possible. Good. Go together tomorrow. And the decoration thing you don't have to worry about. I'll look at it. Our Star Yao Animation's office space. I must keep an eye on the whole thing. Chen Feng agreed, and he was energized about the company. After contacting the decoration company, Gu Xingyi raised his head, looked at the empty floor in front of him, and kept calculating the next matters in his heart. For the opening of the company, he was also a big bride on the sedan chair. The first time, he could only study carefully, try to make no mistakes. Decoration and remodeling is only the first step. The next equipment admission, talent recruitment, and then the wind. E2 will be included in the company. The preliminary planning is only so much. Behind, can only take a step to see a step. Tao Lele is still pulling Xia Shiyao around from room to room. Sister Yun is following them. The smile on her face hasn't dropped. Now that they have their own company, this little girl has already started to think about the layout of the company, and at the moment she is even pulling Xia Shiyao to study it all the time. As Xia Shiyao listened to Tao Loli's fantasized future, her beautiful eyes blinked lightly as she unconsciously looked over to Gu Xingyi, who was still thinking over there, her heart also very unsettled. It was as if her life had changed drastically without her realizing it, as if it was a big dream, especially at this moment. As she stood here, there was always a feeling of unreality. She was suddenly afraid. Taluolo was still trying to pull Xia Shiyao to walk further, when she suddenly realized that her sister Shiyao stayed where she was. The whole person seemed like she lost her soul. Sister Shioyo, what's on your mind? Dorothy tried to call out. Xia Shiyao didn't reply, and in the next second, she suddenly broke away from Tao Lele's hand and walked towards Gu Xingyi's. Gu Xingyi was still contemplating the direction of the company's development, when suddenly a fragrance came from his side, and a small, warm hand took hold of his own, holding it tightly. When he looked up, he saw Xia Shiyao's pretty, unpowdered face. Only now on this pretty face, there was some panicked look in those almond eyes. What's wrong? Gu Xingyi squeezed her small hand and asked in a small voice. The words fell out of his mouth. and the small hand in his hand gripped himself tighter. Xia Shuriyao pursed her lips, her eyes staring tightly into Gu Xingyi's eyes. Tao Lei and Sister Yun, who chased out from the office area, subconsciously stopped in their tracks. They also noticed that Xia Shuriyao's mood was not right. Sister Yun didn't know what was wrong with Xia Shuriyao, but she also guessed roughly. Her heart was slightly flooded with pain. This silly child. It was not easy to live a little bit of happiness, and then began to be afraid again. Although Sister Yun didn't know what she was afraid of, she knew that the reason was definitely on Gu Xingyi. She glanced at Gu Xingyi, who was currently looking at Xia Shuriyao with tenderness in his eyes, and pulled Tao Lei to the side. Now at this time, let the young couple be alone. Chen Feng scratched his head. Originally he was still unsure of what was going on. When he watched Sister Yun and the two of them leave the place, he instantly reacted and hurriedly chased after Sister Yun and Tao Lulu. The atmosphere here was really getting to him. The real touch coming from her hand made Xia Shuriyao's heart pounding. She wanted to ask, but was a little afraid that the answer she got would disappoint her. But the firm gentleness in Gu Xingyi's eyes made her finally gather the courage to ask. Gu nerd, you're not going to disappear, are you? Hearing Xia Shuriyao's words, Gu Xingyi froze for a moment. A question that hadn't occurred to him. When he first came here he thought about leaving, about going over and traveling the world, but then he lost that idea. But whether he would disappear or not, he hadn't really thought about that, and he didn't know how to answer that question. Everything is determined by God, and half of it is not up to you. Not hearing the answer she wanted, the panic in Xia Shuriyao's eyes intensified. Her grip on Gu Xingyi's hand tightened, and her eyes began to redden. That question, the one she'd been thinking about since the moment he'd appeared, had never been the same for her, especially as happiness drew closer and closer to her, and the fear in her heart grew stronger. She was afraid that this happiness was nothing but a big dream, nothing but a dream of a white horse passing by, a dream meeting that would always turn into a bubble. Feeling Xia Shuriyao's panic, Gu Xingyi was also a bit flustered. He backhanded Xia Shuriyao's hand, then gathered her in his arms. There are some questions. I don't know, but I'm not going to leave of my own accord. After saying that, Gu Xingyi's eyes gradually firmed up as he gently patted Xia Shuriyao's back, which was still trembling a bit, and continued. If one day I do disappear, wait for me, I'll be back. Xia Shuriyao didn't answer for a long time, just hugged Gu Xingyi's waist tightly, feeling the temperature of his body. It took a while longer before Gu Xingyi heard her reply echoing in his ears. Yes. There was only one word, but it revealed Xia Shuriyao's determination. Although Gu Xingyi's answer wasn't the one she wanted to hear, he gave her an explanation. The two men's minds gradually smoothed out. Only the worry in Gu Xingyi's heart added another layer. That was something he couldn't be sure of. Here things were finalized, and a party of 4 left the office and headed for the bank. On the way, under the deliberate amusement of Tao Luo Lele, the happy fruit, Xia Shuriyao's mood was also much better. Gu Xingyi drove the car and praised in his heart. In the end, it was Xia Shuriyao's dragon and tiger generals. The two of them really understood her. This trip to the bank was to pay the salaries of these 2 creditors. After that, life started to get on track, and Xia Shuriyao was momentarily free, while Gu Xingyi, who aspired to become a full-time baby daddy, was running out of legs, registering a company, recruiting people, making a company logo, and a host of other things that kept him simply idle. After half a month's time, the online heat between the two of them gradually returned to calm, and for a while, the news of Xia Shuriyao and Gu Xingyi seemed to have evaporated. Netizens can only listen to the song to honor their memory and bicker a bit under the two of them on their roundup blogs. Hey, where are the people? Still not out for business? I've been waiting for the flowers to bloom. How can you be so unintelligent? It's been half a month. The donkeys in the production team don't even dare to rest like this, listening to you guys and hyping you up. That feeling, it's just great. Didn't you say you were going to start your own business? How come there's no movement? Are you playing? Old Den, if you don't show up again, be careful, I'll park the ghost fire under your house. Xingyao is mine. Gah! Unlike the netizens who were hyped up, the entertainment industry was rare and calm, and the various entertainment companies were relieved to be without the pressure of these two. Only, they didn't dare to be too arrogant in dominating the hot list, just for fear that one day, Gu Xingyi, the cub seed, would suddenly appear and give them a blow. After all, if he just shows up, it's hot, proper. Wouldn't all the money they put in be wasted if that were the case? Their approach proved to be correct, and as time came to October 20th, Xia Shuriyao and Gu Xingyi's siege blogs updated their dynamics at the same time. Then after only a short hour, this dynamic, to the hot search list 1, long time no see. I'll give you all a work report. From today, Star Yao Entertainment is officially online. Chapter 135, Secretary? Mr. Gu, Sister Shioyo, good morning. Star Yao Entertainment, after half a month of refurbishment, is now taking shape. Just as Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriyao and the others stepped through the front door, The newly recruited receptionist girl immediately stood up with a happy smile on her face and greeted Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao. Good morning. Gu Xingyi smiled back. This little girl seems to be called Li Wenjing? Look indeed Wenjing. Quite good. People like their names. Li Wenjing got Gu Xingyi's response. The joy on her face was even more intense. Since she saw the recruitment of Xingyou Entertainment, she decisively put in her resume. Even when she was interviewed, she made all the preparations. Just like this, she was still worried about whether she would not pass. After all, it's a blessing to be able to work in your idol's company and see them every day. Today's Star Yao Entertainment, aside from the venue used by Star Yao Animation, was now divided into 10 lounges, 10 recording studios, 5 offices, and a large conference room. The basic amenities are all in place and the company's logo has been designed and is hanging on a large sign outside. Of course, compared to other larger entertainment companies, it was still slightly shabby, but for now, Gu Xingyi was already satisfied. Ha, you guys are here early. Ha, he, big brother Gu, sister Xiaoyo. Good morning. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao were just about to walk inside when 2 more female voices came from the doorway at this time. Morning, Minister Yang, Chang Di, good morning to you too. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao and the others turned around and saw Yang Lin and Chang Di also walked in from outside. Chang Di jumped and ran over and wrapped her arms around Xia Shiyao. Sister Xiaoyo, I haven't seen you for a few days. You've gained a bit of weight again. No way. Xia Shiyao's pretty face was slightly red. She did put on some weight. Recently she had been at home. Gu Xingyi's cooking was so delicious that she couldn't help but eat more every time, but it would be impossible for her to admit it. Gu Xingyi scratched his head when he saw Yang Lin, who came closer. The company had just opened. He had only proposed cooperation to Yang Xian, borrowing 2 people to come over to calm down the scene. Chang Di came over, he had thought about it, but Yang Lin came over he never expected. This imperial sister was working multiple jobs in her own company, so how come she still had time to run to this little Thai company of hers? When they first came, they startled Gu Xingyi, but it was fortunate that Yang Lin came to help the company solve a lot of trouble, at least in the aspect of personnel. Gu Xingyi, a few people did not worry about it. Minister Yang, how did Sound Sea Entertainment spare you to release you? A few people walked towards the restroom, and Gu Xingyi asked curiously as she walked. Yang Lin looked at the front without slanting her eyes. There's Minister Zhang in the personnel department. I'm just a vice minister. Isn't it normal for me to come over and help out? Over at Duin, it's the same wherever I'm based. After saying that, she suddenly turned her face again and glanced at Gu Xingyi. What? Am I not welcome? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Warmly welcome. You can now be considered one of our company's great generals. How dare you not welcome me? Gu Xingyi said hurriedly. His side is short of people. Come and still want to leave. Dream on. Then don't call Minister Yang from now on. Call Sister Lin. I'm older than you. Yang Lin continued to look at Gu Xingyi and said, making it clear that she wanted to take advantage of Gu Xingyi. Stomping on his nose, Gu Xingyi felt his fists harden. Looking at Gu Xingyi's face, Xia Shiyao and Chang Di snickered. They hadn't seen Gu Xingyi suffer much yet. Good. You're older. You're awesome. Sister Lin. That'll do. A great man can bend and bend. Gu Xingyi's expression immediately calmed down. This time it was Yang Lin's turn to be a little upset in her heart. She always felt that Gu Xingyi, this cub seed, was mocking herself. A few people talking and laughing into the lounge. Now the company has just been established. Just a few people. The development prospects have not yet been determined. For the time being there are not so many rules and regulations. This lounge was given exclusively to Xia Shiyao. The layout facilities and a series of other things were modeled after the original Sound Sea Entertainment's one, which was also strongly requested by Xia Shiyao and Tao Lele. In fact, it was Tao Lele's idea alone. Before in Sound and Sea Entertainment, she hadn't even spent much time in the lounge. This time in her own company, she was ready to stay here often. As soon as they entered the lounge, Dorothy flopped down on the big, happy couch she'd been pining for. Xia Shiyao and Chang Di both sat down as well, and the two of them were like sisters, chatting about things on the song. Right, the two of us, Xiaoyo and I, discussed it and thought that we still need to recruit a secretary for you. You're also the chairman of a company now. You can't do everything yourself. You still need someone to help you. Gu Xingyi had just taken a seat on the sofa when she heard Yang Lin, who was sitting across from her, say to herself again, secretary? For this point, Gu Xingyi hadn't really thought about it, and when he heard Yang Lin say so, his mind unconsciously conjured up a tall, sensible and beautiful woman wearing black silk and a professional outfit. He shook his head hurriedly, shaking the unrealistic image out of his mind. The company is just starting out now, and there's not much going on, so for the time being, it's still not necessary, right? This expression of his, which fell in Yang Lin's eyes, made her unconsciously cross her legs and narrow her eyes and smile. What are you thinking about? Tell me. Share it with Xiaoyo? Gu Xingyi was a bit weak all of a sudden. He secretly glanced at Xia Shiyao. This idiot was still happily chatting with Chung Di, not paying the slightest attention to what they were saying. I can't blame him for that. The key is whoever thinks of the secretary, right? Where did I think anything? You don't accuse good people for nothing. Of course Gu Xingyi wouldn't admit it, he said in a serious manner. Yang Lin snorted, which turned the page, and continued, both you and Shi Yao, you don't have that time to manage the company, and won't be able to manage it. Find a professional to help you. It's still necessary. Of course, the person who was recruited, the character should be guaranteed. Instead of a secretary, it should be said that it's an assistant, right? Hearing Yang Lin say this, Gu Xingyi nodded his head. He really wasn't good at this piece of management. But there's no rush now. Let's wait until later. The company hasn't even started normal operations yet. It's too early to talk about that. By the way, 2 singers are coming in a while. The people are very good. I picked them up on the side of the road. You negotiate with them, try to give the conditions that can be given in place. Sign down, so that the company is not just my wife alone on top. What Gu Xingyi was talking about, naturally, was the pair of brothers, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan. As the first artist signed by the company, Gu Xingyi had great expectations for them, and in the future, the pair of brothers would be the humming couple of Xingyou Entertainment. Yang Lin eyes surprised. People choose singers, are in the agency or in the network of those little-known singers in the selection. The results of Gu Xingyi good, directly on the side of the road to pick up. Singers are so easy to pick up? How come she didn't know? Chapter 136 Accidents. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan came to the company. Gu Xingyi just showed up, received them, and then handed them over to Yan Lin. Professional things still need to be handled by professionals, and he, an amateur, was currently looking at houses in a nearby neighborhood with Xia Shiyao. In addition to being ready to rent a couple of artist apartments, they are ready for a larger home themselves. The artists' apartments were rented quickly, all with clear matching finishes. The housing agent had managed to receive a large order with great difficulty, and was currently walking ahead with a smile on his face, enthusiastically introducing the place to Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao. Mr. Gu, M.S. Xia, this is one of the famous districts in the center of Jianqing City. The greening of the district is one of the best in this area, and the facilities are complete. The security and property are perfect. Not only that, you should also be able to see that the transportation in this neighborhood is also very convenient. Usually if you don't want to drive, not far from the door is the subway station. The surrounding business district is also more developed. The famous Yida Plaza is in this neighborhood. You choose to live here. It is certainly the most correct choice. Gu Xingyi nodded. The agent introduced him to all of them before, which was why he chose this place. With that said, the agent led the 2 into the door of the unit in Building 8 and onto the elevator. The elevator rose until it stopped at the 18th floor, and the agent quickly stepped out of the elevator, leading Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao to the door of one of the rooms, and inputting the electronic code to open the door. The 3 of them entered the room. A very faint odor of decoration could still be smelled in the air, and through the entrance hall, their eyes were greeted by an oversized living room. This home is finely decorated in a light gray minimalist style. That's when the agent continued the presentation. Mr. Gu, M.S. Xia, according to your requirements, this house should be the most suitable for you. Standard 4 rooms, 2 halls, 2 baths, simple and atmospheric. Look at the layout. Look at the floor-to-ceiling windows. To be honest, if I had the money, I'd be tempted. The agent hung a smile and praised extremely. Gu Xingyi also smiled after listening. He came to the balcony in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, pulled open the light gray curtains overlooking down. The scenery is indeed very beautiful. Gu Xingyi was quite satisfied with this place. He turned back, looking towards Xia Shiyao, only to see that Xia Shiyao had the same look of anticipation in her eyes. It seemed that she was quite satisfied as well. The 2 of them went around the house again, and when Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao saw the children's room, they decided and bought it. It was really a beautifully done children's room, and they both agreed that little Nai Nai would love this little room. The 2 of them, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao, briefly discussed the matter, and then Gu Xingyi began to pull the limit with the agent until both the agent and Gu Xingyi were satisfied and smiled, and only then did both sides begin to sign the contract. Another big thing done. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao bid farewell to the intermediary, before driving back towards the company. This time, it was rare that Xia Shiyao drove the car, while Gu Xingyi sat in the passenger side, his eyes closed. Looking at the fatigue on Gu Xingyi's face, Xia Shiyao pursed her lips. In the past half a month, she had watched him running around early in the morning and late at night every day. Even when he returned home, he would lock himself in his study for a while, not knowing what he was doing. She was heartbroken to see him like this, but even when she persuaded him, Gu Xingyi would only smile and say that it wouldn't bother him. Xia Shiyao felt that she had to do something, or else this nerd, She didn't know how much longer he would be like this. The car quickly arrived at the company's downstairs parking lot, and Gu Xingyi, who had his eyes closed, also opened his eyes, a smile returning to his face. The two got out of the car and headed for the office. On the street, inside a dilapidated red car, a pair of eyes with a maniacal look were staring at the duo of Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao, who had stepped into the building. Ever since she came out, she had been keeping an eye on Xia Shiyao. She had already prepared for everything, but she didn't think that this was the time when the entertainment industry blocked Xia Shiyao. Blocking is a good thing. She wanted to see Xia Shiyao fall down like herself, but before she could be happy for long, it was Gu Xingyi who jumped out again. This man, every time, he jumped out at the most crucial time. She hated seeing this happy look of Xia Shiyao nowadays. She hated it even more. Nowadays, Xia Shiyao had become an obsession in her heart, a thorn stuck in the tip of her heart. I can't believe that the first event invitation our company received was an award ceremony. Gu Xingyi, who had returned to the company, smiled as she held the invitation notice for the event that Sister Yun had handed to her. At the end of October, the China's New Song Chart Award ceremony will be held in the Magic City Music Pavilion, which is organized by Hua Yin in conjunction with major entertainment companies. A rather authoritative ceremony. This month's new song charts are all taken up by us. It must be normal to get an invitation. I just don't know how many songs Sister Xiaoyo and her brother-in-law will win. Taluola still hadn't bothered to leave that big sofa of hers, and was currently nestled cross-legged on the sofa, craning her neck to look at the notice in Gu Xingyi's hand. Gu Xingyi looked up and smiled. Actually, winning or not winning the award doesn't mean much to us. After all, this award is just to raise the singer's value, so that they can have more capital to negotiate a contract with the company. And in our own company, this value is equivalent to 0 roll. But no matter whether it can win or not, it's good to go and show your face, so that appearing in the public's view can also make them feel at ease. And the company resume will also have an additional amount. After all, now this company can be too much like a purse company. After Gu Xingyi finished speaking, several people laughed. Which purse company is like this? Not to mention anything else, just this 2,000 square meters of floor. Which skin bag company can rent it? Sister Xiaoyo, brother-in-law, it seems like you guys don't have a dress for the ceremony yet. Usually dresses are provided by the company's sponsor, but our company doesn't have a sponsor yet, Dorothy added as she looked at the two men on the couch dressed in all casual attire. Sister Yun, who was sitting by the sofa, rubbed Tao Leilei's hair and said to Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi, "For the dress, order a set. Let's go to Yida this afternoon. There are stores that specialize in custom-made dresses. It's not too late." Yes, Gu Xingyi agreed. In this way, after a few people had lunch at the company, a group of people chattered and walked into the elevator. And poor Gu Xingyi, surrounded by 4 women in the middle, only felt that there was a flock of sparrows chirping around him. Cheng Di followed when she heard they were going clothes shopping, so it was that the 4 women got into one car, leaving Gu Xingyi alone, driving the other car alone. The car in front pulled onto the main road, and Gu Xingyi followed behind. However, right at this moment, the roar of a car engine sounded abruptly, and Gu Xingyi's eyes narrowed into a slit almost instantly as he watched a dilapidated red car coming from the distance, which was constantly increasing its speed and crashing into the car where Xia Shiyao's few people were. At this moment, Gu Xingyi only felt that the blood in his entire body froze, and he subconsciously stepped on the gas pedal desperately and drove his car, blocking in front of Xia Shiyao's several people's cars in an instant. A violent roar rose. Gu Xingyi only felt the sky spinning in front of his eyes, countless glass slivers flying, and through the shattered car window, he vaguely saw the face that had gone crazy to the point of distortion. So, it's her, Lu Qian. Gu Xingyi smiled and laughed, even though blood had been spat out of his mouth. With him around, no one could cross him to hurt her. Chapter 137, Waiting for Love. In the car, Xia Shiyao has been completely dumbfounded. She looked at the side of the 3 people screaming and jumping out of the car, looked at Sister Yuna pull her out of the car, tightly embraced in her arms, looked at the Tao Leilei a handful of blood, the appearance of madness of Lu Qian to tear out, looked at Cheng Di frantically dialing the first aid phone and the police phone. Gu nerd. Xia Shiyao screamed like a murmur, then violently broke away from Sister Yun's embrace and staggered her feet as she ran towards the car that had already been smashed to pieces. Inside the car, the airbags had all but popped out, and it was impossible to see his face. Only blood continued to trickle down his body. Xia Shiyao lost all her strength at once and fell to her knees. She wordlessly reached out her hand. Tears kept raging down from her eyes. She wanted to hold his hand, but the short distance seemed like a moat. Sirens and ambulances swarmed the scene in a cacophony of noise. But Xia Shiyao seemed like she couldn't hear anything else, because her sky, at the moment, had collapsed. Is it a hospital? Gu Xingyi rubbed his violently throbbing temples and struggled to open his eyes, and what met his eyes was the clean white roof. the air reeked of disinfectant, and Gu Xingyi dragged his aching body over to sit up, staring blankly at all this in front of him. He himself was only attending the celebration banquet yesterday and drank 2 more drinks. How did he end up in the hospital? Moreover, it seemed that he had slept for a long time and had a long dream. Just what the dream was about, he couldn't recall at all right now. Doctor! Doctor! The patient in room 02 is awake. Before Gu Xingyi could make a move, he heard a female voice shouting doctor in a surprised tone, and the next moment, the doctor who had heard the news pushed his way in. Miracle! There was no sign whatsoever. The cerebral nerves that were in a deep coma were able to awaken on their own. The rushing doctor fiddled with the instruments for half a day at Gu Xingyi, then shook his head with an unbelievable look on his face. No. Hello doctor, I merely overslept last night. It's not as dramatic as you make it out to be, is it? Oversleep? Oh, who sleeps for months at a time? I was never expecting you to wake up. How many months? Gu Xingyi was a bit skeptical. Well, it's good that the person is awake. I'll give you a detailed examination later, and it's best if you stay in the hospital for a while longer for observation. The doctor looked at Gu Xingyi and continued. Wait, doctor, I want to ask who brought me to the hospital. And, when you say months, do you mean I was in a coma for months? Gu Xingyi was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. He now desperately wanted to know what had happened to him. 3 months, to be exact. And as for the person who brought you here, it would have been your co-worker, because he dropped you off here and disappeared. Hearing the doctor say this, the corners of Gu Xingyi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. 3 months? I can't believe I slept for 3 whole months. Luckily someone threw him in the hospital. He was an orphan. If no one found him, 3 months, I guess his own body stinks. After the doctor finished speaking, he didn't say anything else, but began to prepare for a detailed examination of Gu Xingyi. Over the course of the afternoon, the doctors were amazed by the results of the tests. No questions asked. Hell knows why he was in a deep coma before. Gu Xingyi also learned the details of his own situation in this afternoon. It turned out that he was thrown to the hospital. The doctor had also made a mistake, which no family members in. They do not dare to treat in depth. Later, the hospital learned that Gu Xingyi is an orphan, only from the charitable foundation there to apply for relief funds to Gu Xingyi treatment. Just a pity, no matter how to do. Gu Xingyi seems to never wake up in general, such as a living dead. They could also only keep Gu Xingyi in the hospital room and maintain basic nutritional consumption for him every day. Gu Xingyi smiled bitterly. Originally he had been exercising every day, but now, lying in bed for 3 months had made him now weak as a dog. It was hard to even sit up. Thinking about body weakness, Gu Xingyi suddenly felt as if she had experienced it in a dream. After pondering for a few moments to no avail, Gu Xingyi decisively shook his head and threw these distracting thoughts aside. The main thing now was to enable himself to act normally. After Gu Xingyi's tireless efforts, he was finally discharged from the hospital 3 days later. Although this body can't do strenuous exercise right now, normal walking and whatnot is completely fine. After returning to his empty home, Gu Xingyi picked up his cell phone and looked through the recent events. He didn't have many friends, so naturally no one would know that he was in a coma for 3 months. Probably, only a former co-worker knows about it, but he's long since been fired from that small record label. After all, he's just a little unknown songwriter himself. It's only been 3 months, and the world hasn't changed much for someone who has been living alone. After flipping through his cell phone for a while, Gu Xingyi tucked it away and left the house again. There were no ingredients in the house at all, so he had to go out and prepare some ingredients. Arriving at the nearby mall, Gu Xingyi picked and chose for a while before carrying a large pile of ingredients and straining to walk back. Brother, buy flowers? Outside the mall, on the square, a little girl with a red face held up a bouquet of flowers and looked at Gu Xingyi expectantly. Gu Xingyi froze for a moment. He had too many things in his hand to hold them anymore. But when he saw this bouquet of lavender in the girl's hand, his heart inexplicably hurt. It was as if a voice kept whispering in his ear. Buy it, brother. Lavender's flower language is a symbol of waiting love. It will bring you good luck. Buy a bunch. The little girl's voice sounded again, and Gu Xingyi came back to his senses, putting down the ingredients in his hands, and suddenly laughed a little, touching the girl's head. Lavender has another flower language, too. It's salvation and hope. In the little girl's sweet smile, Gu Xingyi bought a bouquet of lavender, and he didn't know why he knew its floral language, just like he didn't know where exactly that sentiment in his heart came from. Gu Xingyi, who returned home, just stared blankly at this empty home. He suddenly felt that this home, something was missing. Sister Xiaoyo, you haven't eaten much in 3 days. Eat something, otherwise when brother-in-law wakes up and sees you like this, he'll feel bad. In front of the hospital bed, Xia Shiyao tightly gripped that warm hand. Even when Taoluo Lele was persuading her from one side, her eyes were still on that figure on the bed, not moving away. The doctor said that he had merely lost a lot of blood and that everything else was normal, but even the doctor couldn't say why he just wouldn't wake up. He just breathed calmly and fell asleep as if he would never wake up. Shioyo, you don't think for yourself. You should also think about Nai Nai. Nai Nai didn't see you guys for the past 3 days. Do you know how little Nai Nai feels in her heart? Although the little one doesn't say it, the teacher told me that she's always secretly wiping her tears alone. Sister Yun's stern words rang in her ears, and it was only when she heard little Nai Nai that Xia Shiyao's eyes suddenly gained some luster. She jerked to her feet, unable to stop her body from staggering from 3 consecutive days and nights of watching. Nai Nai. If Gu Xingyi woke up and knew that the little one was like this, he would be heartbroken. She couldn't be like this. She still had Nai Nai to take care of. Chapter 138, Despair. Gu Xingyi left the house. Since he woke up from the hospital, he himself didn't know what was wrong with him. Obviously he used to come alone like this, but now, he always felt empty there. He always felt like he forgot something. But what? He didn't know. All he knew was that the feeling, it was hard, and he woke up with a feeling as if a piece of his heart was missing. His subconscious made him want to search, to follow the feelings in his heart, to find the heartfelt feelings that had somehow come to him. The evening breeze at the end of October blew chilly. Gu Xingyi sat in front of a convenience store. He bought a bottle of wine and wanted to warm up, but the bottle cap had just been opened and the strong smell of alcohol hit his nose, making him want to vomit a little. Gu Xingyi frowned and rubbed his nose out of habit. He didn't know why. Looking at the wine in front of him, he suddenly loathed it. In the end, he couldn't drink it, capped the bottle in disgust and set it aside. Meow, meow. A stray cat from nowhere attracted Gu Xingyi's attention, and it pawed at the door of the convenience store, meowing. The front desk cashier lady seems to have long been accustomed to its behavior. Skillfully stood up, took some food to the door, squatted down and fed it. The stray cat licked her hand and left with the food in her mouth. The cashier lady stood up and watched the stray cat leave, her eyes full of pain. Love it. Why don't you take it home and adopt it? Gu Xingyi, who saw this scene, couldn't help but look up and ask. The cashier lady froze for a moment. She didn't expect the strange uncle who asked for a bottle of wine and didn't drink it to suddenly speak out. She looked towards the place where the stray cat disappeared, sighed and explained to Gu Xingyi, I can't afford to keep him now, and I won't bring him home until I can. Uncle, haven't you ever heard of such a saying? If you can't take care of her all the time, don't be all nice to her, because in contrast to before, being pampered and then abandoned, she will despair. Gu Xingyi, who was called uncle, was silent, and his heart suddenly hurt again when he heard those words. It was his 10th day away from home and he seemed to know where he wanted to go. Paper can't wrap fire. On the 3rd day of Gu Xingyi's coma and hospitalization, everyone knew the news of his car accident. For a time, the internet directly exploded, and various media even caught wind of it, with a piece of fiery red headlines with shock appearing on major software. How could the netizens not expect that they had waited for so many days, but what they waited for would be this bad news? Everyone was in a bit of disbelief that the man who had just come to prominence, who had beaten the entire music scene with one man, would just fall. They couldn't believe it, but the facts shut them up. The official news has come out, confirming the authenticity of this matter, and also reported the cause of this incident, all because of a woman with a personal grudge caused by a car accident. Currently Gu Xingyi coma has not yet awakened. The hearts of netizens were seized as they ran to Xia Shiyao's Weibo account to ask questions and comfort her. Xia Shiyao, cheer up, you can pull yourself together. We all believe that Gu Xingyi will be fine. This is premeditated murder. What the hell? This wicked woman. This must be a murder charge. Seeing this information originally I do not believe, but when I know this is the truth, I was silent. I cannot do anything but pray for him. This man, in this period of time, bring us touched and elated. Is the showbiz industry anyone else cannot replace? I thought I could witness a new era in the entertainment industry, but I didn't realize, alas, how much the netizens are hurting, and how happy Tammy Entertainment and the other entertainment companies, big and small, are. They couldn't wait for Gu Xingyi to pass out like this and never wake up. Even Lu Gao breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Gu Xingyi brought him a lot of pressure. More than anyone, any company in the past. Other people or companies will still talk to you about interests. Gu Xingyi won't at all. He's a deviant who doesn't follow the norm. He's a deviant, and he's very talented. At the end of October, China's new song list awards ceremony was held as scheduled, but people had no desire to pay attention to this ceremony anymore. That's because the winners of the Best New Song and Best Lyricist awards didn't show up this time around. Time is most unforgiving. The entertainment industry once again returned to its former calm. That amazing person, never heard from again. After October, the storm clouds are in the air. The entertainment industry is also set for one of the grandest shows of the year, China's Strongest Voice. China's Strongest Voice is a kind of ring competition. It is a music ring competition supervised by Hua Yin and inviting various entertainment companies in China. It is also a standard to judge the foundation of an entertainment company. The reason why the trio was a trio was all because they always managed to bag the top 3 in every edition of China's Strongest Voice. The rules of this program are also very simple. Inside the competition arena, there are 3 rings at the same time, with the previous trio of companies sending singers to defend the ring, and any other company can challenge them, with the winning side becoming the defending side and accumulating 1 point, and the losing side 0 points. As for the judging, it was also very simple, with only the audience voting throughout and no mentors. Huayin will monitor real-time data. Viewers who want to vote must be real name with cumulative viewing hours, and also manually complete the punch card task online before they can vote, which also blocks any possibility of vote brushing. This time of year is also the time when netizens are in the limelight. Only this year, they can't help but sigh when they think about this competition. They were all thinking, if that man was there, what kind of grandeur would this China's Strongest Voice be? They also didn't know if Star Yao Entertainment would participate in this competition or not. River City. Inside the hospital, Chen Feng stood alone in front of the hospital bed, holding Gu Xingyi's hand and talking to him. Old Gu, if you're a man, wake up quickly. Sister-in-law has been driven back by me, and these days she's been guarding this place all day, and her whole body has lost a lot of weight. Little Nai Nai doesn't know about this yet. We're hiding it from her. But the little one is so smart. The other day, I even saw her wiping her tears one by one with the doll you gave her. Chen Feng kept speaking to Gu Xingyi on the bed, and his voice gradually choked. During this period of time, in addition to Xingyao Animation still in normal operation, Xingyao Entertainment has completely stopped running. Gu Xingyi is like the soul of this company, and now that the soul is gone, everything seems to hit the stop button at this moment. Xia Shiyao received little Nai Nai from the kindergarten and returned home. The home was still not big, only now in her eyes, it was empty. She couldn't even look into those eyes of Nanachan right now. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to hold back her tears. Little Nai Nai hugged her mother's thighs and looked up to Xia Shiyao's side-passed face. Her little head also lowered and her little mouth even deflated. She knew that her mother was sad, but she didn't know where Daddy had gone, and she wanted to ask her mom if Daddy didn't want them anymore, but she didn't dare to ask. She could only behave better in anticipation that her dad would come back one day and see that his daughter was well behaved. Chapter 139. After putting little Nai Nai to sleep, Xia Shiyao was not at all sleepy. She gently walked out of the bedroom, then just nestled in the sofa and fumed. These days, she was spending less and less time at home, and in the days before, even at night, she had spent time at the hospital, wanting him to see her the first time he woke up. This also led to Sister Yun and the girls compulsively kicking her back. In the darkness, Xia Shiyao curled up, her eyes were lifeless. These days, she had been thinking, if she didn't make a comeback, would it have turned out differently? Would it be possible that Gu Xingyi wouldn't have been in trouble? If Gu Xingyi was here, he would definitely know how she felt at this moment. Unfortunately, Gu Xingyi wasn't there and no one could give her an answer. After another few moments, Xia Shiyao gently got up, and instead of returning to the master bedroom, she came into the side bedroom, pushing open the door of the side bedroom. This place had been converted into a small study again by Gu Xingyi, with some curved manuscript papers placed haphazardly on the desk. Xia Shiyao quietly sat in the place where Gu Xingyi had been sitting before. One by one, the manuscript paper on the table was organized together. Before, Gu Xingyi was always busy until late every day. She still wanted to teach him a lesson, but for now, she'd just have to wait until he woke up to teach him a lesson. Pulling open the drawer, the moment Xia Shiyao put the packed manuscript paper inside, her entire body suddenly froze. In the drawer, a thick stack of manuscript paper caught her eye, with various scores and lyrics densely written on it. Since leaving, this was the first time Gu Xingyi had returned here, to the Little Sun Orphanage. He didn't know why he was here, but there was always an impulse in the back of his mind to come and see. The current Gu Xingyi was truly like a strange uncle. His beard hadn't been shaved for many days and his hair was as messy as grass. When he stood at the entrance of the orphanage and looked inward, even the security guards at the entrance were guarding against him as if they were thieves. But Gu Xingyi still saw it. A couple was inside picking out a child. The children, on the other hand, were all gathered around the couple, doing their best to show the two adults how well behaved, knowledgeable, and adorable they were. He even saw a little girl, who shoved all the lollipops she had treasured in her hand for who knows how long into the couple's hands, holding their hands and calling out for mom and dad. Gu Xingyi looked on and suddenly burst into tears. He didn't know why he had come here, to see this scene, but when he saw it, his heart ached so much, and he always felt like he had lost something. He seemed to have been ingratiated like this, but who was that person? Memories appeared confused. Gu Xingyi's breathing became more and more rapid, as if he was trying to catch something, but he could never do so. Forgot what? What the hell are you forgetting? Gu Xingyi crouched on the ground, both fists helplessly hitting the sandstone on the ground. At this moment, Even the blood sliding down his palms, he didn't seem to see it. He only wanted to use the pain to stimulate himself. This crazy move of his quickly drew the security guards inside the security room. Of course they weren't pitying Gu Xingyi. They were just afraid that he would scare the children inside and wanted to drive him away. Being dragged to the street corner by 2 security guards, Gu Xingyi's consciousness was already confused. He could only hold his head in pain while tears continued to fall. The more he tried to remember, the more cluttered his mind became. But he was certain at the moment that he had forgotten a memory that was most precious to him. At the corner of the street, there was a sudden burst of familiar music, causing Gu Xingyi, who was holding his head, to give a start to his movements. Finally made this decision. I don't care what anyone else says, as long as you are just as sure. Along with the song that entered Gu Xingyi's mind was a vague voice. Gu Xingyi, are you stupid? Alright, now we're even. At the end of the song, a tender yet soft child's voice completely echoed in Gu Xingyi's mind. Daddy, hungry hungry, rice rice rice. Gu Xingyi's entire person had completely frozen at this moment. In his eyes, the tears still kept falling, but he regained his clarity at this moment. He touched his violently beating heart and suddenly smiled. He remembered. Finally, Xia Shiyao and Little Nai Nai. That was his only tie in this world. November 8th, 8 p.m. It's still the Magic City Stadium. The strongest voice in China has officially opened. On the 3 rings, Sound and Sea Entertainment sent out the first ring keeper. First-tier singer Lena. Shengshi Entertainment continued to adopt the conservative playing style of the past, sending out a veteran singer. And Tianmei Entertainment even brought out their company's recently justly popular signature singer, Xiang Rojing, as the challenging party. Various other entertainment companies have also sent out their own popular singers, although they know that they can't move the 3 mountains of the big 3, but even if they lose, the exposure rate is still the same up. Why not? 3 matches in a row. Whether it is the singer's personal strength or lyrics, the triumvirate showed the world their capital. All 3 challenges ended in failure. While the ringmasters were all successful in defending the ring, the site was buzzing with activity, just not nearly as much online as it has been in the past few sessions. All because netizens suddenly realized that they couldn't listen to these songs anymore. If you say these songs are bad, they're okay. If you say they're good, they're not even close to being interesting. Their ears had been spoiled by Gu Xingyi, and now they felt like listening to these songs again was tasteless. Just when the netizens felt that life was uninteresting, suddenly, on the screen, the host's voice came into everyone's ears. Next, let's invite Star Yao Entertainment, Xia Shiyao, to appear on stage for a challenge. In this instant, the netizens even doubted their own ears. What? Xia Shiyao? They froze just a little before quickly picking up their cell phones and looking at the screen. It's really Xia Shiyao. Only Xia Shiyao, dressed in a long black dress, with pale cheeks and some sadness in her eyes, slowly walked onto the stage from backstage. Her challenge today is TMI Entertainment. Sister Yun and Tao Lele looked at Xia Shiyao, who walked onto the stage with worried eyes. They didn't know how she suddenly changed her attitude. It seemed like after letting Xia Shiyao go home that night, the next day, Xia Shiyao's whole person seemed to have changed. They even saw Gu Xingyi's shadow in the current Xia Shiyao. No one knew why Xia Shiyao suddenly returned to the company and even took the initiative to announce that the company would participate in this China's Strongest Voice. Only Xia Shiyao herself knew. She stood on the stage at the moment, looking down at the audience as the lights dimmed and music slowly played in the background. Only a tear-jerking name appeared on the big screen. Xingya. Gosh. Bye-bye Starry Yao. Brothers, I can't tense up anymore. Let me cry for a while. Lyricist, composer and arranger. It's all ing Star Yao. Can we shout that slogan? Star Yao produces. It will be a fine product. Starry Yao reappears. As it was on that day, Xia Shiyao stood quietly on the stage like this as the music slowly started, and a tear slid down her cheek along with the music. All those who saw this scene couldn't help but have their hearts clenched momentarily. In the next second, Xia Shiyao slowly opened her mouth. Her heavenly voice spread into the ears of the crowd, but it made their hearts break at the moment. God, can't you see that I love her very much? Why do you want to break up 2 people who are obviously in love? Oh, God, you mustn't tell her in secret. On countless nights in the dead of night, there's someone who misses her. 140. Gulf of Alaska. The clear and pure singing voice, like a handful of clear spring, fell into the hearts of the netizens, but steeply shattered into splashes. Just 2 lines of lyrics make everyone feel his love. I'm crying. This is what Gu Xingyi wrote to Xia Shiyao. It must be tearful. How much one should like her to pray to heaven like that. There's bitter and sweet in relationships. Xia Shiyao, cheer up. The person who loves you so much, heaven will definitely not let him fall asleep like this. Xia Shiyao on the stage slowly closed her eyes. 2 lines of clear tears unconsciously flowed down her cheeks. She wanted to hold back, but she couldn't help it. She finally realized what Gu Xingyi had been busy with during that time. Take care of her in the days to come. You can't bully her without me. Don't let anyone come into her heart and leave her, because I don't want to see her cry anymore. The song starts up again, and the hopelessness and sourness in the voice stops you from clenching your fists. On the stage, Xia Shiyao slightly tilted her pretty face up. Her little mouth had been aggravated to the point of deflating. It's like he's telling her not to be afraid with this song. Even if he wasn't there for her one day, he would go to heaven and ask God to take care of her. But she wanted to tell him that all she wanted was always to have him around. What the hell? She didn't care. With a hint of sadness, a hint of helplessness, the accompaniment drifted into the audience's ears once again, and on the big screen at the back of the stage, the mechanically voiced subtitles slowly typed a line on the screen along with the accompaniment. The legendary Gulf of Alaska. Due to the different density of the seawater is yellow and blue colors, and incompatible. This feeling is like two people who love each other, although close at hand, but there is no way to be together. The Gulf of Alaska. Is that what it turns out to be? The audience clenched their teeth, looking at the stage filled with a sad Xia Shiyao, and suddenly had the feeling of wanting to rush into the hospital and forcefully shake Gu Xingyi awake. Look, your woman is so aggravated. You're still sleeping in a basket. No sleeping. This song is so emo that the audience has somewhat collectively broken their defenses. It's like they have 1,000 words in their hearts at the moment, but they have no way to say them. Yet the song continued, with a faint sadness that scratched a shallow trail across the tips of their hearts. Oh, my God, are you having a little fun? Knowing that I'm not capable of protecting her. Let's meet. Oh, my God, has she stopped sleeping lately? May the warmth of the world be turned into a breeze. Hug her instead of me. Jiang Cheng, in Xingyou Entertainment. Cheng Di had long since transformed into a little crybaby, her tears streaming down her face, and on the side of her, Yang Lin constantly patted her back and comforted her. Yang Lin raised her eyes and looked at the woman who sang deeply in the screen, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. When she first met Xia Shiyao, she only felt that this person was gentle and had a nice voice, but as time went by, she felt that Xia Shiyao had no opinion and always gave people a feeling of a vase. Everything was Gu Xingyi's silent contribution behind the scenes, but just 2 days ago, when Xia Shiyao came to the company again and arranged everything in the company properly, she realized that she was wrong. It was not that Xia Shiyao didn't have the main opinion. It was because there had been Gu Xingyi before. Xia Shiyao didn't need to have the main opinion. Or perhaps Xia Shiyao had been hiding her strength, willing to be the woman behind Gu Xingyi, being a lady of the house. Yang Qianlin naturally didn't understand Xia Shiyao's character, and she couldn't do so either. In this world, probably only Gu Xingyi, who was also an orphan, understood her. And unlike the netizens in Star Yao Entertainment, Tianmei Entertainment was collectively speechless at this moment. They looked at the TV screen and listened to Xia Shiyao's song coming from inside. All of them looked at each other. They don't understand. You Gu Xingyi are in a coma, how can you still be so able to make things happen? Sitting on the main seat, Lu Gao. The smile on his face completely froze back when Xia Shiyao made her appearance. As soon as Xia Shiyao came out, she challenged him to the ring of Tianmei Entertainment, and the meaning of what it represented was self-evident. This was to pull Tianmei Entertainment off the stage. Dong Lu, looking at the heat on the internet, this one, Xiang Rojing is a bit up in the air. One of the board members was somewhat unable to sit still as he looked at the data on the computer in front of him and spoke with anxiety. Lu Gao already had a calm face at this time. He waved his hand and said lightly, "What's the point of panicking? We've already got a point. Even if we lose this one, it's just a draw. We'll just get it back next time. All I want to know now is whether Gu Xingyi is awake or not." What did Jiang Cheng say then? Just one Xia Shiyao alone. Lu Gao wasn't afraid at all. But Gu Xingyi, that foreigner, he was still a bit scared in his heart. Mainly that guy wasn't a normal human at all. Lu Gao had just asked, and one of the following management immediately returned. The latest news is that they haven't woken up yet, and the hospital confirmed that they don't know if Gu Xingyi will wake up. That's good. I don't believe Gu Xingyi, can leave so many songs for Xia Shiyao. Even if we lose this one, let Wei Wei go on the next one. If the regular songs don't work, I'll see how they can pick up the rap. Regardless of the reaction of all parties, at this time the audience in the Magic City Stadium, as if unlocking tonight's Netflix cloud moment in advance, the song, Gulf of Alaska, dried and silenced everyone, and all they could do was close their eyes and quietly enjoy the sheer heartache. As for the official Hua-in livestream, the last comment was still fixed at 1 minute ago. Those who love each other will always be together. Unless they don't love each other that much. Unless Yin and Yang are apart. No one said anything after this comment. They just listened to the song quietly. I hope my efforts will catch up with her. Someday I'll be able to give her a whole family. Oh, God. The things I've been saying to you all these nights. Don't slip up and tell her. I'm afraid you'll wake her up. Oh, God. You mustn't tell her in secret. On countless nights in the dead of night, I still think about her. This last section, without the sound of music, was accompanied by Xia Shiyao softly chanting, and the lights gradually dimmed. The song came to an end, and in the darkness, Xia Shiyao bowed deeply to the stage. When the lights came back on, she was no longer on stage, but the audience seemed to already know where she was going, and instead of clamoring, they all laughed heartily. Love is not possible because the person is not there, but if that person comes back, that's the most beautiful ending. On the next stage, it was Xiang Rojing's turn to sing, but she also knew that no matter how much she sang, she couldn't change the sad atmosphere tonight. Xia Shiyao brought everyone into the atmosphere, which was a singer's dream realm, and it was also a good song that gave the singer a unique charm. She lost both on the song and the singer. She wasn't strong enough to do that kind of empathy right now. P.S. Gulf of Alaska. Originally sung by Ferndale. Lyrics by Ferndale. Chapter 141, I'm back. The starry sky is dotted with stars and the night breeze is pleasant. On the mountain path, Gu Xingyi was dressed in simple clothes and climbed upwards at a calm pace, though his visage was beyond haggard. Those eyes of his shone with a crystalline brightness. In the past 2 days, he had donated all of his own possessions in this world to various orphanages, and now he had nothing left to lose. He came alone. He went alone. This place did not belong to him. His bonds, in another world. Finally climbing to the top of this small mountain, the light in Gu Xingyi's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he looked into the starry sky, as if he saw the other side of it. His footsteps, subdued and firm, stepped forward. Just then, a voice rang in his ears, a voice that sounded like that convenience store lady's voice, and the voice of the little girl with the lollipop. Decided? The voice, accompanied by the sound of the wind, entered his ears clearly. Gu Xingyi smiled, incomparably happy, and he nodded his head heavily, counting it as a response, his feet still moving forward. Ahead of him was a 10,000 foot cliff, and he had already reached the edge, but at that moment, he suddenly paused. I can tell. Where's the scumbag? Go you! Without reacting, Gu Xingyi was kicked down by this sudden kick, but mixed with the sound of the wind, he clearly heard the sound coming from above. It's all about scum. Then there must be no scum left. Also, what kind of person curses himself like that? The whistling of the wind came from his ears, and in this moment, Gu Xingyi suddenly came to a realization. Turns out, both worlds are themselves. It's just that the other consciousness of yourself is a complete asshole. Gu Xingyi laughed even more happily all of a sudden, and he fell like a shooting star, and in the next second, darkness fell before his eyes. Jiangqing People's Hospital. Xia Shiyao rushed back in the dust, even though it was nighttime. She didn't listen to Sister Yun and Tao Lele this time, but still came to the hospital. After that song, all she could think about was him. No one in the world understands her but him, and they are meant to be. As the saying goes, marriage is the most important thing that God arranges. Inside Gu Xingyi's hospital room, Chen Feng was still guarding him. During this period of time, most of the time, it was Xia Shiyao who was guarding alone, and when Xia Shiyao wasn't around, only Chen Feng could guard him in name only. At this moment, Chen Feng, who had just finished watching the song sung by Xia Shiyao, couldn't hold back the tears that were welling up in his eyes. He held Gu Xingyi's hand again and began his rambling. Old Gu, listen to this. How sad sister-in-law is. How long are you going to sleep? However, in the next second, Chen Feng suddenly froze as he mechanically lowered his head and looked at the hand that he was holding in his hand. Just now he felt this finger move. Old Lao Gu, you're awake? Chen Feng stuttered a little, staring intently into Gu Xingyi's eyes, but Gu Xingyi still didn't open his eyes, and Chen Feng stared blankly at his face, recalling what all he had just said before adding, Lao Gu ah, sister-in-law sad, uing. The fingers in his hand moved again, and Chen Feng stood up with a miso, looking in surprise at Gu Xingyi, whose eyes were blinking on the hospital bed. Uing. Crazy. If you don't want to die, just curse again for me. The eyelids were heavy. Gu Xingyi took a lot of effort to open his eyes. His consciousness had just come back to him when he heard Chen Feng, the ratio, cursing himself madly. Hearing this slightly raspy voice and looking at Gu Xingyi's open eyes, Chen Feng was overjoyed, and his mood was as if he had drunk a bottle of ice curacao in the summer. Doctor! Gu Xingyi was woken up by my scolding. Chen Feng couldn't think too long and hurriedly pushed open the door yelling for the doctor. The three silhouettes that had just walked into the hospital corridor steeply froze in place, with Xia Shiyao at the head of the group with her mouth slightly open, and tears already starting to slip from her almond eyes. Chen Feng didn't see the doctor, and when he steeply saw Xia Shiyao, the smile on his face grew even wider. Sister-in-law, Lao Gu was woken up by my scolding. Really? Tao Lele covered her little mouth, full of disbelief, and Sister Yun's nose soured, almost shedding tears as well. Xia Shiyao had stumbled to the door and looked inward. eyes crossed. What came into his eyes was a pair of clear and clean eyes. Xia Shiyao opened her mouth but failed to utter a single word. Gu Xingyi had already forcefully propped himself up to sit on the bed at this moment. He looked at the figure leaning on the doorframe that was fading again, and grinned, his voice still a bit hoarse. I'm back. No one knew what Gu Xingyi's words meant. Only Xia Shiyao understood instantly. She deflated her small mouth, tears falling in this moment, just the depths of her eyes. That kind of lost and found joy can no longer be hidden. With everyone watching, she flew into his arms. Gu nerd. The voice was delicate and helpless, sounding pitiful, and Gu Xingyi could only hold her softly in his arms with force, gently patting her back. A Gu nerd is worth 1,000 words. Okay, no more crying. I'm back, never to disappear again. What's up? What are you doing? The patient just woke up and needs to be checked. Get out of the way. Pity. The warmth of the two didn't last long, as the doctor who had arrived on the scene forcibly peeled them apart, followed by a fierce operation. After a checkup, the results, other than malnutrition due to blood loss, showed no other symptoms. Gu Xingyi so inexplicably coma, and inexplicably woke up. The doctor to dry confused, and finally can only put down a sentence. Hospitalized for 2 more days of observation. Although Gu Xingyi knew he was fine and was unwilling to stay in the hospital for much longer, he still couldn't resist the group of people. In the end, he had to spend another day in the hospital. Sister Yun left the hospital with Tao Lele and the 3 of them. Chen Feng, leaving space for the young couple duo. It was just that when a few people left, Gu Xingyi could hear from the hospital room, outside, Chen Feng bragging to the other 2 about how he had woken himself up by scolding him, and was left speechless. It was late at night, and of course the netizens didn't know that Gu Xingyi had woken up yet. They were still immersed in the song Gulf of Alaska and couldn't help themselves. Without a doubt, Xia Shiyao became the first contestant to succeed in her challenge, and Star Yao Entertainment, too, managed to occupy a side of the ring. Just as quickly, TMI Entertainment reacted to this. The official huddle blog of TMI Entertainment posted a motion picture with a caption underneath, "Everything that belongs to us, we will finally take it back." On the picture, rap's renowned crooner, Withy, is making a world-famous hand gesture and singing, "I may not be as good as you, but rapping, you're not as good as me." Chapter 142. At first, Wei Wei is a temporary hold pig foot, fire all over the network of the existence of the country, but also won the country of China's new rap champion. But the netizens are not buying it at all, and the internet was abuzz with chatter as soon as this siege blog came out. No way? How can anyone dare to touch the porcelain? Does a loud voice mean singing? Does upstairs know anything about rap? Rap many styles. I just like Withy. Some people don't say no if they don't know it. You black people, have you guys ever listened carefully to a temporary piggyback hug? Write a song yourself if you can. Yourself. Write one. Write one yourself. Write one yourself. Write one for yourself. Ha ha ha. Upstairs. Just don't listen to you. Just don't listen to you. Just don't listen to you. Not you. I'm sure the comments section is full of ghostwriters. You guys are going to kill me with laughter. Congrats. Y'all are rappers. It's like who wouldn't? I all the time. Without paper. Ting without paper. Always poop. Without paper. Ting without paper. But I have to say, the pressure came to Star Yao Entertainment's side when Wei Wei went down. The netizens talked and the topic gradually skewed away, but everyone is still quite looking forward to it. After all, rapping this kind of belting song is still deeply loved by everyone. Only when netizens think that Gu Xingyi is still in a deep sleep, they lose some interest again. They all felt that this time, Star Yao Entertainment was afraid of being in danger. When people pick the ring with rap, you can't respond with a love song, can you? It's not even in the same category. There's no comparison. Rap. It's easier to drive the audience's emotions. No matter how well Wei Wei sings, if Star Yao Entertainment doesn't defend the ring with rap, it will itself fall into a disadvantage. And at that time, there will definitely be no shortage of online gossip. For the online storm, Gu Xingyi, who had just woken up in the hospital, of course did not know. Neither of them slept, but across the bed, pouring their hearts out to each other. The accident, no doubt, having brought them closer together. In the darkness, Xia Shiyao's eyes shone brightly, and she resumed her previous gentleness. Only in this gentleness, there was more of a strong light. Gu Xingyi sensed the change in her from her words, and in the darkened hospital room, the smile on his face was wide. Until the early hours of the morning, Gu Xingyi on the hospital bed and Xia Shiyao on the bed of the companion, only then peacefully and slowly fall asleep. Even though Xia Shiyao slept late, she woke up out of habit just after dawn. During this period of time, she had always come this way, so much so that the first thing she did, she came to Gu Xingyi's bedside. Gu Xingyi on the bed was breathing calmly, sleeping quietly as he had done some days before. Xia Shiyao was a little flustered. She reached out her hand and gently stroked Gu Xingyi's face. It's early in the morning. Stop it. A large hand grabbed her small hand, and the warmth of her hand put her at ease again, and Gu Xingyi opened his dark eyes. Honey, I want to go home. Dr. May. I'm fine. My body I know. I miss Nana. Gu Xingyi interrupted Xia Shiyao's words. He desperately wanted to go home now. The little guy must be very sad after not seeing himself for so long. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Xia Shiyao was silent for a moment, and her attitude softened, but she still demanded that the doctor be allowed to come back to confirm his physical state before she did so. The doctor, still yawning, was quickly summoned. A check down. The results are still just some malnutrition. As long as you go back a little tonic and normal people are no different. This result allowed Xia Shiyao to finally let go of her heart completely, and Gu Xingyi was discharged from the hospital as expected. Greeting the dim light of the early morning, Gu Xingyi pushed open the door of his long-lost home. Seeing this familiar everything in front of him, Gu Xingyi only felt his heart warming. With them there, this was his home. He carefully came to the bedroom. Little Nai Nai's tiny body shrunk under the covers. Only her round little face was exposed. She didn't know what she had dreamed of. Her little mouth was deflated, making Gu Xingyi's heart burst with heartache. Coming to the front of the bed, Gu Xingyi bent down and gently rubbed his cheek against her face, then kissed the little one's face hard. The pain in his heart was considered to be a hint of comfort. Little Nai Nai, who was still asleep, was awakened by Gu Xingyi's movements, and she opened her big, misty eyes and looked blankly at Gu Xingyi, who was close at hand. In the next second, seeing the person in front of him, teardrops rolled down from the little one's eyes. She didn't make a sound or a noise, just staring blankly at Gu Xingyi in front of her, quietly shedding tears. In an instant the sourness in Gu Xingyi's heart was like waves, gusts sweeping through his heart. Nana, it's Daddy. Daddy's back. Gu Xingyi held back his heartache and leaned over to hold little Nai Nai in his arms, and he couldn't stop the tears from falling. Xia Shiyao, who was leaning on the doorframe behind her, had already sobbed uncontrollably. Little Nai Nai still didn't say anything. She just wrapped her arms tightly around Gu Xingyi's neck and refused to let go anymore. Nana, look at Daddy. Daddy is right here. Gu Xingyi hugged the little one tightly, lifting her up to her level, gazing into her tearful eyes, his voice warm, trying to soothe the fear in her heart. Daddy, oh, Nana and Mommy are good. Don't you ever leave us again, okay? The little one finally spoke, cries accompanied by her tender voice. The words that came out made Gu Xingyi's heart contract, and he could only use his gentlest voice to promise her. It's Daddy who is wrong. Daddy promises you that he will never disappear again, and that little Nai Nai will be in Daddy's arms, so she can cry as loud as she wants, and do whatever she wants, and that Daddy will never, ever dislike little Nai Nai. The little one's small hands were still clutching Gu Xingyi's lapel, and when she heard Gu Xingyi's gentle voice, she wiped the tears from her face and looked seriously at Gu Xingyi's warm face. In the next second, the crying could no longer be controlled, and she wrapped both of her little hands tightly around Gu Xingyi's neck and wailed. This was the most she had ever cried, and the most unrestrained, and although Gu Xingyi's heart ached even more, it was like a sigh of relief, like a weight off her shoulders. 100 flavors, complex and difficult to name. He wasn't afraid of her crying any harder. He was only afraid of her being that careful and quiet, because sometimes it's the crying that is the important ability to vent the emotions in your heart, and if that ability is gone, then all those emotions weighing on your heart will just end up breaking you down. Gu Xingyi tightened his arms around his daughter, gently rocking and gently coaxing. The little Nai Nai crying in his arms gradually stopped in Gu Xingyi's soft voice. Only her little face was still buried in his arms, rubbing hard against Gu Xingyi's body. For the first time, Nana knew that it was so reassuring to cry out in her daddy's arms. It's the kind of thing her mom could never give her, a sense of security. Chapter 143, Chen Feng with a golden mouth. Not long after, the little one tired of crying, lying in Gu Xingyi's arms and fell asleep. Just like this, she still died hugging Gu Xingyi's neck and not letting go of her hand, choking every now and then. Gu Xingyi didn't put her down, and still kept holding her. The little cotton-padded jacket was relying on his arms. He didn't want to put it down. So, Xia Shiyao gave little Nai Nai a leave of absence, and with the way things were today, the little guy was definitely not willing to take a step away from Gu Xingyi. The small home was back to its usual cozy self, with Xia Shiyao cooking, and Gu Xingyi using a hot towel to gently wipe little Nai Nai's already crying little face. Nana's breakfast was ready when she woke up again, although it wasn't Dad's cooking, but today the little guy's appetite was especially good, rewarding him with a lot more food, sending Xia Shiyao's happy eyebrows flying. One must know that this little guy, who was usually spoiled by Gu Xingyi, would often dislike her cooking. After eating, Gu Xingyi held little Nai Nai high and went out the door with Xia Shiyao. He had to make a trip to the company. After being in a coma for so long, now that he woke up, he had to show his face in the company and stabilize the people's hearts. Xia Shiyao had already talked to him about what was going on within the company, and he was very relieved that during the time he was in a coma, not a single person had left the company, and everyone had stuck to their positions and obeyed Xia Shiyao's arrangements, especially Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuweihan, who had just joined the company, were surprisingly able to stick around, realizing that the contract Gu Xingyi had given them wasn't tied to their freedom like other entertainment companies. On the contrary, the contracts given by Gu Xingyi were all very free, the kind that could leave at any time. The three of them drove all the way to the company, and as soon as they entered, Li Wenjing immediately stood up and shouted with a celebratory smile on her face, "Mr. Gu, you're finally back." Gu Xingyi raised his eyebrows. This girl, seeing her face without a bit of surprise, as if she already knew that she had woken up. "Aha, back. It's been tough lately." "It hasn't been hard at all. It's just that everyone has been worried about you," Li Wenjing was busy saying back, her smile getting wider and wider. "Thanks." Gu Xingyi said thank you and carried little Nai Nai and Xia Shiyao inside side by side. Little Nai Nai was in Gu Xingyi's arms, a pair of big eyes curiously surveying the surroundings, the little one completely unaware that this company was named after her. "You guys don't know. At that time when I saw my sister-in-law crying on TV, I slapped Lao Gu hard, scolding him as I did so, and guess what? Hey, I cursed, and Lao Gu's fingers suddenly moved. I took a look at the play. I tried cursing again, and to my surprise, Lao Gu's finger moved again. That's it. I'm going to cuss him out straight away." Gu Xingyi, who was outside the door, had a head full of black lines at this time, and Xia Shiyao was beside him, covering her mouth and snickering. Gu Xingyi finally realized why the big guy wasn't surprised to see himself. So the culprit was here. In the next second, Gu Xingyi pushed the door and entered. There were quite a few people in the lounge. Basically all of them were there. Taluolu and Chang Di were listening with wide eyes and attentively. Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuweihan were also full of incredulity and perked up their ears. Yang Lin's expression was light. It was the smile on her face that she couldn't hide. Only Sister Yun was still normal, holding the document in her hand and was looking at it attentively. The moment they saw Gu Xingyi, everyone's eyes widened, and only Chen Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa with his back to Gu Xingyi, was still heaving. "Look at you guys with your unseen looks. Oi, I've opened my golden mouth. Even if a person is dead, I'll still call him back to life. Yeah? How come I didn't know you had it in you? There's a lot you don't know. Lao, Gu, when did you get here? You're weak. Hurry up and sit down." "Hey." Chen Feng, who was still selling himself, was suddenly questioned and turned his head while speaking. Then with a stunned face, a moment later, he decisively changed his face and was full of pandering. Crazy? When did you learn to change your face? I think you've really given up on Staryao anime. Why don't you start a company? You'll specialize in dancing and changing faces to match your golden tongue. We'll definitely make a lot of money a year." Gu Xingyi sat down obediently while holding little Nai Nai, glancing at Chen Feng and said indifferently, "Don't, that's not going to kill me. Lao Gu, I was wrong. I don't have a golden tongue." Chen Feng immediately cried out for injustice, completely forgetting what he had just said. Telling him to give up on anime was even worse than killing him. Seeing that Gu Xingyi didn't care about him in the slightest, he decisively aimed at little Nai Nai again. "Little Nai Nai, come give Uncle a hug and say nice things for him. Remember when Uncle bought you a toy?" Looking at Chen Feng's open hand, little Nai Nai's big eyes blinked, then her little face decisively skimmed over, picking at Gu Xingyi's neck to stop looking at Chen Feng. Now to the little guy. Mommy's arms didn't even smell good anymore, not to mention Chen Feng. The crowd laughed in unison at the sight of Nakina's appearance. Chen Feng was stunned. It only felt like for an instant, the world where only he was injured reached. "Alright, stop it. Let's talk about work first. Mr. Gu, take a look. This is the latest response from Tianmei Entertainment." Sister Yun smiled, interrupting the crowd's banter, and handed the tablet in her hand to Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi sniffed and stopped poking fun at Chen Feng as he took the tablet. On it was the latest roundup blog from Tianmei Entertainment. Xia Shiyao had spoken to him about the recent situation, so Gu Xingyi knew a little bit about it. Only when he saw the siege blog that Tianmei had posted and what Wei Wei had said, he was a little tense. He looked up at Sister Yun, his expression all a bit stunned. "This Witwer, the one who sings about temporarily holding a pig's foot?" Yun nodded. "It's him, can't be taken lightly, he's still very popular." This is to hear Gu Xingyi some tears and laughter. A rapper, if the popularity, but not a second-line artist popularity to the wide. That is to say that the vocals are different from the other songs. That's why it's a hole for people like this. Thinking about it, when he first crossed over, he even spat on this song. I didn't realize that it was right up there with him. Gu Xingyi gently tapped the screen with his finger, and after pondering for a moment, he raised his head and looked at the crowd surrounding him, his eyes lingering especially on Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuweihan. since we're up against Tianmei, we're still a bit short on people, and I've learned a bit in advance about China's strongest voice this time around, so if they use a sea of people, we'll indeed be at a disadvantage. So, I will look for a few more people in a while. As for the result, I can't be sure. If the people really can't be found, then I can only trouble the few people here to work harder. Also for this match, don't worry about it. Feng Xiao Xiao, Yi Shui Han, it's time for you two brothers to perform. Come with me to the office. Gu Xingyi said and stood up, walking outside with Feng Yi's second general. Everyone else was looking at each other in disbelief. They didn't know how strong Feng Xiao Xiao and Yi Shui Han were. They had thought that for this match, Gu Xingyi would go on by himself. After all, right now in the company, the manpower was indeed a little too low. As for rap, Chang Di and Xia Shiyao again really didn't know much about it. Only Gu Xingyi is as steady as an old dog. He knows the strength of Feng Xiao Xiao and Yi Shui Han, and he already has a song in his heart. If the two sing this song, it will be purely a descending blow to Wei Wei. Chapter 144, Recruitment and Total War. No one knows what song Gu Xingyi wrote for Feng Xiao Xiao and Yi Shui Han, but only knows that the two of them came back, holding the manuscript paper as if it was a treasure, and their faces were almost smiling askew. Before a few people could ask, these two had already run all the way and shut themselves into the recording studio, obviously stepping up their time to practice their songs. The strongest voice in China, which is broadcast live every Friday night at 8 p.m. has a total of 8 installments and takes a total of 2 months, which is considered to be one of the grandest programs before the Chinese New Year. There was only less than a week to go, so Feng Xiao Xiao and Yi Shui Han didn't dare to delay in the slightest. They knew right after they got the song that once it was sung perfectly, it would surely become their hit song. Bar none, Gu Xingyi didn't follow the two out. He was currently sitting in his office, making a phone call. The company still had too few pillars, and if he wanted to level the playing field with Tianmei Entertainment and other entertainment companies, he still needed to find some more people, and he already had someone in mind. Not long after, when the few people saw Gu Xingyi walk out of the office, his face was already covered in smiles. Get ready, everyone, you've got 3 heavyweights joining our company tomorrow, so you've all got to be on your game. Make a good impression on them. A few people glanced at each other, and Dorothy couldn't help but ask curiously, "Oops, Mr. Gu, don't sell yourself short. Who is it?" The reason why I called Mr. Gu is because Sister Yun and Tao Lele discussed before, the company will only have more and more employees in the future. In the company, they must be a good role model. How to call it in private bottom can be called. The attitude that should be on the work should still be there. Of course, Xia Shiyao and Chen Feng were the 2 exceptions. These two, one being the boss's wife and the other being a shareholder of the company, naturally didn't need to be addressed as such. Although several people were curious, Gu Xingyi kept it a secret with a smile. It's no fun to talk about it, so you'll know when I come tomorrow. It's also a surprise for you. Cut. Several people were dissatisfied with the cut sound. Heart suddenly like a cat scratching hard. Gu Xingyi laughed, did not care about them, but then said to Yan Lin, "Minister Yang, you work hard again. The company is now stepping into the right track. Operation and whatnot should be recruited, in addition to put out the news. Star Yao Entertainment from today onwards, the official recruitment of new singers. The past few days, I and Xia Shiyao personally interviewed all those who have passed the interview. The songs and whatnot, do not have to worry about it." Hearing Gu Xingyi say this, Yang Lin's gaze was slightly austere. Gu Xingyi seemed to have changed a lot since he woke up this time. If the previous Gu Xingyi was still a bit fearful, then the current Gu Xingyi was on fire, and the aura emanating from him was even more magnificent. He's getting ready to challenge the entire entertainment industry on his own. Also, his own talent gave him the strength to do so. Good. I'll register the company's official roundup blog, and I'll also expand the publicity on various software. Yang Ne nodded in response. Things are almost accounted for. A few people in chat for a while. Yang the first to leave. The company's first, belongs to her this personnel minister to be the most busy. Shortly after Yang's departure, 2 successive pieces of news appeared on the internet, causing netizens to get excited all of a sudden again. Just last night, netizens were still worried about whether Star Yao Entertainment could take up the challenge from Vimy. Yet just one night passed, the situation has instantly reversed in 2 levels. The first day's news was undoubtedly that Gu Xingyi had awakened and was discharged from the hospital. A paparazzo took a picture of Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao walking out of the hospital together, and in the picture, the 2 of them had no problems except for the fact that they both looked a little pale. As soon as this one piece of information came out, the netizens were instantly unsettled, and within a few hours, Gu Xingyi's name appeared on the hot search once again. Under these hot searches, the netizens' comments were also lively, and one after another, they were scrambling to discuss. Holy, awake? Seriously? I read less. Don't lie to me. Didn't he say he was in a deep coma? It doesn't look like anything's wrong in this picture. Gu Xingyi is a big pig's hoof. People are so worried about him. They even shed a few tears for him. And they don't know to report to us when they wake up. Crocodile tears? Ha 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 ha. It's good to be awake. It's good to be awake. I want to know now if Wymore is panicking. William, I'm not panicking at all. I'll hold the pig's foot temporarily. Gu Xingyi, I heard that you're the only one named Weiwei. Ha? Gu Xingyi red-eye special effects picture. One by one, when the entertainment companies saw the hot searches, their hearts were suddenly bitter and well. As soon as this guy came back, the hot searches were almost taken up. For a moment, they were reminded of the fear of being dominated by this guy. Even Lu Gao, when he knew that Gu Xingyi woke up, he couldn't help but feel a little panicked in his heart, and for this reason he specifically asked Weiwei if he was sure. Wei Li, however, swore that there was no problem, and that he hadn't convinced anyone in the rap department, but Lu Gao still didn't have a bottom in his heart. After all, Lu Ying had lost before, and that was the former diva. It's just that now that the words have been put out there, Lu Gao can only expect that Gu Xingyi won't be writing tracks like rap. The second topic that got netizens talking was that Star Yao Entertainment had officially started recruiting singers, and they broke the mold. As long as you have the ability, as long as you have self-confidence, Xingyou Entertainment will not reject anyone. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao personally interviewed. Once you pass the interview, the treatment is also extremely excellent. You can even get a song written by Gu Xingyi himself. If Gu Xingyi Awakening was just a big shock to the netizens as well as other entertainment companies outside, this news is certainly an earthquake for the entertainment industry. It was foreseeable that once Star Yao Entertainment succeeded, the paradigm of the entertainment industry would be rewritten. A new era had also arrived completely. The old high door walls are no longer there, and anyone who has the power will be rehired to the point of rapid fame, which gives the really powerful singers at the bottom with those newcomers a much better chance of making a name for themselves. But to capital, Star Yao Entertainment is challenging their bottom line. In the past, the model of the entertainment company, in addition to capital and human affairs, there are also unspoken rules, and very few really powerful singers can go famous. But once this news from Star Yao Entertainment came out, it undoubtedly gave hope to many people, and their basic interests suffered a shakeup. In the future, those who are somewhat powerful will apply for jobs at Star Yao Entertainment, who will still come to their company. This time, all the companies couldn't sit still. They started contacting each other and exchanging opinions, and finally their gazes were unified towards the big three. There was no movement from Sonic C Entertainment, as if it were dead. In a rare joint release, Tianmei Entertainment and Shengshi Entertainment said that they would form an offensive and defensive alliance to bust Gu Xingyi's myth of being undefeated on the strongest voice in China and boycott Xingyou Entertainment in all areas. At the same time, Tianmei Entertainment and Shengshi Entertainment also invited all the companies in the entire entertainment circle to impose sanctions on Xingyou Entertainment, and the first step of the sanctions was to start with the strongest voice in China. If anything, the previous 3-day carnival extravaganza was just a small fight between Gu Xingyi and Tianmei Entertainment. Then from here on out, it will be an all-out war between him and the entire entertainment industry. Chapter 145, The Handsome Yu Ranran. Ma Dong, you've gone too far. Shangshi Entertainment Mansion. Miao Anjuan's small mouth pursed up tightly, her face unsightly. Not far in front of her, behind the desk, Ma Liang slowly sipped his tea, a pair of triangular eyes with a smug smile. Miao Anjuan, watch your attitude. Is this the tone of voice you use to talk to the company's leader? I'd been next in line for that announcement. Why did you dismiss it from me and give it to someone else? I was the one who made the deal in the first place. Miao Anqilan clenched her fists, not even realizing that her nails were embedded in her flesh. She's obviously working hard, and with another busy signing she'll have enough money saved up to pay for the breach of contract. But it was at this time that the company cancelled her signing and gave this event to someone else instead. She looked for her manager to ask about it, but the manager also had a difficult look on his face before he finally whispered to her that she had offended someone. The one who put all her activities on hold was none other than the tea-sipping Ma Liang in front of her. In the face of Miao Anjuan's questioning, Ma Liang laughed unhurriedly and then said, "Peony, that's what's wrong with you. The company has its own arrangements. You just have to obey them. Of course, if you're willing to accompany me to a reception at night, tomorrow at the latest, I'll arrange a new event for you. How about it? Think about it?" As he spoke, Ma Liang put down the teacup in his hand, and his triangular eyes narrowed obediently as he surveyed Miao Anjuan in front of him with a smile on his face. Ever since Gu Xingyi came out of the music industry, the situation for singers in Shangshi Entertainment, which was already not focusing on the music industry, had become even more difficult, and he had gotten a taste of it during this period of time. Which one of those singers didn't fall in line for the money trail? It is this Miao Anjuan. Dead beat, but the person looks so beautiful, so that Ma Liang has been itching in the heart. Dream on, even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Miao Anjuan stared angrily at Ma Liang. the anger and sorrow in her heart reaching even more extreme. It was only last time that she had slapped him, but she didn't think that he would still not die, and now he was using such underhanded tactics. Ha! Then please get out of here, and I can assure you that all the company's activities after that will have nothing to do with you. Even if you die, you have to die in the company too. Ma Liang is not the slightest bit panicked. He knows that Miao Anjuan is just an ordinary family, but also cannot afford to compensate for the breach of contract. He does not believe that a small singer, but also cannot turn over the sky. Boom! Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open again. Just you thieving little man, you deserve to covet my sister Rhyme. I'll be damned. Sister Rhyme, let's go. Ma Liang stared dumbfounded at the little girl who barged in. He knew that this was Miao Anjuan's little assistant. He just didn't expect that this little assistant was so brave. Do you know who you're talking to? Ma Liang's face was suddenly ugly. He had been in the company for so many years. No one had dared to talk to him like this. It was really a long time to live. Just with you. Garlic nose, triangular eyes. You're not a good person at all. Miao Anjuan was also a bit dazed. This was the first time she had seen Yu Ranran like this. And to be honest, kinda saw. Good. I see you don't want to hang around anymore. Do you? Ma Liang couldn't help but laugh in anger. A small assistant, also dared to be so rampant. I'm just a little assistant. You have the ability to fire me. Besides, there's no place to stay here. There's a place for you to stay. You know Gu Xingyi, right? Let's go to him. Gu Xingyi? Hearing Gu Xingyi's name, not only Mao Anquan froze, even Ma Liang froze. Ma Liang froze because, Gu Xingyi he more than knew. The company didn't even have a meeting because of him, but a moment later he burst out laughing again. A little assistant like you, plus a third-tier starlet? Gu Xingyi can stand up for you guys? Don't want you to care. Sister Peony, go! Without waiting for Miao Anquan to react, Yu Ranran aggressively pulled Miao Anquan and slammed the door, leaving Ma Liang alone to stare at the tea on the table that had been shaken out. This little gadget, it's too much of a no-brainer. After exiting the door of Ma Liang's office, Miao Anjuan was still a bit dumbfounded, and she didn't react until she was pulled out of the door by Yu Ranran. She actually was just pretending to be strong. She is just a little girl, facing this situation, just like that has been her greatest courage. I did not expect, this little assistant of hers, usually unobtrusive, but so powerful. Sister Peony, don't feel bad. I just couldn't listen to it outside. That talking is too much. No, I'm not sad. Ren, you're so sad. Miao Anjuan held Yu Ranran's hand and said busily. She just had been handsome by Yu Ranran's appearance. Ha. Cool, hey. Yu Ranran heatedly laughed. She only also borrowed that a gas. Now the gas subsided. The heart is still a little afraid of it. Miao Anqian made a couple of sounds, then lost her head a little. It's just that this will make it impossible for you to stay in the company in the future. They'll be sure to put shoes on you. Fear not, Sister Peony. I didn't just say that casually. You see, who I contacted. As she spoke, Yu Ranran handed Miao Anjuan's cell phone to her eyes, her face glowing. I just saw that Star Yao Entertainment is recruiting Hey, and they're clearly going against all the other companies in the entertainment industry. So I used your cell phone to contact Xia Shiyao. Hey. Her side agreed to help you pay for the breach of contract. Xia Shiyao? Miao Anjuan froze for a moment. That gentle as water woman could not help but appear in her mind. Then she took the cell phone, and on it was indeed the chat interface between her and Xia Shiyao. Since the last Star Song exchange, after she and Xia Shiyao added friends, the two of them hadn't actually chatted much, just the usual occasional song thing that they would explore. But now, the chat on it was obviously more. It was Yu Ranran who contacted Xia Shiyao with her cell phone, and over there, surprisingly, she also agreed to Yu Ranran's request with alacrity. She really didn't expect that in the end, it would be Xia Shiyao, who she had only met a few times, who helped her. Sister Peony, Star Yao Entertainment is in need of people right now, and you need the company. Isn't that just right? And I'm sure that with your strength, you'll definitely be able to help Star Yao Entertainment earn back this liquidated damages soon, so you don't have to hesitate anymore. When Yu Ranran saw that Miao Anjuan didn't respond, she thought that she was a bit concerned, so she hurriedly persuaded her. Miao Anjuan raised her eyes, her expression a little complicated. I'm not hesitating, I just have some feelings. The people who fought for the title together in the beginning, I didn't expect that. Nowadays, they will be my valuables. No matter whether I can help them earn back the default money or not. They helped me first, then we have to take this love. Hey yeah, who let people find a good husband? But I'm sure, the husband that Sister Peony will find in the future won't be bad either. Who's looking for a husband? Peony-san, why are you still shy? Ha. As the clouds parted, the two couldn't help but jostle again. and Miao Anjuan was made to look red by Yu Ranran's words. Only her mind couldn't help but wonder, is there really a better husband than Gu Xingyi? Chapter 146 Moving to a new home. Going to Centurion Entertainment tomorrow? Well, tomorrow morning, straight after dropping Nana off at the kindergarten. It's better to do this sort of thing sooner rather than later. I'll go with you. Good. Jiang Cheng, a family of 3 are eating lunch. Xia Shiyao is still chatting with Gu Xingyi about tomorrow's arrangements. In fact, this kind of thing in Gu Xingyi seems very simple. Breach of contract, pay the money to lead the people on the good. Xia Shiyao's heart is still a little sigh. Before Miao Anjuan WeChat and she said, she is still some disbelief. She still remembers clearly the performance of Miao Anjuan on the Star Song Festival, and she didn't expect that such an excellent singer would even be snowed in. Let's just say that capital is outrageous these days. After eating, Gu Xingyi nestled on the sofa, looking at little Nai Nai who was playing with her toys in front of her, and suddenly touched her little head and asked, Nana, do you want your own little bedroom? Little Nai Nai raised her head in confusion and looked at Gu Xingyi, who hurriedly added, Little Nai Nai is a little adult now. Daddy will prepare a separate little bedroom for you to sleep on your own, okay? The little one understood this time. She immediately dropped the toys in her hands and hugged Gu Xingyi's arm. Her little nose wrinkled. Don't! Nana wants to sleep with mommy and daddy. But Nai Nai has grown up. She should have her own little room. Otherwise the other kindergartners will laugh at Nai Nai if they know she's still sleeping with her mom and dad. Especially that Fong Xiao Xiao. He will definitely laugh at Nai Nai for being a child who can't grow up. Gu Xingyi scraped little Nai Nai's nose and patiently persuaded, even moving out the little fat one that little Nai Nai hated the most, which could be described as well-intentioned. As expected, as soon as little Nana heard that she would be ridiculed, even her little eyebrows furrowed tightly, and her face had an even more difficult look on her face. Gu Xingyi saw this and hurriedly rode the wave of victory. The little bedroom is beautiful. Nana will love it. And mom and dad's room is right next to it. It's very close. Little Nana deflated her little mouth and finally agreed. Okay blah, then daddy still has to read me a story every night. Mommy and daddy are sure to put the little one to bed. Let's hook up. Seeing that Nai Nai agreed, Gu Xingyi's heart was delighted and he was busy performing the hook-pulling ceremony with the little one. It was true that it was still his own little cotton girl who knew best. He had read on the internet that many small children needed to be coaxed for quite a while before they would live on their own yet. After making an agreement with little Nai Nai, Gu Xingyi happily shouted at Xiao Shiyao, who was still cleaning up in the kitchen. Honey, there's nothing to do this afternoon. Let's just move. There's not much to bring. It's basically all complete over there. Xiao Shiyao, who had been listening to Gu Xingyi coaxing Nai Nai outside in the kitchen, had her pretty face slightly reddened until she heard Gu Xingyi call out to her, and only then did she lower her head and whispered back, Good. Tidying up at home for a while longer. No need to move any of the furniture here. It's all there in the new house. Just need to bring the daily necessities and little Nai Nai's toys with us. 2 hours later, the family was packed up, big bags carried to the car, and headed for their new home. Soon the family arrived at the neighborhood where their new home was located, New City Garden. The car drove all the way into the underground parking lot and parked. Gu Xingyi was the first to get out of the car to get his luggage. Xiao Shiyao brought little Nai Nai, and the three of them went directly into the elevator. It was the first time for little Nana to come here, and she blinked her big eyes with curiosity in them. Not long after, to the 18th floor, Xiao Shiyao led little Nai Nai out of the elevator first. Gu Xingyi took the luggage and followed behind. Came to the door. Xiao Shiyao entered the password that had been changed. The room door opened. Entering the entrance hall, the two of them changed into slippers, and Xiao Shiyao changed her pretty little pink slippers on for little Nai Nai, before leading the little one into the living room. The large, bright living room in front of her eyes made the little one's eyes widen involuntarily, and everything in her new home before her was undoubtedly a novelty to her. Nana, this is our new little home. Gu Xingyi put down the luggage in his hands and walked inside with Xiao Shiyao, holding the still somewhat restrained little Nai Nai. Nana, mommy and daddy will show you your little bedroom. Little Nai Nai was full of good behavior as she followed Gu Xingyi and Xiao Shiyao inside. Just arriving at a strange place, she was still a little scared until Gu Xingyi gently opened the door to the little one's bedroom. Her eyes instantly lit up. What met Nana's eyes was a light pink world. The entire floor, covered with plush carpeting, was decorated with images of various cartoon characters. The little heart-shaped princess bed was placed in the center, and next to the princess bed, there was a small pink cartoon sofa, and on the other side, there was a small nightstand with a nightlight. Little Nai Nai had never seen such a nice-looking bedroom. It was like the room of a little princess in the fairy tale told by her father. Gu Xingyi picked up little Nai Nai and carefully placed her on her cot, and all of a sudden the soft bed sank down a little. The most important thing about picking this house in the first place was that both of them had their eyes on this little bedroom, and you could tell that Nai Nai really liked it. Her eyes were all bright and shiny. Gu Xingyi dotingly rubbed little Nai Nai's head. Nana, Like the little bedroom? Little Nai-Nai's palms gently pressed the soft crib beneath her buttocks, and her large eyes suddenly curved into crescent moons. Daddy, is this Nana's little bedroom? Aha! Gu Xingyi smiled and hummed. Nana loved it. Receiving Gu Xingyi's affirmative answer, little Nai-Nai's face blossomed into a radiant smile as she lay down on the soft cot and rolled from side to side, seemingly wanting to let this little room that belonged to her be colored with her scent. At this moment, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao both smiled in relief. The little guy liked it, more than anything else. The family cooked their first dinner in their new home amidst laughter. When it was time for the little one to go to bed, as usual, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao accompanied her on the left and the right. Still Gu Xingyi told fairy tales, and little Nai-Nai fell asleep beautifully in the story. Confirming that the little one was thoroughly asleep, the pair gently turned the light off and left the small bedroom. Back in the master bedroom, with just the two of them alone, the atmosphere became a little tense for a moment. I'm going to take a shower first. It was Gu Xingyi who broke the atmosphere as he took a deep breath and hastily fled to the bathroom. This made Xia Shiyao behind her couldn't help but smile. She sat on the bed, turned the table lamp on, and turned off the chandelier in the master bedroom. Under the warm orange light of the table lamp, one of her pretty face was already pink. When Gu Xingyi came out of the bathroom, he saw Xia Shiyao with her head down and her pajamas in her arms, and without even looking at him, she hurriedly swept past him and into the bathroom. The sound of water in the bathroom rang out again, loud and clear in the quiet room. Gu Xingyi rolled over and sat on the bed, only to feel his heartbeat unusually strong and thumping tonight. Tonight, there is no little Nana. Chapter 147, Love in Time. Xia Shiyao still had her head lowered when she came out of the bathroom, and Gu Xingyi, who heard the door open, looked over and couldn't move his gaze anymore. She was wearing a very thin nightgown, and under the light, one could vaguely see the white petite body inside the nightgown. Xia Shiyao's pretty face was even more red. Even her earlobes were flushed, but she still walked directly to the bedside where Gu Xingyi was and sat down, her small hands unnaturally pinching the corner of her coat. Honey, this husband came unexpectedly, causing Gu Xingyi's heart to stop, and he raised his eyes to her pretty face without immediately responding. Only then did Xia Shiyao raise her head and meet Gu Xingyi's eyes. Just showered her body still carries a faint fragrance. The reddish small face is even more moist. That pair of almond eyes and the flavor is unusually seductive, so that Gu Xingyi breathing has become a little rough. Honey, I can't help it if you're like this. Xia Shiyao still looked at him, and after a moment, her eyebrows suddenly arched and a smile surfaced on her face. It wasn't until after this time that I realized that love has to be timely. I'm ready, it's just, your body? Gu Xingyi didn't reply, but instead directly reached out and wrapped his arms around her neck, pulling her into his embrace, proving with practical actions that there was nothing wrong with his body at all. Feeling the soft lips and hot body again, Gu Xingyi could no longer hold back, and his hands couldn't help but wander over her back and caress her gently. The two tumbled onto the bed, and eventually Gu Xingyi got the upper hand and pinned her down. Turn off the lights. Taking advantage of the time to change her breath, Xia Shiyao's peachy red face flashed with a touch of shyness. She used her hand with difficulty to resist Gu Xingyi, who was about to lower his head to kiss again, and said softly, "Next." Snap. The table lamp was turned off and the room was plunged into darkness. In the darkness, the pajamas on the two men faded away until they were honest. It wasn't long before the newly purchased beds were overwhelmed and wobbly. The next moment soft whispers rang out, like sobs, intertwined with Gu Xingyi's rough breathing, like a pleasant symphony in the dark night, a night of pleasure and springtime. The next morning, Gu Xingyi got up very difficult. He admitted that last night he did a little bit of pretending. Body bones are really some cannot eat but he had to get up because he had to take Nana to school. Xia Shiyao was still sleeping peacefully next to her. Gu Xingyi carefully stamped her lips gently, and couldn't help but touch on that softness before tiptoeing away. The body can't take it, but the hands are honest. Hurriedly making breakfast, little Nana had woken up and was lying on her cot, crossing her little legs and studying the cartoon bear on her pillow. Hearing Gu Xingyi knock on the door and come in, little Nai-Nai then stretched out her two little short hands for her daddy to hold. Gu Xingyi was instantly relieved to the extreme. Indeed, it was still his own little cotton jacket who was good, sleeping on his own for the first time and waking up in the morning without crying. After breakfast, Gu Xingyi sent little Nai-Nai to kindergarten, and when he came back again, Xia Shiyao was still asleep. It seemed that it wasn't just himself. Xia Shiyao was equally tired last night. Gu Xingyi thought about it, and got under the covers again. Sitting on the bed and flipping through the peripatetic blogs, Xia Shiyao on the bed seemed to be woken up by his movements. Her eyes were still closed, but her soft body wrapped up, her hands wrapped around his waist. Gu Xingyi smiled softly and reached out to hold her hand, and he saw that her pretty face was beginning to blush again. Awake? Xia Shiyao's small face was buried in Gu Xingyi's waist as she responded. His wife. Gu Xingyi's smile, however, froze, and his breathing went haywire as her small hands had already burrowed into his clothes and were groping at the small of his back. Xia Shiyao's small face was buried deeper. Even her earlobes were crystal red. It's a premature death. Even if Gu Xingyi's body couldn't take it anymore, he couldn't help it. Which cadre could resist such temptation? Or early in the morning. Next moment, Gu Xingyi once again burrowed under the covers, and a cloudburst was once again staged until the two of them subsided an hour later. Gu Xingyi lay exhausted on the bed, only feeling that his body had been emptied and he had no strength at all. After a long moment's reprieve, Gu Xingyi softly inquired, "Getting up?" "Good." Xia Shiyao, who was still nestled in the quilt, muffled a promise. Taking a shower and eating breakfast until 10 o'clock, the two of them then walked out of the house and drove towards Centurion Entertainment. Luckily, they hadn't forgotten that they were going to go to Shangshur Entertainment today to ask for someone. Time passed quickly, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Shangshur Entertainment Mansion. Inside the lobby on the first floor, Miao Anjuan and Yu Ranran had long been waiting in the company. Unlike Miao Anjuan's peacefulness, Yu Ranran looked at the time on her cell phone from time to time. "Ren, since they said they'd be here, they'll definitely be here. There's no need to rush. Sister Peony, aren't you going to send a message to Xia Shiyao to ask? It's already 1 o'clock. How can Yu Ranran not be anxious? The hope of the whole village is on Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao. If they really don't come, then she and Miao Anquan will be finished." The two waited anxiously, and instead of waiting for Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao, they waited for an uninvited guest. "Yo, isn't that Miao Anquan? What's up? Coming to the company at this hour? Is there an event?" The person with a pair of toadstools, looking at Miao Anjuan in front of him, pointed chin raised high. This picture of a superior posture, with this a plastic surgery face makes Yu Ranran cannot stop flooding nausea. Miao Anqilan just lightly glanced at the visitor and ignored him. This woman had always been her rival, and yesterday's book signing event had been snatched up by her, and Miao Anjuan didn't even need to think about it to know why she'd gotten it. For this kind of person, she really didn't even want to care. However, Yu Ranran didn't spoil her at all and directly disliked her. "Is the company your home? We can come here whenever we want. What do you care? Humph, dead ducks. There'll be a time for you guys to say who in the whole company is most willing to see the downfall of Miao Anquan. It must be this toadstool woman, Jia." She raised the corners of her mouth in a leisurely manner, with the downfall of her old rival. Shangshur Entertainment's already scarce resources in the music industry would definitely be tilted in her favor. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao, what are they doing here? I don't know. Did the company work with them? At this moment, a sudden murmur of discussion came from the hall, causing everyone in the hall to unconsciously look in the direction of the door, only to see the direction of the doorway, dressed in a formal dress Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao with a smile on their faces, walking slowly towards the hall. As soon as this couple appeared, it was as if everyone in the entire hall had lost a few colors, not afraid of comparing goods with goods, but afraid of comparing people with people. These two people walking side by side were simply too dazzling. Seeing the two men walking straight in their direction, Jia's footsteps unconsciously took a step back, but he didn't expect the two to stand right in front of him. Then Xia Shiyao let go of Gu Xingyi's hand and smiled as she greeted Miao Anjuan. "Peony, we're here." Chapter 148. Xia Shiyao's words caused a commotion at the scene. No one expected that Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao had come to find Miao Anjuan. Recently, they had more or less heard about what had happened to Miao Anjuan. Next to Yu Ranran's eyes are even more light. Now Xia Shiyao in her eyes, as if an angel descended. She immediately declared in her heart, in addition to Peony's sister, Xia Shiyao is her second favorite person. Well, first things first. Seeing that the three women in front of him were about to nag, Gu Xingyi hurriedly said, and then walked toward the front desk directly in front of the hall. Xia Shiyao nodded and followed behind with Miao Anjuan and Yu Ranran. Miao Anjuan's heart was very unsettled at the moment, although she had always believed that Xia Shiyao would definitely come since she had said she would. But when the two of them actually appeared in front of her, she inexplicably wanted to cry. She, who had never cried even when she encountered any major setbacks, was really touched by Xia Shiyao, a person she had only met a few times. Shangshur Entertainment receptionist lady has long seen Gu Xingyi several people. After all, so many people on the scene, at the moment are stopping to watch. When Gu Xingyi to the front desk, she has already notified the company's senior management. "Mr. Gu, please wait a moment. Company management will be here soon." "Yes." Gu Xingyi smiled. This receptionist was quite good at her job. Not long after, the Shangshur Entertainment elevator hurriedly came out two people. Only these two people. One of them just showed up next to Yu Ranran bared her teeth. The two who came had nothing good to say when they saw Gu Xingyi, and one of them sneered at Gu Xingyi as he asked, "Isn't this the famous Xingyao from the internet? I wonder what you're doing here in our Shangshur." Gu Xingyi glanced askance at the person who had spoken and didn't say anything. The gesture infuriated the other a little. and he went on grimly. Gu Xingyi, what exactly are you doing here? If you don't tell us, we're going to have to call security to ask you out. Gu Xingyi swept a glance at the two men, then twisted his head to look at Yu Ranran behind him. Who are these two people, with such a strong aura? Those who don't know would think that they are the chairman of Shangshur. Yu Ranran snickered a bit and immediately introduced herself in a conspiratorial manner. This one who spoke first is the general manager of the company's operations department, Mr. Liu, and this garlic nose behind him is a board member who just eats and doesn't work, Ma Liang. Yu Ranran's words made Gu Xingyi understand a little. It was obvious that Yu Ranran's attitude towards both of them was completely different, and this one, called Ma Liang, was probably not a good commodity. Mr. Liu and Ma Liang, right? Is this the way your company treats its guests? Where's Tian Xingqi? Let him come out and talk. How Gu Xingyi was also the chairman of Star Yao Entertainment. To say qualifications, these two really didn't have much weight in front of him. Who knew that as soon as Gu Xingyi's words left his mouth, Ma Liang's face became even more ugly. Just you are worthy of conversing with our Tiandong? Security! Security! After finishing a sentence, Ma Liang directly shouted up the security guards, and the security guards at the entrance rushed here in response. Gu Xingyi raised his eyebrows. He didn't think that Shangshur Entertainment still had this kind of dilettante. If he really kicked him out today, then the bean would be a big one. A company opens its doors for business, and the chairman of another company comes in person, but is driven out by the subordinate management. Then these two companies really do not have any interests to talk about. Wait, Pony this is where you're wrong. People Gudong personally came to the door. How can you drive them out? I'm not afraid of being laughed at when I say it. Just as the security guards swarmed the elevator, a voice came again. The crowd all looked up, after which the people from Centurion Entertainment shouted, Tian Dong. Gu Xingyi also looked along, only to see that the visitor was a man with green eyes and gold-framed round glasses. Gu Xingyi had seen his picture on the internet. It was the chairman of Shangshur Entertainment, Tian Xingqi. Gu Dong, the people below have treated the guests poorly. You have more patience. I just don't know. What is it that you came to my small company for? Tian Xingqi laughed and walked to the front of the crowd, facing Gu Xingyi directly and asking. Gu Xingyi then returned a smile. Tian Dong is joking. If Shangshur is a small company, then I, Star Yao Entertainment, am not even a sesame seed. This time I came, of course, I came to send money to Tian Dong. It's just that for such a good thing, there are people who still want to block it. I really never expected it. The hospitality of Centurion really needs to be improved. The two of them fought wit. Tian Xingqi, this was the first time he had met Gu Xingyi. He looked at the youngster in front of him who was only in his 20s, but he didn't dare to underestimate him at all. The person who can fight against the entire entertainment circle with his own strength, who dares to underestimate him will only lose more miserably. Giving away money? There's such a good thing? I wonder what kind of money Gudong came to give away. Tian Xingqi held up the gold-framed round eyes on the bridge of his nose, and his sight turned to Miao Ankuan beside Xiaoshi Yao. For the matter of Miao Ankuan, he naturally knows. Just a small singer. He also turned a blind eye, so he indulged. Ma Liang acted arbitrarily. It just didn't occur to me that a small singer could invite such a big Buddha as Gu Xingyi. Tian Dong, this doesn't seem to be the place to talk either. We might as well sit down and talk again. Good. Look at my brain. I'm getting older. I forgot my manners for a while. Come on, let's talk about it in detail in the conference room. After saying that, Tian Xingqi then with a smile on his face led Gu Xingyi a few people together towards the elevator. Gu Xingyi had the same smile on his face. The two of them just talked and laughed. Those who didn't know thought that these two people were close friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. When they arrived in the conference room, the people took their seats, and Tian Xingqi spoke again this time. Well, Gudong this time can say it. What good business, but also worth Gudong's special trip. Coincidentally, my wife Xiaoshi Yao happens to be a close friend of your company's employee Miao Ankuan. This is not. Heard that Miao Ankuan here is not too good. My wife cannot sleep at night, so I am here to take Miao Ankuan away. How much is the liquidated damages? I'll pay it all. How's that? Such a good thing, I'm sure Tian Dong won't refuse. With these words, the conference room was a bit dumbfounded. Xiaoshi Yao blushed slightly. Miao Anjuan slightly opened her small mouth, and Yu Ranran snickered. What kind of excuse is that? Ma Liang and Mr. Liu only felt that he was pretending to be more than he was, but they had no proof. Tian Xingqi's heart is even more straight cursing. He felt that Gu Xingyi, this cub seed, is bullying him, not cultured. So the speech is literary, soft with thorns. Let him listen to the extremely uncomfortable. Dong Gu, you want to take someone away just based on your words? Isn't that a bit much? Tian Xingqi put away his smile, his green bean eyes staring intently at Gu Xingyi. Tian Dong, isn't this a good thing for both sides? You take the money, I take the people, and count us as unilateral breach of contract. how much we pay for the breach of contract. It seems like it's not a loss for you? Gu Xingyi's expression was light, and he locked eyes with Tian Xingqi without the slightest fear. Since Gu Dong have come to the door to ask for people, then I must give face. Just the liquidated damages. 20 million. Gu Dong can think well. A third-line small singer. Worth this price? A moment later, Tian Xingqi laughed again as he said in a slightly flirtatious manner, and the atmosphere in the conference room harmonized once again. Hearing this, Miao Anqilan glanced at Gu Xingyi and then stared at Tian Xingqi dead in the face. Yeah, $20 million. Ridiculous. She's made more than 20 million for Shangshi. In the end, she herself can't even get the $20 million for breach of contract, and to be insulted here by the man who sucked her blood. Chapter 149, Arrogance. I won't bother Tiandong with this. I think in the future, Miao Ankuan herself will prove to Tiandong that today's vision really doesn't work. Tiandong, take out the contract. Gu Xingyi stared at Tian Xingqi and said slowly, the aura on him causing Tian Xingqi's already small green eyes to narrow. Good. Since Dong Gu was so confident, it would be unreasonable for me to excuse myself any further. As Tian Xingqi spoke, he ordered his secretary to fetch Miao Anquan's contract. Tiandong, we can't. Shut up. Ma Liang, who was sitting beside Tian Xingqi, was a bit anxious when he saw that the chairman's secretary had already gone to get the contract. He just wanted to open his mouth to persuade Tian Xingqi, but he was roared back by Tian Xingqi with an angry face. Seeing that Tian Xingqi was really angry, Ma Liang hurriedly shrunk his head. Gu Xingyi, who was on the side, however, leisurely watched the scene and smiled before speaking again. Tiandong, for you, I still respect you. It's just that the directors of your company are really disappointing. Tian Xingqi narrowed his green bean eyes and gave Gu Xingyi a faint look. The smile on his face was gone at the moment. We don't need to bother Donggu with the internal affairs of our company. Gu Xingyi shrugged his shoulders, still smiling, and in a short while, the secretary fetched the contract and put it in front of Tian Xingqi, who scanned the contract with his head down, and then looked up at Gu Xingyi again. Well, here's the contract. Will you look it over? I still believe in what Tiandong does. Wife, hit the money. Gu Xingyi crossed his fingers together, and did not go through the contract. Miao Ankuan unilaterally want to leave. Only need to pay to tear up the contract. Can go at any time. This point, even Shangshi Entertainment did not dare to play any tricks. And Shangshi Entertainment won't play tricks because they won't lose any money at all. They are purely and simply empty gloves. Xia Shuriao took out her cell phone and operated it for a bit before nodding at Gu Xingyi. It didn't take long for a person from the finance department to come in outside and whisper in Tian Xingqi's ear. Tiandong, our public account received money from Star Yao Entertainment. No more, no less. Exactly $20 million. Hearing this, Tian Xingqi's small eyes narrowed even more, leaving only 2 dots on his face as he pushed the contract on the table towards Gu Xingyi. Good. Here's the contract. Take a look. Only then did Gu Xingyi take the contract and move it back to Miao Anjuan. Let's see if it's your share of the contract. Miao Anjuan bit her lip and glanced at Gu Xingyi, her eyes already a little moist. Check it out, and when it's done we'll go back. Xia Shuyao gently patted her arm and said softly. Only then did Miao Anjuan nod and took the contract and turned it over before whispering. It's my contract. That's good. Gu Xingyi nodded, then looked at Tian Xingqi again. One thing done. Let's talk about the second. You, Gu Xingyi, are you finished? Ma Liang was already about to die of anger, and now when he heard that Gu Xingyi still had something to do, he couldn't tense up on the spot and stood up and roared angrily. Even Tian Xingqi, who hadn't moved in anger all along, his face turned a bit ugly and his brows had furrowed. Gu Dong, faces given by everyone to each other. I advise you not to give an inch. Oh, Tiandong, don't get angry. This second one is only a small matter. That is, you ran. This small assistant should also be your company? Since she has always followed Miao and Yun, why doesn't Tiandong do a favor and hand her over to me as well? When Gu Xingyi's words fell, everyone else had a subdued look on their faces, but Yu Ran was completely dumbfounded. She didn't expect that she was just a character that couldn't be any smaller, and Gu Xingyi would open his mouth with Tian Xingqi for her. Although her contractual breach of contract was not much, it was enough to break her bones, and she had thought of biting the bullet and paying the breach of contract herself, but she didn't expect Gu Xingyi to bring it up first. Miao Anjuan also froze for a moment, then hurriedly whispered, Gu Dong, I'll just pay for Ran's default. Gu Xingyi, however, waved her hand at Miao Anjuan, still looking at Tian Xingqi. Tian Xingqi's face returned to normal after hearing Gu Xingyi's words, and he laughed again. Isn't that a slap in my face coming from Donggu? It's just a small assistant of a third-tier singer. Consider it a gift to you. Secretary Chen, go and bring this person called this little assistant's contract and bring it to Gudong as well. Secretary Chen nodded her head and led the order, and went out again. And in just a moment, she took another contract. and this time, she handed it directly to Gu Xingyi. Employees like this who were not even considered fringe characters, not to mention Tian Xingqi, even she, the secretary, could not look at them. Yu Ranran had been completely petrified. It turned out that for these people in front of her, she as a person didn't even come with a name, just very excessive. Then I'd like to take this as a compliment. Thank you for Dong Tian's hospitality today. See you some other time. I hope we can still get along so well. Gu Xingyi stood up and excused himself with a smile. I've also seen Gudong's style today. It's good to be young, but I have more things to do, so I won't see you off. Tian Xingqi also stood up and smiled back. Gu Xingyi nodded his head and retook Xia Shuriao's hand, bringing Miao Anjuan and Yu Ranran with him. The group trooped out of the conference room. Tian Dong. He's too arrogant. Why should we give him face like that? Seeing Gu Xingyi's figure disappear, Ma Liang's face turned ironic as he looked over at Tian Xingqi, his face full of resentment. Waste. What are you going to stop him with? Can't you see that he is emboldened? I can tell you clearly, if you block him from the door today, you'll still have to obediently hand him over tomorrow. Tian Xingqi originally had some fondness for Ma Liang, a horse's ass, but now he hated to kill him. Losing face is trivial. Losing his face, that's the big thing. He looked toward the doorway of the conference room, his green eyes brightening under his lenses. What a character! It seems that I underestimated him in the past. That old fox Lu Gao has met his match this time. Luckily, he doesn't engage in film and television, otherwise I'd have a headache too. This time, his brief encounter with Gu Xingyi made him realize that Gu Xingyi was even more terrifying than what was described in the circle, not only in terms of talent, but even in terms of guts and aura, which were not at all inferior. Such a little fox, once it took off, it would surely be another difficult existence. We can only see if this time's China's strongest voice can suppress him. If not, Tian Mei is in danger. Tian Xingqi was still looking out the door, muttering to himself. These words, however, startled Ma Liang who was next to him. That was Tian Mei. It's the same behemoth as Shangshi. Just by that Gu Xingyi kid? As they descended the stairs, Gu Xingyi's few people didn't speak. Miao Anquan kept wanting to say something, but when the words came to her mouth, she couldn't say it. These Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriao were both watching. Gu Xingyi thought about it and then said to Miao Anquan, you don't need to think too much. I take you away this time. Besides, because of my wife, there is another aspect that Star Yao Entertainment is really short of people, and your strength is obvious to all. We believe in you, and we also believe that this liquidated damages. It won't take long for you to earn it for the company, so don't need to feel that you are owed or anything. It doesn't exist. Out of the elevator, the atmosphere in the first floor lobby changed. They had seen with their own eyes that Tian Dong had personally invited Gu Xingyi up, and now that Gu Xingyi had come out with Miao Anjuan, the outcome was predictable. Jia is even more ugly face. Although she wants to squeeze away Miao Anjuan, but she does not want to squeeze away like this. She just wants to watch Miao Anjuan fall down. But Miao Anquan had obviously met a nobleman. When the group passed by her, Yu Ranran, who was still deeply shocked, saw her and couldn't help but smile again, making a face at her before proudly leaving. Seeing Jia, Yu Ranran felt much more comfortable in her heart. Even if she's a little person who doesn't deserve a name, that's still better than this golden woman. Chapter 150 Gathering of Personnel. After exiting the Shangshi Entertainment Building, the golden sunlight struck several people again, and Gu Xingyi unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Crossing paths with these old foxes and all that is so much more exhausting than writing his songs. Miao Anjuan's eyes were in a bit of a trance. From the moment she was submerged, she had fantasized about countless possibilities. The best one was to earn her own money, pay the liquidated damages, and then return to an ordinary life, obliterating the world. After all, after offending Shangshi Entertainment, which of those small and medium-sized companies in the entertainment industry would dare to accept themselves again? And as for going to Tianmei Entertainment and Soundsea Entertainment, what difference would the result be from being in Shangshi Entertainment? Everyone knows that the entertainment trio, the contracts are all pretty much the same. Thinking of this, she then looked at Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriao who were walking in front of her, and a trace of tenderness surfaced in the bottom of her eyes. It was they who had used the strongest stance to bring themselves out and preserve their last dignity. So, even if the contract Gu Xingyi gave her was the worst kind by then, she decided that she would sign it. At least she believed that in Xingyo Entertainment, there would be no such thing as subterfuge. Peony, why don't we go with you to get your luggage first? Xia Shuriao, who had been walking in front, suddenly stopped, turned back and walked to Miao Anquan's side. Her good-looking eyebrows arched up as she inquired. Good, I don't live far from here, just up ahead, and Ren and I just have some clothes that are all packed. Being affected by Xia Shuriao's smile, Miao Anjuan's face also rose into a smile after she froze for a moment. Miao Anjuan and Yu Ranran's luggage was indeed very little. After loading, there were only 2 tiny suitcases, which were easily put down. It was just that this room she stayed in made both Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao couldn't help but frown. Gu Xingyi even couldn't help but spit in his heart. Shengshire Entertainment really can't afford to live more and more. A singer who is so good is given to live in such a grocery room. In the Star Song Festival, Miao Anquan's strength is obvious to all, which if placed in the Star Yao Entertainment, would not be a treasure to offer up. Grabbing the luggage, the car drove very smoothly on the way to Star Yao Entertainment. Along the way Gu Xingyi drove the car, the three women in the back chattering, as if they had not seen for many years of good sisters in general, especially Yu Ranran. Gu Xingyi always felt that she and Tao Lele have a spell. These two aren't long-lost sisters, are they? But it's good. This way, Star Yao Entertainment is getting more and more lively. At this moment in the Star Yao Entertainment, the receptionist Miss Li Wenjing was stunned. She was considered to have gained a lot of insight today, and she was also incredibly happy that she was able to come to Star Yao Entertainment, because in front of her, there is a middle-aged man with a smile on his face is applying for the job. Is Gu not at the office right now? Heavenly King Lu. Mr. Gu said he'll be right there. You can go to the parlor for a moment first. Yeah. Heavenly King Lu answered with a smile and headed towards the parlor under Li Wenjing's leadership. Pushing open the door of the parlor, there were already a few people inside. After seeing a few people, Lu Tianwang was surprised for a moment in his eyes, and then quickly brought on a smile. Ha, I really didn't expect you guys to be here. That Gu Xingyi kid, this is going to overturn the entire entertainment industry. Brother Lu, you're all here, still talking about us. Inside the parlor, Tao Lele, who was serving tea and pouring water on one side, had her eyelids involuntarily jumped. Before Gu Xingyi said that there were three heavyweights who were going to join the company, she never thought it would be them. Shui Xiaochen, Lu Ruoying, Lu Tianwang, very heavyweight indeed. Only, how on earth did Gu Xingyi poach them from their respective studios? You have to realize that the three people in front of you are all existences who have opened their own studios. They are also a party boss. Even the company is bigger than Star Yao Entertainment. He's even willing to come over and join Star Yao Entertainment. It would be outrageous. Heavenly King Lu smiled as he sat down on the sofa and looked at the two of them and said back, there's no way. You can't refuse what Gu gives you, don't you guys? Ha. That's it. Shui Xiaochen let out an exaggerated laugh, and Lu Ruoying nodded with a smile on her face. If one were to say who else could bring the three together in this entertainment industry, there was no one else but Gu Xingyi. That guy Gu, he asked us to come, but he was nowhere to be seen. When he comes back, I'll be sure to give him a good talking to. Oops, Brother Lu, I'm back, aren't I? There's something going on up ahead. I've got to pick someone up. You're so generous. Let me off the hook. Before Heavenly King Lu's words fell, Gu Xingyi's voice came from the doorway. Together with him, naturally Xia Shiyao and Miao Anquan. Yu Ranran followed behind, and at this moment, seeing several people, her facial expression instantly turned into the same emoticon as Tao Lele's earlier. I'm sure you can't talk bad about people behind their backs. I just said one thing and here comes this kid. Heavenly King Lu shook his head and smiled at Gu Xingyi, who walked through the door, and Shui Xiaochen was even more smiling as he looked at the few people who came and said, Gu Xingyi, Xia Shiyao, Miao Anquan. Got it. Now the Star Song Exchange personnel are almost all together. Gu Xingyi also smiled and looked at all the people present. His heart was thrilled. Now he was relieved. With all these people in Star Yao Entertainment, he could let go of his hands and do great things. Veteran Sky King Lu sits in the center. Lu Ruoying, Shui Xiaochen, Xia Shiyao, and Miao Anquan formed the new four heavenly kings. Then there are the humming two generals, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan. Behind them, even the little assistant is a thunderbolt. Recruit some more fresh blood one of these days. Done and done. Ha. Since they're all here, then sign the contract quickly. Where's Minister Yang? Close the door quickly. Don't let anyone get away. With this kind of luxurious lineup, he didn't even know how to lose. Gu Xingyi was so happy that his eyebrows had raised at the moment and laughed. How do you say you're a company president? Be that way. Yang Lin arrived late, holding a contract that had already been printed. All of us here are our own people, so we're not in the way. What old bosses? You're the ones in front of me. I'm the one who serves tea and water. Gu Xingyi waved his hand and took the contract from Yang Lin and flipped through it, then nodded in satisfaction. This contract is good. It's well written. That's it. A few of the company's future top pillars. Take a look at it too. As he spoke, Gu Xingyi handed a manual copy of the contract in his hand to several people. Even Xia Shiyao had a copy. There was no way. Even though she was the boss's wife, it was Xia Shiyao's own request, and she was considered a serious singer. When it came to business, several people got serious and took the contract and looked through it. To be honest, the reason why Shui Xiaochen, Lu Ruoying and Lu Tianwan were able to come was because Gu Xingyi gave them a reason they couldn't refuse. They don't lack curiosity per se, but they lack songs. Good songs of their own. and it was with this that Gu Xingyi had moved all three of them. In the parlor, there was a momentary silence as several people looked quietly at the contract. Only the more they looked on, the more smiles grew on their faces. The one who differed from a few people was Miao Anjuan, who was looking at the contract at the moment, so shocked that her eyes widened, because this contract, which is not given by any other entertainment company, has no time limit, no liquidated damages, and even the departure is completely free. It's very similar to a regular company labor contract, where all you need to do to leave is resign a month in advance, and you can leave when the time is up. Xiao Gua, I know you take care of us, but this contract, isn't it too unfavorable for you? You know, no entertainment company would dare to sign like this. Heavenly King Lu had already finished turning the last page at this time and closed the contract, looking up at Gu Xingyi with a smile in his eyes. Chapter 151, The Tree is a Big Tree. Brother Lu, you've misunderstood. It's actually not just you guys. In the future, all of Star Yao Entertainment's artists will sign this contract. Gu Xingyi waved the contract in his hand and laughed. I think it's the stupidest thing in existence to bind someone with a contract. If the company is really good, even if it's a free contract, I'm sure you won't leave. And if it's not good, even if you're all there, you won't be sincere about the company. And to be rather arrogant. There should be no one more reliable than me in all of entertainment. Gu Xingyi's confident appearance made everyone present look sideways, and even Heavenly King Lu. Admiration rose in his eyes. Yes, as of now, only Gu Xingyi was qualified to say these words, and only his talent could support him in saying so. Good. I'm also looking forward to my future days in Star Yao Entertainment. Mr. Gu, I'm very happy to join Star Yao Entertainment. Heavenly King Lu picked up a pen and signed his name on the contract, then stood up and came to Gu Xingyi's side, extending his own hand and said, Brother Lu, welcome to Star Yao Entertainment. I won't let you down. Don't sympathize. You too, Mr. Gu, you're forgetting about us. Shui Xiaoqian also signed the contract at this time, looked at the two people holding hands and flirted. Lu Ruoying similarly signed the contract and also looked over with a smile on her face. Ever since he came back, Gu Xingyi had a smile on his face that didn't stop as he laughed out loud. No forgetting, no forgetting. None of you can run away. I said, welcome to Star Yao Entertainment. The three of them all laughed, and then handed Gu Xingyi a copy of the contract in their hands, and kept one for themselves. And up to now, only Miao Anjuan hadn't signed it, and the crowd's eyes couldn't help but look at her. The small assistant Yu Ran on the side are anxious to death. She does not know what Peony's sister in the end is thinking. Such a contract, in her place, certainly the first time to sign their big name. Seeing Gu Xingyi also looking at herself curiously, Miao Anjuan clenched her teeth. Mr. Gu, I need to change this contract. When these words came out, everyone present couldn't help but frown, not understanding what Miao Anjuan was doing. Changing this kind of contract? What was this girl thinking? Only Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao, who vaguely understood what Miao Anjuan meant in their hearts. Before Gu Xingyi could speak, Miao Anjuan added, at least add the liquidated damages that you advanced for me before, and when they're deducted, then follow the normal contract. Liquidated damages? The few people who were not yet clear about what was going on looked at Miao Anjuan with some curiosity, only feeling as if there was a story here. Gu Xingyi thought for a moment, and when he looked at Miao Anjuan's firm gaze, he finally said, the matter of liquidated damages. Just draft another contract specifically, when you have the ability, when to repay the company is good. As for this contract not moving, one size fits all of the company's artists in the future. This is the standard. Only after hearing this did Miao Anjuan breathe a sigh of relief and cheerfully signed her name on the contract. This kind of result is what Miao Anjuan most want to see. She lost, she has to rely on her own ability to earn back. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao's kindness to her is a private feeling. She remembered in her heart the company's affairs, or to distinguish between separate. Now that the contract has been signed, Mr. Gu, what are the next instructions? Shui Xiaoqian saw that things were all settled, so he opened his mouth and asked, Old Shui, for now, you guys aren't really needed, so you guys wait patiently for a while, and you'll have your chance to appear later. This time, China's strongest voice. I'm going to give the other companies in the entertainment industry a hard lesson. Hiss you are, like, going to change the history of the music industry. Ha, I love it. Seeing Gu Xingyi like this, Shui Xiaoqian couldn't help but look forward to the days ahead even more. He felt that it would definitely be an unprecedented spectacle. In the next few days, each in their own way, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao were busy with interviews every day. It was just a pity that among the newcomers, there were few who could pass the interviews so far. Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi both were originally professional singers and lyricists, so the interviews were slightly more demanding. And Star Yao Entertainment, Gu Xingyi to the positioning is to take the boutique route, personnel, in the fine not in the more so a series of interviews a few days. There are only a few people through. Before I knew it, the time had come again on Friday. Regarding Shui Xiaoqian's several people joining Star Yao Entertainment. Star Yao Entertainment's secrecy was very well done. Everyone was currently unaware of this matter. If they were to know, it would definitely be another earthquake. The second installment of China's Strongest Voice is also coming today as promised. And the situation is clear on the internet today, as everyone is looking forward to what kind of surprise Gu Xingyi can bring them this time. Following the last time Tianmei Entertainment Weimei laid down the gauntlet, Xingyou Entertainment had been quiet, but the viewers knew that Gu Xingyi, that cub seed, was definitely ready to go. They were all clear that Star Yao Entertainment was definitely holding back a big move because they were ignoring it. So this just to 8 o'clock in the evening, countless netizens gathered in the official live room waiting. The scene is already overcrowded. At this point the matches in the other rings had already begun, but very few people were tuning in. Those few crappy songs, they had heard them long ago and had no sense of anticipation whatsoever. Only their respective fans, who were still cheering for their little masters. At 8:30 p.m., with all eyes on him, while Coyote, as the challenger, finally stepped into the ring. He was wearing a black knit cap, wearing a hip-hop style, with an arrogant expression, and just as soon as he got on stage, he picked up the microphone, the audience in front of him, and spoke in a high tone. I heard there's a Gu Xingyi. He's good at songwriting. It's true that I'm not as good as you at love songs, but rapping, you can't do it, he announced loudly, causing a chorus of boos to ring out from the stage. And the live stream was a constant stream of pop-ups, most of which were cursing his presence. Immediately afterward, with a flourish of his head, Willie added, do you know why there are a lot of people cursing me on the internet? It's all my fault. The tree is big. It attracts the wind. After saying this, he suddenly popped up, and the sound of explosive music instantly resounded throughout the arena. Blame me. The tree is big. Invites the wind. The tree is big. The tree is big. It's my fault for having a big tree. Big tree. The wind is blowing. A big tree. They all asked me who I was. Didn't even think I was Ray. All are putting me lyrics back. A taste of fame. Blame it on me. This bombastic opening led not to bombastic cheers, but to bombastic laughter. The live broadcast room was transformed into a sea of joy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tree hugger. Is this rap? Shouting repeater. Right. I blame your loud voice. It only loops one sentence. I laughed my ass off. No. Brothers. What's the difference between this and a temporary piggy bank? 4 bets to 5? Isn't that a big enough difference? Ha 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 ha. It's all my fault. Didn't read middle school. Didn't go to middle school. Didn't read junior high school. Limited culture. Limited culture. Appreciate it. Don't come. Can't appreciate it. OMG. Turned my perception of rap upside down. Somebody save the kid. Chapter 152, Drifting to the North. The stage has popped up for Willie. Even his eyes have a hint of viciousness in them. He feels like he's blown the house down. So he continued to call out, pick me, pick me. Aren't you all great at love songs? You do it. At this moment, at the back of the stage, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan had opened their mouths wide. The two of them glanced at each other, and Feng Xiaoxiao was dumbstruck. Not. Who the hell gave him the courage? What the hell is he singing? Doesn't he have any idea? Yi Shuihan also shook his head, filled with shock. It's horrible. That's the beauty of getting high on yourself. Terrifyingly, it seemed as if the stage was not dominating enough for Vermilion, so he jumped and leapt and flew from the ring, swooping down into the crowd. The crowd at the scene went crazy. They couldn't catch it. They couldn't not catch it. And in the end, due to the atmosphere of the scene, they could only catch him, and then quickly put him on the ground again, hiding far away. They're scared. Could this maniacal behavior be contagious? Finally, amidst the incessant tree hugging, the song ended for good, and Willie waved his hand to the crowd and retreated with pride and confidence. Both the scene, as well as the audience in the live broadcast, were relieved at this moment, and they pulled out their tortured ears and spat. After listening to this rap by Willie Marine, I feel like I've become a lot more inclusive of the arts. I can't stand rapping on tracks like this anymore. Scary. Now it's full of trees. Am I saved? Xing Yao Ah, come and save the children. Come on with a good song to wash our ears, please. Fascinated confidence is horrible. Besides being loud, the technique also pulls down. What happened to the music scene? After a flurry of trolling from the netizens, the people from Star Yao Entertainment finally made an appearance, which renewed the netizens' hope. When they saw that it was two youths that they had never seen before, they all froze for a moment, and then unanimously worried. Star Yao Entertainment is on a newcomer? Will it work? Although the strength of Wei Wei is pulling down, but people do have quite a lot of fans, and there is capital packaging, especially some young fans. Did not experience the baptism of the past music scene, was fooled into liking Wei Wei is very normal. Star Yao Entertainment. These two people, they have never seen. A look as pure cannot be pure newcomers. Such an unknown newcomer. Really worrying. The audience was also silent for a while, all looking at the two people on the stage in silence, which made Wei Wei, who was watching the match backstage, even more pleased. Look, this light just started the stage effect on the high and low. However, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Xuehan were still very steady as they stood calmly on the stage with microphones, back to back. This was their first performance. Gu Xingyi believed in them, and they would return Gu Xingyi a perfect result. The music started, and on the big screen, the title of the song was revealed at that moment. Gone North. The lyrics and music are still by Starry Yao, performed by Wen Xiaoxiao, Yi Xuehan. Seeing that it was Starry Yao who composed the lyrics, the audience's hearts settled down a little. No matter how the two newcomers were, but Starry Yao's song, there was no doubt about it. Feng Xiaoxiao on the stage took the lead in lifting the microphone and humming along with the music, lightly humming out a melody that made people unable to stop flicking their ears and savoring it. It's just that while eyes in the background is looking disdainful, and even the online pop-ups, some of which are questionable, and some of While Eyes fans, are jumping in at this point. No way, Starry Yao is not rapping? The intro doesn't sound like rap. Rap usually starts off with a bang, and this intro, it's kind of like a pop song. Cut. I thought Starry Yao was so great. My Willie picks a fight with a rap. He doesn't dare to take it? Xingyao is Xingyao. It's okay for you to say Gu Xingyao. I'll flip out if you say Xingyao. What's the hurry? Can't you hear it without knowing? Who's in a hurry? You're only allowed to talk about our family, Wei Wei, but not us? Xingyao? Double standard dog? Upstairs, waiting for a punch in the face. Anyway, I believe in Xingyao unconditionally. Feng Xiaoxiao on the stage was still humming softly. The melody was still great. Yi Xuehan clenched his hands on the topic and waited silently with his back to him. The moment the humming ended, suddenly, the music became urgent. Everyone's eyes shrunk at this moment, and their hearts were even tighter. They know, the main man, coming. Sure enough, Yi Xuehan, who was still standing quietly, quickly picked up the microphone following the rapid music, and the rap began. The journey of my dreams. I left my home. The traveling bag carried on the shoulder is loaded with dreams for the future. I'm from far away, just like you, doing a normal job and wandering around homesick. How many people wish they had a better life? To be able to change their history, make it a little less stressful for your parents. Whenever New Year's Eve comes around, there is no shortage of that longing for your parents. Can't go home because their dreams haven't been realized yet. It had only just begun, and the audience's eyes couldn't help but light up, both live and online, nodding their heads along with the song. Their ears had just been spoiled by the tree, and with this, they instantly felt baptized. Many people are nodding their heads. Right, this is rap. As for the tree that attracts the wind, in their opinion, it's at most a shouting song. Told you not to rush. Just watch. It's coming. Hey, enjoy. Who just said it was a pop song? Come out and get beat up. At this point the old cliché has to be brought up again. Starry Yao produces. It must be a fine product. The lyrics are great. The two newcomers look so handsome. The pop-ups on the live feed, too, bristled at this point. Yi Xuehan, on stage, has a steady breath, and even though it's a rapid-fire rap, he still controls it well. Picked up the phone and said, "Mom, I'm okay. I came back to reality. Keep fixing my subsistence. I've been told good things by others, and laughed at by others, but never beaten down by reality. This is the North." Before Yi Xuehan's voice fell, Feng Xiaoxiao's voice took over again, and the two of them rapped one soprano. The coordination was seamless. If the rap part shocked people, then Feng Xiaoxiao's singing made people abruptly cry, and for the first time, they knew that rap could be like this. The lyrics surprisingly hit people right in the heart. The impact literally turned everyone's perception of rap on its head. I drifted north. Don't ask me where I'm from. Don't ask me where I'm from. Towering ancient walls. Can't stop the sadness. I'm drifting north. Is the family okay? I dream ahead. A heavy bag on your shoulder. It's full of despair, and the last expectation. The two were thoroughly combustible, with blazing raps interspersed with sopranos that were hot and despondent. The sparks caused by the collision of two different tones made everyone in the audience wave their glow sticks, and the audience couldn't even use words to describe their feelings at this moment. Nothing but shock and awe. Original, hardcore rap and extreme soprano fused together can be so passionate, one can only sigh. Ghostwriter, Chapter 153 Joint Confrontation. Holy, goosebumps all over. These two are here specifically to punch wishy-washy in the face. Nay, I am uneducated. Only the word can express my shock. I drifted north. It's so absolute. It feels like I'm listening to another version of Chasing Dreams. Xingyao is really still the same familiar Xingyao. It hasn't changed a bit. I just have to ask. Willie, does your face hurt? Netizens have gotten completely high listening to the duo on stage. The fast-paced rap, fast but not messy, smashing every word between their hearts with power. That song, Tree Hugger, fights with this song as if a kindergarten kid is picking on an adult. There is no comparison at all. At this moment, the Staryo Entertainment crowd was staring at Gu Xingyi as if they had seen a ghost, and they had just been worried about whether these two newcomers could hold down the stage. Results: it's nothing to worry about. Okay, if this doesn't work, then there's nothing that can work. These two have top-notch vocals. With these excellent lyrics and tunes, anyone who comes here will be hanged. Especially Yang Lin, at this moment had been speechless. She was still doubting the strength of Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Xuehan before. After all, these two were picked up by Gu Xingyi from the main road. But when she heard the song Gone North, she was too shaken to speak. All she wanted to do now was ask Gu Xingyi where such treasure singers picked up. She also wanted to pick up two back for Soundsea Entertainment. And on the stage, fast-talking Yi Xuehan was still frantically showing off his skills, matching Feng Xiaoxiao's shallow singing. The show continued. I step on your shoulders and walk ahead of the battlefield. Signs of using the aura to overwhelm the opponent. Watch, the king's battle flag, holding back tears, rise in the kingdom, covering the hurt. I saw many hands waving their arms. Please use all your strength. Shout out to Mr. King. Looks up at the slanting sun. Yi Xuehan and Feng Xiaoxiao's aura was getting higher and higher, and their voice tones were getting higher and higher. And corresponding to that, were the waving hands of the audience under the stage and that one scream. Again, a game opened up as a concert format. Whenever Gu Xingyi's song appeared, it was a feast for the audience. Online viewers are dying to get into the screen at the moment and run to the scene to chant with them. If the trees are just loud, then the duo's chorus of Gone to the North is all around bombastic, highly combustible. As evidenced by the interaction of the live audience with the online pop-ups, Vermilion had lost completely at this point, but the wishy-washy in the background didn't feel it at all. He skimmed his lips with a look of Raoul's world. He didn't think the song was good at all. Right at this moment, Yi Xuehan on the stage rapped even more sharply, and after the rap, Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly took off his ear returns, and it was at this moment that everyone held their breath, because when they saw this action of Feng Xiaoxiao, they knew, it's definitely going to come to King Bomb. Sure enough, the next second, I float north, call me from Mars or from the blue planet all you want. Living in a world of teeth and claws, I'm going to fight to the end. Can't stop the sadness, just me and you. That's the last thing to expect. The crowd couldn't have been more overwhelmed with screams and cheers. Jedi! 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 This high-pitched hiss and perfect tenor pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Everyone clenched their fists at this moment. The power to overturn the universe was contained in their bodies. It's the power this song gives them. This is rap at its most intuitive. A song of fame. Tonight, everyone remembered these two singers from Staryo Entertainment. Windy, Easy Water Cold. They used the song Gone to the North, announcing the return of the king of Staryo Entertainment. At this moment, the outcome of the match spoke for itself, and everyone knew the result. Right, except for the confident willy-nilly. At the Tianmei Entertainment Mansion, as early as halfway through Feng Xiao and Yi Xuehan singing, their meeting was held. Only this time, the meeting was completely different from the previous one, because this time, it was a video conference. In addition to Tianmei Entertainment, the chairman of Shangshi Entertainment, Soundsea Entertainment, and other small and medium-sized entertainment companies, all of them participated in this video conference organized by Tianmei Entertainment. Lu Gao, the chairman of Tianmei Entertainment, was speaking with a serious face to the helmsman of the various companies in the video. I'm sure you all know the purpose of this meeting. This time, I hope no one will take any chances. Gu Xingyao, the Staryo Entertainment he created, is declaring war on the entire entertainment industry. If we don't unite, there will be no place for us in the music industry in the future. The faces of the chairman of the various companies in the video were also unsightly. They naturally knew this truth. Lips die and teeth get cold. Once Tianmei Entertainment was pulled down by Xingyo Entertainment, the traditional model of the entertainment industry would surely usher in an epic change. Seeing that the crowd was silent, Shangshi Entertainment's Tian Xingqi followed up on Lu Gao's words. I don't think we all want to see any changes in the entertainment industry. Let's all speak freely and try to come up with a plan. What's there to be afraid of when so many companies take on a small one? When Tian Xingqi's words fell, the chairman of a medium-sized company opened his mouth with a face full of difficulties. If we go the conventional route, we can only beat him in a match. But everyone knows Gu Xingyi's talent. Is it possible to defeat him in a match? There's always a time when the jungle will run out of talent, right? I don't believe that he, Gu Xingyi, will always be able to come up with such quality songs. Right. Once he can't get it, that's when we'll counterattack. As soon as this person finished speaking, a few more people quickly said, and Lu Gao nodded at that moment. It is this truth. A person's talent cannot be endless. With so many of our companies, we can just fight a war of attrition with him. And currently, Starry Yao Entertainment hasn't picked up any sponsorships yet, so as long as we press them to death this time, I'm sure there won't be any sponsors who'll go out and support Starry Yao Entertainment afterward. Without sponsors, they will have to disband in the future. After all, their funds can't sustain a company. After these words, everyone present nodded unanimously. But Tian Xingqi looked at Yang Xian of Sound and Sea Entertainment at this time and said faintly again, Chairman Yang, I heard that you've gotten quite close to Gu Xingyi recently. I don't know what kind of tricks you've got up your sleeve. Yang Xian was still full of smiles and shook his head. I don't have any brilliant ideas. Everything is up to you all. I, Sound Sea Entertainment, raise my hands in favor of the whole thing. It's just that our manpower is a bit tight these days, so we may not be able to help you all with any substantial action. However, my spirit will always be with you. My spirit will always be with you all. Hearing this, Lu Gao and Tian Xingqi couldn't help but both skim their mouths. So obvious perfunctory they still see, but they did not care. As long as the Sound and Sea Entertainment does not make trips on the line, they did not really think that the Sound and Sea Entertainment will be down to deal with Gu Xingyi. Good. Since everyone is in agreement, then let's discuss the decision afterward. For this installment, I don't want anyone to challenge Starry Yao Entertainment and give them points again until they're ready. We are fully prepared for future installments of the tournament. You can challenge the same ring for a maximum of 3 matches in one phase of the tournament. That means there are still 18 matches left. I don't believe Gu Xingyi's talent is endless, nor do I believe that with just the few people from Starry Yao Entertainment, they can still support that many matches. So, everyone bring out your own look-alike singers. Chapter 154 Swimming and Wading. In the Magic Capital Stadium, even though Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan had already retired from the stage, the audience was still full of enthusiasm, and they were still looking forward to what kind of song Starry Yao Entertainment could come up with for the next ring match. The song Gone to the North made everyone see the return of the king of Starry Yao Entertainment. Online viewers, also at this moment, all flocked to the live broadcast of this track. Past issues of China's Strongest Voice, basically 3 tracks with similar traffic. But now, Shangshur Entertainment and Sound Sea Entertainment were the ring. Basically no one has been asked. The entire program, as if it had turned into a special show for Starry Yao Entertainment. Unfortunately, the audience waited left and right for a second challenger, and it was as if all the entertainment companies, at that moment, were completely mute. Time passed by. The other 2 rings were still in full swing, but in the ring where Starry Yao Entertainment was, only autumn wind was rowing on it. Until this installment of China's Strongest Voice was announced to be over, there was still no one coming up to challenge. This made the painstakingly waiting viewers completely explode. They have been waiting for flowers, and then they were shown this? So they have 8 major entertainment companies? Extremely mocking. Gu, is there no one left in the entertainment industry? Can you do it or not? My pants are down. Is this it? It's like throwing cold water on me in the middle of winter. I've made it this far. Tell me it's over. Ah shucks. Once Gu Xingyi appeared, there wasn't a single one in the music industry who could fight. My song I want to hear 2 more good songs. At Timmy Entertainment, are you guys admitting defeat? No way, let me on. It's a loss anyway. I'm fine if I go. Scattered and scattered. This is a confession of weakness. I declare. Starry Yao Entertainment becomes one of the 3 giants. The Tianmei era has come to an end. Netizens mocked as much as they could, attempting to use words to get these entertainment companies to show some backbone. They just want to listen to the songs. How come it's so hard? In this way, in the vast number of netizens' support, finally to Tianmei Entertainment as the representative of the major entertainment companies, finally could not help but speak out. The winner is the one who laughs until the end. Let's wait and see. The statement is short, but it reveals a different message. Seeing these statements, the netizens, who are only concerned about the world in chaos, saw the original loss of expectations rise again, and in their opinion, it's good that these entertainment companies haven't given up, even though it's a little late. They just need to have good songs to listen to. As a result, netizens have been encouraging them up underneath these huddle blogs. At this moment, the people from Starry Yao Entertainment were already on their way back to the company. Not many people came this time. Only Xia Shiyao, Tao Lele, Miao Ankuan, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan, a company nanny car, which was also driven by a driver specially recruited by the company, loaded them all down. The others, including Gu Xingyi, didn't go to the scene, but all stayed inside the company and watched the live broadcast in real time. I really didn't expect them to admit defeat when Sister Xiaoyo and Sister Peony didn't even make it to the stage. Tao Lele flattened her little mouth, still a bit regretful, although she didn't know what song Gu Xingyi had prepared for Miao Ankuan, but she did know this one by Xia Shiyao. It was also a king bomb, or Brother Feng and Brother Yi sang so well that they blew up the venue straight away. Ha ha, it's all because Mr. Gu's songs are good. After all these years, it's the first time the 2 of us have felt such a feverish feeling on stage. Feng Xiaoxiao let out a hefty laugh, and when he thought of Gu Xingyi, he was just filled with admiration. They haven't conceded defeat. This is holding back a big move. The match afterward will be even more intense. Miao Anjuan picked up her cell phone at this time and handed it to a few people and said. Several people looked at their cell phone screens and all saw the statements from Tianmei Entertainment as well as other entertainment companies, and in a short period of time, these statements were all topped on the hot search. Currently the number one hot search is the song Gone North, and then, further back, these statements. I only trust Mr. Gu anyway. These people won't be able to jump around for long. Ishu Weihan just looked at it and said indignantly, and a few people smiled heartily when they heard that. Yeah, as long as Gu Xingyi was there, they had nothing to worry about. The car continued to drive on the road. A few people were still chatting about this competition, but Feng Xiaoxiao received a phone call at this time. Originally his face was still full of smiles. After the phone call, his eyebrows have been wrinkled. What happened? When Ishu Weihan saw him like this, he asked in a low voice. They should be happy as they won this match in a big way. Feng Xiaoxiao's appearance. It was obvious that there was something tricky going on. A few other people in the car noticed the situation and turned their attention to it. This made Feng Xiaoxiao a little embarrassed, and he felt that he was the one who stirred up everyone's excitement. No, nothing. You accompany Sister Shi Yao and the others back to the company. I should be able to handle it by myself. Sister Shi Yao, can you please trouble me to put me by the Jiangcheng Yida Plaza? Feng Xiaoxiao gripped his cell phone tightly. His face became more and more embarrassed. At this kind of time, he made this mess, making him feel embarrassed, but he had to go. That's fine. Just go take care of something as soon as you can. Xia Shiyao nodded. This was obviously Feng Xiaoxiao's personal matter, so she didn't ask much. The car arrived all the way to Jiangcheng Yida Plaza. Feng Xiaoxiao hurriedly got off the car and went. Ishu Weihan looked at Feng Xiaoxiao's back and suddenly said, Sister Xiaoyo, I'm a bit relieved to see Brother Xiao. Why don't we follow up and take a look? The few people in the car looked at each other, and Xia Shiyao said to Ishu Weihan with some worry, it's his personal business. Would it be bad for us to follow? Sister Xiaoyo, it's alright. I've been friends with Brother Xiao for many years, and, if I guessed correctly, I should know the person that Brother Xiao went to look for. He left me here simply because he felt overly sorry for me. Then, Sister Shiyao, why don't we go take a look? Hearing Ishu Weihan's words, Tao Lele and Miao Anjuan were both a bit impressed. The nature of women to eat melons was exposed at this moment. Xia Shiyao pondered for a moment before asking Ishu Weihan solemnly again, is it really okay? Sister Xiaoyo, it's really no problem. Ishu Weihan patted his chest and packed his bags. Only then did Xia Shiyao nod her head. So a group of people put on masks and walked off the car as if they were thieves, leaving the driver alone and parked the car in a nearby parking lot. Along the way, Ishu Weihan seemed to know where Feng Xiaoxiao was going, and several people did not make any stops. Ishu Weihan led the way and walked straight into a small tavern nearby. The tavern wasn't large, but the decor made it feel cozy, as if it was home. Inside the tavern, it was already overcrowded, but on the small stage in the center of the tavern, it was noisy, and when a few people raised their eyes to look at it, they happened to see Feng Xiaoxiao theorizing about something with a group of people, and behind Feng Xiaoxiao, there stood two girls with aggrieved faces, and one of them was holding a guitar. When Ishu Weihan saw this scene, his eyes immediately glared and he also quickly rushed up. Xia Shiyao and Miao Ankuan glanced at each other. All three of them had some worried looks in their eyes. They were afraid that these two would make a big deal out of it and it wouldn't end well. Fortunately, after Ishu Weihan rushed up, he didn't take the lead in quarreling with that group of people, but instead, he shielded the two girls and then inquired, Xine, Pei Ling, are you guys okay? Chapter 155. Feng Xiaoxiao saw Ishu Weihan who rushed over, and naturally saw the figure of Xia Shiyao's trio not far away. For a moment he became even more embarrassed. The two of them had only just joined the company a short time ago, and the boss's wife had seen them arguing here, so it was unbeatable. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but pull over Ishu Weihan, some grumbling, didn't I tell you to accompany Sister Shiyao and the others back to the company? Why did you come here anyway? No, Brother Xiao, it's not right for you to be like this. What's there to hide about this kind of thing? We're being generous. It's not like Sister Xiaoyo and the girls are different from those leaders of the other companies. They won't blame us. Looking at Ishu Weihan, who was still a little younger, Feng Xiaoxiao was a little speechless for a moment. He just felt that it was not a matter of blame or not. After all, no company would like to see their following employees getting into trouble outside. But first, since things were already like this, there was no need for him to think about it, and he immediately theorized with the group again. Hearing the bickering of these people on the stage, Xia Shiyao also roughly knew the cause of the incident. The reason is the two girls on stage in white t-shirts, a pair of folk singers who have been taking up residency in this tavern. The two have written quite a few ballads of their own, which are well sung here, but because these two don't have any power or connections, the result is that someone from a small entertainment company, who was trying to buy out their songs for a few $1,000s and put them under the name of their own company's singers, was rejected by them. So the present scene appeared. These people in front of them are some small punks, receiving money to make trouble. The main man, however, was the small manager of the entertainment company who was still sitting on the card table. Xia Shiyao knew that this kind of thing was commonplace for the entertainment industry. Even if the police were called, it would be useless, because chasing away a wave of punks, there would be another wave, and they just theorized and didn't do anything. As it is now, these people just say the songs they can't listen to, and they are consumers, have the right to change the song for someone else. It doesn't help when the pub owner comes in. When it comes to this kind of thing, you can only use its own way. Just like Gu Xingyi's choices at the beginning, when he first backed up Sound C Entertainment and used a big company to cover his talent. Then after he became famous, he borrowed Hua Yang's hand to fight against the blockade, and finally set up Xingyo Entertainment. And this, only Gu Xingyi can do. Most of the small talented people will only be drowned by the big trend. Xia Shiyao looked at the two slightly helpless girls on the tavern stage, then looked at the equally indignant Tao Lele and Miao Ankuan beside her, and after thinking for a moment, she made a decision. She led Dorothy and Miao and Qian straight to the front of the card table and looked at the small manager of the entertainment company. And when Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan saw this scene, they scrambled to pull the two girls and ran over. They were apprehensive at the moment. Boy, if Sister Xiaoyo was bullied here, they could just dig a hole and bury themselves. What entertainment company are you with? Came to the front of the card seat. Xia Shiyao directly opened her mouth and asked. If it was before Xia Shiyao, she will not be like this, but people are going to grow up. Nowadays Xia Shiyao, quite some Gu Xingyi style. This little manager was still happily watching the action when he saw three imposing women standing in front of his seat, two of them on the left and one on the right, protecting the one in the center to death. And at that moment, the two boys who had just appeared on the stage, also quickly ran over, a few of them uniformly protecting the person in the center, staring at themselves dead in the face. That look, as if they could tear themselves alive if they made any movement. Who are you? The help they hired? The young manager frowned. He always felt that there was something familiar about the man in front of him. Don't care who we are. It's just wrong for you to bully others based on your company. The entertainment industry is because of you scumbags. That's why it's become like this. There was no need for Xia Shiyao to answer at all, as Tao Lele stood at the front in a single bound. Seeing Tao Lele like this little manager immediately burst out laughing, and then pretended to weigh the wine glass in his hand. Little girl, speak responsibly. I'm just an ordinary consumer. Which eye did you see me bullying? Dare to do it. Dare not admit it. Tao Lele instantly glanced at him with squinted eyes, his face full of disdain. Xia Shiyao also shook her head. This person was obviously playing a rogue. She immediately looked towards the two girls. Feng Xiaoxiao also quickly introduced herself to Xia Shiyao when she saw this. Sister Xiaoyo, this is Wang Sinny and Wu Peeling. Sinny, Peeling, this is our boss lady. I know who you are. Xia Shiyao? The small manager sitting in his seat looked like he thought of something and immediately shrieked. His eyes then widened in disbelief as he looked at Xia Shiyao in front of him who was surrounded by the crowd. The two girls also froze for a moment, then stared at Xia Shiyao in a daze. This sound caused the entire tavern to fall silent. Everyone's gazes looked towards this, even the group of punks who had just made a scene. Their mouths were wide open and they looked over in disbelief. What did they just hear? Xia Shiyao? Is it the Xia Shiyao they know? As soon as they heard this shout, several people knew that something bad was going to happen, and Tao Lele even looked at this little manager with eyes that carried a murderous aura. In the next moment, the whole audience was in an uproar. Xia Shiyao, this was the hottest singer on the internet right now. There is no one, even the owner of the tavern, rubbed his hands together and hurriedly called for security. He was a big fan of Xingyao. This if Xia Shiyao had the slightest problem in his little store, he wouldn't have to open it. Xia Shiyao faintly looked at this manager. Her identity was exposed. She also smoothly took off her mask. On the side of Miao Anjuan and others, at this moment, all took off their masks. Exempt. It's really Xia Shiyao and Miao Ankuan, those two boys. Isn't it Windy Xiao? Yi Shuihan who just finished singing Floating to the North. Oh my god, the great god has descended. What magic is in this tavern? Where's Gu Xingyi? Where did Gu Xingyi run off to? I want to see him. I'm his biggest fan. The aura is so strong. I'm a little afraid to go up and ask for an autograph. As soon as Xia Shiyao and the others showed up, the scene immediately became noisy, and basically everyone's eyes were glittering as they looked this way. If it weren't for the security guards already in place around them, they might have rushed up to get autographs. This put the little manager still sitting on the couch on pins and needles. He wanted to sew his mouth shut at the moment. How could he have shouted out? He really didn't think that just bullying two vegetarians. How could he mess with Xia Yao? If Star Yao Entertainment targeted their own company would still be open. Once a company's reputation collapses, it means that the company will be in a state of ruin. Star Yao Entertainment didn't even need to purposely target it, just based on Gu Xingyi's current heat. As long as he released a sentence explaining what happened, his own small company would have to cool off. Ha! Misunderstanding. So it's Sister Xiaoyo. I'll leave now. Never again. Didn't even need Xia Yao to open her mouth. The small manager who figured it out immediately said with a sarcastic smile, then quickly got up and left. Right now he only hoped that things wouldn't get too big. Xia Yao didn't stop her. She knew that after this incident, the other party would definitely not come back either. Similar to this kind of thing, in the entertainment circle is too much. No one can control. These two girls are also considered lucky to know Feng Xiaoxiao too. Those who are not lucky can only admit their own bad luck. This society, by nature, is not that fair. Chapter 156, Don't cry. There must be a way out. Sister Xiaoyo, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. The most awkward people on the field right now belong to Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan. Even Yi Shuihan did not expect that things would develop like this. It's okay. It's not like I can't see anyone. It's just that today, it doesn't seem like a good day to go. Xia Yao laughed a little, looking up at the somewhat tumultuous crowd in the tavern. So many of them were now shouting Xia Yao's name, and others, Xing Yao's name. Even the group of punks, at this moment, had blended into the crowd, and they now hated to find a crack in the ground. They were also listening to the songs written by Gu Xingyi every day, and a few of them were still fans of Gu Xingyi and Xia Yao. It was a really bad feeling to be seen doing bad things by their idols. Because of Xia Yao's appearance, inside the tavern, it was about to evolve into Xia Yao's fan meeting. At that moment the tavern owner also came and passed the group of security guards, looking agitated. Sister Yao, you guys, I'm the owner of this tavern. Look at the current situation. Can you please say a few words to the fans? The tavern owner's eyes lit up. Even though he hadn't seen his idol Gu Xingyi, who was Xia Yao, doesn't she represent Gu Xingyi? And with this today, it's sure to spread to the internet soon. When the time comes, this little tavern of his will not burst into flames. Yes, please wait a moment. Xia Yao looked at the tavern owner in front of her, who was obviously many years older than herself, and were in a bit of a trance. As if without realizing it, she had already become the sister in other people's mouths, and an idol worshipped by many people. Receiving Xia Yao's reply, the tavern owner's face opened up with a smile and he nodded his head in agreement before turning around and walking to the crowd to give an account. The crowd at the scene couldn't help but erupt in a burst of happy cheers. As for Xia Yao, she turned to look at the two girls beside Feng Xiaoxiao, who still had some slight redness in their eyes. They shouldn't come later, and you can sing your songs without worry, Xia Yao said softly. Wang Xinyi and Wu Peeling's slightly red eyes made her feel a little heartbroken when she looked at them. These talented people really shouldn't be treated like this. Thanks. The two women looked at each other and replied in the same voice. They had been harassed for a long time. Today they really didn't know what to do. That's why they called Feng Xiaoxiao. The two of them had known both of them for a long time. They were very good friends. Xine, Pei Ling, it's not a good idea for you to go on like this. Maybe there will be shameless companies looking for you in the future. Why don't you guys come to Star Yao Entertainment for an interview and take a look too? Feng Xiao looked at the two and frowned. Wang Xine and Wu Peiling's eyes dimmed a bit when they heard this. If they could join a good company, why would they be stationed here? Brother Xiao, the two of us just like ballads and are good at ballads. Will Star Yao Entertainment accept us as singers like us? The boss's wife is here. It's okay or not? Just try it, Yi Shuihan hurriedly said, then looked at Xia Yao with eyes full of anticipation. Sister Xiaoyo, Senny and Peeling are great. When Wang Xinyi and Wu Peeling heard this, they also looked at Xia Yao with some anticipation. Xia Yao smiled, a cloudy haze rising on her face. Who says folk singers can't have a tomorrow? It's just, can I hear your songs? Right here. Xia Yao did not immediately agree, even if she was a friend of the two Feng Xiaoxiao. As a company, the process that should be followed should still be followed. Aha! Wang Xinyi and Wu Peeling nodded and looked at each other, secretly clenching their fists. They gathered some courage, one of them holding the microphone, the other holding the guitar, and walked towards the stage. People around them were making way for the two of them, and some others were shouting cheers for them. Most of them were regulars here, so they naturally knew the strength of the two women. Xia Yao. Several people also came to the front of the stage, quietly looking at the center of the tavern, the plainly dressed two people on the stage. At this moment, the tavern was instantly quiet. Wang Xinyi and Wu Peeling habitually sat on the high stools as they looked at the people at the bottom of the stage, their eyes momentarily reddening even more. Hello everyone, This may be our last residency here as a group, and hopefully, this last ballad will bring something to everyone who is here. Folk music is poor, guitars are expensive, the story is long, the road ahead is long. I hope you will remember us as a group. We are called the Landlord's Cat. After the two finished, Wu Peeling gently strummed up the guitar, and the melancholy melody suddenly rang out. Wang Xinyi wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, picked up the microphone, and sang softly, "Don't cry, there must be a way ahead." A light and slightly sad song rang out. Wang Xinyi looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and swallowed the choking in her voice. The moment the song started, Xia Shiyao's eyes lit up. This girl, she's got a great tone, and it's the perfect singer for a ballad. Wang Xinyi adjusted herself and continued singing again. "Don't cry, there must be a way out. As if, happiness is not far away. You have me in your heart. I'm next to you. How you want us to be." Hearing this, Xia Shiyao nodded her head. The two stage style was a bit more juvenile, but it was precisely because of this look that they were more compatible with the ballad, and the combination of the two also gives a feeling of going back to the beginning, that it's the original singers, playing the original songs in a youthful way, following the original dreams. So that's good. After the song was sung, some of the old audience under the stage had burst into tears. So many of them were running to the two of them. It could be foreseen that in the future, within this tavern, there should not be any more figures of these two people. The two of them got down from the high stool, gathered their emotions, and then somewhat apprehensively walked over to Xia Shiyao's few people. They knew that next, Xia Shiyao was the one who would decide the direction of their future. "You guys are great. Star Yao Entertainment. Welcome." Xia Shiyao looked at the two with a gentle smile and extended her hand. Her words were sincere. This made Wang Xinyi and Wu Peeling want to cry a little bit again. They were busy shaking hands with Xia Shiyao, and their hearts were even more touched to the core. The audience at the scene took a breather from the ballad and began to transform into fervent fans again, chanting Xia Shiyao's name in unison. Xia Shiyao, who was prodded by the crowd together, shook her head and walked slowly onto the stage. "I'm very happy to see you all here today. Of course, I can't sing any new songs, so let me sing you an old song. It's also one of my personal favorite songs. It's windy." The moment the three words "wind up" came out, the scene cheered even louder, and both men and women were transformed into loyal little fanboys, sisters, at this moment. It's a walk in the park, following the trail of a teenager adrift. When Gu Xingyi arrived, he saw this concert-like scene, and when he received Tao Leilei's message, he rushed over without stopping. The result was that Gu Xingyi also suffered. The people who found Gu Xingyi went crazy, especially the owner of the tavern, who actually shouted with a microphone, "The boss is happy tonight. The boss will pay for the entire consumption." In the end, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiryao several people, after signing an unknown number of their own names, before under the protection of the security guards, woefully out of the crowd, get in the car and speed away from here. Chapter 157. What did you say your group was called? In the car, Gu Xingyi looked at these two with some shock, and Wang Xinyi and Wu Peeling looked at Gu Xingyi with some timidity and replied in a small voice, "The Landlord's Cat." Gu Xingyi looked at these two. The expression on his face could not be more wonderful. He now wanted to say, "Landlord's Cat? I'm the tenant's dog. You guys are folk singers?" Unbelieving Gu Xingyi asked again, making the two more nervous. For them, Gu Xingyi was a top figure in the entertainment industry, far away from small people like them. They were a bit scared that they would be disliked because the two were ballad singers, but seeing the encouraging eyes of Xia Shiryao's few people, they answered anyway, "It's a ballad." Only then did Gu Xingyi nod, looking at the two of them with some fear. He was busy comforting them. Ballads are good. Ballads have three things: love, ideals, and faraway places. A dream in everyone's heart. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, the two men's hearts were slightly warmer and their complexions were slightly more at ease. Since Gu Xingyi had said so, they should be fine. Feng Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on one side of the room, was still a little guilty. He looked at Gu Xingyi and said with his head lowered, "Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, it's all because of me that it's hard for you guys. It's not in the way. It's not like we're unseen. Besides, you've pulled in two more singers for our Star Yao Entertainment, so I have to thank you for that." Seeing that Feng Xiaoxiao was going to apologize again, Gu Xingyi hurriedly waved his hand. On this journey, he had been apologizing all the time. His own ears were getting calloused. Now we're just short of people. As you can see, many entertainment companies are putting out the word that the later installments of the competition can be real. It's good for the company to add people at this time. Gu Xingyi said this, not to comfort Feng Xiaoxiao, but he was really happy for the income of two more big generals, and he had more or less guessed some of the thoughts of Tianmei Entertainment as well as those other entertainment companies. Regardless of the field, always speak with strength, no matter what the other side will do. As the party that defends the ring, Gu Xingyi has only one sentence, that is, soldiers to block. water to water, earth to cover. By the time the car arrived at the office, the time had come late at night. Gu Xingyi and the others just settled Wang Xinyi and Wu Peeling in the artist apartment first, and the formal entry could not be processed until tomorrow. Only 2 hours had passed, and the news of Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi's several appearances in the tavern flooded the entire internet, especially on Douyin. All kinds of live videos are coming out, each with hundreds of thousands of likes, and the video of Xia Shiyao's singing of The Wind Rises. The number of likes even jumped over 1 million. All the night owls who swiped the video have been pounding their chests and hating the fact that they can't go back in time and make it to the scene themselves. To know that Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao had not once made a public appearance in front of the crowd since they appeared. And now, as a result, to engage in this kind of sudden attack, netizens from all walks of life condemned them up in the comment section, each one as if they were a resentful woman, breaking their great defense. Sour. I admit I'm sour. The chance to get up close and personal with Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi. Didn't grasp it. Starry Yao. This cub seed, why don't you give us some advance notice? This wave of appearances really caught people off guard. Concerts no. Fan meet and greets no. Now it's good. This kind of thing? And ballads. Much ado about nothing. Ballads are poor. Guitars are expensive. The girl is beautiful. I'm not worthy. The fans on the scene don't give a damn. Just let them get away with it so easily. Ugh. When is the concert going to have one? Can we do it or not? In the face of this overwhelming live video on the internet, netizens one by one managed to transform into lemon essence, sour, and this series of fighting sound also managed to get on the hot search. In response, everyone said they were used to it, and now it's hard to go a day without seeing them both on the hot seat. The main couple, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao, had already returned home at the moment, and little Nai Nai had been lulled to sleep by Gu Xingyi's fairy tale long before. The two just had a little dinner and had a shameless night out, a night full of words, skimmed. The next day, as the sun was rising, Gu Xingyi dragged his aching old back and prepared breakfast in the kitchen, while Xia Shiyao, her pretty face flushed with red, played her hand on the side. The light of the early sun outside the window spilled in, and Gu Xingyi suddenly realized that it seemed like he hadn't had a morning walk in a long time. No wonder, this body is getting tired day by day. It's all because of the lack of morning exercise. Xia Shiyao, on the other hand, only felt her face rolling. The thought of those actions last night made her so ashamed that she died. She didn't even know where the hell Gu Xingyi seemed to have gotten those things from. It was really humiliating and annoying. Honey, it's time to go wake up Nina. Gu Xingyi tasted a mouthful of the freshly baked rice porridge and nodded in satisfaction, then picked up the small dishes on the table and twisted his head to speak with Xia Shiyao. Xia Shiyao was still in a state of delirium, her watery eyes staring blankly ahead, not hearing Gu Xingyi's words in the slightest. Seeing this naive side of her, Gu Xingyi laughed and gave her a quick smooch on her pretty face. Wife, if we dawdle any longer, Nina will be late for school. Being suddenly sneak attacked, Xia Shiyao came back to her senses. Her pretty face became even redder, and with her head lowered, she quickly walked out from the kitchen, with that small pace, almost catching up to a race-walking champion. When Xia Shiyao came out of the small bedroom with her newly awakened little Nai Nai in her arms, Gu Xingyi had already served the rice porridge, pies, and small dishes on the table, and was waiting for the two of them to come over with smiles on her face. Looking at a large and small identical almond eyes, Gu Xingyi's mood grew brighter and brighter. It is true that the family has a beautiful wife and children. How to live this day, how comfortable. After having breakfast and dropping Nana off at the kindergarten as usual, the two of them came to the office. The company's people have basically arrived, are busy with their own things. Wang Xinyi and Wu Peeling also early to the company. The two of them have just finished signing contracts from Yang Lin's office came out. Compared to yesterday, the smile on the face of the two people unusually bright. The two never thought that they would one day enter such a famous company, and, moreover, signed the contract as even more free contract that the two of them did not even dare to think about before. Although Star Yao Entertainment didn't have many resources to give them right now, everyone knew that the future of Star Yao Entertainment was simply immeasurable. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao had just entered the lounge when Sister Yun walked in. It was worth mentioning that Sister Yun was currently serving as Xia Shiyao's manager in addition to taking care of the company's operations and development. And nowadays, Star Yao Entertainment was still developing, and Gu Xingyi's attitude towards the recruitment of these management talents was very strict. In addition to being trustworthy and of good character, they should also be strong enough in terms of business ability, and this kind of talent is already scarce, so Gu Xingyi is not in that much of a hurry. And now that the company has been busy with China's strongest voice, for the time being he doesn't have the energy and time to recruit and screen this kind of management. Sister Yun, good morning. Gu Xingyi looked at Sister Yun, who was more energetic than before, and smiled in greeting. Xia Shiyao went forward and pulled Sister Yun's hand. The two of them leaned in and sat down together. In front of Sister Yun, Xia Shiyao was always like a small child, Compared to the time when she first met Sister Yun, she appeared much younger. Even some of that white hair, she dyed it black, and the smile on her face was also much more. Everything is moving in a good direction, and that's good, Mr. Gu. Sure Yao. Morning, just in time to talk to you guys about something. Tianmei Entertainment's diva, Mu Baiwei has been urgently called back to China. It's already on the hot search. Shangshi Entertainment's Heavenly King, Ji Hua, also appeared at Shangshi Entertainment Mansion this morning. There are also some first-tier singers from other entertainment companies who have basically put down what they are doing and should be preparing for China's strongest voice at full strength. Chapter 158, The Diva's Appearance. Ji Hua and Mu Baiwei. These two are legitimate red heavenly kings and queens, before the existence of long-term domination of the list, but also has a huge fan base. Although during this year, one of the two was busy making a movie and the other ran away to participate in a tour abroad, and there was much less talk about the two of them on the internet. No one dared to doubt the influence of the two in the slightest. As it is, the two just showed up and hit the hot seat, and their strength is evident, now that the two have suddenly returned and appeared in their respective entertainment companies. Along with the high-profile appearances of some of the other top-tier singers from the entertainment companies, it instantly gave people a feeling of a mountain rain. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this situation represents that the old power players in the entertainment industry are going to make a move on Star Yao Entertainment. In response, the internet was also polarized, with fans of each side disagreeing with each other. And the netizens were the first to get into a fight before the two rightful owners of the two sides even started the match. Although Xia Shiyao is very good, my Weiwei's wife is better. Unconditionally support Weiwei's wife. I admit that Mu Baiwei is very strong, but don't forget, we have Xingyao. Xingyao is invincible. Let me just ask, is there one in the lyric world that can't fight? Where have you put my Chi Hua? Don't forget that besides being a singer, Hua is also a lyricist. Is it my Chi Hua who can't lift the knife? Or is it your Xingyao who has drifted away? In terms of individual strength alone, I think that aside from Gu Xingyi, there's really no fight on Star Yao Entertainment's side. Honestly, Heavenly King and Queen, it's really not blown out of proportion. As a fan of Xingyao, all I can say is, go Xingyao, Star Yao fan +1, no matter what, I'll support him. Don't forget about those top-tier singers from other companies, they aren't vegetarians either. Who else does Star Yao Entertainment have besides Xia Shiyao? It's hard. Star Yao Entertainment wants to change the status quo of the entertainment industry by itself, is really hard. The entire northwestern part of Jinxi are in chaos. The entertainment industry's momentum from this moment onwards, completely set off. In Star Yao Entertainment, Gu Xingyi listened to Sister Yun's story, but his face did not have any change in expression. Rather a kind of he is strong let him be strong. The clear wind whisked the hillock posture. He looked at Sister Yun and laughed. That's what makes it fun. The ones before, none of them could fight. Just like that Vermilion, weren't here purely to make a joke. In the face of this change, Gu Xingyi was truly not afraid. And with the original world's underpinnings added to his body, he instead looked forward to some strong opponents. What kind of sparks could come out of the collision of two world cultures? He was quite looking forward to it. After saying that, Gu Xingyi summoned all of the company's artists together for the first meeting since the creation of Xingyao Entertainment, and the only thing this meeting was about was a song that each person was holding in their hands. One man, one song, dumbfounded everyone dry. They held the song in their hands and watched quietly, their eyes widening the longer they watched. What the? It's treasure. When they looked up again, the eyes they looked at Gu Xingyi were all wrong. That look, like they wanted to eat Gu Xingyi alive. Especially the three of them, Heavenly King Lu Ruoying, and Shui Xiaoqian. When they looked at the song in their hands, their entire brains were buzzing. This song, as if it was tailor-made for them. Lu Ruoying's hands were trembling as she held the manuscript paper, and there were already tears in her eyes. The song she took, was one she had only seen in her dreams, a song she wanted with all her heart, and she was sure that this time, with this song alone, she would make the leap to becoming a diva, and a popular diva at that. Lu Ruoying raised her head and, like the others, looked at Gu Xingyi in a daze. Gu, Mr. Gu, is this really for me? Of course. Gu Xingyi nodded seriously, seeing Lu Ruoying's appearance. His heart was actually full of emotions, the existence of singing and crying countless people back then. In this world, only Lu Ruoying is worthy of this song. He looked at a few others again, with a sincere face. You guys don't worry about singing. The company has already registered the copyright. As long as you're in the company, I wouldn't dare to say that there won't be any shortage of songs that belong exclusively to you in the future. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, everyone nodded, and all of a sudden they felt that the curved manuscript paper in their hands was a bit heavier. This was Gu Xingyi's trust in them, for the first song, to come up with such a good song for them, and one that fit them incredibly well. This was Gu Xingyi's pattern. For Gu Xingyi's trust, they also had to practice the song to the best of their ability. The meeting ended, and instead of speaking, all of them cupped the manuscript paper in their hands over their hearts and entered their respective recording studios full of excitement. Gu Xingyi looked at their backs and let out a long breath of relief. The wind and clouds will rise, and the Chinese music scene will vibrate with the appearance of these people, with all the netizens in endless anticipation and all the entertainment companies watching. Friday, November 22nd. The third installment of The Strongest Voice in China has finally arrived. This phase of the game, tickets have long been sold out, and the tickets in the hands of scalpers. It was speculated to sky-high prices, but even so, there are still countless people scrambling to buy. In front of the Magic City Stadium, even before 8 o'clock in the evening, there was already a sea of people. No matter those who had tickets or those who didn't, they were all crowded here. They knew that this time the competition was too extraordinary. Everyone from Star Yao Entertainment rushed over this time. Even Gu Xingyi, after putting little Nai Nai to bed, hurriedly rushed over. Unlike the netizens' worries, they are all confident at this moment, not for any reason, just because of Gu Xingyi's song. It's just an open question as to who will actually get to sing on stage tonight, because Gu Xingyi had said that depending on the challenger on the spot then decide who would go first, the opponent would make a move. He would take it, and he would have to defeat his opponent in the same field. And in Tammy's entertainment, the video conference has long been opened, and they are also discussing the first match, who exactly is going to be the headliner. Discussion to the end. The final is Lu Gao Clap to settle. Since we've already decided to crush Gu Xingyao for the first match, let our company's Mu Baiwei go on. Give Star Yao Entertainment a kick in the pants. A diva, let's see what he, Gu Xingyi, will take. At 8 p.m. The Strongest Voice in China officially opens. This time, even the Huayin side was paying attention to this match, and they even placed the time of this heavyweight match at the top of the 3 rings, which meant that the first ring match would be Star Yao Entertainment's match. As all the spectators entered and took their seats, the doors of the Magic City Stadium slowly closed, and the entire arena was plunged into darkness at this moment. However, at the next moment, the words "The Strongest Voice in China" lit up in the air, and the opening music started, and between the starlight, the atmosphere in the entire arena was like a dream. All the spectators let out a cheer in unison at this moment. This different opening let all the spectators on the scene understand that the match after this must be wonderful to the extreme. This also made many viewers who didn't buy the tickets regret, and they could only watch the feast in the live broadcast room. At the end of the stage, amidst the starlight, a silhouette slowly walked in at this time, and the moment this silhouette appeared, it triggered a mountainous cry. Vivi! Vivi! The audience in the live broadcast room is even more surprised to see the visitor. I did not expect Tianmei Entertainment to light up the trump card in the first game. Diva Mu Baiwei made an appearance. Chapter 159, Memories vs. Later. Walking onto the stage, Diva Mu Baiwei, in a white dress, was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She waved at the audience, a faint smile on her pretty cheeks, especially her watery peach blossom eyes. At 30 years of age, she could charm the world with those eyes alone. Vivi! Vivi! The crowd on stage went wild, and the chants became even louder, until Mu Baiwei gently put her finger on her mouth and shushed. The audience only quieted down. As soon as the diva appeared on stage, the atmosphere of the scene heated up significantly, and even the viewers in the online broadcast room were in awe. This is a diva. That's a lot of influence. Vivi's wife is so beautiful. Love it, love it. To be honest, Xia Yao is a match for Mu Baiwei. Unfortunately, one is married with a baby, one unmarried. It's not comparable. But Xia Yao's husband is Gu Xingyi. Hey, I like both of them. If it were another person, there might not be a comparison. Marriage or no marriage aside, strength represents everything. Xia Yao is still a bit young compared to Mu Baiwei. The time of her debut is different. If we give Xia Yao more time, she should be the next diva. I really don't know how to lose when Mu Baiwei is on. In contrast, there doesn't seem to be a single capable fighter on the Star Yao Entertainment side. No more, no more. Listen to the song and listen to the song. My Vivian wife. Hey, seeing Mu Baiwei's influence, even Gu Xingyi, who was still in the background, couldn't help but look sideways. Sure enough, a diva is a diva, regardless of the world. The dominance of the heavenly kings and heavenly queens was unquestionably strong. Only, the diva well. Although Star Yao Entertainment didn't have one now, he had someone who was only one step away from being a diva. Gu Xingyi believed that just tonight, Star Yao Entertainment would give birth to a popular diva. Sister Ruoying, this match, you're on. Gu Xingyi smiled and looked at Lu Ruoying, who froze for a moment, then nodded with a firm gaze. Yes, this side, Star Yao Entertainment's candidate had already been finalized, and on the stage, Bai Wei blinked her pretty peach blossom eyes, instantly drawing another round of hoots from the audience. On the big screen, It also showed her song of the night, Memories. As soon as the slightly melancholic music started, the audience quieted down and closed their eyes, following the melody of the music into their memories. This is a lyrical sad music. On the stage, Mu Baiwei also adjusted her emotions and entered into the state. A pair of eyes, flooded with a trace of sadness. I see pity, stories and memories, fading away. The figure in my memories is slowly becoming clearer. The man from my memories is still standing in the breeze. Is the wind too gentle, or is it too sharp? I turn around and it turns out that the memories are still there. Mu Baiwei sang softly. All the audience along with the song have fallen into their own share of memories. A memories kill. Let everyone mood is inexplicably melancholy. Yes, time rushes by, and many people, many things, have become memories. The Star Yao Entertainment crowd backstage also silently closed their eyes at this time, quietly listening to this beautiful but slightly sad song. Gu Xingyi, in particular, couldn't help but nod his head the moment the song started. He also had to admit at this moment that he had underestimated this world's music scene before, and now that he had heard Mu Baiwei's song, he knew that it was not that there were no good songs, but that the person who had sung the good songs before was not there. These people who sing good songs have either made a name for themselves and gone off to explore another field, or they've been sent out by their companies to work for capital. Now after his bombing, those capitals had to bring those power singers out again. But Gu Xingyi wasn't afraid. What made him confident were the songs of the original world, and these singers around him. With these people around, with these songs around, he himself was invincible. Mu Baiwei finished singing a song. Whether it is the audience on the scene, or the audience of the live broadcast, many have abruptly tears. Apart from the reason that the song moved them, there was also the reason that Mu Baiwei appeared. I don't know when the music scene started to turn sour, and they were disappointed to no end when these guys were gone and the herd started to turn. It wasn't until Gu Xingyi appeared that the Chinese music scene allowed them to see a glimmer of hope again. But today, one of Mu Baiwei's recollections let them know that the music scene they were familiar with had come back. The era of the gods and goddesses had returned. No matter how we win or lose the game tonight, I feel no regrets already. Yeah, it gives me hope again. Coming back. That era, with memories it's all back. Thank you Starry Yao. Let's enjoy this feast once again. This is what the Chinese music scene should be like. Yeah, win or lose, it's worth it. I don't know what kind of song Xingyao will bring us. I believe in him. Even if the opponent is Mu Baiwei, he'll definitely be able to bring us a surprise. The viewers were thrilled, and a similar pop-up spread throughout the broadcast. Mu Baiwei sang the whole song and took a deep breath of relief, which soothed her emotions back from the song. She then bowed to the crowd below the stage, who were frantically waving their glow sticks, and slowly retreated off the stage, heading backstage. As for Lu Ruoying, she was already waiting at the back of the stage, and as soon as Mu Baiwei walked off the stage, she saw her waiting. The two women looked at each other, and Mu Baiwei's eyes clearly carried a look of surprise. Ruoying? You joined Star Yao Entertainment? Lu Ruoying nodded with a light smile on her face. Yeah, you haven't been in the country for a year, so you probably don't know. Gu Xingyi is really a great lyricist and a great boss. Mu Baiwei looked slightly stunned. She had known Lu Ruoying for many years, and it was the first time she had heard Lu Ruoying praise a person like this. Alright, I'll stop chatting with you. It's my turn. Ha, well go for it. The stage lights in front had already lit up again. Lu Ruoying quickly walked onto the stage after saying another sentence. Only then did Mu Baiwei look back and agreed. Before turning around to look at Lu Ruoying's back, she and Lu Ruoying debuted at about the same time, and she naturally knew that Lu Ruoying, just missing an opportunity, would be able to step into the ranks of the diva. After being urgently called back to her country this time, she also roughly understood what happened, and she was both curious about and admired Gu Xingyi as a person. Such a talented person deserved anyone's admiration. Unfortunately, Tianmei Entertainment knew her well, which was why she remained at Tianmei Entertainment after becoming a diva. Regardless of how Lu Gao was personally, Tianmei Entertainment had been helping her since she had nothing, giving her all sorts of resources to get her to where she was today, and she wasn't one to know and not return favors. And the status quo of the entertainment industry, she naturally knows, but she can't change anything about this kind of thing. And besides, who hasn't killed their way out of this status quo? So, there is no right or wrong, just changing times. Gu Xingyi's appearance was not a turning point in the changing times, and since he dared to stand out, he had to be capable enough to challenge everything. Mu Baiwei has always looked at these things very clearly. Chapter 160 later. Whoa! Lu Ruoying, who slowly walked onto the stage, just showed up and drew a gasp of surprise from the scene. How could the audience not expect that the person who was guarding the ring for Star Yao Entertainment was actually her? Not only did the viewers not expect it, even in the Tianmei Entertainment conference room at this moment, all of them were quiet in this instant. The smiles on their faces just abruptly froze, and they looked at the person who appeared on the big screen with a face full of disbelief. Lu Ruoying, a singer who was on par with Mu Baiwei back in the day. If she hadn't been unable to find the song that was hers, she could have been a diva long ago, especially Lu Gao. At this moment, his hand holding the teacup was trembling. How powerful Lu Ruoying is, no one knows better than him, the chairman of Tianmei Entertainment. Back then, in order for Mu Baiwei to press her head, Tianmei Entertainment had spent a lot of money to hire countless lyricists and composers, before finally managing to get a satisfactory song that pushed Mu Baiwei up to the position of diva. But now, Lu Ruoying was on the stage again, and this time, she had the bonus of that monster Gu Xingyi. Ryu Gao Guang couldn't help but shiver at the thought, he who had just felt that he had a sure victory. At this moment, his heart was completely flustered. Live on stage, Lu Ruoying wore a white shirt printed with gardenia petals, paired with a light blue pleated skirt, and as she stood like this, she captured the hearts of a large number of viewers. The light smile on her face warmed one's heart just at the sight of it. In the official live broadcast room, the pop-up screen that was just talking about Mu Baiwei violently stagnated. And then, a screen full of question marks hit the screen, and then, it was a flood of exclamations, and everyone became more excited at this moment. Lu Ruoying brothers, that era, it's really back, it's all back, ha 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 ha, Lu Ruoying, Mu Baiwei, my god. At this moment I don't know what words to use to express the feelings in my heart anymore. Those who came from that era should be in tears by now. Xingyao Bullnose I drop God mile. The gods are fighting. Lu Ruoying actually joined Star Yao Entertainment. I can't even think about it. Brothers, I'm really looking forward to the competition in the back. Facing the enthusiastic audience on the scene, Lu Ruoying was in a bit of a trance. She hadn't stood on the stage like this for a long time. In the past 2 years, she had been searching for that song, and now, she had finally found it. The music started at that moment as well, and the crowd stopped cheering at that moment and listened in silence. Above the stage, on the big screen, the title of the song is revealed. Later, accompanied by the music, Lu Ruoying took a deep breath and picked up the microphone. 3, 2, 1. Afterwards, I've finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you're long gone, disappeared in the sea. Afterwards, finally, in tears, I realized, some people, once you miss it, it's gone. Just the short pre-chorus moved countless viewers to tears with the familiar sound of 3, 2, 1. How long has it been since they've heard it? Some people once missed or not. The audience had 1,000 words inside them at the moment, but there was no way to tell them. The previous song, Memories, and this one, Later, broke everyone's heart into pieces. They hadn't seen them in a long time, and it was good to see them again. And at this moment, Lu Ruoying is also full of tears. This song was written to her heart, but also her dream love song. She suddenly felt that a lifetime can have this song. Enough! She slowly opened her mouth and continued to sing, and the atmosphere of the scene in this moment had gone back to when she first became famous, with the audience waving the glow sticks in their hands and just swaying their bodies along with the singer. Gardenia, white petals, fell on my blue pleated skirt. Love you, you whisper. I lowered my head and smelled a fragrance. That eternal night, the night you kissed me in the middle of summer when I was 17. Whenever I feel something, I'll always think of the starlight on that day. Hearing this, the audience went into a trance. The title of the song is obviously Later, but the lyrics are Once Upon a Time. Listen later and remember the past. There was nothing else in all the people's minds but the song floating around, carrying them, witnessing the beauty of their youth. If Mu Baiwei's memories is to bring people into the memories of sentimental, and then turn back, those memories have become empty, leaving only a faint sadness. Then Lu Ruoying's song Later is the past in front of people's eyes, quietly recounting the beauty of that time, and then talk about later. Finally learn to love. But, people are no longer there. Tear-jerker. Tonight, it's a pig-killing game. The melody is the knife, the lyrics are the blade, and one by one, the blade is a tear-jerker, hitting the audience where it hurts. Even Gu Xingyi, who had taken out Later, had tears in his eyes at the moment. I don't know the meaning of the song when I first listened to it, but when I listen to it again, I'm already the person in the song. Goodbye to Later, goodbye to Later. A different world, with the same great feeling. The scene of Lu Ruoying in the original world, singing Later, he would never see again. But in this world, he saw it again. The sparks from the collision of the two worlds just exploded in front of his eyes, opening up a bright and dazzling auditory feast. Thank you big brother Shi Ren Chang. Thank you Tamashiro Chiharu. Thank you sister Wei Young. Gu Xingyi silently recited in his heart that these three people, the songwriters and singers of Later. On the stage, Lu Ruoying had been thoroughly immersed in the song, and she sang softly under her breath as she swayed her body gently to the melody in unison with the audience under the stage. Why was love so simple back then? And why, when one is young, Must one's beloved be hurt? In these similar late nights, are you as much? It's also quietly regretful and sentimental. If only we'd been less stubborn. I'm not so sorry now. Singing at this point, all the audience at the scene could no longer hold back. They stood up from their seats, covered their chests with their hands, no longer able to suppress the throbbing of their hearts, holding back their tears, staring blankly at Lu Ruoying on the stage. On stage, her song later evoked that once upon a time in the hearts of all the audience. Once upon a time, if he and she had been good. Now, wouldn't there have been so many regrets? If life is like the first time you see it, what's wrong with the autumn wind and the painting fan? The tune gradually rose again at this point, and Lu Ruoying stretched out her hand as if she wanted to retain something. How do you all remember me? With a smile or very silent? Over the years, is there anyone who can keep you from being lonely? Later, as soon as the word later rang out, it was as if it wasn't the first time all the audience had heard the song, and they couldn't help but sing along. Even the viewers of the live broadcast, who were either in front of the TV or with their cell phones, all can't help but hum along. It was clearly just a match, but it seemed to have turned into a one-man concert for Lu Ruoying. A chorus of 10,000 people. The audience had obviously only heard it once, and hadn't even finished listening to it yet they could already skillfully follow her on stage, humming out the words. Seeing this scene, all the contestants moved. They were inwardly incredibly envious and incredibly happy for Lu Ruoying. This kind of pomp and circumstance was a scene they could only dream of. It was also what they had been seeking all their lives. What singer, again, can't look forward to having a song like this, to having a moment of glory like this for once? A chorus of 10,000 people rang throughout the arena, and there were no more regrets tonight. Later, I've finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you're long gone, disappeared in the sea. Afterwards, finally, in tears, I realized, some people, once you miss it, it's gone. Chapter 161, The Newly Rising Diva. In the conference room of Tianmei Entertainment. At this moment, the atmosphere had already dropped to the freezing point, and as the people looked at Lu Gao's slightly ashen face, one of them just didn't even dare to breathe a bit. In the entire room, the only thing that was still ringing out today was the sound of that 10,000 person chorus on the big screen. Ryuko watched the scene on the screen with his eyes lifeless. It seemed like there was no other song other than Guxingyi's that could make the competition look like this. Lu Dong, it's just one match. There's no need to be so concerned. We already know Guxingyi's talent, and our strategy isn't just based on this one match, so just relax your mind. Moreover, the winner is still undecided now, isn't it? It's not like Mu Baiwei doesn't have a chance. Her song is equally not bad. In the end, it was Tian Xingqi who spoke with a calm face. If he hadn't been well aware of Guxingyi's talent, he wouldn't have been able to just let Guxingyi take people away so easily last time. Lu Gao took a long breath. He had to say that he was really a bit intimidated. He had already repeatedly raised Guxingyi's position in his heart, but, as it turned out, he had still underestimated him. What he thought would be a crushing game was dissolved by Guxingyi's immobility. Alright, let's wait for the results. If Mu Baiwei loses, we'll discuss who to put in the next two matches. At this time, the Magic City Stadium live chorus has ended, leaving the audience to follow the melody waving their little hands, eyes gazing deeply at the stage that has abruptly tears Lu Ruoying. Lu Ruoying has been moved beyond words at this moment. As a singer, to be able to see the scene on stage, this life has no regrets. The music was still playing, and Lu Ruoying tried to soothe the fluttering in her heart, tried to pull a warm smile from her face, and with the music, continued to sing the ending. Never again. There's a boy who loves that girl. The music drops, the applause on stage is instantly thunderous, and the crowd's whoops and screams instantly resonate throughout the arena. Lu Ruoying took the microphone in her hand and bowed deeply. Thanks. Thank you all. When she finished, she looked up, gathered herself, and slowly walked off the stage to the cheers of the audience. Coming to the backstage, Mu Baiwei did not leave, but looked at Lu Ruoying with a complicated face for a moment before saying, "Congratulations, Ruoying. After tonight, you'll be a diva too." Lu Ruoying was still in a mood that hadn't fully come out of the song at this point, and she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Wei, I finally found this song. I came to Star Yao Entertainment, met Guxingyi, and then it wasn't until now that I realized that, as it turns out, everything was meant to be. As she spoke, the smile on Lu Ruoying's face grew more and more prevalent, as bright as a flower. Destiny, the song, has been here waiting for me, and it's a good thing I didn't give up. Hearing Lu Ruoying's words, Mu Baiwei couldn't stop her expression from freezing for a moment, and just a moment later, she lightly bit her lower lip, some curiosity showing in her eyes. She had never met Guxingyi, and had only spoken from other people's mouths, and had only seen it on the internet. It seemed like the first thing that all the people who talked about Guxingyi whether they were his enemies or his friends, were sure of, was his talent. And on this day, she also heard the song later for herself and kind of witnessed his talent. This made Mu Baiwei increasingly curious about Gu Xingyi. This man, what kind of person is he to convince everyone? Alright, Wei, the company's people are still waiting for me. I'll go over first. There's time. We'll talk again. Lu Ruoying was now a little impatient to see those people in the company, wanting to share the current joy with them, wanting to say thank you to Gu Xingyi face to face. Well, get going, then we'll talk some other time. Mu Baiwei retrieved her mind and nodded, then watched as Lu Ruoying trotted all the way back to the room where Star Yao Entertainment was located. And at the moment, the online voting is raging. Countless netizens have numbed their claws at this time, not knowing who to vote for. The heart of the hand is Mida. Mu Baiwei and the others like it, Lu Ruoying and the others like it as well. A bunch of scumbags. Looking at those two names on the vote choice button, just felt like they were in a dilemma. On the blog, in various entertainment groups, anyway, as long as the place can communicate, all are the place where netizens are discussing. Even within the official live broadcasting room, countless netizens are indecisive there. Families, what to do? I'm a fan of Mu Baiwei, but, I like Lu Ruoying's later too much. Ugh, what a feeling of the same kind. I look around with my sword drawn, and my heart is at a loss. Memories and later. I like both. Aowa official dad, why don't you just cut me in half? I wouldn't have to worry about it as much. I'm a fan of Xingyao and I like later even more. So hey. Sinful animal, get lost. Don't want to spoil my heart. It's over. My hand shook and I voted for Lu Ruoying. Oh Wei. I'm sorry. And so, with a limited amount of time, the audience eventually gritted their teeth and made their choice, casting that precious vote that belonged to them. Yin officials, too, were quickly counting this number of valid votes. Eventually, the results of the match finally appeared, and when everyone saw the voting results, they froze for a moment, and then the next moment, in the live broadcast room, the pop-up screen filled the screen. I declare the new diva, born at this moment, Diva Lu Ruoying. It's well deserved. Countless similar pop-ups brushed the screen, and even more outrageously, just 2 minutes before the voting results appeared, on the roundup blogs, reports from various media outlets scrambled to be posted. Shocker! China's greatest hits is a shocking scene in the history of the country. 10,000 people chorused. Click on the full text for details. Invincible. The former goddess Lu Ruoying defeated the diva Mu Baiwei, successfully ascended to the throne of the diva. Offbeat. Tianmei Entertainment is undefeated. Singing Yao is the final winner. All sorts of eye-catching headlines were rampant on the major platforms. The media that had disappeared for a long time finally reappeared, right at the moment when Lu Ruoying won. All the media saw that the rise of Star Yao Entertainment had been unstoppable. They hadn't reported on Star Yao Entertainment for a long time, all because the entire entertainment industry was pressuring them. The media has endured this for so long, and finally, at this moment, it's completely clear that the era of the Big Three may be about to change. From the time Gu Xingyi appeared, the position of the Big Three had been shaken and their dominance was getting weaker by the day, until this match ended. Star Yao Entertainment and the diva took the throne. The situation in the entertainment industry is becoming clearer. So, the media stopped giving face to TMI Entertainment and finally stepped up to the plate. At this time, in the room where Xingyao Entertainment was located, Gu Xingyi also saw that final result, and his heart instantly relaxed. So dangerous. Only a difference of 2 votes. Lu Ruoying ended up winning by an extremely narrow margin. But this will do. Star Yao Entertainment, and thus the first diva was born. Chapter 162 G is hate. Lost. In the conference room of Tianmei Entertainment, Lu Gao shook his head, full of resignation. It was only a difference of 2 votes, but unfortunately, Mu Baiwei still lost. Although he was prepared to lose before, he was still very upset when he saw this number of votes. Tell us all, who to put on next. Now that the result was decided, Lu Gao quickly organized his mood and said lightly. The heads of the various entertainment companies looked at each other. With this one match, who should they send up next? Mu Baiwei had lost. The original intention to give Star Yao Entertainment a downward spiral did not materialize, but instead, Lu Ruoying was successfully promoted to become a diva, which was really enough of a slap in the face. Now there were only 2 choices, either continue to send out the heavenly kings and speak with strength, or only let the cannon fodder on, fight a war of attrition. In today's situation, I'm only afraid that putting Qi Hua on the field would just be futile. We don't know where Gu Xingyi's bottom card is. Tian Xingqi also had a bit of a headache, and then continued. In that case, let's let the others go up and explore the bottom first. Consume Gu Xingyi's talent. From what I know about him, as long as we come up with an original new song, he's bound to come up with an original new song as well. Also, His reputation precedes him and doesn't allow him to come up with songs that are out of place, so as usual, I don't believe his talent is endless. After Tian Xingqi finished speaking, quite a few people still looked at each other. They didn't know what to say. Can Gu Xingyi's talent really run out? Such a question couldn't help but well up in all of their minds. It was really because Gu Xingyi was too perverted. From the time he appeared, every single one of his songs has been so good. How many fine songs has he produced so far? It left no one with a clear conscience. But nowadays, they could only beat a dead horse, because they had no other better way than a war of attrition. Tian Dong, so what do you say? Who should be on the next game? We all listen to you, a company head said with a helpless face. No matter who was on in the next game, it was expected that they would be sprayed by the netizens. After all, the game they had just played had left them with high expectations for the rest of the tournament, and if they hadn't been able to continue that level of play, they would surely have been sprayed all over the place. I know what you guys are worried about. How about this? Let our company's Jia go on the next one. She's just a third-tier singer. Get her an original song and let her go to the top of the thunder, with her as a cushion. The first-tier singers that you guys go on after that won't be scolded too much. Once Tian Xingqi's words were finished, all the heads of the company breathed a sigh of relief. In their company, first-tier singers were their golden goose, and they were really unwilling to let their company's first-tier singers go to the top of the thunder. Just like that, Shangshi Entertainment Building, Jia, who was still watching the program in the lounge, suddenly received a notification. And then she was invited by the company to the Magic City Stadium in a state of confusion. In the Magic City Stadium right now, the other two ring matches were going on, except that there were significantly less people paying attention. The audience are still reminiscing about the song later and are looking forward to Star Yao Entertainment's next match. It wasn't until she arrived backstage at the Magic City Stadium that Jia reacted to the fact that this was going to let her go up for a match. Her face instantly became unsightly. The toadstools she had been wearing on that face were all askew with anger. She had also watched the match and naturally knew what the last match was like. That's equivalent to a fight between two divas. Isn't having her on now just purely giving away food? What's more, the song she had in her hands, she hadn't even practiced it, and now that she was asked to sing it, she was sure to flop. Furious, Jia is busy calling Ma Liang, but the result makes her almost break the phone. This dog man, I can't believe I turned off my cell phone at this hour. Earlier in bed, there was a promise to take it a step further, and this is it? At this point, the results of the other two rings were out, and the match, once again, came to the ring where Star Yao Entertainment was located. The cheers of the audience rose again, and they were all looking forward to who would challenge Star Yao Entertainment this time, and what kind of oral feast it would bring to them. Backstage, all Jia could do was close her eyes, take a deep breath, and then walk toward the stage with her legs trembling. By now, she also understood that this was the decision of the upper echelon of the company and she did not have any ability to change it. The lights fell on the stage, accompanied by the high cheers of the audience. Jia had stepped onto the stage, and when she opened her eyes, she nearly burst into tears when she saw the expectant eyes of the audience. Holy, it's so scary. If it was really her concert, she would be so happy and pleased to have so many people, so enthusiastic. But it's a competition, and she, an outcast, seeing the enthusiastic audience under the stage, she broke down a little, and her heart welled up with a monstrous hatred. She knew that from today onwards, she was completely finished. The seeds of hatred were planted in her heart. Jia's eyes were lifeless and she picked up the microphone. The music started at that point as well, and then the sound of her stuttering vocals kicked in. Under the stage, the audience, who were still in anticipation, froze, and then a boo erupted from the audience. Within the official live broadcast room, countless people had even transformed into keyboard warriors and began to spray. Holy, as soon as I opened my mouth, it scared me. You're the devil, aren't you? Why do you have the courage to stand on stage? Force-feeding? Asterisk. For a moment I thought the era of godly fighting had returned. The moment I opened my mouth, I almost died in place. It's not even close. My ears. It's not working. I should wash my ears. The sound is okay. You're not even ready, are you? What's wrong with showbiz? What's this? Can't listen to it at all. Brothers, I'm going to go love with my girlfriend first, and I'll be back in 3 minutes when Star Yao Entertainment hits the stage. Bro, you wake up. You won't last 3 minutes. The pop-ups were extremely mocking and the scene was booing. But on the stage, Jia is as if she has already lost her soul, still singing. At this moment, her heart has long been dead. Backstage, the Star Yao Entertainment crowd was also slightly stunned when they saw the scene. Is this swinging for the fences? Gu Xingyi's eyebrows furrowed. He didn't even think that those entertainment companies could be so shameless. Besides, isn't this purely and simply ruining people's futures? Miao Anjuan looked at Jia on the stage and couldn't help but sigh. In her It was as if she saw what would happen to her if she continued to stay in Shangshur Entertainment. This is capital. Ah, always eat people's existence. After the song was over, amidst a sea of abuse and noise, Jia walked off the stage expressionlessly. Gu Xingyi's eyes were narrowed at the moment. He felt that those people acting like this were completely insulting the singer, insulting the music. Nyo on Kyun, you're on for this one. Show them what music is really like, and what the attitude towards it has to be. Yes. Now Anquan nodded and stepped towards the stage. The moment she brushed past Jia was expressionless and Miao Anjuan was equally expressionless. They didn't even bother to look at each other, but both of their hearts, at this moment, beat violently at the same time. Chapter 163, The Last Madness. Brothers, I'm back. Hasn't anyone from Star Yao Entertainment come on stage yet? Upstairs, you're not even 3 minutes in yet, are you? 3 minutes or whatever doesn't matter. Rally, rally. I don't know what song Star Yao Entertainment will come up with again. Iowa, hurry up and get up here. Alas, speaking of Xingyao, I miss my little princess Xingyao. It's been a long time since we've seen our little darling. Coming. Miao Ankuan? She joined Star Yao Entertainment too? My god, it's been abandoned. That's wonderful. In the midst of everyone's anticipation, Miao Anjuan walked onto the stage in slow steps, while also drawing a gasp of surprise from the crowd. That's very much Star Yao Entertainment. It always brings them a different surprise every time. At the back of the stage, Jia, who hadn't left yet, heard a burst of gasps coming from the scene, and her heart couldn't help but clench. She finally looked back up to the stage. At the moment, Miao Anjuan, who was only wearing simple casual clothes, was so elegant in her eyes, especially the strong self-confidence in Miao Anjuan's body, which caused a trance in front of her eyes. Jia withdrew her gaze, not daring to look again. She was afraid that the light from her body would pierce her heart. Originally, she was just as eager for the future, just as full of respect for the stage, just as full of sincerity for the songs, but I don't know when everything changed. After seeing the power of capital, her beginnings changed, and she went from being a passionate singer to doing whatever it takes to move up the ladder. In the end, it ended up like this. On the stage, the music had already started. That beautiful music. Just by listening to the intro, Jia knew that it was another good song, except that none of it mattered to her now. After this, there will be no place for her in the music industry. Jia took off the toadstools on her face. 2 lines of tears slowly flowed from her eyes, and after a moment, she put her glasses back on, raised her head, and with a determination on her face that she had never had before, she turned around and walked out the door. On the stage, Miao Anjuan's heart was equally unsettled, and as she had just brushed past Jia, she remembered the time when the two of them had just made their debut. The Jia she knew then was still the same little girl as she was, with a bright smile on her face and the same love of song. But now, the two are going in different directions. The showbiz world is such a big dye-stuff that it can really turn people into a different person. The music sounded. Miao Anjuan came back to her senses. Her eyes became more determined. Nowadays, she is also considered to have walked out from that big dye-stuff. It is her luck to have met Xia Shiyao, to have met Gu Xingyi, and to have met Xingyao Entertainment. And she's going to sing every song after that to return the favor. On the big screen of the stage, the title of the song has been revealed. Still an original new song. Still produced by Star Yao. The audience had already waved the glow sticks in their hands along with the music, and some of them even began to sway their bodies along with the music. Their faces all hung with anticipation as they looked at Miao Anjuan on the stage. The song rang out. I can't believe I didn't turn around. The most brutal moment of all. Watching you walk away in silence is not like me at all. It turns out that people become gentle because they understand thoroughly. Love is fluid. It's not up to people. Why get all worked up and ask for a reason? As Miao Anjuan sang softly, the audience's faces looked more and more enjoyable. That's right. Now that's proper singing. What was that before? Sure enough, you should listen to Star Yao's songs. No matter in terms of melody, lyrics, or singers, Star Yao Entertainment has done the best. Good songs need the right people to sing them too, or they're ruined. Singers were famous because they were the only ones who could express their songs in the best possible way. Just like at this moment, when Miao Anjuan opened her mouth, she overwhelmed the audience on stage. If Jia's appearance on the stage was a performance accident, then Miao Anjuan took on the aura brought by the two previous divas perfectly, and Gu Xingyi, who was backstage, was now looking at Miao Anjuan on the stage, listening to the song, beginning to understand, and couldn't help but nod her head. Nyo and Kyun sang the song. Very well. Begin to understand. The original singer Yen Zi's sister, before many people, said that this is a cold song, but many people have forgotten. When the concert can cause 10,000 people to sing the song, and how can it be a cold song? Miao Anjuan, on the stage, was still singing, and all the audience by now, had been brought into the song. I believe you're just afraid of hurting me, not lying to me. Who'd want to give that up when you've loved them so much? Shook me out of my dreams, declared happiness, not to return. Forgiven with a heartbreaking smile and turned over. It's good to have yesterday, but tomorrow is your own. It's starting to sink in. Happiness is a choice. The song, Starting to Get It, made everyone get it again. And it turns out that tonight is really the night to kill. The price for getting it is a lifetime of lingering hurt. And only those who get it know what the song is singing about. Who would give up after having loved so much? But, what can't be grasped, can never be grasped, and in the end, can only be let go with a smile. The live song continues, and what everyone doesn't know is that Gia, at this moment, has contacted the media, contacted the police, and provided some evidence. Gia knows her future is gone, and since it's gone, she's going to go crazy one last time before that happens. Think of it as atonement for the choices you've made over the years. Gia knew that if these things broke out, she would be even more doomed, but she didn't regret it, and she was going to pull Shangshur Entertainment's back. That's what Centurion Entertainment owes her. The media was stunned for a moment after receiving the news, especially when they received the photos and documents from Gia. They were even more shocked beyond words. Big news. At the first opportunity, they rushed to where Gia was. Gia had taken off her toadstools, her face flat, and sat in her prepared room until all the media had arrived. When she spoke slowly, "Since you're all here, I'll start talking as well. As you can see, some of the executives of Shangshur Entertainment, especially director Ma Liang, they used their positions to subvert." Gia said. The media did not dare to relax for a moment to record, so the camera is aimed at Gia. From her mouth out of that one personal name, can be the entertainment industry famous existence not just subterfuge, but misappropriation, tax evasion and all sorts of other revelations. These things made the media's hands tremble as they recorded them, and it wasn't until the police finally arrived and took Gia away that the media took a deep breath and looked unbelievably at the records in their hands, as well as the photographs, documents, and videos. Others they don't know the truth for the moment, but the subterfuge item, it's a sure thing, because the video given to them by Gia clearly recorded all the unsavory activities of director Ma Liang of Shangshur Entertainment with her. A big event in the entertainment industry. This time, Shangshur Entertainment is really going to be peeled down a layer of skin. After the police left, the media left quickly. They have to rush to get things reported. It's all valuable traffic. Chapter 164, end of the third installment. The media are still on their way back to the office. In Shangshur Entertainment, Tian Xingqi's secretary then hurriedly pushed open the door of the office room and walked in. Tian Xingqi, who was in the middle of a video conference, frowned and raised his head, looking suspiciously at his anxious-looking secretary, who whispered in his ear in the next second. Tian Xingqi's face suddenly changed drastically, and he said sorry to the heads of the families in the video, and then he was busy hanging up the video. Say that again? Gia? How dare she do such a thing? Hanging up the video. Tian Xingqi stared at the secretary in front of him with wide eyes in disbelief. Tian Dong, it's true. Just now a cooperative reporter has sent a message to confirm. I'm afraid that in less than 10 minutes, all the media will report it. Moreover, Gia has been taken away by the police. The secretary reconfirmed, again handing the document in his hand from the reporter to Tian Xingqi. Tian Xingqi a grip over the document, anxiously read it. Just the more he read on, his face is worse. How could he not expect? This woman will be so crazy. In the end, Tian Xingqi underestimated Gia's vengefulness, and did not expect Gia's revenge to come so quickly and decisively that she could even disregard her own reputation and innocence, and make this kind of fish out of water thing. After reading all the documents, Tian Xingqi's fingers tapped on the table without regularity, and a moment later, a hint of ruthlessness flared in his eyes. Today's plan is to abandon the car and minimize losses. Subterfuge, this kind of thing is not a big problem. We'll have the influence of the person fired, and then spend money on the matter is good. The consequences are only the company's reputation will be a substantial decline, but tax evasion and a series of things. He must abandon the car to protect the commander-in-chief, so that these people on the list will be tightly piped mouth. Thinking of this, Tian Xingqi immediately made a countermeasure. Call it down. Gather everyone in the conference room for a meeting. The secretary nodded and left quickly, leaving only Tian Xingqi, still pondering over the countermeasures in detail in his office. In the Magic City Stadium, the match was still continuing, and Miao Anjuan slowly left the stage at the end of her song, amidst the enthusiastic applause of the audience. There was no suspense in the outcome of this match, as Miao Anjuan won the match with an overwhelming number of votes, and most netizens felt that it was simply too unreasonable to categorize Miao Anjuan as a third-tier star. Just with this one song, beginning to understand, she would have to be at least second-tier. It could even be a sprint for a first-tier singer. As soon as this topic came up, the internet suddenly discussed again how many lines of singers Xia Shiyao was actually considered to be, and the entire wind direction of the pop-up screen began to shift. I've read that the internet is still positioning Xia Shiyao as a third-tier singer. It's just outrageous. On third-tier singers putting out albums that dominate the top 10 of the new songs chart. If you ask me, Xia Shiyao is a wireless singer. Ha, there's a guxingi behind her. She can come up with a song at any time, and it's possible that the next song will directly top her to the diva position. It's not that easy for a diva. At least have a 10,000 person concert, just like Lu Ruoying, Mu Baiwei and these. Which one hasn't had several concerts? Let's just say that the strength is up to par, but the resume isn't enough, so it's still a wireless singer. Which line doesn't fit? Ha, the netizens were still talking about such things when the third match of the ring started. In this match, the challenging contestant came from a medium-sized entertainment company, a first-rate singer, bringing the same original new song. But this first-tier singer is much more stable, and at least he's ready to go before he goes on, and is popular in his own right, so the audience buys into it and doesn't fall off the wagon. At the end of the song, he bowed in thanks and left the stage decisively. In fact, he knew in his heart that he was cannon fodder. As expected, along with the cheers of the entire audience, Star Yao Entertainment, Xia Shiyao made her appearance once again. Still original, still new songs. The audience had become somewhat immune to Guxingi's talent at this point, as if it was supposed to be like this, but their enthusiasm, however, did not fall in the slightest. The whole place was shouting Xingyao and Xia Shiyao's names, and only when the music started did the scene gradually quiet down. Xia Shiyao brought this song, still mainlining one of tonight's killer styles, still sad and lyrical. The title of the song, Can I Hold You?, was slowly revealed on the big screen. It's raining outside as if my heart's blood is dripping. I've loved you for so long. It's not easy to do the math. We're going to split up, and tomorrow we won't have anything to do with each other. Leave the clothes at home and come back to get them back when you can. Hua Yin backstage. The ratings of this match, but also more than double the previous two installments. And now the most comments online is that this issue of the ticket buy value, whether it was the two divas in front of them, or Miao Anjuan and Xia Shiyao in the back, or even that first-tier singer, the new songs they brought were all top-notch, and they sang them perfectly and satisfied all the audience. At this moment, the last song of this last match, the audience cherished it beyond measure. They all hated to let Xia Shiyao sing this song all the way through. This installment of the match never broke up before. Unfortunately, there is a time to gather and a time to part, and before the audience could hear enough, Xia Shiyao's song had already come to an end. May I hold you? Lover, let me cry on your shoulder. If we're parting today, let me cry my heart out, and you shall have no choice. I will leave with a smile. The music fell, the lights fell, and along with Smiley's departure, Xia Shiyao bowed and retreated, while the audience, however, couldn't laugh at all. The game was over, their hearts were taken away, and the moment the lights dimmed, there was an emptiness in everyone's hearts. At this point, no one cared about the outcome of the match anymore, because everyone knew that Star Yao Entertainment had won the hemp. The three phases of the competition were over, and ever since Xia Shiyao won the first phase of the ring with the song Gulf of Alaska, Star Yao Entertainment hadn't lost a single match. With today's points, Star Yao Entertainment has also gained 5 points, while Tian Mei Entertainment only has 2 points. Even in a war of attrition, Tammy Entertainment will only be able to fight back in the 6th installment of the tournament, and if they lose again in the 6th installment, they will be completely disqualified, and they will also lose the title of the year's triumvirate. The time left for Tammy Entertainment is running out, but Tammy Entertainment has not made any statement, and no one knows what Lu Gao is thinking. The third installment of China's Strongest Voice was officially declared over and everyone left the stage. The uninspired viewers moved on to the Fighting Voice and the Gobo, which at this point was littered with videos of these new songs. Netizens watched these videos and listened to the songs, and suddenly had the feeling of dreaming back to the old days, when the gods were fighting. But now this time, although it can also be said that it is a fight between gods and goddesses, but these gods and goddesses, basically all of them come from Star Yao Entertainment. Lu Ruoying, Xia Shiyao, Miao Anjuan, and even Feng Xiao and Shuihen's floating to the north were all turned up, all from Xingyou Entertainment except Mu Baiwei. A China's Strongest Voice was hardened by Star Yao Entertainment and turned into an internal chaos. And while netizens were still immersed in these songs and unable to extricate themselves, a video interview from the media was rapidly fermenting on the internet at the moment. The videos, with a swiftness, quickly made their way to the top of the Hot 100. Chapter 165, A Call from the Kindergarten. Most of the netizens are still not happy at the moment, swiping the videos of those new songs that came out today, but as they swiped and swiped, They suddenly swiped on the videos posted by these media outlets. Then the whole internet erupted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Such a big melon. Don't code it? Let me take a closer look. Centurion Entertainment is also collapsing the house. It's not, is it? What era is this? Still playing the subterfuge thing? This mosaic is a real head-scratcher. No way. I can't believe there's a star I've liked before who's being subbed. What the hell? She's always been the image of an innocent jade girl in front of the screen. It's so dark. This is showbiz. Gia broke the news? She's so miserable, isn't she? Being submerged and being thrown out as cannon fodder. Shangshur Entertainment is brain dead. Indeed, Gia is really a bit pathetic. Ugh. Upstairs, the poor person will have a hateful place. Before that was all her own choice too. As the media went down, as one video after another was liked and reposted, the hot list was, in a flash, full of this melon. Subterfuge. Everyone abhorred things, did not expect, now clear in front of the eyes of the netizens. Shangshur Entertainment official siege blog. Instantly by the netizens rushed rotten. Most of the people came with the purpose of watching the show, and there was also a part of them who had been cursing some of the exposed executives such as Ma Liang, because their favorite idol was the one who had been submerged this time. And at this moment, Gu Xingyi and the others were already driving on the road back to Jiangchang. They naturally saw the videos, and they, who are also singers, were saddened to see such a thing. Showbiz water is too muddy. These things, there has always been, just did not expect. Gia will burst out like this. This exposure, her future is completely gone. Feng Xiaoxiao said with infinite emotion. He had always lived at the bottom before and had naturally heard a lot of these things. Miao Anjuan also silently sighed in her heart. The entertainment industry, this kind of environment, how many can really adhere to the heart? Holy, you guys, look, there's another blowout. And the officials are actually coming down. Yi Shuweihan, who had been swiping the video, suddenly opened his mouth and exclaimed with his cell phone. The crowd was busy looking at their cell phones again, and the more each of them looked at it, the more wonderful the look on their faces became. This is really a big melon. On Douyin and Weibo, just as netizens were still denouncing these things about Shangshur Entertainment's subterfuge, some mainstream official media surprisingly came out to report on the situation. This made netizens even angrier, and it turned out to be more than just subterfuge, but also tax evasion and a host of other problems. Although Shangshur Entertainment has come out to urgently clarify that the people involved have been arrested and they will fully cooperate, but this still can't stop the netizens' anger. You're one of the big three, such a big company, and so many people are committing crimes. Would you not know about it? In just less than 2 hours, Shangshur Entertainment's reputation had dropped to the most freezing point, and even Shangshur Entertainment's stock price, too, was shrinking drastically. But it's not just the netizens who are vocal about it that's scary, it's the fact that it's official down the line. Showbiz overhaul. When this news came out, all the other entertainment companies except for Star Yao Entertainment were dumbfounded. Who doesn't have a little something fishy in their house? This is great. The official dad is coming down to straighten things out. It's killing me. Time is also in this endless news. Day by day, the internet is still lively, but the entertainment industry has ushered in an unprecedented earthquake. Officials went down, one by one, for a thorough investigation. For a while, everyone in the entertainment company was on their own, no longer able to care about such things as hugging each other, except for Star Yao Entertainment, which was calm and quiet. All other entertainment companies, big or small, broke out some melons. This has also allowed many investors and sponsors to see the new situation in the entertainment industry and the potential of Star Yao Entertainment. If they were worried that these entertainment companies would join forces to apply pressure before, now, they were completely unafraid. After all, right now these entertainment companies were all like a clay bodhisattva, unable to protect themselves, so how could they still have the time to care about them? By the time these entertainment companies recovered, their cooperation with Star Yao Entertainment would have been finalized long ago. As a result, investors and sponsors, big and small, contacted Star Yao Entertainment at the first opportunity. In response, Gu Xingyi was in pain and happy. He somewhat regretted that he hadn't listened to Yang Lin's advice to find a junior secretary for himself, because now the company is not yet formed, staffing is not yet in place. The whole company can take the idea of only one of him. This also led to Gu Xingyi being busy on both feet during this period of time, either on the way to talk about cooperation or signing contracts, and he had to review each and every one of these collaborations. Some cannot be picked up, all do not pick up, slightly problematic, but also directly rejected. The entire Star Yao Entertainment, but also busy, they each have their own duties. Run circulars, do publicity to do publicity. Now, surprisingly, before the busiest Yang Lin, into the most idle that existence. 4 days have passed since the third installment of China's Strongest Voice, Tuesday, November 26th, At noon, in the office of the chairman of Star Yao Entertainment, Xia Shiyao was carrying a hot meal and placed it on the table, looking at Gu Xingyi, who was still looking at the documents, with a heartbroken expression on her face. It's time for lunch, get an assistant as soon as you can. It's not a good idea to keep doing this yourself. Gu Xingyi nodded and rubbed his temples on both sides again before putting down the papers in his hands. Well, Minister Yang is already trying to find it. It's just that the assistants that look good are too few. I really don't know where you found your Dorothy in the first place. How come I can't meet such a small assistant? It depends on fate too, I guess. Xia Shiyao smiled a little. Lei was indeed very nice, as well as Ran, Miao Anjuan's little assistant. The two were eating and chatting when Gu Xingyi's phone suddenly rang. Now he was annoyed at the sound of the phone, but he sighed and put down his chopsticks to pick the phone up and look at it. The caller ID made him freeze. Then he quickly picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Su, what can I do for you? Hearing Gu Xingyi say this, Xia Shiyao was also busy raising her head to look towards him. This phone call was actually little Nai's teacher, Su Ling calling. Gu Xingyi listened to the phone call, his brows gradually frowning, which made Xia Shiyao couldn't help but feel a little worried in her heart. Well, okay, Ms. Su, I know, I'll be right there. After saying that, Gu Xingyi hung up the phone. What's wrong? Is something wrong with Nina? Xia Shiyao also put down her chopsticks and asked with a flustered look on her face. Nai was her lifeblood. If something really happened to Nai, she didn't even know what she would do. Chapter 166. It's okay, don't worry, Mr. Su called just to say that Nai hasn't eaten much properly in the past 2 days. Seeing how flustered Xia Shiyao was, Gu Xingyi hurriedly calmed her down. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Xia Shiyao then put her lifted heart down before frowning again. Nana hasn't eaten properly for the past 2 days? This has never happened before. Let's go over there now and take a look. I'm a little uneasy. And Ms. Su means the same thing. She's worried too. Gu Xingyi continued to speak, and Xia Shiyao nodded. After saying that, the two of them didn't have the heart to continue eating, and covering the lunchbox on the desk, the two of them quickly went out of the company, and rushed towards the River Flower Kindergarten. At this moment in the Manhwa kindergarten, Su Ling was looking at Gu Xingyao, who was looking at the table with her small head lowered in peace and quiet, with a worried frown. Nowadays, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao are as hot as ever. It can be said that as long as the Chinese people who can surf the internet, basically no one doesn't recognize them both. As the daughter of the two of them, Gu Xingyao was the town treasure of Jianhua Kindergarten, and everyone loved this well-behaved little baby. But the last 2 days do not know what reason. This well-behaved little guy unexpectedly do not eat properly. Anyhow she coaxed. The little guy is only a symbolic eat 2 mouthfuls, and then lowered his head, quietly sitting there. No one knew what was going through her little head, but Su Ling vaguely felt that the problem should be with her parents. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao hurriedly rushed here, and from a distance, they saw the well-behaved little Nai sitting there, while Su Ling accompanied her, still patiently coaxing her, and the other children, all of whom had already eaten and started their lunch break. Su Lao Su, I'm sorry, my family Xingyao has really caused you trouble. As the two approached, Gu Xingyi took the lead in apologizing to Su Ling before squatting down and wrapping his hands around little Nai to pick her up. Nana, what happened in the past 2 days? Why didn't you listen to the teacher? A disobedient child is a bad child. Seeing the two of them arrive, little Nai's big eyes clearly lit up for a moment, and after being picked up, she hugged Gu Xingyi's neck and wouldn't let go. Seeing her daughter safe and sound, Xia Shiyao also finally completely put down her heart. Then she wrinkled her good-looking eyebrows. The look in her eyes was obviously a bit angry. It's not in the way. It's all our duty, or I'm not capable of taking care of the child. Xingyao's father, it's good that you guys are here. The child is usually very well behaved. It's just that in the past 2 days there might be something on his mind that he doesn't want to talk to the teacher. So you guys can communicate more. I'm just going to go and take care of the other children first. Su Ling was also relieved to see Gu Xingyi and the two of them, and said busily, in her opinion, children's hearts hide things, mostly because of the parents. Many people think that children do not need to communicate. In fact, not, because many children will not be able to correctly express the idea of the heart, which is more need for parents to guide in time, and children have good interaction. Okay, then Mr. Su, you go ahead and we'll teach the child well. Xia Shiyao busily nodded her head and said, her face full of embarrassment. Su Ling nodded and left the restaurant. Inside the school cafeteria, only a family of 3 remained. Gu Xingyi hugged little Nai and sat down, looking at the meal on the table that had only been eaten in 2 bites, and asked gently again, Nina, tell daddy why you don't eat properly. Little Nai pursed her lips and didn't speak, her hands still wrapped around Gu Xingyi's neck. Gu Xingyi couldn't help but smile when he saw this action of hers. This little look, and Xia Shiyao were practically the same as carved out of the same mold, as Xia Shiyao would also unconsciously purse her lips every time she had something on her mind. Why don't you eat? Before Gu Xingyi could continue to speak, Xia Shiyao opened her mouth. Her voice was rarely clear and cold, which startled Gu Xingyi. He looked up and couldn't help but shrink his neck. This was one of the rare times that Xia Shiyao was angry and always felt like she couldn't afford to mess with him. Little Nai Nai, who was nestled in Gu Xingyi's arms, also shrunk her head and buried her little face in Gu Xingyi's arms. But the next moment, the tiny her was picked up by Xia Shiyao. Gu Xingyi wanted to stop, but after being glanced at by her, she honestly sat down where she was, and in her heart, she still kept self-compassionate. One of the most important of the parenting tips is that both parents, whichever one is teaching the child, the other must not do the opposite. Little Nai Nai was carried out by Xia Shiyao from Gu Xingyi's arms, standing pitifully in front of the dining table. Her big eyes were already filled with water mist, and she was about to drop her golden peas, but Xia Shiyao still had a stern face. Why don't you eat properly? Did I ever tell you? Wasting food is bad behavior. Hands out. As soon as Xia Shiyao's words left her mouth, little Nai Nai's tiny body trembled slightly in shock. Tears finally slid down her cheeks, and her originally pursed little mouth deflated, and she stole another glance at her father. Gu Xingyi, on the other hand, was eye to nose to heart, not daring to meet his baby daughter's eyes. Although he was heartbroken, he knew that he couldn't go against Xia Shiyao at this time. Seeing that her dad couldn't be relied on, little Nai Nai finally reached out her small hand trembling. In the next second, Xia Shiyao's slap landed on the small hand, the crisp sound causing Gu Xingyi's heart to tremble, and his heart to ache even more. This was the first time little Nana had been hit by her mother. Her deflated little mouth flattened even more and her tears swished down. Eat first. Xia Shiyao slapped a few times, then squatted down again, placing little Nai Nai on her little seat and ordering. Little Nai Nai finally picked up her own chopsticks, and under Xia Shiyao's stern gaze, she picked up the rice in the bowl, and with tears in her eyes, she ate all the rice in no time. Only then did Gu Xingyi hurriedly take the little one into his arms, gently wiping the tears from her face and patiently coaxing her. Okay, after eating dinner mommy won't be angry anymore. Come tell daddy why you didn't eat properly these 2 days off. Because Nai Nai wanted mom and dad to spend more time with Nai Nai. Still sobbing, with her fingers pinched uneasily at the corners of her coat, Nana lowered her head a little timidly. Hearing the little guy's words, Gu Xingyi froze for a moment. He seemed to understand. Little Nai Nai couldn't express herself, that's why she would use this way, to make herself and Xia Shiyao value her more. It seems that, since the company has gotten busy, they really haven't been taking care of the little guy. These days, he and Xia Shiyao always left early and returned late, only accompanying her for a short while in the morning when they sent their daughter to school, and at night when they put her to bed. Gu Xingyi fell into a deep thought. He suddenly felt as if he was wrong, a little bit wrong. His intention of creating the company was so that Xia Shiyao and little Nai Nai could live a better and happier life. But now, he is fully engaged in his work, completely contrary to his original intention. Xia Shiyao also blamed herself a little. She bit her lip and looked at Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi looked up and locked eyes with her. Then his entire body suddenly relaxed. He swept over Nina's tiny body. This time both mom and dad and Nina were wrong. Mom and dad neglected Nina's feelings and Nina shouldn't have told mom and dad in such a wrong way. Mom and dad apologize to Nina now, but Nina has to apologize to Mr. Sue and herself too. Okay? Don't you dare not eat properly from now on. Mommy and daddy will be around Nana more too. Chapter 167, la 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 la. Got it. Little Nai Nai, whose little face was still buried in Gu Xingyi's arms and rubbing against him, said in a resigned voice. Xia Shiyao also leaned over, crouching down to rub her little head. Daddy says that because daddy spoils Nina, but Nina needs to know that skipping meals is wrong behavior, no matter what the purpose. Nana won't next time. Mom, don't talk about me. Little Nai Nai sobbed again when she heard Xia Shiyao's voice, deflating her little mouth and moving out of Gu Xingyi's arms, burrowing back into Xia Shiyao's arms. Seeing that his little baby was about to drop her golden peas again, Gu Xingyi's heart ached for his life, and busily patted her on the back, addressing Xia Shiyao. Okay, it's good that the little one knows that home is not a place for reason. It's about love and cuddles. Yeah, mommy hugs, don't be mad. Little Nai Nai's answer almost brought Xia Shiyao to tears. She slightly reddened her eyes and hugged little Nai Nai hard. The 2 blows that had just hit her had actually broken her heart. The 2 spent a little more time with little Nana before giving her to Surin, then watched as she apologized to Surin and was led to the lounge for another nap. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao breathed a sigh of relief, and they left the kindergarten only after little Nai Nai fell asleep. Back at the company, Gu Xingyi had been thinking about how to maintain the balance between the company and his family, and thinking about it, he suddenly turned his head to look at Xia Shiyao. Honey, isn't it Nina's birthday in 2 days? Xia Shuyao nodded. November 28th was little Nai Nai's 4th birthday. Then make sure you give Nana a good birthday this time, Gu Xingyi said, and fell into deep thought again. Xia Shuyao softly while her heart was a little sour. Little Nai Nai will soon be 4 years old, but this is her first birthday. I remember the little one's 3rd birthday, the day she didn't even get to eat cake. The next 2 days were back to being busy again. Only while working, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuyao intentionally took more time to accompany the little one. Although Gu Xingyi still didn't have an assistant, but as long as it was little Nai Nai's time off from school, he would put off all cooperation. As for the personnel of Star Yao Entertainment, everyone's face was glowing with happiness in the past 2 days, and they were always secretive and preparing all sorts of things in the past 2 days. Until November 28th, Xia Shuyao's signing concert was also held today. This time the number of people attending the signing concert was only 2,000 people. These people, all of them, are Xia Shuyao's hardcore fans. They had several small groups in common, and even Xia Shuyao herself had joined the group. Group name, Xia Shuyao Gu Xingyi Relatives Group. Upon learning that Xia Shuyao was going to hold a signing session, and that it would be just them, several groups all exploded and bought tickets at the first opportunity. After all the people are excited to arrive in Jiangchang, all the people only returned. This signing was held at 8 o'clock in the evening. Some of the fans who could not resist the excitement have more than one group discussion. They do not understand why it is so late. In the end, it was the group leader, Red, who strongly suppressed their agitation, which was able to calm the storm. And Star Yao Entertainment had rented the Jiangcheng Theater as a venue in advance, and everything was quietly waiting for the signing session to take place. November 28th, 8 p.m. All the fans obtained fan gift packs to enter. To their surprise, inside these gift packs, not only have Xia Shuyao's album and signature, but also her family photo and signature. This makes the fans cannot help but be ecstatic. This time to come is really worth it. Not only can live to see Xia Shuyao himself, there is a full set of autographs. Cool. Once the fans were all in, the doors to the theater suddenly closed and the scene was plunged into darkness. Just as the fans were turning on their cell phone lights in confusion, suddenly music started up. Upbeat music that they had never heard before, followed by a young and clear child's voice. The moment this childish voice rang out, everyone froze, and then they suddenly covered their chests and looked incredulously at the place where the childish voice came from. The fans felt as if they were dreaming. It was the voice of Star Yao's little baby, accompanied by a child's voice came. The spotlight suddenly appeared. Under the light, is wearing a white cute tutu little Nai Nai. Her little dress is also embellished with a blooming small flowers. Her head is even tied with 2 small grips. The top of the tie with 2 exquisite small bow, like an elf left behind on earth. She just burst into the fan sights, making all of them feel their hearts budding at this moment. This is too foul. Well, they wanted to rush up and take her home so bad. Nana swayed her body to the music, her cheerful song coming out of her mouth into everyone's ears. Happy pond planted dreams become oceans, bulging eyes big mouth singing just as loud. Another spotlight suddenly struck down, and Gu Xingyi, dressed in a proper suit, appeared under the light, and his movements were in unison with Xiao Nai Nai's, the two of them shaking their bodies in a rhythm of the same frequency. He continued to sing as he followed Nakina's song. Lend me a pair of little wings and I'll fly to the sun. I believe that the miracle is in the body. Then, to the dumbfounded and surprised gazes of the fans, Xia Shuyao also appeared with the fall of the spotlight. A family of 3, whole, with bright smiles on their faces, shaking their bodies in unison. In the crowd, the still dazed Xiao Hong suddenly covered her mouth and cried tears of joy. As a fan can see this scene, simply too much surprise, but also too over happiness. The family sang in unison. La 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 la. La 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 with you leapfrog. La 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 la. Growing in confidence with you leapfrog. The fans who reacted to the scene, saw this scene, they all wanted to cry a little. This surprise is too big. This children's song, it's also too awesome. They waved their cell phones in unison, their cell phone lights transforming into glow sticks in this moment, waving them neatly to the music, keeping in tune with the rhythm of the family swaying on stage. Little Nai Nai sang again at this point, and Gu Xingyi joined Xia Shuyao in chorusing for her, clapping and beating the rhythm. A happy little frog. La 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 frog. Happy a little frog. La 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 ha ha. There's a little frog in a happy pond. Yay. He dances like he's possessed by a prince. Blah, 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 blah. Cool eyes, no frog can be more beautiful. One day he'll be awakened by princess. Nana sang cheerfully as she sat through the action, and the atmosphere of the scene was always joyful and warming to the heart. Immediately after, the family continued to sing in unison. This time, even the fans cannot help but follow the law up. They just love this family of 3. Gu Xingyi couldn't contain his smile on his face. This unusual birthday party was decided by him and Xia Shiyao after asking little Nai Nai, because Nana said, her birthday wish is to be like her mom, standing on stage, singing happy songs for people. Chapter 168, Children's Songs. With Gu Xingyi's family singing Little Jumping Frog, the scene completely turned into a sea of joy. This unique signing was more than enough to keep the fans completely satisfied. Especially there were some parents who came to the signing with their children. They were the happiest group. Originally they still didn't understand why Xia Shiyao would make a special statement in the group that they could bring their family members with them. Now they finally understood. In Xia Shiyao's fanbase, there were already many mommy fans of Xingyao's little baby, who had fallen in love with this little munchkin during Courageous Outburst, and even their children were just as much little fans of the little guy. Now that little Xingyao had suddenly appeared, it was a completely unexpected surprise for them. This surprise in the family of three neatly appeared, but also turned into a happy and touched. What do you mean by strength to spoil the fans? This is Under the spotlight in front of her, Nana's small body bounces forward a little bit to the sound of the music and the la 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 sound from everyone in the audience. She picked up the microphone again and put one hand in front of her cheek. Her big almond eyes opened round and her little mouth opened, looking cute as a little frog. This adorable expression instantly caused screams from the mom fans below, their eyes beaming with stars as they looked happily at this little munchkin near their eyes. The cheerful song continued to come out of little Nana's mouth. He's a little jumping frog, crossing the blue Atlantic Ocean. Jump to the far east and jump to us. Xia Shiyao also followed a step forward, standing beside the little Nai Nai, also followed the little Nai Nai play the same cute expression. This pair of mother and daughter's divine synchronization instantly let the scene fans' heart all melted. It's just so inviting and rare. It's killing me. Spring, summer, fall and winter, we are best buddies. Kissing her will make a difference. Adorable to the point of being foul. Xia Shiyao picked up little Nai Nai's song as she squatted down, picked up the little one and spun him around in the air before giving him a hard kiss on the cheek. The bite made the fans drool with envy and they wanted to kiss it too. What to do? Gu Xingyi also jumped forward at this time. Xia Shiyao has put down the little Nai Nai, the two people a person holding a little Nai Nai's little hand, and shook up the body. Once again la 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 sang. It wasn't until the song was over and the fans were still immersed in this joy beyond measure that the three spotlights momentarily dimmed. Gu Xingyi kept the family of three hand in hand, standing in place, and on the large screen at the back of the theater, a picture suddenly appeared, all of them of little Nai Nai, some when she was happy and laughing, and some when she was sad and in tears. This sudden turn of events drew everyone's attention over, and when the fans saw the picture of the aggrieved little Nai Nai, one by one, they couldn't wait to snatch little Nai Nai away from the two Gu Xingyi. You can't hide the eyes of someone who wants to knife someone at this point, especially the little one's mom fans. They cannot help but rise in the heart of the same thought. If this is my baby, I can every day on the waist of the pants. Who dares to let her aggravation will be chopped up who? On the big screen, a line of subtitles was also typed out, and that's when all the fans realized that. As it turns out, today is Xingyao's little baby's 4th birthday. Just as the fans drifted off, more music played and two separate spotlights dropped, turning the stage once again. This time it was Dorothy and Yun who appeared, holding their respective doll gifts for little Nana, which they shook in their hands as the same cheerful children's song sang out of their mouths. On the other side of the mountain, on the other side of the sea, there's a bunch of Smurfs. They're lively and smart. They're naughty and sensitive. They live freely in the green forest. They are kind and brave and care for each other. Dorothy and Sister Yun had just finished singing when the music changed abruptly and another spotlight fell, overwhelming the crowd. This time it was Miao Ankuan and Ran Xiaoxiao, who were just as likely to sing with their gifts. Oh, 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 oh. The sky is really big, blue dream my home. Little girl troubles are not to be feared. Colored wings take me away. The fans went completely crazy. This is really very Gu Xingyi, a great collection of children's songs, and every song is a different children's song, and all new and original songs they hadn't heard before. Miao Ankuan and Ran Xiaoxiao had just finished 2 lines of their song when another spotlight fell and the music shifted again, this time to the duo of Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan, who were also holding gifts, singing and dancing. Want CD player, want MP3, want ice cream, want Chinese currency, don't be too greedy. Smart, brave and strong, I really envy myself. Hula hooping is no problem either. 2 weeks of backflips and a salute. Everyone had a happy smile on their face at the moment. This wasn't a signing session anymore. This was a fun time that belonged to their big family. The spotlight fell again, and this time it was Chen Feng, who carefully pushed several layers of a large cake, singing happy birthday under his breath as he slowly walked forward. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. In the next second, everyone from Star Yao Entertainment appeared, with smiles on their faces, singing birthday wishes in unison as they walk slowly. Fans couldn't help but sing along with the birthday song at this moment. More than 2,000 people sang in unison, and the entire arena was filled with the same song. Little Nine Eye's two big eyes had completely curved up by now, and she happily shook her little head and clapped her little palms as she looked at these uncles and aunts who had suddenly appeared. It was her first birthday and the happiest she'd ever been. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiya lifted her high in the air and sang the same birthday song until the song ended and all the lights dimmed as Gu Xingyi's gentle voice came through. Nana, make a wish and blow out the candles. Little Nine Eye closed her eyes and held her two little hands in front of her smiling face, not knowing what she wished for, except that on her little face, the smile grew whiter and whiter, the smile that made everyone keep it in their minds, especially Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiya. Both of their hands were trembling a little at the moment, so happy that they wanted to cry. He and Xia Shiya hadn't had a birthday because they were orphans with no father or mother, but now their daughter, Gu Xingyi, they had managed to give her such a wonderful childhood. At this time in Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiya's hearts, there was nothing which could be more precious than Nakina's smiling face at this moment. Yay! As Nana blew out the 4 candles at the top of the cake in one breath, an ear-splitting cheer erupted. The lights also completely lit up at this time. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiya took little Nai Nai into their arms, one of them giving her a firm kiss on the side of her face, then said loudly, Nina, happy birthday, Xingyao little baby. Fans on the scene, too, shouted at this point. Little Nai Nai let out a silver bell-like laugh, when Gu Xingyi said loudly again, eat cake. Chapter 169 Nini and Rinrin. As Gu Xingyi's words fell, many more staff members pushed a large cake and walked into the scene. These are for the fans. Such a favor to the fans of the action is to make the scene constantly laughter. There are songs to listen to, have signed small gifts to take, and cake to eat. Every fan feels that their trip has really come to a full load says what is in their hearts at this time. The people from Star Yao Entertainment also offered their own gifts to Nana at this time, and everyone was rewarded with a sweet thank you from Nana as they gave their gifts, which made everyone happy. They gathered around and happily ate the cake, while little Nai Nai, after receiving her gifts, struggled down from Gu Xingyi's arms and played with the children who came to the scene. The mommy fans, carefully watching over their children, especially when they saw their own waifu interacting with little Nana, the look on their faces was even more excited than their own children. At that moment, Nana's eyes were suddenly caught by a little girl with the same small red face, who, instead of playing with everyone like the other children, was picking at a man's calf and looking timidly this way. The little girl's eyes were filled with longing as she looked over at the children playing together. When Nakina looked over, her eyes met hers exactly, and she tensed up a bit and tucked her little head behind her dad, not daring to meet Nakina's eyes. Seeing this scene, Nana subconsciously pursed her lips, hesitated, picked up a piece of cupcake from the table, and headed towards the little girl. Nah, here's your cake, it's sweet. Little Nana's sweet voice came. The little girl's body swayed slightly. The man in front of her lowered his head, looked at little Nana who blinked her big round eyes, knelt down and rubbed the little girl's hair. Nini, sis is treating you to cake, why don't you go? Don't you like sis the most? The little girl called Nini rubbed her small hands on the corner of her somewhat whitened coat, before raising her head and looking timidly at little Nina. Sister, can I really eat it? It's okay I like Nene. I want to be friends with Nene and buy you a cake. Nana flashed a smile and held out the cake in her hand. Not far away, Gu Xingyi, whose eyes had been on little Nai Nai, saw the scene and smiled heartily. He could tell from the whitewashed clothes on the man and the little girl that the man's family wasn't very well off, and after thinking about it for a moment, he walked over, crouching his body in the same way, and rubbed Nina's little head. Nina, why don't you drag your sister along with you? Aha! Nene hummed and looked at Nene again with an expectant face. Nene looked at the sincere expression of Nene in front of her and finally, encouraged by her father, took the cake and held Nene's hand. Little Nai Nai instantly had a big smile on her face, pulling Nini as she bounced toward the pile of kids. Thanks, little baby Xingyao, it's really good. The two adults stood up at that moment as well, looking together at their baby girl in the distance, the man taking the lead and speaking in admiration. You too, I can tell. Nene is kind too. By the way, how old is Nene? 3 years old, a little younger than Xingyao. Ever since she saw little Xingyao on her cell phone, she has always liked and loved her. And since then, I've been following your Weibo, Douyin, and added the group, also hoping that one day, I can let my child be able to meet her favorite young lady in person, the man said, looking toward his daughter who was playing in the distance, held by little Nana's hand, his eyes already slightly red. On this visit, I was going to plead with you guys to let the kids meet after the signing, but I didn't expect to see them now. Hearing the man say this, Gu Xingyi knew that this was a man with a story, and Nini, for sure, is very, very fond of Nini. The man who was a father, which is why he took his child to the signing with determination just because of a dream that possibly won't come true. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. Hello, my name is Gu Xingyi. Ha ha. Gu Xingyi didn't venture to ask, but said with a smile. The man was also amused by Gu Xingyi's self-introduction. If he didn't know that he was Gu Xingyi, then wouldn't he be a proper fake fan? Hello, my name is Run. Floating with the wind in the sky at will? That's a good name. You should be older than me, so I'll call you Brother Easy. I don't know, Brother Easy, what kind of work do you do? I'm 30, I'm really older than you, and I'm working as a security guard now. At Gu Xingyi's eloquent speech, Ren Yuyao froze for a moment. This guy was worthy of being a divine lyricist. He just came out of his mouth. Security? Gu Xingyi nodded as he looked at Ren's slightly stout figure. This body, it was more than enough to be a bodyguard. Yes, I was born as a soldier. After I was discharged from the army and came down to learn business administration for a period of time, and then entered a media company. Unfortunately, my character was born not to eat this bowl of rice, and I saw some bad things pipe up, so I was dismissed, and then because of my daughter's reasons, I became a security guard. Although he was dismissed, Ron said generously, his expression was calm, and in his eyes looking in the direction of his daughter, he revealed some warmth. Upon hearing Ren Yuyo say this, Gu Xingyi didn't immediately answer, but instead looked in the direction of the two little darlings all the same, pondering for a while before speaking again. Business management? I don't know if elder brother Easy can come to our Star Yao entertainment to give it a try? We are short of people here. Moreover, we are still short of some company security personnel. We have not been able to find the right person. I wonder if old brother Easy has the right person to recommend me? Ren Yi froze for a moment more, then turned his head to look at Gu Xingyi. Are you serious? Of course, it's a real lack of people, and I'm not a person who likes to bend the rules. Let's put it this way, see that big beautiful woman over there? It's our company's personnel minister. If you have the will, you can discuss with her to find time for an interview. Gu Xingyi nodded naturally and looked over to Yang Lin's position again, nuzzling her mouth before turning to Renichio. Ren Yi took a serious look at Gu Xingyi, then looked at Yang Lin, thinking for a long time, and it wasn't until little Nai Nai led Nini this way that he opened his mouth. Okay, I'll give it a try. As for security personnel, I have some ex-military friends I can ask for you. Thanks. Gu Xingyi laughed, then greeted little Nai Nai and Nini and picked up the two little munchkins left and right. Nina, Nini, did you have a good time? Happy, the two little munchkins said in unison, both with big smiles on their faces. This scene, the eyes of Reniwei could not stop his eyes from reddening again. He had forgotten how long it had been since Nini had laughed so heartily. He stood still and thought for a while longer, before he resolutely walked in the direction of Yang Lin. From Gu Xingyi's body he could sense that Xingyou Entertainment, for sure, would be a good home. Chapter 170. All the netizens have transformed into lemon spirits. Gu Xingyi watched as Ren walked over to Yang Jianlin, said a few words to her, and took her business card from Yang Jianlin's hand before he turned his gaze back. As for whether or not Ren could interview for the job afterward, it was not for him to decide. This aspect of personnel, he never meddled with. Just like the Starry Yao animation, although it was titled under Starry Yao Entertainment, since Gu Xingyi gave the animation script and funds to Chun Feng, he had never asked about it. He trusts their professionalism and doesn't get too involved as an amateur himself. After a little more fooling around, the signing ended successfully, and Nana's birthday, with a lot of wishes from her fans, came to a close. The fans all left the stage in an orderly fashion with happy faces. Today was really a full day for them. Today's internet is a lot more honest with one entertainment company after they were officially brought down for a thorough investigation. Basically after this round of rectification, every company has hurt some of their energy. After almost a week of precipitation, the netizens are not as enthusiastic as before, except that they will argue a bit after brushing up on which celebrity is in trouble again. Overall, whether it's in the entertainment industry or on the internet, all this heat is slowly coming down, and the netizens are slowly returning to calm. But just as the netizens were bored in swiping through the videos, suddenly, a video broke into their eyes, with a title that was clearly written by one of Xingyao's mom fans. My little Xingyao, so cute. What? Netizens who saw the headline were left scratching their heads wondering if there was something going on here that they didn't know about, so they clicked on the video. Within a short time, every netizen who saw the video was red-eyed, gasping for air, and angrily running to Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao's Weibo to spew furiously. Just this? That's it? Are you done? Show me this? I'm not convinced. You're not treating us like human beings here. Why didn't we get the notice? No love. Fade out. Let's go. Brothers, I was furious the moment I saw little Xingyao appear in the video, and then when I saw this family of three shaking their bodies in divine synchronization, my head went blank. Xingyao, you failed me in my love for you. jilted, taken off, brothers, take down, why can they be there? And I'm stuck here drooling and watching the video. A fan posted a video that instantly transformed all netizens into lemons. They couldn't wait to kill Gu Xingyi's house right now and question him as to why. Why didn't you inform them? That wasn't all. After that, many more live videos popped up, including a family of 3 singing, a children's song sizzle, little Xingyao making a wish with her eyes closed, and little Xingyao playing with the kids. The most excessive. There's also a video of Xia Shiyao exchanging parenting tips with a few mom fans. Not only these videos, but also fans showed autographed photos of the family of 3, as well as group photos of them hugging and kissing little Xingyao, and a variety of small gifts at the scene. Only half an hour after the signing, the internet is already flooded with these videos and photos. Countless netizens endured their heartache and red eyes, flipping through one video after another, especially when they saw a fan interacting intimately with Xiao Xingyao. They couldn't wait to push this fan away and replace him or herself. I can't take it anymore. Brothers, the 2 cub seeds, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao, are inappropriate sons. Whoever goes with me, kill Gu Xia, rob Xingyao. Good point, count me in, kill Gu Xia, rob Xingyao. For a time, the online crowd was furious. Everyone shouted out this slogan. The original Calm Network, once again because of Gu Xingyi family of 3 set off monstrous waves. Only this time, instead of showing solidarity with them, netizens strongly condemned them. In response, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao saw these condemnations on the internet at the very first moment, and both of them shrunk their necks at the same time, always feeling that there were chills coming from all sides. But they can't help it. Only 2 days in advance to prepare. 2,000 people is already their limit. Any more will be a mess. They certainly prioritize their own personal guards. In the end, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao were pressured to release a siege blog. Brothers, we were wrong. Be generous and forgive us this time. We really weren't prepared this time. Next time. As soon as the roundup blog was sent out, it was topped by countless netizens, who became even more arrogant as soon as they saw that the rightful owner had let the word out and had a good attitude in admitting his mistake. Next time? Speak up? When is the next time? What year? Month and day? What time? What minute? What second? Come out and say it clearly. I won't say anything else. Send us the full version of the video first. You want there to be a next time? I'm telling you guys, you're dead. Are there any brothers who are going to the scene of China's Strongest Voice tomorrow? Hold the 2 of them down for me and make them give an honest explanation. Which time is next time exactly? The internet is once again in a frenzy and all the netizens want to know which one is next. With such a big commotion, the other entertainment companies naturally saw it as well, only that they were even more bitter in their hearts. Their own company had just been overhauled, but other people's Xingyao Entertainment was acting as if it was a big year. Many heads of small and medium-sized entertainment companies are thinking about this time. Shouldn't they, in fact, be leaning towards Xingyao Entertainment? After all, given the current situation, Gu Xingyao's talent was completely endless. A normal signing, hard by him, and all those children's songs that appeared in it, all new songs original. Who dares to say that the man who can throw so many new songs out just for his daughter's birthday has exhausted his talent? Since we can't beat them, we'll join. Many company heads of small and medium-sized entertainment have awakened to this moment. Tianmei Entertainment Building. Lu Gao had lost count of the number of times his eyes had been lifeless. He knew that after the last blow to Shangshi Entertainment, there were already different voices in their company, and although Tian Xingqi was still holding on, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. As for those small and medium-sized entertainment companies, they were originally a bunch of rabble-rousers, and after such a big blow this time around, it was expected that they would only go against the grain. This birthday party held by Gu Xingyi also made Lu Gao completely see that this man had no lower limits at all, and the talent he displayed was simply breathtaking. It has to be a quick fight. Contact Chairman Tian for me. Next installment of the tournament. 3 matches, all on aces, Ryuko said to his secretary with an expressionless face, while in his mind he thought about many things. If this installment loses again, then how is he going to maintain the triple threat title? Chapter 171, Clouds and Smoke Become Rain. The next day, the heat on the internet about the signing was still lingering, and another heat was climbing fast. Tonight's China's Strongest Voice. Following the last competition, everyone was dying with anticipation for this competition. After all, they knew that with each installment of the competition, Gu Xingyi would be able to bring them a different new song, or the thieving kind. Ever since Gu Xingyi had appeared, there had never been a shortage of good songs in their song list. In recent days, there are even media outlets on the internet boldly vocalizing that Gu Xingyi is the one sent from heaven to create a new era in the music industry. This is also recognized by netizens, who feel that this time, it is really the hero who makes the time, rather than talent overcoming capital. It is more like capital can no longer suppress talent. Gu Xingyi alone, with his talent, stirred up the entire music scene. If he succeeded in taking out Tianmei Entertainment this time, then he would become the first existence in history to shake up a giant company with the power of one man. Jiang Chang, in Xingyao Entertainment. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao had just arrived at the company when Yang Lin approached them. Mr. Gu, that rin easy. The interview passed, only his job position. There is still to be agreed upon. I think there are currently 2 positions very suitable for him. One is the head of the security department. He recognizes this aspect of the people more, led by him to set up or not. The second one is your assistant, who, based on his previous work experience, can also do a good job of managing this aspect of approaching people, and the relevant professions. Yang Lin said, handing the interview information of Ren Yi in her hand to Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi took the information and read it carefully, then suddenly looked up and asked, any idea what he was fired from his last house for? Yang Ne nodded, asked, because it is not accustomed to the leadership of some under-the-table behavior. Most of all because it is not accustomed to the leadership of bullying the newcomers. So, was dismissed. This kind of character, really not suitable for the workplace. So, quite good. At least the 3 views are correct and his character is okay. Gu Xingyi said as he flipped through the information. And when he finished reading all the information, he looked up again and asked, do you know the conditions of his family? That I didn't ask. Except that he asked to be at work only after 9 in the morning. And in the evening no matter how late. But he would have to make a trip home from 4 to 6 in the afternoon. And of course, he said that the salary could be lowered. But there was no negotiation on that question of time. Gu Xingyi nodded his head in contemplation for a moment, then raised his hand to return the information to Yang Lin. The salary will be the standard one. Time can be given to him. Ask him if he wants to be my assistant. If not, the head of security is fine. Ask him what he thinks. Yang Lin received the information and frowned slightly, but she didn't say anything. She just agreed and left the office. Xia Shiyao also looked over with some confusion and asked curiously, what's so special about this guy? It feels like you have some regard for him? I don't know. It's just, I saw his daughter yesterday, and that attitude of his, there is always a bad feeling. I hope I'm overthinking it. When I'm familiar with it, I'll know naturally. Gu Xingyi shook his head, his face a little heavy. Yesterday he had a vague feeling that something was wrong, and the thing that made him feel wrong was Ren's words. He hoped that one day he would let Nini see her favorite young lady with her own eyes, and for that very reason, it was a bit unusual that he had traveled thousands of miles to come here, or without being sure that he would be able to see Nana-chan. What was the issue that caused him to be so desperate? Gu Xingyi didn't know that he had just come into contact with Ren Ichio yesterday and couldn't talk about this yet. The time flickered to 8 o'clock in the evening, and the 4th installment of China's Strongest Voice came at this time. The main event of the first show of the night, which everyone is looking forward to, has already begun. And Tianmei Entertainment is sending out a first-tier singer with the same original love song. This love song made netizens nod their heads. This level, indeed raised up. Tianmei Entertainment also began to power. But although the standard has been mentioned as the top level of the old music scene, unfortunately, the netizens are looking forward to Gu Xingyi's songs more. What's the saying? You're good, but he's better. There is no comparison. There is no harm. The level of this session of the lyricist, but also to this, if all the lyricists graded bar, Gu Xingyi is the only grade. In front of Gu Xingyi, all the other lyricists have to sit down. Finally it was Star Yao Entertainment's turn to go on, and netizens were surprised to find that Star Yao Entertainment was on another newcomer, and another pair. Last time, the newcomer duo of Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan brought them a big surprise, and they didn't expect that this time, they would come again, and this time, the duo was still the same pair of ballad singers that had been exposed on the internet before. Wang Xini and Wu Peeling, familiar high stools, familiar white body shirts with jeans, familiar guitars and girls. Apparently, they were ready to sing a ballad. The audience couldn't help but look forward to it. There hadn't been a single ballad they'd heard that had caught fire out of the ring. I wonder if this one can bring them a different feeling. The music sounded, and on the big screen, the title of the song was revealed, as Wu Peeling gently swept her guitar, and Wang Xini slightly swayed her body, smiling with Wu Peeling. This beautiful image made the hearts of the audience and netizens quiet. The music is pure, the singer is pure, everything is just right. They looked at the big screen, still with the song made by Xing Yao, performed by The Landlord's Cat, and the title of this song on the screen fits the ballad, Clouds of Smoke into Rain, accompanied by the sound of music and guitar. Wang Xini softly opened her mouth and sang, her voice pure and straight into the heart. Your good night is subconsciously compassionate. I stayed late into the night to cure my insomnia. The handwritten letter, left at the bottom of the suitcase, too late for to give meaning to its journey. All the audience members who heard the song unconsciously settled down in their hearts. It seemed to have a magic power that could make them quiet inside. That's what makes ballads so unique. There are 3 ballads: love, ideal, and far away. These are the original yearnings of everyone's heart, and everyone who hears this song, in this moment, remembers the dream that was hidden in their hearts. These dreams may be the one who once loved her the most, or the first heart that was lost long ago, or the yearning that was broken by reality. All these things that had been gained and lost, everything, at this moment, was awakened by Wang Xini's song. If everything, all clouds have turned to rain, can I turn into mud and stain you again? If life is like a passing movie, let me wake up in a sweet dream again. I want to see you again even if it's just for a quick glance. Dimly lit silhouettes under the streetlight, the longer the walk, the longer the forest path. I'd love to see you again. At least the joke's on you. The autumn equinox of the first leaf fall in the alley were fading away. Chapter 172, Xiao Fei by who was struck down. What a gentle 2 little ones. Only Starry Yao Entertainment can place such 2 little fresheners. Right. How much I want to see you again. Even if it's just a quick glance before we part tearful. Cherish the people around you. These 2 little ones are my house cats. Oh, I'm the landlord and I'm taking them home. The stormy heart suddenly quieted and the tears fell naturally. But I will never see her again. All things have an end. But, only thoughts do not. The song Clouds and Smoke Become Rain made netizens collectively fall into emo once again. A time when everyone remembered the person they wanted to see again, but simply could never see again. They all listened to the song and remembered the person they had dusted off in their hearts for so long. Whether it's family, friendship or love, there's always that one person who makes you want to see them again from the bottom of your heart, even if it's only for a moment. Even Lu Gao, who was watching the match in Tianmei Entertainment, closed his eyes at this moment. Who didn't have someone they wanted to see but couldn't? Gu Xingyi this then, although with him is the opposite, but Lu Gao also have to admit, this person is really to understand people's heart, also too talented. Lyrically, at least, he's like a monster with no brakes. Some of the directors of Tianmei Entertainment had already sighed with sighs of relief. They were now at a loss. How is this going to be fought? There is no way to fight. It's not even at the same level. It's purely being crushed on the ground. They glanced at Ryuko, who had his eyes closed, and no one knew what the company's top man was thinking at the moment. On the scene, a little light makeup Wang Xini, holding a microphone, looks like a neighbor girl, giving people a kind of inexplicable sense of intimacy. She sat on the familiar high stool, looked out at the audience and sang quietly, "The platform, the siren wailing, the thought of your voice, we carry the past within to the crowd. I'm looking for a place to put myself. I'd like to see you again even if it's just for a quick glance." Wu Peiling swept the guitar strings quickly as the song gradually came to an end, and the eyes of their 2 little ones grew brighter and more moving. They have found their place. Star Yao Entertainment, a great, great family. As the song ended, Wang Xini picked up the microphone, Wu Peiling picked up her guitar, and the 2 of them bowed to the quiet audience, turned around and smiled as they headed towards their extended family. It wasn't until only the backs of the 2 were left that the audience came out of the mood of the song and erupted in a burst of applause and screams. Treasure girl, what an ideal on earth. It's true, girls who sing ballads are so clean and beautiful. It's not that ballads have gone out of fashion. It's because the good ones this have just appeared. On the internet, I don't know who said this paragraph, which attracted countless people's admiration. Not that the ballad is no longer in decline, but, no one has the heart to write it, and now this one, finally appeared. In a short while, the results of this match had been released, and the directors of Tianmei Entertainment, looking at the obvious number of votes on the internet, didn't have much expression on their faces one by one. When failure has become habitual, they are more likely to accept it. And now in this situation, if Tianmei Entertainment really wins, then they will be shocked. Lu Dong, do we still have a need to compare? A director looked at Lu Gao, who was still contemplating with his eyes closed, and finally couldn't help but ask. Lu Gao then opened his eyes and looked at these directors present. He is now already angry, when it was really a step away, to the present, but also the Tianmei Entertainment's blame. Why don't we compare? At least, we should also die a bit more decently. Isn't Shangshur Entertainment's Heavenly King Chi Hua not yet on the stage? Let's talk about it when he's on. As for the match after that, I have my own plans, Lu Gao said lightly. The directors in front of the conference table all looked at each other, not to mention that Mu Baiwei had failed and Chi Hua was definitely in danger. Let's say that even if the Heavenly King Chi Hua won a game, what could he do? As long as Gu Xingyi's talent remained, the final points would inevitably be higher for Xingyao Entertainment. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Star Yao Entertainment has actually successfully booked the name of one of the 3 giants now, and the rest is just a matter of time. But since Lu Gao had already decided, the directors didn't ask too many questions. After all, this company was founded by him, and no one would doubt his ability. On the scene, in the other 2 rings, Centurion Entertainment points came to 4. A few other points were in the hands of different entertainment companies, and overall, Centurion Entertainment was still solid. As for Sound and Sea Entertainment, the points even came to 6. They also won more than they lost, a little more than Shangshur Entertainment. The situation was now very clear. If there were no surprises, Tianmei Entertainment would be pulled down, and the new trio would be Sound and Sea Entertainment, Shangshur Entertainment and Xingyo Entertainment. The match once again came to the ring where Star Yao Entertainment was located, and this time, out came everyone's old acquaintance, Xiao Feibai from Shangshur Entertainment. The contestant who had once been bloodily abused by Xia Shiyao in Star Song Exchange. The contestant who had only received one friendly vote from the judges. Now he was once again standing on this kind of stage. And although his opponent was not sure if it was Xia Shiyao or not, he knew that this one was definitely still a song written by Gu Xingyi. Xiao Feibai only felt that this moment was all a bit dreamy. When he thought about it, he was still able to compete on the same stage with Miao Anjuan and Xia Shiyao. But how long had it been? The two of them are already his unattainable existence. Whether it's fame, or heat, or songs sung, every single one of them can't be compared. And all that led to this was because of that man. In fact, Xiao Feibai's relationship with Miao Anjuan has always been quite good. He saw Miao Anjuan like this. He is also quite happy. Just that he still has great regrets in his heart. After all, he, himself, still have to be in the Shangshur Entertainment. This swamp, to stay for a long time. The music sounded. Xiao Feibai quickly adjusted his state. No matter what, his love for music is still the same. In the world of music, he has to take out his best state. The song ended and the fans enthusiastically offered their own applause. This installment of the competition, there was no swinging for the fences. They were all great singers. They really enjoyed it. Xiao Feibai bowed and exhaled lightly before slowly retreating from the stage. When he came to the backstage entrance, the person who came face to face caused him, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, to be stunned, and then a helpless bitter smile appeared on his face. Mr. Shui, how come it's you? It's too much to look down on me, isn't it? The person who came was none other than Shui Xiaoqian, who laughed and patted Xiao Feibai's shoulder. I can't help it, Mr. Gu ordered it, but it's also because you sing so well. This is too much of a blow. Xiao Feibai shook his head. The smile on his face became even more bitter, and in his heart he secretly sprayed Gu Xingyi. This is not killing a pig with a bull knife. Shui Xiaoqian's own fame is more than a first-tier singer. Although the past 2 years do not appear in the public's field of vision, but his old songs are still circulating. This time with Gu Xingyi's song, Xiao Feibai really didn't know how to describe it. Pure and simple. It's here to blow people away. Shui Xiaoqian had already walked onto the stage with a microphone at this point, and the scene unsurprisingly erupted into a deafening roar of surprise. Xiao Feibai turned back to look at the radiant Shui Xiaoqian on the stage, ruthlessly clenched his teeth and said fiercely, asterisk 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 asterisk, what do you say? I'm going to jump ship too. Shangshur Entertainment. Yuck. I won't even stay here. Chapter 173, Heavenly King on stage. Shui Xiaoqian's appearance. Xiao Feibai completely struck Xiao Feibai. Before the duel between the two divas, he did not have personal experience. He could not yet feel the kind of oppression that Star Yao Entertainment, but this time when he faced Shui Xiaoqian in person, he felt it. It was a blow he was bound to lose. Without any hope of seeing a win, the blow caused the seed of hesitation that had been within him to take root all of a sudden. If one loves music, one must leave Centurion Entertainment. Even if he had to pay for the breach of contract, he would still have to leave. After leaving, it would naturally be great if Star Yao Entertainment could have him, and if not, he would do whatever he could to carry on his music career to the end. However, he believed that Star Yao Entertainment would want him, because they had the same philosophy. On the stage in front, the continuous cheering of the audience was still going on, and Xiao Feibai raised his eyes to look, where on the big screen, the title of the song had already appeared, The Actor. With the sound of music in the background, the audience grew quiet, and Shui Xiaoqian flew into the mood. Keep it simple. Keep it simple in the way you talk. Please omit the progression of emotions. You're not an actor. Don't devise a plot. The unique lyrics with Shui Xiaoqian's unique voice make this song simply tailor-made for him. Xiao Feibai listened to the song and was a bit smitten for a moment. No wonder all these people want to join Star Yao Entertainment. That's the answer. Even the best singer needs a song specifically tailored to set him off. And the singer and the song are always complementary to each other. Every famous singer has a classic that no one else can top. And therein lies the charm of Xingyo Entertainment. Gu Xingyo will always be able to create their own songs for these people. The song actor instantly broke the defense of netizens who had just been brought into a quiet mood by clouds into rain. Life is the script and we are all actors in our respective lives. Ugh. I'm wondering what the hell I went through to write lyrics like that. Wait, you mean Xia Shiyao is an actress? Nonsense. I clearly meant what old Shui went through for Guxingyi to be able to write such a song for him, so it's always old Shui who gets hurt. In fact, slowly, each of us becomes an actor, living in a different mask. Upstairs, here's to a cigarette. The songs are layered with heartfelt lyrics that pull the audience in and out of the valley, ravaging them repeatedly. Shui Xiaoqian, on the other hand, has been thoroughly immersed in the song actor. Guxingyi's song was really customized for him, just like Lu Ruoying's later, and he knew when he got the song that joining Xingyou Entertainment was the best choice he had ever made. The song had also reached its climax at this moment, and Shui Xiaoqian loosened the microphone in his hand and gripped it tightly again as his unique voice came out once more. I'm blind to the fact that I'm supposed to be playing along with you. I'm forcing the one person who loves you the most to improvise. When did we start to draw a line in the sand? The changing times. Look at those poor performances. Few another descending blow. Backstage, Xiao Feibai, still smiling bitterly, shook his head, having experienced this feeling twice since his debut. Once was Courage sung by Xia Shiyao, and once was this time, Actor by Shui Xiaoqian. What made him thankful was that he sang first on both occasions. He couldn't even dare to imagine how he could sing on if he sang after they sang first. Surely he would just have his Dao heart shattered, right? After all, it's very embarrassing when you can't catch someone's song. Shui Xiaoqian, who was on the stage, had finished singing by now, and he waved to the audience before walking off the stage. Backstage, Xiao Feibai saw Shui Xiaoqian walking face to face. He froze in place and thought for a moment before he busied himself by walking forward. Mr. Shui, does that Star Yao Entertainment still want people? Hearing Xiao Feibai's words, Shui Xiaoqian gave him a surprised look before quickly releasing another smile. It should be too, but it's still up to Mr. Gu to speak up. I'm optimistic about you, oh. Young man. Shui Xiaoqian could see what Xiao Feibai was thinking in his mind at a glance, smiled and patted his shoulder. This young man in his 20s seems to be enlightened. Mr. Gu, oh, I see. Thank you, Mr. Shui. Xiao Feibai froze for a moment, and only in a flash did he realize that the general manager Gu that Shui Xiaoqian was talking about was Guxingyi, whose impression of Guxingyi had still been stuck on his previous impression of being young and promising. Now it dawned on him, and rightly so, that people were almost the bosses of the three giant companies. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel some emotion in his heart. Are the same age? Why the difference can be so big? If this idea was known to Guxingyi, he would definitely have to spit on it. You say you're doing fine. What's the point of comparing yourself to a humanoid hang-up? It's not bad enough. Feibai, what are you gawking at here? Xiao Feibai was still feeling emotional, when suddenly another sound came into his ears. He looked up and instantly froze again. Chi, you're on next game? Right, come over and meet the young people nowadays. Just how great they are, Chi Hua said with a smile, then looked at the room where Star Yao Entertainment was emotionally. I really didn't expect that I would also be called out to fight against juniors again one day. To be honest, it would be fine if I won, but it would be a shame if I lost. Xiao Feibai didn't chime in because he didn't know what to say. He was also beating the drum in his heart. Chi Hua was the contemporary heavenly king. His strength was naturally undisputedly strong, but he didn't know why. He just had a vague feeling that Guxingyi wouldn't seem to be able to lose. Well, I'm on first. Chi Hua could see Xiao Feibai's entanglement, and he didn't care too much about it. After all, he himself knows that Guxingyi is a demon that comes along once in 1,000 years, and no one knows what Guxingyi will do again. As soon as Chi Hua made his entrance on stage, the arena cheered above and beyond, with tens of thousands of people rising up and cheering, which could be described as the ground shaking. After Diva Mu Bai Wei, this is the second heavyweight contestant. It also meant that this match, again, was something to watch. For this one, Chihuahua brought a Cantonese song. The sound of sighs, the classic melody, paired with his special voice, made this Cantonese song, which instantly conquered the ears of the audience. What makes the King of Heaven a King of Heaven is really his all-encompassing and deathless likability. Guxingyi, who was watching the match backstage, laughed when he saw Chi Hua get into the ring. Finally, he has been waiting for a long time, and he knows that after this one, Star Yao Entertainment, in this music world, will have no more rivals. Chapter 174, Dreaming of the Past. Chihuahua's appearance let all the entertainment companies know that this match would be the one that would determine the direction of the music scene afterward. If Mu Baiwei's defeat before was representative of Star Yao Entertainment's strong rise, then the winner of this match would establish Star Yao Entertainment's position in the music industry afterward. A classic Cantonese song, and the last and hardest challenge Chi Hua brought to Guxingyi. Like later, a classic is a classic because it flows no matter when. The biggest difference between it and other songs is that other songs are only popular for a while, but not for a lifetime without this underlying popularity. Chi Hua finished the song. He stood on this long-lost stage, looked at the audience, vaguely seemed to see his own young self in the beginning, especially today's one. where he was still in the role of a challenger. He had more of that feeling he had back then. The years are getting old, and a new generation is better than the old one, as is the song he's singing now. All that's left is the sound of sighs. The audience under the stage had gone crazy. They chanted Chi Hua's name. Many of them had burst into tears. Since Mu Baiwei and Chi Hua, these people had each struggled with other endeavors. They hadn't enjoyed music like this for a long time. Although a Gu Xingyi came out later, the touch brought by Gu Xingyi was not the same as the touch brought to them by these old people. People are nostalgic, and the appearance of these people fulfills their nostalgia. And this edition of China's Strongest Voice fulfills all their expectations. The music ended, and Chi Hua left the stage amidst everyone's shouts of dismay. Coming backstage, he looked towards where Star Yao Entertainment was located, and he couldn't help but feel some anticipation in his heart as well. What kind of surprise will Gu Xingyi give this time? For the position that Chi Hua was in now, although he was a person from Shangshi Entertainment, but it was only the name that was hanging on Shangshi Entertainment. He could have set up his own business a long time ago. So he was looking forward to this match more because of who his opponent was and what kind of song Gu Xingyi would actually write. It was also at this moment that the door to the room where Star Yao Entertainment was located opened, and a valiant man walked out from it. Seeing this man, Chi Hua froze for a moment. It wasn't until the man walked up to him that he snapped back to his senses and called out his name incredulously. Lu Tianwang. Hey, little Chi, you sing very well. I can see the shadow of me back then in you. Chi Hua never expected that Gu Xingyi could be such a dog, and he never expected that Lu Wangtian could join Xingyou Entertainment. Lu Tianwang, but the old generation of Tianwang, is also his idol. Against his idol? Chi Hua was a bit confused. He had thought that this time was a challenge he had set for Gu Xingyi, but he didn't realize that he was really a challenger. In front of his idol, isn't he the same as the rookie he was? Gu Xing, this cub seed, is also too inappropriate. Letting his own idol smash his own scene. This was also too breathless. Chi Hua stammered for half a day before he grunted out with a flushed face. Lu, Heavenly King Lu, I really didn't expect it to be you. I'm not purely looking for abuse here. Chi, don't say that. A good song has no boundaries or age. A good song is a good song. And your sound size, it touched me so much. I can appreciate the flavor in it. It's really good. Then thank you for the compliment. Brother Lu, I'm also very much looking forward to your songs. Chi Hua, who had already calmed down, was happy to receive the praise from Lu Tianwang, and he was excited to hear his idol's new song again. He had grown up listening to King Lu's songs back in the day. Okay, enough catching up. I'll be on stage first then. Heavenly King Lu nodded his head before taking a step towards the stage. Chi Hua looked at the steady pace of Heavenly King Lu and became even more excited in his heart. An idol is an idol. Even his back is so handsome. At this moment, within the live broadcast room, seeing the people who came out from Star Yao Entertainment, the netizens were even more shaken to the core as if they had experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. Doing this? Do you want other entertainment companies to live? Heavenly King Lu, this face value, holy, handsome to the core. Chi Hua, just your name is Gu Xingyi, right? What? Lu Tianwang? Sorry. I was a little loud just now. Die laughing. Who doesn't know that Heavenly King Lu is Chi Hua's idol and Gu Xingyi is the one who can play? Chihuahua, no, snowflakes fluttering north wind dashing heaven and earth a piece of pale. Inside the Star Yao Entertainment room, Gu Xingyi calmly put away his cell phone, but the smile on his face couldn't be hidden. Xia Yao looked at him curiously and asked, what did you just post? Laughing so hard? I think of happy things. Watch the game. Gu Xingyi struggled to hold in his laughter and hurriedly changed the topic. Xia Yao glanced at him in wonder, always feeling that he wasn't doing anything good. On the stage, the music had started, and Heavenly King Lu had dashingly followed the music and opened his arms, and the female fans below immediately erupted in a burst of intense screams. Top-notch acting. Singing is first-rate. Character is first-rate. The looks and temperament are even more first-rate. It's Lu Tianwang, although he is now older. This does not affect his image in the minds of his fans in any way. It rather makes him more mature and charismatic. The title of the song has also appeared on the big screen in the back. Fascinated in the Dark. It's also a Cantonese song. Same Cantonese song. The same classics. Old kings versus new kings. Idols versus fans. All classics of classics. As soon as Heavenly King Lu's unique gentle and mellow voice came out, it made everyone's heart stutter. A familiar feeling. A familiar formula. The only thing that had changed was his age in this song. May we not hover so much within the gaze. You'll realize that I'm simply lonely, even though 1,000 late nights have been spent dreaming. I did kiss you, which didn't exist after all. As soon as the song came out, it mesmerized everyone, and even more so, it brought back memories in the hearts of countless people. They all had the illusion of dreaming back to their youth. The song is too good, and, sure enough, King Lu's song is the only one that he can sing the way it should be sung. The only one. No cover song can produce this flavor. Tribute to the classics. Tonight is classic night. Of course, Gu Xingyi is the one who can choose people. It's not blown out of proportion. No matter who sings this song, it doesn't have the flavor of Heavenly King Lu singing. The voice is magnetic, sung with feeling, romantic and cozy with a hint of sadness, so deep into my heart. Netizens were caught up in the passing era. Even Chi Hua in the background, looking at Lu Tianwang on the stage, was caught up in it. Listening to this song, it was like he was back in the days when he sat in front of the CD player and watched his idol day and night. At that time, he was dreaming that one day, he would be able to sing with his idol. Now, it looks like that wish, at last, has come true. Chapter 175, Secretly Fascinated. In the conference room of Tianmei Entertainment, all the top management had no sadness or joy on their faces the moment they saw the appearance of Lu Tianwang. Tired. Destroy it. This world is not worth it. I thought that the Heavenly King Chihuahua would be able to resist a little bit of fighting, but who knows? This is not resistant at all. They looked at Lu Gao again. The meaning in their eyes was very clear. Well, no need to struggle now. You say what to do. Lu Gao was also expressionless as he ignored the crowd's gazes, still looking at the dashing figure on the big screen as he sang yet another classic Cantonese song. Fascinated in the dark. That's fascinating. Dismissed. A clear and cold voice came out from Lu Gao's mouth, and the directors present were all stunned, and they all wondered if they had heard it wrong. Dismissed? Is it just a compromise? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, but seeing that Lu Gao remained motionless, they could only eventually pack up the documents in front of them and disperse. The sounds of people and cars began to fade and die. There's an emotional slave to the silent struggle. It's how much I miss her, but I'm left with nothing but endless sighs. On the screen, Heavenly King Lu's charming song was still coming. Lu Gao's eyes were bright and uncertain. He didn't know what he was thinking about, and after a few moments, he took out his cell phone and dialed a phone number. Inform her to get ready. We can't afford to lose the triumvirate's name. A sound came from the other end of the phone, and after a moment, Ryuko put down the phone and continued to watch the match. Now he could only do the second choice. Star Yao Entertainment couldn't move. He could only find another way. As to why he didn't tell the other directors, because he felt that this group of directors were all losers. If Gu Xingyi had been able to press him down when he was first revealed, where would there be so many things now? And, with the second option, the less people know about it, the better. On the scene, Lu Tianwang is still singing. The audience have all stood up, shaking the hands of glow sticks, waving to their heart's content. Glow sticks and the rhythm of the song just right. When they listened to this song, it was as if that scene from the time when Lu Tianwang was young appeared in front of their eyes. That movie he had acted in at that time, that song he had sung, these scenes, one by one, appeared in front of their eyes. In fact, I'm mesmerized every time I see you, but you and I have our own roles to play, even if you're more than friends in lonely dreams. I love you in the dark and I'm fascinated in the dark. Needless to get you into all kinds of trouble. Say goodbye to me, don't let the emptiness make me cross the line. Surely a classic voice. Mesmerizing, nostalgic. When Lu Tianwang sang this, many people could not help but cover their faces and cry. This is their youth. That's what music was like back then. You can't help but want to sing along with the loud chorus. That's the thing about good music. You can't help but get lost in it, whether you're happy or sad. Listening to the tunes when you're happy and the words when you're sad. It brings the stories that all people have experienced into the music and then moves them. At this moment on the network, the topic about Heavenly King Lu and the song has even exploded. And before the song is finished, the hot search has been locked in advance. Worthy of being Heavenly King Lu, the moment he opens his mouth, he makes people secretly mesmerized. Classic Cantonese songs. The old Heavenly King returns. The song Secretly Enchanted brings tears to your eyes. Heavenly King Lu's peak face. Even I at my peak had to avoid it. When I first met the King of Heaven I couldn't pee. When I saw him again I couldn't pee. The King of Heaven is still the same King of Heaven. But I've long since stopped being the same person I was in the beginning. On the stage, the song had ended, and at this moment, not only the audience was in tears, but even Heavenly King Lu himself on the stage had burst into tears. The King of Heaven has aged, but his heart hasn't. At this moment, when he meets Gu Xingyi and fascinated in the dark, he seems to have found his inner fiery self back then. Although long ago, many people have said that even if Heavenly King Lu does nothing, one stop towards the stage will make people excited. But who doesn't know his character well? He also wouldn't allow himself to stand on a stage with no work and just live off his reputation. The song Darkly Enchanted really recreates what he was like back in the day. Until Heavenly King Lu exited the stage, the audience in the arena and the netizens in the live broadcast room had that excitement for a long time. He is gone from the stage, but in the hearts of the audience he will always be there. The fourth installment of China's Strongest Voice also came to an end with the exit of Lu Tianwang, and with the end of this installment, It also represents a new era in the music industry. Officially, the first and fastest to react were the various media outlets, and as soon as the game was over, a flood of news ensued. Following the victory of Heavenly King Lu, Star Yao Entertainment, the points came to number 1 in the ring, no doubt about it. A new trio has emerged, taking stock of Gu Xingyi's road to fame. From obscurity to chairman of one of the big three, he only used a few months. Showbiz big story, Tammy is dead, Xingyo is in power, Gu Xingyi is the final winner. In addition to the actions of the media, some entertainment companies have even changed their company's recruitment policy. They even put out the word that all company treaties are on par with Star Yao Entertainment. In addition to putting out these words, they even took the initiative to send out a roundup blog to congratulate Star Yao Entertainment, not asking for anything else but to mix things up. Everyone knew that Gu Xingyi was a treasure, and it would definitely be right to get on good terms with him. Of course, there were still some entertainment companies that were still waiting to see what would happen, and they all thought that a skinny camel was bigger than a horse, and that even if Tianmei Entertainment wasn't any better, it was still a big company that had taken up the title of the Big Three for so many years. The entertainment industry was once again stirring up storm clouds. Only this time, Gu Xingyi didn't need to use the momentum. He already had the ability to fight the other three giants head-on. Star Yao Entertainment is once again busy because of the impact of this issue. Luckily, Renee Yi reported to the company the next morning and became Gu Xingyi's personal assistant, plus bodyguard plus chauffeur, which made Gu Xingyi's life a lot easier. The business ability of Renee is not to say, just on the first day of office, will be the company's business combing almost? After combing, he dealt with everything as even more seemingly comfortable. Not the slightest need to Gu Xingyi bother. This caused Gu Xingyi to call out that he had picked up a great bargain. Meanwhile, good news came from Star Yao Animation that One Man's Life had been produced and was ready for release. When Gu Xingyi arrived at the company, he heard bursts of cheers coming from Star Yao Animation's office, especially Chen Feng's voice, which had reached the main door. Brothers, wait for me to pick an auspicious day. Our Star Yao Animation's first work. It'll be a success. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 176, Publicity Movie Broadcast. Crazy. Congratulations. Come on, let me see how you guys are doing. Gu Xingyi pushed open the door to the Star Yao Animation office area and looked towards Chen Feng, who was still excited, and said, "Ha ha. Same happy. Old Gu, you're here just in time. Take a look at the finished product. It's different from what you had in mind." When Chen Feng saw Gu Xingyi arrive, he pulled him in front of the computer. Although he was assured of the skills of these people of his, he still wanted to let Gu Xingyi, the person who created the script, take a look at it. After all, he was the one who was supposed to have the most feelings about this anime. As Chen Feng clicked on the video file noted as One Man, Gu Xingyi leaned over and looked earnestly at the computer. At this time, Chu Xiyin, Chu Siming and the others also gathered around. The looks on their faces were all tense. After struggling for so long, they were afraid that from Gu Xingyi was not that satisfied with their creation. On the computer, the story of One Man slowly unfolded, opening late at night with a drunken man chattering to himself and walking through the mountains, accompanied by the sound of animals and birds chirping in the mountains. The atmosphere was very eerie. Gu Xingyi was a bit slightly stunned and continued to watch. Then in a graveyard, a creepy figure is digging a grave, a shoveling sound that scares the drunken man into shouting that there are ghosts, and the scene shifts and Zhang Chulan appears. Seeing this, Gu Xingyi's eyes narrowed slightly. The Zhang Chulan on the computer in front of him, and the one he remembered, couldn't be said to be 100% similar, but it could already be more than 95%. After that, the plot unfolded, and when Sister Bauer appeared, Gu Xingyi was completely relieved, and when he saw Sister Bauer again, who spoke fluent Chuanyu, Gu Xingyi pressed the pause button and slowly turned his head. Behind them, all the employees involved in the production of Star Yao Animation stared nervously at Gu Xingyi, not daring to breathe a single breath. Seeing them in this state, Gu Xingyi suddenly smiled. Everyone has worked hard. It's ready for the theater. As soon as the words fell, an ear-splitting cheer immediately erupted from the office. This anime had cost them several whole months of hard work, and now that it had finally passed, how could it not make them ecstatic? Crazy. When are you going to do the publicity and release it? Gu Xingyi asked with a smile on his face. He didn't even realize that it was these people in front of him that had produced this anime, and the level of refinement was no less than that of the original world's One Man's World. Old Gu, what do you think? I've made all the preparations. Wang Jun's and their anime should start publicizing in early December. We, too, are set for the same day as them. If they release the movie, we'll release it. Reckless? Not afraid of being overwhelmed? Ha ha, I created that above all of theirs. Can I not know the script? Moreover, I don't believe they can produce it better than us. I'm now incredibly confident that One Man above all can crush them. Chen Feng laughed a little, his self-satisfied look making Gu Xingyi want to whack him. but I'll have to trouble you and your sister-in-law when it's time to do publicity. Ha ha. Chen Feng turned his words around and added, scratching his head. Gu Xingyi gave him a glance. Just now is not still very arrogant, well, now how impotent. Really chicken. Meanwhile, another studio, also located in Jiangcheng. Wang Jun and Wan Cheng had already made the promo. Only Wan Cheng's face had been a bit gloomy. She looked at the finished movie on the computer, and couldn't help but think of Chen Feng again. Ever since she knew that Chen Feng was a rich second generation, she regretted it, and then as Gu Xingyi's reputation became more and more fiery, she was now repentant. He had thought that Chen Feng's family conditions only with Wang Jun no too. After all, Chen Feng and her dating has not been posing broad. Usually life is also has been very able to will be, living like a carving silk. In that case, why couldn't she choose the better-looking Wang Jun? Moreover, at that time, Gu Xingyi's reputation was no better than now, and he was even caught up in a domestic violence incident. When she had originally seen that Gu Xingyi was Chen Feng's good brother, she had thought that he would be able to pull Chen Feng's strings, but at that time, that situation had made her lose faith in this good brother of Chen Feng's as well. One step wrong, which makes Wan Qing every time I think of it is very remorseful. Her heart is also incomparably resentful of Chen Feng. You are a rich second generation. Engage in what pure love persona? Now it was useless to regret it. Things had already happened. Wan Qing could only look at the promo on the computer and ask, Wang Jun, the promo is released tomorrow. Have you placed any ads or anything? Also, have you hired any stars to promote it? Everything's ready. Haru, don't worry. This anime is going to be a hit, and I've hired all the famous bloggers in the anime industry to promote it. With a smile on his face, Wang Jun swore, but on Chen Feng's side, you mustn't forget what Gu Xingyi said back then. And, with his current popularity, he'll only do a better job of publicizing than us. Wan Qing's face was still a bit ugly. She always remembered Gu Xingyi's voice back then. What do you mean by a little understanding? To understand is to understand. Not to understand is not to understand. And the whole slight understanding comes out as annoying. Hearing Wan Qing's words, Wang Jun was not the least bit surprised. But seeing Wan Qing's still worried look, he put his arm around Wan Cheng's thin waist and comforted her. Gu Xingyi, I admit that he is indeed strong in lyrics, but this is an anime. It's not like the anime world is the same thing as his showbiz world. And as you know, this anime was created by Chen Feng after nearly 2 years of simmering, so I don't believe that just one Gu Xingyi will be able to come up with another good script in such a short period of time. It had better be. Wan Qing thought for a moment before finally nodding, and her face looked better. It was also true that Gu Xingyi, a person who had never dabbled in anime before, even if he was more than capable, it was impossible for him to come up with a script and produce it so quickly. And if he's that good lyrically, he's not even a normal human being if he's going to create anime. The next day, December 1st, 9 a.m., AI Cheng Anime, founded by Wang Jun, officially released the promotional video of Under All Beings, as a national cartoon. And with many famous cartoon bloggers recommending publicity, the promotional video immediately attracted countless animation-loving netizens to watch it as soon as it was aired. I have to say, Under All Beings follows the traditional power system of national comics, but his fine drawing quality and ups and downs of the story are very eye-catching. The promo came out just 2 hours ago and has garnered numerous positive reviews. At the moment, the AI Ching Anime Studio is in a state of jubilation. The fire of the promo has given them hope that even Wan Cheng, who had been gloomy all day, was smiling at the moment. The promos have garnered so many positive reviews that it is foreseeable that once the main movie is released, the company will surely make a lot of money. Chapter 177, Light of National Comics. Haru, how was it? I told you, it's absolutely hot. Come on, give me a kiss to celebrate. Wang Jun looked at the hot data of the promo, and had long been happy. He put his arm around Wan Qing's waist and said with a smile, stop it, everyone's watching. Wan Qing had a shy look on her face and skimmed her face. The other employees of the studio were instantly speechless, and in their hearts, they all thought in unison, what's the point of pretending to be pure? It's not like they haven't been like this in front of them before. Wang Jun, who was in a good mood, didn't care about Wan Qing's refusal and forced a hard kiss on her lips. He seems to have all but seen the revenue that will come in after the regular movie is released. But just at this moment, a company backbone suddenly ran over in a hurry, his hand holding the tablet trembling a little. June, it's over, it's over. Take a quick look at the internet. Another national comic has appeared. As he spoke, he handed the flat plate in his hand to Wang Jun. Wang Jun, who was still looking smug, frowned a bit, feeling a bit angry at this backbone's impudence. Isn't it just a national manga? What's the point of panicking? Which of the national comics these days can fight? Wang Jun took the tablet and looked at it disdainfully. There really isn't a single national comic market that he can look at right now. But when he saw the name of the anime, The smile on his face suddenly disappeared. One man down? It's not a plagiarism, is it? His anime is called Above All Beings, and this is One Man Below All? What's the game? He then tapped on the promotional video on top of the tablet. Wudam Wang Yi, greetings to the old heavenly master. The past cannot be undone. The future can be changed. At the beginning of the video, it was the scene of Wang Fry, a sentence of Wudam Wang Yi, paying homage to the old heavenly master, so that Wang Jun's pupils were tightened, and the more he looked at his heart, the more alarmed he became. This picture quality, this voice acting, this characterization, this line, especially when he saw Sister Bauer appear with a mouthful of Chuanyu dialect, he blacked out at this image. This voice, it was too appealing. When Wang Jun came back to his senses again, he once again saw a famous scene. It is Zhang Chulan's bird walking under the moon. The video, step-shaking Billy and Zhang Chulan mobilized the real air. Laughing, the sound of laughter makes Wang Jun holding the flatbed hand are trembling, and then the flatbed bang sound fell to the ground. The light of National Comics. If Under All Beings is an altered creation based on the original National Comics, then this Under One Person is undoubtedly the light of National Comics. Who the hell is it? Wang Jun chanted unbelievably under his breath, and quickly picked up the tablet from the ground again, tapping on the publisher's information, and then, he completely blacked out in front of his eyes, and sat on his butt on the ground. Wang Jun! Ruan Cheng exclaimed in shock and also sensed that things were bad. She didn't bother with Wang Jun who was sitting on the ground. Instead she snatched the tablet into her hands. In the next second, she too froze completely in place. Posted by, Star Yao Anime. Xing Ya. Star Yao. I'm afraid that anyone who is a human being right now knows what Star Yao stands for. But Ruan Cheng still didn't believe it and clicked on the Weibo and found Gu Xingyi and Xiaoshi Yao's Weibo to check it out. And then, she also sat on her butt on the ground, only to see Gu Xingyi and Xiaoshi Yao's microblogs posting their latest message at the same time. The promotional video for Star Yao Animation's One Man Down has been released. I hope all of you greats will support it. I can assure you, this is a national anime you can't ignore. For more details, please click the link to One Man Down. Ha! Gu Xingyi. Slightly understand. Ha 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 ha. What a slight understanding. Ruan Qing cried and laughed like crazy, and finally she suddenly picked up the tablet again, found the profile of Star Yao Animation Company, and stared at the top of it dead on, only to see that above the profile, within the column of company directors, Chen Feng's name had clearly appeared. Phone. I'm going to call him. In Ruan Qing's mind at the moment, there was only this one thought. She was now completely regretting it. She was going to find Chen Feng to make things right again. She believed that as long as she pretended to be a little more pitiful and tender, Chen Feng would definitely agree to make up with herself. After all, in the first year and a half of being together, he had treated himself in 100 different ways. Splatterman, what are you doing? Wang Jun, who was sitting on the side, saw Ruan Qing in this state, snatched her cell phone and questioned with red eyes. Get lost. It's all your fault. You're the one who got me into this mess in the first place. If it wasn't for you, I would have been with Chen Feng long ago. With those words, Ruan Cheng went to grab the cell phone as if she was crazy, and the two of them tore themselves apart inside the company like that. At this moment on the internet, a wave has been created once again, not only in the anime world, but even people who usually don't watch much anime know that there is a national anime that is about to be released in theaters, and it's called One Man's World. Not only because of Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao's publicity, even Tian Wang Lu, Xiao Qian Shui, and others, all released siege blogs at this same time, all of them recommending the anime One Person's Life. And this propaganda film, the number of views has long exceeded 100 million, more millions of retweets and tens of millions of comments, at this time has dominated the hot search of various software. This statistic has not been reached by any anime before. There are even countless famous anime bloggers, independently producing promotional videos to help publicize. After all, these are traffic. So much heat. Don't want it for nothing. Xiaoji is a well-known anime blogger with millions of followers who loves anime with all his heart, and at first he was exceptionally angry when he saw Gu Xingyi and the others promoting One Man Down. He feels it's the rice culture polluting the anime world. He was going to vow to defend the anime world from pollution, so he also clicked on the one-man promo and watched it. He was going to nitpick. He was going to find the points of deficiency of this anime and then bash Gu Xingyi and the others. However, when he watched the promo as a whole, his entire body froze, and after he froze for a long time, he gulped, and finally posted a siege blog online with a link to the promo. At first, I was exceptionally angry when I saw so many celebrities promoting One Piece. I felt that it was tainting our anime community. Gu Xingyi is a person that I like very much as well, and I love listening to his songs, but I don't agree that he can make a good anime, especially a national anime. Today's national anime is suffering, but when I watched the promo in its entirety, I realized that I was wrong. I just want to say sorry to Gushigi, and then say one more sentence. It's so nice. In my mind, this is the light of national comics. Well deserved. I would like to recommend this anime to everyone in a grand way. Read on. You'll be pleasantly surprised. Koji finished his siege blog in one breath and then let out a long sigh of relief. He was also now incredibly excited for the release of the anime proper. Also, never one to follow celebrities, he followed two for the first time. One was Gu Xingyi, and the other, Xia Shuriao. Chapter 178, Facts Aside. As time festers, the promo for One Man Down has completely flamed out of the ring, not only sensationalizing the entire anime community, but even netizens who don't usually watch much anime are paying attention to this national anime. Not because of anything else, but because it was produced by Star Yao Animation, and the person who created the script was still Gu Xingyi. The internet has exploded with even more chatter about One Man Down, and basically everyone from the anime industry to the entertainment industry is talking about this national manga. Originally, when I saw Gu Xingyi recommending it, I thought that this cub seed didn't write songs properly and started fooling around again, until so many stars I saw were recommending it. I clicked on it with a curious heart, and then, my whole body was stunned. Laughing my ass off. What kind of godly anime is this? Moonlight walking a bird. One air. Ha 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 ha. I have to say, I love Sister Bao's image so much, especially that mouthful of authentic Chuanyu dialect. Ha ha, you melon child. It's so outrageous. Gu Xingyi this then not only writes songs outrageously, now he's even writing anime scripts, and he writes it so well. He's just not human. I'm kind of looking forward to this one man's life. Being one who doesn't watch a lot of anime, I love the old Skymaster. It's so valiant. Feels like an absolute boss. The characterization and story content in the promotional video of One Man, Two Governors completely captured the attention of netizens, and they all began to look forward to the arrival of the main movie. The Above All Beings released by AI Ching Studio is now directly forgotten in the corner. If we say that there are still people clicking in to take a look in the first 2 hours, but by now, the number of views is already close to zero. It's not that Above All isn't good enough. It's that One Man shines too brightly. There is no harm without comparison. At this moment, Wang Jun, who had just fought with Ruan Chang, was already in a state of lifelessness. He could already foresee the end of Above All Beings, and this time, he would surely lose all his money. This ending he cannot accept. To know, in order to create this anime, his family background has been emptied, but also can find all the investment to find, can borrow all the places borrowed, and basically are in his own name. Now in this situation, many employees of the company have already rolled away, and Ruan Qing even broke with him completely, pulling him black. At this moment, he was left with this empty office and a body full of debts, 100 times more miserable than Shin Feng at the time. In Star Yao Anime, everyone was still celebrating the explosion of the promo when Chen Feng received a phone call. He looked at the caller ID on it and immediately furrowed his brows. Instead of picking up the phone immediately, he hesitated for several moments before silently hanging up and pulling the plug. When he looked up again, he looked at these joyful, smiling faces in front of him, and then smiled back. Gu Xingyi, who was off to the side, saw all of this, and he smiled as well before walking forward and patting Chen Feng on the shoulder. Not picking it up? Now that you've succeeded, isn't it all the more important to pick it up and hear what she has to say? So I'm such a small-minded person in your mind, am I? Chen Feng gave him a blank look and said without a trace of anger. Gu Xingyi laughed even more cheerfully and gave Chen Feng 2 more heavy slaps on his shoulder. Chen Feng then sighed before spreading his hands. Before One Man's life was a success, I was still thinking about how to go about standing in front of her in an overbearing manner if I succeeded, proving to her how poor her vision was. But when it did succeed, I suddenly realized that it was all in the past, especially when working together with everyone. I realized more clearly that the reason why we people, can come together is because of the dream in our hearts, and that dream shouldn't be tarnished by people like this. What's in the past is in the past, and we should look forward. A deep understanding. Not bad. This is the Chen Feng I know. Give you a round of applause. Gu Xingyi was still smiling. Only in this smile, there was finally more relaxation. In fact, he was worried before. Worried that Chen Feng would go back to Ruan Qing after he succeeded. Worried that he would be coaxed by sweet words again. Worried that he would repeat his mistakes. But no, although Chen Feng looked big and bold, he was as clear as a mirror in his heart. Very clear. The next day, what no one expected was that Ruan Qing came to the door, and although she was stopped by security, she still didn't leave and kept guarding outside the company. In the end, Chen Feng and Gu Xingyi had to step in and meet her. Still in this building, the three of them met. Only this time, there was one less Wang Jun. Ruan Qing's face still carries some scars, the body dresses as before. When she saw Chen Feng, that pathetic expression makes Gu Xingyi heart all straight call this not to go to be an actor or a pity. Chen Feng, I broke up with Wang Jun. Ruan Cheng tried to go forward and grab Chen Feng's hand, but he backed away and dodged away. So she looked up and said pitifully to Chen Feng, "What do I care if you broke up?" Chen Feng looked at the woman in front of him, and although his heart fluctuated a bit, he still frowned and said, "Chen Feng, I know you hate me. It's fine for you to hit me. It's fine for you to scold me. As long as you can get rid of your anger, then let's make up, just like before." No, please get it straight. I don't hate you now. No matter how I was with you in the first place, we have nothing to do with each other now, and I won't have anything to do with you anymore. And finally, please leave this place. You are not welcome in our company. Ruan Qing continued to speak, but was directly interrupted by Chen Feng, who then issued an eviction order. "Chen Feng, do you have to be so desperate? Putting aside the facts, aren't you at fault at all? If you hadn't been hiding your identity as a second-generation rich man, I wouldn't have left you in the first place. It was you who lied to me first." These words gave Gu Xingyi almost a laugh, and also made the face of Chen Feng, who originally still had some palpitations in his heart, completely cold. "Good one. Aside from the facts, I don't have anything to talk to you about right now, so stay here if you want to, but Ruan Cheng, I can clearly tell you that I won't have anything to do with you anymore, so if you still have any face left in you, please leave me alone." After saying that, Chen Feng just turned around, then his entire face completely blackened, only to see the company on both sides of the door, picketed full of people gathered around to see the watching crowd of eaters. He even saw, some people even took a melon in the stone. It is outrageous. Seeing that Ruan Qing was still going to reach out to retain his hand, Gu Xingyi directly blocked behind Chen Feng, smilingly looking at Ruan Qing. Seeing this smiling handsome face of Gu Xingyi again, Ruan Cheng was inexplicably a little scared in her heart. She dared to cry in front of Chen Feng, but she didn't dare to be like this in front of Gu Xingyi. She still vaguely remembered that Gu Xingyi also looked like this back then, as if nothing could be difficult for him. That was why Gu Xingyi now gave her the impression of an omnipotent being. "You have heard the words of the madman, and I, for my part, advise you not to make trouble for yourself. Also, I told you guys at the beginning, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't deceive the youth to be poor. Oh, by the way, my brother is not poor. I hope you remember my words. Other than that you're on your own." Chapter 179, but do good deeds, don't ask about your future. Ruan Qing ended up leaving because of Gu Xingyi's words. She could guarantee that Chen Feng wouldn't do anything to her, but she couldn't read Gu Xingyi. In her heart, capital was always the same, and the fact that Gu Xingyi was able to create such a large company in such a short period of time was, in her opinion, a horrible thing. If Gu Xingyi were to know this thought of hers, he would definitely cry and laugh. It turns out that now he has become a capital predator in the eyes of others as well. On December 5th, the main movie of One Man Down was officially launched, and it was released on the largest anime platform in China, the free anime platform. On the day of its release, this national anime reaped a whopping 400 million broadcasts, which can be called one of the highest first-day broadcasts ever, and the rating is even more than all the anime released in the same batch. It's unbelievable that a national manga can reach this level. Star Yao Anime's name, also because of this anime, resounded throughout the entire anime world. Online hot search, since the appearance of one person, has not stopped, and the Star Yao Entertainment and Star Yao Anime, also by the netizens, hang on the lips. Especially Gu Xingyi. Now the netizens are even more excited about him, and there are even media posts detailing Gu Xingyi's history. And then the netizens who saw this posting all sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. Starting from obscurity, he appeared in the public eye with the song A Lifetime of You, to his initial fame after collaborating with Hua Yin and co-creating As Long as It's Ordinary, and then the incident of doting on his wife and the domestic violence incident, which plunged him into the vortex of public opinion, until Xia Shiyao came out to favor his husband, so that the netizens once again accept him. After that it was out of control, one after another a fine issued, until Xia Shiyao was blocked. Hua Yang, because of his chasing the dream red heart, came out to stand. That's when he had the backbone to fight against the entertainment industry. Until this time, Hua Yin's China's strongest voice, he no longer kept a low profile, and a few issues of the competition completely established his status. It's only been 6 months. He alone has left everyone in the entertainment industry with nothing to look forward to. Then now Star Yao Animation has released One Man, which has created another wave in the anime world. Turn your hand to the clouds, turning your hand into rain. Let's just say it's horrible. After countless netizens read this media release, they were filled with shock and left comments below. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you didn't say it, I didn't even realize Gu Xingyi was this awesome. Family members, who understands? I've been chasing his songs until now, and when I look back, he's already at the top, and I, still the same obscure teenager I was at the beginning, just go off the deep end. It's really subliminal. We only pay attention to his songs, It's like no one really pays attention to his family history. The idol is just around the corner. No matter which way, he's the one I strive for. It can't be done without our support. But, he's made so much money and hasn't looked to donate once? There's moral abduction these days? People that are making money from strength, it's their business whether they donate or not, right? It's true that it's his business, but without us, he can't stand up. Look at the entertainment industry, which capable and reputable one doesn't do charity? Just him. Gu Xingyi is the exception. Upstairs, don't confuse you with us. Speak as if he's not relying on his strength, but all on you. They say that Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi are a clear stream in the entertainment industry, but I think it's just like that. No different from other capitalists. I don't know who took the lead. The online trend suddenly changed. Many netizens have begun to discuss whether or not to donate this matter. Within Star Yao Entertainment at this moment, Gu Xingyi's few people naturally saw these comments and topics. How can these people be like this? What gives them the right to say that? 30% of the money we make at Star Yao Entertainment is used to help poor children and those patients who can't afford to see a doctor. Every single amount was personally scrutinized by Sister Yun before it was allocated. Sister Shioyo, sister-in-law, aren't you guys going to step in and clarify things? Dorothy, who was nestled on the couch cuddling her tablet, huffed as she hugged it. Sister Yun and the others also looked over. They naturally all knew that 30% of the money Gu Xingyi earned went to various impoverished areas, and on the first day of the establishment of Xingyao Entertainment, the Xingyao charity was also established with it. Only Gu Xingyi never said anything, he just did it silently. Seeing this puffed-up look of Tao Luo Lele, Xia Shiyao pressed her puffed-up little face with some amusement and said, "We are developing too fast. Naturally some people are jealous. These are very normal. Some people like it and some people hate it. If you get angry when you encounter something like this, wouldn't you sooner or later be pissed off?" But they're really pissed off. Tao Lele was still a bit indignant. Even she had taken out 30%, and now she still had to be said so. Okay, calm down. This is obviously someone who was leading a rhythm. However, wanting to make an issue out of this kind of thing is not too childish. Don't worry, don't pay any attention to it. What's the saying? But do good deeds. Don't ask about the future, the heart's desire. Don't ask about the West. Gu Xingyi, who was sitting on the other side of the sofa, also soothed Tao Lele. Regardless of what the internet says, he has no shame and his heart is good. White, never become black. Star Yao Entertainment's donations has always been through the country of China's charitable direct donations. Every single one of them have stood up to the test. So, he is not worried. But do good deeds. Don't ask questions. Where the heart is, don't ask questions. The people present silently chanted these words in their hearts before they all looked at Gu Xingyi, their eyes shining brighter and brighter. This is the charm of Gu Xingyi. Ah, look at people. This culture not only write songs so cowhide, even talk, are so comforting. At the same time, the online rhythm is also getting bigger and bigger. Gu Xingyi's silence, but also let the storm more and more intense. Quite a kind of starfire, can start a prairie fire trend. Lu Dong, what a good plan. Just a little bit of water army can muddy the water. Gu Xingyi must be tired of dealing with it now. The day after tomorrow's China's Strongest Voice is a good time for us to strike back. Lu Gao's office. The company's operations minister is happily patting Lu Gao's ass. This incident, is Lu Gao commanded him to do? I did not expect that the internet is now really formed a crusade against Gu Xingyi. Who said I'm going to take the opportunity to fight back? If Gu Xingyi could be trapped by this little thing, he wouldn't be Gu Xingyi anymore. Lu Gao's face remained flat, not the slightest bit happy by his subordinate's horse's ass. No counterattack? Then what are we doing this for? The operations minister was a bit embarrassed as he opened his mouth to ask with some confusion after his horse's ass was patted on the horse's leg. It's just a slight distraction to keep him distracted. And as for why, don't ask what you're not supposed to know. Lu Gao glanced at him. No fluctuations could be seen in his eyes. Well, I'll go back then. You're busy. The operations minister smiled even more awkwardly and hurriedly got up to leave. Chapter 180, here comes the song request. No one could figure out what Lu Gao was trying to do, including Gu Xingyi, who knew that there must be someone behind this incident, but he couldn't think of the significance of the other party doing so. Throwing dirt on yourself to distract yourself? And then leave yourself with no energy to worry about what's going on China's Strongest Voice? If that was the case, then Gu Xingyi could only say that the person who used this trick was simply too stupid. The fact that this would make one not have the energy to create a song was simply a joke. And the very next day after the incident, Star Yao Entertainment came with 3 people that even Gu Xingyi was not expecting. When the 3 people came to the door, Gu Xingyi was not in the company. The receptionist Miss Li Wenjing looked at the 3 old people in front of her with a dignified face. She couldn't help but secretly guess who these 3 old people were in the end. At the same time, she was busy standing up, greeting up. Hello, may I ask who the 3 of you are looking for? Little girl, we're looking for Gu Xingyi. may I ask if he's at the company? An old man at the head of the group smiled back, while all three of them surveyed the place. Looking for Mr. Gu, please wait a moment. Mr. Gu is not in the company right now. I'll contact him for you. Then please contact him, little miss, and say that Lin Guodong is visiting. Good. Then you three go into the parlor first and take a rest. Sister Lele, who's here to find General Manager Gu? Come on and receive them first. Li Wenjing hurriedly replied. She always felt that these three old men in front of her were very unusual, so she was busy informing Tao Lele to receive them again. For fear of slowing down the three, Tao Lele hurriedly arrived and introduced the three old men into the parlor. Being served tea, the three old men politely said thank you. Then one of them looked at the other with a smile and grumbled. Lin, I told you we should have contacted ahead of time. What kind of person would just come over like that on a whim? Don't you want to surprise him? Young people don't always like this tune. I also didn't expect this kid to be out of the office at this hour. As soon as he finished speaking, another old man immediately picked up the conversation and said, oh, are the foot and neck into the ground of the people, but also play this set. But, Xiaogu, this company is organized in style, is a little small. Hey, every day to listen to you guys praise him, but also want to quickly meet the real person. I did not expect, pounced on a blank. After the old man finished speaking, he turned his head again to look at Tao Lele, who was standing on the side of the board, and laughed. Little girl, don't need to be so formal. Our three old men aren't bad people. By the way, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. I'm the president of the China Charity Association, Bo Yongji. This is the general director of the Huayang television station, Dugu, and the other is the general director of the Huayin, Lin Guodong. Upon hearing the trio's self-reporting, Tao Lele's entire head was in a daze. The only words left in her little head were Huagua Charity, Huayang and Huayin. These are all big names that you don't usually get to see. Today, he even came to Star Yao Entertainment as a companion. Seeing that Dorothy didn't react much, Kashiwa Wing-chi continued. Hasn't there been a lot of naysaying on the internet about your Mr. Gu lately? How come it looks like he's not in too much of a hurry? As soon as they came to Star Yao Entertainment, the three old men were satisfied with what they saw in front of them. The whole Star Yao Entertainment didn't seem to be affected by anything, and everyone went to work with a smile on their face, which made Bo Yongji a little surprised. If you know other companies encountered this kind of thing, for the sake of the company's reputation, the PR team would have already gone down and washed their hands of the situation. And he was aware of the property that Gu Xingyi donated. After all, every single one of them was donated through the China charity. What he donated could be not a small amount. After all, it was 30% of a company's earnings, so you can imagine how much it would be. Hearing Kashiwa Wing-chi's question, Tao Lele finally reacted. And although her mind was still confused at the moment, she quickly said, because our Mr. Gu said, but do good deeds, do not ask about the future, the heart of the matter, no questions asked. We do good deeds worthy of doing. We will not bother about personal gains and losses, and do not need to worry about people's comments on the non-compliance. Our own peace of mind is good. Oh, the three old men's eyes lit up at the same time, and Bo Yongji even muttered and repeated the phrase but do good deeds, don't ask for a future, then suddenly burst out laughing. A good one, but do good things and don't ask questions. I'm really looking forward to meeting this young man more and more. Ha ha, old Cypress, what did I guess? That kid, Xiao Gu, won't be in a hurry at all. That's why I like this kid. I agree with Xiao Lin on this point, although I've never met him, but the first impression he gave me was the feeling of being pampered and having poetry in his belly. Just then, the door to the parlor was hurriedly opened, and several people turned their heads to see that it was Gu Xingyi who had hurriedly arrived. Elder Lin, I heard you guys praising me so much right outside the door. I was too embarrassed to come in. Who are these two old men? Gu Xingyi walked inside while smiling awkwardly. He was a little embarrassed to hear others praising him so much, and most of all, those were the quotes from the bigwigs of the original world. He was just a porter. It was a compliment that made him dry himself up. Ha ha, you kid will still be embarrassed? Let me introduce you. This is Dugu, the one you didn't get to meet last time, from Huayang, and this is Bo Yongji, also the main person who came to see you this time, from Huayang Charity. The three old men also stood up, and Lin introduced the two with a smile. Elder Du, Elder Park, I'm really sorry to still trouble you guys to make a trip. Quickly sit down and talk. You guys can torture me like this. Gu Xingyi was busy shaking hands with the three old masters, and hurriedly asked them to sit down again before he himself sat down on the other end. Tao Lele was already standing still, and it was only when Gu Xingyi gave her a look that she finally sat down nervously. It couldn't be helped. The most powerful person she had ever met was Gu Xingyi, and now that she had met these three old men who had been in high positions for years, it would be strange if she wasn't nervous in her heart. At the same time, in her heart, she admired Gu Xingyi even more. She had always felt that Gu Xingyi was bullish, but she didn't expect him to be so bullish that he could talk and laugh in front of these bigwigs. 3 old masters. I wonder if there's something important that you've come to see me about this time? Only when everyone was seated did Gu Xingyi ask. Other than Lin Guodong, it was the first time for Dugu and Park Yongji to see Gu Xingyi. They carefully sized him up. The more they looked at him, the happier they were in their hearts. It's all old bones, and they can tell what kind of man he is by his essence. Since you've called us old masters, then I'm not hiding anything. Xiao Gu this time I'm here, or I want to ask for a song. Before you created songs for both Old Lin and Old Du, how can you also create a song for this Chinese charity of mine? Originally this China charity recently wanted to come up with a publicity program. Just coincidentally not see online you this thing. I and 2 old guys a discussion. Just right. Then find you good, famous, songwriting and good, charity to do and in place. Besides you, I can't think of anyone else. Gu, how about it? Interested? Bo Yanji looked at Gu Xingyi and spoke cheerfully, and the other 2 old men, likewise, looked over. Chapter 181 Tianmei Entertainment Sudden Change of Heart. Looking at the 3 old masters staring at themselves, Gu Xingyi pressure, which are looking for the door, he can say that he is not interested in it. Of course there is interest. Master Park, when will this promotional program be released? It's expected to go live in the middle of this month, and since you're next in line, Xiao Gu, I'm relieved, and you can rest assured, we'll not let you work for nothing. Now the online culture really should be changed. What words dare to talk nonsense? Guide the mass public opinion attack can do it. It is also time to knock knock knock. Gu Xingyi's attitude made Bo Yongji happy from the bottom of his heart. No wonder Lin Guodong could often hang on to this young man. People are really worth it. Especially Gu Xingyi's heart, so that he is very appreciated. If it were someone else, encountered this file, then I'm afraid that I could not wait to jump out to clarify. After all, who do not want to be the wrongdoer? Obviously donate a lot of money, but also to be splashed with dirty water. Dugu also had a smile on his face on the side and said as he took a sip of tea, yes, people nowadays, remember to eat but not remember to fight. Although the entertainment industry has been rectified before, but they still can't resist the temptation of profit, and make a mess on the internet. It's time to knock on the door. This time, the promo will still be online at Huayang, and the song, at Huayin, which is why the 3 of them came together. Originally, when Lin learned of this news, he was trying to get Gu Xingyi to write the song, but he didn't expect that it would coincide with the rise of public opinion on the internet. Today's online, because of some previous water army uprising, induced a lot of unknown melon masses. This topic still occupies the hot search high. Even Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriao's siege of the blog are close to being sprayed by the spammers to blast. But most of the people were going crazy against the jet-setters. No matter whether Starry Yao Entertainment had made donations or not, at least in their hearts, Starry Yao Entertainment had brought them many touches, and that was enough. Gu Xingyi chatted with the 3 old men again about specific matters and had lunch together before the 3 old men went back. They would stay in Jiangqing for a few days on this visit, and would stay at the Jiangqing TV station during this period until they got the songs and got the promotional program done before they would call home. In fact, it was still Dugu and Park Wing-chi who wanted to meet this Gu Xingyi whom they had never seen before that they came over to Jiangqing in person. Otherwise, it would have been a matter of a phone call. One could only say that Gu Xingyi's charm was really growing, and even the 2 old men wanted to see with their own eyes what kind of person he really was. At this moment, Shengshire Entertainment is unexpectedly honest. After a series of previous blows, even Xiao Feibai took the initiative to tear up the contract. Shengshire Entertainment is a good old man image, obediently in accordance with the contract agreement, and Xiao Feibai lifted the contract. For no other reason, Tian Xingqi was really scared. He had experienced so many big storms and waves, and for the first time he felt that someone could make him so helpless. In his heart, Gu Xingyi was a very evil one. It seemed like whenever he went against Gu Xingyi, something bad would always happen, especially when Xingyao Anime came along. A one-man's life came along and left Tian Xingqi completely heartless. The script for One Man Down was written by Gu Xingyi. This showed that if Gu Xingyi wanted to enter the movie industry, wouldn't he be able to beat Shengshire Entertainment in minutes? After all, the scripts are connected to each other. Today Gu Xingyi can come out with a one man under one person and blow up the whole anime world. Maybe tomorrow he can come out with a 2 people under 2 person or something that will ignite the movie and television world. Dong Tian, do you really want to lean on Star Yao Entertainment? In Tian Xingqi's office, his secretary looked at the documents in her hands, and there was some joy in both her eyes, but she still asked, or what? Wait for him to woo me again? And we don't have much of a conflict with him in the first place. There's no need to fight to the death. That's all. Tian Xingqi held the small gold-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and he naturally saw the trace of joy in the bottom of the secretary's eyes. So, even his own secretary felt that leaning on Star Yao Entertainment was the right thing to do? He sighed, and could only say that Gu Xingyi, this person, was truly terrifying, and his existence just didn't make sense. Pure and simple. He was a demon present, regardless of what the outside world thought. Gu Xingyi had already discussed with the three old masters that he would give them a suitable song 3 days later, and for this song, Gu Xingyi had already thought of a suitable one. As soon as he said charity, the first thing that came to his mind was the old song. After all, in the original world, when he heard it, he knew that it was time to donate money. The next day, the 5th installment of China's Strongest Voice arrived. For this installment, Gu Xingyi had similarly prepared songs, but what he didn't expect was that the focus of this installment wasn't on the ring where Star Yao Entertainment was located. For all 3 matches, it was some small companies that came on stage to pick the ring, and these 3 small entertainment companies were all small entertainment companies that had recently released their goodwill to Star Yao Entertainment, and for their match this time, they were obviously here to rub off on them, and the songs that they sang were all regular old favorites. On the side of Star Yao Entertainment, it also naturally returned goodwill and did not release another new song, again responding with the same old songs. After all, reaching out was not a good idea. They released their goodwill, and Star Yao Entertainment wouldn't try to force their hand. It has to be said here that these companies that have released their goodwill to Star Yao Entertainment have made a lot of changes in their companies. Even the contracts for signing artists are changing to Star Yao Entertainment's contract model. Without realizing it, the landscape of the entertainment industry has changed. Once a rule becomes the default rule for most people, it seems to just go with the flow and be accepted by the masses. Even Shangshur Entertainment made a change, and netizens are subconsciously getting used to the changes made by the entertainment industry, so there is not a lot of heat on the internet about this change. Of course there are some old-fashioned people who still follow the old showbiz model, only their situation is getting tougher and tougher, because of the impact of the new model. All the artists are not cuties in comparison. Many of the artists in these companies have begun to jump ship, and fresh blood is even more difficult to recruit. So as long as they don't change, it's only going to get harder for the company to grow. And to people's surprise, this time in China's Strongest Voice, Tianmei Entertainment turned around and challenged Soundsea Entertainment, and they were well prepared and won all 3 matches. This sudden change had caught no one by surprise, and it had even dumbfounded Soundsea Entertainment. After the 5th phase of the competition, except for Star Yao Entertainment's points which were steady as a mountain, the points of the once 3 giants were surprisingly not on par with each other up. Soundsea Entertainment still has 6 points because of this total loss, while Tianmei Entertainment, the points come to 5 and Shangshur Entertainment also has 6 points. With 3 veteran giant companies, Sound Ocean and Shangshur only had 1 more point than Tianmei. It was clear that Tianmei wouldn't give up on this competition easily either, which made the final result confusing. Tammy Entertainment, this is going to be something. At that moment, Soundsea Entertainment and Shangshur Entertainment couldn't help but be on guard at the same time. Chapter 182, A Better Tomorrow. This wave of operation by Tianmei Entertainment has caught no one by surprise, and has even exasperated both Yang Xian and Tian Xingqi. What? You couldn't beat Gu Xingyi, so now you're picking on Sound and Sea Entertainment and Shangshur Entertainment? You're really taking them as soft pincers? But then again, the 3 are of similar strength, and when Tammy Entertainment does this, it might actually turn the tables on him, like in this installment, where no one was paying attention and 3 points were taken away from Tammy Entertainment. In response, Yang Xian and Tian Xingqi naturally began to make preparations. This led to the 6th installment of the competition afterward, where the entertainment industry was once again ushering in the era of godly fights. Only this time, it had nothing to do with Star Yao Entertainment. The points of the 3 old giants are also catching up with each other, and the situation is very uncertain as the 3 are still only 1 point apart. The online topic about Gu Xingyi was still entangled in the incident of charitable donations. The online quarrels became more and more intense. The heat did not show any sign of dropping down, but even so, Gu Xingyi never uttered a word, and the whole Xingyou Entertainment, as if it had lost its voice collectively at this time. What no one knew was that Gu Xingyi was going back and forth between the company and the TV station these days, and that the song about the charity public service program had long been created a few days before, while in the past few days, he was accompanying the 3 old men to review the program. On December 15th, the day after the 6th installment of China's Strongest Voice had just ended, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the official China charity finally released a long article plus a video, and at the same time, I'd both Xingyou Entertainment and Gu Xingyi's siege blogs. As soon as this one post was published, it immediately exploded on the internet, and netizens knew that the truth of what they had been discussing for so many days was finally going to surface at this moment. Fans, especially those who have been on the line with the Jets for so many days, were even more excited to click on the Huddle blog and watch. Just clicking in, there are all kinds of donation screenshots and certificates, as well as all kinds of contracts and other information. in which all the donations made by Starry Yao Entertainment since its creation have been gathered in one place. Further below that, a paragraph from the official China charity. Recently, when we saw some discussions and posts on the internet, we were deeply shocked and saddened. Since the founding of Starry Yao Entertainment, so far, the amount of donations has reached the amount in hundreds of millions of dollars, and these amounts, even more so, are donated unconditionally. As we all know, Starry Entertainment was founded not too long ago, the chairman of such a company, but it is surprising that such discussions will be made by people who have ulterior motives, so that people chilled. And when we went to Starry Yao Entertainment to ask about their staff, their answer made us all feel even more guilty because Mr. Gu Xingyi had a word with them after the incident. But do good deeds, don't ask what's ahead. The heart wants what it wants, no questions asked. This was Mr. Gu Xingyi's heart and feelings, and he didn't pay any attention to the malicious orientation that suddenly appeared on the internet, but just did what he had to do. But we can't see such a silent hero buried, and we can't do anything to see his goodness discredited. So I would like to advise all netizens that although the network is free, everyone should be responsible for their own words and deeds. Also, we have proudly invited Mr. Gu Xingyi to compose a song for us for our latest show, and we also hope that this song, will bring some positive senses to everyone. Once this post from the official China charity came out, all the fans wanted to cry at this moment. Their persistence all these days hadn't been wasted, and their support hadn't been in vain. Gu Xingyi is worth it. At this moment, all the fans copied the keyboard, shouted a key to come, incarnated into a keyboard warrior. These days of aggression, they all want to vent out at this moment. That's 30% of the proceeds. Blackie talk. I told you so. I told you. It's not that people didn't do it. People just didn't say it. What the hell? Just ask anyone who can give 30% of their proceeds to charity. Can you? Are the blacks mute? Why aren't they barking? Dogs, come back to the line with your father again. Where the heart is, no questions asked. See, don't try to figure out Gu Xingyi with your narrow-minded hearts. You're not worthy. I just want to know, which celebrity or which company can come up with a donation amount in billions of dollars in such a short period of time? This is the attitude of people who really do things. Some people, when they donate a few tens of thousands, they want the whole world to know about it. This one post made all the netizens and fans go crazy, and made all the hackers and water armies shut up instantly. And there were even some unscrupulous media and netizens who rubbed off on the heat, hastily deleting the siege blogs and doo-wop that they had previously posted at the first opportunity. But that wasn't all. Right after Huagua Charity spoke out, Huayang and Huayin once again came down and aired Gu Xingyi and Xingyao Entertainment's official website. Huayang and Huayin, as well as China Charity, hand in hand with Gu Xingyi to create the program Love and Tomorrow, is grandly online. We hope that the majority of netizens will support it, and would like to say this: purify the network. Start with me. Starting today, we will join hands with the relevant departments to carry out a week of special activities to purify the internet. Again, there's official solidarity down the road, and the event because of what know-it-alls. All the people who saw the two circumambulations of Huayang and Huayin were once again stunned at this moment. They wiped their eyes, and then the corners of their eyes all began to twitch. Just your own son? That's how you protect him? This act didn't even bring an act. It was obviously to protect Gu Xingyi. Right, and the show. At this moment, everyone clicked on the video in the Huddle blog, this time for the program, Love Tomorrow. The video just opened with a group of cute kids, surrounding Xia Shiyao in a playful manner, their laughter sounding along with the music, and the title of the song also appeared at this time, A Better Tomorrow. Well, not only was the song created by Gu Xingyi, but it was also sung by Xia Shiyao, and inside the video, besides the group of kids, there were even many celebrities taking part in the performance. As the program progressed, Xia Shiyao's sweet singing voice rang in the ears of netizens, gently awakening the sleeping mind. Open your eyes slowly. Let's see if the busy world is still spinning alone. The spring breeze doesn't penetrate, blow the heart of a teenager. Let the tears on yesterday's face, dried up with the memory. Just the moment the song started, the audience had been mesmerized, and sure enough, it was the same old flavor. In terms of songwriting and singing, you still have to look at Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao. In front of this song, yesterday's China's strongest voice, simply instantly killed and the video, accompanied by the song, some children in poor areas appeared. They greeted the spring breeze, their faces showed innocent smiles, the sunshine on their faces, but also let the people watching the heart warm. Even though the clothes on their backs were worn and tattered, the school that had just been built was their hope. That's what being charitable is ultimately about, not by words, but only by actual actions. Some people's love is really buried deep. The song was still being sung, and Xia Shiyao was like an angel in the middle of this group of children, bringing them joy and love. Following the scene in the video, the song played in every heart. Jade Mountain, the snow is falling. burning the heart of a teenager. To make true feelings melt into notes, pouring out distant blessings. Chapter 183, Love in the Heart. In the Tianmei Entertainment Mansion, Lu Gao naturally saw the siege blog. He had thought that this kind of thing would be hard to defeat Gu Xingyi, but he hadn't thought that it would end up like this. Ryuko shook his head, just feeling more and more mentally exhausted. This is Gu Xingyi. The more you hit him, the faster he takes off. He didn't even need to go down himself. Various officials held him in their hands for fear that he would be in pain. This is pure trickery. How can he play? There's no way to play. If he doesn't want to join, he can only stay as far away from Gu Xingyi as possible. What's that saying? What's that saying? If he can't afford it, he can't afford to avoid it? A few major officials came down. The incident was instantly and perfectly resolved, and it also brought a new round of touching to the netizens. The program Love in Tomorrow together with the song Tomorrow Will Be Better is a perfect match, and the innocent eyes of those children in the video who look forward to the future make countless netizens feel a slight heartache in their hearts. However, Xia Shiyao's singing voice has ignited infinite hope in the hearts of netizens. Gu Xingyi, Xia Shiyao and those countless people who silently gave in the dark are the idols they should really be powering on. It was a moment where all their fans were happy that they could fan someone like that. Just like the title of the song Xia Shiyao is singing right now. With them, tomorrow, it will definitely be better. Sing your passion. Hold out your hands. Let me embrace your dreams. Let me have the face of your heart. Let's smile, full of youthful pride. Offer a devotional prayer for tomorrow. Within the video, Xia Shiyao led a group of children, singing Tomorrow Will Be Better together, their faces filled with the light of hope. The scene then changes to a disaster area, where Myoan Qian is rebuilding her home with the people in the area. There was a big flood here and people's homes were flooded, but it was the constant stream of relief vehicles coming from all over the country that gave them hope for the future. On the gate of the disaster area, there is a big line written, after the disaster, everything is rebuilt as if it were a new life. The camera zoomed in, and along with the music, Miao Anjuan continued to sing right after Xia Shiyao's song. Who can disregard his home and leave behind the memory of his childhood? Who can bear to see his yesterday's sadness take away our smiles? Youth does not understand red dust rouge stained with gray. Let the long-lost tears moisturize your face. The song starts again, and this time, it's this post-disaster crowd, smiling and singing until the end of the verse, when the scene shifts again. This time it was inside a hospital where Lu Ruoying appeared. She was inside the hospital, talking and laughing with the patients. And these patients, who were suffering from their illnesses, had smiles rising on their faces. They were unable to support themselves any longer, but the vast number of enthusiastic people gave them hope for life. Different places, different people, the future and hope. But at this time the same exist around them. The camera follows Lu Ruoying as she slowly walks out of the hospital. She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath of the clear air outside, then opens her eyes and opens her hands as if she wants to embrace the warm world, gently awakening the sleeping mind. Open your eyes slowly. See if the busy world is still spinning alone. But this time, the lyrics have changed. And unlike the first verse, after all that, the earth is still as warm as ever. The world is no longer alone. And people are no longer at a loss. Because there is love. Because there is tomorrow. The sunrise awakens the morning. The earth, its splendor, is reborn. Let the wind blow the sound. The music of life. The camera pulls away again. And this time, all the people from the previous video are gathered together. Happy smiles on everyone's faces. Xia Shiyao, Lu Ruoying, and Miao Ankuan stood in front of the people, and they waved their hands together with them. The blue sky, the white clouds, the breeze, everything, accompanied them. Sing your passion, reach out your hands, let me embrace your dreams. Let me have the face of your heart. Let our smiles be filled with youthful pride. Let's look forward to a better tomorrow. The girls in the video are still singing, while viewers online have long been moved to tears. It was tears of joy, and the netizens sang and felt the love. Under this microblog of China Charity, countless netizens have also posted their feelings and expectations at this time. I hope tomorrow will be better. Every day is better. Never would I have thought that yesterday's The Strongest Voice in China didn't move me, but today this one made me break my defense. When this song came on, it lifted my soul. It was awesome. All three are my goddesses. Loved, loved, loved. Tomorrow will be better. It's what everyone's heart expects. At this moment, Gu Xingyi, like all the netizens, was also watching this video. Little Nana was in his arms and was bobbing her head and humming along with her mom on the TV. This video, Gu Xingyi participated in the entire production. Just even he did not expect that the effect of the broadcast, it would be so good. The songs, needless to say, written by Mr. Law, are nothing to write home about. But this program, which had only been filmed for about half a month, was able to achieve such a good result, which made even Gu Xingyi have to give a word of praise in her heart. It's official after all. It's awesome. Xia Shiyao also watched the video silently on the side. She these days ran to many places, also witnessed the smiles on the faces of those poor people. This trip is an incomparable precious memory for her. Only the suffering know better the preciousness of this smile. She understood, and so did Gu Xingyi, which was why they found these even more rare and valuable. And the video doesn't end there. As the program fades to black as the music of Tomorrow Will Be Better slowly comes to a close, when the screen lit up again, this time, it was a list of donations, a list of sincere faces. These, all of them, are people who quietly give and quietly donate. Countless lists and photographs came together to form a map of China. Eat water and don't forget to dig a well. And it's these pristine people that make it all better. The scene then turned. A group of people holding small red flags, waving them, the small red flags swaying in the wind. Gu Xingyi was clearly in the middle of the crowd. Different music plays again. And in the picture, a chorus plays. If everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful earth. At this point, the screen went completely dark, and lines of small print appeared accompanied by the sound of tapping on a keyboard. These small lines tell the story of an event, of people who have been rescued, their hearts and the changes in their lives. Eventually these subtitles slowly faded down, and in the screen, only one sentence remained. Love is in tomorrow, and in this moment, in the hearts of all. Chapter 184, Nini. A roundup of blogs from China's charities put to rest an incident that had been raging online for days, and in just one night, the incident was completely reversed. On the blogs, it was a complete fanfest, and not a single black person was to be seen anymore. But this is not all. After the net activities, but also the official department down, will be released before the false information of some of the netroots and bad media blocked the number, and even many of the water army dens have been seized. The impact of this program has also led to a wave of donations online, with many netizens chiming in that whenever they hear the song Tomorrow Will Be Better, their minds can't help but think that it's time to be charitable. Even the originator, Lu Gao, could not have imagined that the incident would turn out like this. He didn't understand what Gu Xingyi was thinking. In just over half a year, the amount of donations had reached hundreds of millions of dollars, and with one song, he had purified the entire network. Tianmei Entertainment once again held a high-level meeting. Only this time, everyone didn't look too good. There are many people in today's Tianmei Entertainment who have begun to waver. After all, they are now excluded from the entertainment industry and belong to the Maverick One. Even Lu Gao was now a little shaken in his heart, but he was the one who gave the order to block Xia Shiyao in the first place, and he was also the one who took the initiative to oppress Starry Yao Entertainment. Once he chose to admit defeat at this time and move closer to Starry Yao Entertainment, the result could be imagined, and the future of Tianmei Entertainment would be in trouble. The most unexpected thing for Lu Gao is the transformation of Shengshi Entertainment Tian Xingqi. The former Tian Xingqi can also be a profit-oriented person who eats people without spitting bones, properly a vicious role. But now, even he has bowed his head in compromise. Thinking about this, Lu Gao was so upset that he slapped the table of the conference room. I know what you're all thinking. Be honest for the last while and wait for everything to be over after China's Strongest Voice. Lu Gao still wanted to wait and see everything until China's Strongest Voice was over. If they could win on China's Strongest Voice, then their prestige would still be there, and they could just as well survive as before. After all, in this world, strength has always been honored. 3 days have passed without realizing it since the show aired. On the afternoon of December 18th, there was a fluffy, light snow falling from the sky. The winter solstice is coming. The weather in the city of Jiangcheng is steeply cold, and people will also put up their fall coats and pants, and put on thick down jackets on the outside. Today the entire Star Yao Entertainment rare off an early shift. The people agreed to shabu shabu hot pot. Xia Shiyao and Tao Lele went back to pick up little Nai Nai went. Gu Xingyi and a line of people hugely towards the downstairs. Just out of the office building, Gu Xingyi saw Ren Yuyo, who had returned from his home, somewhat distracted, and he didn't come back to his senses until he came close and almost collided with himself. Returning to his senses, Renyi looked at Gu Xingyi with some desire to speak, making Gu Xingyi curious. Ever since Runihai came to the company, he did save a lot of heartache, just that he always felt that Runihai was loaded with things in his heart. Gu Xingyi thought for a moment, then walked up and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Brother Easy, there's nothing going on today. Why don't you bring Nai Nai out for a meal together? It just so happens that Shioyo and Lele have gone back to pick up Nene, so the two little ones will still have company. After Gu Xingyi finished speaking, he looked seriously at Ren Yuyao. He saw some struggles on Renyi's face, and finally, as if he had made up his mind about something, he raised his head and said, Mr. Gu, can I trouble you to bring little Nai Nai to my house again? Nini she. Ren Yuyo said this. Some cannot continue. The heartbroken expression on his face made Gu Xingyi feel a little tugging at his heart. He was busy pulling Ren Yuyao to one side, and his tone of voice was also a little heavier. Brother Easy, what exactly happened to Nini? I know your character, You don't want everyone to know, and you don't want everyone to worry or feel pity. But, no matter what happened, you have to think about Nini. This kind of time is not the time to be strong. Gu Xingyi knows Ren's character. His character is just about to be strong. As a veteran and father, he does not want to trouble others, want to carry it alone. This is alright, but sometimes, there are some things, really a person can carry it? No matter how strong Ren was, he was still just a person. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Ren clenched his fists tightly, and even though he tilted his head, tears flowed down his face. Even the strongest man has a soft spot, and his soft spot is Nini. Mr. Gu, I really have no choice. Nini, she has been suffering from a rare neurological disease. This disease and Alzheimer's disease situation is similar, and this disease is even more powerful. Nini her, only 3 days of memory. Every 3 days, will lose the previous memory. Renyi's voice was a little choked, and the words he uttered made Gu Xingyi's mood completely heavy. He didn't expect that what happened in Ren's family was this kind of thing, and that the little girl who looked like a little angel was actually suffering from a disease all the time. Nini was just born not long ago, and after the hospital found out about her illness, her mother ran away, and for the past 2 years, I have been running around, but no hospital is certain that they can cure this illness. Nini, it's been like this in a state of constant memory loss, but suddenly one day, Xiao Xingyao appeared. She sang about her courageous outburst. Only once she appeared, Nini fell in love with this sister. Magically, no matter how many times she had lost her memory, whenever she saw Xiao Xingyao, she would always be the first to fall in love with her again. Just before, she lost her memory again, but when she saw Starry Yao on her cell phone again, she said something that made me tear up. She said, "This sister Nini likes so much and is so familiar." After that she pestered me to see little Xingyao. She even wanted to eat cake with her sister. She said she remembered that the cake was sweet. As Rennie said that, he was already in tears. Maybe it was Nene's comment that broke his defenses. Maybe he saw hope in it. That Nene remembered Nene. Gu Xingyi heard here, also a little want to cry impulse, but he is more want to give Renjoui a punch. He know Renjoui so many years by himself alone with the child must be very hard, must be even more suffered countless white eyes. But, that's not even a reason for him to do this. As soon as he thought of it, Gu Xingyi gave him a hard punch. A punch that caused Ren to stop staggering for a moment, and also caused the crowd of Xingyou Entertainment, who were still waiting not far away, to look over in worry. It was only after a punch that Gu Xingyi asked in a deep voice, "Why did you put it off until now? Do you deserve to be a father? Do you deserve Nini? Or for your pathetic pride?" What makes Gu Xingyi the most angry is this. He can understand that he doesn't want to bother others, but he can't understand what's in his heart. In Gu Xingyi's opinion, he can do anything for his daughter. Ren Yi rubbed the place where he was hit, lowered his head, and said suddenly only after half a day, "I'm not doing it for pride. I'm afraid that God will give me some hope and then make me despair in the end." The voice was hoarse, a father's innermost feelings of helplessness and sadness. Chapter 185, Nana. Wanting to escape because he was afraid. Gu Xingyi could understand Ren Yuyao's feelings, but reality can't be like that. Is it okay to not face it because you're afraid? The consequence of running away is to drag it out, and the result of dragging it out will only get worse. Nini, what did the hospital say about this disease? That there's no hope for a cure? Gu Xingyi didn't bother to dwell on the problems on Ren Yuyao's body, but asked directly, "Things are already like this. It's useless to dwell on it. You can only face it with your best efforts, no matter what the result is. Neurological conditions, all of them, are difficult to treat, and the doctors say that the condition requires continued conservative treatment plus daily guidance to be effective, and that to recover, one can only hope for a miracle, that there is still hope, and miracles are hope." Rani just finished speaking when he heard Gu Xingyi say directly. He froze for a moment and looked up at Gu Xingyi. He wants better for his daughter more than anyone, but he's also more afraid than anyone that it will end up bad. But now, he saw the man in front of him. His face was as earnest as it had ever been, as if he firmly believed that miracles always happen. This made Ren Yiqing's heart were completely infected. He at this moment felt that his heart is also full of hope like never before. So, this was the charm of Gu Xingyi as a person. Xia Shiyao and Tao Lele had also picked up little Nai Nai and returned by this time, and as soon as they got off the bus, they saw a somewhat awkward atmosphere at the scene. Xia Shiyao looked at Gu Xingyi here with some confusion, and when she saw the heavy expressions on the faces of the two people over here, her pair of almond eyes were filled with worry. "Daddy, hugs." It was still little Nai Nai's tender childish voice that broke this heaviness, as she climbed down from Xia Shuriao's body and, with her short little legs, rushed to Gu Xingyi's side, tilting her little face up. The sweet smile on her face healed both Gu Xingyi and Ren Yuyao's moods quite a bit. "Hey, Daddy hug. Nai Nai, let's go play with Nene's sister first today, okay?" Gu Xingyi squatted down and picked up his baby girl. scraping her little nose and asking with a face full of favor. Yeah, Nana wants to play with Nini-san too. Good, brother Easy, then let's go over there now. Gu Xingyi rubbed little Nine Eye's head and hugged her, saying to Rin Yuyo, then walked over to the crowd and said, although the others didn't know exactly what had happened, they also knew that Gu Xingyi had something to do, and they all nodded their heads. Just like that, Gu Xingyi's family of 3 followed Rin Yi and drove towards his home, and in the car, Xia Shuriao likewise knew about Nini's matter, which made her heart a little sad all of a sudden as well. It is really unexpected that the little girl with a lovely face would suffer from such a rare disease, just like a little angel falling on earth, which is heartbreaking. The car quickly arrived at Ren's residence and pushed open the door, which was a small room of less than 50 square feet. Nene sat quietly on the couch, watching the TV, which was playing a video of Nene singing about courageous outbursts. Hearing the voice, Nini turned her head and smiled sweetly and called out to her dad as she saw Ren-yi. She forgot every time she lost her memory, but every time she quickly accepted Ren-yi. When Gu Xingyi walked through the door holding little Nai-Nai as well, Nini first dodged behind Renichio in fear, but upon seeing little Nai-Nai, her eyes steeply lit up. The two cherubs smiled at each other, and just then, Nene made a move that took everyone by surprise, only to see her suddenly scatter her small hands that were hugging Ren and quickly run back inside the small room. When she came out again, she was already holding a small cake in her hand. She walked to little Nana with an expectant face and handed over the cake in her hand, a soft voice coming from her mouth. Buy you a cake, it's sweet. These were the words that Nina had said to her when she first met her in the first place, but even after forgetting all that, the first thing she said when she saw Nakina again was, surprisingly, to invite Nakina back for a cake. Perhaps, in her subconscious, she remembers to make this, her favorite young lady, eat such a sweet cake. At this moment, Ran Ichio skimmed his face, and his eyes were already a little moist. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriao even felt as if their hearts were suddenly clenched tightly, and their hearts were incomparably sour. A happy smile spread across little Nene's face. The little one didn't understand what was happening yet, but her big eyes had curved into a crescent moon when she saw Nene handing over the cake. Thank you Nini-san, we'll eat together. Nene's eyes curved up when she saw Nene gladly accept the cake and take her hand. The two little ones, once again, became good friends, and held little hands as they walked over to the little couch and sat down. And on the TV, still playing Courageous Outburst sung by little Nina. Nina took a bite of the cake and fed Nene affectionately, and the room was immediately filled with the sounds of laughter from the two little ones. Easy, I don't know if Nene remembers Nene, but I do know that no matter how many times it takes, she'll fall in love with Nene again, just as she's been quick to accept you every time. And that's the hope, at least in her subconscious. There should be memory fragments. Gu Xingyi looked at the two little ones playing together in front of the sofa and said seriously. Ren looked at them as well, then nodded without saying anything. In front of the couch, little Nai had already stood up on the couch and was teaching Nini to sing Courageous Outburst, and she taught it just as Gu Xingyi had taught her back then, line by line with all her heart. A seed was planted in my heart da-da-dee-da-da-da. It's got the magic to grant little wishes. Nini, on the other hand, clapped her hands cheerfully and bobbed her head as she accompanied Nina. Not long after, the two of them, little Nana and Nini, were able to sing together for a while, and although Nini still stumbled a bit in her singing, every time little Nana would patiently wait for her to join in, just like a little teacher. Brother Easy, I think we'll take Nini to the hospital again tomorrow for a checkup, no matter how much it costs. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we have to keep treating her. Besides, as long as there's time, let Nini play with Nai. Nai doesn't have any playmates, and Nini Nai needs Nai as well. Looking at the two little ones being so naturally close, Gu Xingyi took the initiative to say again. Ren opened his mouth. It was somewhat difficult to speak. In fact, a large part of the reason that Nini had been doing conservative treatment was all because the cost of the treatment had exhausted him. The ongoing treatment corresponds to even more sky-high treatment costs. For the average family, this is simply an unattainable expense. Brother Easy, Nai and Nini are very close. I've never even seen Nai like a little kid so much as she does now. If it's possible, we'd like to recognize Nini as our goddaughter. Xia Shuriao also said at this time. She loved Nini, and little Nai also loved Nini. Moreover, when she saw the expression on Renyi's face in this environment he was living in, she knew what he was thinking. If she and Gu Xingyi didn't say this, Renyi's character would definitely not take the initiative to seek help. Hearing Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriao's words, Ren looked towards the happy Nini on the sofa and finally nodded. For so many years, he had lived in self-blame and guilt. He hated God for treating Nini this way, and he hated his own incompetence for not being able to take better care of Nini. But the appearance of little Nai, and then after meeting Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriao, finally let him see hope for the future. Chapter 186, A Family of Three, Grand Finale. Time flies, the end of December. the final installment of China's Strongest Voice has ended. But netizens are still buzzing about the competition. The reason for this lies in the final installment of the tournament, which featured a rather spectacular comeback by Sound and Sea Entertainment. How could Lu Gao not expect that his plan would be easily dissolved by Sound Sea Entertainment? And he also didn't expect that Gu Xingyi, that despicable villain, would create 2 songs for Sound Sea Entertainment before the final installment of the competition without saying a word. It was the appearance of these 2 songs that completed the comeback for Sound and Sea Entertainment. Originally, Lu Gao had already turned back Lena, a first-rate singer of Sound Sea Entertainment, at a high price, so that she would deliberately lose in the last phase of the competition. But as a result, Lena lost. But the veteran Heavenly Kings of Sound Sea Entertainment, as well as Chung Di and the 2 of them, came out strong with Gu Xingyi's song, A 10 Years, A Rainbow Smile, a classic lyrical love song, a sweet little song full of youthfulness, directly kills Lu Gao's plan in its entirety on the ground. And with these 2 songs, it's another wave of ecstasy on the internet. Strength is hard. It was only now that Ryuko truly understood the meaning of those words, as winter turns to spring and then into the height of summer, until the skies are once again filled with light snow. The seasons turn and time flashes by like a white horse. A lot can change in a year, and the landscape of the entertainment industry has been turned upside down. Nowadays, the dynamics of the entertainment industry has obviously become one super and many strong. All entertainment companies have changed their treatment and contract issues, and they are benchmarking everything to Star Yao Entertainment. As for Tianmei Entertainment, after China's Strongest Voice, it slowly retreated from the stage of history and gradually died out, for no other reason than that even though Xingyou Entertainment didn't intentionally ostracize it, it still couldn't resist the direction of the general trend. And with the wall falling down, those entertainment companies that Tianmei Entertainment had once backstabbed, have started to suppress him. Even Shangshi Entertainment has inserted a foot, this once giant company, so slowly shrinking, and Lu Gao, no longer win the spirit of the wind, only half a year, he was like 10 years old, and finally even moved abroad, no longer fight. When he left, he stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window of his office, looking away in the direction of Jiangqing for a long time. Perhaps in his heart, there was such a trace of unwillingness and regret. When it was just a slip of the tongue, he became what he is now. Let's just say it's always been that way when it comes to success. During this year, Xingyou Entertainment is growing day by day. The new generation of singers is endless, but also every once in a while, there must be a few golden songs, which is represented by Bubble, Red High Heels and so on, and the Star Yao animation. The same in the one person after the end of the launch of the inspirational national cartoon That Rabbit. The theme song is used when the one chasing the dream Red Heart, That Rabbit once released, A Time to See All the Netizens Cried, and even the Chinese daily newspaper, have named the performance of the cartoon. In addition, Star Yao Film and Television was also formally established, and cooperated with Shangshi Entertainment to shoot a TV series that took the whole country by storm. The reason why they cooperated with Shangshi Entertainment was because Tian Xingqi's gesture was really put very low, and a healthy entertainment industry lies in diversification, and Gu Xingyi certainly won't do that kind of thing where one family is dominant. What's even more pleasing is that Nini, during this year of continuous treatment, suddenly one day, she, who should have lost her memory, took the initiative to call out to her father when she woke up in the morning and saw Renyiwu. Ren-Yi was completely stunned at that time, a big man, but how could he not stop the tears from falling down? He had only dreamed of such a scene when he was dreaming, and it was a scene he had been looking forward to day and night for several years. And now, at last, the miracle had come. Another year, November 28th. Today was a special day. Everyone knew it, and everyone had been waiting for it. And early in the morning, the internet exploded. Finally, it's that time of year again for little Princess Xingyou's birthday. I didn't make it last year. This year, I will be there. A year, a whole year. I look forward to today every day. Star Yao baby's birthday plus a concert by all the singers of Star Yao Entertainment. Who could miss this? Asterisk 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 asterisk. My wife locked me in the house to take care of the old man. Ran off with the baby herself. Family members, can I still have a wife like that? Me too. Really can't get away. Aha. I'm going crazy. Upstairs, look where I am, live photos. No need to be envious. I'll send you a video afterward. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't crowd me. This scene, there are too many people. I'm not showing off. It's really crowded. The netizens who had already arrived at Jiangqing's largest stadium were all beaming with smiles and laughter as they recklessly posted photos of the scene to their Weibo, each of which ushered in a chorus of howls of wolf. Obviously, the birthday party and the concert would not start until the evening, and this early in the morning, the entrance of the stadium was surrounded by crowds, and what was even more excessive was that even the surrounding streets were filled with people. The security at the scene had already begun to control. for those who did not follow the rules of the road, as well as the noisy, were properly managed, and in a short time, people began to become well organized. What was even more outrageous was that countless others were on their way here. Clearly Guxingyi had stopped signing up after 100,000 people had signed up for this feast, but the number of people who had come here had far exceeded the scheduled number. Forced to contact Guxingyi, the Jiangqing authorities had no choice but to use screencasting and sound amplification equipment near the stadium to take care of those who didn't make it inside the official live broadcasting room on the internet. With the live broadcasting room of various cooperative platforms, the number of people has also long been full, and even many TV stations all live broadcast the spectacle. Time passed by, until it came to 8 o'clock in the evening. This different kind of concert has finally begun. Amidst the crowd's expectant gazes, Xia Shiyao in a long azure dress and Guxingyi in a black formal dress were the first to appear on the stage of the Jiangqing Stadium. At this moment, all the cameras in the arena focused on the two people, whether it was inside the arena or outside the arena. At this time, it was even erupted into a mountainous cheering. Sure enough, Guxingyi, the Cubs seed, never plays false, and the opening is a king bomb. On the big screen at the back, the name of the song they were going to sing also appeared. This was the second time Guxingyi sang on the same stage with Xia Shiyao, and the second time he officially appeared on stage in front of the audience. Welcome to this concert and thank you for supporting us this year. A song under the sea for you all. Guxingyi gently picked up the microphone. The voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the entire country of China at this moment. Xia Shiyao also then held up the microphone and sang softly. Scattered moonlight through the clouds. The music sounded. The song started, a song under the sea, into the ears of all the audience. Guxingyi and Xia Shiyao, two people, sang this version. Some like the original World Phoenix legend sang. The feeling it brings is, why do you think people don't deserve it? All the viewers were mesmerized. Since the emergence of a Guxingyi, the entertainment industry was recognized by everyone. Even such a muddy entertainment industry could be cured. So what on earth is not worth it? After the song, before anyone could react, Xia Shiyao and Guxingyi, with smiles on their faces, bowed deeply, and then Xia Shiyao spoke with both hands holding the microphone. Thank you, everyone, for being here, for supporting Star Yao Entertainment, and for liking us as a family. After thanking them, the lights dimmed as the crowd chanted their names before the two exited the stage. After that, everyone from Star Yao Entertainment, one by one, went on stage with their hit songs, and everyone, including Heavenly King Lu Ruoying, and the two Wind East Generals, dedicated one of their best songs to the audience. It wasn't until all the singers from Star Yao Entertainment had finished singing that Guxingyi and Xia Shiyao went on stage again. Only this time, in the middle of the two of them, there was an extra little fairy with curved almond eyes. When this family of three appeared, everyone immediately felt that there was no regret tonight, and they even shouted little Nai Nai's name in unison from below. Xingyao, Xingyao. Inside the arena, outside the arena, hundreds of thousands of people chanting a person's name at the same time. What kind of effect is that? It can only be described in one word. The sound shook the sky. You have a nice smile, like a spring flower. Blow away all your troubles, all your sorrows. This family of three ended up giving the audience a sweet rendition of You Look Good When You Smile, especially when Nana sang the middle part of the song. All the audience stood up with auntie-like smiles on their faces and waved their glow sticks to accompany her. Until the end of the song, the audience on the stage was still giggling. Guxingyi and Xia Shiyao, as well as little Nai Nai, who waved their hands to the stage, laughing, were really happy and touched to be recognized and liked by you all. Today is little Xingyao's birthday, and I know that many of you came for this, so next, I'm announcing, it's time for cake. All those who came here today, all have a share. Guxingyi picked up the microphone and said loudly. There was another burst of cheers from the stage, which resounded throughout the venue, and the glow sticks in their hands were waved into a rainbow, and there were even many audience members shouting at the top of their lungs, we must eat poor Guxingyi today. Right, let him make so much money. Eat him to tears. Next, countless staff members held cupcakes in their hands with smiles on their faces and began to distribute them one by one. And at this moment, even all the viewers in front of the TV sets and live broadcasting rooms took out the cakes they had prepared for a long time. Then, I don't know who took the lead and shouted, and the next second, everyone chanted in unison, Xingyo baby, happy birthday. End of book. Author's note, originally, I have prepared many plots for this book. But it's just a pity that I really don't have enough ability for the time being, and my pen power is limited, so I really don't know how to write down the next thing here. Instead of watering it down imperfectly, here it is, a perfect ending for everyone, and a really big thank you to the great readers who have followed me all the way down here. You're the ones who gave me the courage to write this, and you're the ones who have kept me going for so long. Can only say here, I'm sorry everyone. If there is a next novel, I will write carefully, At least save 100,000 or 200,000 deposits before posting the book. It is not sometimes unable to keep up with the update. At the end of this, I'd like to say that it's actually quite nice to end this way. All happy, and we can have a joyous New Year's Eve. I'm a newbie author. I definitely want to try my best to arrange every character, every plot well, no matter what. The ending to this, at least Guxingyi redeems Xiaoshiyao and Xiao Nainai. There's also some name issues. My understanding is actually that Guxingyi and Xiaoshiyao are originally orphans. They have no father or mother. So little Nainai was named Guxingyao for that aspect as well. They don't even have parents. So what's the generation issue? It's also a satirical use of the name for those who are born and not raised. And then, thanks again. Love you guys. Wahahaha.